My name is Chen Feng, an F-grade beast tamer who was regarded as trash. In this world where awakened professions and contracted beast spirits command respect, I have endured nothing but indifference and mockery. Unable to even afford the lowest tier wild boar beast spirit, I've spent 5 years in high school without graduating. At Chanshan City First High, the monthly dungeon expeditions are in full swing. While other students busily form teams, I remain ignored, a burden who failed to contract a beast spirit in 5 years, nearly expelled from school. Yet, no one knew that I possessed the ultimate grind god system. As long as you study, you can earn points to exchange for divine beast spirits and even improve your professional level. For 5 years, I studied day and night, elevating my F-class profession bonus to an astounding SSS class, 512% bonus, and finally accumulated the 10,000 points needed to exchange for a divine beast spirit. Exchange, the long-armed ape. The system prompt chimed, and after 5 years of relentless effort, I successfully contracted the divine beast spirit, the arm-spreading macaque, gaining a 100% boost in both power and defense. Mocking voices continued unabated around me, a level 1 beastkin rushing into the dungeon to die? He's so desperate now, about to get expelled from the academy. I took a deep breath, swept my gaze across the crowd, and curled my lips, no more pretending. Time to show my hand. Louder sneers erupted from the crowd, with someone mockingly asking who I could possibly scare by turning into a wild boar. Without further ado, I let out a fierce shout. My body swelled rapidly, covered in sleek gray fur as I transformed into a gigantic ape 30 feet tall. Roar! An ear-splitting bellow shattered the air. I slammed my fist into the ground, boom. The earth shook and mountains trembled, debris flew through the air as a half-meter deep crater exploded into the ground, cracks radiating outward. Silence. The entire hall was completely hushed. Everyone stared at the giant ape before them, colossal as a behemoth, trembling with livers quivering and legs gone weak. Just as I transformed back into human form, a fragrant breeze swept over me. The school belle of Changshan No. 1 High School, Lin Qingqing, whose strength reached level 23, walked up to me. Classmate Chen, I heard you're about to enter a dungeon. Our team's warrior is injured, would you like to join us? The other team members immediately voiced their concerns, believing that my level 1 beast morph wasn't strong enough for a third-tier dungeon. Just then, a voice interjected. Huozhe, a level 22 berserker, the school director's son, and the same person who had once snatched away my scholarship. He applied to join Lin Qingqing's team and sneered at me. Are you really counting on this trash, a monkey who couldn't graduate in 5 years? Lin Qingqing rejected Huozhe without hesitation. Sorry, I think Chen Feng fits our team better. Lin Qingqing's determination stemmed from an ancient description she had read in her family's archives, plucking the sun and moon, shrinking 1,000 mountains, discerning omens, overturning heaven and earth. This was precisely the ancient description of the long-armed ape monkey. She believed in my uniqueness. Seeing Lin Qingqing insist on employing me, Huozhe flew into a rage and launched a personal attack. A level 1 beast tamer, just going to be a deadweight? For a bit of cushy living, have you no shame at all? I spat out the foxtail grass in my mouth and shot back, jealous? With my dashing good looks, isn't it perfectly reasonable for Chen Feng to live off someone else? Huozhe was enraged by my provocation, his hair bristling with anger as he charged directly at me. Ice! Lin Qingqing swiftly cast a spell, freezing Huozhe in place and warning him of the severe consequences of unauthorized fighting on school grounds. Huozhe calmed down slightly, glaring at me with gnashing teeth as he demanded, Fine then, Chen Feng, a life or death duel. Do you dare accept? Chapter 3, The Upgrade. The Life or Death Arena was a special facility established by the school to resolve student conflicts. Due to the widespread awakening, individuals possessed extraordinary combat abilities. Selfish brawling was strictly prohibited within the school grounds, as it could easily result in fatal injuries. Expulsion for such acts was an ironclad rule. However, in this martial arts-obsessed era, some students inevitably possessed fiery tempers and youthful arrogance. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the school did not inherently oppose students' desire for combat provided they followed the rules and did not overstep boundaries. After all, from the administrator's perspective, whether you're a genius or not, anyone who defies the law and cannot be utilized is nothing but a cancerous growth. To address this issue, the school established the Life and Death Arena. Should unresolvable conflicts arise between students, both parties could sign a life and death pledge to settle their dispute in the arena. However, for student safety, high-ranking faculty members typically preside over matches. While teachers won't intervene if either side is injured or crippled, they will step in to save lives at critical moments. There have been instances where teachers couldn't intervene in time, or where participants succumbed to severe injuries afterward. In short, the Life and Death Arena is a place where life and death are decided. One of those who step onto the platform must leave it lying down. Chen Feng looked up at the coldly menacing Huozhe, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fine. I accept. Once my dungeon is complete, we'll meet on the Life or Death Arena. Every student in this school is witnessing this. Whoever fails to show up then can get the hell out of First High. With that, Zhao Rui ignored Huozhe's sneering expression. He motioned for Lin Qingqing and the others to head toward the instant's entrance. At the instant's entrance, the 5 completed their registration and passed through a pale blue spatial barrier. Swish! They appeared in a dense jungle. Giant trees requiring several people to embrace them stood everywhere. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, and the air was thick with the damp scent of plants. This time we're entering a Tier 3 instance, meaning the core area's beasts range from levels 20 to 30. But to reach the core area, we must start from the outermost zone with monsters below level 10 and gradually work our way inward. The map shows that heading north from here, 2 kilometers away lies the territory of level 10-20 monsters. Maintain formation, let's go. As they walked, Lin Qingqing briefed Chen Feng on the team composition. Mr. Chen, let me introduce the other members of our team to facilitate our cooperation later. She pointed to the girl who had been called Xiaoya earlier and said, Xiaoya, level 21 priest. Pointing to one of the remaining boys with a fringe, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhou Bingluan, 22nd level summoner. Finally, she pointed to a man with a crew cut. Wu Guang, level 22 archer. I'm a level 23 ice mage. Let's all get acquainted. After the introductions, Chen Feng nodded to the group. However, the remaining 3 teammates seemed unimpressed, offering only a cold nod in return. Lin Qingqing glanced at her smartwatch and promptly directed the team northward. Zhou Bingluan summoned his pet, a massive bear over 2 meters tall, which strode at the front of the group. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow whizzed past Chen Feng's ear, startling him with a sudden ringing in his ears. Whoosh! It struck a wild boar in the grass directly. Ding! Your party has slain a level 7 demon beast wild boar. You have gained 7 vitality points. Humans gain vitality points by slaying demonic beasts. For teams entering dungeons, vitality point distribution is set by the team leader. Lin Qingqing's HP distribution settings were: the Slayer receives 50%, Xiaoya as the support role gets 20%, and the remaining 10% is split evenly among the rest. No one raised any objections. Chen Feng, experiencing his first dungeon run, finally gained long-awaited HP. He opened his stats panel with a hint of excitement. Chen Feng, level 1 HP 7100. Seeing his health points finally begin to rise on his personal panel, Chen Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Once his health points reached the required threshold, he could level up. At the same time, vitality directly and tangibly improved one's physical constitution. Even a high-level priest could easily outmatch some low-level combat classes in physical prowess alone. At this rate, as long as his teammates could take down 15 level 7 boars, he'd level up to level 2 without lifting a finger. He felt a quiet thrill. All that hard work studying had paid off, and getting something for free felt amazing. Xiaohei, scout ahead. Zhou Bingluan skillfully guided the giant bear deeper into the jungle. Soon, a series of snarls echoed from ahead. The giant bear was locked in combat with over a dozen boars, crushing one dead with just 2 or 3 swipes. Before Chen Feng could even approach, the remaining boars were instantly killed by archers and ice mages. Chen Feng heard the long-awaited sound of leveling up. In areas inhabited by beasts below level 10, the group plowed through with near total disregard, essentially one-shotting everything. Soon they reached the territory of second-tier beasts, those ranging from levels 10 to 20. Chen Feng successfully leveled up to level 6. Roar! A massive bear roared furiously ahead, and an arrow whistled through the air. Ding! Your party has slain a level 15 wind wolf. You have gained 30 HP. Awoo! Alert! The wind wolf is summoning its pack. We'll likely face a wolf pack attack soon. Everyone, watch your positioning, huddle around that rock formation. Except for Chen Feng, the remaining 3 swiftly formed a defensive circle around the boulder. Their seamless coordination clearly wasn't something developed overnight. The giant bear stood at the very front, maintaining a 10-meter distance from the others. The summoner, priest, and mage positioned themselves with their backs against the rock. The archer deftly scrambled onto the boulder, knocked an arrow, and fixed the group with eagle-like focus. Chen Feng glanced back at the others, his expression asking, "What about me?" Chen, if you can't handle it, just stand back. After all, you're only level 6. Lin Qingqing looked at Chen Feng with some hesitation. Keeping him out felt wrong, he was a melee class after all. But letting him go and risked him getting wiped out immediately. Xiaoya, keep an eye on Chen with your skills. Got it. With that, Xiaoya cast a defensive skill on the giant bear. She stuck out her tongue and said with a hint of pride, "Sorry, I messed up the skill placement." Chen Feng ignored her little trick, positioning himself just off to the giant bear's side. Moments later, rustling sounds came from the grass. As the sounds grew denser, a piercing wolf howl erupted, and in an instant, over 100 wind wolves burst from the grass. Lin Qingqing's pupils contracted. This third-tier dungeon hasn't been fought in a long time. The tamed beasts have grown wild. I never imagined there'd be so many wind wolves. Everyone stay alert. Beast masters, if you can't handle it, fall back a bit. Priests, keep buffs up. The priest, seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, cast a defensive holy light over Chen Feng. Chen Feng stretched his arms. Retreat? A scar on a man's back is a mark of shame. Long-armed ape spirit, manifest. With his 512% attribute bonus and the 100% strength defense boost from his long-armed ape spirit, his strength and defense at level 6 had reached a terrifying 150 points. This equaled the strength attribute of a level 25 F-class warrior. Unlike other classes, Beast Masters could only add 1 point each to strength, defense, speed, and spirit per level. Other classes, however, gain an additional 5 attribute points per level based on their class-specific bonuses on top of the base point. For example, a warrior gains 1 point in each attribute plus an additional 5 points in strength per level, totaling 6 points in strength, 1 in defense, 1 in agility, and 1 in spirit. This inherently leaves Beastmasters far behind in attribute gains, explaining why the Beastmaster class is rated only F. Fortunately, Beastmasters can contract spirit beasts to gain attribute bonuses. Take Chen Feng's contracted long-armed ape, for instance, which provides a 100% bonus to both strength and defense. But a spirit beast of this caliber? That's not something just anyone can obtain. With Chen Feng's current stats, even compared to an A-class warrior profession, his 64% attribute bonus equates to the strength points achievable only at level 15. A level 15 A-rank warrior would have no reason to fear a demon beast of the same level, especially when also possessing equivalent defense. Roar! Chen Feng's body shot upward instantly, his entire form covered in blue-gray monkey fur, appearing even taller than when he'd been outside the dungeon moments before. He slammed both fists against his chest, unleashing a deafening roar that sent the charging wind wolf stumbling, nearly toppling it to the ground. Now, the 2-meter-tall giant bear beside him looked like a mere infant. Chen Feng swiftly uprooted a nearby ginkgo tree, stripping away its excess branches with a single motion. A tree trunk over 10 meters long was held effortlessly in his hands. He hoisted the trunk onto his shoulder, radiating an aura of invincible resolve. Chapter 4, Why am I always the one getting hurt? Gazing up at Chen Feng towering 10 meters above them, the remaining 4 members of the team were stunned once more by the sight before them, despite having witnessed it just moments ago. Chen Feng, facing the howling pack of wind wolves, wasted no words. With a sweeping strike, he instantly sent over a dozen wolves flying. Then, with a single, powerful blow, he smashed 7 wind wolves in a straight line into mincemeat. Watching his experience points surge rapidly, Chen Feng felt elated. But the 4 in the back row stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Xiaoya, pinch me. Am I hallucinating? Is this even possible for a Beastmaster? Zhou Bingluan stared in disbelief, even forgetting to command Shohei to fight. Wu Guang, who had been preparing to draw his bow, slackened the string. The front line was completely impenetrable, not even a single wind wolf could get through. But he's only level 6. Xiaoya covered Zhang Cheng's gaping mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. He's already level 9 now, Lin Qingqing added. She reaffirmed her choice, the long-armed ape, an ancient divine monkey, was no ordinary beast spirit. Watching the wind wolves retreat step by step, baring their teeth and forming a defensive stance, they dared not advance again. Wu Guang plopped down on a rock, produced a handful of melon seeds from somewhere, and began cracking them open with relish. Zhou Bingluan swallowed hard with difficulty, muttering in awe, this Beastmaster class is insane. Is there something wrong with that F rank rating? Wu Guang flicked the sunflower seed shell aside. Spit. Forget about that Beastmaster job rating for now. When you guys were dissing it outside the dungeon earlier, I didn't say a word. You better hope he doesn't come after you later. Cold sweat trickled down Zhou Bingluan's forehead as he shot a pleading glance at Lin Qingqing. Chen Feng doesn't seem like the petty type. At least for now, we're teammates, he won't do anything to you. But once we're out of the dungeon, well, good luck. Zhou Bingluan's eyes widened at Lin Qingqing's words. His mind raced, replaying his earlier remarks. Had he gone too far? Then he smiled wryly to himself, thank goodness that idiot Huoja drew the hate. Once we're out of the dungeon, the life and death arena will be quite the spectacle. Just then, another wolf howl echoed from behind the pack. Arg! The wolves' eyes glowed blood red as they charged relentlessly toward the group once more. The Wolf King is enraged. Stop messing around and prepare for battle. Over 100 wind wolves, seemingly stripped of reason, charged mindlessly at the group, oblivious to the casualties among their own ranks. Watching the wolves advance, Chen Feng once again swung his tree trunk until it spun round and round. Yet the pack charged forward as if they had no fear of death, heedless of their own lives. Soon, some wind wolves broke through the front defensive line. Fortunately, the team's overall strength was high. Everyone except Chen Feng was above level 20. The wind wolves that slipped through the front lines posed little threat to them. At the front, Chen Feng was already wielding the ginkgo trunk, slaughtering wolves left and right. Not far away, Shohei refused to be outdone. Empowered by Zhou Bingluan's skills, he roared and snarled as he grappled with several wind wolves. Xiaoya felt a wave of fear wash over her. She had taunted Chen Feng just as much as Zhou Bingluan had. Now, she focused her attention on Chen Feng, casting healing spells one after another. Under the buffs of a level 20+ priest, the wind wolves, already difficult to approach, posed no threat whatsoever to Feng Shang. Lin Qingqing swung her staff, unleashing a barrage of control spells. Any wind wolves that managed to break through the front lines were instantly shot dead by the archers on the stone platform before they could reach the party. Wu Guang on the stone platform had shed his earlier playful demeanor. His hands flew over the bowstring at maximum speed, sending arrows flying. Nearly every shot struck a wind wolf's vital spot with precision. 5 minutes later, the pack retreated with a final howl, leaving only a field of wolf corpses behind. From the rear of the pack, a massive wind wolf, bulky as a wild bull, slowly stepped forward. Level 20 boss, Swift Wind Wolf King. With the boss's attribute bonuses, this one should be significantly stronger than the previous wind wolves. Everyone, be careful. Lin Qingqing warned. The Swift Wind Wolf King suddenly accelerated, lunging toward Chen Feng's position. Its speed left a blurred afterimage in its wake. Chen Feng swung his heavy staff in a sweeping motion, but the high-leaping Swift Wind Wolf King dodged it. Just as it seemed poised to close in on Chen Feng, the Swift Wind Wolf King executed an eerie sliding tackle, shifting its attack toward Xiao He on the side. Xiao He couldn't react in time and was instantly seized by the Wind Wolf King, its bare leg clamped in its jaws as it was flung aside. It could only be said that the Swift Wind Wolf King's speed was truly too fast. All its bursts of power occurred in an instant. Xiao He had a bare leg torn off. The priest cast a healing spell on Xiao He, and his flesh rapidly regenerated. Seizing this opening, the Wolf King suddenly broke through the front line and lunged toward the vulnerable rear ranks. Lin Qingqing swung her staff, but her reliably effective free spell only managed to slow the Wind Wolf slightly. The archer drew his bow, and an arrow with a crimson glowing tip shot toward the Wolf King's eye. The Wolf King merely tilted its head slightly. The arrow tore through its ear and plunged deep into the ground. Sensing danger, the Wolf King opened its gaping maw, unleashing a crescent-shaped wind blade that shot toward Lin Qingqing. Clearly, the Wolf King's intelligence had recognized that its greatest advantage, speed, had been significantly diminished under this woman's control. It could no longer be fully utilized. This creature had to be dealt with first. The instant the wind blade erupted from the wolf's jaws, Chen Feng, who had rushed back to aid, seized his moment. His massive club swung with devastating force, smashing into the wolf's skull from the side. Splinters flew from the sturdy ginkgo trunk. Without Lin Qingqing's control effect, Chen Fengshan's speed alone would have been insufficient to strike the Swift Wind Wolf King. Yet, he seized this fleeting opening with unwavering precision. Boom! A whoa! Ah! 3 distinct sounds echoed from 3 directions. The first was the trunk striking the Swift Wind Wolf King. The second was the howling wind as the Wind Wolf King soared through the air. The third was the sound of the wind blade, deflected off course, striking Zhou Bingluan. Blood trickled from the Wind Wolf King's mouth. Slammed 20 meters away by a single blow, its claws plowed 2 deep furrows into the earth. Barely regaining its footing, the Swift Wind Wolf King shook its head. Before it could fully recover, a tree trunk plummeted from above, crashing directly toward it. With no time to spare, the Swift Wind Wolf King executed a somersault on the spot, narrowly evading the powerful, heavy blow. It glared at Chen Feng, baring its teeth. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingluan, struck by the wind blade, had blood slowly trickling from his chest. A deep gash, exposed to the bone, was slowly healing under Xiaoya's healing. Sweat poured down Zhou Bingluan's face as pain seared through him. He thought bitterly, why am I always the one getting hurt? First it was my summoned beast, now it's me. After this entire battle. In the end, he alone bore the brunt of it all. At that moment, the Wolf King, its eyes bloodshot, lunged forward once more. Chapter 5, Beast Spirit. The Wind Wolf opened its jaws once more, unleashing a gust of wind blades. Chen Feng hurriedly blocked it with his arm. The moment the wind blade erupted, the Wolf King followed up with a charge at Chen Feng. The Wind Wolf leapt swiftly up the trunk of the ginkgo tree. It opened its jaws, aiming for the neck of Chen Feng, who was shielded by his arm and thus out of the wolf's line of sight. The wind blade struck Chen Feng's arm with a sharp thud, blood spattering everywhere. Feeling the gale force wind from the side, Chen Feng ignored the pain in his arm and instinctively shrugged his shoulders. The Wolf King's jaws sank into Chen Feng's shoulder. Chen Feng seized the moment, clamping the wolf's narrow jaws between his head and shoulder. He reached out, grabbed the wolf's head, and yanked it downward. The force of the pull tore away a large chunk of bloody flesh, causing Chen Feng to wince in pain. Enraged, he clamped both hands tightly around the Wolf King's jaws and wrenched with all his might. With a deafening roar, he snapped the Wind Wolf King's lower jawbone clean off. The lower half of the Wolf King's jaw dangled at an unnatural angle from its head. It must be said that the Wolf King possessed formidable vitality even in this state, its life force remained strong. Wolf claws tore viciously at Chen Feng's body. His monkey fur-covered arms were scratched to a bloody pulp. Chen Feng picked up a tree trunk from the ground and thrust it straight into the Wolf King's mouth. Nucleic acid test, get acquainted. With a sudden thrust, he impaled the Wolf King straight through. The bull-like Swiftwind Wolf King was impaled on the log, blood gushing everywhere. The frenzied claws finally slowed, twitching a few times before going still. Seeing their leader slain, the pack scattered in panic, retreating swiftly until they vanished into the jungle. Chen Feng gazed after the retreating wolves with a hint of reluctance. To him, they were nothing but pure, white experience points. Hold on, buddy, I'll let you win. Lin Qingqing swallowed hard, unable to bear the sight of the Wind Wolf King's gruesome death. Chen Fengxiang finally collapsed onto the ground. The immense energy drain had left him unable to sustain his transformation. His nearly 14-foot frame gradually shrank back to normal size as he gasped for breath on the ground. Lacerations on his arms still oozed blood, and the pale, exposed bone beneath was faintly visible. His collarbone was exposed on his shoulder, blood staining half his chest crimson. Xiaoya cast healing spells one after another, gradually sealing the wounds. Feeling the searing pain throughout his body, Chen Feng looked up at his level, which had skyrocketed to 16, and felt it was all worth it. Honestly, you didn't have to push yourself so hard. If we'd worked together, a level 20 boss wouldn't have been much of a threat. Lin Qingqing approached, holding out a clean handkerchief to Chen Feng. Chen Feng inwardly grumbled, if I don't push myself, I'll only get 10% experience. But if I go all out, I get 50% and that's a level 20 boss. For him right now, experience was the most crucial thing he lacked. This is my professional integrity. As long as I don't fall, I won't give the enemy a chance to hit the backline. Lin Qingqing watched the blood-soaked figure and felt a warmth in her heart. This beastkin, barely level 16, gave her an endless sense of security. Wu Guang approached from behind, handing Chen Feng a bag of sunflower seeds. Here, crack some seeds and take a breather. It was only at this moment that Changshan First High's elite squad formally accepted Chen Feng. A frontline fighter willing to battle fiercely for the rear ranks deserved everyone's respect. Look at this. Zhou Bingluan stared at the corpse of the Swiftwind Wolf King, his eyes gleaming. A mass of emerald-green spiritual energy gathered on the Swiftwind Wolf King's corpse. Slowly, it transformed into a soul orb the size of a thumb. A beast spirit. Everyone exclaimed in unison, watching the spirit core of the Swiftwind Wolf King breathe rapidly before them. Who would have thought the Swiftwind Wolf King could drop a beast spirit? I've run this dungeon countless times, but this is my first time seeing one. Me too. This Swiftwind Wolf King spirit core should fetch at least 3 million credits. It'll fetch far more than 3 million. The Swiftwind Wolf King is wind attributed, excelling in both attack and speed. I recall a Swiftwind Wolf King spirit core selling for nearly 5 million at an auction before. The group gasped at the astronomical figure. For a group of high schoolers, this figure was almost beyond their comprehension of money. Only Lin Qingqing remained unfazed. As the daughter of Changshan's wealthiest family, the Lin clan, she had never known a shortage of money her entire life. Money was merely a concept to her. Lin Qingqing extended her slender jade-like fingers and grasped the beast spirit in her palm. Does everyone still remember the rules we set when our team was first formed? Xiaoya's eyes instantly dimmed. Any loot obtained from dungeons that matches a team member's profession, regardless of value, belongs solely to that member. Lin Qingqing smiled faintly. Excellent. You haven't forgotten our founding principles in the face of gain. By the rules, this beast spirit is an essential item for the Beastmaster class. And currently, Chen Feng is the only Beastmaster in our squad. Therefore, as team leader, I assign this beast spirit to Chen Feng. Any objections? Though the other three coveted it, the rules were clear. Chen Feng's strength was undeniable, and none dared tempt fate. They could only nod in agreement. Chen Feng accepted the beast spirit of the Swiftwind Wolf King, feeling a surge of excitement. He had just reached level 10, allowing him to refine another spirit beast. What perfect timing to obtain one directly. Though the Swiftwind Wolf King's spirit couldn't compare to that of the long-armed ape. Once he obtained superior beast spirits later on, he could simply replace the Swiftwind Wolf King spirit. The only drawback would be losing one Swiftwind Wolf King spirit pill. Though Chen Feng was currently penniless, he believed that with his growing strength, resources would soon be plentiful. Without hesitation, he refined the Swiftwind Wolf King's beast spirit. First, each beast spirit provided attribute bonuses, allowing him to gain more vitality points in dungeons. This would help him level up faster. Secondly, consuming the spirit essence in front of everyone would prevent others from harboring greedy thoughts. After all, this was his first time teaming up with these four, and he had no desire to test their humanity. Seeing the 50% speed attribute boost, Chen Feng's heart swelled with delight. His long-armed ape spirit excelled in strength and defense, but its large size naturally made it slower. This Swiftwind Wolf King spirit perfectly compensated for that weakness. The group gathered to adjust their states. The Swiftwind Wolf King's behavior is unusual. Just then, Lin Qingqing's words broke the silence. What do you mean? As far as I know, wind wolves possess a certain level of intelligence. When encountering creatures they cannot overpower, they retreat respectfully. But after the pack's initial retreat, they didn't withdraw completely. Instead, under the king's command, they launched a second charge. Later on, the Wolf King even charged at us recklessly, as if he didn't care about his own life. If I'm not mistaken, I suspect it was protecting something. At these words, everyone's eyes lit up. It is common knowledge that the birth of rare treasures is often guarded by powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, within the territory of the Swiftwind Wolf King, there might be some rare treasure about to emerge. That sounds promising. Should we go check it out? Xiaoya's eyes flashed with greed. Why not? Everyone, prepare yourselves. We'll head toward the Swiftwind Wolf King's territory in 10 minutes. Chapter 6, The Meaning of Teamwork. After a brief rest, the five ventured deeper into the Wind Wolves' territory. After walking for about 5 minutes, they saw the wolf pack howling mournfully ahead. They seemed highly resistant to these uninvited guests. They're not retreating. That means we must be close. The Wind Wolves, having witnessed the group's formidable strength, trembled in fear. Yet they held their ground, refusing to yield an inch. Priest, buff me up. Chen Feng wouldn't pass up such a juicy pool of health points. He roared, transformed, and charged straight into the wolf pack. A white light enveloped Chen Feng as the priest skillfully cast a defensive buff upon him. Chen Feng was now a level 16 Beastmaster, far surpassing ordinary Wind Wolves in rank. With an SSS tier 512% attribute bonus and the additional 50% speed boost from fusing with the Swift Wind Wolf King's Beast Spirit earlier, the entire 13-foot-tall gibbon swept through the Wind Wolf pack like an 18-level tornado. Wherever it passed, utter devastation followed. The rear ranks sucked in a collective breath. This was a Beastmaster with only a 2% class bonus? Little did they know that Chen Feng now possessed SSS tier class bonuses to his strength, compounded by the enhancements from fusing with the Beast Spirit. His strength and defense had reached a terrifying 1024%. After fusing with the Wind Wolf Spirit, his speed had also reached 768%. Such terrifying stats made defeating ordinary Wind Wolves as easy as an adult beating a 3-year-old child. He seems more agile than before. He's already level 16 now. Even compared to us, he's not that far behind. He's definitely not the same as when he first entered the dungeon. Wu Guang started cracking sunflower seeds again. Xiaoya sighed. Maybe we've been too biased against the Beastmaster class before. As a priest with an A-tier talent, my base stat bonuses hit 64%. Add skill bonuses and it nearly doubles. But compared to a Beastmaster, it feels like nothing. Zhou Bingluan lay lazily on Xiao Hei's back. Beastmasters are one thing, but Chen Feng is another. He's beyond being measured by ordinary Beastmaster standards. Could he have awakened some hidden class? Lin Qingqing kept her eyes fixed on Chen Feng, who was slaughtering enemies ahead. Impossible. I checked the school database. Our class has no hidden classes. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. We should be grateful to be his teammates. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Feng had slaughtered over 100 Wind Wolves. Ah, what a pity. After my levels surpassed the Wind Wolves, the health points I gained weakened. Taking down over 100 of them didn't even get me a single level up. He glanced back at his 4 teammates. Only Lin Qingqing stood still, holding her staff. The other 3 were already sitting on the ground resting. Zhou Bingluan was even curled up in Xiao Hei's arms. What a giant stuffed animal. No wonder these guys can't be bothered to come kill monsters. At their levels in the 20s, the experience they get from killing Wind Wolves is probably even less than mine. Chen Feng approached the group, shifting back to his normal human size. Hey, you guys, move a little. It's exhausting killing monsters all by myself. Wu Guang finished cracking the last sunflower seed in his hand and rubbed his palms together. You move too fast. I'm afraid I'll miss and hit your monkey, but instead. It's bright red like a bullseye, and I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. Chen Feng instinctively covered his butt. Alright, let's keep moving forward and see what exactly they're guarding. Lin Qingqing called out to the group. Behind the dead wolves lay a cave about 10 feet tall. The group formed a formation and entered the cave. Xiao Hei led the way at the front, followed by Chen Feng. The 3 rear guards followed closely behind. Before long, the 5 had advanced several dozen meters. The deeper they went, the more humid the cave became, the air thick with a foul, fishy stench. No light penetrated the cavern. Now the entrance appeared as a tiny speck, barely larger than a soybean, in the distance. The group activated the powerful flashlights they had prepared in their backpacks before entering the dungeon. They rounded a corner. The cave suddenly opened up into a vast space, so large that their voices echoed. Look! What's over there? Following the light, the group saw a half-meter-tall vermilion sapling glowing faintly. The blood crystal grass ranked 74th in the herbal classic. Entirely vermilion, with leaves like pig ears, growing 1 inch every 10 years. Chen Feng announced. His 5 years of study hadn't been wasted. He'd mastered everything from astronomy and geography to postpartum care for sows. For the sake of points, he had delved into nearly every field. He knew the compendium of herbs, which catalogued the continent's rare treasures, inside out. Lin Qingqing was also quite excited. It is indeed blood essence grass. Who would have thought such a place could nurture it? If this were in the 10,000 mountains, a spirit herb of this caliber wouldn't be guarded by mere level 10 wind wolves. Wu Guang, standing nearby, was curious. After all this talk, what exactly is this thing good for? Lin Qingqing examined it with her flashlight for a while longer before sighing. Ah, we're too late. The fruit has already been picked. Legend has it that blood essence grass only grows where the essence blood of 8th tier or higher spirit beasts nourishes the earth after their demise. The blood essence grass bears a single blood spirit fruit every 10 years. Consuming it enhances a demon beast's bloodline power and carries a chance of inducing mutation. It's a coveted treasure fiercely sought after by the Beastmaster lineage. Zhou Bingluan plopped down onto the ground. Why? Why, after finally encountering a spirit herb exclusive to beast masters, is there no fruit? That damn Swiftwind Wolf King must have eaten it. Arg, I'm going out to flog its corpse. Just then, a bone-chilling sensation washed over Chen Feng. Shoo! Quiet! Listen! Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. A faint sound came from above their heads, and a tuft of dust scattered down from the cave ceiling. They sensed the faint movement overhead, barely perceptible, yet clearly indicating something substantial was present. Chen Feng's flashlight swept upward abruptly. SSSSS. A massive snake head, as large as a small car, stared intently at them. Its enormous vertical pupils were as wide as bowls. Its scales glinted with a sinister, icy sheen. Run! Chen Feng roared, urging everyone toward the cave entrance. Xiaoya froze in place, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't move and began to cry out loud. Realizing it had been discovered, the giant serpent abandoned its concealment and lunged toward the group at breakneck speed. Lin Qingqing saw this and cast a freeze spell at it, but it had no effect whatsoever. Having already run over 10 meters, she glanced back at Xiaoya, collapsed and limp on the ground. Gritting her teeth, she turned back. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng roared at Lin Qingqing as she turned back. As the team leader, I won't abandon any of my teammates. Chapter 7, The Golden Thread Snake King. Lin Qingqing shouted as she ran. As the massive tongue closed in, a foul stench wafted from the gaping snake's maw. Just as it was about to bite Xiaoya, a black bear plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the serpent's head. Immediately afterward, a sharp whistling sound filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot simultaneously, aimed straight for the giant snake's eyes. The serpent's head, knocked slightly off center by Xiaohei's impact, closed its eyes as the arrows hurtled toward it. The 3 arrows struck the serpent's head, sending sparks flying. The metallic clang of steel against steel echoed through the air. In that instant, Lin Qingqing grabbed Xiaoya off the ground and sprinted backward. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at his teammates' reflexes. What defines a team? It's an organization where you can trust your teammates with your back. Faced with an overwhelming foe, they didn't abandon each other. Instead, the moment the captain made his decision, each person played their part and worked together seamlessly. Chen Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He never imagined that these teammates, who seemed so carefree and easygoing, could rise to this level when danger struck. The giant serpent slithered swiftly, its massive body dragging a trail of tumbling rocks through the cave. It was about to catch up to Lin Qingqing and Xiaoya. A swift wind wolf, as sturdy as a young bull, launched itself from the side with pinpoint accuracy. The collision sent the serpent's head reeling. Roar! A roar that shook the entire cave erupted. Before the swift wind wolf could steady itself, it transformed into a giant ape standing 4 zhang tall. Chen Feng leapt high into the air. He clenched his fists together and slammed them viciously into the snake's head. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the immense force sent the snake reeling, its head spinning. The massive tail lashed out toward Chen Fengshan's body. The giant ape roared in human speech. Run! The 4 watched Chen Fengshan locked in combat with the colossal serpent, their hearts torn with conflict. Chen Fengshan's monkey tail, thick as a water barrel, swept the 4 of them back toward the narrow cave entrance. Lin Qingqing's eyes flashed with resolve. By my spirit, I summon the ice goddess. Guard and fortify. Mystic ice armor. With a wave of her staff, a visible blast of frigid air surged toward Chen Fengshan. A layer of hardened ice armor instantly formed over his massive frame. As if drained of all her spiritual energy by the spell, Lin Qingqing collapsed onto the ground. Chen Feng's eyes blazed crimson as he roared at the 4 figures in the tunnel. Take her away. Wu Guang gritted his teeth, grabbed the 2 women, and sprinted toward the exit, with Zhou Bingluan close behind. The battle within the cave shook the mountain itself. Rocks flew everywhere in the passageway. Just as the 4 emerged, the tunnel collapsed, burying the entrance completely. The 4 at the entrance felt like survivors of a catastrophe. Yet their eyes were filled with profound sorrow. Chen Fengshan had sacrificed himself to save them. Xiaoya wept, her face streaked with tears. Why, it's all my fault. I held everyone back at the crucial moment. I should have been the one to die in there, not Chen Fengshan. Xiaoya couldn't help but recall that figure always with a blade of grass between his teeth, wearing flip-flops. They'd only known each other for a few hours. Before even entering the dungeon, she'd been mocking him. Yet at the critical moment, he sacrificed his life to save her. He was so dazzlingly brilliant. Such a prodigy. Yet for her sake, he had sacrificed a bright future. Wu Guang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance, motionless. After a long moment, he managed to speak with difficulty. Is he still alive? Lin Qingqing sat weakly on the ground, her lips pale and devoid of color. The forbidden spell had not only drained her of all spiritual energy but also caused massive loss of vital energy, dropping her level from 23 to 21. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Golden thread snakes are third-tier demon beasts, typically ranging from level 20 to 25. But judging by the size of that golden thread snake just now, it was hundreds of times larger than a normal one. It must have consumed a blood crystal fruit and mutated. So the Swiftwind Wolf King was merely a pawn. The true guardian is this golden thread snake king. Judging by its size, it's at least a level 30 boss tier creature. My skills couldn't even scratch it, even with Chen Feng's level 16 stats. Our chances of survival are practically zero. After blurting out all this in one breath, she coughed violently, spitting out streaks of blood. Xiaoya wept as she continuously poured healing spells onto Lin Qingqing, as if only this could ease the pain in her heart. Zhou Bingluan collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. Xiao He had sacrificed himself earlier to stop the giant serpent from harming Lin Qingqing and Xiaoya. To summon him again would require at least 3 days of incubation. A summoner without a summoned beast was little better than a worthless. Xiao He's sacrifice was bearable, he could be summoned again after incubation. But that worthless trash he had initially looked down upon had stayed behind forever to protect the 4 of them. He didn't know how to process this. He hadn't held much regard for Chen Feng to begin with. Yet in that fleeting moment just now, he felt utterly insignificant compared to Chen Feng. He hated his own uselessness, hated his own snobbish judgment. Clenching his jaw, he lashed out at himself with 2 hard slaps across his face. Wu Guang, by contrast, remained the calmest among them. Composure was a marksman's professional duty. Everyone, pull yourselves together. We all have our own destinies. Today, he sacrificed himself for us. From now on, his mother is my mother. We will take care of his family, support them in their old age, and see them off when the time comes. Our top priority now is to return to the dungeon entrance and get out immediately. With our current combat strength, we can no longer venture into the territory of third-tier demon beasts. Lin Qingqing glanced at the sobbing Xiaoya, the dejected Zhou Bingluan, and her own state before nodding softly. Alright, let's head for the dungeon entrance. Inside the cave, Chen Feng was knocked flat by the massive serpent's tail strike. With strength and defense 10 times greater than his own, he could almost match the giant serpent. But in terms of speed and mental prowess, he was still significantly weaker. He remained constantly wary of the serpent's fangs. A single bite could easily poison him to death. With Lin Qingqing's final ice armor buff, Chen Feng suddenly found himself locked in a stalemate with the serpent. Neither could gain the upper hand. As the serpent's tail lashed out again, Chen Feng leapt over it, seizing the tail in mid-air. With a roar, he hoisted the colossal serpent into the air. The 30-meter-long serpent's body was whipped into a straight line. Roaring, he slammed the serpent's head violently against the wall. The impact sent fragments of stone flying everywhere. In an instant, scales began falling from the serpent's body alongside the debris, and trickles of blood seeped from its skin. In agony, the serpent twisted its body violently, coiling its massive form around Chen Feng's arm. Chen Feng's massive hand, over 2 meters long, clamped down on the serpent's throat to prevent it from biting him. The serpent's body coiled tightly around Chen Feng's torso. In an instant, the monkey and the serpent found themselves locked in a stalemate. As the ice armor on Chen Feng shattered, the serpent tightened its coils around him. He strained to pull the serpent's head outward. The immense force straining against his body felt as though it would snap his bones. Chen Feng forced his head to inch forward bit by bit. Now. Chapter 8, he sacrificed himself. Just as he was about to suffocate, the giant snake's mouth finally wrapped around his neck at the vital spot. Its massive head opened wide, revealing 2 fangs over a foot long. He lunged forward and bit down on the serpent's vital spot. The pain made the serpent tighten its coils around him even more fiercely. Chen Feng felt his ribs snapping one by one as the pressure on his jaw intensified. Ding, you have absorbed the spiritual blood of the 4th-tier mutant Golden Thread Snake King, granting you the special ability, immunity to all poisons. Chen Feng had no time to ponder. He lunged at the serpent's vital spot, biting and sucking with fury. He had to kill the serpent before it strangled him to death. It was a battle of endurance. Eventually, Chen Feng could only feel his breathing grow labored, his entire body reeling from the fumes until his vision blurred. His movements at the snake's throat slowed to a crawl. Finally, with a thunderous crash, his massive body went black before his eyes, and he collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Outside the cave, facing a dungeon where danger could strike at any moment, the 4 dared not linger. They made their way straight to the dungeon entrance. Passing through a teleportation gate, the 4 were transported outside the dungeon. Outside every instance, a teacher was stationed to provide timely medical assistance to students trapped inside. Typically, the duration for entering a dungeon was 24 hours. After 24 hours, the people in the dungeon will be automatically teleported here. However, to prevent injured students from exiting prematurely, dedicated staff members are stationed here at all times. Outside the dungeon, staff members dozed off in reclining chairs. The students had been inside the dungeon he was guarding for 7 hours already. Based on past experience, few students emerge within 10 hours. So he had stolen a moment of sleep amidst the busyness. Just then, a loud thud echoed. Zhou Bingluan slammed his palm down on the staff desk. The tea on the desk splashed everywhere. The staff member jumped up from his chair like a startled fish. "Damn it, you little bastard. I just found some money in my dream and didn't even get to spend it yet." He cut himself off mid-sentence, seemingly sensing the tense atmosphere within the group, forcing the rest of his words back down his throat. They had clearly entered as 5 people, but only 4 emerged. One of them was pale as a ghost, clearly badly injured. Another was weeping uncontrollably, as if someone had perished inside. He quickly dialed the rescue number. "Hello? Section 301, intersection. We have casualties requiring medical attention." Soon after, 2 staff members arrived with a stretcher and carried Lin Qingqing away. Just then, a figure arrived upon hearing the news. It was Huozhe, whom they had been waiting for. He glanced at the remaining 3. "Oh, come on. Judging by your looks, Chen Feng must have given you guys a real beating, huh? Where is he? Could it be he's too scared to face me in the life or death arena, hiding like a coward instead?" Wu Guang's eyes widened in fury. You want to fight to the death? Let's go. Right now." Xiaoya, who had tears in her eyes moments ago, suddenly looked determined. "I'm coming too." Zhou Bingluan stepped forward angrily. "Count me in." Huozhe stared at the 3 of them in disbelief, his mind filled with question marks. Everything was fine just moments ago. How did this happen so suddenly? He intended to challenge Chen Feng to a life or death duel because he was confident he could dominate him. He'd even planned how to humiliate him on the stage. He planned to cripple both his legs and arms. If Chen Feng then agreed to call him grandfather and crawl between his legs, he might spare his life. But he never imagined things would turn out like this. The 3 opponents were all top 10 students at Changshan First High School, none of them pushovers. Especially Wu Guang, known as the school's top archer. If he really forced him into a life or death battle with him, who would end up dead was anyone's guess. "Are you out of your minds?" Huozhe felt awkward, his face burning as students gathered around to gawk at the spectacle. "If you want to die, wait until I'm done with Chen Feng. I'll deal with each of you later. Right now, Xiaoyi has no time for you." Zhou Bingluan scoffed. "You? Taking on Chen Fengshang? Don't you even have the sense to take a piss and see how much you're worth? If it weren't for your old man feeding you all those resources, a worthless piece of trash like you wouldn't even stand a chance against me. I could beat you to death without even using my summoned beast." He even waved his staff in the air for emphasis. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Why is Zhou Bingluan suddenly defending Chen Fengshang? Did that good-for-nothing give them some kind of perk? No clue. Probably some under-the-table deal no one knows about. Probably Chen Fengshang was afraid to step onto the life and death arena, so he paid some price to get Zhou Bingluan and the others to stick their necks out for him. Wu Guang fixed his gaze on Huozhe. "If you want to step onto the life and death arena, I'll be your opponent anytime. Chen Fengshang? You're not even worthy of him lifting a finger." He then turned to Zhou Bingluan and the others. "Let's go. Don't waste our time with this scumbag." After the 3 departed, Huozhe stood frozen in place. A piece of trash? Unworthy of Chen Fengshang's attention? Insane. How much did he pay for this? He mentally cursed Chen Fengshang's entire lineage once more, thinking to himself that whether Chen Fengshang called him grandpa or not, he'd make sure to destroy this good-for-nothing. Only then would today's frustration be avenged. Senior Year Faculty Office. "Teacher Lu, your class's Chen Fengshang has been killed." Wu Guang stood in the office reporting the situation to Chen Fengshang's homeroom teacher. Teacher Lu's hand trembled as he wrote, a hint of secret delight stirring within him. Without this dead weight dragging down the class average, his graduation rate this year could improve slightly. If handled well, it might even be an opportunity to be promoted to grade director. Yet his face wore a sorrowful expression. The path of the martial artist is fraught with danger and countless hardships. Every year, some remain forever in the dungeon in pursuit of self-improvement. As Chen Fengshang's homeroom teacher, I am deeply grieved. I hope you can find solace in your sorrow. After Wu Guang and the others left, he crossed his legs, humming a tune as he deleted Chen Fengshang's name from the class roster. Inside the cave, after an unknown span of time, Chen Fengshang slowly regained consciousness. A metallic sweetness filled his mouth. He lay beside the massive serpent, now returned to its original size. Watching the colossal serpent's motionless form before him, he smiled faintly. He had won his gamble. Before he had passed out, he had managed to bite through the serpent's gallbladder. Feeling the aching pain radiating through his body, he opened his attribute panel. Chen Feng. Level, 21 HP 72 41 42,000. Strength, 307. Defense, 307. Speed, 230. Spirit, 153. Class, Beastmaster SSS rank. Beast form abilities, Gibbon, Swiftwind Wolf King. Skills, immunity to all poisons passive. Who would have thought a golden thread Snake King could actually level me up by a full 5 levels? With my current strength and defense, I can practically match any S-rank strength or defense class at this level. Chen Feng calculated his attribute bonuses, 307 strength points. Even a level 21 S-rank strength class wouldn't surpass that. But S-rank class ratings? There were probably only a handful in all of Changshan. At least in their cohort, the highest rank at Changshan First High was a class. Chapter 9, Ghost. Chen Feng shone his flashlight around the giant serpent's body for a long time, hoping to find another beast spirit. After rummaging for ages, he found nothing. In the end, he could only forcefully pry out 2 sharp fangs and stash them in his backpack. These are almost as valuable as ivory now. He smiled to himself as he examined the icy cold fangs. Materials from high-tier demon beasts were prized by alchemists. These 2 fangs were not only incredibly hard and sharp but also carried a potent venom. If crafted into daggers, they would surely fetch a good price. After searching the area for quite some time, Chen Feng finally uprooted a blood crystal grass by the roots. Though not as valuable as the blood crystal fruit, it still held some worth. Adhering to his principle of not wasting anything, Chen Feng, being a penniless soul, couldn't bear to leave any valuable item behind. He only regretted that his backpack was too small. Ha! What's this? The moment he pulled the blood crystal grass from the ground, a bowl-sized, scale-like object emerged from its root system. Chen Feng picked it up and examined it closely. A sudden pang of dread washed over him. The scales were engraved with intricate, profound runes, emanating an indescribable aura of antiquity. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the legendary dragon scale? He examined it over and over, unable to discern its purpose. Who cares? I'll just put it away for now. He glanced toward the cave entrance, his face clouded with worry. The narrow passageway had been sealed solidly shut with rocks. To escape, he could only wait for the 24-hour timer to end and be teleported out of the instance. Otherwise, he'd have to chip away at the cave wall bit by bit. He estimated that by the time he finished breaking through, it would be time to exit the instance anyway. In the end, he could only sit cross-legged on the ground and begin waiting in silence. At the hospital. Lin Qingqing lay still in her hospital bed. The room was crowded with people. Near the bedside stood the school principal, Li Zhenxiao. Lin Qingqing was his pride and joy. Setting aside the Lin family's influence behind her. But Lin Qingqing's own abilities were reason enough for him to treat her with special regard. After all, Lin Qingqing was the top student of this year's class at Changshan No. 1 High School. He was counting on this child to gain admission to the National Martial Arts Academy this year. It was no secret that Changshan No. 1 High School, one of the top institutions in Changshan, hadn't produced a single National Martial Arts Academy student in 3 consecutive years. As principal, the pressure on him was immense. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat entered. Everyone, please rest assured. After examination, Lin Qingqing is fine. She's merely experiencing weakness due to mental energy depletion. However, Li Zhenxiao's heart sank. But what? However, due to excessive use of her tightening technique, she depleted too much qi and blood, causing her level to drop to 21. Hearing this, Li Zhenxiao collapsed onto the hospital bed. At level 23, Lin Qingqing still had a glimmer of hope for the National Martial Arts Academy entrance exam. At level 21, her chances of passing the National Martial Arts Academy entrance exam were practically lower than getting struck by lightning. 3 years. Changshan First High School hadn't sent a single student to the National Martial Arts Academy in 3 full years. If none made it this year, he feared the Education Bureau would strip him of his title. He rose shakily to his feet, his head seemingly sprinkled with a few more strands of white hair. Lin Qingqing's homeroom teacher frowned deeply. Qingqing, is it worth it for a good-for-nothing? News of Lin Qingqing's squad had long spread throughout the school. But the versions circulating were distorted by hearsay. The classmates who came to visit Lin Qingqing in the room grew restless. Did you hear? Lin Qingqing forced that level 1 beast transformer to join her, nearly causing the entire team to wipe out. You mean that 5-year high school dropout, Chen Feng? Exactly. Word is before the raid, Chen Feng pulled some transformation trick to sneak his way into Lin Qingqing's team. Lin Qingqing sat up in her hospital bed, her gaze fixed firmly on the homeroom teacher as she declared. Teacher, you can't speak of him like that. He's not what you imagine him to be. Tears welled up in her eyes as she recalled the fallen figure of Gouda. A scar on a man's back is a mark of shame. It's my professional duty. As long as I don't fall, I won't give the enemy a chance to harm the rear. Tears welled up in her eyes, refusing to stay back. The homeroom teacher shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, young love is so harmful. Principal Li Zhenxiao rose unsteadily, his eyes filled with resignation. Qingqing, get some rest. We won't disturb you. We hope you can recover soon. After everyone left, Lin Qingqing was alone in the hospital room. She could no longer hold back. 2 clear tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes, which seemed to hold stars. After a night of fermenting rumors, the news that the Ice Queen, aloof for 3 years, and the school's sole 5th-year dropout were actually a couple spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Our school's queen bee, Lin Qingqing, is actually dating that loser Chen Feng. No way, you're kidding me. The top student in the grade dating the bottom of the class? Seriously? Rumor has it their secret relationship started over half a year ago, but word just got out now. I heard it's been over a year. Huozhe listened to the gossip swirling around him, grinding his teeth in fury. He never imagined that the girl he'd pursued for 3 years had been secretly dating that good-for-nothing Chen Feng all along. No wonder he insisted on bringing that useless guy on this dungeon run, risking losing a combatant. He deserved to die in that dungeon. Only then did Huozhe feel a little better. At the dungeon entrance, a staff member sat with legs crossed, sipping tea from a cup. A level 1 beast master trying to prove himself in a tier 3 dungeon? Sigh, isn't it better to just stay alive? 24 hours later, a flash of white light erupted, and Chen Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged, was kicked straight out of the dungeon. He stood up, walked over to the entrance staff, and tapped the table. "Teacher, I just came out of the dungeon. Could you register me? Chen Feng, Class 2, Year 3. The teacher at the entrance had just taken a sip of tea when he sputtered it out in a puff. His eyes widened in shock. You weren't supposed to be dead in there?" Chen Feng shrugged, made a funny face, and chuckled. "Look at me, do I look like a ghost?" Classroom, Grade 3, Section 2. Homeroom teacher Lu walked into the classroom humming cheerfully. Seeing the empty window seat in the back row, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "Students, the college entrance exams are just 10 days away. I, Lu, have drifted through half my life, and this class of yours is the most outstanding I've ever taught. I am confident that our class will achieve the highest admission rate in the grade this year." Thud. The classroom door swung open. A boy with messy hair, a blade of grass between his teeth, hands in his pockets, and flip-flops on his feet stood in the doorway. "Sorry, I'm late." Chen Feng looked around in surprise at the teachers and students frozen in place. To avoid wasting his class attendance points, Chen Feng had jogged all the way from the dungeon. He hadn't even washed his face or hair, and his tattered clothes were still stained with large patches of blood. A shrill scream from a timid girl in the front row shattered the pin-drop silence of the classroom. "Ah, a ghost." The homeroom teacher watched the shadow behind Chen Feng and breathed a slight sigh of relief, inwardly cursing his luck. The odds of him topping the class in graduation rates are pretty slim. Chapter 10, Old Chen. Chen Feng scratched his head. Teacher, may I come in?" Come in." The homeroom teacher watched Chen Feng walk past him, instinctively leaning back slightly. Back at his seat, his deskmate, Little Fat, stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. "Holy, brother Feng, I seriously thought you were dead. You know you're a celebrity now?" Chen Feng opened his textbook. "Haven't I always been a celebrity at this school?" With that, he unscrewed the mineral water bottle Xiao Pang handed him and took a big gulp. "No, it's different. This time, the rumors about you dating Lin Qingqing. Put. Cough cough cough. Ah. Chen Feng, you sprayed it all over my head." The effeminate guy in the front row turned around, giving Chen Feng a pouty look. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium, his face ashen, thinking to himself, how the hell didn't that bastard die in the dungeon? "Chen Feng, are you paying attention? If not, get out. You may not want to learn, but others do." Chen Feng wiped the drool from his mouth. Sorry. He lowered his voice and shot Xiao Pang a questioning glance. Xiao Pang covered his face with his hand. "Seriously, Feng? You kept that under wraps for so long? You managed to keep quiet about landing the Ice Queen School Beauty?" Chen Feng looked utterly bewildered. "I'm dying to know what's going on. Seriously, what's the buzz outside?" Xiao Pang perked up, his face lighting up with excitement. "There are a few versions floating around town. I don't know which one's true. Some say you've been secretly dating for over a year, while others claim you're actually childhood sweethearts who've known each other since you were kids. And then there's the wild one that your parents knew each other and arranged a betrothal since birth. But your family fell on hard times, so now you're supposed to marry into theirs as a son-in-law. So which one is the real story?" Xiao Pang stared at Chen Feng, his eyes brimming with curiosity. After school, Chen Feng surprisingly skipped the library and headed home with his backpack. He wanted to share the thrilling news of reaching level 21 with his grandfather. Chen Feng jogged all the way home. An old shop sign in the alley bore 3 large characters written in cursive script, "Bang Bang Tang." Beneath the large characters, a line of smaller script added, "Make you a real man again." This was the home where Chen Feng had lived for 20 years. A male enhancement pharmacy run by his grandfather. Today, a luxury car was parked unusually outside the shop entrance. Second floor of Bang Bang Tang. A pornographic magazine lay scattered on the floor. Old Chen sat slumped in his chair, tears streaming down his aged face. Wu Guang kept his head down, his brow furrowed. Xiaoya's eyes were swollen shut, clearly from crying for a long time. Zhou Bingluan stood silently at the back. Lin Qingqing, who had recovered considerably, placed a brown paper-wrapped bag on the table and said, "Grandpa Chen, please try to find comfort. Chen Feng died saving us. From now on, you are our 4 children's grandfather. We will care for you in your old age and see you through to the end. This is a small token from the 4 of us. Please use it for now. We'll visit you every week from now on." Old Chen rose shakily, discreetly kicking the pornographic magazine under the sofa with his foot. "Kids, when I carried him home from outside, he was only this big." Old Chen gestured with his hands. I raised him with my own hands, cleaning his messes and feeding him. Zhou Bingluan behind him snorted, 2 streams of snot shooting out. Sorry. Please continue. No, it was a handful of poop and a handful of pee that raised him. A perfectly healthy person, gone in an instant. My heart aches. Poor old Chen past 70, yet now I must bury my own child. Old Chen wept bitterly when suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. Baby, what are you doing? Mua, what are you doing? Old Chen pressed the answer button, his tone instantly shifting from grief to sharpness as he said. Hey, Shaoli. I won't be coming to the foot spa tonight. Damn it, my grandson passed away. No. Tomorrow I'll definitely come support you tomorrow. Chen Feng, who had just reached the 2nd floor, dropped his backpack with a thud. Staring at old Chen before him, he felt a wave of existential doubt wash over him. Old Chen. I'm dead, and you're still thinking about foot massages. Lin Qingqing and the other 3 heard Chen Feng's voice and turned around in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. Old Chen awkwardly hung up the phone. You brat. I kept your spirit lamp burning fine in the room. Who knew you'd pull this stunt? Seeing how serious you and your classmates were, I thought you were planning some prank, so I played along. Tears streamed down Zhou Bingluan's face. You even deceived my feelings. Why does it always have to be me who gets hurt? Xiaoya wept with joy, rushing over to hug Chen Fengxiang tightly. Chen Fengxiang flinched, raising both arms high above his head in alarm, his breath catching. Lin Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows. Xiaoya, mind your manners. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Hearing Lin Qingqing's reminder, Xiaoya quickly released Chen Fengxiang and said with her head bowed. I'm sorry, I got too excited in the moment and didn't control my emotions. It's okay. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wu Guang walked over and punched Chen Fengxiang on the shoulder. Way to go. Just being alive is what matters. Lin Qingqing gazed at Chen Fengxiang, her eyes brimming with infinite tenderness. How did you survive? Chen Fengxiang recounted the events in detail, narrating the entire story to everyone. But to spare them the shock, he deliberately claimed the giant snake had been injured to begin with, otherwise, he would have certainly perished inside. The group shuddered at the chilling tale. Ahem. Old Chen cleared his throat twice, interrupting his grandson's dramatic performance. Your classmate doesn't come around often. Why don't we celebrate tonight? Grandpa's treating. Let's gather at Red Romance. Zhao Rui's eyes widened. She discreetly glanced at Lin Qingqing out of the corner of her eye and gave Old Chen a meaningful look. Is there any chance it's not the Red Romance? Old Chen froze. You used to love, Before Old Chen could finish, Chen Feng covered his mouth with his hand. My grandfather's getting on in years and isn't feeling well. I'll treat everyone today. How about we head to the dumpling place next door? Zhou Bingluan shot Chen Fengxiang a meaningful look. I'm fine with it. Since you're still alive, it's a happy occasion for everyone. We should celebrate. I'm fine with it. I'm good with that. Old Chen chuckled. Then I'll bring some liquor. The brothers are in high spirits today, everyone should have a drink. Chen Feng curled his lip. You call them brothers, but what am I? As he spoke, Old Chen pulled a jar of liquor from beneath the table. Soaking in the liquor was a massive tiger penis. Chen Feng hurriedly snatched it away. Forget the liquor. We're all just kids, some coke will do just fine. Chapter 11, The Lin Family. Just then. Knock knock knock. 3 soft knocks sounded at the door. Standing there was a middle-aged man dressed in a crisp suit, looking respectfully at Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The visitor was none other than the driver of the luxury car parked downstairs. What is it, Uncle Son? The middle-aged man bowed slightly. The master just called and asked you to hurry back. Lin Qingqing looked at him in confusion. I just said goodbye to him when I left. Why does he want me back now? Is something important happening? The middle-aged driver glanced around hesitantly. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing spoke directly. It's okay, go ahead. They're all my friends. The middle-aged driver began. From what I gathered from the master, it seems to be about the Hua family. They apparently came to visit today. Lin Qingqing's heart tightened, a sense of foreboding rising within her. When adults discussed matters, she was usually sent away at this point. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be involved in such matters. But today, she had been specifically summoned, which meant the situation likely involved her. The only connection she had to the Hua family was Hua Jia. Could that troublemaker be up to something again? Though the Lin family was the wealthiest in Changshan City, and she had lived a life of luxury since childhood, being born into a prominent family meant she often had little choice in matters concerning the clan. Lin Qingqing turned and smiled at the group. You all go ahead and eat today. I have some matters at home and need to head back first. The moment Chen Fengxiang heard the name Hua, he couldn't help but connect it to that person. Once he got to school tomorrow, he'd make sure to humiliate that bastard properly. The Lin family estate, a sprawling manor covering over 30 acres, featured a Gothic-style villa standing tall within its grounds. In the opulent villa's grand hall, Lin Nan, the head of the Lin family, was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. The man was named Hua Jingqi, none other than Hua's father. Old Lin, you know that's not what I meant. If it weren't for my Hua family acting as a bridge for you, once the connection to Liangjia Mountain is severed, your Lin family's business would likely shrink by at least half. Lin Nan's brow furrowed, his expression far from pleasant. As the middle-aged man stated, over half of the Lin family's business relied on export trade through Liangjia Mountain. And the intermediary between Liangjia Mountain and the Lin family was none other than the Hua family's high-ranking officials. Though Hua Jingqi belonged to a distant branch of the Hua family, his connections to the Hua leadership were undoubtedly far beyond what an outsider like himself could hope to match. If such a figure sabotaged things from within, severing the two realms' mountain connection would deal a devastating blow to the Lin family. Lin Nan lifted the freshly brewed Jin Jun Mei tea and gently offered the cup to Hua Jingqi. Brother Hua, you speak too harshly. Our Hua and Lin families are long-standing allies. Everything I have achieved today is thanks to the Hua family. How could I not remember their kindness? Hua Jingqi nodded slightly. Then I'll speak plainly. Jie, come here. Hua Jingqi turned to beckon Huaxia from behind him. Huaxia stepped forward and bowed slightly to Lin Nan. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Lin Nan smiled and nodded. Very good, very good. It seems like just yesterday he was so small. I remember the last time I saw Jie, he was only 5 years old, about this tall. Lin Nan gestured a height of about 1 meter in the air, his gaze filled with affection as he looked at Huaxia. Hua Jingqi laughed heartily. Haha, you're right. It's been over a decade in the blink of an eye. They've grown up, and we've grown old. I came here today specifically for this matter. If my calculations are correct, your precious daughter should be about the same age as my son Jie. Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he guessed Hua Jingqi's intentions with near certainty. That's right. My daughter just turned 18 this year. She should be the same age as Jie. Hua Jingqi sipped his tea. Fine tea. Our children have grown up. It's time for us parents to consider their futures. What do you think of Jie? Lin Nan studied Huaxia. A fine young man. Like father, like son. Hua Jingqi nodded approvingly and continued. Then do you think Jie is worthy of your Lin family's daughter? Lin Nan had long guessed Hua Jingqi's intentions. The man had calculated his scheme well. Though Lin Nan possessed vast wealth and influence, over the years he had only one daughter. Whoever became their son-in-law would inherit the entire vast Lin family fortune. My daughter is still young. She's at the age where she should focus on her studies. The two exchanged polite pleasantries, each a seasoned veteran of the world, talking for over an hour. A child's feelings can be nurtured. This is merely a betrothal agreement, not a marriage. What are you afraid of? Lin Nan looked troubled. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. She is my only daughter, and I only wish for her happiness. Ultimately, it must be her own decision. Just then, the door to the reception room was knocked softly. Master, the young lady has returned. The moment Lin Qingqing entered, she caught Huaxia's intense gaze, making her feel uneasy all over. Hua Jingqi rose and beckoned to Lin Qingqing. It's been over a decade since we last met, and Qingqing has blossomed into a young lady. Come over here and sit beside Uncle Hua. Lin Qingqing glided gracefully across the room, exchanged greetings with Hua Jingqi, and then sat down beside Lin Nan. Though she disliked Huaxia personally, as a lady of refinement, she maintained proper etiquette. Lin Nan recounted the entire incident to Lin Qingqing in detail. Her brow furrowed deeper with each word. Father, forgive me for being disobedient, but Qingqing already has someone she cares for. The moment those words left her lips, the other three present froze in place. Lin Nan's eyes widened in shock, as if a farmer's cabbage patch, painstakingly cultivated for 18 years, was about to be trampled by pigs. Qingqing, are you serious? Don't joke about things like this. What's his name? How old is he? Where is he from? What does his family do? Lin Nan stared at his daughter, launching into a barrage of soul-searching questions. Across the table, the Hua family father and son also froze. Huaxia pondered inwardly, could the rumors be true? He stared at Lin Qingqing in disbelief and asked, could the rumors be true? Is it really him? How could he possibly be worthy? Lin Nan and Hua Jingqi asked in unison. Who is that man? Before Huaxia could speak, Lin Qingqing cut in. You don't need to know. Suffice it to say, I won't marry Huaxia. I advise you to give up on that idea. The expressions on the three faces varied. Lin Nan felt a surge of curiosity, but his face betrayed more unease. He knew Hua Jingqi's relentless nature. He wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. He couldn't predict how much trouble this would bring to the Lin family. Hua Jingqi's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed on Lin Nan and Lin Qingqing with fury. Huaxia, however, looked utterly perplexed. That can't be right. Didn't that good-for-nothing die in the dungeon? Hua Jingqi shot Huaxia a cold, piercing look. Jie, who exactly was that man? Chapter 12, Need More Money. Hua Jingqi and Lin Nan both fixed their eyes on him. Huaxia scratched his head and said, rumor has it at school that Qingqing is dating a beast-type user named Chen Feng. Hua Jingqi burst out laughing. Jie, are you sure? A beast type? Huozhi nodded emphatically. Absolutely true. And he's a useless beastkin who hasn't graduated in 5 years, only level 1. Lin Nantang stood up, staring at Lin Qingqing. Is he telling the truth? Lin Qingqing remains silent. Whoever it is has nothing to do with you. I can handle my own affairs. With that, Lin Qingqing turned and walked toward the door. Though she hadn't formally committed to Chen Feng, his presence lingered persistently in her heart. She refused to listen to these people criticize Chen Feng here, and she would never become a sacrificial pawn in a family alliance for the sake of clan interests. Even if it meant death. In the living room, the 3 remaining individuals stared at each other in silence. Huozhi proceeded to recount every detail of Chen Fengxiang's situation to Huo Jingqi and Lin Nan. But as far as I know, that piece of trash seems to have died in the dungeon. At this point, the other 2 simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Lin Nan, he had only this one precious daughter. How could a trash F-rank beast master protect his child? And she was a level 1 beast master who hadn't graduated in 5 years, couldn't even afford the cheapest wild boar beast spirit. Chen Feng's name had already been marked with a red exclamation point in Lin Nan's mind. But thankfully, the kid was dead. Huo Jingqi perked up at the news. Old Lin Qingqing has quite the temper, you know. Kids these days are so easily led astray. You'd better keep a close eye on her. If she really runs off with that good-for-nothing beastmaster, where would you, Lin Nan, put your face? I won't beat around the bush. The situation is what it is. You need to work on Qingqing's side. If they tie the knot, both our families benefit. The pros and cons are obvious. Huo Jingqi shot Lin Nan a meaningful look before leading Huozhi out of the Lin residence. After the Huo family left, Lin Nan stormed out to confront Lin Qingqing. Qingqing, is what they said true? You're my daughter, Lin Nan's daughter, the daughter of Changshan City's wealthiest man. How could you possibly fall for a worthless beast type who spent 5 years in high school and only made it to level 1? Lin Qingqing looked at her usually kind father, now unusually furious. Dad, don't speak of him that way. He's not useless. At those words, Lin Nan seemed to catch a glimpse of something. He's not dead? The next day. At the gate of Changshan First High School, early in the morning, Chen Feng arrived punctually with his backpack slung over his shoulder. He was stopped by a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. Chen Fengshan recognized the man. It was the driver who had called Lin Qingqing home yesterday. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Our boss would like to speak with you. The luxury car offered ample space as Chen Fengshan sat across from Lin Nan. You are Chen Fengshan? Hello, Mr. Lin. That's me. Lin Nan said little else. He retrieved a box from the back seat, placed it before Chen Fengshan, and opened it. Inside lay neatly stacked bundles of thick banknotes. Here's 5 million. It's enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. I have only one request, leave my daughter alone. Chen Fengshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He inwardly cursed, this kind of melodramatic plot twist was actually happening to him. He and Lin Qingqing had never been involved, but now rumors had spread like wildfire, and the entire school seemed convinced they were dating. Chen Fengshan couldn't be bothered to explain. Sir, you must understand. Qingqing is my dearest friend. Lin Nan froze. Something was definitely fishy. I don't care what your relationship is. I have only one demand, stay away from my daughter. Chen Fengshan thought to himself, what a stubborn old man. He needs to up the ante. Doesn't he watch movies? Chen Fengshan scratched his head and chuckled. That's not what I meant. Lin Nan frowned slightly. Then what do you mean? Chen Fengshan lowered his head sheepishly and whispered. I need more money. 10 minutes later, Chen Fengshan walked cheerfully toward the bank carrying a leather suitcase stuffed with 5 million yuan in cash and a 3 million yuan check. In this world, might ruled all. The Lin family's actions were nothing more than treating him like a worthless piece of trash. But wait until he made his mark, then they'd regret it. As for now, why pass up a bargain? Lin Nan watched Chen Fengshan's cheerful figure humming a tune as he walked away, feeling something was off. How could this scruffy, powerless good-for-nothing possibly catch his daughter's eye? Granted, he was somewhat handsome, but that alone shouldn't have made Qingqing look at him differently. And not only was he useless, but greedy too. Lin Nan had seen plenty of scum like this before. He would never allow his daughter to marry someone like that. In his view, anything money could solve wasn't worth dwelling on, so he dismissed the matter. At school, during the morning break, Chen Feng was in a good mood as he strolled over to the classroom door of Huozhi's class, wearing a pair of flip-flops. Huozhi, I've been waiting for you all day. You gonna hide like a turtle in its shell? The entire class stared in shock at Chen Fengshan standing at the doorway, as if they'd seen a ghost. Huozhi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined this good-for-nothing would still be alive. That shock was quickly replaced by excitement. He was going to destroy this loser. Right in front of the entire school, in front of Lin Qingqing, he would make this loser suffer a crushing defeat. Good. 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 Huozhi clapped his hands and exclaimed 3 times in succession. After a heated verbal battle, the two agreed to settle it once and for all in a life or death match after school that afternoon. The tension reached a fever pitch. The news spread like wildfire throughout the school. Did you hear? That loser Chen Feng is still alive, and he actually went looking for Huoxia to challenge him to a life or death match. No way. He's a bottom of the barrel loser, and Huoxia is at least in the top 10 of the grade. Is he out of his mind trying to fake an insurance claim? I saw him at the gate this morning. Seemed like the Lin family stopped him. Must have been a warning. Probably just lost his mind. Rumors swirled throughout the school, and Chen Feng once again became the students' favorite topic of conversation during breaks. Afternoon. Principal's office. A stern-faced middle-aged man sat in the principal's chair. Principal Li Jinxiao, his head completely white, stood nearby, bowing as he poured tea. Principal Li, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this is the higher-ups' decision. After finishing this term, hand over your duties and retire early. Li Jinxiao's expression was haggard. Lin Qingqing's demotion had shattered his last shred of hope. He pressed his lips together with difficulty. Is there truly no room for negotiation? The middle-aged man in the seat of authority continued. 3 years of full 3 years. You, the top public high school in the city, with the best students and resources, have been consistently outperformed by a private school. Forget about national martial arts competitions, even your top university admission rates pale in comparison to before. What room for maneuver do you expect to have? After school that afternoon, Changshan No. 1 High School was unusually bustling. The roar of the crowd mingled with the chirping of cicadas, adding an extra layer of heat to the summer air. The massive life or death arena, 30 meters long and wide, was surrounded by layers upon layers of spectators. Chapter 13, Death. After signing the life and death agreements, both sides entered the arena. Presiding over today's event was Mr. Wang, the senior class director of Changshan No. 1 High School, a formidable figure at level 35. As Mr. Wang recited the lengthy rules of the arena, the students below grew increasingly restless. I just don't get it. Isn't it better to live? All it takes is bowing your head and admitting your mistake. Why is it so hard? Do you think Chen Feng will make it out alive today? Hard to say. It depends on whether Mr. Wang steps in. After all, Huoxia has powerful connections at school. If Mr. Wang lets him off easy, Chen Feng is probably done for. Well, he brought it upon himself. He's weak but refuses to keep a low profile. You've got to live to fight another day. Not far away, 3 figures stood on the bleachers: Wu Guang, Zhou Bingluan, and Xiaoya. Why isn't Qingqing in class today? Could it be because of Chen Feng? I heard he got beaten up by the Lin family this morning. Who knew the Lin family was so snobbish? Qingqing must be under her family's control. The 3 exchanged remarks, their gazes fixed on Huoxia with palpable pity, a stark contrast to the others. Do you think that bastard Chen Feng will spare Huoxia's dog's life? Wu Guang cracked sunflower seeds in his hand, eyes narrowed slightly. Hard to say. On the stage, the two stood facing each other. Huoxia seemed displeased with Chen Feng's expressionless face and sneered. Today might be your last day on this earth. Any last words? Oh, right, I forgot to mention. Last night, my father went to the Lin family to propose. As long as old Lin isn't an idiot, your pitiful little Lin sister will soon belong to the Hua family. Chen Feng's brow furrowed. His peripheral vision swept toward Wu Guang and the others. Sure enough, Lin Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. Combined with the Lin family's attitude toward him this morning, he could safely conclude the Lin family had made their decision. Though Chen Feng hadn't known Lin Qingqing for long, her actions in moments of crisis, never abandoning her comrades, casting forbidden spells at any cost, had earned his respect for her character. Besides, what man wouldn't be drawn to a beauty? Unless he had fundamental issues. Huoxia's words successfully ignited his competitive spirit as a man. Huoxia observed Chen Fengxiang's slightly furrowed brow, seemingly satisfied that he'd stirred some emotion, and continued. If you kneel before me now and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your worthless life just so you can watch me marry Lin Qingqing. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Not only Chen Fengxiang, but countless young men below the stage erupted into angry curses. Lin Qingqing was the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys, and Huoxia was far from her only suitor. Seeing his words were about to incite public outrage, Huoxia glanced at Teacher Wang in the center of the ring and asked, Director Wang, may we proceed? Director Wang silently stepped aside, silently urging Huoxia not to be too brutal. After all, Chen Fengxiang was still a human life. If he could save him, he should. All right. This is a life or death match. Once it begins, life and death are in the hands of fate. Are you both ready? Huoxia shot an impatient glance at Teacher Wang. Just get it over with. Chen Fengxiang merely nodded silently, saying nothing. I declare the duel begins. Huoxia stretched his arms excitedly, already plotting the most showy way to take down Chen Fengxiang. But the instant the word begin fell, Chen Fengxiang's feet slammed against the ground, propelling him forward like a spring. The hard marble floor instantly crumbled into dust. In the instant he launched, a massive wind wolf shot through the air like an arrow released from a bow, tracing a gray-white arc. A crescent-shaped wind blade shot forth from the wolf's racing form. Chen Fengxiang followed the blade's path with lightning speed, closing in relentlessly. When he was only 2 zhang away from Huazhe, the charging wind wolf leapt into the air, transforming into a 4 zhang tall golden-haired ape. Before Huazhe could react, the wind blade rapidly enlarged in his vision. His pupils contracted violently, his heart leaping into his throat. Without time to activate any skills, he instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Just as the wind blade struck Huazhe with pinpoint accuracy, a colossal figure roared as it descended from the sky. A colossal shadow engulfed the sky, enveloping Huazhe entirely in darkness. In that instant, boom! A 4-meter-tall gorilla slammed its fists into Huazhe's body with all its might. The impact shook the earth and mountains, causing the solid marble floor to crack inch by inch. Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the event, rushed toward Chen Feng at top speed. A violent collision ensued. Chen Feng was knocked back 2 steps, while Teacher Wang was sent flying over 10 meters. Turning to the ring, Huazhe. He was utterly pulverized by that single punch. Blood spattered everywhere, brain matter splattered, his entire body deeply embedded into the ground. The entire sequence, from start to finish, took less than 2 seconds. The once chaotic life and death arena now fell silent, broken only by the chirping of cicadas. Half a minute later, below the stage, someone began to retch. The silence shattered. How is this possible? It's over? What did I just witness? Wind Wolf instantly transformed into a giant robot? Holy, Huazhe, ugh. That really was Chen Feng. I actually rejected and humiliated him when we were grouping for a dungeon 2 days ago. Oh my god, what have I done? Director Wang stared fixedly at Huazhe, who lay dead as a doornail embedded in the ground, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Though he hadn't used full force in the collision, he'd still put in 70 or 80% of his strength. Yet he proved no match for Chen Fengxiang. He was just a student. For years, no student had ever surpassed his strength before graduation. But Chen Fengxiang had done it. He simply didn't have time to intervene. Even if he had, it might not have been enough. He couldn't fathom what Chen Fengxiang had endured. This student, he had watched him for 5 years. 5 whole years. A worthless failure despised by all, a level 1 beast transformer the school desperately wanted to expel. Yet at this very moment, he had leaped directly into becoming a force capable of annihilating the entire top 10 of the school. Even the strongest teacher in the school might not be his match. What had he been hiding all along? A beastkin who endured 5 years of silence unnoticed in beast form for 5 years, yet known to all the world the moment he transformed. Chen Feng transformed back to his original form, flip-flops on his feet, hands stuffed in his pockets. Gazing down at Huazhe embedded in the ground, he uttered 2 indifferent words. Noisy. His gaze remained serene, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. One could even say that from the very beginning, he had harbored murderous intent. Teacher Wang swallowed hard, staring at Huazhe's lifeless body on the floor, his scalp prickling with dread. This was the only son of school board member Huo Jingqi. Chapter 14, Who Did It? If that guy found out, he'd tear the school apart. Suddenly, sparse applause broke out from below the stage. Tracing the sound, it came from Mu Guang and his 2 companions in the stands. Way to go, Chen Feng. Scum like that wastes resources when alive and wastes land when dead. Among the crowd below were students who had been bullied by the arrogant Huazhe. Now, they too joined in the applause and cheers. Before long, the applause and cheers below the stage merged into a single, resounding chorus. Chen Feng is a role model for us all. That was so satisfying. Scum like that should have died long ago. Who knew Senior Chen had been hiding his strength for so long? Can you believe he's an F-rated beastmaster? Have you read the novel called Cultivating Qi to Level 30,000, My Great-Grandson Ascended? This is the real-life version of a feel-good story. Senior Chen has always been exceptionally powerful. He didn't graduate because he chose to stay low-key, not because he lacked ability. The rumors spread like wildfire. From that day forward, no one at Changshan First High School ever looked down on the beastmaster profession again. Yet they also felt sorrow for Chen Fengxiang. Because the man standing on this stage was about to face the wrath of the Hua family. Principal's office. Principal Li Jinxiu was bowing and scraping as he spoke flattering words to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. The office door burst open with a loud bang. Principal Li's face turned ashen. He glared at Director Wang, who had stormed in, grinding his teeth. Damn it, this bastard must be out of his mind. I haven't even been dismissed yet, and he's already acting so disrespectfully. If he's leaving, I'll make sure they take him away. The middle-aged man in the main seat was so startled he nearly dropped his teacup. No wonder your school can't produce results. Is this how undisciplined you all are? Director Wang huffed and puffed his way to the 2 men. He grabbed the tea from the table and gulped it down in 2 big swigs. Good news and bad news. Principal Li froze, his expression suggesting he didn't care about the bad news since he was leaving anyway. His face darkened as he said, Let's start with the bad news. Director Wang took a deep breath, composing himself. Huo Jingqi's son, Huazhe, was just beaten to death on the life and death arena. What? Li Jinxiao's eyes widened in fury, utterly stunned. Hua Jingqi's son had been killed on school grounds during his tenure. Though it was the life and death arena, given that man's vindictive nature, a bloody storm was bound to erupt. In this martial-minded era, most pursued strength at any cost, treating death as commonplace. Some prominent clans even deliberately arranged numerous life or death trials for their young disciples to cultivate them. Only those who survived layer upon layer of life and death trials could hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Good news? Principal Li's lips trembled as his mind raced. The good news is that Changshan First High School will produce a national martial artist this year, and it's a beast transformer. Before Principal Li could speak, the man seated at the head of the table sneered. Teacher, do you think you're being humorous? Do you even know what the National Martial Arts Academy is? It's China's premier martial arts university, with only 100 spots open nationwide each year. Those who make it in become renowned figures in their own right. Beast-type users? Forget Guowu, they're practically non-existent even in top-tier universities. An F-grade attribute bonus already condemns it as a useless profession. No amount of effort will change that. And you dare tell me a worthless beast-type can get into Guowu? Director Wang grew impatient at the questioning, but sensing Principal Wang's attitude, he knew the other party's status was no ordinary matter. For the moment, he held his tongue. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? He then recounted the entire sequence of events from the life or death arena. For dramatic effect, he even exaggerated his own part. You have no idea how strong that kid is. I'm a level 35 warrior class, and when I charged at him full force just now, I got knocked back dozens of meters, but he didn't even flinch. Principal Li sucked in a sharp breath, his stunned eyes flashing a hint of cunning. If Director Wang's claims held true, their school wouldn't just produce a national martial arts champion this year, they might even rank among the nation's elite. Then, not only could Principal Li secure his position as headmaster of First High School, but he might even advance his career further, perhaps even securing a post in the provincial capital. But all of this hinged on one crucial factor: results. Top-tier results. The middle-aged man in the main seat, noticing the gleam in Principal Li's eyes, promptly poured cold water on his hopes. Old Li, keep your feet on the ground. Don't pin too much hope on a beast type. If what this teacher says is true, who knows what price that kid paid to gain such power? Principal Li froze upon hearing this, snapping out of his daydream. Director Wang, where is he now? Take me to him immediately. The middle-aged man in the main seat also grew intrigued. In all his years at the Education Bureau, he'd never heard of a beast type reaching such staggering power. The three hurried toward the life and death arena. By then, most of the onlookers surrounding the life and death arena had dispersed. Chen Feng descended the steps wearing flip-flops. After today, no one at Changshan First High School would ever underestimate him again. Principal Li and his two companions, who had rushed over, watched the gruesome state of Huojia's corpse and grimaced, unable to bear the sight. But the martial arts world was cruel, like that the victor takes all. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Zha-er! My Zha-er! Hua Jingqi, clad in his pajamas, sprinted toward the life and death arena at breakneck speed. He watched as the blood vessels in the corpse's eyes burst, and a rolling aura of malevolence rose from its body. His trembling hands gently gathered the scattered fragments of Huojia's remains. His voice choked with emotion. Zha-er, I always told you to keep a low profile. You always argued with me. Never imagined that parting this morning would be forever. Hua Jingqi held the mud-like remains of Huojia, murmuring to himself for a long while before finally laying them down gently. His loving gaze suddenly sharpened. Zha-er, rest assured. Your father will avenge you. I'll make sure his entire family goes down with him. Hua Jingqi stood up, his eyes sweeping the surroundings. He gathered his breath and roared. Who did this? A gust of gale force wind swept through, forcing the onlookers to stumble back several paces. Me. Chen Feng's expression remained calm, as if he had been waiting for this moment to arrive. According to his understanding, Hua Jingqi's father was a B-rank strength type class, level 40 or above. Based on his current strength attributes, if converted to a B-rank strength class, he would be roughly equivalent to a level 39 warrior. Though still slightly inferior to Hua Jingqi, his defensive advantages meant he wasn't without a fighting chance. Hua Jingqi's eyes locked onto Chen Feng, filled with murderous intent. Fine. You dare touch my son, Hua Jingqi? You've got guts. With that, pale blue flames flared around his body, and an ancient, heavy greatsword abruptly materialized in his grasp. Step by step, he advanced toward Chen Fengshang. Chapter 15, Why him? Principal Li hurried over to intercept Hua Jingqi, saying, Old Hua, calm down first. Hua Jingqi spun around, pointing at Huojia's lifeless body. Principal Li, if it were your son lying dead here today, could you stay calm? Tell me, could you stay calm? His voice rose to a roar. Li Zhenxiao, a civilian with little physical strength, was forced back by the martial artist's overpowering, fierce aura. Director Wang hurried forward to support Principal Li, interjecting. Director Hua, I understand your urgency, but please hold your temper. They all signed waivers before taking the stage. You cannot. Hua Jingqi roared, swinging his greatsword toward Director Wang. Anyone who stands in my way dies. The sword's overwhelming force sent the level 35 Director Wang staggering backward. His face flushed alternately crimson and purple. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he, the undisputed top martial artist of First High, would first be knocked flying by a student and now by a parent. Does old Wang have no pride? But as far as he knew, Hua Jingqi had already broken through the 40-level barrier 2 years ago, though he was only just over 40 now. But he was certainly no match for a mere level 35 like himself. After all, every 10 levels represented a significant barrier for martial artists. The gap between level 35 and 39 was far smaller than that between 39 and 40. His face darkened, but he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Hua Jingqi charged toward Chen Feng like a madman. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed in fury. With a roar, he leapt into the air, transforming into a giant ape 4 zhan tall. Hua Jingqi's pupils contracted. He never imagined a beast transformer could wield such formidable power. His keen eyes immediately recognized Chen Feng's extraordinary nature. Refusing to take it lightly, Hua Jingqi immediately activated his skill. A phantom greatsword over 10 meters long crashed down toward Chen Fengshang. Chen Fengshan clasped his hands together with a sudden movement, catching the sword's phantom in his grasp. Under the force of that strike, he was violently pushed back over 10 meters, each step leaving a deep crater in the ground as he retreated. Hua Jingqi stared in astonishment, unable to believe that a mere student could withstand his strike head-on. In contrast to Hua Jingqi, Principal Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though he was an administrative official, years of experience as principal had honed his discernment. He knew full well how formidable Hua Jingqi's strength was. Yet under this strike, Chen Feng had actually held his ground. This man must be protected. With him, this year's national martial arts competition was as good as won. Old Wang, stop him. Haven't you been bragging about being the top fighter at First High? Go on, show us what you've got. Director Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Principal Wang, as if saying, are you kidding me? Damn it, you're sending me to my death. I may be the top fighter at First High, but the school board isn't part of the school, is it? Yet he still took a few steps forward, preparing to intervene. He could clearly see Chen Feng's extraordinary talent and potential. If he could save this student, who would owe him a favor, and if the student grew up to be powerful, even a small share of the benefits would be enough to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Even if it meant risking his own life, he had to try. Following behind, the middle-aged man who had sat in the principal's chair earlier now had a gleam in his eyes. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to make a call. He had never witnessed a beast transformer like this before. Setting aside the divine ability to transform into a 40-foot-tall colossus, just the sheer physical prowess to withstand over level 40 attacks even he himself might not be capable of that. Hua Jingqi's gaze toward Chen Feng shifted slightly. Very well. You died by your hand, a loss without regret. But today, you must die. With that, he swung his sword at Chen Fengshan once more, the flames engulfing his body burning even brighter. Their exchange became a blur of blows, their speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. After dozens of exchanges, Chen Fengshan was once again sent flying over 10 meters by a single strike. His massive frame crashed heavily to the ground. A deep gash, exposing bone, oozed blood from his chest. Hua Jingqi charged forward once more. With a thunderous kick, he sent Chen Fengshan flying backward. Mid-air, the colossal ape spat blood. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Chen Fengshan coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to sustain his transformation any longer. He slowly reverted to his true form. Chen Fengshan gasped for breath. He hadn't expected their attributes to differ by much, yet the advantage in level remained difficult to overcome. He'd been a bit too hasty. Just then. Swish! A healing spell landed on Chen Fengshan. Xiaoya stepped out from the crowd. She looked at Hua Jingqi with a hint of fear, yet her trembling voice held unwavering resolve. Chen Fengshan, you saved my life. Today, regardless of life or death, I will fight alongside you. Boom! A massive bear over 2 meters tall landed before Chen Fengshan. Zhou Bingluan stepped forward at the same moment. Count me in. Wu Guang stood atop a high vantage point, releasing an arrow that struck the ground before Hua Jingqi. Chairman Hua, I understand your grief over losing your son. But the life and death arena is based on mutual consent. If everyone acted like you, what would be the point of it? Principal Wang stood before the giant bear, gripping 2 massive hammers. As a teacher in this school, I have a duty to protect every student. Chairman Hua, forgive me for offending you. The surrounding crowd stirred with agitation. Among them were those cheering for Chen Feng, and others who had suffered bullying at the hands of Huazhe. As someone took the lead, the crowd's voices grew louder and louder. Chairman Hua breaks the rules as a board member, count me in. Huazhe's been causing trouble all along, and he's the one who suggested the life or death challenge. Count me in. Count me in. Count me in. With a thunderous roar, nearly 1,000 faculty and students from the entire school swarmed to Chen Feng's side, all entering combat readiness. Healing spells poured relentlessly onto Chen Feng's body. Hua Jingqi's mouth twitched. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. But Huozhi was his only son. If he, as a father, couldn't avenge his son's death, what face would he have to live? Thinking of Huozhi, who had grown taller than himself since the day he was born, tears welled up in Huo Jingqi's eyes. He could no longer hold back. Let 1,000 men stand in my way, I shall charge forth. With a roar, Huo Jingqi leapt into the air like a madman. A great sword blazed with sky-piercing blue light, its unstoppable momentum crashing down toward Chen Feng. Clang! The deafening clash of steel reverberated, piercing the eardrums of all present. Huo Jingqi. As a member of the first middle school board, you break the rules and bully the weak. Do you truly believe no one can stop you? Unnoticed until that moment, a white-haired elder stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back. It was this man who had blocked Huo Jingqi's deadly strike moments ago. Had that sword struck true, it wouldn't have been just Chen Feng who died. A wave of dread washed over the crowd. Chen Feng scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply to the elder. This junior, Chen Feng, thanks the senior for upholding justice. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who had arrived with Principal Wang frowned slightly, muttering under his breath. Why him? Chapter 16, Old Wang values talent above all. The middle-aged man pondered inwardly. He had clearly called the deputy director earlier, yet the director had arrived instead. And how had the Education Bureau arrived here so swiftly? Countless questions swirled in his mind, but there was no time to dwell on them. He hurried forward, clasped his fists in a bow, and addressed the elder. Sun Qian, director of the Education Bureau, greets the director. The crowd gasped in unison. The old man was none other than the renowned director of the Changshan City Education Bureau. In this high martial arts world, the head of each local education bureau held a position second only to the mayor. Years of martial arts education had allowed the Education Bureau to cultivate an extensive network of academy connections. Across all of Huagua, aside from the state itself, the Ministry of Education ranked among the most powerful institutions. Huo Jingqi gritted his teeth so hard they ground together. Seeing the man before him, he knew this grudge would remain unavenged today. But it was my son who died. His voice was hoarse as he fixed the old man with a deathly stare. The old man looked at him silently. Everything follows its rules. This is Changshan, not the capital. Does your Hua family truly believe it can control everything? You show a remarkable lack of respect for the Ministry of Education. Huo Jingqi suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Fine. This grudge, Huo Jingqi, remember it well. We'll see about that. With that, he dragged his long sword and turned to walk out of the school grounds. Thanks to multiple healing spells, Chen Fengshan's injuries had healed almost completely. He bowed respectfully to the old man once more. Senior, I shall forever remember your life-saving kindness. The old man looked at Chen Fengshan, smiled faintly, and gave a slight bow in return, accepting only half of Chen Fengshan's formal greeting. I merely happened to be passing by. It was only natural to intervene when I saw him committing atrocities and slaughtering the innocent. It was simply my duty. The old man appraised Chen Fengshan and nodded slightly. You are Chen Fengshan, correct? That's correct, sir. Very well, very well. At such a young age, you possess formidable martial prowess. To wield the Beastmaster profession with such mastery is truly remarkable. Having traversed the education sector for decades, I've never encountered a Beastmaster like you in all my years. Today, the Education Bureau and I have forged this auspicious connection. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Bureau. Sun Qian, a council member of the Education Bureau, promptly handed Chen Fengshan a business card. If you need anything, just call this number directly. The elder exchanged brief pleasantries with several prominent figures present before turning to leave. Yet he paused abruptly and addressed Chen Fengshan. The Huo family is far more complex than you realize. Huo Jingqi represents only a minor branch of the clan. Exercise caution in your dealings with them. Chen Fengshan listened to the old man's kind reminder with deep gratitude, bowing his hands once more and saying, I shall keep this in mind. Principal's office. Chen Fengshan stood before the desk. Principal Li sat in the main seat, Director Wang beside him. Both men watched Chen Fengshan with approval, nodding in unison. Based on the strength Chen Fengshan had just demonstrated, he was at least on par with, if not stronger than, Director Wang, who was at level 35. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this year's National Martial Arts Competition should be a sure thing. Chen Fengshan, tell us what level are you now? How did a Beastmaster reach this level? Could it be you've awakened a hidden class? Chen Fengshan scratched his head. I'm currently at level 21. I haven't awakened any hidden class. After all, I've spent 5 years in high school. It's all about building up strength over time, building up strength over time. Both men shot him a look that screamed, yeah, right. But they also understood that everyone had their own opportunities and secrets. Since he didn't want to talk about it, they didn't press further. I see you can already manifest 2 beast spirits. Especially that gorilla, can you transform into it reliably every time? Or does it come at a cost? Like draining your vitality or something? Director Wang voiced his concern. Among various professions, secret arts, forbidden spells, and the like, there were indeed abilities that granted temporary powerful attributes at the cost of vitality or life force. But generally, the stronger the ability, the greater the cost. If Chen Feng paid a high price for this power, its sustainability would be severely limited. With my current mental energy, if I avoid major bursts, each transformation can last over an hour. The wind wolf form can go even longer. Hearing this, both pairs of eyes lit up. They never imagined his monstrous beast transformation was merely his baseline state. This revelation undoubtedly elevated Chen Fengxian's standing in their eyes. Also, the college entrance exams are in about a week. Knowing Hua Jingqi, once he calms down, he probably won't cause you trouble in the short term. But you must remain vigilant going forward. Focus on boosting your strength as quickly as possible. For now, concentrate solely on preparing for the exams. If you have any needs, let the school know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. The school always values talent, you know that. Chen Fengxian's eyes lit up. I want to transfer classes. Principal Li paused, slightly taken aback. Changing classes at this stage means adjusting to new classmates with only days left. I fear it might disrupt your focus. You must provide a valid reason. Chen Fengxian looked at Principal Wang with feigned helplessness. Principal Wang, you know my background. I lost both parents at a young age and was raised by my grandfather. The Education Bureau provides annual financial aid to children in my situation. But my entire scholarship was embezzled by my homeroom teacher. He has a serious grudge against me, convinced I'm holding the class back. Principal Wang inwardly scoffed, your grades really were terrible before. But aloud he said, how about this? Changing classes at the last minute might not be ideal for you. How about I assign you a new homeroom teacher instead? Principal Wang, who was sipping tea nearby, sputtered and sprayed the tea from his mouth. Wiping his mouth, he raised his hand. Brotherly, what do you think? I've got plenty of experience as a homeroom teacher. Seeing neither man react, he promptly poured a cup of tea and offered it to Chen Feng, adding, you might not know this, but every year on the mainland, countless geniuses fall. What they need most during their growth is a guardian. And I, Teacher Wang, the top student at Changshan First High, a warrior at the high level of 35 who in the entire school is more qualified than me? Principal Wang stared intently at Chen Fengxian, his eyes gleaming like a pervert spotting a stunning beauty. Having a National Martial Arts Academy student mentor on his resume would be a major feather in his cap. Never mind the connections he'd gain once Chen Feng matured. Just this single line on his resume would make him a hot commodity wherever he sought employment. Chen Feng pretended to be troubled, furrowing his brow. Well. Director Wang gritted his teeth, staring at Chen Fengxian. I understand. I have a cheap blood pill at home. I traded all my military credits for it back when I was in the army. It can rapidly replenish depleted vital energy. For martial artists who risk their lives daily, this is like a second life. Since retiring from the military and leaving combat behind, I've kept it safe, waiting for the right person to inherit it. Old Wang here values talent above all else. You know how it is. Chapter 17, You sold it? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. With his knowledge, he naturally understood the rarity of a chi blood pill. Such items were beyond purchase, even with money. Such potent elixirs were typically under state control, awarded only as special commendations to those who had performed extraordinary feats of valor. Whether it's the chi blood pill or not doesn't matter. The main thing is, I feel like I click with Teacher Wang. Principal Li's mouth twitched. Very well. Since you're both willing participants, I have no objection. Let's proceed as planned. Old Wang, you'll go to class 2, grade 3 this afternoon to hand over duties to their homeroom teacher. Director Wang nearly jumped for joy. Got it, brotherly, you're like my own brother from now on. Principal Wang shot a subtle glance at Chen Feng before continuing. The homeroom teacher of class 3-2 has been misappropriating educational subsidies allocated by the Education Bureau and extorting money from students. He is hereby dismissed from his position. You'll handle that matter as well. The Lin residence. Lin Nan frowned, utterly at a loss. He stood outside Lin Qingqing's bedroom, sighing through the door. Qingqing, dear, please open the door for daddy. You might not know our family's current situation. Thousands of people depend on the Lujishan route for their livelihoods. If that bastard Hua Jingqi is really messing with things behind the scenes, your father can't afford to take that risk. Besides, Hua Jia seems like a decent kid, handsome and capable, with strength comparable to yours. He's certainly better than that worthless beast transformer. Even if you won't open the door, you must eat something. You haven't left your room all day. Father merely said he'd consider it. He hasn't directly agreed to this match yet. Just then, the old steward rushed up the stairs from downstairs. Master! Master! Big news! Big news! What's all the commotion about? Hua Jia is dead. News just came from First High. Hua Jia was beaten to death on the life and death arena. Lin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the butler. Say that again. Who died? Hua Jia, the very same Hua Jia who visited our home yesterday. He was beaten to death. Word is Hua Jingqi himself stormed the school. Thud. The door to Lin Qingqing's bedroom swung open. Her face was gaunt and pale, her injuries still unhealed. Having gone without food for a day, she looked exceptionally wan. Lin Qingqing stared intently at the old butler. Then what? What happened next? She knew full well that Chen Feng was the one who had made the life-or-death duel pact with Huazhe. What she hadn't anticipated was that Chen Feng had gone and killed Huazhe outright. Huazhe's father was notoriously protective of his son. He would surely launch a frenzied revenge against Chen Feng. The old steward recounted everything he had heard to the master and mistress. When he mentioned Chen Feng, the beast transformer, Lin Nan's mouth twitched and he took a deep breath without showing it. That kid. Had he shown his true strength sooner, such a prodigy would have been someone the Lin family would have scrambled to court. Why on earth did they hand him over to others? But that wasn't all. He'd personally handed over 8 million. Truly a brilliant strategy that cost him both his wife and his army. Steward, instruct the servants to procure ingredients. We'll host a family banquet tomorrow night, the highest standards. The steward paused, then nodded in agreement. Qingqing, I hear you're on good terms with that Chen Feng from the relations department. Tomorrow, your father will personally invite him to our home. How about you accompany me? Lin Qingqing shot Lin Nan a disapproving look. She wasn't fooled by her father's ulterior motives, but inwardly she felt a surge of secret delight. Chen Feng and I are just ordinary friends. Whether he'll grace us with his presence is beyond my control. Lin Nan smiled knowingly, his expression saying, I get it. Ordinary friends should spend more time together, right? I heard you even ran dungeons together before. Invite your teammates too. Dad wants to properly thank them for looking out for you. Lin Qingqing turned and headed straight downstairs. Hey, Qingqing, why are you leaving? I've been starving all day. I'm going to eat, dearest daddy. Lin Nan chuckled and shook his head. Though he had dominated the business world with few rivals, his own daughter had him wrapped around her finger. Old Town, bang bang tang. Old Chen was tidying up the shop as usual, preparing to close. Ugh, another day wasted. After paying rent and utilities, I haven't made a damn thing. Tonight's romantic dinner at Red Romance is ruined again. Sigh. Chen Feng bounded in, backpack slung over his shoulder. Old Chen, I'm back. Old Chen hummed in acknowledgement while dusting the shelves with his feather duster. Come here quick, I've got a surprise for you. Old Chen snorted derisively. You're lucky you don't scare me enough already, and now you're talking about surprises? Seeing Old Chen still didn't pause his work, Chen Feng had a sudden idea. Holy, 36D in black stockings. Old Chen snapped his head around, eyes widening. Where? Chen Fengshan's lips curled upward. He grabbed his backpack, unzipped it, and dumped its contents onto the counter with a clatter. Stacks of cash lay scattered haphazardly across the counter. Old Chen's mouth twitched. This you sold it? Chen Fengshan nearly blacked out and collapsed on the spot. He couldn't exactly tell his grandfather he'd gotten it for free. Here's 200,000. Leave home romantic Xiao Chui. I'll take care of you from now on. Old Chen froze, then swung his feather duster at Chen Fengshan. The blow, which never missed its mark, was unexpectedly dodged by Chen Fengshan. Old Chen smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, looks like this kid's made progress again. You've been watching too many videos, haven't you? Go upstairs and study. The college entrance exams are coming up soon. Stop messing around with all this nonsense. As he spoke, he stuffed wads of cash into his pockets, eventually even bundling them up in his clothes. Back upstairs, after washing up, Chen Feng surprisingly didn't binge study. Instead, he replayed today's battle with Hua Jingqi in his mind, reflecting on his gains and losses. He clearly remembered the power behind Hua Jingqi's sword strikes. Though his own strength wasn't significantly weaker, he'd been completely overwhelmed. He should have had an advantage in speed, yet he was only evenly matched with his opponent. It's the skills. As a beastmaster, they not only lacked attribute bonuses from leveling up but also didn't gain skills every 10 levels. Typical professions could choose one skill to cultivate every 10 levels. But beastmasters were different. Their skills came from beast spirits. Thus, beast transformers appear rather crude compared to other flashier classes. Even though I'm already level 21, I haven't contracted a third beast spirit yet, so I'm missing the attribute boost from one beast spirit. Based on my current strength attributes, I'm nearly on par with an S-rank strength type class at the same level. While my 4 attributes are relatively balanced, if any one of them gets crushed, I'll likely get beaten badly. Chapter 18, I fired him. He now faced a choice. Should he address his weaknesses? Or enhance his strengths? If he chose to address his weaknesses, the third beast spirit could be selected for a mental focus. This would grant access to spell-related skills from the beast spirit group and also enhance his own magical defense. The other option is to strengthen his strengths, selecting a strength-oriented beast spirit. This would further amplify his offensive capabilities. If he were to face off against Huazhiqi in a head-on clash, the opponent might not necessarily come out on top. Facing this choice, Chen Feng pondered carefully. Currently, Huo Jinqi was an unpredictable factor. He might retaliate at any moment. If he were to face this guy alone, he'd only have the strength to protect himself if he surpassed Huo Jinqi in power. He currently had 7.8 million credits in savings. That should be enough to purchase a decent beast spirit. I should focus on maximizing my strength first. Having made up his mind, Chen Feng reached for a book on his bedside table and resumed reading. The next day, outside Changshan First High School. As soon as Chen Feng arrived at the school entrance, he saw a luxury car parked beside the school and his lips twitched. It belonged to Lin Nan, the very man he'd swindled out of 8 million yuan. Just as he was about to hurry away, the car door slid open with a clatter. A girl with an otherworldly aura stepped out, wearing a pleated skirt and knee-high socks, revealing an inch of alluring snow-white skin between the hem of her skirt and the top of her socks. It was Lin Qingqing, who hadn't attended class for a day. As the young pervert who had inherited old Chen's legacy, Chen Feng unconsciously slowed his pace as he approached. But Lin Qingqing walked straight toward him. Chen Feng's breath caught in his throat. Could she have found out about how he'd swindled her father out of 8 million? The thought made him turn tail and run without looking back, only to be called out by Lin Qingqing nearby. Mr. Chen, wait a moment. Chen Fengshang inwardly cursed, where's my husband? Pfft, what am I thinking? I'm Chen Fengshang, a man of integrity. Old Chen has corrupted me. What is it? Lin Qingqing, who had hurried up to catch up, her pretty face slightly flushed, asked. Are you free tonight? Chen Fengshang's eyes widened in surprise. This was way too direct. Seeing his expression, Lin Qingqing's blush spread rapidly. It's not what you think. My dad wants to treat the raid team members to dinner. That's all. Chen Fengshang scratched his head, fearing Lin Qingqing's father might demand the 8 million back. Can I just not go? Lin Qingqing froze, clearly taken aback by the unexpected response. She hesitated before replying. It's fine. If you're busy today, we can reschedule. Just let me know when you're free, and I'll have my dad make arrangements. A thought immediately popped into Chen Fengshang's head. Are you free this Sunday? But he didn't dare say it. It's not that I don't have time, it's just. He couldn't very well admit he'd swindled his father out of 8 million. Just then, the car door slid open again with a whoosh. Lin Nan, the head of the Lin family, approached Chen Fengshang with a warm smile. Chen Fengshang covered his face, wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. Seeming to sense his awkward predicament, Lin Nanxiao stepped forward and said, Young friend Chen Fengshang, I never imagined we'd meet again so soon. This time, it was Lin Qingqing who froze in surprise. You've met before? Chen Fengshang quickly changed the subject. Well, I've met your uncle once before. Lin Nan, having lived so long, was as sharp as a fox. He could easily see through Chen Fengshang's awkwardness. Lin Nan gave Chen Fengshang a knowing look. Young Chen, I hear you're quite busy. When might you grace us with your presence? Before Lin Nan could finish, Chen Fengshang cut in. Not busy at all, any time works for me. I just didn't want to take up your valuable time. Alright then, tonight it is. After school, I'll send a car to pick you up and take you to my place for a simple home-cooked meal. As soon as Chen Feng entered the classroom, every student in the class turned their gaze toward him. This perennial bottom of the class student, who had always lingered near the bottom of the top 3 in the grade, had done something truly earth-shattering yesterday. He silently walked to his seat. His deskmate, Xiao Pang, immediately stood up, pushed his own chair in, and pulled out the chair for Chen Fengshang. Brother Feng, I wiped down your desk and bought you some water. Please take your seat. Chen Fengshang's lips twitched. Why was Xiao Pang acting so out of character? Though they usually got along well, this was excessive. Just then, the class monitor, Zhu Shuai, shouted. Quiet down. Even though it's the old teacher's class today, if you want to get punished, don't drag the whole class down with you. Chen Fengshang glanced at the homeroom teacher's loyal lackey and chuckled. Don't wait. The homeroom teacher isn't coming. Everyone's heads were filled with question marks, as if they'd just heard some major scoop. Zhu Shuai glared at Chen Fengshang with righteous indignation. Chen Fengshang, don't think you can talk nonsense just because you've gotten a little stronger. Who says the homeroom teacher isn't coming? As class monitor, why haven't I received any notification? Chen Fengshang nonchalantly returned to his seat and said. I fired him. Xiao Pang, who was drinking water, choked and coughed violently. Cough cough cough. Brother Feng, watch what you say. You don't want the sycophants giving you a hard time later. Chen Fengshang paid no heed. Zhu Shuai glared at Chen Fengshang, his brow furrowed. The homeroom teacher was usually very punctual, arriving a few minutes early every day. Yet today, class had already started and he still hadn't shown up. Could Chen Fengshang's words be true? But then she thought, with the college entrance exams approaching, replacing the homeroom teacher now was practically impossible. They'd have to wait until this class graduated. Chen Fengshang, let me tell you this, you'll be held accountable for what you said today. The entire class heard it. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks on the door. Principal Wan walked in holding textbooks. Today, Director Wang's hair was slicked back with a glossy shine, and he wore a crisp, well-fitted suit. Even his stride seemed lighter and more confident. Truly, when the wind is at your back, your horse gallops faster. Ahem, young man, class has already begun. Why are you making such a racket in the classroom? Principal Wang smiled warmly at Zhu Shuaishuai. Zhu Shuaishuai froze, his mind momentarily blank. What was going on? Where was the homeroom teacher? Why was the grade director here? He hadn't realized this guy was kind of cute. Director Wang, hello. I'm the class monitor, trying to keep order. Someone in the class is slandering the homeroom teacher. Principal Wan walked up to the podium, smiling warmly at Zhu Shuaishuai. No need to maintain order anymore. Starting today, I am your homeroom teacher. A wave of murmurs rippled through the classroom. Xiao Pang's gaze toward Chen Feng shifted from admiration to awe, as if he wanted to kowtow to him right then and there. Bro Feng, no, Dad Feng, you're too awesome. You even got rid of the homeroom teacher. Zhu Shuaishuai turned back to stare at Chen Fengshan, her dark face etched with utter disbelief. Principal Wang raised his hand to quiet the class. Everyone, quiet down. You must trust the school's arrangements. The college entrance exams are just days away. Focus all your energy on studying and prepare thoroughly. Evening. The final bell had just rung. A bright figure dashed into the doorway of Class 2, Grade 3. Lin Qingqing stood at the doorway, waving to those behind her. Chen Fengshan, don't forget about tonight. Chapter 19, your stockings are ripped. The classroom erupted once more. I'd heard rumors they were dating, but I thought it was just gossip. Damn it, now it's confirmed. Chen Fengshan stole my chance. Did you guys catch the key part? Tonight. Chubby, you're bleeding from your nose. Wipe it off. Chen Fengshan and his 4 friends walked toward the school gate, chatting and laughing. A luxurious Lincoln limousine was parked at the entrance, with several men in suits and sunglasses standing by the doors. A bright red carpet stretched from the school entrance all the way to the car doors. As the group emerged from the side gate, the Lin family butler hurried forward, bowing deeply to Chen Fengshan and the others. Mr. Chen, at the master's command, we have been waiting here to greet you. Zhou Bingluan gazed at the long red carpet and the luxurious motorcade, murmuring to himself. Holy crap, this is way too flashy. Lin Qingqing, however, felt a bit awkward. Su Bo, it's just a meal. Why make such a big deal out of it? The butler, addressed as Uncle Su, paused before replying. The master specifically instructed that your friends are distinguished guests and should be treated with solemnity. Lin Qingqing was speechless. This old butler had watched her grow up. Though they were technically master and servant, he was practically like an elder to her. She could only quickly get into the car with the other 4 and speed away. Not far from the school entrance, a masked man in black stared after the speeding vehicle with a dark expression. It was none other than Huo Jingxi, who had suffered the devastating loss of his beloved son at the school yesterday. The stretched Lincoln drove steadily. With ample space inside, the 5 chatted and laughed until they soon arrived at the gates of the Lin family estate. An antique, intricately wrought iron gate stood flanked by 2 stone lions over 2 meters tall. Entering the estate, each step revealed a new scene. Under dazzling lights, the lawn was brightly illuminated, already hosting numerous prominent figures from Changshan City. For these attendees, the Lin family reception offered an unparalleled opportunity to network with either high-ranking officials or wealthy business tycoons. Inside the estate, over a dozen elegantly dressed OLs in black stockings bustled about, serving food and drinks to the guests. You guys feel free to look around. I'll go get my father. After ushering her companions to their seats, Lin Qingqing headed toward the villa. Throughout the estate, the clinking of glasses and the buzz of conversation filled the air. Have you heard? The main purpose of Lin Nan's reception this time is to invite a student. Rumor has it that student is his daughter's classmate, and the 2 are inseparable friends. Old Lin is paving the way for his future son-in-law. Wonder which lucky young master will get that honor. Forget the Lin family's vast fortune, just that ethereal daughter of his alone is enough to make anyone lose their heart at a single glance. Chen Feng and the other 3 felt like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden. Their first encounter with high society left their eyes struggling to take it all in. Chen Fengshan's stomach growled loudly. He hadn't eaten dinner yet. He reached out to grab a pastry from the nearby table. Ah! A startled cry rang out. Chen Fengshan's sudden reach went unnoticed by the office lady behind him carrying 2 glasses of red wine. He knocked the glasses over. A graceful lady in an exquisite cheongsam, seeing the wine stain splattered on her, felt anger welling up inside. Smack! Her hand landed squarely on the young office lady's pretty face. Are you blind? If your eyes don't work, gouge them out. Don't come here and ruin my day. This cheapao I'm wearing? A lowly servant like you couldn't afford it even if you worked your whole life. The young office lady turned pale with shock, tears welling up uncontrollably. She stammered apologies, but the noblewoman showed no mercy. Chen Feng looked at the elegant lady, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen her before. It's not her fault. I reached out too quickly and bumped into her. How much is your dress? I'll pay for it. The elegant lady turned to glance at Chen Fengshan and sneered. How did this bedhead-haired, flip-flop-wearing beggar sneak into the cocktail party? She frowned. Is the Lin family's reception now open to any Tom, Dick, and Harry? You little beggar, did you crawl through a dog hole to scrounge food and drink? And you want to compensate me? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Someone nearby chimed in. Exactly. What is this? The Lins are the wealthiest family in Changshan. They should spend more on security. How did they let a little beggar like this slip in? The elegant lady lifted a glass of wine and flung it directly onto Chen Feng's face. This scene was witnessed by Lin Nan and his daughter, who had just arrived. Lin Nan's eyelid twitched violently, veins bulging with rage as he stormed forward in 2 strides. Smack! A resounding slap landed on the elegant lady's face. You insolent creature! When did my Lin family's territory become your playground? The elegant lady stared at the enraged Lin Nan, disbelief written across her face. Master Lin, you struck me over a mere maid? She still hadn't grasped why she'd been slapped. Lin Nan delivered another slap with his backhand, pointing at Chen Feng and declaring, Young Master Chen is an honored guest of the Lin household, not someone a lowly woman like you can provoke. Effective immediately, the Lin group sever all business ties with the Su family. Guards, escort them out. The noblewoman collapsed onto the floor. The Su family owed their entire business success to the Lin family's patronage. Cutting ties with them would mean instant bankruptcy and ruin. She had come here today hoping to befriend the Lin family's distinguished guest and expand her network, but her scheme had backfired spectacularly. Chen Feng licked the red wine from his face. Not bad flavor, though a bit salty. The Su family? Only now did he recall that this noblewoman bore a striking resemblance to his ex-girlfriend, Sun Yanqing. Could it be? Hold on, are you Sun Yanqing's mother? Chen Fengshan halted the security guards about to escort the lady away. The matron's mind raced. Something clicked, and she clung to it like a lifeline, her eyes lighting up with sudden clarity. Yes. Sun Yanqing is indeed my daughter. Young Master Chen, could it be that you know my daughter? Chen Fengshan feigns surprise. Oh, no, we don't. Take her away. Chen Fengshan's upper body was stained with red wine. Lin Nan directed the young office lady from earlier to lead Chen Feng upstairs to freshen up and change clothes. Following the office lady into the villa, they arrived at a secluded room. Thank you for saving me earlier, Mr. Chen. Let me help you wash up. Chen Feng froze, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the OL lady's legs encased in black stockings. Her sexy skirt hugged her long legs, accentuating her pert behind. The white blouse tucked into the black skirt highlighted her slender waist, making her appear especially charming. No need. I can manage myself. Oh? Your stockings have a run. Oh. Where? Right here. Half an hour later, Lin Nan grew slightly impatient. Could Chen Fengshang be blaming himself for poor hospitality, still not coming out after all this time? Moments later, Chen Feng emerged from the villa, looking confident and energetic. The young office lady from earlier followed behind him. Only the stockings on her legs seemed to have been replaced with a darker shade. Lin Nan, his face full of apology, took Chen Fengshang's hand and introduced him to each of the dignitaries present. The initial disdain had vanished, replaced by genuine warmth. To express his apology, Lin Nan presented a 6-tier crimson-striped tiger spirit beast as a gesture of goodwill at the banquet's conclusion. In return, Chen Fengshang agreed to serve as a guest scholar for the Lin family for 3 years. As a guest advisor at his current level, it was merely a nominal position requiring no actual work. Moreover, he'd scored numerous perks and a 6-tier crimson-striped tiger beast spirit for free. Beast spirit or not, he relished the feeling of getting something for nothing. As a seasoned businessman, Lin Nan was no fool. This arrangement served 2 purposes. First, it paved the way for his daughter's future. Second, with this connection established, any future achievements by Chen Fengshang would bring benefits to the Lin family far exceeding the value of a single crimson-striped tiger spirit beast. As for Chen Fengshang, a 6-tier crimson-striped tiger beast spirit with a 100% strength boost was precisely what he urgently needed right now. With it, he was confident he could shine brilliantly in the college entrance exams. Just then, Lin Qingqing approached Chen Fengshan with an odd expression. Chapter 20, Crimson Striped Tiger Beast Pill. Tonight, Lin Qingqing wore an exquisite moon-white evening gown with minimal makeup. Bathed in the soft glow of the lights, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Chen Fengshan, let's go for a walk. The two strolled through the Lin family estate. The sky stretched like a pitch-black curtain, with the silver moon hanging high. The moonlight was exceptionally bright tonight. Truthfully, when my Lin family extended this olive branch to you, it was a gamble a bet that you would one day become renowned throughout the land. The Lin family's situation isn't as calm as it appears. Hua Jingqi has his eyes on us. Father doesn't want me to marry into the Hua family. At this critical juncture, placing his bets on you means he's effectively standing against the Huas. Only if either you or I succeed in the college entrance exams and gain favor with influential factions can we keep the Lin family breathing. Sometimes in the business world, when you reach a certain point, you have no choice but to make a decision. I hope father's judgment is correct. Chen Feng stood by the pond with his hands behind his back, saying nothing. He simply reached into his pocket and pulled something out. He tossed a box to Lin Qingqing. Qi and blood pills. They'll replenish the energy you've depleted. The college entrance exams are approaching. Let's give it our all together. Lin Qingqing took it, bit her lip, and said, "Thank you, Chen Feng. Honestly, you didn't have to kill Huoxia that day. His family background isn't as simple as you think. It's complicated." Chen Feng shook his head. "He told me he was already betrothed to you. I could tell you despised him, and I agreed that scum like him wasn't worthy of you. So I just took care of him." Chen Feng spoke with casual nonchalance, yet his words stirred a tempest within Lin Qingqing's heart. That day, the two of them sat by the pond, talking for a very, very long time. Upon returning home, Chen Feng didn't even bother greeting old Chen before rushing into his room. He carefully retrieved the beast spirit of the 6th-tier crimson striped tiger. He selected fusion immediately. It seemed as though a soul-shaking tiger's roar echoed through the air. The fusion succeeded swiftly, granting him a 100% attribute boost in strength. So it turns out that from 2nd tier to 5th tier beasts, the attribute boost increases by 10% per tier. But 6th tier? A whopping 20% boost. No wonder beast spirits from 6th tier onward experience such a steep price jump. Chen Feng excitedly opened his attribute panel. Chen Feng. Level, 21 HP 72 41 42,000. Strength, 614. Defense, 307. Speed, 230. Spirit, 153. Class, Beastmaster SSS rank. Beast form abilities, Gibbon, Swiftwind Wolf King, Crimson Striped Tiger. Skills, immunity to all poisons passive. Chen Feng's heart surged with excitement. A full 614 points in strength. Even for an SSS rank strength-focused class, this was the peak strength stat achievable at level 20, and that was only possible by allocating all attribute points into strength. Moreover, across the entire Huoxia, he knew of only 3 or 4 SSS tier talent holders still alive. Even hidden classes typically only reached S tier ratings, with the best hidden classes potentially achieving SS tier. But an SSS tier class? Calling it a once-in-a-century occurrence wouldn't be an exaggeration. With this attribute, he was confident he could crush even a level 40+ opponent like Huo Jingqi. As time passed, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and the curtain of the college entrance exams gradually rose. Early this morning, over a dozen buses lined up outside Changshan First High School, packed with students about to take the exam. Chen Feng, wearing his signature flip-flops as always, embarked on his journey. This marked his 3rd attempt at the exam, and the process had become deeply familiar to him. The previous 2 attempts, however, had yielded near 0 scores. The college entrance exam process consists of 2 stages. The first stage is the preliminary exam held locally in each prefecture-level city. During this phase, all candidates entered a combat simulator to climb a tower and compete for rankings. Upon entering the combat simulation tower, the strength of simulated beasts increased with each floor, allowing candidates to unleash their full potential. The top 10 students based on their scores are selected to proceed to the final examination in the capital. In previous years, Chen Feng was typically eliminated in the first round, never even reaching the threshold of the second stage. The second stage involves all top 10 students traveling to the capital city to participate in the final examination. The final exam was conducted as one-on-one tournament matches to determine the national rankings and crown the national martial arts champion. With police cars clearing the way ahead, the bus convoy entered the Education Bureau gates without a single obstacle. Inside the sprawling Education Bureau compound, over 100 buses had already parked in a steady stream. Hey, isn't that First High's convoy? Wonder how many spots in the top 10 they'll snag this year. First High is nothing but trash these days. Compared to us Changshan Experimental, if they manage to snag 1 or 2 spots, it'll be charity. Yeah, First High really has been declining year after year. Haven't they gone 3 years straight without cracking the top 3? School leaders who had arrived early began mingling within their respective networks. Principal Li Jinxiu of First High stepped off the first bus. Well, old Li still hasn't retired? At your age, you'd better not tarnish your reputation now. Principal Li rolled his eyes at Principal Chiu of Changshan Experimental Middle School's sarcastic expression and ignored him. Principal Chiu of Experimental Middle School only grew more aggressive. Running away won't help. You have to accept your age. I heard the Education Bureau called you in for a chat the other day. This should be your last term, huh? Ha ha ha. Principal Chiu and Principal Li had always been bitter rivals. In Changshan's education circles, they had initially been evenly matched, each viewing the other as a formidable rival. But in recent years, Changshan No. 1 High School's performance had declined year after year. As a result, more families with better financial means began sending their children to Changshan Experimental Middle School. This tipped the already slightly tilted scales completely out of balance. For the past year, No. 1 High School had been consistently outperformed by Changshan Experimental. This led to Principal Chiu inevitably trading barbs with Principal Li every college entrance exam season. Principal Li snorted coldly. None of your business. Your experimental school might not even beat my first high this year. Principal Chiu perked up at this. Oh? From the sound of it, oldly, seems like first high is playing its cards close to the chest this year. I'm actually a bit scared. If you're scared, go cool off somewhere else. Stop blocking my view. Haha, how about we make a bet then? Principal Lee shot him a subtle glance. Not interested. First high cultivates elite talent. We're not in the same league as your mixed bag experimental high. Principal Chiu roared with laughter. What a joke. Elite? Your top 3 spots in Changshan City? Your first high hasn't had a single one in 3 years. And you call that elite? Why don't you just say you're aiming for first place? Principal Lee felt a surge of secret delight. This year, I will take first place. Perhaps this year's top spot will belong to Changshan First High? Principal Chiu clapped his hands. Fine. How about we bet on first place? If you take first, I'll do a pole dance live on the Education Bureau's playground. If you lose, you dance. Dare you? Principal Lee took a deep breath, feigning reluctance. One more condition, I'll dance wearing a bunny girl costume from the ship. Principal Chiu suddenly sensed something was off. Why was this old guy so confident this year? Could he have some hidden ace up his sleeve? But having gone this far, he was now in too deep to back down. Besides, their school had a hidden SS class profession this year. He had faith in his students after all. Changshan hadn't seen an SS class practitioner in a decade. Not wanting to appear weak in front of the onlookers, he declared. Fine. They'll wear bunny girl outfits and black stockings too. Principal Lee wasn't about to be outdone. How about adding a pair of high heels too? Who's afraid of who? Chapter 21, College Entrance Exam. As the clock struck 9, all examinees were ready. The bell rang and the exam began. The Shanghai simulation pods activated simultaneously, each with a staff member stationed at the front for registration. Behind the hundreds of simulation pods, a massive electronic screen displayed real-time rankings of examinee scores and their respective schools. Long queues formed before each simulator, with candidates waiting patiently to take their exams. Chen Feng stared boredly at the screen ahead. Based on his past exam experience, with an average level of around 15 for senior high students, the average score hovered near the 15th tier. Scoring above level 20 meant surpassing 90% of students, essentially guaranteeing admission to a reputable martial arts university. Changshan First High School, Zhuxuaishui. Chen Feng watched with keen interest as the female class monitor entered the simulation chamber ahead of him. The floor number on the simulation pod flickered intermittently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 16, 17, 18. After the number 18 flashed 3 times, the display showed 29 seconds. According to the rules, if 2 competitors reached the same floor level, the one who lasted longer in seconds would rank higher. Chen Fengxiang snorted coldly inside, all that daily posturing, and it's only 18 floors in 29 seconds. Zhu Shuaishuai emerged from the simulation chamber, his face twisted in frustration, clearly dissatisfied with his own performance. Next up, Wu Guang from Changshan No. 1 High School. After a fierce battle, Wu Guang soared ahead with a score of 26 floors in 13 seconds, claiming the top spot on the rear screen. The central display on the rear screen showed only the top 100 citywide rankings. Below that, it showed the number of students from each school who had reached the 20th floor. As time passed, Zhou Bingluan finally stopped at the 24th floor, achieving 24 floors in 33 seconds and securing 18th place. Surprisingly, Xiaoya also reached the 24th floor, finishing just behind Zhou Bingluan with a time of 19 seconds to claim 19th place. By this point, both the top and second positions had been overtaken by students from Changshan Experimental School, with the leader reaching a staggering 28 floors. Unlike combat classes, when support classes entered the simulation pod, the system assigned them an NPC. The class could be chosen freely by the examinee, but the NPC's rating was always equal to the examinee's. The exam failed if either the NPC or the candidate was killed. This is why support classes tend to achieve slightly higher scores than combat classes. This represented a form of national support for support classes. Principal Chiu looked at Principal Lee with pride. Is that it? Your trump card can't possibly be that 26th floor archer, can it? Next up, Lin Qingqing from Changshan No. 1 High School. Principal Lee's pupils slowly contracted. Before Chen Feng's rise, Lin Qingqing had been cultivated as Changshan No. 1 High School's top prospect. Naturally, he paid her extra attention. Lin Qingqing pressed her fingerprint on the simulation pod ahead. The pod displayed her personal information. Lin Qingqing. Changshan No. 1 High School. Occupation, Ice Mage Grade A. Level, 24. The staff member's breath caught. Reaching level 24 was truly exceptional even among the top performers in previous year's college entrance exams. He found himself filled with anticipation for this young girl. Lin Qingqing completed her registration last night and calmly settled into the simulation pod. 1.2.3.4. The numbers on the simulation pod screen flashed rapidly. Noticing the commotion, Principal Chiu of Experimental Middle School watched the rapidly climbing numbers on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. 18, 19, 20. The numbers flashed by rapidly, showing no signs of slowing down. 25, 26, 27. Finally, the numbers began to slow down. 28. As seconds ticked by, Lin Qingqing's score surged past the previous record holder at Experimental Middle School, who had reached the 28th floor. She had become the new leader. 29. The number on the screen flashed again, reaching an astonishing 29th floor, leaving the second-place competitor far behind with an overwhelming lead. Finally, the screen flashed 3 times before settling on level 29, 31 seconds. Tens of thousands of eyes, both those taking the exam and those who had finished, stared intently at the large screen. The atmosphere in the room grew deathly quiet. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back. Goddess Qingqing is unbeatable. Changshan No. 1 High School rocks. As the words fell, the entire crowd of Changshan No. 1 High School examinees erupted into a frenzy, chanting Lin Qingqing's name in a deafening roar that refused to die down. Principal Chiu's face darkened. He never imagined First High could produce a level 24 student, and clearly, not just any ordinary level 24. He scanned Lin Qingqing's candidate profile, level 24, yet her profession rating was merely A. Not that A was weak, on the contrary, in previous years, it was essentially the highest rating achievable. It was already impressive to have even one S-rated student each year, and those with S ratings almost always secured the top spot in Changshan City that year. This level 24 A-rated performance rivaled past S-rated achievements clearly. A lot of money had been poured into it. Beyond Beastmasters, every class had its own pay-to-win tier. Take Lin Qingqing, an ice mage. Her skill quality and access to rare treasures are top tier. Even legendary demon cores or gems, when socketed into a mage's staff, could provide substantial bonuses. As the wealthiest family in Changshan City, the Lins certainly aren't short on funds. This explains how Lin Qingqing achieved such terrifying prowess with an A-tier class rating. Observing Principal Chiu's expression, Principal Li felt thoroughly satisfied. Though this wasn't his trump card yet, as an old rival, he took pleasure in seeing his opponent uncomfortable. Principal Chiu looked at the smug Principal Li and said, "You're satisfied now, aren't you? Just wait until later when you're wearing stockings and dancing on a pole. You'll have plenty to cry about then. The real show is yet to come." Though he acknowledged Lin Qingqing's impressive performance, he remained confident in his own student, an SS-rated talent unseen in the small town of Changshan for over a decade. Soon, a commotion erupted on the playground. Some students couldn't contain themselves, chanting the name Xiongqi. Go Xiongqi. Changshan Experimental's eternal legend. Xiongqi, the boss, charged forward and trampled Changshan No. 1 High School underfoot. In front of Simulation Pod 27. A stunningly attractive woman with exquisitely styled bob-cut hair. Her delicate oval face and high, straight nose gave her the appearance of a mixed-race beauty. As Xiongqi's identity verification succeeded, his personal profile appeared on the Simulation Pod. Xiongqi. Changshan Experimental Middle School. Occupation, Soul Thief, SS rank, hidden occupation. Level, 25. Those nearby who saw the information sucked in their breath in unison. An SS rank hidden class? Some people might never see a candidate of this caliber in their entire lives. Truly an eye-opening sight. Xiongqi seemed accustomed to the envious stares, lying down on the simulation pod with a calm expression. 1.2.3.4. The numbers flashed by even faster than they had for Lin Qingqing earlier. Without a single stutter, they reached the 30th layer. But at level 31, it finally slowed down. Nearly 3 minutes passed. Finally. 31. Chapter 22. This beast form user is a bit strange. The moment the score jumped to 31, the simulation pod's door swung open. A striking figure emerged. Xiongqi, level 31 in 1 second. With an overwhelming lead, he claimed the top spot outright. Amidst the cheers from Experimental Middle School, candidates from other schools were stunned. No wonder it's an SS tier hidden class. I recall last year's highest score was only 29 floors. For the past 2 years, Changshan's top scorers were stuck at 29 floors. They say the difficulty spikes dramatically after 30. No wonder it's Experimental High School. With this score, National Martial Arts Academy is practically guaranteed, right? What are you thinking? National Martial Arts Academy requires entrance exams, and college entrance exam scores are only used as a reference. But with this level of skill, the entrance exam should be no problem either. Everyone present felt exhilarated to witness this moment. Only the Changshan No. 1 High students looked a bit grim. They'd been locked in a fierce rivalry with Experimental High, both openly and covertly. Everyone hoped to bring honor to their school. Principal Chiu's chin was practically pointing to the sky. Oh my, it feels like rain is falling from the sky. Could it be old Li's tears? He waved to the principal standing beside him. Director Liu, go to the supermarket and buy a set of the latest trendy black stockings and high heels. We can't have Principal Li spending his own money on such things. Principal Li watched Principal Chiu's maneuvering without a word, his expression as dark as storm clouds. though inwardly he harbored unwavering confidence in Chen Feng. But he truly hadn't anticipated that this year's experiment would produce a hidden profession and an SS rank 1 at that. The last time they'd reached the 31st floor was 23 years ago. A faint worry stirred within him. If Chen Feng failed to meet this standard, he'd rather die than live to wear a black-stocking bunny girl outfit and stream himself pole dancing. As candidates steadily entered the simulation pods, the number of students preparing for the exam dwindled. The top 3 rankings on the screen remained unchanged, while the rest scrolled by. Changshan No. 1 High School, Chen Feng. Finally, it was Chen Feng's turn. Principal Li's eyes flashed with intense focus as he stared intently at the student who had spent 5 years in high school. Principal Chiu, noticing Principal Li's expression, grew intrigued. He began to scrutinize the student from head to toe. He couldn't resist adding a few sarcastic remarks. Don't wait around. Get changed. There are less than 1,000 people left on the field. I'm genuinely looking forward to this. Yet his eyes remained alert. The disheveled student in flip-flops before the simulation chamber always gave him a sense of unease. Information scan complete. Please verify details. Chen Feng. Changshan No. 1 High School. Occupation, Beast Shifter F rank. Level, 21. Chen Feng breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, the machine couldn't detect his true status otherwise, explaining an SSS rank Beast Shifter would have been quite the challenge. Principal Chiu stepped closer to examine the data and instantly broke into a broad smile. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just a worthless beast master. Seriously, who even majors in that profession these days? Then something felt off. He stared at the screen, double-checking the details. A worthless beast master, yet level 21? How much did they pay for that power leveling? Another rich kid. He watched Principal Li stare intently at the simulation pod Chen Feng was entering, and he too began observing with keen interest. Chen Feng calmly entered the simulation pod. This was his 3rd time performing this operation. He was now thoroughly familiar with the process. Upon entering the simulation pod, his entire body felt light and weightless, his consciousness blank. Moments later, his consciousness entered a brand new space. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless grassland, and the air carried the fresh scent of green grass. This was already the 3rd time Chen Feng had experienced this environment. He couldn't help but marvel at the simulation's realism. Chen Feng stared intently at the enraged red-skinned piglet 10 meters away, his interest piqued. This little pig had already killed him twice. Today, the tables had finally turned. He was determined to thoroughly humiliate this creature. He thought it through. He seized the boar by the scruff of its neck. No matter how violently it thrashed, it couldn't budge Chen Feng an inch. With his current brutal attribute bonuses, he could practically push through the layers ahead without even transforming. He delivered a series of resounding slaps to the boar's body. Outside, the onlookers watched as Chen Feng entered the level. The screen displayed level 1 for a full 2 minutes before finally updating to level 2. Holy crap, it's a beast master. A beast master. He's already level 21 and it's taking him this long to clear a single floor? The title uselessest class wasn't given for nothing. Principal Chiu looked at Principal Li. Stop watching, old league rich kids like this, even if they're high level, are useless. Beast masters are inherently trash classes. You don't seriously expect him to win first place, do you? Principal Li also found it baffling. He'd witnessed Chen Feng's strength firsthand. There was no reason he should be dawdling on the first floor this long. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens. Just then. 2, 3, 4. The speed at which the layers flashed grew faster and faster. In one breath, it flashed up to 27. The crowd outside the arena stared in disbelief at the numbers on the screen displaying Chen Feng's stats, then glanced at his personal information. After multiple confirmations, it was indeed an F-rank beast master. How could this be? How could a beast master reach the 27th floor? This useless class in previous years, having even one candidate make it to the 20th floor was considered impressive. 28. The number kept rising. The roar of the crowd of over 10,000 gradually faded as all eyes fell silently upon the screen displaying Chen Feng's stats. 29. Principal Chiu gulped hard. His eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The machine must be malfunctioning. How could a mere beast-type fighter reach the 29th floor? He seemed to have realized something was terribly wrong here. He'd rather believe the machine malfunctioned than accept that a beast-type could have breached the 29th floor. Inside the simulation chamber. When Chen Feng reached the 29th floor, a scorching desert spread out around him. A massive lizard lay motionless on the sand. Suddenly, the 5-meter-long beast snapped its eyes open. Its massive tail lashed out horizontally, sweeping toward the unwelcome intruder, Chen Feng. Chen Feng leapt high into the air, executing a 180-degree spin mid-flight. Landing swiftly, he charged toward the lizard. With lightning speed, he mounted the creature's back. No matter how hard it thrashed, it couldn't shake Chen Feng off. Chen Feng pounded the lizard's head relentlessly with both fists. Only after reducing the entire creature to a bloody mess did it convulse, then vanish in a flash of white light. Without transforming, it's still a bit lacking. Candidate Chen Feng, you have passed the 29th layer test. Proceed to the next layer? Yes. In the same environment, 5 massive lizards suddenly appeared, charging toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't take any chances. He instantly transformed into a wind wolf, executing a nimble spin to emerge from an awkward angle. Indeed, transformation grants hidden attribute bonuses. I can clearly feel my speed has increased significantly. These aren't displayed on the interface. After a brief skirmish, Chen Feng unleashed a gust of wind blades. Yet the lizard's speed proved utterly inadequate to reach him. Before long, all 5 giant lizards were kited to death by Chen Feng. Candidate Chen Feng, you have cleared level 30. Proceed to the next level? Yes. Chapter 23, Rain or Shine, I'll wait for you on the field. Swish! Chen Feng materialized in a primeval jungle. A gale force wind roared past his ears, and instinctively, he transformed into a wind wolf, darting away at lightning speed. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar sent birds and beasts scattering through the forest. It seemed deeply dissatisfied that its claw hadn't finished off Chen Feng. Outside the simulation chamber. Level 31, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time ticked by second. The top spot on the large screen now displayed Chen Feng's name. Across the entire playground, students from First High School chanted Chen Feng's name. Chen Fengshan. Chen Fengshan. Chen Fengshan. Wu Guang glanced at Zhou Bingluan beside him and remarked. Hard to believe this kid was just a level 1 noob 10 days ago. Zhou Bingluan sighed. Ah, in the face of true genius, hard work seems so pale. Lin Qingqing watched as Chen Fengshan's name dominated the top spot on the screen. This man was even stronger than she'd imagined. That beast spirit worth 200 million, it was worth every penny. Xiong Qi stared intently at the screen. He never imagined that even with his SS-tier hidden profession, he could be outshone. What infuriated him even more was that this person was a universally recognized waste of a beast master. An F-rank worthless beast shifter. Director Wang beamed with delight, excitedly pointing at the screen and declaring to those beside him. My student! My student! Just a worthless beast master, nothing special. Principal Wang stood with his hands behind his back, his heart finally settling. 3 years. A full 3 years. Not a single top 3 finisher from First High. This year, not only did they secure 2 spots in the top 3, but they also claimed first place. His old rival, Principal Chiu, had been utterly humiliated. The pent-up frustration in his heart was finally released. 2 words, pure bliss. In stark contrast, Principal Chiu sat slumped on the ground, his face ashen. He clutched the newly purchased bunny girl costume he'd just bought. Moments ago, he'd been jubilant, but now he was on the verge of fainting. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I need to inspect the equipment. Yes, it must be a malfunction. There's no way a beast shifter could have done this. Inside the simulation chamber, Chen Feng glared at the massive tiger before him, its eyes slanted upward and its forehead white. With a roar, he shifted. He transformed into a tiger radiating a crimson aura, its size identical to the beast across from him. Instantly, the 2 colossal tigers clashed, trading blows. At first, the virtual tiger managed to hold its own against Chen Fengshan. As Chen Fengshan grew more adept at controlling his transformed form, he soon gained the upper hand. With overwhelming strength, each clash sent its opponent flying. Before long, he tore the virtual tiger into specks of starlight, causing it to vanish into nothingness. Candidate Chen Fengshan, you have cleared level 31. Proceed to the next level? Chen Fengshan took a deep breath, adjusting his state. Yes. Swish. In the same environment, 5 massive tigers lunged simultaneously the moment Chen Fengshan appeared. Without a word, Chen Fengshan transformed instantly. 4 giant apes, each over 4 meters tall, surged from the ground. He abruptly retreated, snatched a giant tiger, and flung it over a dozen meters, slamming it into a tree so thick it took 5 men to encircle it. Leveraging the ape-like creature's jungle adaptability, Chen Fengshan weaved through towering trees, occasionally snatching a tiger and pounding it mercilessly. He dared not face all 5 tigers simultaneously. If entangled, even his formidable physique wouldn't save him from certain death. Back and forth, it took a full 15 minutes before he finally smashed the last tiger to pieces. Chen Fengshan gasped for breath, surveying the gruesome scars covering his body. He was nearing his absolute limit. Candidate Chen Fengshan, you have cleared level 32. Proceed to the next level? Yes. With a whoosh, Chen Feng appeared atop a massive tree trunk, stunned by the sight before him. The trunk he stood on was as thick as a dozen men could wrap their arms around, yet it was merely a small branch of this colossal tree. And such 1,000-meter-tall giants were everywhere as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh! Before Chen Feng could react, his eyes followed the sound. A figure clad in light green gauze, slender and fair-skinned, leapt gracefully onto another trunk. His features were exquisitely refined, pointed ears nearly level with the top of his head, eyes sparkling with an untainted azure blue. A spirit clan member. Thud. An arrow pierced Chen Fengxiang's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Candidate Chen Fengxiang has died. Exam result, 33rd floor, 2 seconds. The numbers on the screen flashed twice more, leaving everyone speechless with astonishment. The entire examination hall, filled with 10,000 people, fell silent. Only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Until Chen Fengxiang pushed open the simulation chamber door with a bang. Huff. He exhaled a cloud of stale breath. That arrow still sent shivers down his spine. The spirit tribe, which he had only ever read about in books, actually existed. He hadn't yet recovered from the shocking scene. Glancing at the equally stunned staff, he tapped the table. Hey, Professor, can I leave now? Oh, yes, you may. The teacher in charge of registration felt as if he were in a dream. What did the 33rd floor signify? Since the simulation chamber had been established. In recent decades, no one had ever reached that height. In a modestly decorated office. The superintendent of education sat at his desk, watching the surveillance feed. He didn't seem particularly surprised, as if this outcome were inevitable. Just as I suspected. The last person to reach the 32nd floor was that individual, wasn't it? Sun Qian, the council member sitting stiffly beside him, asked curiously, who is that person? The director gazed at the ceiling for a long moment before replying with feigned solemnity. A person of extraordinary talent. In the exam hall, the students of First High erupted in excitement. They had never heard of anyone reaching the 33rd floor. It was unheard of, yet this person was their fellow classmate at First High. Zhu Shuai felt a bit dazed. Is this Chen Fengxiang? This feels unreal. Parallel universe? Chen Fengxiang's desk partner, Xiao Pang, was so excited that his 200-plus pound frame jumped half a meter high. That's my ING brother, Chen Fengxiang. My brother. This feels like a dream. Pinch my philtrum, quick. Where the hell are you pinching? I said the philtrum on his face. Lin Qingqing picked up the phone. Hey, Dad, got some great news. Your daughter's always been spot on with people. Wu Guang handed Zhou Bingluan a handful of melon seeds. He's destined to take a different path from us now. Xiaoya, this guy actually risked his life for me. Can I brag about this forever? For 3 lifetimes. Director Wang, 1 Qi blood pill? That's a steal. Xiong Qi, what kind of man is he, really? Principal Li lit a cigarette, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He took a deep drag and exhaled a smoke ring. Old Xiao, stop pretending. Snap out of it. Rain or shine, I'll be waiting for you on the field. He then turned to Director Wang beside him. Wang, go buy a few phones. We'll livestream this across all platforms later. Principal Qiu's going to show everyone his pole dancing skills. Chapter 24, Su Nianqing. Director Wang gave a quick reply and scurried off. Leaving Principal Qiu standing there, utterly flustered in the wind. Old Qiu, heaven-sent calamities can be survived, but self-inflicted ones are fatal. Well, now I don't even need to buy you those black stockings and high heels. You really do understand me. With Chen Fengxiang's exam results released, the entire college entrance exam process drew to a close. Major media outlets and self-media personalities swarmed the Education Bureau's entrance, reporting on the breaking news. Naturally, Chen Fengxiang's name became the hot topic on everyone's lips. Beijing, Huaguo University of Monster Materials. Second-year female dormitory. A girl named Su Nianqing was knitting a sweater for her boyfriend while binge-watching short dramas. Her roommate called out to her. Xinger, did you hear? Chanshan might be producing someone extraordinary this year. Su Nianqing, half watching a mindless short drama on her tablet, replied absent-mindedly. Oh? I haven't heard. Tell me more. Her roommate perked up immediately and shared the breaking news she'd seen earlier. This year's college entrance exam in Changshan City, someone scored 33 out of 33. That's a once-in-a-blue-moon achievement nationwide. What was his name? Oh, right, Chen Fengxiang. Soaring with the wind, he ascends 9,000 miles. What a name. Su Nianqing, who had been knitting, suddenly jerked her hand, pricking herself with the knitting needle. She sat up straight. Did you hear that wrong? Chen Fengxiang? Her roommate froze, staring at her in disbelief. Xinger, you know him? Su Nianqing thought for a moment perhaps it was just a coincidence of names. No, I don't. That useless ex-boyfriend was just a beast transformer, and a level 1 at that, without a contracted beast spirit for 5 years. That loser should be expelled this year, so it must just be a coincidence. But then, her roommate dropped a bombshell that left her reeling. They say that guy is a beastkin too. Unheard of, unbelievable. It really is true that in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. Education Bureau playground. Over 10,000 people had gathered, cameras flashing incessantly. In the center of the field stood a steel pipe over 3 meters tall, glowing a brilliant crimson in the setting sun. Beneath it, a dejected man sat on the ground. He was none other than Principal Qiu, the well-known figure in Changshan's education circles and headmaster of Changshan Experimental Middle School. At that moment, Principal Qiu was dressed in a pink bunny girl outfit, with 2 long rabbit ears perched atop his head. His bulging belly stretched the bunny suit taut and full. His legs were clad in black stockings with lace trim connected to his waist by a garter belt, while a pair of size 10 high heels stood out strikingly. Principal Lee held a phone mount, where 6 or 7 phones lit up simultaneously, their cameras all trained on the sultry Principal Cho. "Old Cho, hurry up. You've already dressed up, what's stopping you now? What's the matter, can't take a joke?" Principal Cho blared at the sea of onlookers, clenched his teeth, and steeled himself. He grabbed the steel pipe and began to sway. Just then, the song Red High Heels began playing across the playground. From this day forward, the education sector gained a new internet sensation. Amplified by media coverage, Principal Cho's bunny girl dance video quickly dominated every chart, even surpassing the buzz around Chen Feng's 33-story climb for the college entrance exam. But what no one could have predicted was that this guy seemed to have cracked the internet traffic code. A few days later, he installed a pole in his own home and started live streaming to sell products. As the college entrance exams concluded, the top 10 scorers across Changshan City were announced. Chen Feng solidified his top spot with a 33-floor, 2-second performance. Xiongqi followed in second place, with Lin Qingqing close behind in third. However, among the top 10, only Wu Guang himself made the cut at ninth place, alongside Chen Feng and Lin Qingqing. Of the remaining 7, 6 were students from experimental high school. The 10 of them would represent the entire Changshan region in the final examination in the capital, vying for the title of national top scholar. Fengshan, rest well these next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, the director of the Changshan Education Bureau will lead all 10 of you to the capital for the final examination. Numerous wealthy families and influential factions will be watching. This is your chance to shine, make sure you perform your best. Principal Li gazed at Chen Feng with more affection than he would have shown his own son. Having navigated the education sector for 4 decades, Chen Feng was the most outstanding student he had ever encountered. Though this kid had given him headaches for 5 years straight, making him want to expel him. Understood, Principal Li. I'd like to ask about the National Martial Arts Academy, do you have any insights? Principal Li smiled knowingly. Of course I do. 7 years ago, one of my students gained admission to Guowu. It's challenging, but for you, it shouldn't be a problem. Guowu, formerly known as Huaguo Martial Arts University, is the absolute pinnacle of higher education in all of Huaguo. There is no other institution that rivals it. The nation pours immense resources into it annually. Even Marshal Galong, the pillar of Huaguo at the formidable 94th level, serves as an honorary professor there. He delivers public lectures at Guowu every 2 years. Moreover, Guowu houses the remains of demon beasts of various tiers for student research. Rumor has it they even possess the dragon bones of a 9th-tier fire dragon. Its depth of heritage is unmatched. The only regret is that it only admits 100 students annually. The advantage is that resources are concentrated, ensuring every graduate becomes a formidable figure in their field. The downside is the extreme difficulty of admission, so much so that Changshan produces only one successful candidate every 2 or 3 years. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before asking again. What kind of scores are required to gain admission to Guowu? As the nation's premier martial arts academy, Guowu naturally upholds its standards. The National College Entrance Exam serves only as a reference. To receive an admission letter from Guowu, one must pass its own entrance exam, and only the top 500 students nationwide qualify to take it. Principal Li's eyes gleamed with longing. Who wouldn't be proud to gain admission to Guowu in their lifetime? If a family produced a Guowu student, it would be a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Even the entire city of Changshan would rejoice. Chen Feng nodded silently, his resolve set. Upon returning to school, a celebratory extravaganza was held that very evening in Chen Feng's honor. Funded by the school, all students from grades 1 to 3 gathered for a bonfire party during evening study hall to celebrate Changshan No. 1 High School reclaiming the top spot after 5 years. Countless younger students came to ask for autographs and photos. Even his peers from the same graduating class came forward for photos, a moment destined to become a cherished talking point for years to come. Late into the night, Chen Feng lay alone in his small bed. He recalled the spirit clan at the 33rd level he had encountered during today's exam. Chapter 25, the final exam. He had only read in books that at the far western edge of the continent lay a mountain range stretching 30,000 li, known as Kunlun. Kunlun's peaks pierced the clouds, perpetually shrouded in mist and rarely graced by human footprints. Legend held that beyond Kunlun lay the vast spirit realm, the place where the spirit tribe lived. For years, the spirit clan had remained nothing more than a legend. At first, Chen Feng had dismissed it as nothing more than a mythical tale. Until today, when he witnessed it with his own eyes during the examination. The sheer awe of that scene remains vividly etched in his memory even now. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 10 individuals, including Chen Feng, gathered in the reception hall of the Changshan City Education Bureau. Seated at the head of the table was none other than the director of the Education Bureau, the man who had once saved Chen Feng's life. Today, young friends, you gather here for tomorrow's imperial examinations in the capital. On behalf of the Changshan City Education Bureau, I wish you all a triumphant return. The elder outlined the examination procedures and content. Essentially, the rules for the final exam were that students ranked in the top 10 from each region would be assigned numbers and then draw lots. Opponents would be determined by lottery. One-on-one duels would then commence until the ultimate martial arts champion was crowned. The 10 listened intently, committing the details to memory. After lunch, 2 special great armored vehicles roared to life and sped toward the capital city. Since Changshan City wasn't too far from the capital, they arrived successfully in less than 4 hours. It was Chen Feng's first time in the capital. The capital city was bustling with skyscrapers lining the streets, and occasionally, a high-tier flying beast would soar through the sky. Holy crap, what level demon beast is that? A man in the vehicle pointed at the crimson flying beast in the sky, utterly shocked. The Education Bureau director glanced upward and stated, "A crimson feathered eagle, a 6th-tier demon beast." The examinees in the car all turned to look. Seeing the enormous demon beast with a wingspan of over 20 meters, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Can a demon beast of that level just fly freely in the sky?" The director explained. Beasts permitted to fly over the capital are all registered and licensed. While summoners are the primary handlers, martial artists may also tame certain beasts. Once these tamed beasts obtain a flight license, they are authorized to fly. However, obtaining a flight license requires certain prerequisites. The beast must be at least 6th tier or higher, and the martial artist must meet specific rank requirements. Additionally, exorbitant aerial travel fees must be paid monthly. Ordinary martial artists simply cannot afford such flying beasts. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Feng gazed at the capital's wondrous sights as if he were an old countrywoman visiting the Grand View Garden for the first time. Soon, the vehicle entered the capital's education headquarters. At the entrance of the education department stood a towering statue over 100 meters tall, its hand clutching a thick scroll. Upon seeing this statue, Chen Feng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The director, observing the children's eager expressions, explained, "This is the statue of the sage of Confucianism, standing here for centuries. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, to defend against the demonic tribes of the 10,000 mountains in the south, the sage sacrificed his own 99th level life force. He transformed into thousands of statues to suppress the demonic energies across the land. Simultaneously, he established a comprehensive cultivation system for education in Huagua. This laid the foundation for the emergence of countless powerful individuals who later fought against the demonic tribes, securing humanity's foothold on the continent. This particular statue of the Confucian scholar is said to have been brought forth from Mount Kuan by a great power several hundred years ago to preside over the Ministry of Education in the capital. This is why the Ministry of Education stands as one of the 3 most powerful factions in the capital." Shock filled everyone's eyes. Is there truly a 99th tier existence? Why do the books say the strongest of our age, Martial Gulong, is only 94th tier? The director of education chuckled heartily. Ha ha. Level 99 is pure legend after all, no one has ever witnessed it firsthand. They say that beyond level 90, each subsequent level is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Alas, I fear I shall never witness it in my lifetime. The director gazed at the sky, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. The group was thus accommodated within the headquarters of the Ministry of Education, one of the capital's most powerful institutions, to prepare for tomorrow's final examination. Chen Feng stood at the window of the education department's 117th floor. Gazing at the flickering neon lights below, he marveled at humanity's insignificance. The path of the martial artist stretches far and long. He was but a speck in the vast sea of cultivators. He turned his gaze to the vast sky and asked himself aloud, "Level 99, is it truly just a legend?" The next day, early morning. Huagua Monster Materials University, female dormitory. "Qinger, wake up. The national final exam starts today. If you're late, you won't get a seat." As one of the few universities in the capital, Huagua Monster Materials University was not far from the Ministry of Education. University students could watch the final exams for free. For those who traveled great distances to attend, they held a distinct advantage. Thus, the annual final exam became a major event for several universities in the capital. "Stop rushing me. Can't you see I'm putting on makeup?" Sun Yanqing traced a delicate curve beneath her eyelid with an eyeliner pencil, then blinked contentedly. "Oh, stop primping. It's not like you're going on a blind date. You've spent over an hour on this, and my boyfriend is waiting for us downstairs. By the way, Qinger, where's your boyfriend? Isn't he coming with you?" A flicker of panic crossed Sun Yanqing's eyes. "He has something to do today. We can go together, don't worry about him." Kyoto, Ministry of Education, Martial Arts Arena. Hundreds of platforms had been set up across the vast martial arts arena. Amidst the smaller platforms, one stood out as exceptionally large, where a middle-aged woman stood. Surrounding the arena, terrace seating held over 100,000 spectators, every seat already filled. The front rows were packed with representatives from major factions and families. Most of those in the front rows were there specifically to scout for talent. Those who excel in the final exams each year are noticed by the top factions and offered generous rewards. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, survival hinges solely on possessing sufficient strength and formidable power. This is precisely why certain talents become fiercely sought after. The middle-aged woman on stage wore her hair in a mature bun and a sky blue cheapao, her voice resonating with authority. Young people from all corners of the land, I welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Education of Huagua. You have each drawn your numbers, and the results will be displayed on the screens shortly. 100 arenas will compete simultaneously. I hope you achieve outstanding results. Chen Feng glanced at the number 1407 on his own card. The vast canopy above suddenly began to glow, revealing itself as a screen where numbers scrolled endlessly. Finally, Chen Feng saw his number, 0217 versus 1407. Every participant here was a local prodigy, brimming with confidence and an air of unrivaled determination. In the stands, Lin Qingqing held a cup of milk tea, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Feng. Her heart pounded with shock. It really is him. Chapter 26, the bubble tea suddenly tasted bitter. That ex-boyfriend she dumped Chen Feng, the one who awakened as a crude beast type. How could that worthless loser, who didn't even possess a beast spirit, have actually made it to the final exam? After all, only the top 10 in Changshan qualified for the final exam. Could it be that Chen Feng, the one who broke through to the 33rd layer in the preliminary exam, was actually him? Her last shred of hope shattered. She stared intently at Chen Feng's figure, as if trying to discern some clue from him. As the competition commenced, those who had drawn their numbers began ascending the arena one after another. Within minutes, Wu Guang shook his head as he walked back from the stage to the designated seating area for Changshan candidates. Damn, that's insane. I went up and immediately faced a hidden class. Almost got one shot by that bastard. Thank God the proctor intervened in time, otherwise I'd be injured. The crowd murmured in disbelief. The national competition truly proved that beyond every mountain lies another, and beyond every person lies someone greater. Contestant 0217 versus 1407, please proceed to platform 12. Chen Feng followed the staff's guidance to the 12th stage. At the edge of the platform, a referee stood with hands behind his back. An oppressive aura emanated from him. One glance was enough for Chen Feng to sense the vast gap between them. As he was now, he doubted he could withstand even 10 blows from the referee. Across the ring, a cute girl dressed in a school uniform looked utterly fragile. Begin. As the referee's words fell, 2 gleaming golden hammers suddenly materialized in the hands of the JK-style girl across from him, creating a stark contrast. Chen Feng nearly choked on his own blood. But facing his opponent, he didn't let his guard down for a second. No student who made it to the final exam was a pushover. He activated his beast transformation at the perfect moment. Roar! A spine-chilling tiger's roar echoed as Chen Feng transformed into a crimson-striped tiger over 2 meters tall. Many eyes turned toward him. For the final exam, beast transformers were an extremely rare sight. Under normal circumstances, such a profession wouldn't even make it into the top 1,000 of the preliminary exam, let alone enter the top 10 to participate in the final exam. It had been untold years since a beast shifter had graced the stage of the final exam. The proctoring teacher's eyes lit up. Who would have thought this scruffy-looking student was actually a beast shifter? But judging by Chen Feng's imposing aura, he seemed quite formidable. The spectators in the stands began murmuring among themselves. That guy on platform 12 is a beast shifter? Damn, a crude beastkin made it into the top 10? Which region is this candidate from? Could it be the remote Tibetan area? Not necessarily. From what I know, the Crimson Striped Tiger is a 6th-tier beast spirit. He might have some real strength. Give it a rest, bro. No matter what tier he is, a Beastmaster's F rank class rating only gives a measly 2% bonus. Plus, they have no usable skills. He's doomed to be useless. Wonder how much he spent on in-game purchases. That Crimson Striped Tiger spirit alone must have cost him hundreds of millions. Pay-to-win players are the real deal. Lin Qingqing stared in disbelief at the red striped tiger on platform 12, struggling to believe his eyes. A spirit beast of this caliber? How could a penniless guy like him possibly afford it? She knew a bit about Chen Feng's family background. Orphaned at a young age, his grandfather struggled just to cover his tuition fees. Forget a spirit worth hundreds of millions, even the most basic tier 1 boar spirit was likely beyond his family's means. What had happened to Chen Feng during the 2 years she'd been away? Among the front row corporate factions, a few sharp-eyed observers had spotted Chen Feng, drawing their heightened attention. To them, Chen Feng himself might not be noteworthy. But a faction capable of throwing money at a beastmaster to get them through the final exam was clearly no ordinary group. Speculation about his background began to swirl. The man himself was irrelevant to them, but cultivating ties with the power behind Chen Feng might prove advantageous. From the Education Bureau's reserved viewing seats, an elderly man pointed at the 12th arena and sneered. Has Changshan run out of people? You're even resorting to beast transformers? Ha! If you're really desperate, I could lend you a few to save face. This is just pathetic. The Changshan Education Bureau director smiled without comment, ignoring the surrounding skepticism as if relishing this process of feigning weakness to catch the strain. On the stage, the hammer-wielding JK girl froze in surprise. She never imagined her opponent would be a beast type. A strange sense of joy welled up inside her. Her journey to the final exam had been anything but straightforward. Originally ranked 11th in her district, she had only made it to the finals because one of the top 10 contestants had been hospitalized in a car accident, allowing her to take their place. Now, fate had smiled upon her once more, granting her another victory in the first round of duels. She knew that after this round, her national ranking would surpass that of most final exam students. Winning this match meant admission to a top national university was practically guaranteed. Her face lit up with excitement, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was taken aback. Had his charm increased lately? The JK girl swung her hammer wildly, charging toward Chen Feng with wild excitement. Leaping high just 3 meters from him, she unleashed her ultimate skill, Heavenly Hammer Strike. Seeing Chen Feng not even flinch, she began fantasizing about the look of her university acceptance letter. As a heavy weapon warrior, even the top 5 contenders in the preliminary strength tests wouldn't dare clash with her head-on. She felt a surge of secret delight, and seeing the crimson-striped tiger on the ground, she almost laughed. This clumsy red-striped tiger was truly adorable. Just as she was about to close in on Chen Feng suddenly swung his massive tiger paw with such blinding speed that it left a trail of afterimages in its wake. JK Hammer Girl's pupils contracted sharply. She had never witnessed such blinding speed. Even the top-ranked speedster from their region's preliminary exam couldn't match it. Before she could process it, clang! A metallic clang echoed through the air. JK Big Hammer Girl, hammer and all, was sent flying dozens of meters by the tiger claw, crashing off the stage. The force of the impact caused her to spit blood mid-air before she passed out. Fortunately, the proctor caught her mid-air. A high-level healer from the rear support team cast a timely healing spell upon her. She slowly opened her eyes, staring in terror at the motionless crimson-striped tiger on the stage. Her lips trembled, but no words came out. The proctor returned to the platform and shot a meaningful glance at Chen Feng, who had already reverted to human form. Contestant 1407 wins. You advance to the next round. Some spectators on the platform hadn't even grasped what had transpired. In the blink of an eye, the JK girl wielding the golden hammer had been sent flying. Holy crap, did I see that right? What just happened? I suspect he cheated, but I have no proof. Is he really a beastmaster? Could it be some hidden class? A beastmaster couldn't possibly pull off something like that. Sun Yanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Instantly, the milk tea in her mouth lost its sweetness, tasting slightly bitter instead. Chapter 27, Check 1407. How could he be this strong? Is what I saw real? She even thought she might be dreaming, so she discreetly pinched her own snow-white thigh. The piercing pain brought a fleeting sense of reality, yet the agony in her body paled in comparison to the torment in her heart. In the Ministry of Education's reserved section, the elderly man who had just been criticizing the Changshan Education Bureau director abruptly stood up. His gaze locked onto the disheveled youth on platform 12, his eyelid twitching as shock filled his eyes. The Changshan Education Bureau director seemed to relish the reactions around him. This was precisely the effect he had sought. He exhaled a heavy breath toward the standing elder. That felt good. The conglomerate representatives in the front rows also rose in shock. Initially, they had only sought to uncover the forces behind this beast-transformed individual, but now, beyond that, they were even more eager to understand the man himself. Quickly, Terminal 12, 1407. Within 10 minutes, I want all his files. Hello, headquarters, run a check on this person for me. Dad, call and look up the records for Station 12, Unit 1407 from this year's final exams. I might have made a huge discovery. At the Ministry of Education's VIP viewing booth, the middle-aged woman who had been hosting the event adjusted her glasses and said to the young man beside her, "Look up the records for this 1407. In an instant, it seemed as though all forces sprang into action. With their keen eyes, they could naturally discern Chen Feng's extraordinary nature, not because he was exceptionally skilled, but because it was simply inconceivable for a beast transformer to achieve such a level. In the viewing gallery, Sun Yanqing's roommate covered her mouth in astonishment. Qinger. Look at platform 12. That beast transformer is Chen Feng, the one I told you about in the news the other day. You're from Changshan too, so he should be your fellow townsman." "Yeah, I see him. Don't make such a fuss. He's just a beastkin." Her roommate froze, sensing something different about Sun Yanqing today. This woman was both materialistic and pretentious. Normally, even if this beastkin wasn't her hometown friend, she'd still make up some story. Like, the Hua family are my distant relatives, or I have a friend whose family keeps a 7th-tier demon beast, or my ex-boyfriend was super handsome. Yet now, with such a golden opportunity to show off, she was acting so coldly. "Sun Yanqing. Something's wrong with you." "Sun Yanqing? Roommate, don't you think he's gorgeous? That tousled hair, those weathered eyes, the stubble on his jawline, and those flip-flops he's wearing, it all just pulls me in." "Sun Yanqing, are you okay? Stop swooning. Your boyfriend's right there. Roommate's boyfriend, let's be honest, this beastkin is no ordinary guy. Never thought I'd be jealous of a rough beastkin. Lin Qingqing, you guys are all crazy. Chen Feng slowly descended from the stage area, preparing to face the next match, the final exam? Nothing to write home about. After the first battle, only 4 people remained at Changshan No. 5 Middle School. Chen Fengshan, Lin Qingqing, Xiongqi, and a shield warrior from Changshan Experimental. On the central main stage, a middle-aged woman had appeared silently at some point. The intermission is over. We will now begin the draw for the second round. As time passed, Chen Fengshan continued to swiftly dispatch his opponents in his Crimson Tiger form. Third match. Fourth match. Fifth match. At this point, among the top 10 of Changshan, only Chen Fengshan, Lin Qingqing, and Xiongqi remained undefeated. Lin Qingqing reflected on the previous match. Fengshan, I feel like I'm pushing my limits. That last match was barely a win. Chen Fengshan could also clearly sense the rising difficulty of the matches. Each victory was taking longer and longer to secure. Yeah, the level is definitely rising. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. We're almost in the top 100 now. Xiongqi stood nearby, his face cold and expressionless. He only occasionally shot a subtle glance at Fengshang. On the Ministry of Education's viewing platform, those surrounding Changshan Education Bureau Director Zhou had already begun showering him with flattery. Changshan's quality is quite impressive this year, still 3 students remaining. Indeed. All the candidates from our region have been eliminated. Same here. If I'm not mistaken, that girl must be a hidden class. Her skills seem different from a regular assassin's. That Changshan beastkin is even more abnormal. Besides that ice mage, the other 2 don't seem ordinary either. In the center of the arena, the middle-aged woman stepped onto the platform once more. Next, the names displayed on the sky screen represent the top 100 finalists of this year's final exam. First, congratulations to all students who made it into the top 100. May you go even further. Now, we proceed to the draw for the top 50. Numbers flashed across the screen. Once the numbers matched successfully, the remaining contestants ascended the arena. The current stage was large enough to accommodate all participants simultaneously, with nearly half the platforms still vacant. As soon as Chen Feng stepped onto the stage, his opponent stared at him warily, seemingly wary of Chen Feng. Immediately after, a warrior in uniformed attire stepped onto the arena, wielding a long sword, and positioned himself before his opponent. This was the unique PK method of the cleric class. The Ministry of Education assigned him a combat class with comparable professional rating and level. Naturally, defeat was counted if either participant was knocked out or cleared from the arena. As the match commenced, Chen Fengshan instinctively transformed into a crimson striped tiger and charged forward. Command! Power of gold, control of earth. 2 streaks of light flashed across the warrior's body ahead. Chen Fengshan's eyes lit up. It was a hidden class priest. This priest's casting technique and skill forms differed entirely from ordinary priests. From the books Chen Fengshan had read, he could determine this was definitely a hidden class, specifically, a priest specializing in the 5 elements. Chen Fengshan tentatively placed his tiger claws on his long sword. With a single strike, the clash ended in a deadlock. Both warriors stumbled back 2 steps. Hidden classes were truly extraordinary. Chen Fengshan roared, channeling more power into his next clash with the warrior before him. Back and forth they went, fighting with increasing skill. A deep gash, bone exposing, oozed blood from Chen Fengshan's tiger paw, while the warrior bore 3 deep lacerations across his chest. Command, Wood's birth. The wounds on Dejan's body visibly healed before their eyes, his condition rapidly returning to normal. Holy, that healing speed? Chen Feng's tiger eyes widened in shock. This instantaneous healing far surpassed anything he'd witnessed from any other priest. He pondered inwardly, if this battle continued at this pace, he might only win by revealing his trump card, the long-armed ape. For now, he must avoid direct confrontation with the warrior and instead focus on taking down the priest. With a roar, he charged toward the blade warrior once more. Chapter 28, Battle against Xiongqi. The priest behind him let a smirk curve his lips. At this rate, the enemy would be worn down and defeated sooner or later. A beastkin was a beastkin. No matter how formidable, they remained crude, relying solely on brute force. As long as he didn't break through the first line of defense, the warrior was powerless against him. The instant Chen Feng collided with the blade fighter again, as the force rebounded, a flash of crimson light erupted from the red-striped tiger. Its entire body rapidly shrank, transforming into a streak of azure light. A wind wolf, entirely gray-white, streaked past in an eerie arc, dodging the warrior and charging toward the priest. The priest's pupils contracted sharply as he darted toward the warrior's side. The warrior, too preoccupied to think of anything else, sprinted toward the priest with all his might. The wind wolf's speed was terrifyingly fast. Just as it closed to within 2 meters of the priest, the warrior suddenly hurled his battle blade. The blade flew toward the wind wolf's charging trajectory. A cunning, almost human expression flickered across the wolf's muzzle. It opened its mouth, unleashing a wind blade that shot toward the warrior. The warrior froze, stunned that he was the wind wolf's true target. Without his weapon, his combat effectiveness was halved. Combined with his forward momentum, it was practically like trying to catch a blade with bare hands. Boom! The warrior raised his arms in front of his chest, adopting a defensive stance. Yet the wind blade struck him without the expected effect. He inwardly cursed as he lowered his arms again, only to see the wind wolf already snatching the priest by the arm and hurling him off the arena. The referee's eyes lit up. What a masterful feint! Tens of thousands in the stands erupted in applause for Chen Fengxiang's maneuver. Though dozens of matches were underway, Chen Fengxiang's bout was undoubtedly the most captivating. Partly because Chen Fengxiang, the monstrous beast shifter, naturally drew attention, and partly because this hidden class priest had long been the subject of much speculation. A powerful hidden class support was a coveted target for many factions. The priest was caught by a gust of gale wind and landed safely. I concede. I'm thoroughly convinced. The look in his eyes as he regarded this beast shifter seemed to hold something new, no longer viewing beast shapeshifting as a crude profession. Chen Fengxiang, having shifted back to human form, gave him a thumbs up. You're quite impressive. Had you not encountered me, a top 10 finish would have been well within reach. The hidden class priest bowed his fist in salute, said nothing, and vanished into the crowd. Contestant 1407 wins. Chen Fengxiang walked to the healing area below the stage to recover his stamina and receive treatment. In the treatment area, a female priestess dressed in a business suit and black stockings elegantly waved her staff. A milky white light showered over Chen Fengxiang, and the wound on his arm vanished instantly. Chen Fengxiang gazed at the instantly healed wound on his arm and couldn't help but marvel. High-level priests really are something else. Due to the level disparity, a high-level priest might heal other same-level classes more slowly, but treating a low-level opponent by several dozen levels was child's play. It was akin to a level 50 combat class facing a level 10 demon beast crushing it to dust with barely a flick of the wrist. Chen Fengxiang flexed his limbs, finding no issues, then returned to the preparation area to await his next match. By now, most of the battles on the arena had concluded. Xiongqi had long been waiting in the preparation area. On the stage, Lin Qingqing was being mercilessly beaten by a female summoner. Despite clearly having the upper hand, the summoner had her beast pin Lin Qingqing beneath it while she herself viciously struck the girl's head with her staff. Oomph. I hate pretty little ES who try to act all high and mighty. Just wait till I tear your face off. Chen Feng watched with eyes blazing with fury, shouting. Qingqing, surrender now. Hearing his voice, Lin Qingqing lifted her head. She shot Chen Fengxiang a defiant glare, clenched her teeth, and swung her staff again. But the panda weighing hundreds of pounds remained utterly unmoved. The summoner slapped Lin Qingqing hard across the face. You dare resist? The referee frowned deeply, but since the contestant hadn't conceded, he couldn't forcefully intervene. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After enduring 5 full minutes of brutal abuse from this savage summoner, Lin Qingqing finally passed out. The moment the match ended, Lin Qingqing was rushed to the healing station. Under the care of a high-level priest, she quickly regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Chen Feng's anxious gaze filled with blazing fury. Qingqing, you're awake. Lin Qingqing gave a faint smile, ran her fingers through her disheveled hair, and nodded slightly. Chen Fengxiang frowned deeply. You clearly weren't her match. Why didn't you admit defeat? Lin Qingqing lowered her head, recalling the poem To the Oak Tree she had once read. In a whisper so faint only she could hear it, she murmured. I want to stand beside you as a tree. As the outcome was decided on the stage, many turned their scorn toward the summoner who had just challenged her. Yet she seemed utterly indifferent to others' opinions, continuing to glare arrogantly at Lin Qingqing, completely unaware of her own fault. In a world where might makes right, fists are everything. Oomph, you little. She even flipped Lin Qingqing the middle finger. Chen Feng, boiling with anger, was about to confront her when Lin Qingqing grabbed his arm. She knew Chen Fengxiang's temper well. If he started a fight here, he'd be disqualified from the competition. Lin Qingqing stuck out her tongue at Chen Fengxiang, shook her head with a smile, and said, I'm fine. I'll stop here. Keep fighting, guys. I'll wait for you below the ring. 1,000 words swirled in Chen Fengxiang's mind, but when he opened his mouth, only one came out. All right. In the next round of 50 to 25, Chen Fengxiang drew match 1407 against 0824. He glanced at the 0824 number card in Xiongqi's hand and felt his face go pale. He never imagined he'd face someone from his own team in the 50 to 25 round. Xiongqi shot him a blank stare. Let's go. With that, Xiongqi strode onto the stage first. Chen Feng had no choice but to follow. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he assumed a combat stance. Xiongqi held a gleaming black dagger in his backhand, his hand positioned in front of his face, obscuring half his features. Only a pair of narrow, slanted eyes peered out, radiating a chilling vigilance. Xiongqi had already changed into a form-fitting black outfit, accentuating her curvaceous figure to perfection. Her long, straight legs were strong and resilient, radiating explosive power. The moment the referee shouted begin, Xiongqi suddenly vanished from her spot. Chen Feng's pupils contracted sharply, invisibility. He dared not take any chances, instantly transforming into a wind wolf and darting across the arena to evade detection. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past his side. Combat instinct kicked in, and he instinctively sidestepped. A slash of the blade sliced clean through the wind wolf's ear. Chen Feng felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, that strike would have crippled him. At that moment, Xiongqi revealed his form. Wind Wolf flicked a wind blade backward before lunging at Xiongqi. Like an agile female leopard, Xiongqi deftly sidestepped both the wind blade and Chen Fengxiang's attack. After the multi-target attack, Xiongqi abruptly retreated, standing in the corner of the arena as if waiting for something. Seconds later, her brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Chen Fengxiang with confusion. Then she vanished once more. 3.2.1. Chapter 29, Diamond. Chen Fengxiang calculated Xiongqi's speed based on her earlier movements. According to his calculations, when Xiongqi entered his 10-meter range, Chen Fengxiang's form flickered, transforming into a crimson-striped tiger over 2 meters tall. Instantly, a deafening tiger's roar echoed. Sound waves coalesced into tangible ripples in the air, faint spatial disturbances visible 3 meters ahead to the left. This was the crimson-striped tiger's innate skill, Tiger Roar. Though beast shifters didn't gain a new skill every 10 levels like other classes, each transformation granted them one innate ability from their chosen beast spirit. For instance, the Wind Wolf's Wind Blade. The red-striped tiger's Tiger Roar. The long-armed ape's Heaven emulating Earth-shaping. The red-striped tiger's Tiger Roar is a mental skill that causes opponents to faint briefly while generating tangible spatial fluctuations. Chen Fengxiang exploited this trait, pinpointing Xiongqi's location. Without hesitation, Chen Fengxiang extended his tiger claw and slapped out at Xiongqi's trajectory with a sharp crack. The frail assassin was struck squarely, sent flying backward off the platform. Xiongqi steadied himself, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked back at Chen Fengxiang, who had resumed human form on the stage. I concede. With that, he turned and walked back to the rest area. After receiving treatment, Chen Fengxiang also returned to the preparation area to prepare for his next match. Just then, Xiongqi suddenly approached him. Why didn't you get poisoned by my dagger? Chen Feng was taken aback, a wave of dread washing over him. This guy had poisoned it? Why your dagger, it's poisoned. Xiongqi shot him a cold glance. My profession is a soul thief. My dagger is naturally poisoned. Anyone I wound loses mental energy rapidly. Against opponents of equal level, they'll typically be drained of mental energy within a few breaths. Don't you need mental energy to maintain your transformation? Chen Fengxiang nodded in sudden realization. No, I still need mental energy. But I'm immune to poison. As time passed, fewer and fewer platforms remained on the martial arts arena. In the round of 25-13, Lady Luck smiled upon Chen Fengxiang, granting him a bye to the next round. By the time the 13-7 matches commenced, all the smaller platforms were dismantled, leaving only the largest central platform intact. The central platform was a perfect square, each side measuring 100 meters. This provided the final competitors with greater space to showcase their skills. It also allowed spectators to observe each contestant individually. When the draw concluded, Chen Fengxiang's eyes lit up. It was the summoner who had beaten up Lin Qingqing. The moment Feng Fu stepped onto the arena, the young girl across from him let out a shrill, eerie cackle. Oh? Could you be that little boyfriend? Looks like you two are from the same place and pretty close, huh? Chen Fengxiang ignored her, focused only on how he'd beat the crap out of this jerk later. Seeing Chen Fengxiang ignore her, the girl lifted her chin and stared at him. You two really are a piece of work. Both so cold it makes me want to feed you some aphrodisiacs. Hope you can keep up this act when you get beaten up later. I watched your earlier matches Red Striped Tiger, Wind Wolf. Mastering beast transformation to that level is no small feat, but your winning streak ends with me. As the starting whistle blew, the girl across from him summoned her beast directly. A panda standing about 5 meters tall. It held a bamboo stalk in its paw. The panda swiftly brandished the bamboo in its hands, its movements brimming with fierce energy. After a flurry of movements, he hoisted it onto his shoulder, gazing down at the tiny figure of Chen Feng on the ground with utter contempt in his eyes. Tai Tai, get ready to beat him up. The little girl spoke, then swung her staff again, sending another streak of light into the panda's body. The already 5-meter-tall panda swelled another 2 or 3 meters. Standing on the massive stage, Chen Feng and the little girl appeared especially insignificant. If you don't transform now, Teat will just knock you flying. That would be rather boring. Prepare to face the Iron Beast's punishment. Tai Tai, charge. The giant panda's bamboo staff slammed into the ground, cracking the solid surface. With a swift leap, the massive panda charged toward Chen Fengxiang with surprising agility. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Panda Teat swung the bamboo pole in his hand, smashing it fiercely toward Chen Fengxiang. Spectators on the viewing platform stared in astonishment at the arena. What's wrong with this beast master? Why hasn't he transformed yet? Oh no, oh no. I've seen a few matches with this summoner before. That panda is brutal. That one swing, even if he transforms into a red-striped tiger, he might not be able to withstand it. Even the referee prepared to intervene. Boom! A deafening crash sent dust flying across the ring. A piercing scream followed. Panda Teat was sent flying backward. What the hell? Holy crap, what just happened? Could the red-striped tiger really pack that kind of punch? Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, a giant ape over 10 meters tall slowly emerged from the dust. Arg! A deafening roar echoed. The gorilla stood up, effortlessly crushing the bamboo pole in his hand. He beat his chest with both fists, causing Panda Teat to stumble backward in fright. Chen Feng transformed. He manifested his ultimate beast form, the gibbon. The young summoner on the stage was utterly petrified. Her towering teat had always given her boundless security. But now, even the 7 to 8 meter tall teat could barely reach the opponent's waist. Moreover, judging from their first clash, Iron was clearly being utterly dominated in his own specialty brute strength. Chen Feng steadily pushed Teat and the little girl into the corner. You enjoy bullying people, don't you? Chen Feng leapt high into the air. His fist slammed down with brutal force. The little girl's legs went weak with fear, leaving a wet patch on her pants. She had literally peed herself in fear. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the 2-story tall iron structure was smashed flat to the ground. His panda legs, thick as water barrels, twisted grotesquely as he lay twitching on the ground. Chen Feng reached out to grab the little girl. I surrender! Whoosh! A figure too swift for the naked eye snatched the little girl away, leaving Chen Feng's grasp empty. The referee teacher contemptuously tossed the girl, who had wet herself, back onto the ground. He brushed his hands off and returned to the ring. Winner, contestant 1407, Chen Fengxiang. Contestant 1407, please proceed to the preparation area for your next match. After over 20 seconds of silence, the stands erupted in cheers. The entire arena rose to its feet, applause thunderous and unrelenting. The stands erupted like a boiling pot. Holy! What the hell is that? A gorilla or something? No wonder he wasn't moving, he had this ace up his sleeve. Wait, I've done specialized research on beast spirits. There's no way a high-level beast spirit could be this insane. Maybe he's a hidden class too. Lin Qingqing stared at the figure on the stage, completely mesmerized. She'd been hit with too many shocks in a single day, leaving her numb all over. Her roommate cheered excitedly beside her, and everyone's gaze toward Chen Feng was filled with awe. This final exam was truly spectacular to witness such a breathtaking spectacle. And the contestant was a beast shifter. Chapter 30, Hidden Occupation, Demon Saint. Chen Fengxiang stepped down from the stage and returned to the preparation area, glancing at Lin Qingqing nearby. Sorry, I didn't have time to warn her. The poor girl scared herself silly. Next time I see her, I'll give her a good smack. Lin Qingqing burst out laughing, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. Corporate factions were also placing calls to increase their bets. Through their connections, they quickly uncovered Chen Fengxiang's background. The kid was just a commoner with some connections to the Lin family present at the event. To them, he was undoubtedly a promising prospect. The competition in the exam hall continued. The 7-4 matchup draw pitted Chen Fengxiang against a Thunder Mage. As a rare lightning element mage among spellcasters, Thunder Mage had always relied on devastating force to dominate. The arena wasn't their battlefield, team fights and area of effect attacks were their true strengths. Even so, a level 25 lightning mage still electrocuted Chen Fengxiang to the brink of death. Fortunately, he was tough as nails. With SSS tier bonuses to his mental defense, he could take far more punishment than the average person. In the end, he narrowly defeated the lightning mage at the cost of his entire body being extensively scorched by lightning. From that day forward, Chen Fengxiang resolved to focus on bolstering his mental defenses. This battle also elevated Chen Fengxiang's standing in people's eyes once more. It gave them a new understanding of the mental resilience possessed by this seemingly crude beastkin. By the time the competition concluded, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Only 4 figures remained in the preparation area. They were Chen Fengxiang, a woman clad in blue-green vine armor, a bald man with a square jaw, and finally, a muscular, burly man over 2 meters tall. In the semi-final draw, Chen Fengxiang was matched against the woman in the blue vine armor. The moment she stepped onto the stage, the starting whistle blew. Without a word, she summoned a torrent of vines that surged toward Chen Fengxiang, wrapping around him. Chen Fengxiang wasted no time either, transforming into a giant ape over 13 feet tall. Amidst the snaking vines binding him, he fought his way through relentlessly. One must acknowledge the formidable prowess of this wood element mage. The tenacity of her vines was such that even after transforming into the long-armed ape, Chen Fengxiang could only barely snap them apart. After unsuccessfully attempting to control Chen Fengxiang with the swirling vines, the vine mage began to roam the battlefield. As time wore on, her mental energy finally gave out, forcing her to concede defeat. Chen Fengxiang's body was covered in wood thorns, wincing in pain. You have immunity to toxins? The green vine mage looked at Chen Fengxiang with confusion. Toxin immunity. Chen Fengxiang held considerable respect for his opponent. If they were in the wild, unrestricted by the arena, even if the opponent couldn't defeat him, he'd never stand a chance of catching up. At best, it would have been a draw. But the arena had its own rules. In the end, he can only narrowly win by relying on the passive skill of poison immunity. Finally, amid the cheers of 100,000 spectators, the final round of this year's final exam commenced. The ultimate showdown among the nation's estates was about to begin. Besides Chen Feng, only the muscular, over 2-meter-tall man remained. During the break, Chen Feng learned about his opponent. The top fighter from Guowu-affiliated high school. SS rank hidden class, Demon Saint. He could transform during combat, somewhat similar to Chen Feng, but the opponent possessed free transformation such as demonizing only one fist. The middle-aged woman from the education department stood once more at the center of the stage. After nearly a full day of competition, we have finally reached today's championship match. Now, on the left side of the stage is contestant 1407, the Beast Transformer from Changshan First High School Chen Feng. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chen Feng had clearly won over countless fans during his matches. The middle-aged woman pointed to the other side and announced. On the right side of the stage is contestant 0062, the Demon Saint from Kyoto National Martial Arts High School, Huayuhong. Another wave of cheers erupted from the stands, as both contestants were clear favorites to claim the championship. I will personally referee this match. Contestants, step onto the stage. Before Chen Feng could react, he felt himself being lifted dozens of meters into the air by a pair of colossal hands, slowly settling onto the stage. As he soared through the air, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. Holy, this is so badass. Can we do that again? As the starting signal sounded, Chen Feng roared, transforming into a wind wolf. He unleashed his signature wind blade before lunging at Huayuhong. Huayuhong didn't hesitate either. Heavenly Rhino Divine Fist. His fist struck out, the gale force wind coalescing into a sharp rhino horn that collided with the wind blade mid-air, sparking sparks. It dissipated into the air. Chen Feng leapt upward in pursuit, transforming mid-air into a crimson-striped tiger. A soul-piercing tiger's roar erupted, unleashing true sound waves. Heavenly Gaze Spirit Horn Shield. A colossal rhinoceros aura erupted from Huayuhong, instantly enveloping him. The crimson tiger's roar struck the heavenly Gangsprite shield, stirring only a faint ripple. Huayuhong remained utterly unaffected. Lingxi Overlord Body. Huayuhong roared, and the massive rhinoceros-shaped heavenly Gangshell instantly solidified, merging with him to form a 6 to 7 meter tall rhinoceros. The colossal rhinoceros spoke in human voice. Very well. You are the first to force me to unleash my third skill. You should be proud. With that, it retreated, kicking up a storm of gravel from the ground, then charged fiercely toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng instantly transformed into the six-eared macaque, soaring skyward with the power of heaven and earth. He delivered a palm strike toward the charging rhino. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the air. The rhino staggered from the blow, and Chen Feng sidestepped to evade. A hint of apprehension flickered in the rhino's eyes as it reeled from the blow. Within their shared realm, he had never been bested in a contest of raw strength. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine this gorilla could nearly knock him flat with a single slap. The rhino charged again, its horns sweeping upward toward Chen Feng. The giant ape stepped back, seizing the horns in mid-air. The two colossal beasts locked horns in a fierce tug of war. The greenstone floor beneath them cracked inch by inch, crumbling into dust. Chen Feng roared, yanking the bull's head to the side and slamming it down hard. Seizing the momentum, he mounted the bull's back. The rhino began charging wildly across the arena, trying to throw Chen Feng off its back. Chen Feng delivered a powerful punch to the back of the rhino's neck. Boom! The rhino's front legs buckled, sending it crashing to the ground. This hidden class, the Demon Saint, might offer some strength bonuses. But for Chen Feng, whose attribute points reached a staggering 616, even with the SSS class bonuses, he wasn't afraid. Let alone a mere SS tier hidden class. Although Huayuhong's level was as high as 26, his strength still fell short compared to Chen Feng's. Chen Feng leapt off the rhino's back, spun around, and grabbed its hind legs. Summoning every ounce of brute strength, he roared and hoisted it up with sheer force. Chapter 31, Can this even be combined? Roar! The giant ape roared, swinging its arm with such force it hurled the rhino off the arena. Chen Feng transformed back into human form, panting heavily. This wild bull possessed formidable strength indeed. Had it not encountered Chen Feng, it would have been virtually unmatched in power. Add to that his other two skills, one for spell defense and one for ranged attacks. Combined with its high level of 26, it could easily sweep aside anyone else at the same level. But he had encountered Chen Feng, a freak of nature, a mere level 21 beast shifter with over 600 points of strength enhancement. The middle-aged woman from the Education Bureau caught Huayujiao as she was flung through the air. She landed lightly on the stage, gathered her breath, and announced in a voice loud enough for everyone present to hear. This year's National College Entrance Exam champion is the Beastkin from Changshan City's first high school, Chen Feng. Chen Feng has paved a miraculous path for the ordinary profession of beast transformation. Let us all congratulate this young man who has created a miracle. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have achieved first place in the National College Entrance Examination. System reward, 300,000 points. Ding! Since the host has successfully completed the initial stage of the Ultimate Grinder and achieved first place in the National College Entrance Exam, the mission mode has been unlocked. Ding! System quest, enroll in Huaguo Martial Arts University. Reward, 100,000 points. Listening to the series of system notifications, Chen Feng was dumbfounded. The 100,000 points he'd painstakingly earned over 5 years of study could now be matched by a single quest reward. And securing first place alone granted 300,000 points? Having consistently ranked near the bottom in past exams, he realized how many points he'd missed out on. The thought made his liver ache. But then he reconsidered. The difficulty of standing out among millions to become the national top scorer, coupled with the challenge of gaining admission to the National Martial Arts University, those points suddenly seemed reasonable. The tens of thousands present all rose to their feet. Thunderous applause filled the air, lasting a full 2 minutes before gradually fading. The middle-aged woman personally presented Chen Feng with the trophy, the certificate of honor, and an ancient-looking token. This is our Ministry of Education's Elder Token. Every champion of the National College Entrance Exam receives this token from our ministry. It grants you elder status at any local education bureau. Its many benefits, well, you'll learn about them in time. Below the stage, the director of the Changshan City Education Bureau greeted him with a beaming face. Beside the director stood the other 9 remaining contestants. Most of them watched Chen Feng with excitement. After all, one of their peers had emerged as the national top scholar. This was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Beyond the nearby security cordon, Principal Li and Director Wang waved colorful flags excitedly, beckoning to Chen Feng. To them, this felt like making history for Changshan No. 1 High School. Among the millions, even tens of millions, of examinees nationwide each year, securing the top spot was an unimaginably difficult feat. In the past, even cracking the top 100 was an impossibly difficult feat for Changshan No. 1 High School, let alone producing a national top scorer. Now, they had achieved this honor. This glory belonged to Chen Feng, to them, and to the entire Changshan No. 1 High School. The Director of Education, visibly thrilled, grasped Chen Feng's hand and declared, "The higher-ups have allocated substantial resources this time. You've made an immense contribution to the entire Changshan education sector. Once we return to Changshan, I'll ensure your school receives additional allocations. On behalf of all the students in Changshan, I thank you." The crowd on the stands began to disperse, but Sun Yanqing lingered, slow to move. "Qinger, stop staring. You call me a starstruck fool, yet you've been fixated on him for ages. Someone of his caliber is destined for greatness. For ordinary folks like us, it's enough to admire from afar, don't take it too seriously." Her roommate waved a hand in front of Sun Yanqing's face. Sun Yanqing slumped in her seat like a deflated balloon, her heart filled with bitterness. At that moment, Chen Feng's gaze swept across the stands. The crowd had thinned considerably, with most spectators already departing. Yet one figure caught his attention, a woman in white seated among the seats, causing his heart to skip a beat. Sun Yanqing. His first love. Chen Feng was taken aback. After 2 years apart, he never imagined she would be here. Sun Yanqing's roommate was beyond excited. Qinger. He's looking at us. Wow, his gaze is so melancholy. I'm hooked." Sun Yanqing suddenly stood up. "Let's go back to school." "Roommate?" Just then, a guy jogged over. "Yanqing, you said you didn't have time today and were going shopping with your girlfriends. So you ended up here?" "Roommate, don't try to figure out girls' minds. Wow, he's still looking at us." Chen Feng thought to himself, after 2 years apart, meeting by chance in a different place, a greeting was in order. The man said to Sun Yanqing, "All right, stop staring. People of that caliber are simply not on our level. Never mind the transcendent giant ape, even the beast spirit of a crimson-striped tiger would cost hundreds of millions, and it's practically priceless. The background of someone like that is beyond our imagination." Chen Feng walked towards Sun Yanqing. Sun Yanqing's roommate stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, too overwhelmed to speak. Chen Feng walked over, smiling gently at the group. "Long time no see." Sun Yanqing paused for a moment, then ran her fingers through her bangs. "It really has been a while. How have you been these past 2 years?" "Roommate? Roommate's boyfriend? Sun Yanqing's boyfriend?" Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders, same old. He glanced at the guy beside Sun Yanqing and gave a slight nod. "Your boyfriend?" Sun Yanqing instinctively shifted half a step away from her boyfriend. "No, he's not. Just a regular classmate." The guy stared at her wide-eyed in disbelief. They'd been dating for over a year, and now she was denying their relationship in front of everyone. "Sun Yanqing, are you even listening to yourself? You're saying we're just classmates?" Sun Yanqing's gaze turned cold. "We are now. Boyfriend?" Lin Qingqing watched Chen Feng chatting with several people on the stands. Her eyes darted around, and she followed suit. "Fengshan, old friends?" She glanced at the expressions of those on the stage, her tone growing warmer as she addressed Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt a tingle on his scalp, covered in goosebumps from the sweetness. The people in the stands all lit up when they saw the newcomer. Fong Fu, standing farther away, hadn't seen clearly before. Now up close, he took in the girl before him, bright eyes, a delicate nose, a graceful oval face radiating warmth and poise, firm fair skin, and two willow leaf brows that blended gentle charm with a hint of spirit. She was the kind of woman who made men's hearts flutter and other women envious. Su Nianqing's heart skipped a beat, as if it had missed a beat. Chen Feng smiled faintly at Lin Qingqing. Ah, an old acquaintance. Graduated from Changshan First High School. Lin Qingqing seemed to catch something, nodding slightly. Hello, senior. Su Nianqing felt a pang of envy. She looked at Chen Feng and asked, and this is? Oh, I forgot to introduce her. Lin Qingqing, the heiress of Changshan's Lin Group. At the mention of the Lin Group, Su Nianqing's pupils contracted. That was Changshan's wealthiest family who didn't know them? Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly and said. She's a classmate of mine. Lin Qingqing suddenly hooked her arm through Chen Fengxiang's, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she cut him off. Classmate and current girlfriend. Chapter 32, Stealing the Girl. Chen Fengxiang's mouth twitched, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. He instinctively tried to pull his arm away, but Lin Qingqing held on tightly. From the stands, Su Nianqing's roommate's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Wait, you can be both? Su Nianqing's legs buckled and she plopped down onto her chair. Her face drained of color as she managed a faint, congratulations. Such an outstanding genius, and she'd just handed her over. The moment she saw Lin Qingqing, she knew she stood no chance whether in looks, talent, or family background. She was utterly crushed. After some polite exchanges, Su Nianqing's roommate managed to get an autograph from Chen Feng. She happily dragged the pale-faced Su Nianqing away. Watching them depart, Lin Qingqing glanced at Chen Fengxiang. What? Not happy? I looked into your background. I know she's your ex-girlfriend. Chen Fengxiang's eyes widened again as he stared at Lin Qingqing, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. You looked into that too? Lin Qingqing adopted a slightly haughty tone. As a guest scholar of the Lin family, it's only natural I'd look into your background to guard against those with ulterior motives. Oomph. Then why did you just call her my girlfriend? What? Not good enough for you? Getting too big for your britches since winning the championship? I just wanted to help you get back at your ex-girlfriend, hee. Lin Qingqing displayed a girlish demeanor Chen Fengxiang had never seen before. He quickly replied. That's not what I meant. I was wondering if it still counts. Lin Qingqing turned and walked away, tossing back a parting remark. That depends on how you behave. Chen Fengxiang watched her receding figure, a subtle curve lifting the corners of his mouth. The moment Fong Pu left the Ministry of Education's training grounds, the entire conglomerate's forces sprang into action. The battle for talent was about to begin. Among this year's candidates, Chen Fengxiang stood out as exceptionally brilliant. Dozens of conglomerates and factions, large and small, swarmed around him, surrounding him in layers upon layers. Hello, Mr. Chen. Might you be interested in joining the Warwolf Club? Backed by the Longxing Group, one of Huagua's most elite conglomerates, we offer 300 million yuan annually in cultivation resources and access to countless premium dungeon channels. We can offer 500 million yuan. Our resources and channels surpass Wolf's. Would you consider Huaxian? Our military knife club is backed by China's largest military-industrial complex. Interested in learning more? Consider the Demon Suppression Bureau. China's mightiest archmage, Crimson Sky, serves as our bureau chief. True heroes dedicate themselves to slaying demons and vanquishing evil. Chen Feng, do you have dreams? Two Realms Mountain, take a look. The continent's strongest trade hub. Join us, and the 10,000 mountains become your dungeons. Every faction, big or small, held pivotal influence across Hua Nation. Yet here they were, lowering themselves like unlicensed taxi drivers hawking rides at the train station. Damn it, you Huaqian? You dare compare yourself to my Xinglong? You think I won't slap you right here in front of everyone today? You! Do you think I don't know? Your Xinglong group is nothing but a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. Have you paid back the 60 billion you owe the banks? And you have the nerve to act tough in front of me? With that, the two men lunged at each other. Amidst a piercing whistle cutting through the air, an elderly figure shot toward them. Soaring through the air was the hallmark of a level 70 martial artist. Except for certain special awakened martial artists, achieving such flight required reaching at least level 70. The old man bowed respectfully to the middle-aged woman from the Ministry of Education in the square before landing directly among the crowd. The space around Chen Feng, who had been surrounded moments before, instantly cleared. The old man first smiled at Chen Feng, then strode over to the man from Huaxiang Club who had spoken earlier. Without a word, he delivered a backhand that sent the man flying sideways. Xinglong is no place for vermin like you to meddle in. Get out of here. Old monkey, bullying the weak is hardly the way of a gentleman. My Huaxiang men aren't ones for you to discipline. Another powerful aura swept in from the horizon, drawing near. A bald man swiftly landed before the old man, casually waving his hand to send a gust of air that lifted the man who had just been struck. The two stood locked in confrontation, neither yielding an inch. A piercing crane cry echoed through the sky. Both the white-haired elder and the bald middle-aged man frowned, each taking several steps back. An old woman clad in a Taoist robe leapt down from the crane's back. Tapping the ground with her staff, she declared, "Who would have thought the Ministry of Education would be so lively today? Our Demon Suppression Bureau shall join the festivities." With that, she stirred her aura, unleashing a powerful oppressive force that bore down upon the white-haired elder and the bald middle-aged man. Her wide sleeves billowed without wind, and terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy radiated from her entire body. Just then, an S-class fighter jet streaked across the sky at 12 Mach, rapidly closing in. A figure no larger than a sesame seed shot out from the craft, rapidly expanding in size. Boom! The cobblestone pavement of the Ministry of Education Plaza shattered instantly. A middle-aged man in olive-drab combat fatigues stood with a stern expression. Embroidered on his chest was a 1-inch military dagger, the emblem of the Dagger Club. The green-clad man stood there, not looking at anyone. Instead, he puffed out his chest and shouted toward the sky, "Friends from Liangjia Mountain, is the air up there fresh? Since you've come, why not come down and talk? Ha ha ha! Who would have thought you'd all gathered here? This old man shall join the fun." A stooped elder, his skin dark as night and his head adorned with willow branch-like braids, descended slowly amidst a swirl of purple smoke. A demon! The white-haired elder of Xinglong's faction felt a jolt of alarm. He had long heard that Two Realms Mountain accepted all, embracing both humans and demons alike, yet witnessing it firsthand still brought a jolt of surprise. After all, humans and demons had fought countless battles, great and small, throughout history. Though peace now reigned, the sight of a demon standing so boldly within a human city still felt somewhat jarring. Most present had never witnessed a true great demon before. All were awestruck by its appearance. "I presume you've all come seeking Chen Feng. Why not let each of you demonstrate your skills and offer a token of sincerity? Then let our young friend Rui choose for himself." The cane-wielding old crone cleared her throat and said, "I have no objection. Our Two Realms Mountain has always settled matters through martial prowess. Whoever can land a single blow on this old man, Old Willow here, will find me no further interference in this affair." The demon elder stroked the two willow branches on his chin, his hunched back straightening slightly with a confident air. "Oomph. While the Huashan Club may not be a match for you all, I can't report back empty-handed. So let's fight. If Huachang isn't afraid, why should I, Xinglong, back down? Amusing. I appreciate your brute force approach to problem solving. My artillery is already itching for action." The green-clad middle-aged man mimed a gun gesture, blew on his index finger, and let a wicked grin spread across his lips. Chapter 33, National Martial Arts. With tensions running high and everyone poised to strike, the middle-aged woman from the Ministry of Education shook her head. If these old-timers above level 70 started fighting here, they'd tear the ministry to shreds. She glided gracefully forward, stepping slowly before the assembled group. Though she appeared gentle and refined, everyone showed her exceptional deference, their earlier arrogance completely gone. "Gentlemen, if you continue this commotion, do you truly intend to tear this Ministry of Education apart?" The bald man stepped forward and bowed. "Minister Yi, you speak too harshly. Even if we were to take action, we wouldn't dare cause trouble within the Ministry of Education." The others, unusually united on this matter, nodded in agreement. The woman addressed as Minister Yi glanced at Chen Feng and smiled faintly. "Chen Fengshan, everyone present here represents prominent factions within Huagua. With your qualifications, you could receive special cultivation anywhere. Are you interested?" Chen Fengshan was a bit bewildered himself, as he didn't know these people very well. He quickly replied, "Forgive my ignorance, but I'm not ready to join any faction just yet. I only wish to focus on my studies." Recalling his recent task to take the National Martial Arts Academy entrance exam, he added, "Now that the college entrance exams are over, I'm not the brightest, but I just want to focus solely on preparing for the National Martial Arts Academy entrance exams." The implication was clear: leave me alone. "I'm going to Guowu. If you're capable, go compete for me there." Minister Ye's elegant brows furrowed slightly. "It's not as if our Ministry of Education has its own exclusive university. Guowu is simply more renowned. Of course, the final decision rests with you." Chen Feng's upper eyelid twitched violently, as if he'd caught a crucial detail. So, while both the Ministry of Education and Guowu University were part of the education system, they weren't aligned forces. No wonder Guowu University refused to recognize the Ministry of Education's college entrance exam scores and insisted on conducting its own entrance exams. As if reading his thoughts, Minister Yi explained, "This isn't exactly a secret. The capital is now divided among 3 major factions, and our Ministry of Education is one of them. The party state and military state factions are the other 2 major powers. National martial arts, however, falls under the jurisdiction of the party-state faction, continuously supplying it with talent. Of course, national martial arts does possess excellent resources and conditions. As the nation's top institution of higher learning, it truly lives up to its reputation." Minister Yi then pointed to the middle-aged man in military uniform and added, "That military knife club belongs to the military administration. He then gestured toward the elderly woman. The Demon Suppression Bureau is an organization under the party state. As for the other factions, they operate outside the capital. How you choose to align yourself is entirely up to you. Chen Fengxiang's mind cleared. He hadn't imagined that behind the seemingly peaceful and stable capital lay such intricate and complex relationships. At his level, this was the first time he'd encountered information of this caliber. Naturally, he couldn't make a decision too hastily. The cane-wielding old woman beamed with delight, stepping forward. Since Young Chen has his own plans, there's no need for further debate. Guowu is excellent, you know. To be perfectly honest, I'm actually Guowu's teacher. Come, let's add each other on WeChat. Chen Feng's face darkened, but he still fumbled out his phone. Ding! Hua Kaifu Gue has sent you a friend request. Seeing the old woman's shamelessness, the others began to grumble. But since Chen Fengxiang clearly showed the most interest in Guowu, there wasn't much else to say. They could only keep an eye on the situation later and see if any opportunities arose. The farce ended in an awkward silence. Chen Fengxiang exchanged a few polite pleasantries with the old woman before hastily making his escape. Given his status, none of these factions were ones he could afford to provoke. Before he could return to his classmates in Changshan, he spotted Lin Qingqing sitting on a chair, her eyes slightly red. She had clearly been crying. He hurried over to her side. What's wrong? Lin Qingqing discreetly wiped her eyes and forced a smile. Nothing. It's just the wind. Sand got in my eyes. Chen Feng squatted down, cupping her shoulders with both hands. His gaze held an undeniable intensity as he uttered a single word. Tell me. A wave of warmth washed over Lin Qingqing, and tears began to fall despite her efforts to hold them back. She briefly recounted the contents of the phone call she had just received to Chen Fengxiang. It turned out that Hua Jingqi had learned of the Lin family's growing closeness with Chen Fengxiang. Using the Hua family's connections, he had severed the Lin family's partnership with Liangjia Mountain. Lin Nan had arrived bearing lavish gifts to apologize, only to be beaten by Hua Jingqi and sent straight to the ICU with severe injuries. Chen Fengxiang gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, he would personally deal with this bastard. Lin Qingqing wiped her tears, her gaze toward Chen Fengxiang softening slightly. Fengshan, I need to return to Changshan. Guowu won't be taking the exam with you. And given how difficult Guowu is, I doubt I'd pass either. I'll wait for your news in Changshan. Alright. Take good care of Uncle Lin when you get home. Call me if anything comes up. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingqing, Chen Fengxiang followed the Changshan Education Bureau director and several other candidates from Changshan to the hotel specially arranged by the Ministry of Education in the capital. He devoted himself entirely to preparing for the National Martial Arts Academy entrance exam the next day. Back at his lodgings, Chen Fengxiang eagerly opened his system store. He was now a wealthy man holding 300,000 points. Faced with the dazzling array of items, Chen Fengxiang found himself overwhelmed by choice paralysis. To fuse his next beast spirit, he needed to reach level 30 or replace one of his existing spirits. First, he felt it was a bit wasteful. He had just gotten used to wielding the Wind Wolf and Crimson Striped Tiger. Secondly, the choices were simply overwhelming. Beyond beast spirits, one could even exchange for ancient divine beasts as mounts. Unlike beast masters, ordinary people who contracted mounts couldn't summon them anytime, anywhere, because they lacked a beastmaster's space. Moreover, martial artists contracting mounts must register with the relevant authorities and obtain official documentation for their mounts to prevent beast uprisings that could harm innocents. Chen Feng glanced at the shop one last time before reluctantly closing it. With my current strength, passing the National Martial Arts Academy entrance exam shouldn't be a problem. Once I get into university and reach level 30, I can make a decision then. With points in hand, I'll never run out of options. The next day, a group of over a dozen arrived at the gates of the National Martial Arts Academy, ready to take today's entrance exam. Chen Fengxiang bid farewell to the group and entered the academy gates alone. At the entrance stood the towering skeleton of an unknown magical beast. Even just the skeleton, towering over 100 meters high, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. He dared not imagine what kind of majestic presence such a creature must have possessed in life. After entering the academy, guided by staff, Chen Fengxiang passed identity verification and swiftly reached the registration desk. Chen Fengxiang approached the registration desk. An arrogant Guowu student sat behind the desk, dozing off. Chen Fengxiang tapped the desk. Hello, I'm here to register for the entrance exam. The registrar glanced at him, taking in Chen Fengxiang's disheveled, unkempt appearance, and asked. Rank. Occupation. Level 21, Beast Shifter. The registrar, who had just picked up a pen, froze. He shouted to the back. What the hell? What's wrong with the guys on duty up front? They're letting just anyone in. They're letting in ING beast shifters? The person who had just verified Chen Feng's identity scratched his head and replied. The ID info was correct. It showed he was eligible to register. The registrar shot Chen Feng a withering look. Stop wasting your time here. Cutting corners to take the exam will only ruin you. Do you have any idea how dangerous the exam dungeon is? Chen Feng hadn't expected to get stuck at registration before even reaching the exam. He furrowed his brow. Is there a problem? The registrar shot him an impatient look. Isn't being a beast shifter good enough for you? Why must you? Without another word, Chen Feng smashed the marble ball beside him into dust with a single palm strike. How about now? The clerk's eyes widened in shock. After all, the marble used within the National Martial Arts Academy was rigorously selected, far harder than ordinary marble. Purely in terms of strength, even his full power strike could crack the marble sphere but only crack it. But Chen Feng not only reduced the stone to dust, the ground beneath the ball remained completely undisturbed. That power, that control. Even as a senior undergraduate, he couldn't hope to match that level of skill, let alone a college freshman fresh out of the college entrance exams. Stunned, he turned to the person who had handled the identity verification earlier and asked. No, wait, what was his college entrance exam ranking? I think he was first. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. Can we proceed now? The student in charge of registration quickly picked up a pen. Yes. Please state your name. Chen Feng is in the wind that lifts the great bird soaring 9,000 miles. Chapter 34, Prejudice in the Human Heart is a Mountain. After completing the registration, Chen Feng was led toward the school playground. One couldn't help but marvel at Guowu's immense wealth and influence. In the heart of the capital, where every inch of land was precious, it took Chen Feng a full 10 minutes on foot to reach the field. The field was already crowded with people, including several familiar faces. For instance, the Iron Eater Summoner, the hidden profession demon Saint Huayu Jiao, and others. Chen Feng's arrival drew the attention of the crowd. Most eyes held friendliness and goodwill. But in Huayu Jiao's eyes, there was more than a hint of viciousness. It was this crude beast transformer who had snatched the top spot, preventing Guowu-affiliated high school, which had won the national championship 3 years running, from defending its title. He sneered under his breath. National martial arts isn't the college entrance exam. You'll get yours soon enough. As the crowd on the field grew denser, an ancient bell tolled. A middle-aged man with a square jaw and stern features descended from above. Candidates gathered here for the Guowu entrance exams, I welcome you on behalf of the academy. The National Martial Arts examination consists of 2 parts. The first is a written test, scored out of 100 points, with a passing score of 60. Only those who pass the written test will be eligible for the subsequent assessments. As the premier martial arts academy in Huaxia, Guowu does not recruit mere crude warriors. We also require a certain level of intellect. Now, please take your seats. The written exam begins. With a wave of the square-faced middle-aged man's hand, hundreds of electronic screens materialized, hovering before each candidate. The students gasped in awe at this seemingly magical feat. Huayu Jie glanced at the electronic screen. As a student of Guowu-affiliated high school, he was well aware of the academy's rules. Even before this, they had access to specialized question banks tailored for the written exam. He understood the difficulty of Guowu's questions. From astronomy and geography to military strategy and political discourse. From the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements to esoteric arts like Qimeng Duanjia and survival strategies. The breadth of coverage was so vast that no one had ever achieved a perfect score in all those years. But Huayu Jiao was utterly confident. He shot a sidelong glance at Chen Feng, inwardly thinking, you crude beast-like creature, hurry back to the countryside. An exam like this at Guowu Academy is far beyond someone as vulgar as you. Many eyes turned toward Chen Feng. For this controversial martial arts champion, people clearly held significant preconceptions. For Beastkin, the first label people attached was crude. Chen Feng did not disappoint. After a cursory glance at the exam paper, he crossed his legs on the ground and began to doze off. For him, these 100 multiple-choice questions, a mere formality for one who had read 10,000 books, wouldn't even take 10 minutes. Watching Chen Feng's behavior, many silently shook their heads. No matter how formidable his combat prowess, he couldn't escape the fate of a beastkin. Crude is crude. They'll never amount to anything respectable. As time ticked by, the smile on Huayu Jie's face grew increasingly pronounced. He glanced at Chen Feng from time to time. The guy had actually slept through the entire thing. Though separated by a dozen people, Xiongqi could vaguely make out her fellow provincial champion from the same hometown. She could only shake her head helplessly. This man was indeed formidable in combat, but when it came to using his brain, he simply couldn't be bothered to even try. All brawn and no brains, destined to become someone else's tool in the future. The proctor on the viewing platform couldn't help but shake his head too, sighing that the quality of candidates at the National Martial Arts Academy seemed to decline year after year. With 10 minutes remaining, Chen Feng stretched lazily, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He began furiously tapping away at the electronic screen, drawing curious glances from those around him. Huayu Jiao's lips curled slightly. Humph, a last-ditch effort? As the ancient bell tolled once more, the exam concluded. The instructor began announcing the written exam results. Xing Boyan, 48, failed. Wei Tianchan, 55, failed. Dong Tian, 63, successfully advanced to the next round of testing. After reading out over 30 names, fewer than 10 had passed. Everyone felt the difficulty of the National Martial Arts exam. Xiongqi, 72 points, successfully advanced to the next round of testing. The proctor's expression finally eased slightly. After reading over 50 names, a score above 70 finally appeared. The proctor's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression radiating satisfaction as his voice rose several notches. Huiyu scored 92 points. Successfully advanced to the next round of testing. Since the scoring began, hundreds had passed by, yet those scoring above 80 were few and far between. The sudden appearance of a 92 brought the proctor considerable relief. Even in previous years, few had achieved such a score. A stir rippled through the crowd. That's insane. Who could possibly score 92 on such a difficult test? Exactly. I just used the 3 short, 1 long strategy to pick the longest answer, barely knew anything. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the runner-up in the college entrance exam? Second only to that genius Chen Feng. Truly a scholar and warrior. Too bad our top scorer can only sit cross-legged. This question is brutal. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Huiyu's chin lifted higher and higher. He was destined to become the symbol of this era. Especially when compared to that crude beast Qin. Just then, the proctor rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Staring at the screen for a full 10 seconds, he remained speechless. The candidates below the stage also noticed the unusual activity up front. Wait, that's it? They haven't called my name yet. After double-checking, the proctor called out loudly. Chen Feng, who is that? Raise your hand. Chen Feng, who had been fiddling with his flip-flops, heard his name called and instinctively looked up, raising the flip-flop above his head. Here. Did you cheat? How could you possibly get a perfect score? No one has ever achieved that since Guowu Academy was founded. Chen Feng shrugged it off, thinking to himself, that's because you haven't seen how much I actually study, you academic underachievers. Maybe I just got lucky. I was totally clueless. The crowd collectively gasped at this remark. How the hell could someone bluff their way to a perfect score, not missing a single point? The odds of that happening are lower than getting struck by lightning. You're just a crude beastkin, what do you know about luck? The proctor remained unconvinced. Step forward. Take another set of exams right here in front of me. If you score at least 80 on this one, I'll acknowledge your first test results. He was puzzled. While the National Martial Arts Academy did provide exam scope to some insiders, it was merely a general outline. Even he didn't know the exact questions before the exam. What kind of connections did this kid have? Chen Feng slipped the character-shaped headpiece over his foot and rubbed his fingers. He stepped forward and began tapping furiously. In under 8 minutes, he finished and prepared to return to his seat. 100 points. Another perfect score. Everyone present was stunned. In just 8 minutes, he completed an entire exam with 100% accuracy. Is he even human? If he was just lucky, how much of his lifespan would this god-tier luck drain? Wouldn't he drop dead on the spot? Then there's only one answer. He truly would, and he knows it inside out. Terrifying indeed. Chen Feng is truly a god among men. How could such a crude beast transformer possess such profound knowledge? Huiyu's face darkened like storm clouds gathering. Despite his own exceptional talent, he found himself overshadowed in every aspect by a crude beast Qin. Xiongqi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Could he truly be the legendary chosen one? The proctor fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, listening to the murmurs below the stage as his throat moved with difficulty. You're a beast Qin? A crude beast Qin? How could? Chen Feng turned and walked back to his seat. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Chapter 35, The Banyan Spirit. Then silently cursed within, if I can't climb over it, I'll smash it to pieces. Wait. The proctor on stage suddenly called out to him. Chen Feng turned around in confusion. The proctor frowned, recalling the earlier scene of Chen Feng putting on his flip-flops. With a sweeping gesture, the electronic device flew straight to Chen Feng's face. It's yours. Chen Feng froze, surprised by this unexpected gift. He promptly took it. Thank you, teacher. After the written exam, the number of people on the field dwindled by 2/3. Everyone present couldn't help but marvel at the difficulty of the National Martial Arts exam. After another round of registration, the proctor waved a hand, and a pale blue light screen appeared before everyone. Beyond this screen lies the exclusive instance for this exam. Upon entering, each kill yields points, 1 point for a Tier 1 minor monster, 10 points for a Tier 2, and 100 points for a Tier 3. Upon entering, you will be randomly distributed across different locations. The time limit is 24 hours. You may cooperate or act independently. One crucial rule: candidates are strictly forbidden from harming one another. Violators will be dealt with according to regulations. After completing their registration, the group leapt into the instance. As Huiyu passed by the proctor, he discreetly gave the proctor a knowing glance before leaping in. Chen Feng, entering the instance for the second time, couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement. The moment he landed, feeling the thick layer of fallen leaves beneath his feet, Chen Feng glanced around.
An eerie mist hung thick in the air. With his knowledge, he could easily identify the mist as miasma. Breathing it in could lead to poisoning.
Mild cases brought dizziness and nausea, while severe ones led to death without treatment.
Wobu's dungeons really are challenging. Anyone casually dropped in here at the start would likely die before even making it out. Good thing I'm immune to poison.
The proctor watched the red dots on the screen representing different players.
The red dot representing Chen Feng appeared directly within an area marked in extreme danger red.
His eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile curving his lips.
Though Chen Feng could ignore the miasma, the mist severely impaired his vision.
He moved slowly in one direction, trying to escape this hellish place. Just then, he suddenly sensed a faint sound behind him, accompanied by a rustling noise scraping against the ground.
Chen Feng's martial artist instincts kicked in, and he instinctively rolled to the side. A vine as thick as an arm coiled toward him. With a series of whizzing sounds, dozens of vines swarmed toward Chen Feng. A third-tiered demon beast, a banyan spirit. He had read about this creature in the Demon Beast Encyclopedia before. It could secrete a toxic miasma that induced hallucinations, using its minds to strangle victims and absorb their life energy. Moreover, these spirits typically lived in groups and possessed strong territorial instincts.
Among third-tier demon beasts, they were among the most formidable foes.
Chen Feng instantly transformed into a crimson-striped tiger, his hands extending claws half a foot long. Like sharp daggers, they relentlessly sliced through the attacking vines.
He soon reached a tree, transformed into a long-armed ape, and uprooted the entire banyan spirit. The roots still clung to the skeletal remains of some unknown creature.
Chen Feng exerted tremendous force with both hands, snapping it clean in two.
Green sap oozed down the severed trunk with a hissing sound.
Ding!
You have slain the level 28 demon beast banyan spirit, gaining 210 vitality points. Chen Feng smiled contentedly. What might be a living hell for others was practically a leveling paradise for him, with his magic immunity constitution. Without its miasmic poison, the banyan spirit was like a tiger stripped of its fangs. Outside the instance, the proctor watched the leaderboard. Chen Feng's points began to rise steadily, climbing rapidly to the top of the leaderboard at a rate of 100 points per kill. His expression darkened. As Hua Jingqi's cousin and a direct descendant of the Hua family, he had watched his younger brother, Hua Jingqi, grow up. Yet, bound by the family's rigid rules, Hua Jingqi had gradually been marginalized. Forced into a corner, he had gone to Changshan to manage some of the family's peripheral businesses. Though years had passed and their status as legitimate versus illegitimate son remained distinct, the brotherly bond forged in childhood endured. Just 2 days ago, he received news that Hua Jingqi's biological son, his own nephew, had been beaten to death on the life and death arena. Worse still, the perpetrator was backed by the Education Bureau, leaving Hua Jingqi powerless to intervene. From that moment on, Hua Jingqiu vowed to avenge his nephew and clear the injustice done to Hua Jingqi. As a professor at the National Martial Arts Academy, he leveraged his position to take charge of this year's entrance exams. He had remained completely silent until now, precisely to use the convenience of his position to quietly eliminate this bastard. But despite his careful planning, trapping this beast transformer alone in the most dangerous mist forest within the dungeon. A mere level 21 beast master? He was practically a dead man walking. Yet now, not only was he still alive, his points were rapidly climbing. He quietly opened his smartwatch and began typing. Inside the instance, Hua Yujiao frowned slightly at the information on his smartwatch before turning and walking in another direction. Chen Feng was overjoyed. This was the perfect spot for leveling up he'd always dreamed of. The monsters were high level but posed little threat, and given the environment, he wasn't worried about anyone stealing his kills. He reached level 22 in less than 2 hours. He couldn't help but marvel at how increasingly difficult leveling became as he climbed the ranks. Little did he know, outside the exam hall, the staff overseeing the proceedings were stunned. First place, Chen Feng, 5,600 points. That was more than double the points of the second place candidate, Hua Yujiao. Even Xin Yue last year couldn't have done this. But Xin Yue was a once-in-a-century SSS tier hidden class in Hua Nation. This guy is just a beast transformer. How is this possible? Chen Feng played for over 5 straight hours, finally reaching level 23. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He distinctly felt the health points required per level increased dramatically, while the health points gained from defeating monsters several levels above him steadily decreased. Based on his experience, defeating beasts within 5 levels of his own granted standard experience. Defeating those 5 levels higher or above offered a level jump bonus, with the bonus increasing the greater the level difference. Conversely, defeating beasts 5 levels below him have the HP reward, and those 10 levels below yielded no HP at all. He leveled up to 23 in one go, just missing out on the extra reward for killing monsters above his level. His mental energy was nearly depleted, so he sat down to rest in a clearing he had cleared himself. He worked to restore his mental energy while readjusting his state. Just then, whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air abruptly. Chapter 36, The Nine-Tailed Fox of Qingqiu. Chen Feng rolled aside almost reflexively. An arrow radiating an emerald green glow plunged deep into his upper arm, the pain making him wince.
Ah, top scholar, we meet again. 4 figures emerged from the mist, each wearing gas masks. From their appearance, it wasn't hard to tell that one was Hui Yujiao, while another was the owner of that iron summoned beast. Chen Feng recognized neither of the other two. One carried an ancient-looking horn crossbow, the arrow had come from him. The other held a staff, likely a mage. Chen Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. He never imagined the 4 of them would come prepared. Where did they even get those gas masks? No fighting among yourselves inside the instance. What do you think you're doing? Hui Yujiao burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. If you die here, do you think anyone will ever know what happened? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, violently yanking the arrow from his arm. The black smoke-emitting shaft, covered in barbed hooks, tore away a large chunk of flesh. Chen Feng broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Stop struggling. Once struck by my soul-devouring arrow, resistance only hastens your demise. Without my antidote, no one of equal rank can survive more than 10 minutes after being struck. Hui Yujiao addressed the summoner. He's poisoned by Soul Devourer. Combined with his earlier mental exhaustion, he's already at his limit. Let's take him down together quickly and decisively. Eliminate him so we can rush off to farm points. Chen Feng knew he had no grudge against these men, yet they clearly sought his life. In his current state, while the soul-devouring poison itself held little effect on him, the wounds on his arm would be difficult to heal without a priest's aid. Moreover, his recently replenished spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain a prolonged battle. The 4 opponents clearly weren't nobodies either. Since Hui Yujiao had already challenged him to a duel, retreating was now the wisest course of action. Without hesitation, Chen Feng transformed into a 5-meter-tall gibbon. Roaring, he charged toward the group. Having witnessed Chen Feng's formidable power, none of them wished to engage head-on while holding the advantage. All 4 retreated. Only the summoner's iron stood before them. Tai was clearly terrified by Chen Feng's beating, his eyes betraying unmasked fear, his body even trembling slightly. Yet as a summoned beast, he could only obey his summoner's commands without question. Chen Feng roared, grabbed Tai by the collar, and hurled him toward the group. The group scattered in terror once more. Tai slammed heavily onto the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Chen Feng was nowhere to be seen in the mist. The instant he hurled Tai, he had transformed into a wind wolf and raced deep into the misty forest. Hui Yujiao frowned slightly, glanced at his smartwatch, and pointed in a direction. That way. Quick, follow him. We'll find him dead or alive. Chen Feng raced forward, his mental energy slowly draining. His speed quickly left the 4 pursuers behind. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed behind him. Damn it, they must have a way to track me. He had no choice but to flee again, only to be cornered by the 4 men at a cliff's edge moments later. Damn it, there's no way out. The 4 men caught up behind him, panting heavily, closing in around him in a fan formation. Keep running, you little bastard? Hui Yuhong's lips curled slightly. He'd seen the poison of the soul-devouring archer firsthand. Chen Feng was likely spent now. Back on the college entrance exam stage, he'd been dominated by this kid. Now, finally, it was time to settle the score. Without a word, he activated his Lingxi Demon Sing combat state. He planted his hind hooves and charged straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng transformed into a 50-foot-tall gibbon, swatting Hui Yuhong flat on his face with a single palm strike. Hui Yuhong was stunned. What was going on? He was clearly poisoned, yet his strength seemed even greater than before. Now at level 23, Chen Feng's strength attribute had surged by 40 points, equivalent to a level 6 or 7 ordinary warrior. Seizing the moment while his 4 rivals were stunned, Chen Feng landed another punch, knocking Tai Tietue flat on his back. Only then did the 4 opponents finally react, scrambling to switch positions. With the archer and the remaining fire mage joining the fray, the tide instantly turned. The archer was manageable, though each of his arrows carried deadly poison. They required a long draw time. Chen Feng's transformed physique offered terrifying physical defense, allowing him to largely ignore the archer's attacks for the moment. The fire mage, however, truly hurt him. Each fireball spell left scorched patches on his skin, making him howl in agony. Just as he was about to finish off the fire mage, Hui Yuhong, who had turned back to join the fight, engaged him. In his current state, a protracted battle was absolutely unwise. If he got bogged down, once his dwindling mental energy was depleted, death would be inevitable. His mind raced. After repelling Hui Yuhong once more, Chen Feng activated the system shop with lightning-fast reflexes. System, give me the 9-tailed Qingqiu Fox Spirit Beast. He needed to boost his mental energy as quickly as possible to enhance his spell defense. With his current 300,000 points, the 9-tailed Qingqiu Fox offered the best value for his resources. Ding! You have spent 200,000 points to exchange for the Spirit Beast, 9-tailed Qingqiu Fox. Fusion. Chen Feng swiftly replaced the beast spirit of the Swiftwind Wolf King with that of the 9-tailed Qingqiu Fox. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful contract with the 9-tailed Qingqiu Fox Spirit. Mental power attribute bonus 100%. Charm attribute bonus 100%. Damn it, what even is charm? Never heard of it before. Some hidden attribute? Without pausing to ponder, Chen Feng sent Hui Yuhong flying once more before instantly shifting into the nine-tailed Qingqiu fox form. His body rapidly shrank, transforming back into human form. But unlike before, Chen Feng now possessed striking features and an extraordinary aura. His once messy hair had transformed into light, flowing white locks that danced in the breeze. Even his posture seemed more graceful. In terms of appearance and demeanor, he had reached near perfection. While his features were still recognizably Chen Feng, his current beauty was so striking it could make women weak in the knees and inspire admiration in men. Two large tails swayed rhythmically behind him. The fire mage, mid-cast of a fireball spell, even forgot to swing his staff. She had never seen such a strikingly handsome man before, and unconsciously, saliva began to form in her mouth. Chen Feng's two tails instantly lengthened, swishing through the air to effortlessly deflect the incoming arrows. Holy crap, these are better than hands. In that instant, Chen Feng's mind raced with 100 possible uses for his tails. But wait, wasn't it supposed to be 9 tails? Why do I only have 2 right now? System daddy doesn't do discounts. He reconsidered perhaps they'd grow with his level, like the long-armed ape that initially could only manifest 3 zhang tall but now stood a full 5 zhang. Finally snapping back to reality, the fire mage hurled another fireball spell his way. Chapter 37, Have you seen my little bear? Chen Feng flickered his tail, deflecting the fireball straight onto the archer. This was the innate skill of his 9-tailed Qingqiu fox spirit, projectile skill rebound. Any skill you throw at me, I'll bounce right back at you. With a wicked grin, he wrapped his massive tail around Hui Yuji's rhino neck, using the momentum to fling it toward the summoner. The rhino's form rapidly enlarged in the summoner's vision before crashing into the air with a thud. It flew several meters into the mist, its fate unknown. The archer struck by the fireball frantically slapped at the flames engulfing his body. Facing the spewing flames, Chen Feng's 2 tails flashed with azure light as they whirled rapidly. He charged straight at the opposing fire mage, forcing his way forward. After activating the spirit of the blue fox, his mental power surged past 300. This equated to a level 30s rank mage. Within the same cultivation realm, this level of spiritual power could practically sweep away any spellcaster. The mage watched Chen Feng closing in, sweat pouring down his forehead in panic. As the distance closed once more, Chen Feng extended his foxtails. Wrapped in unmatched force, they slammed directly into the fire mage's body. With a mage's frail physique, he was instantly flattened into a meat patty. Seeing the dire situation, the archer and Hui Yuji took off running. Chen Feng made a move to pursue, but in an instant, his opponents vanished into the mist. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. He felt the exhaustion of his drained mental energy, a wave of dizziness washing over his mind. Chen Feng wasted no time, sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover. This fierce battle had left him covered in wounds, with multiple areas scorched. The cuts on his arms still oozed blood. Fortunately, transforming into the long-armed ape had greatly enhanced his defenses, so the archer's arrows had only inflicted superficial flesh wounds. Even so, he was utterly drained. Given his speed, he could have pursued the two. But his current condition made it impossible. If he were counterattacked, it would be a huge loss. Better safe than sorry. With only 10 hours left, Chen Feng estimated it would take at least 5 hours to recover enough combat strength in his current state. Glancing at his remaining points just over 100,000, he couldn't help but sigh. Points were earned slowly, but spent far too quickly. This battle had driven home the importance of teamwork to Chen Feng. Of the 4 of them, anyone taken alone would be soundly beaten by Chen Feng. But when combined, they greatly compensated for individual weaknesses. Had he not exchanged the beast spirit of the 9-tailed Qingqiu fox at that critical moment, he would likely have been burned alive by that frail mage today. The idea of forming his own team began to take root in his mind. But for now, he needed to focus on recovery. Once he was back on his feet, he'd have to keep grinding for points. After all, no one who made it into the instance space was a pushover. He certainly didn't want latecomers to overtake him and snatch his ranking. 5 or 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng stretched his limbs. A wave of soreness washed over him, the aftereffects of mental energy depletion. The burns on his body had mostly scabbed over, and the arrow wounds on his arms were nearly healed. He was thoroughly satisfied with this new physique. Now, as long as the injuries weren't fatal, he could recover given enough time. He stretched his limbs and continued pushing through the misty forest. With the 9-tailed fox spirit of Qingqiu now at his command, he didn't even need the long-armed ape anymore. His 2 tails alone could send vines flying in all directions. Moreover, those seemingly frail tails, empowered by Chen Feng's staggering strength exceeding 600 points, could effortlessly snap the trunk of a banyan spirit tree that would require several men to embrace. He simply kept his hands in his pockets, utterly unaware of any opponents. He calmly cleared the dungeon until its conclusion, finally reaching level 24 a half hour before completion. His constant vigilance finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief.
Though he held the upper hand against Hui Yujiao, the feeling of being on guard at all times was exhausting.
With a flash of green light, Chen Feng was teleported out of the instance.
Outside, the green light flickered incessantly as others emerged one after another. Some emerged battered and bruised, others beaming with joy, while a few looked frustrated and dejected. Among them lay a glaringly conspicuous corpse and a candidate whose fate remained unknown. That corpse was undoubtedly the fire mage Chen Feng had struck down, while the one whose fate remained uncertain was the summoner Tai Tai, who had been knocked deep into the forest.
Outside the exam hall, the proctors frowned. High-level priests began waving their staffs to heal the wounded. Chen Feng's wounds rapidly healed to peak condition under a milky white beam of light.
The summoner lying on the ground slowly regained consciousness. His eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. The priest in charge of healing sighed, well, his life is saved, but he inhaled a massive amount of illusion-inducing miasma in the dungeon. I'm afraid he'll be a fool for the rest of his days.
The summoner rose dazedly, stumbling toward the exit of the exam hall. As he walked, he asked everyone he encountered, "Have you seen my little bear?"
In contrast, Hui Yujia's face was dark and sullen, yet a glimmer of clarity shone in his eyes.
Chen Feng felt an uneasy foreboding. The proctor stared expressionlessly at the exam ranking board. Chen Feng 13,200 points. Hui Yujie 5,974 points.
Following protocol, he read aloud the names of the top 100 students.
Congratulations to all students who made it into the top 100. I will now present your admission letters. With a wave of the proctor's hand, 100 gleaming little booklets floated into the air. Holding a pen, he wrote the names of each top-ranked student on their respective booklet. Below, the top 100 candidates were itching to get started.
For them, this was undoubtedly the beginning of a life-changing journey.
What was Guowu? It was the nation's most prestigious university, without a doubt.
Gaining admission meant rising above the masses, bringing honor to one's ancestors, and having their ancestral graves emit green smoke.
It even meant securing the center position in the ancestral hall's memorial altar.
The proctor handed each student their acceptance letter, offering congratulations.
A golden admission letter was handed to him.
The exquisite document featured the name and logo of Huaguo Martial Arts University, meticulously crafted using filigree techniques. Cool to the touch, Chen Feng slowly unfolded it.
Inside read, "Congratulations, Chen Feng, on your admission to our university. Ding. Host has completed the National Martial Arts University admission task. Reward, 100,000 points.
Alright, all admission letters have now been distributed. Students who were not admitted, please strive harder next year.
Those who have been admitted, remember to report on time according to the enrollment schedule." The examinees began to file out as the proctor's voice sounded once more. The National Martial Arts Academy entrance exams have concluded.
However, certain individuals who violated the rules during the examination will now receive the punishment they deserve.
Guards, take Chen Feng away. Chapter 38, Rescue. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself, so they were waiting here all along. The chief examiner's expression was solemn as he pointed at the lifeless body on the ground and declared, "Chen Feng, you are accused of deliberately provoking conflict and engaging in violent altercations within the examination space. Do you admit to these charges?" Upon exiting, he had already relayed the events inside to Principal Li and others via phone.
He suspected someone at Guowu Academy was targeting him, as Hui Yujiao and the others had clearly come prepared and were able to track his location with precision. This could only mean one thing: the examination staff was compromised.
The exam supervisor's assistant immediately moved to subdue Chen Feng, binding him up.
Chen Feng remained silent, knowing that speaking now would be futile. The evidence in his possession could only be revealed when someone came to his defense.
Chen Feng offered no resistance.
With his current strength, fighting back would be futile. Now was the time to play his trump card. He could only wait until the situation outside was resolved within the time he could hold on.
Chen Feng was escorted by several men into an SUV, which slowly pulled away. Half an hour later, they arrived at a security station under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Name? Chen Feng. Occupation? Beast Transformer.
Your file states you used the National Martial Arts Assessment Space to commit premeditated murder.
National Martial Arts? Beast Transformer? The staff member's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe. Are you certain you're a Beast Transformer?
Affirmative. The staff member picked up the documents on the table once more.
Guowu has charged you with intentional homicide. Do you plead guilty? I did not. Well, you're quite stubborn. Guowu wouldn't lie, would he?
He then signaled to the others nearby. Guys, put the demon sealing shackles on him and take him down. We'll wait for the higher-ups to arrive. Outside the gates of Guowu Academy, from the bus that had come all the way from the Changshan Education Bureau.
Hello? This is an emergency.
Chen Feng is in trouble.
Send help immediately. Hello, is this the Military Political Affairs Office? You remember Chen Feng, right? He was framed by Guowu and is currently detained at the Jinma Bureau's detention center. Hey, Minister, it's me.
That kid Chen Feng, the party government folks have him locked up. Inside the bus, Principal Li, Director Wang, and the director of Changshan City's Education Bureau were all frantically making calls.
Kyoto, Demon Suppression Bureau. Feng Xiuyan, the high-ranking director of the capital's Demon Suppression Bureau, was bent over his desk reading.
Suddenly sensing something, he lifted his head and gazed out the window. Moments later, two dark figures sped closer from the distance, cursing and swearing.
Feng Xiuyan's eyelid twitched. What wind has blown these two heavyweights our way?
The arrivals were none other than Hua Chang, the bald man who had snatched people from the Ministry of Education earlier, and the elderly man from Xinglong.
You, Hua Chang? You think you're worthy? If you can rescue the person, Chen Feng is yours. Don't you have any idea how much strength you possess? You old fool.
Hua Chang may be flawed, but he's still beyond your comprehension, you old dog Xinglong. It's just rescuing someone, just don't try to muscle in on me. Feng Xiuyan, director of the capital's Demon Suppression Bureau, grimaced inwardly. Gentlemen, I trust you haven't come here merely to quarrel in my presence.
The elder Xinglong stepped forward, clasping his fists.
Director Feng, one of my students is being held at your bureau's police station.
Might we have him returned?
Before Feng could respond, the bald man beside him sneered with contempt.
Pah! Shameless old scoundrel. You have the nerve to call him your student? You're not worthy.
Before Feng Xiuyan could utter a word, the two men erupted into a torrent of abuse, their shrieking voices making his scalp crawl.
Just then, Feng Xiuyan's phone suddenly rang.
Hello, old Master Hua, you say so?
Yes, I understand. Feng Xiuyan looked thoroughly annoyed.
After all, this was a crucial location for the Demon Suppression Bureau.
What was with these two chaps chattering away nonstop?
He surged his chi, forcing both men to stumble backward.
Stop. Can you two get your story straight? If you want to argue, do it somewhere else. Don't cause trouble here at the Demon Suppression Bureau.
Kand and the old man exchanged a glance, briefly reaching in understanding. The bald man stepped forward.
It's like this. One of our students took an exam at the National Martial Arts Academy and was falsely accused. He's now detained at a public security station under your Demon Suppression Bureau. Feng Xiuyan's mouth twitched. Your student? Xinglong and Hua Xiang have been sworn enemies for decades. How could you possibly teach the same student? No big deal, no big deal. You two even came in person. My Demon Suppression Bureau is small fry. Next time, just call me. Give me the name, and I'll have my people release them. Chen Feng. Feng Xiuyan's pupils contracted sharply, his body trembling. That won't do.
We just got a call from above with specific instructions. Just moments ago, he'd received a call from the Hua family, one of the three major political clans, ordering special treatment for a murderer named Chen Feng. They demanded he not be allowed to leave the police station alive. Now Xinglong and Hua Xiang were here demanding his release.
What was Chen Feng's true identity? He motioned to his assistant to immediately look up Chen Feng's records. Hey, Feng, I helped get you into this position, Hua Xiang here. Now you can't even release someone?
Feng Xiuyan frowned deeply.
Others are fine, but this one isn't? What? Are you refusing to give face to Hua Xiang?
The elderly man beside him, Xinglong, let out a derisive snort as the corners of his mouth curled upward.
Poof. You think Hua Xiang's influence is that great? This is the Demon Suppression Bureau.
Even if your boss Hua Xiang himself showed up, they might not budge. He then turned to Feng Xiuyan and said,
I wonder if you could grant Xinglong.
Before the elder could finish, Feng Xiuyan cut him off.
It's impossible. You two should leave now. This matter truly isn't within my authority.
Just then, a gust of gale force wind swept across the sky. A middle-aged man in a green combat uniform drew a military knife from his mouth. He descended rapidly from the heavens. Does the authority of our military-civilian administration hold any weight? Feng Xiuyan's expression shifted slightly. The situation seemed to have spiraled beyond his control. Is the military administration also here for Chen Feng?
Precisely. Feng Xiuyan felt a chill run down his spine.
Though the military administration and the party administration were opposing forces, but in governing Huagua, they complemented each other, one focused on internal affairs, the other on external matters. Mutual respect and face-saving were still necessary between them. Well, how about this, let's go to the police station together to see what's really going on. I only just received word about the arrest.
Feng Xiuyan employed a delaying tactic.
Given the current situation, he could barely handle Xinglong and Hua Xiang individually.
But if the military administration got involved too, things would get messy.
He contacted his contacts while leading the other three toward the security station. The four of them traveled directly through the air, reaching the police station in no time. Already waiting above the station was an old crone leaning on a cane. Spotting the four approaching, she unleashed her formidable aura.
What do you think you're doing? Do you believe the Demon Suppression Bureau is without men? To dare come in broad daylight and openly demand a prisoner?
The old crone inwardly cursed her misfortune. It had taken considerable effort to recruit Chen Feng to the party state faction. Little did she know that before he even enrolled, he'd caused trouble at the National Martial Arts Academy. When higher-ups ordered her to secure the scene at the police station, she had no choice but to comply.
Suddenly, a dark blue figure shot upward, swiftly soaring to the same altitude as the 5 attackers. Chapter 39, Fierce Battle. The newcomer was none other than Old Willow Tree of Liangjie Mountain. The stooped old crone raised an eyebrow. What's this? Two Realms Mountain intends to meddle in this affair too?
Old Willow stroked his beard, woven from willow branches, and chuckled. Now that's a strange thing to say.
Just because the Demon Suppression Bureau is allowed to arrest, does that mean Two Realms Mountain can't rescue?
The old crone's eyes flashed with sharpness.
If you want to rescue them, you'll have to prove you have the skill. This old woman's dragon-subduing staff isn't for show.
With that, she unleashed a surge of energy that radiated outward. The 4 others, excluding Feng Xiunian, immediately felt an oppressive weight bearing down on them. Yet their reactions varied under this weight. The bald man's brow furrowed slightly as his fists clenched involuntarily. The elderly man from Xinglong's sleeves fluttered without wind, his aura swirling around him, countering the old woman's pressure. The man in military attire stood rigidly upright, eyes narrowed, poised to act at any moment. Old Willow smiled silently. Judging solely by the willow branches swaying in the breeze, he too was not immune to the pressure. Truly worthy of the title Dragon-Subduing Guardian of the Demon-Suppressing Bureau. Judging by this aura, she must be on the verge of breaking through the 80th level threshold. The old willow tree delivered his assessment with an air of casual indifference. The old crone swung her staff through the air.
Since you know my name, withdraw at once.
The green-clad man flexed his wrist and remarked.
At your age, still so impulsive? Why not summon that Chen Feng fellow to clarify matters? What do you all think?
Inside the neighborhood security office below, Wei Yuhang zapped Chen Fengshan twice with his stun baton, sending crackling sparks through the air.
Oh? Still tough, huh? Aren't you supposed to be so tough? Why not keep pretending? The big gorilla is so scary, come hit me.
Seeing Hui Yuhang's smug expression, Chen Fengshan sneered in disgust, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm.
With the demon sealing shackles binding him, Chen Fengshan could no longer channel his spiritual energy. He could only endure being beaten senseless by Hui Yuhang in the prison cell like any ordinary person. Chen Fengshan's body was now a bloody mess, covered in whip marks.
His lips had turned a sickly white from blood loss. Trembling, he managed to open his mouth.
You worthless dog, is this all you've got? Come again. Haven't you eaten today? Hui Yuhang stared at Chen Fengshan on the floor, amused by his defiance.
His eyes filled with pity.
This is the Demon Suppression Bureau. Once you step inside, you'll never leave alive. I have all the time in the world to torture you slowly.
I'll make you suffer 10,000 times worse than my cousin did. Since you're already a dead man anyway, I might as well tell you today's exam proctor, Hua Zhengxiu, is none other than my father, Hua Zhengqi's elder brother.
Do you really think members of the Hua family are so easy to kill?
With that, Hui Yuhang seized a dagger and lunged toward Chen Feng's arm.
The iron prison door clanged open. Young Master Hua, hold on. There's trouble outside. A large group has arrived. We need to interrogate this boy.
Hui Yuhang frowned and sheathed the dagger.
Poof. Within the Demon Suppression Bureau, you won't be able to stir up much trouble. Moments later.
In the spacious courtyard of the Demon Suppression Bureau, a blood-soaked Chen Feng was dragged out by 2 clerks. The 6 figures suspended midair sucked in sharp breaths at the sight of Chen Fengshan's condition. The usually composed old Willow's eyes widened in fury.
Very well, very well. Does your Demon Suppression Bureau intend to turn the world upside down?
Without another word, he shot straight toward Chen Fengshan's position on the ground. The old crone's eyelid twitched and she immediately moved to block him. Old Willow wasted no words either, instantly transforming into his true form, a colossal willow tree nearly 100 meters tall, its roots plunging straight into the ground. The seemingly solid earth cracked inch by inch beneath its weight.
Countless buildings and vehicles on the ground were crushed and deformed. The old willow's trunk was so massive that dozens of people couldn't encircle it.
Its emerald green trunk swayed in the wind, and countless branches shot out, wrapping around the cane-wielding old crone. The old woman retreated while deploying layer upon layer of protective barriers around her. In an instant, 12 layers of crimson glowing energy shields materialized before her. The willow branches, like spears wielding immense force, struck the barriers, shattering them into oblivion. The old woman was momentarily stunned. Why had this ancient willow suddenly gone berserk? Was it showing no regard for the Demon Suppression Bureau, even in the capital city? She swung her cane again, conjuring a wall of fire dozens of meters high between herself and the ancient willow. The willow tree's paper strips lashed out relentlessly, attacking the wall as if determined to perish, heedless of the risk of withering. The old crone realized that at this rate, the wall would be breached in moments. Muttering incantations, she conjured a fiery dragon dozens of meters long from the sky. The beast roared as it charged toward the willow. The ancient willow whipped its branches, which instantly intertwined to form a muscular arm.
It seized the fire dragon by the neck, and the two began a fierce tug of war. Seeing this, Feng Xiongnian, chief of the capital's Demon Suppression Bureau, instantly materialized a spear in his hand. The spear surged in size as it charged toward the willow tree's true form. With a loud bang, a bullet the size of a fist slammed directly into the gun barrel, sending a shower of sparks flying. Not far away, the arm of a man in green military fatigues transformed into a 2-meter-long mechanical gun barrel. Its intricate construction was intimidating to behold. The bullet had been fired from this very weapon. Director Feng, isn't it a bit unfair to gang up on someone? The bald man's eyes flashed with determination. With everyone already fighting, how could Xinglong be left behind? Old Willow, I'll help you. The elderly man from Huaxiang, unusually not opposing the bald man, chimed in, I'll help you too. The one-on-one fight instantly became 4 against 2. With the bald man and the old man joining in, the tide turned instantly. The old woman was struck by the bald man's fist, blood spurting from her mouth. Boom! A series of explosive sounds echoed. Thud, thud. The bald man and the elderly man from Xinglong were sent flying backward like cannonballs, smashing into the ground and leaving 2 deep craters. Above them, a middle-aged man had appeared beside the old woman. It was none other than Hui Jingxiu, the exam proctor who had overseen the national martial arts examination earlier that day. The old woman clutched her chest, panting heavily as she gave Hui Jingxiu a slight nod. Dean Hua. Hui Jingxiu scanned the surroundings. Do you all think the Demon Suppression Bureau is without men? Do you dare treat our Demon Suppression Bureau with such contempt? Do you hold the laws of the entire capital in such disdain? The old willow tree had also retracted its true form. Its face bore patches of scorched bark, and several strands of willow hair had fallen from its crown. You old fool, stop spouting nonsense. You were the ones who indiscriminately arrested people first, then subjected them to brutal torture. Does the capital belong to your family? A flash of anger flickered in Hui Jingxiu's eyes. That brat Yu Jian still hadn't finished off Chen Feng. Once he was dead, there'd be no witnesses left, then whatever they claimed would be gospel. Chen Feng deliberately killed someone during the examination. According to Huaguo law, he must pay with his life. Wasn't it my duty to arrest him? Chen Feng struggled to his feet, spitting blood as he pointed toward the sky. Hui Jingxiu, you old bastard. This was all your scheme. Everything was done to avenge that good-for-nothing Huaxia. First you dumped me in the most dangerous part of the dungeon, then you fed my location to Hui Yujio and the others so they could assassinate me. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think those useless fools could kill me? Chen Feng's face twisted into a savage grimace. This was his only chance, he had to seize it to turn the tables. Hui Jingxiu roared with laughter. Ha! What a joke! You insolent brat, spouting lies. Do you have any evidence to back up these slanders against me? If not, I could crush you to death right now. Just then, the gate of the police station creaked open. I have it. Chapter 40, The Mountain Lord of Two Realms Mountain. A striking figure emerged from the entrance of the police station. Xiongqi stood at the doorway, projecting a video feed from his electronic device into the air. In the footage, Wei Yuhong, the Iron Summoner, an archer carrying an ancient crossbow, and the fire mage who had been struck down by Chen Fengshang, the 4 of them stood under a tree plotting how to kill Chen Fengshang. Wei Yuhong promised the other 3 rewards. I happened to be in stealth mode when I passed by and recorded it. Who would have thought the esteemed Guowu would stoop to such despicable deeds? Xiongqi held up a golden-bound booklet, Guowu's official acceptance letter. She opened it with both hands, tore it clean in half, and flung the pieces into the air. A Guowu like this? No thanks. Chen Fengshang pulled out half a gas mask from his chest and tossed it onto the ground. This half-gas mask belonged to that fire mage. All 4 of them wore gas masks when they ambushed me in the mist forest. They could pinpoint my location through the thick fog every single time. How do you explain that? Hui Zhenxiu's face darkened in midair. Then he waved his hand dismissively. You little brat, I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, as the esteemed dean of Guowu Academy, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Why bother with such a trivial matter? Initially, Hui Zhenxiu had indeed intended to eliminate Chen Fengshang outright. But by the time he learned of the incident, Chen Fengshang had already begun his college entrance exams. Moreover, Chen Fengshang's influence at the time had drawn the attention of multiple factions. Hui Zhenxiu didn't want to stir up trouble. He'd planned to exploit his position to quietly dispose of Chen Fengshang within the National Martial Arts Academy's training grounds. Little did he expect his scheme to backfire, spiraling into this mess step by step. Now, he couldn't care less about the consequences. He let out a cold laugh. In this world, might makes right. The day you killed my nephew, you should have known this would be the outcome. Not even the emperor himself could save you now. With that, Hui Jingxiu slammed his massive palm into the void. A colossal, solid golden palm print descended from the heavens, bearing down directly on Chen Fengshang. Chen Fengshang felt an overwhelming pressure crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. His spine cracked under the immense force, and an unprecedented sense of danger surged through him. He had no doubt this palm strike could flatten him like a meat patty. No! The old willow tree, seemingly driven mad, howled as its countless branches gathered to form a protective net above Chen Feng's head. Yet beneath the colossal palm, the willow branches snapped like dry twigs, layer after layer torn apart. The old willow tree spat a mouthful of green blood skyward before crashing to the ground. The palm strike slowed slightly, yet its force remained far beyond what Chen Feng could withstand. Just as the palm was about to strike Chen Feng, a flash of sword light shot forth, instantly slicing the palm strike into dust. Unseen until that moment, a stooped old man now stood suspended in the air. Slowly, he extended his palm, reaching out to lift Chen Fengxiang from the ground. Chen Fengxiang forced his eyes open, saw the stooped old man, and gave a faint smile, weakly saying, "Old Chen, your grandson was nearly beaten to death." The man was none other than Chen Fengxiang's grandfather, Old Chen. The old willow tree, nearly unconscious on the ground, struggled to his feet. Kneeling on one knee, he clenched his right fist before his chest. Old Willow failed to protect the young master. "I beg the mountain master's punishment." Suddenly, 4 figures materialized beside Old Chen, each taking position at a cardinal point. The aura emanating from these 4 figures was no weaker than that of Hua Jingxiu. A black-clad figure dressed as a woman casually waved her hand. The demon sealing lock binding Chen Fengxiang snapped, and a beam of sacred white light shot into his body. Within 3 seconds, every wound on Chen Fengxiang's body was completely healed. Hua Zhenxiu's pupils contracted sharply. The 4 great protectors of Liangjie Mountain. The 4 figures bowed toward the stooped elder. The Azure Dragon of 2 Realms Mountain pays respects to the Mountain Master. The Vermilion Bird of 2 Realms Mountain pays homage to the Mountain Lord. The White Tiger of 2 Realms Mountain pays homage to the Mountain Lord. The Black Tortoise of 2 Realms Mountain pays homage to the Mountain Lord. Chen Feng, now fully alert, stared at Old Chen in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. That lecherous old bastard of a grandfather of his was actually the Mountain Lord of 2 Realms Mountain. Old Chen grinned at Chen Fengxiang, his smile tinged with a hint of lechery. "My dear grandson, surprised? Unexpected? Chen Fengxiang? Alright, I'll explain everything when we get home. Grandpa'll take care of these puny fish for you first." Old Chen's gaze shifted away from Chen Fengxiang. Instantly, the kindness and lechery vanished from his eyes, replaced by a murderous aura. "Damn you, House of Hua! You dare bully people right here on my 2 Realms Mountain." Hua Zhenxiu felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of hornet's nest had he stirred up? How had he managed to provoke the master of the 2 Realms Mountain, accompanied by his 4 great guardians, to come hunting him down? He was just a lowly beast transformer. His legs went weak, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his temples. Even the patriarch of the Hua clan would show deference to the 2 Realms Mountain's master. This was hitting a brick wall. "Elder, there must be some misunderstanding." Old Chen chuckled. "Ha? Misunderstanding? What a fine misunderstanding. Just now, who said that in this world, might makes right? Xinglong, go teach him a lesson with your fists." "Yes." Without another word, Xinglong spun around, a 2-meter-long azure spear suddenly materializing in his grasp. The spear arrived first, then shot forth like a dragon. Xinglong the Guardian traced a spear flourish through the air before launching it toward Hua Jingxiu. Explosions erupted randomly in the air. In less than 3 minutes, Hua Jingxiu was slammed into the ground by the spear. The green-clad man from the military administration swallowed hard, muttering under his breath. "Now that's brutal beauty. Hua Jingxiu is a master over level 80, yet he gets beaten like this. You know what? It's kind of satisfying to watch." Xinglong thrust his spear downward from the heavens. Hua Zhenxiu, coughing up blood on the ground, saw his pupils contract sharply. "Hold your fire." A voice echoed from the horizon. Hua Zhengqi watched the Azure Dragon Protector halt his attack and felt a wave of relief wash over him. By the voice, it was his own ancestor who had arrived. Well, what wind has blown Old Chen this way? You've come to the capital and didn't even drop by for a visit." Old Chen gave a cold snort as he watched the elderly man speeding toward them. "Poof. Your Hua family's arrogance knows no bounds, daring to lay a hand on my grandson." His eyes darkened as he stared at Hua Jingxiu lying on the ground. "A little sparring between youngsters is one thing, but you an old dog over 80 levels attempting to cripple my grandson? Have you no shame?" The Hua family patriarch hurriedly offered a conciliatory smile. "Brother Chen, please calm down. Let's discuss this downstairs. Let's discuss it downstairs." Chapter 41, 2 Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. "There's nothing to discuss. Your Hua family has gone too far. Today, I demand an explanation from you." Old Chen's face was grim, his eyes blazing with fury. The Hua family patriarch sighed and shot a meaningful glance at Hua Jingxiu. Hua Jingxiu felt a bit dazed, but seeing his ancestor's stance, he knew he'd hit a brick wall. He looked up at the ancestor in the air. "Ancestor, it was Jingxiu who heeded slanderous lies and caused this trouble. Whatever consequences follow, I, Hua Jingxiu, will bear them alone." Old Chen's eyes darkened. "If my grandson comes to any harm, do you think you little bastard, could possibly bear the consequences?" With that, Old Chen extended 2 sword fingers from his right hand, and a streak of clear light shot toward Hua Jingxiu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword light flashed around Hua Jingxiu. His tendon snapped, leaving him collapsed in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a word. Old Chen turned his gaze toward Chen Feng. Despite being the formidable mountain lord of Liangjia Mountain, a hint of servility flickered in his eyes. Heh, my dear grandson, how does this explanation suit you? Chen Feng pursed his lips, still reeling from the shock. How had he suddenly become the grandson of the Two Realms Mountain Lord? Was the story of his parents' deaths even true? His thoughts scattered wildly. Seeming to notice his state, Old Chen said. Any questions can wait until we return. For now, our immediate priority is to resolve the matter at hand. Chen Feng snapped back to reality and nodded. Let me down. You old men handle your own affairs. I'll handle mine. Old Chen waved his hand lightly, and Chen Feng landed on the ground. He slowly approached Hua Yuhong, whose face was ashen. Smack! A resounding slap struck Hua Yuhong's face. 5 distinct handprints imprinted on his pallid skin as the force spun him halfway around, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng's face remained expressionless as he coldly ordered. Come here. Hua Yuhong dared not meet Chen Feng's gaze, trembling as he returned to stand before him. Smack! Another slap struck his other cheek, sending him crashing to the ground. Chen Feng walked over, stomped his flip-flop directly onto Hua Yuhong's head, and ground down hard. Didn't you say you wanted me to hit you? I hit you. Hua Yuhong trembled, unable to utter a word. From the blood-red amber beside him, the immobilized Hua Jingxiu shouted at him. Apologize to young Master Chen now. Only then did Hua Yuhong snap out of it. He scrambled to his feet, then dropped to his knees, banging his forehead hard against the ground. Young Master Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive this lowly servant and spare my wretched life. Chen Feng remained silent as Hua Yuhong banged his forehead against the ground, blow after blow, until his entire forehead was drenched in blood. He knew full well that to the current Chen Feng, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Even his father, whom he had always been proud of since childhood, could only bow and scrape before these powerful figures. And what was he, after all? His life had only just begun. From childhood, his peers had hailed him as a prodigy. Within his cohort, none could rival his brilliance. But ever since this crude beast man appeared, everything seemed to have changed. His brilliance had been snatched away, and now even his last shred of dignity lay crushed beneath Chen Feng's feet. He refused to accept this. He refused to die like this. He was truly afraid that Chen Feng, in his fury, would crush him to death. A flicker of pity crossed Chen Feng's eyes, but they were soon filled with contempt. He shook his head and turned away. Only Hua Yuhong remained, head bowed low on the ground. Old Chen, that's enough. I'm fine now. Old Chen waved cheerfully, lifting both Chen Feng and Xiongqi off the ground into the air. Old Chen smiled faintly at Xiongqi. Thank you, young friend, for standing up to authority at such a time and clearing my grandson's name. You prove that women are every bit as capable as men. From now on, you are a friend of Liangjia Mountain. If you ever need anything, just ask. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiongqi's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She had merely followed her heart in her actions, never imagining Chen Feng had such powerful backing. You flatter me, elder. I merely followed my heart, never considering such consequences. With a figure of your stature backing me, my actions now seem rather redundant. Old Chen regarded Xiongqi with admiration. At such a young age, you possess such clarity of mind and fearlessness in the face of authority. Only with this mindset can one achieve extraordinary feats and turn the world upside down. If you're open to it, young friend, instead of attending Huaguo Martial Arts University, you could come to the school we've established at Liangjia Mountain. What do you think? Chen Feng froze, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He blurted out. Two Realms Mountain has its own university? Old Chen felt a bit awkward and scratched his nose. Well, to be precise, it's a junior college. Chen Feng's mind was filled with question marks. Old Chen continued. Liangjia Mountain Vocational and Technical College. Chen Feng frowned. Old Chen, cut it out, don't try to pull a fast one on her. With Xiongqi's talent and abilities, universities nationwide are lining up to recruit her. You want her to go to a vocational school with you? Old Chen hastily explained. Don't underestimate Liangjishan Vocational School. All 4 of them were trained at this obscure technical college. He then gestured toward the 4 guardians of Liangjishan standing nearby. The reason Liangjia Mountain Technical School is called a technical school is because its admission requirements are extremely strict. Under normal circumstances, they don't recruit students from outside. Only children from connected partners or influential families within Liangjia Mountain are sent here, and only then are they eligible to take the entrance exam. So over the years, with few students and no pursuit of empty fame, it's just kept the title of technical school. A glint of excitement flashed in Xiongqi's eyes. The reputation of Liangjia Mountain was legendary. Who on this continent hadn't heard of it? And while the school affiliated with Liangjia Mountain for specialized training bore the name technical school, its true capabilities were far beyond those of ordinary institutions. Xiongqi leaves everything to the seniors' arrangements.
Old Chen looked at Chen Feng and spread his hands helplessly.
See? She's willing herself.
Chen Fengshan, hearing about Two Realms Mountain having its own academy for the first time, asked with some confusion.
Small enrollment? How many students?
Old Chen scratched the back of his head awkwardly.
Just a few dozen, I suppose.
After exchanging a few words with Chen Fengshan, Old Chen turned his gaze to the remaining figures around them. These individuals were prominent figures within their respective factions, yet now they stood bowed around him like subordinates before their superior, none daring to interrupt. Old Chen looked at the bald middle-aged man and the elderly man from Xinglong and said, "Whether Huaqiang and Xinglong helped my grandson out of genuine goodwill or ulterior motives, I'll remember your kindness. From now on, you two can maintain closer ties with Liangjia Mountain." The two men were overjoyed. Such a simple promise held immeasurable benefits for their respective factions. They had effectively secured a major achievement for their organizations.
Chapter 42, Guess what surprise Grandpa has prepared for you? With their strength at over level 70, they could indeed be considered pillars of any ordinary faction.
But in the current situation, they clearly fell short. Given their strength and standing, they likely would never have had the chance to meet someone of the caliber of the Mountain Lord of Two Realms Mountain in their entire lives. And now, the Mountain Lord of Two Realms Mountain, a figure whose every move sent tremors across the entire continent, had actually accepted their favor. This was an opportunity of monumental proportions for the two of them. Old Chen turned to the man in military uniform and said, "This time, Junjiang has indeed done my grandson a favor. Henceforth, for all trade between Junjiang and Liangjia Mountain, I shall reduce your tariff by 1 percentage point." The green-clad youth, whose gaze had always been defiant, felt his pupils contract sharply, his breathing becoming noticeably ragged.
It was no small matter. Junjiang's annual trade volume through Liangjia Mountain to the demonic tribes reached astronomical figures.
Though a 1% tariff seemed insignificant, its cumulative effect over the years amounted to an unimaginably vast sum. Securing such a significant advantage for the military administration meant his rank would likely be elevated upon his return.
You, Old Hua, return as well. Keep your people in line from now on.
Remember, the gods watch over us.
Keep your misdeeds to a minimum.
Your Hua family has reached its current standing through ancestral blessings. Remember, with greater position comes greater responsibility.
Think more about the common people and less about trivial matters.
The elder patriarch of the Hua family stood by, smiling apologetically like a disciple receiving a teacher's admonition.
Brother Chen speaks wisely.
I shall return at once to reform the Hua clan, ordering our core disciples to seclude themselves for 3 years of reflection. After bidding farewell to the various factions. Inside a saucer-shaped spacecraft soaring at 20,000 meters.
Old Chen, accompanied by the Two Realms Mountain Group, Chen Fengshan and Xiongqi, chatted casually aboard the spacecraft. Xinglong spoke from the side.
Mountain Master, the Hua family dared to lay hands on the young master.
Why not eliminate Hua Jingxiu outright to set an example?
Old Chen stroked his beard with a smile.
How crude. All you think about is snap this one, snap that one. The martial world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social etiquette. Sparing that brat Hua Jingxiu's life today is a necessary concession.
After all, they didn't know my grandson's identity.
Ignorance is no excuse. If we bully others with force, how are we any different from those ruthless murderers? Xinglong's eyes brimmed with admiration.
The Mountain Master speaks wisely.
Xinglong has been too narrow-minded. Old Chen then added,
making the kid suffer a bit isn't such a big deal. It'll teach him how treacherous people can be and help him grow some sense.
Chen Feng froze. He was known for his smooth-talking ways. How had he become brainless? Old Chen, that's slander. My brain works just fine.
Old Chen snorted derisively. Poof. If your brain worked even a little better, you wouldn't have killed Huozhe for that Lin family girl.
Chen Feng froze.
He challenged me to a life or death duel.
He intended to kill me, why couldn't I kill him?
Old Chen retorted. But did you ever consider how likely you'd survive Hua Jingqi's retaliation if you killed him? If the Education Bureau director hadn't intervened, would you even be alive today? Chen Fengshan realized his mistake. He admitted he had gambled, underestimated the strength of a level 40 warrior, and hadn't considered whether Hua Jingqi had other forces backing him. His actions had indeed lacked foresight. Had the Education Bureau director not intervened then, and had grandfather not arrived in time afterward, he would likely have died more than twice over.
You arranged for the Education Bureau director to intervene? Old Chen raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, how do you think he just happened to be near your school? And with the Ministry of Education standards, how could they have been so certain about taking a chance on a greenhorn like you? Chen Fengshan inwardly scoffed. What else could Old Chen possibly know that I didn't?
So you orchestrated all of this.
Then why did you order your subordinates to sever business ties with the Lin family?
Old Chen shook his head. It was all to set you up for later.
People never remember favors done when things are going well.
When the Lin family faces bankruptcy, you show up with good news for Lin Nan.
How do you think he'll see you then? Chen Fengshan thought it over.
Old hands are indeed sharp. That old lecher old Chen had this trick up his sleeve. Old Chen's eyes regained the sparkle they'd had back in the day at Bang Bang Tang, a sly gleam flashing through them. Haha, come that day, Lin now'll be begging on his knees to call you father-in-law. He'll be pleading for you to let his daughter into your bed. Chen Fengxiang's face flushed crimson. How vulgar. Am I the sort to covet mere beauty? Right, you're not. You're just interested in the Lin family's maid. Damn it, old Chen, you're spying on me. I was just concerned. The group chatted and laughed as they quickly arrived at the Two Realms Mountain. The flying vessel descended slowly. The Two Realms Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, standing between the human and demon clans. Among them were towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Upon one such peak, soaring 10,000 meters high, a massive palace built of blue stone stood atop the summit. It stood starkly out of place amidst the surrounding snow-capped peaks. Rare and exotic flora thrived around the palace, seemingly untouched by the frigid high-altitude currents. The airship's doors slowly opened, and a group of 7 descended from within. Chen Feng took a deep breath of the air, finding no trace of the high-altitude oxygen deprivation he had anticipated. Instead, the air carried waves of soul-nourishing floral scents, refreshing and invigorating. This defies science. According to the books, the temperature here should be at least minus 50 degrees Celsius. How can it feel like 20-something degrees? Old Chen chuckled proudly, almost boastfully. 1,000 meters below this peak lies the inner core of a 9th-grade fire dragon. Though millennia old, its energy remains undiminished. Its warmth radiates upward, reaching the summit at precisely this temperature perfect for human habitation. This peak is called Feiyin Peak. The area surrounding its summit, spanning several kilometers, is known as a barrier. It nurtures countless rare herbs and treasures, ensuring the summit remains rich in oxygen. Cultivating here year-round brings numerous benefits. Chen Fengxiang had grown somewhat numb to the barrage of revelations today. His mind was swirling with 1,000 questions for old Chen. How had his grandfather, who'd run an herbal pharmacy for 20 years, become the master of Liangjie Mountain? Where were his parents? I know you have many questions. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, grandfather will answer them all. Old Chen turned to the graceful figure of Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke, arrange accommodations for him. And do not neglect this young friend Xiongqi. Zhu Ke bowed in acknowledgement and led Chen Feng and the other into the grand hall. Old Chen gave a mischievous grin. My dear grandson, guess what surprise grandfather has prepared for you? Chapter 43, Past Memories. The moment Chen Feng entered the grand hall, its ancient unadorned atmosphere washed over him like a cleansing balm for the soul. Antique golden thread Nanhwa tables, chairs, and screens adorned the space, while copper-glazed floor tiles shimmered with radiant light beneath their feet. At the hall's center, a spirit sword measuring 3 feet and 2 inches in length lay reverently enshrined. A faint, soothing scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. From the moment Chen Feng entered the hall, the spirit sword began to emit a faint tremor, as if it could sense his arrival with intense resonance. The sword attendant responsible for guarding the blade abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. He had guarded this place for 20 full years. For 20 years, the sword had lain dormant, showing no reaction whatsoever. Yet today, with the arrival of 2 young men at Liangjie Mountain, the sword began to emit a series of resonant hums. The sword attendant hurried over to face Chen Fengxiang and Xiongqi. You too. Who are you? Zhu Ke spoke up. They are guests of Two Realms Mountain. This one is Chen Fengxiang, grandson of the Mountain Master. This one is Xiongqi, Chen Fengxiang's friend. The sword attendant's eyes locked onto Chen Fengxiang. So much like him, so very much like him. You bear the Chen surname that fits perfectly. That fits perfectly. Ha 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 ha. Spouting these baffling words, the sword attendant abruptly turned and departed, returning to the spirit sword's side to resume his meditation. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, but unlike before, an almost imperceptible curve played at the corners of his mouth. Zhu Ke continued leading Chen Fengxiang and Xiongqi upstairs. After settling Xiongqi in, Zhu Ke guided Chen Fengxiang further inward. They turned through several corridors before arriving at a room. Zhu Ke pushed open the door, revealing a luxurious suite. 12 slender, exceptionally beautiful young women stood on either side of the doorway. As Chen Feng entered, the 12 girls spoke in unison. Greetings, young master. Chen Fengxiang swallowed discreetly as he surveyed the 12 girls before him. Each of the 12 girls possessed unique charms, their styles distinctly different yet each radiating their own beauty. Chen Feng felt his eyes couldn't take it all in. He glanced awkwardly at Zhu Ke behind him. Old Chen, that pervert, has corrupted me. I never used to like this sort of thing. Zhu Ke covered her red lips and giggled coquettishly. Young master, please enjoy your time. If there's nothing else, Zhu Ke will take her leave. The next day, Chen Fengxiang, clutching his slightly sore waist, stepped out onto the plaza before the palace for his morning exercises. The summit of the Twin Realm Mountain's main peak offered an exceptionally expansive view, the sky a sapphire blue. Looking down, a rolling sea of clouds stretched thousands of meters below his feet. Peaks pierced through the misty expanse, yet none could rival the main peak in height.
Chen Feng took a deep breath, savoring the floral fragrance in the air, and murmured.
When one stands atop the highest peak, all other mountains seem small. Old Chen appeared beside him, a mischievous grin on his face.
My dear grandson, how did you sleep last night? Chen Feng's lips twitched slightly. Old Chen, what do you take me for? Last night I gave them 4 decks of cards and had them play landlords all night.
But to be fair, these cards are definitely better quality than the Hongman brand. Old Chen gazed meaningfully into the distance. After feasting on delicacies, one yearns for the simple flavors of everyday life.
That's just how people are.
Chen Feng thought to himself, the old man doesn't know how good he has it.
Old Chen, you're the mighty lord of Liangjie Mountain. Why drag me to Changshan to live like this? You're sick of delicacies? I've never even seen them.
Old Chen pointed at the rolling sea of clouds below the mountain and looked at Chen Fengshang with deep meaning.
What do you think of this mountain's height? Without hesitation, Chen Fengshang replied. It must be the pinnacle. Old Chen pressed further, and what if you were to fall from here? I'd be crushed to pieces. And what if I fall?
Chen Fengshang hesitated, recalling how Old Chen had effortlessly defeated the level 80 plus Hua Jingxiu yesterday.
I'd probably fly.
Old Chen stroked his beard with a smile. When one's strength reaches the appropriate level, they move with ease and fear nothing.
But if their power doesn't match their height, they'll shatter into pieces and fall into eternal ruin. Chen Fengshang pondered thoughtfully. I understand.
Old Chen stood with his hands behind his back, radiating the air of a sage. After today, you remain the ordinary youth of Changshan, and I remain the apothecary. Some paths must be forged by your own hand. Originally, I only wished for you to live a peaceful, ordinary life, free from worries until the end.
Yet you chose this path of cultivation, embracing death to achieve enlightenment. Perhaps this is fate.
Chen Fengshang seemed to recall something and suddenly asked.
What about my parents? They're not dead, are they?
You told me they perished in the beast tide, but given your standing, that doesn't seem plausible. Old Chen's gaze grew profound. He remained silent for a long moment before sighing. Ah, there are things you must learn eventually, but not now. I can share some secrets with you now, but just listen.
Telling you more at this moment would only harm you. Chen Fengshang's breathing quickened as he pressed impatiently. What can I know now?
Old Chen produced a coarse pipe from somewhere, placed it between his lips, and blew a smoke ring.
Originally, I didn't bear the surname Chen.
Chen Fengshang's heart pounded wildly.
If that was true, then grandfather might not be his real grandfather either.
Old Chen glanced at Chen Fengshang's expression and began to recount the tale. I was originally a spirit turtle who cultivated for 10,000 years in the East Sea. Back then, I transformed into human form and accompanied the princess of the East Sea Dragon Palace on her journey to gain experience in the mortal world. While traveling among humans, I happened to encounter the peerless sword immortal of that era.
The sword immortal bore the surname Chen, named Lin Qingqing. By a twist of fate, he saved the princess's life. In that battle, my physical form shattered, but with Chen Lingfeng's aid, my spirit survived. Thus began the ill-fated romance between Chen Lingfeng and the Eastern Sea Princess, a union between mortal and immortal. Later, Chen Lingfeng helped me reshape this human body, leading to who I am today. Chen Jianxian bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. Thus, I acknowledged him as my master, binding myself to him through a heaven and earth spirit pact to become his spirit beast. It was then that the director bestowed upon me the surname Chen. Immortal Chen is your father, and the original master of Two Realms Mountain. The Dragon Clan Princess is your mother, which is why half of your bloodline is demonic. Later, the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan discovered your mother had intermarried with a human. You were just born then. The dragon seized her while her demonic god form was weakened. After your father settled affairs at Two Realms Mountain and entrusted you to me, he set out for the Eastern Sea to find your mother. But neither of them has returned since. Chapter 44, The Su Family Crisis. Chen Fengshang's eyes burned crimson as his fists clenched tightly. Those Eastern Sea dragons. Where are they? Old Chen shook his head and smiled. Not just you, even the entire Liangjie Mountains are no more than ants in the eyes of the Dragon Clan. Even our master, with his extraordinary talent and brilliance, who reached the level of a peerless sword immortal above 90 years old at such a young age, vanished without a trace after going to the Dragon Clan. That's all I can tell you now. As for the Dragon Clan's affairs, I'll share them with you gradually once you've grown stronger. At your tender age, don't let hatred cloud your judgment. Old Chen affectionately ruffled Chen Fengshang's hair. All this old servant can do for the master is watch over you, young master, until you come of age. May you one day rise to become a peerless prodigy like him. The crimson glow in Chen Fengshang's eyes slowly faded. He knew he was still far from that level. He must grow, become stronger, and become like his father, even surpass him. Turning solemnly, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve, he declared. What servant? Old Chen will always be my grandfather. You were before, you are now, and you always will be. Old Chen's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Tomorrow, I'll send you and Xiongqi to the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. Strength is the foundation for everything. In the past, with the master's presence commanding respect, all factions kept their heads down and obeyed.
But now, as the master's absence drags on, those forces are growing restless.
They're all eyeing Liangjia Mountain like a juicy piece of meat. Everything hinges on strength.
Chen Feng secretly resolved.
Old Chen, how can I grow stronger quickly?
Old Chen chuckled.
The path of cultivation is inherently about seizing the essence of heaven and earth. There are no shortcuts. For the next 2 years, focus on cultivating within the academy.
The resources at Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College are comparable to those at the National Martial Arts Academy. In fact, on a per-student basis, they surpass them. In 2 years, there will be a continent-wide collegiate tournament.
The top winner will earn a chance to enter the ancient ruins.
If you seize that opportunity, it could be a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. Therefore, your goal for the next 2 years is to grow stronger and find 4 trustworthy teammates to secure first place in the tournament.
Chen Feng seemed quite confident.
Guowu is the top university in Hua Nation, but it's nothing special.
First place should be a piece of cake, right?
Old Chen snorted derisively.
Oomph, you're underestimating the challenge.
Let me tell you this, there's a girl in the class above yours at Guowu whose strength surpasses yours. And remember, this is a team competition. Individual prowess alone won't decide the outcome.
National Martial Arts has the nation's finest student pool. Yet even so, Huagua hasn't claimed first place in over 30 years.
The last time Huagua took the top spot was with the team your father led. You must understand that beyond every mountain lies another, and beyond every person lies someone greater.
Moreover, in 2 years, you'll only be finishing your sophomore year, facing juniors and seniors. Remember, a single year means 12 dungeon level ups. Your path is still long. Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine.
It seemed he wasn't the only one with potential. While his innate talent, bolstered by the system, was certainly not lacking, competing against the continent's many prodigies for the top spot would be no easy feat. He would have to work twice as hard.
Before heading to the Two Realms Mountain Technical School, I want to return to Changshan.
Old Chen rolled his eyes.
Two Realms Mountain Technical School? What a terrible name. It's officially called Two Realms Mountain Technical Institute.
I'm expanding enrollment this year and upgrading it to Two Realms Mountain University. Chen Feng paid it little mind.
It was just a name, nothing to dwell on. Go ahead. I'll have Zhu accompany you this afternoon. Focus on your studies when you return. Once you're at the school, I won't be pulling any strings for you. You'll have to earn every resource through your own abilities. Think carefully about your actions.
Only by steadily growing stronger yourself will you stand more firmly at the summit. The path of cultivation requires you to walk step by step on your own, only then will it feel solid. Chen Feng agreed with old Chen's perspective. External forces could only inflate hollow achievements. Take Huajia, for instance. His rank seemed high, yet his combat prowess was utterly trash. True strength comes from that moment when you charge forward fearlessly, unstoppable. And that heart of a strong warrior is forged through countless life and death trials. You tell me if I, Chen Feng, can't even handle this, what right do I have to speak of the path of the strong? Old Chen nodded with satisfaction.
It's best that you think this way.
That afternoon, Zhu piloted the aircraft directly toward Changshan.
Changshan City First Hospital.
Inside the ward, Lin Nan had just been transferred from the ICU to a regular room. Tubes were inserted into his body, and various machines beeped steadily. In the hospital room, Lin Qingqing's eyes were tear-filled, her face gaunt and weary.
Doctor, how is my father doing?
The doctor in the white coat sighed with relief. Well, he was brought in just in time.
We managed to save his life, but... Lin Qingqing's voice was filled with urgency. But what?
The doctor shook his head. But he has a severe comminuted fracture in his lower limbs. He'll likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Lin Nan awoke slowly, her brows furrowing slightly as she felt the pain radiating throughout her body. Only the mother and daughter from the Lin family and 2 servants were present in the hospital room at that moment. The doctor spoke. We'll observe him for 3 more days. If there are no complications, he can be transferred to a rehabilitation center for gradual recovery.
Lin Qingqing felt a pang of sorrow.
Her father had always been a towering figure in her heart, and his sudden collapse was difficult for her to accept.
Thank you, doctor.
The matriarch of the Lin family produced a thick red envelope and slipped it into the doctor's white coat. The doctor accepted it without a trace of hesitation and turned to leave.
Suddenly, 7 or 8 people appeared at the doorway. Men and women alike, all dressed in the attire of industry professionals.
They held bouquets of flowers and fruit baskets, their faces beaming with smiles. These were none other than the executives from companies that had previously collaborated with the Lin family on business ventures.
Old Lin, don't move around. Just rest. We just heard about this and came to see you.
After a few polite inquiries, the middle-aged man leading the group spoke cautiously, his eyes darting nervously.
These are turbulent times. You really need to beef up your security.
I heard the Hua family was behind this. Rumors are flying everywhere saying the Hua sabotaged the Lin family's partnership with Liangjia Mountain, leading to this conflict.
That's utter nonsense. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Nan lying in the hospital bed.
Lin Nan parted his pale lips and sighed.
With his seasoned business acumen, he already understood the purpose of these visitors. But the truth couldn't be hidden forever. The severed business chain with Two Realms Mountain would soon become evident. He could only nod honestly, his voice strained as he spoke. The rumors outside are correct. It's true. I'll find a solution as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their attitudes undergoing a complete reversal. They began complaining that Lin Nan acted recklessly and failed to prioritize matters. One after another, they clamored to terminate their cooperative relationship with the Lin family. Chapter 45, Chen Feng returns. A flush spread across Lin Nan's face as he lay in the hospital bed. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fainted from sheer anger. Dad! Lin Qingqing cried out in panic. The doctor, who hadn't yet left, immediately began performing CPR on Lin Nan. Lin Qingqing's eyes filled with tears as she exclaimed. You people are utterly shameless. My father is in this state, and you still dare to pressure him at a time like this. The group of business elites pressed relentlessly. It's all because of you, you little vixen. If you hadn't seduced the young master of the Hua family, none of this would have happened. Exactly. How dare you even speak here? If I were you, I'd have smashed my head against that crooked tree long ago. Lin Qingqing's eyes burned crimson with fury. All these years, which one of you hasn't profited from the Lin family? Without our backing, would you have your businesses today? Now look, our family hasn't even gone bankrupt yet, and you're all swarming here like debt collectors. Isn't that a bit too eager? Lin Qingqing's mother stepped in front of her at the right moment, facing off against the crowd. Mrs. Lin, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. That's not quite fair. While we've certainly benefited from the Lin family over the years, as partners, we've also given back quite a lot. Exactly. Your Lin family hasn't exactly been shy about making money off us either. Don't try to paint yourselves as saints. The matriarch's chest heaved with fury. She now saw their ugly true colors clearly. When the Lin family was prosperous, these people fawned over them like grandchildren. Now that misfortune had struck the Lin family, not only did they show no regard for past favors, they were even turning the tables on them. The Lin family does business with whomever we choose. You all begged to partner with us before, now look at the disgusting faces you're making. At that moment, another figure stepped through the doorway. How disgusting indeed. So the Lin family has fallen to this? Your arrogance has finally met its match. Those who do wrong will meet their own downfall. Ha 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 ha. The newcomer was none other than Sun Yanqing's mother, the wealthy lady who had been slapped twice across the face by Lin Nan just days prior. Did you think your Lin family could control everything in Changshan? You tried to cut off my Su family's business, but we're still thriving. It's your Lin family that's finished now, ha ha ha. What a satisfying turn of events. Just then, a loud thud echoed from outside the door. A bloodied and mangled figure was hurled inside. The figure on the floor lay with legs twisted at unnatural angles, the lower arm and hand of the right arm missing entirely. A tall young man stood in the doorway. His features were sharp and refined, his face angular, and his eyes shone with a piercing intensity. It must be said that since Chen Feng had harnessed the beast spirit of the nine-tailed Qingqiu fox, his entire aura had become mysteriously captivating. His appearance seemed as though it had been meticulously retouched by a beauty filter, making him utterly devastatingly handsome. Yet his unkempt bird's nest hair, messy stubble, and flip-flops still gave off an air of unrestrained, carefree dishevelment. This is the one pulling your strings, isn't it? As he spoke, Chen Feng used his toe to flip over the figure sprawled on the ground. A swollen face stared back, the left eye reduced to a sliver. Yet it was unmistakably Hua Jingqi, the very man who had once held the upper hand against Chen Feng. The others sucked in a sharp breath. A member of the prestigious Hua family, a master over level 40, a figure who could be considered among the elite of the entire Changshan region, had been beaten into this state today. They looked again at the young man before them, the very guest of honor specially invited by the Lin family to that banquet. Who would have thought this man possessed such audacity? Never mind where he found the strength to beat Hua Jingqi into this state. Even if he possessed such power, did he not fear the Hua family's retaliation? Chen Feng observed the silent crowd, speaking to himself. Hua Jingqi committed countless injustices, bullying others with his power. I have rid the people of this menace. Chen Feng clapped his hands. A captivating woman clad in crimson emerged from behind him. The others recognized her, though they could only sense her extraordinary presence. But Lin Nan, who had just regained consciousness, nearly fainted again. He had once been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Zhu Ke Hufa, one of the four great protectors of Liangjia Mountain, undoubtedly a figure of the highest stature in the world. Lin Nan struggled to rise and bow in greeting. Zhu Ke waved a hand, and Lin Nan settled back onto the bed. Zhu Ke flicked a jade vial from his hand into Lin Qingqing's grasp. Give this to him. He'll be fully recovered within 3 days. Lin Qingqing stared in shock at the figure before her, then glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded to her. Lin Qingqing opened the jade bottle, poured out a crystal clear pill, and fed it to Lin Nan. Within moments of swallowing the pill, Lin Nan's eyes regained a glimmer of vitality. Lin Nan thanks the Vermilion Bird Guardian for bestowing this medicine.
The others' eyes widened instantly at Lin Nan's words. Though they had never seen the vermilion bird at their level, they had certainly heard of the fame of the four great protectors of Liangjie Mountain. Observing Lin Nan's reaction, it wasn't hard to guess the identity of the person before them. A cunning gleam flashed in the eyes of the noblewoman from the Su family. She suddenly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. The Su family of Changshan pays respects to Guardian Zhu Ke. Our family is willing to replace the Lin family in managing trade relations with Liangjie Mountain. Regarding profits, the Su family can offer an additional 20% discount on top of the previous terms. The others in the room were stunned by the noblewoman's bold move. They cursed her shamelessness inwardly while secretly regretting not having stepped forward themselves. Zhu Ke shot her a dismissive glance and snorted coldly. You think you're worthy? Oh, right. Your family did have an opportunity once. Too bad your daughter was blind and broke up with young Master Chen Feng. With that, she turned away from the kneeling noblewoman and addressed Lin Nan on the bed. Two Realms Mountain had no intention of renewing our partnership with the Lin family. However, young Master Chen Fengshan has reached an agreement with us. As your family's guest advisor, we owe him this favor. Therefore, I have come today on the Mountain Lord's orders to restore all trade relations between Two Realms Mountain and the Lin family. Moreover, the trade volume will be doubled from the original quota. Lin Nan heard this and, overcome with emotion, tremblingly rose from the bed. Tears streaming down his aged face, he gazed at Chen Fengshan. His knees buckled as he prepared to kneel before Chen Fengshan. Chen Fengshan hurried over in 2 strides, one hand steadying him. Uncle Lin, there's no need for such formality. It was nothing more than a simple gesture. Lin Nan clasped Chen Fengshan's hand tightly. He knew that for a mere high school student, no matter how outstanding, to catch the attention of Liangjie Mountain, it must have come at an immense cost. For the sake of the Lin family, he couldn't fathom how much this child had sacrificed to earn the personal visit of the Vermilion Bird Guardian and double the original trade volume. Tears streaming down his aged face, he burst into a hearty laugh, releasing the pent-up frustration from his chest. Ha ha ha! Heaven blesses my Lin family. My Lin family has survived. Chapter 46, Slow and Steady Wins the Race. 2 clear tears streamed down Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes. Without a second thought, she ran over and threw her arms around Chen Feng, sobbing uncontrollably. These past days had burdened her with pressures far beyond her years. Her father's sudden crisis had placed the entire burden of the Lin family upon her and her mother. Day after day, she faced the family's bankruptcy, her father's uncertain fate, and wave after wave of partners visiting the hospital to deliver cold, cutting remarks. She hadn't even dared to cry. She feared that once the tears fell, she would collapse completely. Until this man arrived. Not only did he bring hope to the Lin family, but he even doubled their trade volume. He healed her father's injuries. He punished Hu Jingqi, the mastermind behind the scheme, restoring the Lin family's honor. Chen Feng hurriedly patted Lin Qingqing's back to comfort her uncontrollable emotions. In the summer heat, Lin Qingqing wore only a white short-sleeved shirt. Chen Fengshan's warm hands pressed against Lin Qingqing's back. He seemed to feel a raised band-like object, and his active mind began to wander. Lin Qingqing felt something pressing against her and shyly pushed Chen Fengshan away. She sat alone nearby, twiddling her fingers in silence. Lin Nan, however, wore a satisfied smile like a proud father. To have caught the eye of the Two Realms Mountain, Chen Fengshan must be extraordinary. In this martial-dominated, merchant-suppressed era, raw power was the only currency that mattered. Without sufficient strength, no amount of wealth could elevate one beyond the status of a lowly merchant. Lin Nan's complexion was rosy, now evidence that the elixir brought by Zhu Ke truly worked wonders. After giving some instructions regarding future business collaborations, Zhu Ke turned to leave. Before departing, she reminded Chen Feng, contact me once you're ready. We must reach the Liangjie Mountain Vocational Technical College before nightfall today. After Zhu Ke departed, a revitalized Lin Nan glanced at the Su family noblewoman lying on the ground and snorted coldly. I never intended to cause trouble for your Su family, but you've brought this upon yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, you witnessed what just transpired. From this day forward, the Lin family's partnership with Two Realms Mountain grows even stronger. If any of you feel the Lin family has wronged you, you are free to leave. But for those who wish to continue working with my Lin family, I have only one condition. The leader of the intermediaries, whose gaze had been unfocused moments before, suddenly sharpened. Despite their earlier harshness, Lin Nan was unexpectedly offering them another chance. The condition is this: any enterprise partnering with my Lin family must completely boycott all business dealings involving the Su family's enterprises. Failure to comply will result in immediate termination of our cooperation. The attendees were all prominent figures in Changshan City's business circles. If they could unite to boycott a company, that company would collapse almost instantly. We've long been disgusted by the Su family's tactics. Have you forgotten how the Lin family helped you through your darkest hour? Not only do you show no gratitude, but you repay kindness with betrayal. How could we possibly conspire with such a family? Even without old Master Lin's directive, we should voluntarily distance ourselves from them. Their conduct is utterly disgraceful.
The Su family matriarch felt numb all over.
Originally, Hua Jingqi had promised her that if she could bring down the Lin family, her family would gain access to the contact information for the Two Realms Mountain from him. Now look at this mess. Hua Jingqi himself lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. And after all her scheming and maneuvering, she had ended up squandering the Hua family's last shred of hope. And it was all because of the man standing before her now, Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who had once been poised to become her son-in-law. She vaguely recalled repeatedly urging her daughter to break up with that good-for-nothing, insisting that all love meant nothing in the face of reality.
Now look at this mess.
Not only had everything that should have been hers vanished into thin air.
Even the Su family she had spent years building was now plunged into utter ruin. Had she truly been wrong? She burst into laughter, the sound echoing from the hospital room and reverberating down the entire corridor.
Her consciousness gradually blurred. Like a madwoman, she vanished at the end of the corridor, her laughter fading into the distance.
At that moment, an elderly woman entered the hospital room once more.
Upon entering, she first clasped her hands in a bow toward Chen Feng.
It was the same elderly woman from the capital's Demon Suppression Bureau a few days prior.
The Demon Suppression Bureau, acting on orders from the head of the Hua family, has come to punish Hua Jingqi. Hua Jingqi failed in his duty as a father, first causing trouble, then abusing his authority to interfere with the business dealings between local merchants of Changshan and Liangjie Mountain, bringing shame upon the Hua family. Therefore, his cultivation is hereby revoked, and he is expelled from the Hua family. From this day forward, Hua Jingqi shall have no connection whatsoever with the Hua family.
Hua Jingqi's face turned ashen.
It seemed he had truly brought disaster upon himself. At this critical moment, the family was rushing to distance themselves from him. Compounding matters, Chen Feng had returned accompanied by the vermilion bird, the guardian spirit of Liangjie Mountain. This proved that his cousin, Hua Jingxiu, had not only failed but also provoked those he should never have crossed. His downfall was entirely his own doing. Hua Jingqi struggled to his feet, gazing at the old woman leaning on her cane. He spoke. I, Hua Jingqi, failed to raise my son properly and abused my authority.
I willingly accept punishment. But everything stems from my actions alone. I alone am responsible for my actions. I will give the family an explanation now. With that, he slammed his palm against his Baihui acupoint. He sat motionless, utterly silent. Chen Feng's upper lip twitched slightly. Hua Jingqi did possess some backbone far more than his good-for-nothing son. But now that he'd made a mess of things and strayed further down the wrong path, he could only pay for his own actions. From ancient times to the present, the sins of the father are visited upon the son. In Hua Jingqi's case, it was truly the son paying for the father's sins, a truly pitiful man. The old woman sighed and waved her hand. A crimson flame slowly engulfed Hua Jingqi. The old woman controlled the flames with precision. A foot away, one felt only a slight rise in temperature, no other disturbance. Within 3 breaths, Hua Jingqi had turned into a handful of ashes. With another wave of her hand, the old woman gathered all the ashes into a container. Leaning on her cane, she limped out of the room. Once the figure had disappeared from sight, only 4 remained in the hospital room: Lin Qingqing, the matriarch of the Lin family, and Chen Feng. The 2 maids sensibly withdrew to the doorway and closed the ward door. Lin Qingqing looked at Lin Nan. Dad, those people are so despicable. Why did you agree to cooperate with them? Now that we've reclaimed the business line from Two Realms Mountain, doesn't it matter who makes the money? Lin Nan patted Lin Qingqing's head affectionately and replied. Human nature is what it is. Replacing them with others wouldn't necessarily make things better. Besides, you can't just pull up a radish and expect the soil to come clean. Trustworthy people take time to cultivate. Only when our own people grow strong enough can we gradually replace them. The business world is like a battlefield. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. We must proceed with patience and deliberation. Chapter 47, Beneath Qingyun Peak. Our Lin family survived this catastrophe entirely thanks to Fengshang. Lin Nan gazed meaningfully at Lin Qingqing before continuing. Father is getting old. The future belongs to you young people. You must learn much from Fengshang. Lin Qingqing's fair face flushed slightly as she nodded silently. Lin Nan turned his gaze back to Chen Feng. Fengshan, we owe you everything for stepping in this time. From now on, consider the Lin family your own. Move your grandfather and yourself into the Lin residence. He's getting on in years. It's time for him to enjoy some peace and quiet. Chen Fengshang inwardly scoffed. That old lecher has had more than his share of enjoying life. No need. He's been busy his whole life. He's used to it. If he suddenly had nothing to do, he'd feel restless. He scratched his head and added. I'll move over by myself. Lin Nan paused, then smiled faintly. No problem. There are 2 suites on the 4th floor. Qingqing usually stays in one, so you can take the other one. My daughter, I've spoiled her rotten. When you have time, please give her some guidance. Chen Feng chuckled. I don't know much myself, but whatever I do know, I'll share it all with her. After bidding farewell to the Lin family, Chen Feng contacted the Vermilion Bird Guardian and they headed together to the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College.
Located in Xucheng, the city stood at the southern edge of Huagua, serving as a vital barrier between the nation and the 10,000 mountains. It was also a frontier stronghold of Huagua and the closest city to Liangjia Mountain, where the mountain's influence reached nearly 90%. Due to its proximity to the demonic tribes, Xucheng had cultivated a fierce and rugged character over the centuries, though its population remained relatively sparse.
The Liangjishan Vocational Technical College sits atop Qingyun Peak at the southern edge of Xucheng.
Chen Feng and the Vermilion Bird Guardian spotted the college above the clouds from their flying vessel.
The towering Qingyun Peak pierced the clouds, yet its summit was neatly leveled, perfectly flat. Several ancient-style buildings stood atop the vast peak, resembling scenes from cultivation films. Chen Feng marveled. Truly befitting Liangjia Mountain, what a grand undertaking.
To level such a massive mountain must rival the scale of building the Great Wall.
Xu Ke shook his head slightly. Not quite.
Legend has it the peak was sliced off by the old mountain master's sword.
Chen Feng felt a surge of curiosity. What kind of man was his father, to possess such immense power? The flying vessel did not land on Qingyun Peak.
Instead, it pierced through the clouds and descended to the base of the mountain. Young master, the mountain master has instructed that Xu Ke may only escort you this far. The path ahead must be walked by you alone. Bidding farewell to Xu Ke, Chen Feng stood alone at the base of Qingyun Peak. He looked up at Qingyun Peak, its summit piercing the clouds, and couldn't help but feel his own insignificance.
He approached the only path leading up Qingyun Mountain, preparing to ascend on foot.
But just as he was about to begin the climb, he encountered a barrier as smooth as a water curtain. Chen Feng pressed against it with all his strength, but it offered no resistance. Yet this transparent water curtain, invisible to the naked eye, held him firmly at bay.
A barrier?
Chen Feng clenched his fists, then slammed his palm against the barrier with all his might. It felt like punching cotton, with most of his force absorbed.
Ripples spread across the transparent watery surface. Who dares attack the gates of Qingyun Peak? A booming voice echoed from the path. A youth clad in black training robes descended the steps. The dark-clad youth frowned, fixing his gaze on the figure before him. The path below was overgrown with thorns. How did you manage to get here?
Chen Feng wanted to say he didn't know either. Xu Ke had simply tossed him here. But remembering old Chen Feng's warning, he decided it was better to keep a low profile. Just wandering around, ended up here.
Is that the Two Realms Mountain Technical School up there?
The young man in black darkened.
You bastard, what did you say? Look closely, this is called Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College.
He pointed to the black robe he wore, where a long sword logo was embroidered on his chest. Beneath the sword, a line of small red clerical script read,
Liangjia Mountain Vocational and Technical College. Chen Feng waved dismissively. It's just a fancy name.
No need to take it seriously, senior brother.
The black-clad youth froze. This scruffy kid was calling him senior? What a joke. Liangjishan Vocational Technical College only had a few dozen students. Everyone knew each other, yet he'd never laid eyes on this kid before. Stop trying to cozy up to me. Who do you think you are, calling me senior?
If you know this is Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College, then get out of here now.
Chen Feng scratched his head. I'm here to study. The black-clad youth eyed Chen Feng up and down. Do you have a letter of recommendation? No. Are you affiliated with or collaborating with Liangjia Mountain? No.
The young man in black frowned deeper.
Then how did you learn about Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College? And who sent you here?
Chen Feng clearly hadn't anticipated such a hassle just to ascend the mountain. He couldn't very well tell them he was the young master of Liangjia Mountain.
A few days ago, I met a captivating woman in red. She was the one who told me to come here and try my luck.
He described the appearance of the Vermilion Bird Guardian in detail.
The young man in black stared in utter shock.
The description matched the Vermilion Bird Guardian perfectly.
As one of the 4 guardian deities of Liangjia Mountain, Xu Ke also served as an honorary instructor at Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College. She occasionally visited the academy to lecture, so the students were no strangers to her. But Guardian Xu Ke was so lofty and aloof, why would she come here for someone with no connection to Two Realms Mountain? Unless he was an exceptionally rare genius. At this thought, the young man in black robe's eyes lit up. Are you a hidden class? Chen Feng replied, no. The dark-clad youth frowned in confusion. What class rating do you have? Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Theoretically speaking, it should be F. The black-clad youth froze. Don't bull me. F is F. What theoretically? Get out of here now. Stop causing trouble. If you don't leave, don't blame me for kicking you out. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Seeing this man, roughly his own age, speaking with such arrogance, his competitive spirit flared. Besides, he wanted to gauge the caliber of students at Two Realms Mountain Technical School. Aha, big talk indeed. Go ahead and expel me. I'm eager to see what kind of standards Two Realms Mountain Technical School holds. The black-clad man's eyes darkened. The name Two Realms Mountain Technical School seemed to sting him deeply. With a casual flick of his wrist, the black-clad youth unleashed a piercing blue light that surged toward Chen Feng. The black-clad man held back, intending only to teach this insolent upstart a lesson. He used merely 30% of his strength. Chen Feng seemed to sense the attack's lack of force. He didn't even dodge, allowing the blue light to strike him directly. Chapter 48, Golden Winged Griffin. Clang! The blue light struck Chen Feng without eliciting any reaction, instead producing a metallic clang. The black-clad youth's pupils contracted, realizing the man before him was no ordinary opponent. He swiftly summoned a massive black axe with a wave of his hand, gripping it firmly. Who exactly are you, and what brings you to Qingyun Peak? Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. I truly came to apply for your academy. If you don't believe me, test whether I'm qualified. With that, he struck out with a palm, reducing the boulder beside him to dust. The black-clad man's expression grew grave. He pointed to a stone stele nearby, where a red paper notice was posted. Well, that's this year's admissions brochure over there. But you're a bit early. You can take a look yourself. Without another word, he swiftly retreated back into the barrier. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. The seemingly unremarkable youngster before him possessed martial prowess that was certainly no less than his own. Freshmen took turns patrolling the mountain base each year. Today happened to be a shift, but who would have guessed a complete novice would show up? If it came to blows, he might have ended up on the receiving end of a beating. Thankfully, he'd been quick-witted enough to hide behind the barrier. Chen Feng glanced at the timid, black-clad youth, shook his head with a smile, and dismissed it as nothing serious. He promptly walked toward the stone stele nearby. The stone tablet was densely engraved with text, mostly introductions to Qingyun Peak and the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. Chen Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Qingyun Peak, which didn't appear particularly tall, had a staggering 108,000 steps. For the average person, just thinking about climbing up would be exhausting enough, and that's assuming they're in decent shape. A red paper notice was posted beside the stone tablet. It briefly outlined the admission requirements. Candidates notified by Two Realms Mountain Technical College must assemble here on June 15 to undergo the college entrance assessment. Those who meet the standards will become the new freshman class of Two Realms Mountain. Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Another test? It felt like a minor exam every 3 days and a major one every 5. Even a mere technical college was being picky about its students. The date was set for tomorrow. Well, I might as well camp out here for the night. Having made up his mind, Chen Feng found a slab of green stone, sat cross-legged, opened a book, and began accumulating points. The next day, as dawn broke, a chilly mountain breeze sent a shiver through Chen Feng. Just as he considered dozing off again, a flying beast with a 5-jam wingspan flapped its wings and approached him from the sky above. Chen Feng's hair stood on end instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This flying beast was easily 6th tier or higher. If it struck him, his current physique would send him straight to meet his great-grandmother. Fortunately, as it drew nearer, Chen Feng glimpsed 2 figures on its back and breathed a sigh of relief. This flying beast must be a mount tamed by humans. Moments later, the beast drew near, its massive wings stirring a gale that blew so fiercely Chen Feng could barely keep his eyes open. A burly young man and an elderly man leaped down from its back. The elder looked kindly at Chen Feng and asked, "Young friend, are you here to take the exam as well?" Chen Feng dared not be disrespectful, clasping his hands in a bow. "Indeed." The elder smiled faintly. "I thought this old man arrived early enough, yet I still arrived a step behind you, young friend. May I ask which school you represent?" Chen Feng scratched his head. "Changshan, Ancient City Road, Bang Bang Hall." The old man furrowed his brow slightly, searching his memory repeatedly but failing to recall such a faction. He decided not to press further. After giving his child a few parting words, he mounted his flying beast and soared away. The burly young man left behind, munching on a steamed bun, walked over and offered one to Chen Feng. "Friend, you came so early without breakfast. Want a bun?" Chen Feng felt a bit awkward. No, I've already eaten." Gurgle. His stomach growled uncontrollably, and he gave an awkward chuckle. "We're both here to take the entrance exam for Liangjia Mountain Vocational College. Getting up this early is no easy feat, don't be so polite here, take it." Chen Feng took it without hesitation and began eating with relish. "My name is Suo Chao. I'm from the Suo family of Gusu. What about you?" Chen Feng stuffed the remaining half-bun into his mouth and mumbled. "Chen Feng Changshan. The Lin family." He paused, realizing that mentioning his family ran a male enhancement pharmacy would only invite trouble. He decided to use the Lin family as a shield instead. Suo Chao chewed his bun and took a sip of water. "The Lin family of Changshan? I think I've heard of them. But why do you have the surname Chen?" Chen Feng replied without hesitation. "Lin Nan, the head of the Lin family, is my sworn brother." Suo Chao spit out the water he'd just swallowed. Cough, bro, you gotta be kidding. As far as I know, that Lin Nan is well past 40, right? You guys are practically a generation apart. He swore brotherhood with you? Chen Feng feigned embarrassment. Well, I thought so too. But I saved his life once, and his gratitude was too much to refuse. The two chatted sporadically. The surrounding area gradually grew livelier. Not a single person present was ordinary. They arrived either by flying beasts or airships. These were symbols of status. By noon, over 100 young men and women had gathered in scattered groups beneath Qingqing Peak. They struck up conversations with one another, and some talkative souls had already begun networking. After all, those who could come here were almost exclusively from families of extraordinary status and background. Even if one lacked the strength to pass the entrance exam for the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College, forging connections here made the journey worthwhile. Just then, a piercing bird cry echoed through the sky. A massive flying beast swept across the sky at breakneck speed. The crowd at the mountain's base instinctively stepped back. Golden-winged griffin. An 8th-tier demon beast. That guy's here. Suo Chao instinctively tugged Chen Feng, his eyes widening in shock. After hours of conversation, Chen Feng and Suo Chao had grown quite familiar with each other. Noticing Suo Chao's slightly furrowed brow, Chen Feng asked, "Who is that guy?" Suo Chao lowered his voice and whispered into Chen Feng's ear. "Nalin Yi from the ancient Nalin clan of Hangzhou. Only their family possesses an 8th-tier golden-winged griffin." Xiao Pang seemed to recall something and added to Chen Feng. "Nalin Yi has a domineering nature. We'd be wise to avoid him. Things might be manageable if we handle him right, but if we accidentally offend this big shot, it won't just be us, our entire clan will suffer the consequences." An 8th-tier golden-winged griffin boasted a wingspan nearing 100 meters. Its gleaming golden wings hovered in the air. If it were to flap them now, the powerful gale would likely sweep everyone at the mountain's base skyward. From the golden-winged griffin descended a noble woman of regal bearing, accompanied by a youth with a stern countenance. "Here, once we reach the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College, you must rein in your temper. Don't cause trouble for the family. Hangzhou was one thing, but this is Two Realms Mountain territory. Don't bring shame upon the Nalin clan." The stern youth responded with a hint of impatience. "I know, mother. You should return now. I know my limits." The elegant noblewoman affectionately ruffled Nalin Yi's hair before turning and mounting the golden-winged griffin, soaring into the distance. Chapter 49, The Crimson-Robed Martial Sovereign. Nalin Yi watched the golden-winged griffin recede into the distance, a faint smile curving his lips. For so many years, he had been under the family's control. Now, at last, he could freely spread his wings and make his mark here. Nalin Yi's gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. Most people avoided his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. When his gaze fell upon Chen Feng, his brow furrowed slightly. Does Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College accept just anyone these days? Even a beggar like him can sneak in here? Chen Fengshan paid no heed to the sarcasm, continuing to read the book in his hands. Nalin Yi seemed to sense the beggar's disregard. With many other applicants watching nearby, this made him feel deeply humiliated. Without another word, he picked up a pebble from the ground and flung it. Chen Fengshan caught it, finally glancing up at him. "Hey, beggar boy, didn't you hear me talking to you? What are you pretending to be with that worthless book?" Chen Fengshan sneered. "Who says just because you speak, others have to respond?" Nalin Yi's face turned ashen. Among the many young nobles present, who dared not give the Nalin family some face. But this little brat dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. Suo Chao, standing beside Chen Fengshan, quickly tugged at his sleeve and shot him a warning glance, signaling him to back down and apologize. Chen Fengshan paid little heed, lowering his head to resume reading. As Nalin Yi watched the murmurs begin to ripple through the crowd, his fists clenched slightly. He resolved to start with this little beggar, letting them witness the might of the Nalin family of Hangzhou. "Since you insist on being the chicken, don't blame me for being impolite." Resolved to make an example of him, he summoned a 9-foot-long coiled dragon staff with a flick of his thoughts. He struck toward Chen Feng with a single move. It must be said that Nalin Yi, trained from childhood, understood the principle that even a lion must exert full strength when hunting a rabbit. He didn't underestimate his opponent just because he looked like a beggar, launching straight into a devious killing move. This man wasn't as mindlessly arrogant as he appeared. What seemed like a meaningless act was actually a clever tactic to establish his position swiftly and at minimal cost. Seeing the coiled dragon staff coming with force, Chen Feng didn't meet it head-on. He tucked away the book in his hand and sidestepped the attack. Nalin Yi transformed his thrust into a sweeping strike, aiming horizontally toward Chen Fengshang's direction. Facing the ferocious strike, Chen Fengshang found evasion impossible. He raised both arms to block, then seized the opportunity to slap the opposite end of the coiled dragon staff. Both men stumbled backward 4 or 5 steps in unison. Shock filled both their eyes. Nalin Yi had been showered with premium resources since childhood. Armed with the Panlong staff, renowned for its sheer power, and his SS-tier talent, he could be considered unmatched among peers of the same rank. Yet today, he failed to gain the upper hand in their very first clash. He never imagined an unassuming little beggar could match him in strength, his own specialty. Chen Feng also looked slightly stunned. He hadn't expected this seemingly pretentious rich kid to possess such formidable strength.
Though he hadn't transformed, purely based on attribute point bonuses, even the SS tier Hui Yuhong fell short of him.
He never imagined this guy could match him blow for blow. Battle fervor ignited in Lin Yi's eyes. Again!
The coiled dragon staff flicked upward, and the two clashed once more. In an instant, they exchanged blows over a dozen times, sending fragments of rock flying at the mountain's base amidst a constant roar of explosions.
Lin Yi grew increasingly alarmed.
No matter how he fought, exhausting every technique and skill, the man before him parried every strike, revealing not a single opening. Moreover, the opponent's speed clearly surpassed his own.
Just then, a commanding voice boomed from the mountain's base. "Who makes such a racket here?" A gust of gale force wind swept through, revealing a figure clad in crimson robes. Embroidered upon the chest was the emblem of Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College, the same as yesterday's. Yesterday he had been clad in black, but today he wore crimson robes. The red-robed man, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, glared sternly at Chen Feng and Lin Yi. "This is sacred ground of the academy. Why are you two making such a commotion here? If you are not here to take the test, leave immediately."
Lin Yi halted his movements and stepped forward, clasping his fists.
"Greetings, senior. I am Lin Yi of the Lin family from Hangzhou.
We were merely sparring and disturbed your academy. Please forgive us." The red-robed man remained expressionless.
"So you're from the Lin family. And who might you be?"
The man turned his gaze toward Chen Feng.
Chen Feng bowed his fist and said, "Chen Feng of the Lin family from Changshan."
The man in red frowned slightly.
The Lin family? In his memory, this Lin family didn't seem to have close ties with Liangjia Mountain.
He wondered who had introduced this fellow. But to be able to trade blows with the Lin family's young master meant he must have some skill. Suo Chao stepped beside Chen Feng and whispered, "Red-robed martial sage, only the top 10 students at Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College are qualified to wear red robes.
This man's strength must be extraordinary."
Chen Feng tilted his head slightly.
"Is the red robe that formidable?"
Students at Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College are divided into 3 tiers. The most common are the black-robed martial trainees, making up roughly 2/3 of the student body. Next are the white-robed martial artists, and the most formidable are the red-robed martial lords. The red-robed man raised a hand to silence the crowd. "I am Han Yi of Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College, presiding over this year's entrance examination. Now, I will explain the testing rules. The entrance exam consists of 3 stages.
The first stage is an endurance test. You must climb the mountain on foot. Those who reach the summit within 10 hours will pass the first stage. After the first stage, I will announce the details of the second stage. Candidates who pass all 3 stages will qualify for admission to Liangjia Mountain Vocational and Technical College. If none pass, we will admit none."
A murmur rippled through the crowd.
It was widely known that Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College had exceptionally stringent admission standards.
Now it seemed clear, they would rather admit no students than accept those lacking sufficient ability. Truly, they preferred to leave spots unfilled rather than compromise on quality. The man in red glanced at his smartwatch.
"All right, timing begins now. Candidates, you may commence your ascent."
At his command, nearly 200 students at the mountain's base began their ascent in unison.
Suo Chao pulled Chen Feng into the crowd. "Hurry up, Chen Feng. 108,000 steps isn't a joke, we need to move fast." Chen Feng looked puzzled.
For ordinary people, climbing 108,000 steps in 10 hours is indeed challenging.
But martial artists possess extraordinary physiques.
For us, 10 hours shouldn't be too difficult, right? For Chen Feng, if he pushed himself to full speed, he could ascend the 108,000 steps in 2 or 3 hours.
10 hours felt like child's play. Suo Chao snorted coldly.
"Oof. You're underestimating the Two Realms Mountains test. You'll see for yourself."
Chapter 50, Bringing the Girl.
The Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College receives no fewer than 200 applicants each year, yet fewer than 10% are ultimately admitted. Chen Feng caught a hint of meaning in Suo Chao's words but said nothing further, striding directly toward the steps.
The barrier from yesterday now revealed a translucent doorway.
As soon as he stepped through the archway and onto the stairs, Chen Feng felt an immense pressure wash over him from all directions. It felt as though he had plunged into water. His agility was reduced by at least 70%. He furrowed his brow slightly.
No wonder Suo Chao had spoken that way.
Judging by this, traversing 10,800 li truly was no easy feat.
Chen Feng didn't dwell on it further.
Step by step, he charged swiftly toward the mountaintop. In moments, he had overtaken many others. Most of those he passed looked at Chen Feng with puzzled expressions.
How come that kid looks so effortless? Could it be that the pressure assigned to each person in this exam is different? But that can't be right.
My brother got into Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College a few years ago.
He said Liangjia Mountain treats everyone equally. Even if you're a support class, the pressure in the first endurance test is the same for everyone. Chen Fengxiang's pace was undeniably swift. Within less than an hour, he had already overtaken over 80% of the participants. What surprised him was that Suo Chao managed to keep pace with him the entire time. This seemingly frail fellow was clearly no pushover. Chen Fengxiang advanced steadily, maintaining a consistent pace. As he passed a young woman in a light blue robe, she suddenly called out, young master, you're so skilled. Could you give me a ride? I can pay you." The green-robed woman possessed a slender, graceful figure, features as delicate as a painting, and skin as fair as snow. A few glistening beads of sweat clung to her forehead, and she spoke with slight breathlessness. From her current position, she had already surpassed over 80% of the participants. However, this long-distance race primarily tested the candidates' endurance and perseverance. Some students, though slower, could sustain their pace consistently, while others possessed strong bursts of speed but faltered later on. Like the tortoise and the hare, the ultimate victor would be the one excelling in stamina, patience, and resilience. Chen Feng looked up at the delicate, green-robed woman and asked, "What reward can you offer me?" Before she could answer, Suo Chaoji, who had caught up from behind, interjected. "Chen Fengxiang, have you lost your mind? Flirting with girls at a time like this? Do you even know how many people get weeded out in the first round at Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College every year? How many? Nearly half. And of those who pass, most barely scrape by. The fastest recorded time is still nearly 8 hours. 8,000 steps. The pressure only intensifies the further you go. I advise you to reconsider." With that, Suo Chao ignored Chen Fengxiang and continued onward alone. Hearing Suo Chao's words, the woman furrowed her delicate brows. Her beautiful eyes, sparkling like stars, brimmed with hurt. "What do you want?" A sly gleam flashed in Chen Fengxiang's eyes. $1,000 per step. I'll take you up 30,000 steps first. The rest depends on the situation. What do you say? Her eyes flickered. The price was lower than she'd imagined. After all, money, that vulgar yellow metal, was merely a number to the scions of noble families like them. She gladly accepted, then asked, "Then how will you lead me?" Chen Feng smiled and held out his hand. "Two ways. First, I'll hold your hand. The second is to carry you on my back, but that'll cost extra." The green-robed woman's fair face flushed slightly. "I'll take the hand-holding option." She produced a length of silk from somewhere, gripping one end. She offered the other end to Chen Fengxiang. Chen Fengxiang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "If you do this, I won't be able to carry you. This thing hinders my performance. You know, everyone climbing up has to spare no effort. I don't want to waste a single ounce of strength. You decide." The woman in the blue robe clenched her teeth. Fine. She extended her delicate, jade-like hand and clasped it with Chen Fengxiang's. Chen Fengxiang felt the soft, delicate hand in his grasp warm and supple, yet firm enough to resist being too pliable. It stirred uncontrollable thoughts. Chen Fengxiang lifted her feet and began ascending. While they spoke, many others had already passed them by. Chen Fengxiang hadn't brought this green-robed woman along out of arrogance. For him, the 100,000 steps were no challenge. The competition wasn't timed, so completing it within 10 hours was sufficient. Moreover, carrying a weight of less than 100 pounds was negligible for Chen Fengxiang, a manageable burden within his control. Besides, he could earn a little extra pocket money for his future spending. But the main reason was this: the girl, well, she was quite the looker. Climbing together meant he wouldn't be lonely. Moreover, Chen Fengxiang had only committed to climbing the first 30,000 steps with her. If things got too strenuous later, he could always prioritize his own ascent. With Chen Fengxiang's assistance, the green-robed woman clearly found the climb much easier. The two chatted intermittently as they ascended. It turned out the green-robed woman was a priestess, and her constitution had some inherent weaknesses. As they chatted and laughed, they gradually grew more familiar with each other. Chen Fengxiang walked ahead, and the green-robed woman's eyes would occasionally glance at him. Her gaze held the innocence and timidity of a young girl. While the two ascended with apparent ease and grace, the other candidates along the path were anything but calm. Damn, no way. How can they pull this off? Isn't this cheating? Two Realms Mountain only cares about results in the first stage, not the process. Besides, don't let his cocky attitude fool you, he'll regret it when he burns out in the later stages. But fair's fair, that girl's a stunner. I take her too, but I just don't have the strength. Sigh. A woman panting heavily sat on the steps by the roadside, taking a breather. Her nearly 200 pounds stretched her tracksuit into a round shape. He stared blankly at the two climbing ahead. Could you take her too? Whatever she's offering, I'll double it. Chen Fengxiang looked at her stocky frame and coarse, broad face, and his skin crawled. Sis, please spare me. Hearing Chen Fengxiang call her little sister, the plump girl's mind grew restless. She pouted coquettishly. Eek, big bro, take me with you, okay? I'm super sweet. As she spoke, she made little cat paws with her two sandbag-sized fists on her cheeks. Chen Fengxiang nearly vomited the meat bun he'd eaten that morning. Get lost. Chen Fengxiang practically fled, grabbing the green-robed woman's hand and hurrying away. Without realizing it, the two had already climbed nearly 30,000 steps. Combined with the 20,000 steps Chen Feng had climbed earlier, they were almost halfway through the journey. By now, people were beginning to sit down and rest along the path. The line of 200 people stretched longer and longer. After climbing several dozen more steps, Chen Feng reluctantly released the green-robed woman's hand. He discreetly sniffed the air near his nose, where a faint, refreshing orchid fragrance drifted into his nostrils, soothing his senses. "Boss, we've reached 30,000 steps." The green-robed woman smiled sweetly, her expression enchanting. "Young man, shall we continue working together later?" "Not impossible, but you should know the latter half is considerably more demanding than the first. It'll cost extra." The green-robed woman giggled coquettishly. "No problem, name your price." She truly felt the sensation of being carried along. With Chen Feng holding her hand, she saved over half her stamina. At this rate, she could definitely pass within 10 hours. For the Two Realms mountain test, spending a bit of filthy lucre to pass was a steal. Chen Feng scratched his nose, his gaze subtly glancing over the green-robed woman's ample bosom. "Money? That's just an external thing. To go further up, besides money, you'll need to add something else." Chapter 51, Climbing the Mountain. The green-robed woman looked troubled, arms crossed over her chest as she avoided Chen Feng's gaze. What do you think you're doing?" Chen Feng silently choked on his words. "What else would I want to do? You saw me climbing ahead. I'm pretty exhausted. After a whole day like this, my body can barely take it. Besides doubling the earlier price, you'd better give me a proper acupressure massage after the exam today. Otherwise, if I end up with lingering ailments, it won't be worth my while." The green-robed woman furrowed her delicate brows. "But I don't know how." Chen Feng smiled faintly. "You don't need to know how. You know where the pressure points are, right? When I tell you which one to press, just press that one." For martial artists, knowledge of pressure points is fundamental essential knowledge for every practitioner, much like the multiplication tables in mathematics. The woman in the green robe pondered for a moment, realizing it didn't seem too difficult, and agreed. The two set off once more, one ahead and one behind, but on the latter half of the staircase, they both felt the strain. Chen Feng fared relatively well, but the green-robed woman, though walking behind, soon found her collar drenched in sweat. Before long, the Qingqiang woman was drenched through, her robe becoming faintly translucent. Chen Feng glanced back suddenly, his pupils contracting sharply, his gaze as piercing as a falcon's. Black. Before long, they caught sight of Suo Chao, panting heavily. Suo Chao stared at them, speechless. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so powerful, carrying someone and still climbing at such a rapid pace. In contrast, every step felt like his legs were weighed down with lead. Just moments ago, he had urged Chen Feng to pace himself. Now he realized the fool was none other than himself. Chen Feng too began to sweat, the invisible pressure thickening like a heavy fog. At first, it felt like wading through water. Now it felt like trudging through a quagmire. Every step demanded every ounce of strength. Behind him, the girl from Qingshan was nearly spent. Though Chen Feng held her hand, every step forward required her own genuine effort. "Brother, I can't go on. Can we rest for a bit? We still have time." Chen Feng frowned slightly. "We've climbed over 70,000 steps already, but the pressure will only intensify further on. We should try to save as much time as possible for the rest of the journey." "Alright, I'll carry you." Chen Feng wanted to earn a favor, and he also saw this as a form of self-discipline. He could vaguely sense that under this invisible pressure, the energy within his body was becoming increasingly dense. Impurities within his body were being expelled along with sweat. If he could push himself even harder, it would undoubtedly bring significant benefits to his cultivation. The Qingshan woman looked slightly embarrassed. "I don't even know how I could ever repay you for this." Chen Feng beckoned to her. "Come on, don't waste time." The Qingshan woman bit her lip. "I, Mu Yunqing, will remember this favor. I'll find a way to properly thank you someday." Only then did Chen Feng realize he didn't even know her name. Mu Yunqing said no more, silently leaning against Chen Feng's sturdy back. Chen Feng felt two soft mounds press against his back. He hooked his arms around her thighs, lifting her entire weight onto his shoulders. Chen Feng couldn't resist giving Mu Yunqing's thigh a squeeze, causing the latter to flush with embarrassment. With Mu Yunqing on his back, he began striding swiftly, charging full speed toward the mountaintop. Mu Yunqing's astonishment deepened. She had initially thought he had already reached his limit. Little did she know he hadn't unleashed his full power to keep her pace. This was his peak state, and his speed was nearly double what it had been moments before. Up ahead, Nalinihu gasped out a heavy breath. 100,000 steps done, and the toughest 8,000 still ahead. He glanced at his smartwatch, thinking to himself, if luck is on my side this year, I might just break the school record. He snorted coldly. All along this path, he had maintained his position as the undisputed leader, not even catching sight of the second-place runner now. That little beggar isn't all that impressive after all. I thought he was some extraordinary figure, but it seems he's just a bit more agile and possesses some strange strength.
Just as he prepared to charge up the final 8,000 steps, his gaze swept downward and his pupils suddenly contracted. A scruffy youth, his shirt soaked through with sweat, was sprinting toward him at breakneck speed even faster than he was. What astonished him wasn't Chen Feng's speed, but Chen Feng was carrying someone on his back. His gaze swept over, and his pupils contracted once more. It's Mu Yunqing, Mu Yun's sister. Without pausing to think, he plunged into the final sprint of 8,000 meters. He refused to be overtaken at the last moment, especially while carrying someone on his back. But the moment his foot touched the first step of the final 8,000, his body felt like it was weighed down by a 1,000-pound boulder. His breathing instantly became labored. I never imagined the pressure on these final 8,000 steps would be several times stronger than before. He roared in fury, summoning a 10-foot-long coiled dragon staff in his hand. Thud! He slammed the staff into the ground, using it to propel himself upward step by step. Before he could ascend even a few dozen steps, Chen Feng caught up from behind, reaching the platform at the 100,000th step. Glancing at Lin Qingqing's state, he knew these final 8,000 steps would demand all his strength. Mu Yunqing, strapped to his back, also spotted Lin Qingqing ahead. Hesitantly, he ventured. Looks like it's getting rough up ahead. Maybe you should just leave me here. Chen Feng stepped forward, placing his foot on the stone stair. Cut the crap! He roared angrily, and two fluffy white tails drifted out from behind him. His hair instantly turned snow-white and long, flowing gracefully in the wind. Mu Yunqing's heart jolted. She began to speculate about Chen Fengxiang's profession. To her discerning eye, his extraordinary nature was undeniable. But such a transformation was beyond anything she'd ever heard of. After much deliberation, she dared not even entertain the possibility of him being a beast shifter. She could only conclude that Chen Fengxiang must belong to some hidden class capable of transformation. After transforming into the nine-tailed Qingqiu fox, Chen Fengxiang instantly felt his body grow slightly lighter. It must be said that the beast shifter form granted some hidden attribute bonuses. This sensation was absent during his transformation into the Swiftwind Wolf King, yet now it felt distinctly real. This proved that the higher the tier of the beast spirit, the greater the hidden attribute bonuses it could grant to the beast shifter. Moreover, his two tails transformed into prosthetic limbs supporting his weight, exerting force alongside his legs. Instantly, he went from 2 legs to 4. This allowed his legs to rest fully. With 2 legs plus 2 legs, even bearing 10,000 Jin of pressure and carrying another person on his back, his speed matched that of Lin Qingqing ahead of him. 100 steps, 200 steps, 300 steps. The gap between them and Lin Qingqing was closing rapidly. Chapter 52, Mountain Climbing Ape. Before reaching 500 steps, Chen Feng caught up to Lin Qingqing, who was struggling upward with his coiled dragon staff. Well, if it isn't young Master Lin. Who knew that coiled dragon staff could be used like that? Getting too old for climbing? Need a hand? Lin Qingqing shot Chen Fengxiang a sidelong glance, stunned to find not a trace of the bigger boy's demeanor left in him. He now glided with the ethereal grace of a fallen immortal. Though the face remained the same, it radiated an overwhelming handsomeness that stirred nothing but admiration in Lin Qingqing, a man who prided himself on his own looks and not a shred of jealousy. Because at this moment, Chen Fengxiang was simply too handsome, he could only admit defeat. Meanwhile, Mu Yunqing could only see the back of Chen Fengxiang's head, otherwise, she would surely have been utterly mesmerized. Yet, in stark contrast to his looks and aura, the guy was walking on 2 snow-white tails. Yes, walking like a 4-legged centaur. Watching Chen Fengxiang pass him by, he found himself speechless. You. The scene before him was utterly mind-boggling. What the hell was this thing? It could even transform. A beast-type shapeshifter? No, impossible. Beastformers couldn't be this twisted. It must be some kind of hidden class. Lin Qingqing stood there like a deflated balloon, unable to recover for a long while. Forget about being first, this 4-legged freak was just too much. He trained relentlessly for 18 years, dreaming of the day he could leave his clan and shine through his own strength. He'd always been arrogant, convinced he was unmatched among his peers since childhood. But now, on his very first day outside the clan, all his glory had been stolen by the creature before him. He had lost utterly and completely. Both in looks and in strength. Even that guy's sister willingly followed Chen Feng up the mountain. He began questioning his existence. Could it be that the past 18 years within the clan had been nothing but an illusion crafted to encourage him? Could it be that he was just an ordinary person? That the outside world was teeming with hidden professions, and SSS tier talents were as common as dogs? Why did he have to encounter such an outrageous guy on his very first day out? No wonder that earlier, when sparring with him, the guy hadn't used a single skill, yet Chen Feng had exhausted every tactic to no avail. Earlier, he'd thought the beggar and this man were evenly matched. Now he realized the man hadn't even bothered to fight him properly, he'd relied solely on his agility and brute strength to remain unbeatable. Chen Feng cast no further glance at Lin Qingqing, whose eyes were filled with despair. He was merely pushing his own limits. Only under such conditions could he purge the impurities within his body to the greatest extent, allowing his physique to advance further. After climbing another 5,000 steps, Chen Fengxiang felt increasingly strained.
His legs began to tremble, each step leaving a wet footprint behind. That was the sweat pouring from his body. His two thick, powerful tails no longer appeared fluffy. Instead, every strand of fur lay flat against the foxtails, as if they had just been washed in water. Gasping for breath, he mused that at this rate, breaking the record of the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College would be difficult. Only 3,000 steps remained. With Mu Yunqing's abilities, even if she slowed down, she should still be able to climb up within the final time limit. Mu Yunqing seemed to have noticed Chen Feng's condition. Though she wasn't entirely confident in herself, he had brought her this far. Given Chen Feng's personal qualities, he had every chance to challenge the Liangjie mountain record. She didn't want to ruin someone else's bright future because of her. If he could shine brightly in the first stage, he would surely gain the attention and recognition of Liangjie mountain. That would bring a flood of resources, and even some reclusive elders of Liangjie mountain might personally take him as a disciple. She might even get a chance to meet the reclusive mountain master who had secluded himself for 20 years. Why don't you just leave me here? I think I can manage the rest of the journey on my own. Just as Chen Feng was about to agree. Ding, system task, host must challenge carrying a person up Qingyun Peak within 7 hours. Success rewards 30,000 points. The long dormant system voice sounded once more. Chen Fengxiang had nearly forgotten he was in system quest mode, yet here came a prompt at this moment. Though he'd been about to abandon Mu Yunqing, he straightened his back and declared with righteous conviction. What nonsense are you talking about? I, Chen Fengxiang, never abandon my friends. Mu Yunqing froze. She barely knew this guy they'd met less than a few hours ago, and she didn't even know his name. Yet this man was willing to give up his chance to break the record for her sake. The thought brought a slight dampness to Mu Yunqing's eyes. He etched this man before him deeply into his heart. Friend. Chen Fengxiang watched Mu Yunqing muttering to himself, tightening his hands clasped behind his back as he pressed forward. As Chen Fengxiang relentlessly pushed his limits, no more black substance had seeped from his pores for quite some time. This signaled that the impurities within his body had been largely purged. Even now, faint traces of blood began seeping from his pores. Seeing this, Mu Yunqing's eyes grew hot, and tears welled up in her eyes. Put me down. Chen Fengxiang glanced at his smartwatch. Only half an hour remained until the 7-hour mark. Yet they still had nearly 2,500 steps to climb. At their current pace, finishing within 7 hours seemed unlikely. What nonsense are you talking about? Sit tight. Chen Feng roared, his body rapidly swelling. A colossal ape, 50 feet tall, burst from the ground. Mu Yunqing, clinging to his back, let out a shriek of terror and nearly tumbled off. Fortunately, Chen Feng acted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Miss Mu, hold on tight, I'm going full throttle. With that, he placed Mu Yunqing on his shoulders. Chen Feng used both hands and feet to accelerate once more. All that remained was the stunned Mu Yunqing on his shoulders, her eyes wide with disbelief. She never imagined that what she thought was already incredible Chen Feng transforming into a creature with 2 tails. But that wasn't his limit. After transforming into a long-armed ape, Chen Fengxiang clearly demonstrated that monkeys were experts at climbing mountains. Using both hands and feet, he moved with ease and agility. He charged upward with rapid, panting bursts. 100,000, 6,000 steps. 107,000 steps. 107,005. At the summit, Hani, clad in crimson, stood with his hands behind his back, braving the biting cold wind. He glanced at the time. Nearly 7 hours had passed. Students these days are getting worse with each generation. Nearly 7 hours in, and only 34 have made it to the final 8,000 steps. He studied the report on his smartwatch. Behind the 10W display sat a single digit, 34. This proved that only 34 individuals had surpassed the 100,000 step mark. It was important to note that the final 8,000 steps were the most challenging part of the entire first phase of testing. The final 8,000 steps were even more challenging than the combined difficulty of the preceding 100,000 steps. Based on his experience, over half the participants would be eliminated in this first stage alone. His eyes suddenly narrowed in shock. On the mountain path, a massive gorilla 5 meters tall charged upward, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. Chapter 53, Bai Ji. A demon? No, the Two Realms Mountain would have issued an early warning if it were a demon. But how could this be possible? Han Yi's brow furrowed deeply, yet he dared not entertain the thought of it being a beast transformer. How could a beast transformer possibly reach peak strength in such a short time? Less than 7 hours had passed. This creature was bound to shatter all records. What? There's another person on his back? Han Yi sucked in a sharp breath. The pressure 2 people endured was incomparable to that of one. What kind of monster was this creature? Could it be the one on his shoulder was the real deal? And the one below was merely a summoned beast? The thought seemed plausible, but a summoner capable of conjuring such a formidable beast must be rated at the legendary SSS tier. He tapped his smartwatch and dialed a number, his voice tinged with excitement. Reporting to the Dean's office. Our Two Realms Mountain Vocational Academy may be enrolling an SSS tier student this year. From what I can tell, it should be the summoner profession. He felt a surge of excitement. As far as he knew, only a handful of SSS tier professions had ever appeared in Huagua's history. But a summoner? That had never happened before. He was about to witness this miracle. Chen Feng carried Mu Yunqing on his shoulders, gritting his teeth as he pushed upward. Only 2 minutes left. 100 steps. 50 steps. 20 steps. Gradually, his flailing limbs grew so sore they went numb, and even his mind began to feel faint. Yet his body kept climbing upward on autopilot. Finally, in the last 10 seconds. Boom! The giant ape's hands violently broke free from the crushing weight of the 100,000 steps, gripping the surface of the topmost step. With a violent jerk, his entire body was pulled upward as if being dragged out of a muddy swamp. The moment it landed, the 5-meter-tall giant ape instantly shrank, reverting to Chen Feng's original form. He glanced at his watch. 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds elapsed. Mu Yunqing hurriedly reached out to steady Chen Fengshan, who was swaying slightly, her eyes filled with concern. You okay? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have earned 30,000 points. Chen Fengshan finally heard the system's reward notification. He glanced at Mu Yunqing's delicate features, his vision blurring. He was utterly exhausted. Mission accomplished. After uttering these 4 words, Chen Fengshan drifted into a deep, drowsy sleep. Beside him, the crimson-robed martial sovereign Hani stood speechless. He never imagined there were 2 people. He glanced at his watch in disbelief. 6 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. A new record and achieved by 2 people. He glanced at Chen Fengshan, who lay snoring on the ground, his mouth twitching. The guy was even drooling. Junior, do you know what his class is? Hani had his suspicions this had to be a hidden profession, and an SSS tier 1 at that. But he still wanted the girl in front of him to give him a definite answer. I don't know either. Hani froze. You don't know why someone risked their life to bring you up here? Then what's his name? What's your relationship with him? Mu Yunqing paused slightly. She seemed to have completely forgotten to ask Chen Fengshan's name. She felt a bit awkward. If I say I don't know, that he was just someone I hired along the way, would you believe me? Hani shrugged, speechless for a moment. This wasn't fooling anyone. How much money would it take for someone to risk their life for you? But seeing the girl's expression, Hani realized she didn't want to discuss it further. He didn't press the matter. Then go over there to register. Once you're done, get ready for the next stage. Xingyun Peak, atop the mountain. An office on the rooftop of the most magnificent teaching building within the campus of Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. A woman with a figure as curvaceous as a willow and a face flawless beyond reproach sat with a slight frown. Beside her sat the vermilion bird guardian, clad in crimson robes. Bai Shi, this is the Mountain Master's directive. I'm merely conveying it. What you choose to do afterward is your own affair. The woman known as Bai Shi wore an exquisite black business suit, though her crossed legs, one leg elevated over the other, didn't quite fit the image of a typical office lady. A pointed high-heeled shoe lay discarded on the floor beside her long, stocking-clad legs, while the toes of her raised foot tapped rhythmically beneath the sheer fabric. What's the big deal about Liangjia Mountain Technical School? It's just a name. Why must we expand enrollment over a mere title? Since when did Liangjia Mountain care so much about trivialities like this? Bai Shi's voice was melodious and clear, sounding nothing like that of an authoritative principal. The Mountain Master intends to secure a spot for the school, a spot to participate in the All-Continent College Tournament. You must understand that the minimum requirement for participation is undergraduate status. The Mountain Master has no choice but to pursue this path. Bai Shi sighed. Enrollment at Two Realms Mountain Vocational College has been declining year after year. Forget competing in the All-Continent Collegiate Tournament, we can't even make it out of Huaguay now. What's the point of talking about the national finals? The Mountain Master never cared about such things before. Just then, a phone call came in. Principal. Good news. Bai Ji's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Get to the point. Han Yi, still visibly excited on the other end, blurted out. We broke at our school's first round record. Bai Ji perked up. Oh? Tell me more. Han Yi exclaimed excitedly. 6 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. We smashed the old record and broke into the sub-7 hour range. It's insane. Our Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College finally has an SSS tier professional. Bai Ji paused in surprise. How can you judge him as an SSS tier practitioner based solely on the first stage? Breaking the 7-hour mark is impressive, but for certain endurance and speed-focused professions, with skill enhancements and a stroke of luck, anything's possible. Han Yi roared with laughter. Ha, Principal Bai, you'd never guess 2 people broke the record simultaneously, both shattering the 7-hour mark. Principal Bai seemed to catch a hint in Han Yi's words. 2 people? Working together? No wonder they broke the record. It's well known that cross-class collaborations can yield synergistic results where 1 + 1 equals more than 2. Many classes possess distinct complementary strengths. Each class has its weaknesses and its own areas of expertise. If they could leverage each other's strengths, two top-tier geniuses breaking into the 7-hour range wasn't impossible. No. It wasn't that. One person carried the other up. Principal Bai, who had been slumped lazily in his chair, shot up as if propelled by a spring. What did you say? Say that again. Hani seemed quite pleased with Principal Bai's reaction. After all, when he had witnessed that scene, he'd been so stunned he couldn't speak for quite some time. Chapter 54, White Gourd. Principal Bai, every word I said is true. One person genuinely carried another up the mountain. Only an SSS tier professional could achieve that level of physical prowess. The voice continued on the other end of the line, while Principal Bai's office was now empty except for Zhu Kei sitting alone. Zhu Kei smiled faintly and shook her head. Still that same impatient temperament. Even as principal, he hasn't learned to be more composed. With that, he hurried out as well. He intended to see for himself what kind of person this so-called genius truly was. Hani continued gesturing wildly while on the phone. Principal Bai, hello? Why aren't you speaking? You have to believe me. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it either. What's his profession? A pleasant female voice came from behind Hani. Hani glanced at his phone in confusion. Why did the voice sound so much more realistic? Could it be that the phone system had been updated again recently? The sound was so lifelike now. I'm asking you a question. What are you spacing out for? Startled, Hani turned to see Principal Bai emerge from behind him, her eyes wide with surprise. She'd been on the phone just moments ago. How could she have appeared behind him in mere seconds? He fell asleep before he could finish speaking. Hani pointed at Chen Feng, sprawled out on the ground in a heap. Chen Feng, sporting a messy bird's nest hairstyle and looking utterly disheveled, was smacking his lips on the floor. Drool trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth, nearly reaching his ears. One flip-flop lay discarded on the ground, while the other dangled from his big toe. Mumbling incoherently in his sleep, he rambled. Perfect, so white and long, hee. Baiji gazed down at Chen Feng on the floor, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. This man was far too unkempt. Yet she sensed a long-lost familiarity emanating from him, an indescribable warmth, like the comfort she felt as a child in the presence of family. Yet when she heard the incoherent babble escaping his lips, she shot Hani a meaningful glance. Go wake him up. What kind of daydreams is he having in broad daylight? Hani pondered inwardly. The man had worked so hard to climb up here. What was wrong with letting him rest a bit? Besides, he was clearly having a pleasant dream. To ruin someone's sweet dreams was like murdering their parents. To think she'd be the one to do such a thing. But he dared not cross Baiji's bad luck. Reluctantly, he approached Chen Fengxiang's side and gently nudged him a few times. Chen Fengxiang showed no reaction, merely grumbling. Cut it out, one thing at a time. Han Yi's face darkened, and he applied more force to his push. Chen Fengxiang's body swayed until he was nearly turned halfway around, yet he still showed no signs of waking. Baiji abruptly pulled Han Yi away, a ladle of water suddenly appearing in her hand. Get up! Stop dawdling! With that, she splashed the water right in his face. Chen Fengxiang shot up from the ground. It's flooding! Moments later, as he took in his surroundings, his eyes filled with disappointment. Until his gaze fell upon Baiji. Chen Fengxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. In his 20 years of life, he had never seen a woman of such flawless beauty. Baiji's features were like a painted portrait, her high, straight nose, full, rounded lips perfectly framed by a delicate oval face. Her delicate ears tilted slightly upward, adding a touch of mischief to her refined features. Beneath this nearly flawless face lay an even more astonishing figure, curved so perfectly proportioned that adding an inch would make her look plump, while subtracting an inch would make her appear thin, all complemented by Venus-like golden proportions. Her long, white hands held a white dipper dripping with water. Chen Feng swallowed hard, all traces of annoyance at his dream being interrupted vanishing instantly. Hey! What are you doing? Did you break it? He glanced at the dipper in Baiji's hand and continued. What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Like a white dipper is something special. Baiji frowned slightly. This guy looked like a street thug, especially with his eyes constantly darting toward her chest without a hint of subtlety. Baiji's sensual, magnetic voice sounded again. What's your name? Which clan? What's your occupation? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. This guy splashed him awake and immediately fired off a 3-part interrogation. Did he think he was the principal or something? Chen Fengxiang snorted derisively. Why should I tell you? Don't think your good looks give you free rein. Who are you? Someone might mistake you for the principal of Liangjie Mountain Technical School. Hani beside him kept covering his face, unable to bear the sight. Their principal was notorious for being domineering and hot-tempered. In his 4 years at the school, he'd never seen anyone dare speak to Principal Bai like that. Baiji was so furious she laughed. You. Before Baiji could finish, Chen Feng cut in. What do you mean you? Don't you know it's rude to throw insults around? And asking all these questions, how about I ask you? What's your name? Got a boyfriend? Where do you live? What are your measurements? Han Yi's eyes widened. He knew he had to do something. He stepped swiftly beside Bai Ji, cleared his throat, and addressed Chen Feng. Ahem. This is Principal Bai from Liangjia Mountain Vocational Technical College. Chen Feng looked like he owned the place, as if someone owed him hundreds of thousands. What about the principal? Does being the principal give you the right to just? What? PR principal? Chen Feng's pupils contracted sharply. His breathing quickened and his posture straightened considerably. His throat moved with difficulty as he shot a pleading glance at Han Yi in the red robe. Senior, this isn't the kind of joke you pull. A chill swept over Chen Feng, sending a shiver down his spine. Gazing at the icy cold Bai Ji. You're really the principal? In my mind, principals are all lecherous old men. You're so young and beautiful, like a goddess descended from the heavens. All other beauties pale in comparison, no words can describe your loveliness. You're like. Bai Ji rolled her eyes. Stop. Chen Feng wisely cut off his praise. My name is Chen Feng. I'm from Changshan. I came to take the test through connections with the Lin family of Changshan. My profession is a beast shifter. Bai Ji, who had been on the verge of exploding, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing the word beastmaster, her reaction delayed by half a beat. It was common knowledge that beastmasters were a useless profession. The records at the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College were so formidable that not even the top hidden professions dared claim they could break them, let alone a beast shifter. With SSS tier professions already performing admirably, breaking existing records was nearly impossible. Bai Ji's beautiful eyes flickered. Are you sure? Beastmasters? Chen Feng, relieved to have dodged the question, quickly changed the subject. The real deal, a genuine beastmaster. F-rank talent, no less. Want to test it with a device? Bai Ji glanced at Han Yi beside her. Where's the one who brought him up? Chapter 55, Beast Transformed? From Han Yi, Bai Ji learned that the two who came up had carried one on their backs. Turns out this guy was a free-riding beast shifter. And here he was putting on an act like he'd exerted tremendous effort. Ah, the girl who was carried up? She's over there, already registering for the next test. Han Yi pointed toward a nearby building. Carried up? You mean he wasn't the one carried, but the one doing the carrying? Han Yi nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grain. Bai Ji took a deep breath, feeling her mind spin. She looked back at Chen Feng. So you're saying he carried someone else up? Han Yi nodded again, confirming it was exactly that. With a casual wave of her hand, Bai Ji made a testing device float in midair. Place your hand on it. Just then, Lin Yi finished climbing the 8,000 steps, reaching the summit. Before he could catch his breath, his gaze was drawn to the scene unfolding before him. He'd long heard rumors that the principal of Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College was a rare beauty of exceptional beauty. Seeing her for the first time, he couldn't help but be stunned by her stunning appearance. But now, he witnessed the scene before him. The little beggar who had fought him stood before the testing device, his right hand resting on it. Lin Yi was curious. Even with his S-rank strength, he'd been thoroughly beaten by this kid. What kind of SSS tier hidden profession did he possess? Chen Feng's hand pressed against the device. 2 seconds later. The screen flickered, displaying 5 bold characters. F-rank beast user. All 3 present stared in disbelief. How could this be? An F-rank beast transformer? Breaking the record of the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College? Lin Yi shook his head, finding it hard to believe. If anyone else had thought he'd cheated his way to the top or found some loophole, Lin Yi had personally witnessed Chen Feng's raw power. To be thoroughly beaten by an F-rank beast master? If word got out, it would likely bring utter disgrace upon the entire Lin family. No, impossible. Could the equipment be malfunctioning? Han Yi was equally perplexed. He'd watched Chen Feng climb up with his own eyes. Combined with that gorilla earlier, if he truly was a beastkin, everything would make sense. The only problem was, how could an F-rank beastkin possess such monstrous strength? After all, in all the years of Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College's history, not a single beastkin had ever passed the first stage of testing. Not only had this guy passed the test, he'd shattered the record. What level of beast spirit could possibly grant such terrifyingly powerful bonuses? Bai Ji's frown deepened. He found himself unable to fathom this seemingly ordinary young man before him. A mere F-rank beastmaster breaking the record of the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College? She waved her hand toward Chen Feng, unleashing a colossal wave of pressure that crashed over him. Chen Feng felt a pressure several times greater than the final stretch of climbing the stairs bearing down on him, nearly crushing him. His legs trembled and slowly buckled. Roar! A roar that echoed through the mountains and forests erupted as Chen Feng transformed into a colossal A5 zhengtao, snarling at Bai Ji. Bai Ji's pupils contracted. In all her years, she had never witnessed such a terrifying beast spirit. Regardless of its rank, the sheer force of its pressure alone would overwhelm even a level 30 SS class professional with substantial attribute bonuses. This beast shifter was undeniably extraordinary. Just as Bai Ji prepared to intensify her pressure, a voice called out from behind. Bai Ji, that's enough. Withdraw your pressure. Behind her, Zhu Kei, clad in crimson robes, approached slowly. This is the other person I mentioned. Of the two I brought this time, besides the young assassin you've already met, the remaining one is this lad. A gleam of admiration flashed in Zhu Kei's eyes. She had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Truly worthy of being the young master of Liangjia Mountain. Though merely an ordinary F-rank beast transformer, his strength clearly surpassed his rating by several-fold. She hadn't witnessed Chen Feng in action before and had assumed he was merely a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse, a pampered brat nurtured by Liangjia Mountain's resources since childhood. That was why she'd brought Xiongqi directly to the mountaintop of Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College, while leaving Chen Feng behind at the base. This decision stemmed partly from the Mountain Lord's wishes, but also from her own desire to gauge the boy's true capabilities. Shortly after Bai Ji arrived, she had positioned herself nearby, observing silently without speaking. Yet she had to admit that Chen Fengshang's power truly exceeded her expectations. She mused inwardly, truly worthy of being the young master of Liangjia Mountain. Just one beast spirit, it must have been produced by a 9th-tier great demon. Only Liangjia Mountain could possess such abundant resources. She hadn't revealed Chen Fengshang's identity to Bai Ji. This was the mountain master's instruction to temper Chen Fengshang by having the school's teachers treat him equally, without granting him any special privileges. But she feared that continuing to pressure the young master might push him beyond his limits. If he were injured, she wouldn't be able to account for it. Chen Fengshang was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Bai Ji's beautiful eyes fixed on the youth before her. She was puzzled when had the strength of beast transformers become so formidable? Even with 3 9th-tier beast spirits bound to him, he shouldn't be this powerful. Alright, you've passed the trial. Go register over there and prepare for the next test. Bai Ji coldly dismissed Chen Fengshang with those words before turning away. The instant she turned away, a faint smile curved her icy cold features. This beast master pleased her greatly. Even with an F-rank professional rating, his true strength clearly went beyond appearances. Everyone had their secrets and opportunities, she saw no need to pry. All she needed to know was that this man was an ally, not an enemy, to the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. The mountain path gradually grew livelier. Over 9 hours had passed, and besides the dozen or so ahead, dozens more candidates were visibly nearing the summit. When the final second ticked away, the total number of candidates who had made it to the summit this time was 87. The first stage alone had eliminated more than half of the candidates. Mu Yunqing stared at the numbers in the registration room, a wave of dread washing over her. With her frail priest constitution, even reaching the summit would require immense effort, and whether she could make it successfully was still uncertain. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze drifted toward Chen Fengshang, who was reading nearby. Admittedly, though he looked scruffy, upon closer inspection, he did have a certain charm. Alright, everyone here has completed registration. Now I'll lead you to the next test location, the intelligence test. Chapter 56, Intelligence. Some candidates were already mentally prepared. After all, the 3 major tests of Liangjia Mountain were always like this, though the specific questions within each section sometimes varied. Take the second stage's riddles, for instance. The format never changed, but the questions were different every year. Chen Feng and the others arrived at a building. The 5-story building had a man seated at its entrance, with candidate registration forms laid out on the desk before him. I'll explain the rules. When I call your name, please step forward one by one. Each floor contains 1 test question. You have 5 minutes to think about each question. Candidates who answer 3 or more correctly pass. Those who fail to answer correctly within the allotted time are eliminated. First up, Li Feng. A man in black stepped forward, took the exam card, and entered the building. 5 minutes later, the second student began to enter. Less than half an hour later, a man named Li Feng emerged from the building, shaking his head with an expression of utter helplessness. This is insane. What kind of questions are these? A curious candidate waiting in line behind him asked. How many did you get right? Not a single one. Are this year's questions really that insane? Mainly ran out of time, couldn't even think before it ended. One by one, the front candidates emerged, most shaking their heads in dismay at this year's absurdly difficult questions. Chen Feng smiled faintly. With dozens of riddle compendiums stored in his mind, this test might be as difficult as climbing to the heavens for those devoted solely to martial arts. But for him, it was as easy as scoring free points. Nailan Yi, waiting ahead, was already itching to prove himself. Benefiting from years of scholarly training within his clan, he considered himself intellectually superior to most. Poof. I'll see just how many questions that crude beast transformer can answer. He probably won't get a single one right and will be eliminated. Ha ha ha. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth at the thought. Next contestant, Nailan Yi. Mu Yunqing emerged from the building just then, his brow slightly furrowed. Chen Fengshang, waiting in line behind him, smiled faintly. Chen Fengshang observed her expression. Why didn't you pass?
All that effort carrying her downstairs for nothing, and he hadn't even gotten his due yet.
Mu Yunqing sighed.
Ah, I underestimated the intelligence test questions at Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College.
She shook her head and added. I only got 4 out of 5 questions right. The people in line all froze in surprise. Damn, I suspect you're just showing off.
About 20 minutes later, Nalini emerged from the building with a confident swagger. I've heard the intelligence test questions at Liangjia Mountain Vocational College are notoriously difficult, but to me, they were nothing special.
5 questions all correct. The man in charge of the test at the building entrance sneered. Young man, don't get too cocky.
You may have answered 5 questions correctly, but you took over 20 minutes to do so. You should know that in previous years, the truly intellectually gifted geniuses all emerged from the building within 15 minutes. A barely perceptible flicker of disappointment crossed Nalini's eyes, which had been brimming with confidence moments before.
That was in previous years.
As far as I know, I'm the only perfect score candidate this session. So tell me, who among the rest can match my achievement? The tester rolled her eyes at him but said nothing more.
After all, by current standards, Nalini's performance was indeed the best.
On the rooftop of another building, Bai Ji stood with her arms crossed, observing the test below.
Shu Ke, how long did it take you to complete the intelligence test? Shu Ke lifted her delicate chin. 13 minutes and 12 seconds. Fastest among the 4 guardians of Liangjie Mountain.
Bai Ji said nothing, merely nodding silently. Observing Bai Ji's expression, Zhu Ke thought, finally, I've got you where I want you, you asked for it. A sly gleam then flashed in her eyes.
Little Bai, what about you? Bai Ji, 8 minutes and 47 seconds. I set the school record. Zhu Ke's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. The fool turned out to be me. Next up, Chen Feng. Chen Feng entered the testing building.
Nalini's lips curved into a smile, ready to watch this boorish fellow make a fool of himself.
Upstairs. Bai Ji, how many do you think he'll get right? Zhu Ke, hard to say. Sometimes even I can't figure this kid out. Chen Feng strode briskly into the first floor. 3 figures stood in the center of the grand hall, one in the middle, flanked by 2 others on either side. Each of the flanking figures held a box in their hands. Upon reaching the trio, the central figure spoke. Candidate, listen carefully. One of these 2 men always tells the truth, while the other always lies. You must determine which of their boxes contains the object. You may ask 1 question, but only once. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen Feng turned to the man on his left. If you were him, what would you tell me? The man on the left was momentarily stunned. He never expected Chen Feng to ask him such a question. After a brief pause, he replied. Nothing. Without hesitation, Chen Feng pointed to the box on the right and declared. This box has something inside. With that, he turned and walked upstairs without looking back. The examiner was clearly a bit dazed too, but the candidate's answers were indeed flawless. How long did it take him? 47 seconds. What kind of mind is that? So uniquely twisted. I froze for over 20 seconds trying to figure out how to answer his question. Chen Feng didn't linger and headed straight up to the 2nd floor. A figure stood on the 2nd floor, looking up at Chen Feng with surprise. So fast? Had he given up on the 1st floor altogether? Without further thought, he posed his question. Black when bought, red when used, gray when thrown away, what is it? Charcoal. The moment the tester finished asking, Chen Feng delivered his answer. He continued up to the 3rd floor. Upon entering the 3rd floor, a 2 square meter blackboard stood in the center. It bore a single line of text: if 1 is equal to 5, 2 is equal to 15, 3 is equal to 215, 4 is equal to 3215, then 5 equals? Chen Feng stood before the blackboard for about 5 seconds before picking up a piece of chalk from the table and writing a number on it, 43215. He hadn't seen this particular problem before, but fortunately, his exceptional mental arithmetic skills made it no real challenge. After writing the answer, he headed straight for the 4th floor. In the center of the 4th floor, a Rubik's Cube sat on a small table. Chen Feng approached, his fingers flying over the cube. In just 16 seconds, he had aligned all sides to match the same color. The tester sucked in a sharp breath. He fiddled with Rubik's Cubes all day long. They were practically glued to his hands, becoming a habitual part of his life. Unbelievably, this guy was only 3 seconds slower than his own personal best. Chen Feng placed the cube on the table and headed toward the last floor. The moment he stepped upstairs, the light dimmed noticeably. The entire 5th floor was divided into 3 rooms, each illuminated by a single lamp. Chapter 57, Counterattack. 3 switches corresponded to the 3 lights, each controlling 1 bulb. The tester spoke up. You may enter each room only once to determine which switch controls which light. Chen Feng first flipped the first switch, waited several seconds before turning it off, then flipped the second switch and quickly entered the room. At that moment, the lit lamp corresponded to the 2nd room. He touched the 2 extinguished bulbs with his hand. He quickly identified the switches for the remaining 2 bulbs by their temperature. The entire process took less than a minute. After completing all questions, Chen Feng calmly exited the building. The time calculation for the test was based on finishing the last question. When Chen Feng exited the intelligence building, less than 3 minutes had passed. Nalani couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Ha! This guy probably gave up after seeing he had no clue about any of the questions. The heavens are fair where they open a door for you in one place, they close one in another. Swish! Bai Ji watched the testing site. She was utterly intrigued by this candidate who'd shattered the record in the first round. Bai Ji's beautiful, arched eyebrows lifted slightly. How come he's out already? She had already decided that even if this guy only got 1 or 2 questions right, the school would make an exception and admit him. After all, a beast-type combat genius like him was a rare find. Even if his intellect was lacking, he'd still be a sharp blade for charging into battle. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Nothing too difficult, so I finished a bit early. The entire classroom fell silent. Cut the crap. Watch out for cow dung falling from the sky and landing on your face. I'm the only one who got it wrong? The murmurs of doubt rippled through the room. Mu Yunqing couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine for Chen Feng. He had to admit the kid was genuinely physically strong. But his brain? Well, it seemed to be a bit slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed this mountain path of 8,000 steps behind his back. Chen Feng said nothing more, merely shaking his head and waving the exam card in his hand. The exam card featured 5 small lights. Each correct answer lit a green light. Each incorrect answer lit a red light. The exam card in Chen Feng's hand was now entirely green, all 5 lights glowing brightly. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. How was that possible? He passed in under 3 minutes? Could this guy have known the questions? That shouldn't be possible. The tests at Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College were notoriously rigorous. Even the staff administering the exams only learned the questions 10 minutes before the test began. Theoretically, there was no possibility of a leak. Therefore, there was only one explanation: this guy was exceptionally brilliant. Chen Feng smiled at the expressions on everyone's faces and said to Nalani, "Don't be surprised. Every move you make reflects the books you've read and the paths you've walked." With that, he turned to prepare for the next test. Shu Kei approached Bai Ji. Well, the talent I recommended to you this year is quite exceptional, isn't he? You finished over half an hour faster than usual. Bai Ji silently watched Chen Feng's receding figure, saying nothing. She grew increasingly curious about what kind of person this young man truly was. Bai Ji beckoned to her assistant. Go get me Chen Feng's file. The more detailed, the better. After the second round of intelligence testing, the number of participants had plummeted from the initial 200 to just over 30. Alright, next I'll lead you all to the final test, the practical application. The group was led to a stage. On the opposite side of the platform stood 5 figures clad in crimson robes. 3 men and 2 women stood there, their backs straight as arrows. It seemed to them that the crimson robes they wore were their greatest source of pride. For this next stage, you may choose your own opponents. Among these 5 individuals, there is 1 warrior, 1 archer, 1 mage, 1 assassin, and 1 priest. Of course, the contestant choosing the priest must select a partner from among the candidates for a 2-on-2 challenge. Simply survive for 1 minute to pass. Of course, these red-robed martial reverends are all over level 50, but they will limit their power to within level 30. Alright, step forward one by one as I call your names. The first contestant to step forward chose an archer. With his warrior class and charge skill, he could pursue the archer relentlessly. He planned to attack as his defense. But the moment the match began, the archer used bizarre footwork to create distance, unleashing a barrage of wooden arrows imbued with freezing effects. Within 30 seconds, the warrior was knocked to the ground. The warrior never even grazed the archer's skin. Chen Feng, would you be my partner? Mu Yunqing pushed through the crowd to stand beside him. Before Chen Feng could respond, fearing rejection, Mu Yunqing added, I can pay more. Ding. System task: assist Mu Yunqing in completing the 3rd assessment. Completing the assessment task grants 20,000 points. Chen Feng froze. Holy crap, you dog system, did you fall for this little girl? I've got zero interest in chicks who whine all day after one punch. He silently glanced at Bai Ji watching from the distant stands. Now that's more my style. Too bad she's the principal, probably some ancient monster who's been cultivating for who knows how many years. In this high martial arts era, cultivation aids in preserving youth. The higher a martial artist's cultivation level, the harder it is to gauge their age. Some ancient monsters over level 90 could even live for thousands of years. To them, looking 200 or 300 years old was no different from looking 20 or 30. This seemingly youthful principal could easily be his great-grandmother. Chen Feng looked at Mu Yunqing, whose eyes were filled with sincerity, and could only spread his hands helplessly. Money doesn't matter. I mainly consider you a friend. Chen Feng's mind was still preoccupied with Bai Ji's age when his thoughts slipped out, causing Mu Yunqing's cheeks to flush crimson all the way to her ears. The 30-odd participants progressed quickly. They'd already gone through about 10 people, with 3 successfully passing the test by lasting over a minute. When it came to Nailin E, one had to admit the guy was quite skilled. His coiled dragon staff whipped through the air with fierce momentum. In a head-on clash with the warrior opposite him, he managed to hold out for nearly 3 minutes before being knocked off the platform by a single punch. After a dozen or so contestants, it was Mu Yunqing's turn to step forward. He brought Chen Feng directly onto the stage with him. The crowd below, numbering over 30, was filled with anticipation for Chen Feng. Rumored to be a beast shifter, this guy had repeatedly shattered records at the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College, clearly possessing extraordinary abilities. The moment they stepped onto the stage, they formed their battle formation. After discussion, they settled on a formation pairing a priest with a mage. Chapter 58, The Last Nine-Tailed Fox of Qingqiu. From the very start, Chen Feng transformed into a 5-meter-tall gorilla, roaring as he charged straight at the opposing side. After the opposing priest buffed the mage unleashed a fireball directly onto Chen Feng. Chen Feng's monkey fur immediately charred in patches, the pain making him wince. Fortunately, Mu Yunqing behind him cast a timely healing spell. Combined with a series of defensive and speed-boosting skills, Chen Feng felt his base stats had increased by at least 30% or more. Priests really are the best. With these buffs, he felt he could take on 2 of his former selves. The opposing fire mage, seeing Chen Feng charging toward them, immediately cast 3 walls of fire between them. The opposing priest also released countless mines at the perfect moment, coordinating with the mage to apply crowd control. The crimson-robed martial sovereign, who should have been overwhelming the 2 opponents, felt a bit helpless. How had they ended up on the defensive? But that 5-meter-tall beast had absurdly high defense. A fireball that could one-shot a level 20+ demon beast felt like a tickle when it hit him. The mage gritted his teeth and ordered, "Hold him down. I'm channeling a high-damage pyroblast." The red-robed priest nodded in understanding. Control spells seemed to require no mana at all, hurled relentlessly toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng was overwhelmed, forced to tear through each vine one by one. This high-level priest was truly exceptional. The sheer tenacity of these vines alone meant that without Chen Feng's monstrous strength, an ordinary person would likely struggle for quite some time to break free. If it were anyone else, the priest-mage combo would likely control one and deal damage to the other, easily taking both down. Mu Yunqing seemed to have discerned their opponent's plan. She cried out anxiously, "Watch out for the mage." Then she hurled every defensive spell she could cast onto Chen Feng. Just then, a fireball roared toward them several times larger than any previous fireball. A fireball the size of a soccer ball. Both the red-robed mage and Chen Feng's lips curved into faint smiles. The red-robed mage thought to himself, "You won't be able to dodge this pyroblast. If it hits, with my confidence and my skill, it'll be enough to blast a kid in his 20s right off the stage." Bai Ji stood at the edge of the arena, ready to intervene at any moment. For these candidates, with high-level priests present, as long as they weren't instantly killed, they could all be saved. Chen Feng also smiled faintly. Now! As the fireball closed to within 3 feet of him, Chen Feng's form abruptly shrank. His disheveled hair transformed into flowing silver strands, and his handsome features became sharply defined, as perfect as if he'd stepped out of a comic book. 2 snow-white tails instantly extended from his back, lashing out at the hurtling fireball. This was the innate skill of the 9-tailed Qingqiu fox, the projectile deflection ability. All of this unfolded in an instant. Watching Chen Feng's transformation, Bai Ji's pupils contracted sharply, her breathing becoming ragged. The deflected fireball spell detonated directly in front of the caster. A mushroom cloud 3 or 4 zhang in diameter shot skyward with a deafening roar. When the smoke cleared, the once red-robed mage was unrecognizable. His hair was singed, his face charred black, and he lay coughing violently beneath the stage. After all these years of playing with fire, this was the first time he'd blown himself up. Chen Feng watched the flustered red-robed mage on the stage with a hint of amusement. She'd been overjoyed upon hearing she'd been chosen as a new student examiner, rising early to apply a flawless makeup look. Recalling how she'd been thoroughly humiliated by seniors during her own entrance exam, she mused. What goes around comes around. Never underestimate the young. Today, I've finally risen from the bottom to the top, now it's my turn to push around the weaklings. Little did she know she would become the sole examiner in the history of Two Realms Mountain Vocational College to be thoroughly humiliated by a student. Perhaps fueled by their earlier humiliation, the crowd below the stage began cheering Chen Feng on. This troublemaker had unknowingly become the leader of their class. Right after enrollment, he beat up that red-robed senior. Shu Ke didn't notice Bai Ji's unusual state, merely shaking his head and saying, "Ah, this class is proving difficult to handle. Rebellious spirits 5 zhang tall." Chen Feng looked up at the mage on the stage with a playful glint in his eyes. "Senior, your vine whip still has some snap to it. Please bind me. Please whip me." The red-robed priestess was actually forced to take 2 steps back by this flawlessly handsome junior. I concede." The entire crowd was stunned, an examiner being thoroughly outmatched by a candidate until she conceded defeat. Truly a one-of-a-kind scorpion's dung. Unheard of. Chen Feng turned to look at the referee. Then his gaze locked with Bai Ji's. Bai Ji was staring intently at him. Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. I didn't mean to do that. Otherwise, I'd be the one getting blown up. He assumed Bai Ji was angry that he'd blown the examiner away. Bai Ji finally exhaled deeply. Alright, you two have passed the assessment. The rest of you continue. Chen Feng, come with me. With a wave of her jade-like hand, Chen Feng vanished from the spot alongside Bai Ji. Principal's office. The top floor of the tallest building in the entire Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. A unique fragrance filled the room, instantly washing away the fatigue from a day of testing that weighed on Chen Feng. He stared nervously at the crystal-clear beauty before him, as delicate as a porcelain doll, unable to utter a word. Bai Ji broke the silence first. Was that just now your transformation into a nine-tailed Qingqiu fox? Chen Feng froze. The principal actually recognized the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu? This legendary spirit beast existed only in tales. Even after reading countless books, he had never encountered such knowledge. Indeed, it was the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. How did you recognize it, teacher? Bai Ji said nothing, merely closing her eyes as she turned toward Chen Feng. Her delicate features became more pronounced, her small ears sharpened, and her hair turned the same silvery white as Chen Feng's. A tail shot out from behind her. Then a second. A third. A total of 8 snow-white tails swished through the air. Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock. You're a beast shifter too? Bai Ji opened her eyes. The 2 golden vertical pupils slowly transformed into round black ones. The 8 fluffy tails retracted. Her entire form returned to its previous appearance. To be precise, I am the world's sole nine-tailed Qingqiu spirit fox. At these words, Chen Feng's heart trembled violently. He never imagined that this stunningly beautiful principal was actually a demon. Bai Ji smiled faintly, gazing at Chen Feng. What? Scared? From the moment you set foot on this mountain, I sensed something familiar about you. So this is it. Bai Ji turned away, her hand reaching out to grasp at thin air. Chen Feng felt his throat clamp shut as he was lifted off the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't muster a shred of spiritual energy. Bai Ji's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent as she glared viciously at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 59, The Nine-Spirit Sage. Speak! Where did you obtain the beast spirit of the nine-tailed Qingqiu fox? Bai Ji's eyes were bloodshot as she glared viciously at Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt suffocated under the pressure. After gesturing for a long while, he was finally allowed to stand. Cough, cough, cough. How am I supposed to speak when I can't even breathe? Chen Feng sat on the ground coughing for a while before finally catching his breath. Truth be told, I awakened a hidden class back when I was just leveling up. Every 10 levels, I automatically gain a corresponding beast spirit. Plus, my class has a concealment effect to others. I look no different from an ordinary F-rank beast shifter. He pondered for a while, concluding this explanation seemed the most plausible. He couldn't very well tell Bai Ji he had a system. If he did, he'd probably get beaten like a fool. After all, systems were beyond people's comprehension. Hidden classes, however, were different. There were many strange and bizarre hidden classes, each possessing unique characteristics. Therefore, a hidden class was the best explanation. Bai Ji stared at Chen Feng with lingering doubt, then slowly relaxed as if recalling something. She plopped down into a chair. She murmured to herself. It makes sense. Mother's spiritual essence was devoured by the nine-spirit sage. How could it possibly be on him? Perhaps it truly is a trait unique to hidden professions. Chen Feng was utterly confused, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he looked at Bai Ji. What exactly is the nine-spirit sage? Bai Ji gazed at Chen Feng meaningfully for a long moment before speaking. I am of the royal family of the demon clans in the 10,000 mountains. Within the 10,000 mountains lies the kingdom of 10,000 demons, where my clan, the Qingqiu Foxes, has always held royal status. 200 years ago, the 10,000 demons kingdom fell into civil strife. My mother the queen at the time was poisoned by treachery. Later, the Ling Mountain Patriarch devoured her spiritual essence. The Ling Mountain Patriarch was originally a 9th-tier lion spirit with over 1,000 years of cultivation. For years, he had carved out his own territory and dominated the region. During the kingdom of 10,000 demons heyday, he had kept a low profile. Taking advantage of the chaos, he devoured my mother's spiritual essence, manifesting 9 lion heads. He later unified the 10,000 demons kingdom, proclaiming himself the Nine Spirits' supreme sage. At this point, Bai Ji unconsciously clenched her jade-like hands. Since then, the Nine-Spirit Sage has relentlessly hunted my Qingqiu clan to extinction. Only with the help of the previous mountain elder did I narrowly escape, becoming the last Qingqiu fox in existence. For years I've remained hidden here, but alas, my cultivation is too weak to personally slay the Nine-Spirit Sage and avenge my parents. Bai Ji seemed to have suppressed these secrets for far too long, revealing so much to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was speechless. This was information far beyond his level of access. When you grow stronger in the future, serve your teacher faithfully and lend your strength to my cause. She had shared such secrets with him precisely to gauge his loyalty. Refusing to pledge allegiance now could easily get him silenced without warning. Chen Feng possessed enough worldly wisdom to understand this. Hearing Chen Fengshan's words, Bai Shi smiled faintly, her beauty captivating enough to topple kingdoms. I've told you all this because, after all, a part of the Fox clan's blood flows through your veins. You're practically half my kin. I only wish to warn you, from now on, especially when you're out in the world, particularly on demon territory, never reveal your Qingqiu Fox form lightly. Doing so will surely invite deadly peril. Do you understand? Chen Feng suddenly understood and nodded urgently. Bai Ji continued. In our Qingqiu Fox clan, each generation's sovereign inherits the spirit resonance. Only those who receive this inheritance can cultivate to the 9th stage. My mother's spiritual essence was devoured by the 9 spirit sage, limiting my cultivation to the 8th rank, the 8 tails you witnessed. Yet the energy I sense from you carries the full power of a 9-tailed bloodline. That portion of the spiritual essence resides within your very being. At this point, Chen Fengshan's expression darkened. Could this woman be planning to silence him by force, extracting the spiritual essence from his body to complete her own? Bai Ji seemed to read his thoughts and sneered. Rest assured. Not only would I never harm my own kin, but even if I could, the Qingqiu foxes cannot forcibly devour another's spiritual essence unless. At the word unless, Chen Fengshan's eyes widened in shock. Unless what? Bai Ji silently added in her mind, unless they copulate with someone possessing spiritual essence. But then she remembered Chen Fengshan was still young, just a child. She couldn't force someone to do something against their will just to satisfy her own selfish desires. Nothing. It's still far beyond your reach. Your priority now is to focus on strengthening your abilities. In the future at the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College, if there's anything I can assist with, just ask. Within my capabilities, I will never neglect my own kin, especially my only kin. Chen Fengshan felt a flicker of emotion, his heart aching for Bai Ji's plight. A seed took root in his heart. If he ever grew powerful enough to match his father's extraordinary talent, he would help Bai Ji restore her kingdom. With this resolve, Chen Fengshan silently clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude toward Bai Ji. Alright, it's time to take you out. Otherwise, Zhu Ke will think I've done something to you. She waved her hand lightly in the air. The door burst open instantly. Zhu Ke stormed in and sighed with relief upon seeing Chen Fengshan safe and sound. Little Bai, what were you thinking? I thought you'd done something to this kid. Although the mountain master had instructed that outside matters should be left entirely to Chen Fengshan to handle on his own, without using connections to cut corners for him. Therefore, Zhu Ke had never explicitly revealed Chen Fengshan's identity. But that didn't mean the young master of Liangjie Mountain could be left to his own devices. As Chen Fengshan's quasi-guardian, the mountain master had entrusted this young man to his care. If he were to be lost now, she would likely have to accompany the young master to his grave under the mountain lord's wrath. What a joke! I'm over 200 years old, how could I possibly fancy some wet behind the ears brat? Zhu Ke and Chen Fengshan both froze in surprise. Then Zhu Ke spoke up. Wait, did you misunderstand what I said? I meant that if your hot temper kills this kid, where do you think you'll end up? Bai Ji's fair face flushed crimson, speechless. Alright, take him out. He passed the test. I'm tired and want to rest. Zhu Ke shrugged and said no more, leading Chen Fengshan toward the exit. As they walked, they gossiped about what had just transpired inside. Chen Fengshan didn't tell Zhu Ke the truth either, only saying that Principal Bai had noticed his resemblance to an ancient figure and inquired about his family background and such. He brushed it off with a few simple words. The testing on the field had concluded. 12 individuals now stood on the grounds, including Nalin Yi, Mu Yunqing, and Suo Chao. Among them was a familiar face to Chen Fengshan. Chapter 60, Dragon, Tiger, Leopard. It was none other than the spirit thief, Xiongqi, whom he hadn't seen in 2 days. Chen Fengshan and Xiongqi exchanged a knowing smile. Who would have thought that the other guy got directly recommended, while he, the actual grandson, had to fight his way through every step of the exam process? Still, it was a good thing. At least he had demonstrated sufficient ability, which would spare him much trouble in his future studies and earn him some resource advantages. After all, he was now the principal's man. The mere thought of Bai Ji's flawless, radiant beauty left Chen Fengshan feeling parched. No, I must control myself. It's all old Chen's fault for teaching me like some pervert. After Chen Fengshan rejoined the group, another instructor took charge of the subsequent complex procedures. First, congratulations to all 13 of you present. You have successfully passed all tests of Liangjie Mountain Vocational Technical College and are now officially enrolled students. On behalf of the college, I welcome you all. Next, you may follow me to collect your uniforms and be assigned dormitories. After that, you can enjoy your 2-month break. Of course, you may also choose to stay on campus during this period. Students who pass the assessment will have all meals and accommodation covered, with tuition fees fully waived. Everyone marveled at the immense wealth and generosity of Liangjie Vocational Technical College. The only downside was that it was a technical school.
After all arrangements were settled, Chen Feng lay in his spacious, luxurious dormitory, clad in his black school uniform embroidered with a long sword on the chest. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand. The Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College had been founded by his father. Could this sword be his father's? As his thoughts swirled, a shrill scream pierced the air.
Chen Feng. Don't lie on my bed.
Suo Chao scratched his head in exasperation, staring at his sole roommate. His messy hair hadn't even been washed, flip-flops carelessly tossed on the floor, and muddy feet were being rubbed back and forth across the pristine white sheets. For a germaphobe like him, this was nothing short of a fatal blow. Chen Fengshan froze, glancing at the nameplate on the headboard, first year, Suo Chao. Feeling awkward, he sat up and moved toward the other bed.
Sorry, I didn't notice the name tag.
I thought we could just pick any bed since the sheets and covers are provided by the school anyway. Suo Chao watched Chen Feng lie down on his bed and continue scrubbing his feet, feeling a tingle of unease. He pinched the bedsheet between his thumb and index finger with disgust and headed toward the bathroom.
Hey, bro, come on, it's not that bad. I just lay down for a second.
My clothes are freshly changed and still smell nice, ha ha ha. Chen Feng teased Suo Chao as they exchanged random banter.
Beep beep beep.
Chen Fengshan's phone suddenly buzzed.
He picked it up to see a message from Mu Yunqing. Are you packed yet? 3 question marks floated above Chen Fengshan's head. Packed? Packed what? Wasn't everything already arranged by the school?
Yeah, what's up?
Mu Yunqing, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Thanks for helping me pass the exam.
Otherwise, with my abilities, even if I'd gotten in, it would have been a real struggle.
Chen Fengshan's lips curved slightly. Time to collect interest. Sure. Meet me downstairs at the boys' dorm. I'll be right down.
Chen Fengshan stretched lazily, brushed the freshly scrubbed mud off his bedsheet, and walked out without another word. Xiao Chao was left staring at the floor, his brow furrowed. He descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. The moment he stepped out of the dormitory building, he saw 2 strikingly similar beauties waiting for him at the stairwell entrance. One of them was Mu Yunqing. The other was a girl dressed in red, whose beauty surpassed even Mu Yunqing's.
Hello, I'm Yunqing's older sister. She told me all about the exam.
Since I'm free today, I came with my sister to thank you. Her voice was crisp yet slightly husky, a stark contrast to the delicate, bird-like Mu Yunqing. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, giving her a spirited appearance.
Hello. My name is Chen Fengshan. Nice to meet you.
This was a red-robed martial sage. He needed to curry favor with these people to avoid trouble and bullying at school in the future. After all, he couldn't expect Bai Ji to intervene in every student dispute. Chen Fengshan brushed his hand against his pristine uniform before extending it toward the red-clad girl for a handshake. Her eyelid fluttered imperceptibly as she politely extended her right hand in return.
Hello, Chen Fengshan. My name is.
She suddenly paused, a hint of awkwardness flickering in her eyes.
Chen Feng looked puzzled. Why stop mid-sentence?
The girl took a deep breath, as if gathering her resolve.
My name is Mu Yunbao.
Chen Fengshan chuckled softly, forcing himself to stifle the laughter. So you're Yunbao, senior.
Long admired your reputation.
Under Mu Yunbao's guidance, the two soon arrived at the area behind the school's mountain. Chen Fengshan found himself on a path lined with bamboo groves, where 3 characters were inscribed, Flying Beast Garden. Before they even stepped inside, the air was filled with several piercing beast cries.
Passing through the bamboo path, the view suddenly opened up before Chen Fengshan.
Several white-headed eagles, each over 10 feet tall, lay sprawled on the ground, dozing.
Chen Fengshan recognized this flying beast.
4th-tier demon beasts, white-headed golden eagles massive in stature yet gentle in nature. Over the years, they had been tamed by humans and were commonly used as flying mounts for transportation.
Uncle Li, bring 3 birds over here, Mu Yunbao called out to the distance.
A rumbling voice came from afar, its owner unseen. 1 spirit essence down the mountain, 2 back up. Leave the money on the table, take the birds yourselves.
Mu Yunbao fished 3 sapphire blue crystals from his pocket and placed them on the nearby table.
He then led Chen Feng and the other 2 to select their birds. The 4th-tier white-headed golden eagles had wingspans of over 10 meters. Each person mounted one as they soared down from Qingyun Peak, taking in the breathtaking scenery below though the wind was a bit strong. Before long, the 3 golden eagles were delivered to the mountain's base by 2 or 3 people.
Mu Yunbao let out a dry heave inside.
Man, I really envy those level 70+ folks who can fly freely. These damn birds feel like jumping off a cliff every time they dive, giving me bird sickness every single time.
Chen Feng had never heard of anyone getting bird sickness before.
He'd found the plunge thrilling.
The mountain cafeteria doesn't serve anything decent. Let's grab dinner in Shucheng tonight, my treat. Mu Yunqing giggled beside him. Hee, Bao Bao, you're so cool. Mu Yunbao rolled his eyes. Can you stop calling me by my nickname? Chen Fengshan looked at Mu Yunbao somewhat hesitantly and asked. Seriously, are you serious about that name? Mu Yunbao took a deep breath. My grandfather named me. Yunqing was the 4th child in the family, lucky bastard, he dodged it. My eldest brother is Mu Yunlong, second brother is Mu Yunhu. Chen Feng was stunned.
Holy crap, they forced together the trio of dragon, tiger, and leopard, gender be damned.
One word, brilliant. Your grandfather was a master. Alright, enough about that. This is your first time in Shucheng, right? Tonight I'll treat you to some local specialties. Chapter 61, Shucheng's signature grilled meat. Mu Yunqing's eyes lit up. Ha! What other local delicacies does Shucheng have? Mu Yunbao feigned mystery. You'll find out soon enough.
The trio hailed a taxi, which sped along the winding, twisting mountain roads of Shucheng.
After navigating the winding mountain roads, they finally arrived at a fenced courtyard halfway up the hillside. Though dusk was just setting in, the place was already bustling with people. Surrounded by verdant hills, the courtyard glowed with lamplight, smoke curling gently upward from the hearths within. What a heartwarming scene of earthly warmth and life.
Smells delicious.
I can already smell it. Mu Yunqing sniffed the air. Mu Yunbao explained.
They specialize in grilled dishes, mostly using demon beast meat. Only in Shu City, at this particular shop, can you taste such authentic grilled demon beast.
Hearing Mu Yunbao's words, Chen Feng whistled in astonishment.
He'd long heard of Shucheng's fierce and unruly people, but never imagined that beasts feared elsewhere would be reduced to mere dishes on plates here.
Chen Feng sniffed the savory aroma wafting through the air and couldn't help but swallow hard.
It was undeniably a unique and enticing fragrance. The trio climbed the steps into the bamboo garden, where a dozen or so simple wooden tables were nearly all occupied.
They found a corner and sat down. Mu Yunbao beckoned to the waiter, 1 wild suckling pig, 3 hind legs of swift-wind wolf. She glanced at Chen Feng and added, and 1 skewer of roasted bear loin, 3 bottles of bamboo leaf green. The waiter smiled as he jotted down the order. Judging by your attire, you must be students from the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. Students from your college enjoy a 20% discount here. Mu Yunbao nodded. I know. You can go now. After the waiter left, Chen Feng asked Mu Yunbao in surprise. Does our technical college have such clout in Shucheng? Mu Yunbao shook his head. The owner of this place is a teacher at our college. Where else would a restaurant get such high-quality demon beast resources? These are all hunted by our students and sold to the shop. That's why our students get this discount when we dine here. Plus, while this beast meat is incredibly tender, ordinary charcoal grills can barely cook it, let alone do it justice. Every grill chef here is a level 50 plus fire mage. Some signature dishes even require the owner to cook them personally. Chen Feng never imagined such a small shop could harbor so many secrets. Soon, a perfectly charred suckling pig arrived, crispy on the outside and tender within. The trio dug in heartily, and Chen Feng could almost feel a warm current coursing through his body. Paired with the shop's signature bamboo leaf green wine, he could distinctly feel this warmth nurturing his bodily functions. As if recalling his first visit to this restaurant, Mu Yunbao explained. The reason this place is packed every day isn't just the novelty and deliciousness of the demon beast meat. More importantly, pairing their bamboo leaf green with the meat maximizes the energy contained within the beast, nourishing the body. Moreover, after processing, the energy in the demon beast meat isn't as wild and untamed, making it directly suitable for human physiques. Chen Feng realized, then this meal must be pretty pricey. Mu Yunbao shrugged it off, not too bad. After the discount, it's around 30,000. Chen Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Over 10,000 per person, even with the discount? All for that minor enhancement? In this martial-dominated world, anything that boosted strength came at a steep price. After 3 rounds of drinks, Mu Yunqing handed Chen Feng a black card. This is for carrying me up the mountain. There's 70 million inside my savings from these years. I'll repay the rest gradually later. Chen Feng accepted it without hesitation, tucking it into his pocket. For a wealthy heiress who could save 70 million from mere pocket money, their wealth was practically blown in by the wind. Why refuse a free gift? Besides, he earned it fair and square. That's all for now. No need to exchange the rest. But don't forget the promise you made me, my whole body still aches. Mu Yunqing's face flushed slightly. Of course. Mu Yunbao seemed to sense something, but she didn't press further. After all, it was her sister's decision, and she didn't want to interfere. After the 3 had eaten and drunk their fill, Mu Yunbao rose tactfully and said, I've already settled the bill. You two can wander around Shu City to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. After all, you'll be studying here for the next 4 years. I won't be tagging along with you. With that, she placed 4 spirit crystals, each glowing with a faint blue light, on the table. Here are 4 spirit crystals. You'll each need 2 to ride the white-headed eagles up the mountain. When you tire of exploring, simply show your credentials at the Flying Beast Market at the mountain's base to rent another eagle. Well then, I wish you both brilliant success over the next 4 years. I'll be going now. With that, Mu Yunbao bid farewell to Mu Yunqing and Chen Feng and walked away alone. Chen Feng watched Mu Yunbao's carefree figure recede into the distance, then nudged Mu Yunqing beside him with his elbow. Your sister seems pretty tough. You can tell that? She was the top student in her class. How did you figure that out?
Because I noticed her pecs are more developed than yours.
Chen Feng, you pervert.
After eating and drinking their fill, the two strolled through the night streets of Shu City, chatting aimlessly.
Oh man, I can't take it anymore. My legs are killing me.
Chen Feng pretended to be troubled.
Mu Yunqing looked concerned. Really? But you seemed fine just a moment ago?
Probably strained it when I forced myself to carry someone up the mountain today.
Left me with a lingering injury. Only Chen Fengshan knew the truth. He had no hidden ailment.
Climbing the mountain had indeed pushed him to the point where blood seeped from his pores, but after that intense ordeal, he felt his physical constitution had become more solid. In fact, his overall physical fitness had subtly improved by about 10%.
Mu Yunqing grew anxious. What should we do? Should we call a car back to campus so you can rest early?
Chen Feng frantically searched his pockets, his expression turning panicked. Damn it, I lost those 2 spirit crystals earlier.
Looks like I'll have to climb those 10,000 8,000 steps again. But in my current state, I doubt I can make it up the mountain. Forget it, you go back. Just leave me here alone. Mu Yunqing gave a playful scold. What are you saying? You risked your life for me. How could I betray you and leave you here alone?
Let's find a place to rest at the foot of the mountain first.
Once you've recovered tomorrow, we'll figure something out.
Chen Feng looked troubled, yet a hint of slyness flashed unnoticed in his eyes. Then I suppose I'll have to trouble you, my lady, to keep me company. Mu Yunqing smiled faintly, her 2 charming dimples glowing beautifully under the neon lights.
It's only right. Chapter 62, The Green Bag. Do you remember promising to give me an acupressure massage? Mu Yunqing nodded. Of course I remember. Then shall we find a hotel? Chen Fengshang asked tentatively.
Mu Yunqing's face flushed slightly, a hint of awkwardness visible.
Hotels aren't really the best idea.
Chen Fengshang watched Mu Yunqing, who was shy and timid, and his interest soared. Damn it, you're not going to try to back out, are you?
That'd mean you're making me lie down on the street, right? I'm not backing out, Just what? I just feel like that kind of place isn't suitable for going with a guy. Chen Fengshang declared with righteous indignation. As long as we have nothing to feel guilty about, it's fine. We're not doing anything wrong. Mu Yunqing bit her pearly lips and nodded ambiguously, thinking to herself, what if I do have a guilty conscience? Thus, the two arrived at a rather luxurious hotel and booked a deluxe suite. The Chen Fengshang of today bore no resemblance to the penniless wretch who couldn't even afford a wild boar spirit beast back then. He was now a nouveau riche with tens of millions in his pocket, and who knew? He might even inherit the vast Two Realms mountain someday. When it was time to indulge, he certainly knew how to enjoy himself. Chen Fengshang soaked in a wooden tub strewn with rose petals, feeling utterly refreshed. Rising, he wrapped himself in a towel and stepped into the bedroom, his gaze locking with Mu Yunqing's as she waited inside. Under Chen Fengshan's guidance, Mu Yunqing began massaging his pressure points. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her small hands touched Chen Fengshang's firm muscles, her heart racing wildly. She had never even held a boy's hand in her entire life, yet now she found herself massaging a bare-chested man on the bed, something she had never dared to imagine before. And so, Mu Yunqing continued the massage until late into the night. The next day, as dawn broke, Chen Fengshang dressed and went to the courtyard for his morning exercises. This basic physical awakening was his daily ritual. Returning to the room and seeing Mu Yunqing fully dressed, Chen Fengshang smiled gently. You're awake? Breakfast is on the table. Help yourself. Mu Yunqing lowered her head slightly and murmured a quiet mem. After some hustle and bustle, the two arrived at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Chen Feng produced 2 spirit crystals from somewhere. Come on, let's ride the white-headed eagle. Mu Yunqing's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. You. What? I really couldn't find them yesterday, but then I discovered them in another pocket. Turns out I'd just put them in the wrong place. Back at the summit of Qingyun Peak, most students had already begun their summer break and headed home. Chen Feng planned to spend the long vacation reading in the library. After all, every little bit counts, and accumulating more points was always beneficial. Just then, a ding sounded. The system issued a quest. System quest, reach level 30 during summer vacation. Reward, 50,000 points upon completion. Chen Feng froze. Wasn't this asking too much? All dungeons were closed during summer break. How was he supposed to level up? Did they want him to go to the 100,000 mountains to get slaughtered? While the 100,000 mountains did harbor numerous demonic beasts, the outer regions were largely claimed by major factions. Venturing deeper into the perilous, unpredictable depths was fraught with danger. A place where only 3rd-tier demonic beasts roamed could suddenly see a 6th or 7th-tier beast appear out of nowhere. Thus, few dared venture into the 10,000 mountains. Chen Feng bid farewell to Mu Yunqing and arrived at the principal's office door. Knock. He knocked on the principal's office door. A crisp, pleasant voice called out from within, enter. Chen Fengshang opened the door and stepped inside. A yoga mat covered the floor, where Bai Ji, clad in yoga attire, sat with eyes closed in meditation. Her form-fitting black yoga outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection.
Her long, slender legs were crossed, revealing delicate, fair feet, while her voluminous waves were pulled up into a bun atop her head. Without turning her head or opening her eyes, Baishi seemed unfazed by Chen Fengxiang's arrival. "What brings you here?" Chen Fengxiang swallowed hard. "Principal Bai, I was wondering if there are any other places to level up besides during instance openings. I'd like to reach level 30 before the summer semester starts." Baishi opened her eyes, stood up, and stretched slightly. She turned to look at Chen Fengxiang. "There are options, but they're certainly no less dangerous than the dungeons. After all, the beasts in dungeons are bred by humans." "But real beasts? It's a mixed bag. No one can guarantee this territory only has low-tier beasts." Chen Fengxiang's eyes flashed with determination. He wanted to rapidly boost his strength to uncover the truth about his parents' origins, hoping to reunite with them sooner. "I want to try." Baiji's eyes softened with approval. "Good. You truly carry the blood of my Qingqiu clan, bold indeed. Beyond Shu City, the 10,000 mountains hold many territories belonging to our Liangjie mountain. Yet the uncertainties there are too great. Even if you excel among peers of your tier, facing unknown dangers is no game to be trifled with. Here's an alternative. Our Liangjie mountain has a fishing village in the East Sea. Though the villagers long ago fled due to sea beast disturbances, it remains an ideal training ground. The sea beasts there are mostly lowly second or third tier creatures. Occasionally, you might encounter one or two fourth tier ones, but you should be able to avoid them without much trouble. Sea beasts differ from the demon beasts of the 10,000 mountains. They possess a distinct sense of boundaries. Truly powerful sea beasts never venture near shallow waters, but the deep waters remain off limits to humans as well. This makes the East Sea Fishing Village an ideal spot for you to level up. How many levels you gain depends entirely on your own fortune." Chen Feng's eyes lit up. According to old Chen, his mother was apparently from the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, meaning half his bloodline was dragon. He felt an inexplicable longing and curiosity toward the unknown depths of the ocean. "Thank you, Teacher Bai," Chen Feng said, bowing slightly. Baishi sat impassively in her office chair, retrieving an exquisitely woven pouch from a drawer. Pure white in color, it bore a single large red character. Baishi tossed the pouch to Chen Feng. As he caught it, a fragrance identical to the delicate scent emanating from Baishi herself filled his hands, refreshing and invigorating. "This is a fox hair pouch from my own body, woven using the secret techniques of the Qingqiu clan. I call such pouches Qing pouches. They contain their own internal space, convenient for storing items. Consider it my gift to you upon our meeting." Chen Feng held the exquisitely crafted pouch in his hand. As his spiritual energy penetrated it, he immediately sensed a 10-meter square space within. His heart swelled with delight. This meant he would never need to carry a backpack when traveling again. "Thank you for your kindness, teacher. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Baishi smiled faintly. "Enough with the pleasantries. Go prepare yourself. This afternoon, I'll send someone to escort you to the East Sea Fishing Village." Chapter 63, East Sea Fishing Village. Baishi retrieved an exquisitely crafted spirit tablet from a drawer and tossed it to Chen Fengxiang. Chen Fengxiang caught it with a flick of his wrist. The spirit tablet felt slightly cool to the touch, made of metal. Engraved upon it was a sword identical in design to the one embroidered on the chest of the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College uniform. Below the sword were the words, "Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. This is a personal order from the principal of our Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. Presenting it at the East Sea Fishing Village will spare you much trouble. Such leveling up sacred grounds are coveted resources fought over by every faction. That's why Two Realms Mountain has dedicated personnel guarding the place. Without this spirit token, you likely wouldn't even get past the gates." Chen Feng silently nodded as he clasped the spirit token in his hand, then with a single thought, stowed it away in his green pouch. Chen Feng secretly rejoiced inwardly. These were all valuable items. "Remember to return it after summer break." Chen Fengxiang nodded. After Baishi gave him a few more reminders, she dismissed him. After Chen Fengxiang departed, Baishi sighed silently. "Sigh, am I really counting on this kid to help me break through to the 9th rank? I hope he can go far in the martial arts path." That afternoon, Chen Feng boarded the exclusive aircraft of the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College. Racing through the air, he arrived outside the East Sea Fishing Village before dusk. The fishing village was surrounded by an electric fence several meters high, making entry far from easy for the average person. At the village entrance stood a gate-like intersection. After Chen Feng presented Baiji's written order, he was granted entry. "Hey, what's this kid's background? No one's been allowed into Donghai Fishing Village for 6 or 7 years. Who knows? But judging by the passets from the president of Liangjie Mountain Vocational Technical College, he might be one of their top students." "Impossible. Even top students don't get this treatment. You gotta understand, training grounds like this outside of dungeons are incredibly precious. Even the direct descendants of Two Realms Mountain's high-ranking officials can't easily get a spot. Forget it. Let's not meddle in matters between the bigwigs. Our job is just to guard the gate." "True." Chen Feng walked from the intersection deeper into the area.
The sea breeze carried a faint briny tang. While the temperature here wasn't as scorching as Shucheng, the sun still beat down relentlessly. The refreshing sea breeze caressed his skin as he walked deeper in. Already, he could see numerous dilapidated houses likely left behind by the fishermen who once lived here. Occasionally, he spotted a few dilapidated fishing boats on the ground, weathered by the air. After walking about 2 or 3 kilometers, the view suddenly opened up at the end of the fishing village an endless expanse of ocean. The horizon where sea met sky blended indistinctly. Having never seen the ocean before in his life, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. Wearing flip-flops, he stepped onto the soft sand, observing the small mounds of shells and conch shells piled along the shore, left untouched for years. Is this some kind of vacation? Where are the sea beasts? Never mind. Better find a place to stay first. Chen Feng approached a house near the shore and pushed open its weathered wooden door. The door crashed to the floor with a loud thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Everything inside was covered in thick layers of dust, its long abandoned state evident. While tidying up, Chen Feng stumbled upon 2 stark white skeletons buried beneath the grime. Damn it, no one gives a damn even when someone dies inside their own house? But to his astonishment, the skeleton consisted only of the skull, spine, and ribs. No limbs remained. This puzzled Chen Feng, but he didn't dwell on it. He figured the remains had likely been carried off by snakes, insects, rats, or ants over time. Chen Feng cleaned the room thoroughly, found a spot to bury the 2 sets of bones in the ground, and considered it a proper farewell to the deceased. He installed a fluorescent light on the table, then sat cross-legged on the bed to read, planning to search for the sea monster's trail at dawn. Late into the night, a chill crept into the sea breeze, robbing Chen Feng of sleep. The rustling sounds outside his window instantly alerted him. He grabbed his military flashlight, approached the window, and shone it out. What he saw made his hair stand on end, sending a chill down his spine. On the sandy shore, a group of humanoid creatures with fish bodies and frog-like legs were performing some bizarre ritual. As Chen Feng's flashlight swept over them, pairs of emerald green eyes, like tourmaline stones, stared straight at him. The fishmen let out a sharp, piercing growl, their voices shrill and jarring. Before long, several fishmen charged toward Chen Feng's room. Chen Feng didn't know their strength, but as Bai Ji had mentioned, the sea monsters around here were mostly level 20 to 30 creatures, nothing too threatening. Chen Feng didn't retreat. Stepping out of the room, he let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a 2-meter-tall crimson-striped tiger. He swiped at the snarling fishmen charging toward him. The moment the tiger's claws made contact, the fishmen's bodies were slashed by the razor-sharp pads, leaving several bloody gashes. The fishmen screamed and retreated. Chen Feng seized the opportunity and swiftly disposed of one. Ding! You have killed a level 28 Fishman Vanguard, gaining 190 health points. Chen Feng nodded silently. Indeed, higher levels yielded less experience. Earlier in the Guowu test instance, slaying a level 28 Treyant had granted 210 vitality points, but now it only gave 180. The remaining fishmen, witnessing their comrade's demise, howled and charged at Chen Feng. Their claws scraped against his armor, sending sparks flying, yet they couldn't breach his defenses. After all, with his current defense, he was equivalent to a level 40 plus ordinary knight class. How could a mere level 28 mob possibly stand a chance? Just then, a fishman wearing a hat woven from unidentified seaweed nearby waved his staff, muttering incantations under his breath. With a flick of the staff, the eyes of several fishmen vanguards ahead instantly shifted from emerald green to crimson. Their claws gained new ferocity, managing to tear through Chen Feng's fur, leaving shallow lacerations. Though these wounds were insignificant, Chen Feng understood the principle that many ants can kill an elephant. He needed to finish this quickly. Chen Feng transformed into a 5-foot-tall gibbon, swiping his massive hand to instantly crush 2 fishmen. Yet the blood-eyed fishmen seemed to have lost their minds, charging toward him with reckless abandon. As more fishmen joined the charge, some even wielding harpoons, they proved far more robust than the initial vanguard. Ding! You have slain a level 30 fishman warrior, gaining 200 HP. Suddenly, several crossbow bolts pierced the skin on Chen Feng's back. Though each bolt penetrated less than an inch into his body, the sheer volume proved overwhelming for the 5-meter-tall giant. Even icy spikes clattered against his body, driving Chen Feng to distraction. Chapter 64, The Sacrifice. In the distance, rows of fishmen had taken up bows and arrows, firing relentlessly toward their position. Beside the fishman in the straw hat, several fishman mages wielding wands had appeared at some unknown moment. Unfortunately, the fishmen in front showed no fear of death, relentlessly blocking Chen Feng's advance. Their sheer numbers created a scene reminiscent of wolves hunting an elephant. Damn it, these things are organized. If this keeps up, I'll be done for in days. With that thought, Chen Feng roared and swept his monkey tail horizontally, knocking back several fishmen who had closed in. He scrambled to run away. The fishmen behind him howled in pursuit, their excited shouts sounding like victory cries. Chen Feng shifted into invisibility, morphing into a 2-tailed Qingqiu fox. He darted past a small hut, causing the pursuing fishmen to scatter into the village to search for him. They seemed deeply displeased with this unwelcome intruder, determined to eradicate him from their territory once and for all. A faint smile curved Chen Feng's lips. Just because your entire organization could drive me back on the beach doesn't mean you can do the same here in the village. After all, your intelligence is still a bit lacking. As Chen Feng watched two fishmen advance as vanguards, two massive white tails suddenly shot out from behind the house. They swiftly wrapped around the fishmen, dragging them close for a brutal beating. The fishmen let out agonized howls. By the time their fishmen comrades arrived in response to the distress call, only two lifeless bodies remained on the ground. The arriving fishmen wailed into the night sky, seemingly relaying the situation to their kind. More fishmen steadily emerged from the sea, swarming the shoreline. Chen Feng adopted a hit-and-run strategy, engaging in street-to-street combat with the fishmen within a 2-kilometer radius of the fishing village. While this approach significantly reduced his monster-killing efficiency, it ensured his safety. If he were truly surrounded by this horde of fishmen, he might very well meet his end here. As the number of fishmen in the village grew, Chen Fengxiang's pace of changing positions gradually increased. Damn it, how many of these fishmen are there? Why does it feel like the more I kill, the more appear? Chen Fengxiang sensed the fishmen's density thickening throughout the village, with patrols now lurking in every alleyway. This forced him to lie motionless on rooftops at times. Some agile fishmen scouts could even climb trees. Before long, Chen Fengxiang's position was exposed. As the fishmen's shrieks echoed through the night sky, a dense swarm converged on the sound. Chen Fengxiang had no choice but to transform into the long-armed ape once more, fighting his way through while retreating. Gradually, he began to feel physically drained, his mental energy nearly depleted. New wounds mingled with old ones none deep, yet so numerous they left no spot on his body untouched. Just as he struggled to devise a countermeasure, a conch-like wail echoed from the shore. The frenzied fishmen, reluctant to retreat, withdrew like a receding tide. A faint streak of dawn light began to appear on the distant horizon. Chen Feng watched the retreating fishmen thoughtfully. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath. He pulled out the medicine he'd specially prepared before leaving from his green pouch and swallowed it. His physical injuries and mental energy began to slowly recover. Damn it, these fishmen are a real pain in the ass. Chen Fengxiang was still shaken. Had they not retreated on their own, he would have been killed or severely wounded trying to break through their encirclement. These creatures likely follow a schedule of working at sunset and returning at sunrise. The fishmen army retreated in droves just as dawn broke. Judging by this, the coast should be safe during the day. Hunting only occurs at night. We need to plan carefully. Chen Fengxiang made his way back cautiously to the house he'd initially stayed in. By then, the sky had brightened. A crimson sun rose where sky met sea, painting half the horizon and ocean a deep scarlet. Exhausted after a night of battle, Chen Fengxiang had hoped for a good night's sleep, but these creatures had kept him up all night. After confirming the coast was clear, Chen Fengxiang set up a perimeter barrier outside the courtyard and slept soundly inside until late afternoon. When he awoke, his smartwatch showed nearly 3 o'clock. His stomach growled loudly, but luckily, his green pouch contained ample food and water. Chen Fengxiang popped a compressed biscuit into his mouth. Ah, what a pity I can't get some seafood to eat. Still stuck on this stuff. He had just walked around the village, but there wasn't a single trace of the fishmen's bodies left. Even the bloodstains and signs of battle had been completely wiped clean. Even the beach where the fishmen had prepared for their ritual yesterday was spotless, showing no trace whatsoever. If not for opening the interface and seeing his vitality and health values surge by over 70%, he would have thought last night was just a nightmare. This thing even knows how to clean up after itself. Chen Fengxiang deliberated for a moment. This spot was no longer safe for the night. He'd have to find a house farther away. That afternoon, Chen Fengxiang hung a hammock beneath a coconut tree. Lulled by the pleasant sea breeze, he read a book, quietly waiting for nightfall. The afternoon passed quickly. As dusk fell, Chen Fengxiang packed his things, found a tall coconut tree farther from the shore, climbed up, and crouched in the branches with his infrared binoculars, watching for movement along the coast. He waited until around 10 o'clock at night before spotting a fisherman scout sneaking around the beach. Then 2, 3, 10. Dozens of them appeared, all lean, agile fishmen scouts. They began searching around the village. Chen Feng knew these creatures were looking for him. Sitting motionless in the coconut tree, he dared not make a sound. After searching fruitlessly for a while, the fishmen scouts returned to the shore. After a flurry of chattering cries, pairs of glowing green eyes surfaced on the water once more. They're coming. Chen Fengxiang watched the fishmen army gathering at the shore. Today, there seemed to be far more fishmen than yesterday. They stood densely packed on the sandy beach, at least 200 or 300 as far as the eye could see, with more constantly swimming ashore from the sea. Some fishmen had already begun working on the beach, stacking coral into a platform about a meter high. Moments later, a colossal shell emerged from the sea, its diameter exceeding 10 feet. Holy crap, how many years did that seashell have to grow? It must be enchanted. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim. However, the surface of the shell was densely bound with seaweed and covered in mysterious black talismans. A dozen or so fishmen shouldered the shell and slowly carried it toward the altar. After much effort, the shell was finally hoisted onto the altar. The fishman priests who had boosted the vanguard's damage last night circled the enormous shell several times, glancing warily around them.
Finding no objections, they began chanting incantations in their gibberish tongue.
Chapter 65, Langia Sea Pavilion.
All the other fishmen prostrated themselves on the ground in reverent submission. Chen Feng silently pulled a red switch from his pocket, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. The rich rely on technology, the poor on mutations. Let you taste the power of technology.
Chen Feng was no longer the penniless fool who couldn't afford a boar beast spirit.
Before setting out, he deliberately placed numerous explosives throughout the area originally intended to facilitate blasting and prevent a repeat of the embarrassing situation where they'd been trapped in a cave during their first dungeon run.
But who could have predicted it would come in handy now? These fishmen moved with seamless coordination and overwhelming numbers.
At his current level, Chen Feng couldn't possibly take on their entire army head-on.
His only option was to take an unconventional approach.
During the afternoon rest, Chen Feng had secretly buried over 20 detonators on the hillside, preparing precisely for this moment. Beneath the altar, the fishmen began bowing in reverence. The crisp sea breeze carried whiffs of fishy odor, while the moon shone brightly, illuminating the entire fishman army.
Now!
Chen Feng pressed the red button in his hand, leaped from the tree, and sprinted toward the beach. The remote control he'd left behind emitted a series of beeps as red lights flashed. Beep, beep, beep. Boom! 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 Wail! As earth-shaking explosions erupted, sand and mud flew everywhere across the beach. Fishmen were hurled into the air one after another. Over a dozen detonators exploded in rapid succession, engulfing the entire main sacrificial beach. Wails filled the air as mangled remains of fishmen littered the sand. The high priest's straw hat was blown to shreds, leaving only half intact, while his staff was buried in the mud. The altar tilted and collapsed, though the massive seashell atop it remained untouched. Chen Feng, who had rushed to the scene at breakneck speed, seized the moment. Gripping two black gold greatswords forged from high-grade alloy, he charged forward, his two massive snow-white tails whipping rapidly behind him. The time for harvest had come. Like a tiger among sheep, he weaved through the wailing horde of fishmen, leaving a trail of corpses strewn across the sand in his wake. The fishmen, already severely weakened, were utterly bewildered. Hardly any remained unscathed, and in this state, their army struggled to mount a counterattack. Though scattered small-scale counterattacks persisted, they were swiftly crushed by Chen Feng's relentless assault. Mage-type and archer-type fishmen, in particular, fell one by one under his blade. Finally, leaving behind a field of debris and over 100 fishman corpses, the fishman army retreated in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. Chen Feng roughly estimated that at least one-third of the fishmen had been killed in this wave, successfully leveling him up to 26. Surveying the devastation and the large craters gouged into the sand, Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Indeed, the higher the level, the more health points required for each level up. After this battle, his health bar had only reached 26 levels and 56%. At this rate, even if he slaughtered the entire fishman army, he wouldn't reach level 30.
Dungeons are still the way to go.
They offer massive amounts of experience.
These open-world maps are too vast. Monsters run away when they can't beat you, and you can't kill many in one go.
Chen Feng approached the altar and surveyed the area. The fishman priest must have fled. He hadn't found the creature's corpse anywhere. However, the staff and straw hat still lay on the ground. Chen Feng picked up the staff from the ground and discovered it was made from the bone of some unknown creature. Embedded at the top of the bone was a large pearl, about the size of a quail egg. He waved the staff a couple of times, unsure how to use it, and decided to stow it away in his green pouch. Then he walked over to the enormous seashell. He approached cautiously, running his hand over the shell's surface. It felt like rough marble, covered in intricate patterns and beautiful designs. Chen Feng tapped it with his finger. The thick shell emitted a dull thud. Hearing no movement inside, he peered through the shell's cracks. A hazy mist filled the interior, obscuring everything. Could it be the legendary 1, 2, 3? Chen Feng counted the stripes on the shell. Exactly 108 stripes, not one more, not one less. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled a creature described in the continental geography records. Calling it a creature was somewhat of a stretch. It existed in a state halfway between animal and plant, known as the Langia Sea Pavilion. A treasure of heaven and earth shaped like a seashell. Nurtured by the Earth's vital energy within the ocean depths, it resembled a shell, growing 1 inch every 10 years. Each shell had 108 striations etched upon it, corresponding to the celestial and terrestrial numbers. Because its interior contained countless unpredictable treasures of heaven and earth, its varieties too numerous to enumerate, it was named the Langia Sea Pavilion. Once opened, the Langia Sea Pavilion ceases to grow. When its treasures are taken, the shell crumbles to dust. At this thought, Chen Feng's heart pounded wildly. Legend held that such treasures only emerged from the deepest seas, rarely seen on the mainland. Thus, only ancient texts recorded their existence, and for millennia, no one had laid eyes on the real thing. The deep sea was the domain of sea demons, a place mortals dared not tread lightly. Even the most powerful humans saw their combat effectiveness drastically reduced in the ocean, while sea soul beasts thrived in the water, maximizing their abilities. This dynamic of opposing strengths meant that even a human of a higher rank found it difficult to defeat a sea demon beast of a lower rank in the ocean. Over time, the Langya Sea Pavilion became nothing more than legend. The descriptions of the Langya Sea Pavilion in the continental geography texts matched the giant seashell before them, almost perfectly shaped, stripes, color. Legend held that the Langya Sea Pavilion was protected by an impenetrable array formation. Ordinary forces could neither open nor destroy it, only a high-level array master could unlock it by breaking through its 108 layers. Chen Feng roared in anger, transforming into a 5-foot-tall long-armed ape. He grabbed both sides of the seashell with his hands and pulled with all his might. Not a single crack. He roared again, summoning every ounce of strength, yet still couldn't budge it an inch. He then tried punching, slapping, and even biting with his teeth, but the seashell remained utterly unshaken, leaving not even a trace behind. He was certain beyond doubt, this was the legendary Langya Sea Pavilion. Chen Feng had no choice but to stow it away in his green pouch for now. He patted the small, exquisite green pouch. What a marvelous thing it was! Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to carry away a 10-foot-long Langya Sea Pavilion. Never mind whether he could physically lift it, the mere sight of such a treasure would likely draw thieves who'd intercept it along the way. No wonder that bunch of fishmen set up an altar here to perform rituals. They were trying to open the Langya Sea Pavilion. I wonder if they even have the power to crack this thing open. Ah, I was too hasty. I should have waited for those fishmen brats to open it themselves before making my move. Ding! System task: eliminate the Fishman High Priest. Reward: 20,000 points. Ding! System quest: eliminate the Merfolk Overlord. Reward: 50,000 points. Chapter 66: Dragon Bloodline. Chen Feng froze. At this moment, the system had directly issued 2 quests. It seemed there was an even stronger Fishman Lord lurking behind the High Priest, though he hadn't caught a glimpse of this so-called Fishman Lord the entire time. But after this commotion, those fishmen probably wouldn't dare show their faces anytime soon. I need to figure something out. Chen Feng immediately endured the fishy stench, dragging the 5 merfolk corpses ashore and tying them to a nearby coconut tree with rope. Based on the fishmen's previous habits, they would come out to collect their fallen comrades. Chen Feng's task was to see if they would continue to emerge for the bodies. If they did, these 5 corpses would be all he needed to stage a siege to draw reinforcements here. It would be an interesting game of fishing. After tidying everything up, Chen Feng returned to the distant coconut tree and opened his infrared binoculars for a closer look. Sure enough, before long, a pair of emerald eyes broke the surface. After confirming the despicable human was no longer present, a group of fishmen cautiously began moving ashore to retrieve their fallen comrades. Under cover of night, Chen Feng began creeping toward the shore. After the bodies on shore were mostly gathered, a fishman scout squeaked and pointed toward the corpse tied to the tree. A fishman warrior, spear in hand, swayed unsteadily toward the coconut trees, followed by 3 or 4 fishman scouts. As the warrior reached the tree and raised his harpoon to sever the ropes, 2 tails whipped out from the canopy. They coiled around the 2 fishmen and yanked them upward. With 2 agonized screams, the headless bodies of the 2 fishmen plummeted to the ground. The remaining fishmen let out mournful cries and fled toward the shore. The fishmen organized several more attacks, attempting to retrieve their fallen comrades. But outnumbered and lacking the annoying high priest to buff them from behind, this bunch of fishlings was repelled one by Chen Feng. By the time dawn broke, Chen Feng had repelled 5 waves of fishmen, totaling dozens of them. Chen Feng mused inwardly. These creatures were quite fixated on retrieving their fallen comrades, willing to risk death to do so. As the sun rose in the east, a bizarre scene unfolded among the fishmen corpses on the ground. Sunlight bathed the corpses, causing them to emit sizzling white smoke. Within moments, they were reduced to piles of ash. Chen Feng realized. So that's why the fishmen were so desperate to retrieve their corpses, to hide their fatal weakness from other races, their fear of light. To be precise, it was fear of sunlight, as Chen Feng's flashlight had no effect on them. But now, without the fishmen corpses, he had no way to continue fishing. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered with such concerns now. The night's battle had left him exhausted. He set up a security perimeter inside the hut, ate a little, and then fell into a deep, satisfying sleep. He woke up precisely at 3 in the afternoon. Chen Feng strolled along the beach. After the tide rose, the deep craters blasted out the previous night had been smoothed over by the sea, erasing all traces. Standing by a rocky outcrop, he felt the cool sea breeze and experienced a sense of awe, as if contemplating the vast ocean from the eastern cliffs of Jieshur. He sensed an inexplicable pull from the ocean, an attraction he couldn't quite define. He slowly stepped his legs into the water. The moment his feet touched the water, it seemed to cheer, swirling around him with a welcoming warmth. He felt as though he could command the waters within a radius of 10 meters around him. Chen Feng was suddenly overcome with excitement, his heart pounding wildly. Beneath the water, a faint layer of scale-like runes began to emerge on his legs. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration and mastery coursed through his body. With a single thought, the surrounding seawater obediently transformed according to his will, even conjuring a wall of water out of thin air. Beneath his feet, the sea formed a vacuum through a phenomenon defying the laws of physics.
Brilliant. This command over water boosted Chen Feng's confidence immensely. He ventured deeper, the water gradually rising above his head. Chen Feng felt no resistance from the water at all. He was in the ocean as if an ordinary person were in mist, merely sensing a slight dampness around him. Walking along the ocean floor, he felt the changes occurring within him. Snow-white, scale-like runes now covered his skin, and something strange was emerging from his forehead. Reaching up, he touched two 1-inch horns protruding from his forehead. Chen Feng pulled out a mirror to examine his reflection. His once deep brown eyes had turned golden, and his pupils had transformed into eerie vertical slits. Feeling the ocean's embrace, the surrounding seawater seemed to cheer and leap like soldiers submitting to their king. Chen Feng stroked the water with both hands. Though this was his first time entering the sea, it felt strangely familiar. "Mother, is this the power you bestowed upon me?" Chen Feng recalled what old Chen had told him that day. His mother was a dragon maiden of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. The strange changes in his body, along with his heightened perception and control over the sea, must be traits inherited from her. His resolve strengthened. He must grow powerful quickly to rescue the mother he had never met. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, he had been traversing the depths for quite some time. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he spotted two agile fish people scouts moving beneath the waves. Though it was daytime, it seemed that under the sea's protection, the fish people no longer feared the sunlight. Chen Feng swiftly hid behind a coral reef. He watched as the two fishermen scouts drifted aimlessly back and forth, seemingly on patrol. Chen Feng quietly followed behind them. The seawater carried Chen Feng swiftly through the depths. He didn't even need to move himself, simply controlling the surging currents around him propelled his body rapidly through the water. At full speed, he could outpace the fishermen scouts by at least several times. Chen Feng, who had been fretting over how to locate the fisherman priest and the fisherman lord, felt a surge of delight. This meant he could hunt the merfolk underwater without resorting to his fishing tactic. As he followed the merfolk deeper and deeper, gradually straying farther from the shore, the currents carried him like a master of the skies. He moved freely through the water, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Were it not for the high-level sea monsters lurking in the deep far beyond his current level to provoke, he would have charged into the abyss immediately. Gradually, a crude cluster of structures came into view, ugly buildings piled from countless coral reefs. Fishmen came and went from within them from time to time. He even spotted numerous wounded merfolk, missing limbs, lying on the coral reefs, moaning in pain. Chen Feng hid behind a reef, observing in secret. This must be the lair of these fish bastards. Chapter 67, Merfolk. After observing for a while, Chen Feng sensed that the fishman's lair still posed considerable danger, making a direct assault inadvisable. Moreover, dusk was approaching, and he needed to devise a more careful plan. He manipulated the currents to rise to the surface, his feet planting firmly on the water as he glided swiftly across the sea, resembling a speedboat slicing through the waves. He felt the salty sea breeze and experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chen Feng surfaced intermittently, then plunged back into the depths, moving through the water like a free fish. Beneath the waves, he finally caught the king crab and lobster he'd been longing for. As evening fell, under the fading glow of the setting sun, Chen Feng lit a bonfire and steamed the day's catch in a portable pot he carried with him. After devouring the delicious feast, Chen Feng felt utterly satisfied. After the sun had set, he climbed the same coconut tree alone, beginning to observe the movements of the fishmen that night. But unexpectedly, after watching all night, not a single fishman came ashore. He didn't even spot any fisherman scouts sent out to keep watch. It seemed these fishfolk had been thoroughly scared off by him. If he kept this up a few more times, the entire merfolk tribe might face extinction. It wasn't until the first light of dawn that Chen Feng finally put down his binoculars with a sense of relief. He returned to his dwelling and slept soundly until noon. After taking care of his basic needs, Chen Feng followed yesterday's route, navigating the underwater terrain with ease. He soon arrived at the merfolk's lair. Chen Feng observed from afar that the fishmen seemed in better condition today than yesterday. Many of the wounded seen everywhere yesterday had recovered. Chen Feng moved slowly closer, feeling his way along the seabed. In one underwater area, several exhausted-looking merfolk mechanically waved their wands, administering healing to the injured. After surveying the area, Chen Feng concluded all the fishmen priests were likely gathered here. With so many wounded requiring care, these dozens of priests appeared to have gone without rest for ages, their features gaunt, their eyes vacant. Logistics precede the troops, even ancient warfare prioritized supply lines. To uproot the entire fishman army, I must first eliminate these priests. But with dozens here, taking them all out at once is impossible. I need a plan. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. If only he possessed a crowd control or area of effect damage skill, he could wipe them all out at once. Currently, detonators were ineffective underwater. Their shockwaves might stun the fishmen, but they couldn't inflict substantial damage. With modern technology, torpedoes could effectively damage low-level sea monsters, but he didn't have any on him. As Chen Feng debated whether to return for high-tech supplies or find another solution, a sudden commotion erupted within the fishmen crowd. Several fishmen scouts swiftly darted above their territory, emitting peculiar sonic signals toward the horizon. Moments later, the fishmen army emerged in waves from their rudimentary coral reef structures, standing ready for battle.
Even wounded fishmen and priests who had fought relentlessly for 2 days pushed through their exhaustion to join the ranks.
Every fishman stood ready, facing the deep waters as if confronting a formidable enemy.
Chen Feng quietly crept toward the deep waters from below until he spotted several creatures in the distance and suddenly realized.
Vaguely visible in the distance, several figures swam by.
These creatures were half human, half fish, their faces covered in patterns, their bodies covered in scales, with arms instead of legs, and massive fishtails for lower bodies.
Merfolk.
Chen Feng had encountered descriptions of merfolk in the classic of mountains and seas. They were skilled weavers, capable of producing dragon silk that remained dry even when submerged, and their tears could transform into pearls.
One text noted that merfolk and fishfolk were sworn enemies. Both tribes possessed fierce territorial instincts, rarely encroaching upon each other unless provoked, yet wars frequently erupted between them.
Now, several merfolk had appeared in the fish people's territory. Judging by their presence, they were likely merfolk scouts sent to investigate reports of the fish people's race suffering a severe blow. Several merfolk figures flashed through the water, vanishing without a trace as they swam toward the deep sea.
Chen Feng's mind raced with a plan.
All the merfolk watched the departing merfolk with a sense of relief.
With many members of their tribe now severely wounded, engaging in a full-scale conflict with the merfolk would likely result in heavy losses.
Chen Feng observed silently from behind the reef, motionless like a hunting wolf crouched in ambush. He waited for 2 or 3 hours.
Until he noticed a pattern. At the edge of the fishman's territory, a lone fishman would always slip behind a rock. Chen Feng crept closer and witnessed a revolting scene. This spot served as the fishman's latrine. Fishmen would come here periodically to defecate.
Some droppings had been partially dispersed by the tidal currents, but the coral pit still held dense clusters of stringy matter, faintly emitting a foul stench. Just then, a fishman warrior tucked his harpoon into his belt and swam toward this spot, his frog-like flippers swiftly paddling through the water. His brow furrowed in pain as he hurried over in 2-step bursts. He bent over, and a gurgling stream of bubbles accompanied thick black liquid as it slowly drifted down to the seabed. Relieved, the ugly face visibly relaxed into a look of satisfaction. Just as he savored this moment of release, a slender tail silently crept near him.
With lightning speed, it wrapped around the fishman's neck and dragged him swiftly away.
The fishman froze, his mouth opening wide but no sound emerging. Chen Feng's grip on his throat tightened, and soon, he was dragged far beyond the fishman's territory. Far from the fishman's domain, Chen Feng bound the fishman warrior tightly with seaweed, holding his harpoon in hand. Crack! The harpoon lashed across the fishman's bare buttocks. 3 red, swollen marks instantly appeared on the fishman's dark, bruised skin. Speak! How many of your kind exist? What level is your lord? The fishman warrior squealed furiously, baring his teeth at Chen Feng. Though Chen Feng couldn't understand a word, the expression on the creature's face made it clear he was hurling the foulest insults. Seeing the warrior's defiant look, Chen Feng grabbed his harpoon and thrust it straight into the fishman's rear. The creature's eyes bulged wide as it gurgled incoherently, refusing to yield even in death. Seeing that communication was hopeless, Chen Feng promptly dispatched the creature to meet its maker with a single thrust of his harpoon. Chen Feng cut off one of the fishman's hands with his harpoon. Holding the harpoon in the severed hand, he shared a knowing smile before swimming off into the deep waters. Chapter 68, Merfolk Territory. As he swam deeper, the marine life grew increasingly diverse and complex. Most, however, fell short of the sea monster tier, being merely ordinary marine creatures. Finally, after nearly an hour of swimming, Chen Feng spotted 2 familiar figures ahead. Merfolk. Given Chen Feng's current speed with water manipulation, nearly an hour of swimming could cover a distance of nearly 100 li. This suggested the distance between the 2 tribes was not exactly close. Chen Feng stealthily followed behind the 2 merfolk. Before long, they reached the merfolk territory. Compared to the fishman's domain, the merfolk's territory was infinitely more orderly. Countless unnamed seaweeds were meticulously tended, clearly cultivated for purpose. Throughout the merfolk territory, enormous shells dotted the landscape. Soft seaweed grew within these shells, likely serving as resting spots for the merfolk. Each merfolk dwelling was separated by translucent gauze, resembling a paradise on earth. Chen Feng gazed at the gauze draped across the merfolk territory, his eyes lighting up. Could this be the legendary dragon gauze, the premium material used to craft waterproof gear? 2 merfolk chatted and laughed as they slipped into the territory. Observing them up close, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at the merfolk's undeniable beauty. Compared to the ugly fishmen, merfolk were even more beautiful than most humans, with straight, well-defined features, deep blue eyes, and the signature oval faces every merfolk possessed. Not only were they strikingly beautiful, but their figures were also exquisitely curved. Their upper bodies appeared nearly human, save for peculiar blue patterns and fine scales, while from the waist down, they possessed a thick, powerful tail. Chen Feng did not act rashly. Uncertain of the merfolk's strength, he could only observe from a distance. However, judging by their sworn enemies, the fishmen, the merfolk's power was likely on par with theirs. Otherwise, over the years, one side would have been wiped out long ago.
Chen Feng once again lay in wait outside the merfolk territory, biding his time. Finally, he spotted a lone merman moving about. Chen Feng scanned its chest, confirming it was a male merman. This eased his guilt somewhat after all, these creatures looked far too human-like. The thought of attacking a beautiful girl truly made him feel uneasy. He followed the merman, ready to strike at the right moment. Just then, he heard a sound resembling human speech, though the language barrier prevented him from understanding what was being said. A curvaceous female merman emerged from a coral reef, gliding over to the male. Their large tails swayed as they embraced. The male merman glanced warily around. Seeing they were far from their territory and detecting no other movement, he began to entwine himself with the female. The two merfolk murmured affectionately in their gurgling language. The male gripped the female's slender waist with one hand while the other reached to lift the shell covering her chest. Chen Feng's eyes widened as his throat convulsed. Holy, so these two were having an affair right here. Chen Feng silently pulled out his waterproof device and activated the recording function. If I post this online, it'll go viral for sure, one of a kind. Chen Feng stared wide-eyed, muttering holy as he watched. 3 minutes later. The two merfolk ceased their embrace. The male merman tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing skyward. He remained silent for a long while, seemingly deep in thought. The female merfolk, still unsatisfied, flicked her tail and swam away. The male merman sighed, shook his head, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a fishman's steel harpoon appeared behind him. Chen Feng, controlling his slender tail, drove the harpoon deep into the merman's back. The merman let out a piercing scream of agony. Chen Feng applied more force with his tail, driving the entire harpoon straight through the merman's body. Ding! You have successfully killed a level 30 merman, gaining 190 HP. Now at level 26, killing a level 30 monster barely yielded 200 HP. For leveling up to 27, 190 HP was practically a drop in the bucket. Chen Feng had no time to dwell on this. He pulled a fishman's arm from his green pouch and shoved it into the dead merman's mouth. He then quickly left the scene, hiding in a secluded spot to await developments. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the female merfolk who had departed earlier returned. Her pupils contracted violently as she gazed upon the dead male merfolk at the bottom of the water, finally letting out a painful hiss. Her jaws snapped open, revealing 2 fangs that had grown to 1 inch in length, razor sharp. She scanned her surroundings warily until she was certain all was quiet. Only then did she open her mouth and let out a series of shrieks directed at the merfolk territory. Her voice carried like penetrating ultrasonic waves, visible ripples spreading rapidly across the sea toward the merfolk territory. The female mermaid sobbed as she lifted the male merman from the ground. Just minutes ago, he had been passionately entwined with her, yet now he lay stiff and lifeless. Heartbroken, pearls rolled from her eyes. Holy, tears really do turn into pearls when they cry. Chen Feng felt a twinge of guilt, but for the sake of his grand scheme, sacrificing this merman was necessary. After all, if the merfolk launched an attack on the fishfolk now, it would be the perfect opportunity. If executed well, it could wipe out the fishfolk, allowing him to reap the spoils. When the female mermaid saw the harpoon embedded in the male merman's body, her eyes turned bloodshot. The fangs she had just retracted extended once more. She hoisted the male merman into her arms. Spotting the severed arm in his mouth, she sent several more sonic signals back to the merfolk camp. Her eyes blazed crimson, the blue patterns on her body shifting to a piercing scarlet as her massive tail lashed furiously against the ocean floor. Within moments, dozens of figures swiftly approached from the distance. Leading them was a stunningly beautiful female mermaid. Her features were like a painting, a small, straight nose, and golden waves of hair rippling in the sea. She bore a striking resemblance to the elves Chen Feng had seen earlier in the simulation tower, all blessed with uniquely exquisite beauty. The lead mermaid wore a solemn expression, followed by dozens of merfolk warriors clad in heavy armor. She pulled the fishman's dagger from the male merman's body, held it to her nose to sniff, and simultaneously tried to calm the enraged female merfolk while chattering away in their language with the merfolk following behind. Chen Feng couldn't understand their words, but he could see their intense anger. As the merfolk carried the male's body toward their camp, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With things progressing this far, his plan was nearly halfway to success. Now he waited for the two tribes to clash, calculating how he might reap the benefits as the third party. Chapter 69, The Merfolk Fish War. Seeing no movement around him, Chen Feng quietly swam toward the merfolk territory. Upon reaching the area, he observed numerous merfolk gathering in the waters above the territory. 1, 2. Chen Feng roughly counted them. There were over 500, a number not much smaller than the current fishmen population. The entire merfolk tribe was arrayed in orderly formation, with both males and females taking the field. Every merfolk was a natural-born warrior. Males formed the front ranks, females the rear. They were clad in heavy armor and wielded various weapons. At the very front stood the mermaid queen. Her golden hair flowed freely in the waves, and her beautiful sapphire blue eyes had turned a fiery crimson. The mermaid queen brandished a fishman's harpoon in her hand, delivering a speech in a gurgling tongue. With a sweep of her lotus-like arm, a mermaid corpse rose from the depths, the very male merman who had just perished. He still clenched a merman's arm in his jaws. From the silent merfolk crowd, low growls began to rise. Gradually, 1, 2, 3, hundreds of blue patterns on their bodies turned crimson. One after another, they roared, bellowed, and brandished their weapons.
The mermaid queen wrenched the fishman's arm from the corpse's jaws, then tore it to shreds with both hands. She opened her mouth in a hysterical roar, her crystalline canine teeth rapidly elongating into fangs over an inch long. Inspired by their queen, the entire tribe erupted once more, baring their own sharp fangs. Then the mermaid queen turned, two sharp short spears suddenly appearing in her hands, one in each. She charged toward the fishman's territory. A vast horde of merfolk instantly followed their leader. The entire tribe advanced swiftly in a human-shaped formation, like migrating birds. At the very front and center was the mermaid queen. Their collective swimming motion churned up waves 10 feet high along the shoreline, the sea churning violently. Chen Feng secretly rejoiced as he swiftly followed behind. The entire merfolk tribe charged like knights on a rampage, swiftly entering the fishman's territory. Fishmen scouts soon spotted the surging merfolk tribe, their eyes widening in terror as they urgently blew their conch shells. Moments later, hundreds of fishmen surged out from the Urin territory, with more arriving from behind in a continuous stream. Seeing the fierce advance of the merfolk, the fishmen hastily spread out into formation. At the forefront stood the merfolk Knight Corps, clad in shell armor and mounted upon massive, unidentified fish. This was the first time Chen Feng had ever witnessed knights riding fish underwater. They were robust and muscular, while the colossal fish beneath them bared rows of sharp teeth, snarling menacingly. Behind the knights were spear-wielding fishmen warriors. Further back were the Fishman Priest Corps and Fishman Mage Corps, waving their staffs. An elderly fishman stood at the center of the priests, staff in hand. Chen Feng recognized him instantly. It was the Fishman High Priest who'd lost his straw hat. But where on earth had he gotten another staff? Behind the mages marched a company of fishmen archers armed with crossbows. Chen Feng wondered aloud, can these crossbows really achieve such effective range underwater? Flanking the regular army were the Fishmen Vanguard and Scouts. Unlike the coordinated merfolk clans, every member of the merfolk tribe was a warrior. No occupational divisions existed. In their world, fighting boiled down to one word: charge. The mermaid queen gave the fishmen no chance to explain. Leading the charge with two short spears, she plunged into the fishmen's ranks. Mermaid warriors followed closely behind, colliding instantly with the fishmen. In an instant, the sea churned violently, churning up a dense foam of bubbles. The mermaid queen displayed a ferocity utterly mismatched with her appearance. Her twin spears sliced through the fishmen's ranks with surprising agility, her seemingly delicate arms wielding them with deadly precision. Her relentless assault quickly tore a significant breach in the fishmen's formation, allowing the merfolk behind her to surge forward and unleash a furious onslaught. The merfolk knights and warriors vastly outnumbered the fishmen, who soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet not a single fishman warrior or knight retreated. Behind them, priests cast healing spells upon their fallen comrades. Fishman priests chanted arcane incantations, waving their staffs. The frontline warriors, eyes bloodshot, fought the merman warriors as if impervious to pain. The mage fishmen, too, wielded their wands, unleashing ice spikes that struck the merfolk with pinpoint accuracy. This slowed the merfolk's relentless advance and repeatedly disrupted their attacks. The most peculiar sight came from the rear ranks of fishman crossbowmen. Unlike their land-based counterparts who fought Chen Feng with two-handed bows, these aquatic archers rose above their tribe. Standing on their feet, they drew the strings with both hands, instantly bending crossbows nearly as large as their own bodies into full moons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows whistled through the water at incredible speeds, trailing trails of bubbles. They struck directly into the merfolk ranks. The crossbow bolts possessed at least 50% greater power than those used against Chen Feng, instantly piercing through merfolk who failed to dodge in time. In an instant, the battle reached a fever pitch. With support from the fishmen in the rear ranks, the merfolk's fierce assault was halted. Casualties began mounting on both sides, and blood began to spread through the seawater. Chen Feng had gathered a bundle of seaweed along the way. He wrapped it around his body, covering himself entirely. He slipped silently into the fray, quietly picking off stragglers amidst the chaos. Watching his health bar surge rapidly, Chen Feng was ecstatic. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had leveled up to 27. No horse grows fat without night feed. No wonder some folks love to profit from war. I gotta say, looting in the chaos is damn satisfying. Watching the merfolk struggle to break through the siege, even the formidable merqueen's massive fishtail pierced by an arrow from a crossbow. Chen Feng was puzzled. He still hadn't spotted the fishman lord. Could he be hiding within their ranks? But after observing for a long while, he couldn't discern anyone possessing the bearing of a lord. This won't do. I must assist the merfolk. Otherwise, before the fishman lord emerges, the merfolk might collapse under the pressure. Chen Feng silently slipped behind the fishman's formation. Seaweed blanketed the ocean floor as both sides fought fiercely, neither noticing a clump of moving seaweed. Suddenly, two slender tails emerged from the seaweed. The crossbowman, still cheerfully drawing his bow, was abruptly yanked to the ocean floor by a tremendous force. Before he could even utter a sound, Chen Feng snapped his neck. Amidst the deafening battle cries, this insignificant disturbance went entirely unnoticed by the Fishman army. They remained utterly unaware that their ranks had thinned.
Chapter 70, The Merfolk Lord.
Chen Feng repeated the tactic, swiftly eliminating over a dozen archers. The frontline warriors and knights of the Fishmen began showing signs of collapse, and the Merfolk tribe gradually gained the upper hand.
Just as one fishman drew his bowstring taut, Chen Feng yanked him underwater at the very moment of release.
The arrow shot forward at a bizarre angle, piercing straight through the priest in front. After 2 days and nights of grueling work, the priest's mind was teetering on the brink of collapse.
He desperately tried to prop open his trembling eyelids with his fingers when suddenly, a whistling arrow shot into his rear, sinking into the hilt.
The Fishman priest let out a blood-curdling scream, his senses instantly sharpening. Staring in disbelief at the archer being dragged underwater, he began shrieking frantically. In an instant, the rear ranks of fishmen snapped to attention. Seeing nearly a third of their crossbowmen gone, the entire rear line erupted into chaos. With the rear support severed, the frontline fishmen visibly began to collapse. In an instant, several fishmen fell beneath the blades. The Merfolk army pressed their advantage, driving the fishmen back in retreat. The rear-line fishmen, with no time to spare, swiftly reorganized their formation to support the front.
If the frontline fishmen fell, they would be left defenseless, like fish on a cutting board. This allowed Chen Feng to strike with even greater abandon, occasionally dragging down mages or priests in the process. Just as the fishmen seemed on the verge of collapse, turmoil erupted behind the Merfolk ranks. Not far away, a massive fishman wielded a sharp harpoon, striking down one foe after another. Dozens of fishman scouts and vanguard fighters beside him used their agile movements to constantly disrupt the Merfolk's offensive. Sharp cries erupted from the Merfolk ranks, signaling the enemy ambush behind them. From several meters away, Chen Feng could still make out the massive fishman. He was easily 3 times the size of an ordinary fishman warrior, his arms thicker than the tails of regular merfolk. A Merfolk Lord.
So this brute shares my taste for ambushes.
He charged through the Merfolk ranks like a tiger among wolves.
The Fishman High Priest's eyes flashed with intensity as he began chanting obscure, arcane incantations. Words spilled from his lips, eventually mingling with blood trickling down his face. With the final syllable uttered, he swung his staff. Instantly, all the fishmen fell into a frenzy. Their eyes turned bloodshot, their attack power visibly surging. They began coordinating with the Fishman Lord, launching coordinated assaults from both front and rear. The Merfolk, who had held the upper hand moments before, were instantly overwhelmed. The high priest, having finished his chant, grew dim-eyed and fell into a deep slumber, slowly sinking toward the ocean floor.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up.
He'd been thinking it was too dangerous to act with so many fishmen surrounding the guy. Now he was practically being delivered to his doorstep. Chen Feng moved closer, catching the sinking fishman priest mid-descent.
Without a word, he delivered the final blow. Ding!
You have defeated the level 38 boss, the Merfolk High Priest, gaining 4,100 HP.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest, slay the Murloc High Priest. Reward, 20,000 points. A faint smile touched Chen Fengshan's lips. Watching the battle above reach a fever pitch, he shed all pretense and charged from the depths straight into the rear ranks of the Fishmen mages. This was pure, solid experience. Every second of their battle saw Merfolk or Mermen fall. Chen Feng felt a pang of regret while skillfully maneuvering his 2 foxtails to assist in the slaughter. The frail rear-line fishmen were no match for Chen Fengshan. He sliced through them like cutting vegetables, his blade reaping a harvest of corpses as he advanced. Even without rear support, the frontline fishmen, coordinated with their leader and fueled by the High Priestess's mad, forbidden spell-like buffs, began to push back against the Merfolk. The mermaid's eyes blazed with fury as she watched her kin fall one by one. Screaming in rage, she spun and charged at the fishman leader. The fishman commander swung his massive harpoon, flinging one mermaid into the air before aiming another strike at another. Yet, his decisive thrust was blocked by an unassuming short spear. The fishman leader frowned slightly, glancing at the intruder with eyes brimming with mockery and greed. He clashed with the mermaid queen, his massive harpoon swinging wildly. The queen, usually unstoppable, was utterly overpowered by the fishman leader's brute strength. She could only rely on her superior agility to evade him, but her body was now covered in wounds, her movements no longer as nimble as before. When the fishman chieftain's spear missed its mark, he swiftly shifted from thrusting to a crushing blow. The force of the strike sent the mermaid queen flying. As she was hurled away, scales peeled off her massive fishtail, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The fishman chieftain seemed to lose interest in this agile opponent and turned his attention back to slaughtering the ordinary merfolk. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, the mermaid queen dragged her scarred body forward once more. Chen Feng looked up at the lifeless rear ranks of fishmen and let out a satisfied, heavy sigh. Level 28. Awesome. The few remaining fishmen in the front line began to encircle the merfolk. At the center of the encirclement stood the perilous mermaid queen and the fishman leader, who seemed like a god or demon descended from the heavens, unstoppable in battle. At this rate, though the fishmen numbered less than 100, devouring the merfolk tribe was only a matter of time. Chen Feng knew it was time for him to act.
On the battlefield, the mermaid queen had lost her former grace. Her body was covered in wounds, a gruesome gash on her arm exposed bone. Her hands gripping the short spear trembled imperceptibly, a clear sign of exhaustion. Yet she still stood at the forefront of her entire tribe, confronting the Fishman Lord who seemed invincible. After being flung back once more by the Fishman Lord's blow, the mermaid queen lacked even the strength to raise her arms. As the harpoon grew larger in her pupils, a round pearl rolled from the corner of her eye. As the leader of her people, she had witnessed her tribe suffer humiliation at the hands of another race. Now, having led all her warriors to seek vengeance, they were being utterly routed by a sudden, colossal fishman. Though the merfolk and fishmen were sworn enemies in centuries of conflict, they had never encountered such a monstrously powerful mutant fishman. Surrounded by the wails and agony of her fallen kin, her heart burned with bitter resentment. The merfolk lineage had endured for millennia, yet today her own bloodline would be extinguished by her own hand. With her death, no one could stand against the Fishman Lord, and the 400 warriors who had followed her would be utterly annihilated here. With a mix of resentment and guilt, she slowly closed her eyes, preparing to meet her end. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5, 6 seconds passed, yet the death she had imagined did not come. She snapped her eyes open to witness a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Before her stood a colossal ape, towering and imposing, still clutching the harpoon thrust by the Fishman commander. Chapter 71, Heavenly General. The burly Fishman leader appeared as small as a baby in comparison to this ape. The Fishwoman Queen's pupils contracted sharply as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. How could an ape move so effortlessly in the water? Moreover, the two tribes had been locked in fierce combat moments ago. There was no reason such a massive ape appearing on the battlefield should have gone unnoticed. Fortunately, it was a friend, not an enemy. Excitement and thrill flashed in the Mermaid Queen's eyes. If this divine soldier truly could hold back the Fishman Lord, her tribe might be saved. The Mermaid Queen acted decisively, roaring commands for the remaining mermaid warriors to counterattack. The battlefield erupted like a flower bursting open, scattering in all directions to assault the surrounding Fishman warriors and Fishman knights. The Fishman Lord stared in disbelief, tugging at his harpoon only to find it stuck fast. He knew well that in these waters, no creature could surpass him in raw strength. He had been a mutant from birth, growing to twice the size of his kin by adulthood. Later, by chance, he had consumed rare treasures that had elevated his physique and power far beyond that of any ordinary fishman. Yet today, the very strength he prided himself on was being suppressed by this creature before him. From his tribe's accounts, he knew a treacherous human had arrived on the shore, one capable of transformation, able to morph into a giant ape 5 zheng tall. His innate wariness had kept him from venturing ashore, and he never imagined that the monstrous creature his tribe spoke of could actually kill its way into the water. Moreover, judging by his movements in the water, he seemed even more at ease than the fishmen themselves. This massive creature appeared more agile in the water than Chen Feng himself. Chen Feng exerted himself to wrest the harpoon from the Fishman Lord's grasp. It must be said, this fellow possessed considerable strength. Since gaining the ability to transform into the long-armed ape, Chen Feng had rarely encountered anyone who could match him in brute force. Even Huayu Jiao, the SS-rank hidden class demon saint who had been 5 levels above him, had been thoroughly outmatched in strength. The two locked in a fierce tug of war. Seeing this, the Mermaid Queen's eyes flashed with determination. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she hurled her twin pistols toward the Merfolk Lord. The Fishman Lord saw the twin spears hurtling toward him, their cold gleam clearly beyond what his flesh could withstand. Instinctively, he blocked with his arms. As he deflected the spears, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to wrest the harpoon from his grasp. Chen Feng gripped the harpoon in his massive palm and pursued the Fishman Lord. The surrounding fishmen, seeing their lord beaten so badly and noticing their rearguard had vanished, suddenly considered fleeing. But at that very moment, the Merfolk warriors' morale soared, and they began chasing down the fishmen. In an instant, their defeat was as swift as a mountain collapsing. Finally, surrounded by the Merfolk, the Fishman Lord had his head torn off by Chen Feng. Ding! You have slain the level 40 Fishman Lord, gaining 4,400 HP. Ding! You have reached level 29. Ding! You have successfully completed the Fishman Lord slaying quest, earning 30,000 points. Chen Feng listened to the succession of system notifications, his heart filled with satisfaction. Level 29, just one level away from his goal. He had originally planned to grind slowly over the summer, knowing that reaching level 30 wouldn't be easy. But unexpectedly, this opportunistic raid not only completed the quest by eliminating the Murloc Priest and Lord, but also allowed him to level up to 29 amidst the chaos. And all this had unfolded in just 3 days. In just 3 days, under Chen Feng's command, the entire Merfolk tribe had been annihilated. As the Merfolk Lord's head was wrenched clean off by Chen Feng, all the Merfolk warriors, disregarding their wounds, raised their varied weapons and erupted in cheers. They had won. In this near-total annihilation, they had prevailed. And all of it had been accomplished with the aid of the towering giant ape standing before them, over 10 meters tall. He was the savior of the entire Merfolk tribe. After the cheers died down, all the Merfolk fell silent. They placed their weapons before their chests and bowed deeply to Chen Feng.
Chen Feng shifted his form, reverting to his true appearance.
The entire merfolk tribe stared in astonishment. Their savior was a human. The mermaid queen stepped forward quickly, speaking in broken human language.
You are human? Chen Feng froze in surprise. He never imagined a merfolk could speak human language. He quickly replied, yes, how do you speak the language of humans?
The mermaid queen's speech was awkward, obviously rusty from disuse or perhaps never fully mastered, but communication was still possible. The previous merfolk leader taught me.
Our merfolk tribe produces abundant dragon silk. We trade this silk with coastal fishing vessels for weapons.
Therefore, every leader of our tribe must know the human language.
Chen Feng looked at the various weapons and armor in their hands and suddenly understood. No wonder. Without knowing better, he might have thought there were blacksmiths down here.
After some simple conversation, the mermaid queen, speaking for her people, kept thanking Chen Feng, calling him the heavenly general sent by the heavens to aid them. After the pleasantries, the mermaid queen gazed at the dwindling number of her people, and 2 crystalline pearls slid from the corners of her eyes once more. She took stock of their numbers. After this battle, the merfolk tribe had dwindled to just over 50 survivors, nearly everyone bearing wounds. A heavy sorrow weighed upon every merfolk heart. Nearly 90% of their kin had perished in this battle. Chen Feng had initially planned to play both sides, eliminating the Fishman Lord before converting these merfolk into his own vitality. Yet, upon seeing the merfolk's clear, honest eyes, he abandoned that thought. To slaughter the merfolk clan now would be utterly heartless. After all, they remained unaware that they had been manipulated by Chen Feng all along.
Though the 2 tribes were sworn enemies, the conflict had ultimately been ignited by Chen Feng.
The surviving merfolk swam to the ocean floor, plucking a single scale from the tail of each fallen comrade. The mermaid queen explained this was their ancestral custom. In times of war, no matter how few remained, they must bring the fallen home. Their way of doing this was to take a scale from each fallen warrior to bring back. Their souls reside within these scales, forever accompanying us, while their bodies return to the sea. The mermaid queen's eyes and voice brimmed with sorrow. Chen Feng looked at the beautiful mermaid before him, her face streaked with tears, and felt a pang of sympathy. You should be happy. Though you sacrificed many of your kind, you achieved ultimate victory. Someone carried away the scales holding their souls, while those despicable fishmen, their race will cease to exist.
The mermaid queen nodded at first, then shook her head and said, General Tian, you are only partially correct. Chapter 72, The Sea Catfish That Stole the Home. Chen Feng was utterly baffled.
This mermaid queen, who couldn't even express herself clearly, was questioning him. Seeming to sense his confusion, the mermaid queen continued.
Merfolk and fishfolk share a generations-old enmity.
We are both branches of these 2 great races. The ocean teems with countless merfolk and fishfolk.
No one knows the ocean's true extent, nor the exact numbers of either race. Chen Feng suddenly understood.
He had been puzzled how could it be such a coincidence that he encountered both races when their centuries-long conflict was even recorded in books? It turned out that both species were ubiquitous throughout the vast ocean. The fishmen are greedy, preferring to reap without sowing. They repeatedly steal our tribe's achievements, and over time, friction between our 2 tribes grew. Years of accumulated resentment have turned this into a grudge that won't be settled until one side is destroyed.
Unfortunately, the fishmen possess formidable combat strength.
Moreover, the coordination among their various types maximizes their fighting power, something our merfolk warriors simply cannot match. After conversing with the mermaid queen for a while, Chen Feng learned many secrets of the sea tribes. The remaining tribe members finished collecting the scales of the fallen mermaid warriors.
At the queen's earnest request, Chen Feng decided to visit the mermaid tribe. The return journey to the merfolk base was considerably slower than the outward trip.
As they traveled, the merfolk queen sang aloud. Though Chen Feng couldn't understand the lyrics, he sensed the melody was beautiful and possessed a hauntingly captivating quality. Only through the mermaid queen's explanation did he learn that this was the mermaid tribe's ritual to summon the spirits of their fallen warriors, calling them home. Chen Feng felt a pang of unease. He hoped it wasn't truly summoning their spirits back, for many merfolk had actually perished at his hands in the chaos of battle. The thought brought a flicker of unease to Chen Feng. Staying close to the mermaid queen, Chen Feng slowly surfaced and walked upon the waves. Feeling the sea breeze caress him, he grew increasingly drawn to the ocean, experiencing an inexplicable sense of belonging. Before long, they reached the outer borders of the merfolk territory. The mermaid queen halted at the perimeter, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She sensed something amiss. Just then, dozens of enormous sea creatures burst forth from the deep, dark waters. Each fish measured nearly 10 meters in length, their bodies a deep blue. They possessed large mouths with thick lips, and 2 slender, fleshy barbels on either side of their mouths undulated with the currents. The mermaid queen called out several times, but there was no response from the camp. An instant sense of foreboding washed over her. With a piercing shriek, the pale blue patterns on her body turned crimson. Dozens of merfolk warriors immediately entered combat readiness. For them now, it was truly a desperate last stand. After the fierce battle they had just endured, not a single surviving merfolk remained unscathed.
Chen Feng, unaware of the situation, asked. Don't be rash. Charging in now would be suicide. Tell me what's going on.
The mermaid queen suppressed her rage and declared. They the sea catfish slaughtered our elders and the infirm who remained behind to guard our homeland.
I'd rather die than let them off lightly. Chen Feng understood. Calm down. In your current state, even fighting to the death likely won't change anything. What level of sea demon beast are these sea catfish? Given the situation, we need to outsmart them, not attack head-on. The mermaid queen's eyes blazed crimson. They're 4th-tier sea beasts. Though massive in size, they aren't particularly intelligent. Normally, they wouldn't dare attack our territory. I don't know why they're so bold now.
Chen Feng surveyed the swarm of 4th-tier sea catfish. This was raw experience for him.
Alright, gather your people. I have a plan.
Without hesitation, the mermaid queen summoned her people to her side. In your current state, confronting the catfish head-on would be like sheep walking into a tiger's den, utterly hopeless. But if you truly wish to eliminate these creatures and avenge your kin, I have a plan.
However, Chen Feng paused dramatically. The mermaid queen grew impatient. But what?
If it means killing these demons and avenging our kin, even at the cost of our own lives, we pay it gladly. Chen Feng had been waiting for her to say that. With a flick of his wrist, he poured dozens of detonators clattering out of his green pouch.
These are detonators. They explode, but their power alone won't kill a sea monster the size of the sea catfish. Unless we detonate them inside its body.
A fierce glint flashed in the mermaid queen's eyes as she studied the detonators before her, then glanced back at the merfolk encampment. With unwavering resolve, she muttered something in her language to the merfolk warriors behind her, then raised the detonator in her hand. A one-armed merman stepped forward, snatched the detonator from the queen's grasp, and without a word, swam straight toward the sea catfish's location.
The remaining merfolk followed suit, as if fearing they might miss out. Dozens of detonators vanished in an instant.
Their eyes gleamed with resolve. Each passed the mermaid queen, exchanged a few words, gave Chen Feng a nod, then charged toward the sea catfish swarm without looking back.
1, 2, 3.
Some merfolk offered no resistance at all, swallowed whole by the sea catfish.
The massive sea catfish were bewildered. How could these vengeful creatures willingly walk into their mouths? Had they given up on life after witnessing their kin die?
They reveled in the feast, happily swallowing the merfolk warriors one by one.
The remaining merfolk around the mermaid queen looked impatiently at Chen Feng, asking with their eyes, is there more?
But Chen Feng had only 30-odd detonators left, all of which had been used up. Even if each catfish got one, there were still over a dozen left with no way to deal with them. The merfolk watched Chen Feng, who shrugged helplessly, with a hint of reluctance. As the last merman clutching detonators was swallowed, Chen Feng pressed the red button in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled booms echoed from the distance. One by one, the bellies of the sea catfish were blown open, sending up a spray of blood mist. With the explosive power of the detonators detonating inside their bodies, even a 4th-tier demon beast couldn't withstand it. Their internal organs would undoubtedly be blown to pieces. Ding! You have slain a level 30 merfolk warrior, gaining 160 vitality points. Ding! You have slain a level 38 sea catfish, gaining 230 vitality points. Ding! You have slain a level 30 merfolk warrior, gaining 160 vitality points. Ding! You have slain a level 38 sea catfish, gaining 230 health points. A series of system notifications instantly filled Chen Feng's mind with incessant chimes. The merfolk warriors he had just swallowed were clearly not yet dead, but under the explosive force of the detonators, neither they nor the sea catfish stood a chance of survival. Watching the sea catfish die one by one, the mermaid queen felt immense satisfaction. These vermin who dared to raid her home deserved to die. She glanced at Chen Feng. What about the rest? Chen Feng flashed her a confident smile. Leave it to me. With that, he swam straight toward the dozen or so remaining sea catfish. Chapter 73, Forging a Contract with the Mermaid Queen. Chen Feng charged straight into the remaining sea catfish swarm. The fish were still dazed. Their comrades had just devoured several merfolk, yet this sudden explosion had instantly claimed so many of their kin. Before they could react, Chen Feng had already charged into their midst. These creatures were only level 38, and judging by their seemingly low intelligence, they were perfect for leveling up. Spotting the charging human, the sea catfish unleashed its signature move, Devour. Its massive jaws snapped open, swallowing Chen Feng whole. The mermaid queen and her tribe froze in shock, stunned to see Chen Feng devoured by the sea catfish. They had no more detonators, and they couldn't possibly let the heavenly general sacrifice himself for them without reason. Just as the mermaid queen, dragging her weary body, prepared to charge forward, the enormous jaws of the sea catfish that had swallowed Chen Feng suddenly stretched wide. A 10-meter-tall ape forced the catfish's mouth open, its massive jaws split at a bizarre 180-degree angle as Chen Feng tore them apart from the center. Chen Feng roared, gripping one jaw with each hand. With a violent yank, he split the colossal sea catfish in two. Its entrails sloshed down toward the ocean floor, staining the water crimson with blood.
The 5-meter-tall gibbon weaved in and out of the sea catfish swarm 7 times. Whether by sheer strength or sheer size, it utterly overwhelmed the sea catfish. Moreover, the sea catfish's massive size presented a fatal flaw: it struggled to encircle its prey effectively. Chen Feng could only fend off 2 or 3 at a time. These clumsy beasts would sometimes accidentally swipe their own allies away with their tails. Within a quarter of an hour, only 5 or 6 sea catfish remained, the rest having been converted into Chen Feng's health points. A palpable fear flickered in the dull eyes of the remaining few, and they immediately turned to flee. But under Chen Feng's mastery of water manipulation, their speed was utterly insignificant. What's more, these foolish creatures all fled in the same direction. This made the chase significantly easier for Chen Feng. 10 minutes later, the last sea catfish had its skull crushed through its mouth by a single punch from Chen Feng. With that, every single sea catfish that had attacked was slain. The mermaid queen arrived with her tribe shortly after. Seeing fewer than 40 merfolk remaining, Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Facing near extinction, this merfolk tribe would likely struggle to survive in these waters. As a group of merfolk escorted Chen Feng back to their territory, the devastation was evident everywhere. Clearly, the surviving tribe members had fought a fierce battle against the sea catfish. Escorted to the center of the merfolk domain, Chen Feng sat upon an open seashell at the queen's gesture. Lined with thick dragon silk, the shell offered surprising comfort. As soon as Chen Feng settled into his seat, the mermaid queen knelt before him, placing one hand over her heart. Behind her, every member of the tribe followed suit, kneeling with one hand over their hearts to pay their respects to Chen Feng. Had the heavenly general not been present today, our merfolk tribe would have faced utter annihilation. Not only would we have been unable to avenge our elders and the weak by slaying the sea catfish, but the battle against the fishmen alone would have sent our souls to rest in the depths forever. General Tian's immense kindness and mercy are beyond our ability to repay. Our very lives as a merfolk tribe were granted by General Tian. We wish to enter into a master-servant contract with General Tian. Henceforth, our merfolk tribe pledges to serve at General Tian's command, even unto death, without regret. With that, the mermaid queen formed an arcane hand seal and murmured a lengthy incantation in an ancient tongue. Though Chen Feng couldn't comprehend the words, he recognized it as the language of the merfolk. Instantly, a pillar of blue light shot forth from her brow. General Tian, this is our merfolk clan's secret art. Simply place a drop of your blood upon it, and a master-servant bond shall be forged between us. Henceforth, we shall share a newfound connection. The merfolk clan solemnly pledges, we vow to follow General Tian unto death. Chen Feng pondered for a few seconds, concluding this arrangement held no apparent disadvantage for him. He gently bit his finger to draw a small drop of blood, which he then let fall onto the shimmering blue mermaid pearl. Instantly, the pearl's radiance intensified. A crimson glow and a blue light merged, swirling rapidly. Finally, it slowly sank into the space between the mermaid queen's eyebrows. A profound sensation suddenly welled up from the depths of Chen Feng's soul. It felt as though his consciousness could now serve as a remote control, enabling him to command the mermaid queen at will. He could distinctly sense her presence, even when separated by thousands of miles. This sensation was profoundly mysterious yet incredibly delightful, a sense of commanding control. Chen Feng gazed at the mermaid queen before him, her figure gracefully curvaceous and voluptuous. His mind instantly began to wander, filled with unruly thoughts. The mermaid queen's face flushed, and she timidly said, "Master, our minds are connected. If you do not consciously restrain your thoughts, I can sense your every intention." Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock. His face flushed crimson as he hastily reined in his thoughts, severing the mental connection with the mermaid queen. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only just established their master-servant contract, and already he was harboring such wicked thoughts toward her. And she'd caught him at it. He felt like he could sink through the floor with embarrassment. Well, I just couldn't control myself for a moment. The mermaid queen lowered her head, the blush on her cheeks growing even more pronounced. After a dozen seconds of awkward silence, the mermaid queen spoke first, her voice shy and timid. If my master truly has such needs, Lina was willing to serve at his side. Lina was the mermaid queen's name. Chen Feng inwardly marveled. Even among this culturally backward sea demon clan, their names were surprisingly beautiful. But now was not the time to dwell on names. Listening to her words, goosebumps rose on his skin. It was bad enough that he thought it, but now that it was out loud, Chen Feng felt even more mortified. Just moments ago, only the mermaid queen knew his thoughts, but now the entire mermaid tribe knew. This was only the beginning, already scheming to sleep with their leader. How could he possibly survive in these waters after this? Yet surprisingly, the gazes of the other merfolk were filled with relief, as if saying, it is only natural that our leader should serve the heavenly general, who has graciously accepted her. Chen Feng swallowed hard, his gaze meeting the eager eyes of the merfolk prostrate before him. Don't tell me I have to sign a contract with every single one of you? That would mean shedding a lot of blood. How many steamed buns would I need to eat to make up for that? The mermaid queen understood and smiled. The secret art of binding contracts requires the leader of the merfolk clan to condense a mere bead.
Since they lack such a bead, they cannot form contracts. However, merfolk hold their word above all else.
We stand united as one.
As long as I am here, they are all your servants.
Chen Feng understood.
This would save him a great deal of trouble.
Chapter 74, The Island. In that case, everyone may rise.
What we need most now is post-disaster reconstruction.
Go tend to the aftermath first.
At the Mermaid Queen's command, the remaining merfolk bustled to work. The Mermaid Queen also signaled that she needed to attend to her own duties, instructing Chen Feng to rest here first. Bored, Chen Feng lay on the soft dragon silk and began reading. Fortunately, the paper books remained dry under his control, unaffected by the seawater. Less than 2 hours later, the Mermaid Queen returned to Chen Feng's side. Her wounds had miraculously vanished, her flawless skin now glowing with a luminous radiance. She wore a deliberately chosen semi-transparent gauze dress woven from dragon silk, concealing her curvaceous figure beneath the sheer fabric. Her flowing golden hair had been meticulously styled and arranged into an elegant updo, adorned with delicate accessories atop her head. There was not a trace left of the woman who had just endured battle. She was nothing short of a breathtaking beauty fresh from her bath. The Mermaid Queen, Lin noticed Chen Feng staring intently at her, a faint blush flitting across her eyes.
Master, about an hour's journey west from here lies an island. Chen Feng hesitated, tentatively asking in his mind, and then?
Lina smiled knowingly and continued.
That island belongs to our merfolk tribe.
If you find this place uncomfortable, master, you may rest there.
Chen Feng pondered inwardly, don't you merfolk live in the water? Why would you need a territory on land?
Lin seemed slightly embarrassed as she explained. We merfolk do indeed live in the sea normally, but we can also come ashore.
Once on land, our tails transform into legs.
However, once we leave the sea, we can only remain on land for 2 hours. Staying any longer poses a risk to our lives.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up with surprise.
2 hours, that meant 4 hours.
Legs. That's plenty. A previously unseen blush spread across Lin's cheeks. If my master wishes to visit the island, Lina would be honored to guide you.
Chen Feng replied with feigned solemnity.
Let me teach you a tongue twister. To fish, you must go to the island. If you can't fish, you can't fish. Let's go.
Lina repeated the phrase over and over. Human speech wasn't her strongest suit to begin with, and this tongue twister proved particularly challenging. She tried several times but couldn't get it right. Watching Lina's struggle with the tongue twister, Chen Feng urged her.
Enough, it's not important. I'll teach you slowly later. Right now, I just want to get to the island.
Lin nodded and led Chen Feng toward the island, still muttering the tongue twister under her breath as she swam.
Chen Feng swam alongside her.
By the way, I saw you all had pretty serious injuries earlier.
How did you recover so quickly? As far as I know, your merfolk tribe doesn't have a priest class, right? Lina explained. All merfolk are warriors.
We're not as flashy as the fishfolk, but we have our own healing methods. Before each merfolk leader returns to the sea, they offer their mermaid pearl.
One of the pearl's functions is to heal wounds.
Chen Feng was delighted, though he wondered if such a thing could heal him. If it could, he'd get his hands on a couple, then he'd never need to bring a priest along again.
Sensing Chen Feng's thoughts, Lin shook her head.
The energy within mermaid pearls only benefits our kind. For other races, they hold no effect whatsoever.
Chen Feng thought about it and realized she was right.
If such a thing could heal any injury, it would have long since become an indispensable treasure.
By then, the entire merfolk race would likely be wiped out by human greed. Lin continued.
However, since I've formed a master-servant contract with you, our souls are bound together. My mermaid pearl can also be used to heal your wounds.
But it can only be used while it's inside me unless I die.
As they chatted back and forth, they soon approached the island. Upon Chen Feng's inquiry, they learned that in the nearby shallow seas, only 2 major races existed, themselves and the fishmen. The colossal sea catfish, however, were of unknown origin.
This news dashed Chen Feng's hopes of leveling up.
After consuming the blood essence from the slain sea catfish and the merfolk warriors, he still fell short of the requirements for level 30. Without encountering a substantial sea monster tribe, reaching level 30 seemed like a distant dream. Gazing at the island before him, he pushed thoughts of leveling up aside. The island itself wasn't large. Walking its entire coastline would likely take only 3 to 5 kilometers.
Yet its scenery was truly exquisite.
White sand blanketed the shores, the seawater a clear, pale blue, and numerous rare and beautiful conch shells dotted the beach. The island was covered in dense jungle, and not far from the shoreline stood a simple wooden hut. Through Lin's explanation, Chen Feng learned that this hut served as temporary lodging for humans engaged in trade with the merfolk. Without merfolk guidance, human fishing boats dared not approach these shores. Chen Feng surveyed the picturesque island, feeling the refreshing sea breeze.
He thought it would make an excellent vacation spot with a little renovation. The moment the two stepped onto the beach, Lina's massive tail gradually transformed into 2 slender, beautiful legs.
Standing at about 5 feet 9 inches, Lin possessed near-perfect proportions. Her long, slender legs were straight as arrows, complemented by an impeccable waist-to-hip ratio. She looked like a two-dimensional heroine straight out of an anime. Chen Feng couldn't help but stare at Lina's legs for a few extra seconds, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation, I can only survive on land for 2 hours. Otherwise. She trailed off, unable to continue. After a few seconds, Chen Fengshan looked at her questioningly. Otherwise what? Lin Nai lowered her voice and whispered softly. Otherwise, if my master desires it, Linny could remain on land to serve him indefinitely. Chen Fengshan frowned slightly. So now that your cultivation is higher, you can stay on land longer? Linny nodded. It's said that merfolk who reach the 7th tier sea demon level can live on land long term. But I'm only at the 4th tier now. I haven't even touched the threshold of the 5th tier. Chen Fengshan smiled encouragingly. It's okay, take your time. With confidence, you'll reach 7th rank someday. Lina shook her head and sighed. With my natural aptitude, this level is already my limit. Only those with the most exceptional bloodlines among our merfolk can naturally cultivate to the 5th stage. To achieve anything higher requires some extraordinary encounter, but such encounters are too elusive, something you can only hope for, not demand. I don't yearn to become a 7th tier sea demon. I only hope that in my lifetime, our tribe can grow and thrive under my leadership. At this thought, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Lina's eyes. For the merfolk clan today, forget about thriving, even restoring their former numbers seemed unlikely in the near future. Chapter 75, Dragon Scales. Chen Fengshan naturally sensed Lina's troubled thoughts and offered encouragement. Don't lose heart. As long as you become strong enough, all problems will be solved. And as my servant, I will do everything in my power to help you. Lin Nai's eyes brightened. With the support of someone as formidable as the Heavenly General, she might truly have a chance to break through to the 5th tier. If nothing else, she could extend her lifespan by nearly a century. Then, the dream of reviving the merfolk clan wouldn't seem so utterly out of reach. Lina thanks you on behalf of the merfolk clan, Master. Chen Fengshan smiled faintly. You must understand, I have no particular interest in the merfolk clan, nor did I ever intend to aid them. The only one I wish to help is you, because we share an inseparable bond. It is this mutual understanding that compels me to assist you. Tell me, how can I help you break through to the next rank? Lin Nai pursed her lips. Among the sea clans, there are myriad races and countless treasures. What exactly could aid my breakthrough, I cannot say for certain. After all, each person's opportunities differ. Some achieve it by consuming spiritual herbs, others through gifts from high-tier demon beasts, and still others by receiving guidance from masters. It's hard to say. Chen Fengshan gave a slight nod, then swept his large hand through the air. A massive seashell landed on the sandy shore. Lin Nai's jade-like hand covered her red lips as her eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the Langia Sea Pavilion on the sand. Is this thing useful to you? Lin Nai was momentarily speechless, taking a long while to recover before asking. A sea treasure? Even as a member of the Sea Clan, I've only heard of such things. And judging by its size, it must be over 3 years old. I wonder what treasures lie within. Where did you acquire it, Master? Chen Feng pondered inwardly. He couldn't very well admit he'd snatched it from a fishman. I came across it by chance while exploring the ocean depths earlier. I've yet to find a way to open it. Do you have any ideas? Though the name differed slightly from how the human tribe referred to the Langia Sea Pavilion, Lin Nai called it the sea treasure. The meaning was essentially the same. Lin Nai shook her head helplessly. I've only heard elders of our clan mention the sea treasure before, but I've never seen one, not even a small one. To witness such a massive one today is truly a blessing from the heavens for you, Master. Chen Fengshan felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the merfolk clan held no key to unlocking it. He could only stow it away for now. With another wave of his hand, he stowed the 3-meter-long Langia Sea Pavilion back into his green pouch. Lin Nai's eyes flickered with envy. Master, is that a spatial artifact? Chen Fengshan gave a slight nod without elaborating, then produced a palm-sized scale from his hand. One side was smooth as polished glass, reflecting shimmering gold in the sunlight. The other was engraved with intricate, profound array inscriptions so complex they still made Chen Fengshan's heart race. This was the very scale he had unearthed beneath the spirit grass during his first dungeon run, a treasure he had never revealed before. Belonging to some sea creature, perhaps Linny could identify it. Lina's eyes flickered with confusion at first, then fixed on the array patterns etched into the scale's reverse. Her breathing grew increasingly ragged. After a long moment, she tremblingly cradled the scale in both hands and knelt on the ground. Master, this is the dragon scale of the Dragon Clan, the ruler of the seas. Hearing this, Chen Feng was also taken aback. He had assumed it was left behind by the ancestor of the golden thread snake when it transformed into a dragon, never expecting it to be a genuine dragon scale. When I was young, I accompanied the old clan chief to the deep sea for the merfolk's sea ritual. I saw these array patterns engraved on a monument. They are unique to the Dragon Clan. Dragons are the rulers of the ocean. All creatures within its depths must acknowledge them as sovereigns. Chen Fengshan picked it up and weighed it in his hand. So is this thing of any use to you? Lin Nai's eyes flashed with brilliance before dimming.
Gaining insight into genuine Dragon Clan array patterns would be immensely beneficial, needless to say. If I could grasp even a fraction of it, ascending to a 7th rank sea demon might not be impossible. But what? Li Nai bit her lip. But such a precious item should be kept safe by its owner. Studying it diligently will surely yield rewards. I dare not covet it. Chen Feng laughed heartily, tossing the dragon scale to Linny. To him, it held no value first, he had no clue about deciphering the inscription second, with half-dragon blood coursing through his veins, why would he care about a mere scale? Li Nai caught the scale with both hands, her fingers trembling slightly. She found it hard to believe. What kind of background and origins did her master possess, to so casually toss a dragon scale to her? After all, the Dragon Clan ruled the seas. If a dragon scale appeared in the ocean, it would inevitably spark a fierce scramble among countless sea creatures. Numerous 7th and 8th tier sea demons would emerge. It was far beyond the reach of a mere 4th tier sea demon like her. Take it and play with it. This thing is useless to me. Oh, and by the way, would dragon blood be of any use to you? Still reeling from the shock, Li Nai's hands trembled at Chen Feng's words, nearly dropping the dragon scale onto the sand. She doubted her own ears. Dragon blood? Dragon scales might be shed by dragons, but dragon blood? How could she even dare to think of it? In the vast ocean, who in their right mind would risk their life for dragon blood? Master, are you referring to dragon blood? Chen Feng nodded. Dragon blood, though not the purest kind. Bound to Li Nai by a master-servant contract, he could erase her soul with a single thought. Servants owed absolute loyalty to their masters, so he felt no need to hide much from her. Li Nai glanced warily at the sea before leading Chen Feng swiftly into the wooden hut. The interior was immaculately tidy. A massive shell bed was covered in thick dragon silk, clearly prepared by the Merfolk clan. Only then did Lina pat her chest and look at Chen Feng earnestly. Master, never utter such disrespectful words about the Sea Lord while out at sea. Doing so could invite deadly consequences. Chen Feng was taken aback, surprised by the sea creature's profound reverence for the Dragon Clan. He said nothing more, merely tracing his finger lightly across his palm. Several droplets of crystalline blood trickled into his hand. He motioned for Linny to drink it. Lina's eyes flickered with confusion, yet her trust in Chen Feng was unquestioning. She drew the droplets into her mouth, and a beam of green light flared, bathing the wound on Chen Feng's palm. The wound in his palm healed at a visible speed, even faster than a priest's healing spell. As Li Nai felt the droplets dissolve in her mouth, a surge of immense energy flowed down her throat into her abdomen, then radiated throughout her entire body. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Feng. I've broken through to the 5th tier. Chapter 76, Long Separation. Master, what is happening? Why does your blood possess such immense power? It's rapidly compensating for the flaws in my innate talent. I feel like my talent has advanced by 2 tiers. Somehow, I sense that if I train diligently, breaking through to the 6th tier is only a matter of time. Lina's eyes brimmed with excitement. She never imagined that in such a short time, what had once seemed impossibly distant, even too terrifying to contemplate, was now becoming reality. What exactly had the master given her to drink? How could it so rapidly enhance the primordial essence of a sea demon beast? Her beautiful eyes locked onto Chen Feng, and moments later, she covered her mouth. She gasped, trembling as she whispered, "Dragon! Master is a dragon!" She recalled Chen Feng's appearance and the water-pale golden vertical pupils, 2 faint horns atop his head, and an utterly exaggerated mastery over water. She still found it hard to believe. Legend had it that dragons only lived in the heart of the ocean, and even in the deep sea, their presence was rarely witnessed. How could one encounter a dragon in the shallows? Chen Feng rubbed his nose. To be precise, I'm half dragon. Half of my bloodline comes from my mother, and it's her legacy that grants me the power to command the seas. Chen Feng gazed out at the vast ocean beyond the window, lost in thought. He had no idea what his mother, whom he had never met, actually looked like. He recounted his story to Li Nai in broad strokes. Her eyes grew increasingly excited. She felt as if she'd won the lottery, having formed a master-servant contract with someone possessing dragon blood. They conversed for a long time, and Li Nai gained a general understanding of Chen Feng. Chen Feng gave a devilish smile and asked, "How do you find the effects of the dragon blood I bestowed upon you?" Linny knelt on the ground. "Master, your kindness is like rebirth itself. This servant can never repay you in this lifetime." Chen Feng helped Linny up from the ground. "Though we are master and servant, there's no need for such formalities. In everyday matters, we shall address each other as friends." Linny rose to his feet, bowing his head slightly. "Lina dares not. Addressing you as master is what makes Lina feel most at ease." Admiral Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Very well, very well. As you wish. Since you've tried the dragon's blood and found it effective, perhaps you should try the dragon's essence next?" Li Nai paused, then flushed crimson. She murmured softly, "Master, please wait for Lina to return to the sea for a quarter of an hour to recover before coming ashore. Otherwise, I fear the remaining time won't be sufficient." Chen Feng chuckled softly, watching Linny with keen interest before glancing at his smartwatch. We've been ashore for nearly 3 hours. We still have an hour left. How can you be sure it won't be enough? Linai bit her lip, fidgeting with the hem of her dress, looking flustered. Chen Feng burst into laughter at her expression, struggling to contain his amusement. Go on, go on. I'll wait here for you. Come back up as soon as you're ready. Linai felt a wave of relief wash over her, then broke into a light jog, leaping deep into the ocean. A quarter of an hour later, Linai returned to the wooden hut. She looked shyly and timidly at Chen Feng, who was already lying on the dragon silk, then walked over awkwardly. An hour later, Chen Feng surveyed the dragon silk with a look of utter satisfaction. He never imagined this foreign woman would prove far more delightful than any human. Meanwhile, Linny seemed to have found a treasure. She sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to meditate and refine the dragon essence. That day, Linai repeatedly dived into the sea several times. By the time the two returned to the merfolk tribe, it was already the next morning. Fortunately, merfolk differed from fishmen. They feared no sunlight and could work under the day's rays. Upon their return to the clan grounds, they were immediately greeted by other merfolk rushing to report their work. After continuous labor, these merfolk had finally managed to tidy up the camp. Lena led her group to the ancestral hall to enshrine the scales of all fallen warriors. Above the hall lay over a dozen mermaid pearls, relics left by deceased mermaid chieftains throughout the generations. These pearls emitted a faint blue glow. When activated by incantations, they could heal the tribe at any time. After completing the ritual, the merfolk exited the ancestral hall. A burly, magnetic-voiced merman stared at Lena in disbelief. King, you've broken through. He sensed Linny's aura, now immeasurably more powerful than before. Previously, his strength had been second only to Linny's among all merfolk. Yet now, the vastness and immensity emanating from Linny felt incomparably beyond his own reach. Linai's eyes brimmed with delight as he spoke without reservation. This is all thanks to the Heavenly General's gift. It's what allowed me to break through to the 5th tier in my lifetime. She did not elaborate on the nature of the gift, nor did she mention that she now possessed the potential to break through to the 7th tier. After all, secrecy breeds success. It wasn't that she didn't trust her kin, she simply wished to surprise them once everything had settled. Thus, Chen Feng spent his days basking in the sun and sea breeze on the island, reading books. The merfolk tribe would occasionally bring offerings of the sea's bounty. The mermaid queen, Linai, spent more than half her days by Chen Feng's side. Nearly 2 months passed in what felt like a vacation. Over these 2 months, Chen Feng had become deeply integrated with a group of merfolk from the tribe. These merfolk harbored profound respect and gratitude toward him. They now fully regarded him as one of their own. During these 2 months, Chen Feng had explored nearly every corner of the surrounding seas, yet the scattered sea monsters he encountered still hadn't allowed him to reach the coveted level 30. The quest to reach level 30 would require further planning. During this time, he helped the merfolk tribe procure a batch of advanced alloy weapons from the human race, equipped them with crossbows, and stored a supply of detonators for them. In return, the merfolk gifted Chen Feng with a batch of premium dragon silk and exquisite pearls. Chen Feng stood on the beach of Donghai fishing village, his first stop upon arrival. He bid farewell to each member of the merfolk tribe who had come to see him off. When will you return, master? Li Nai's eyes glistened with tears. Over the days spent with Chen Feng, she had gradually developed an inexplicable affection for this human. She felt reluctant to part, yet she understood that someone as extraordinarily talented as Chen Feng would never be content to remain in the shallow seas forever. He had his own path to follow. Chen Feng ruffled Lena's hair. Our hearts are connected. Even if we're separated by thousands of miles, I can still sense you. Focus on growing within the sea. Work to strengthen the merfolk clan. Once you've built sufficient power, venture into the deep ocean. If you encounter difficulties, communicate with me through thought. I hope that by my next visit, you'll have become a 7th tier sea demon capable of walking the land for extended periods. Lena nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Lena will never disappoint her master. Chapter 77, Yellow Hair. After bidding farewell to the merfolk clan, Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of the East Sea fishing village. Zhu Ke, having received Chen Feng's notification, had been waiting there since early morning. Chen Feng and Zhu Ke boarded the private jet and flew straight toward the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Academy. Looks like you made some serious gains this break. Your aura's already hinting at a level 30 breakthrough. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. Unfortunately, there are too few sea demon beasts in the surrounding waters, and the deep sea holds too many unpredictable factors. Otherwise, reaching level 35 this vacation wouldn't have been a problem. At his previous pace, he'd reached level 29 in just 3 days. Following that approach, reaching level 35 within a single summer break was indeed feasible. Unfortunately, the surrounding seas simply didn't harbor enough sea demon beasts. Zhu Ke pursed her lips and smiled. You should be satisfied. Remember, every open demon beast zone is a rare resource, a safe place to level up that money alone can't buy. You should know that among the world's top prodigies, the highest level ones in college are only around level 30. You're already on the verge of joining the elite tier. Chen Feng thought to himself, but I've only run 2 dungeons. If I'd started running dungeons since freshman year, I'd probably be breaking records by now. But heaven is relatively fair to everyone. When it opens a door for you, it closes a window. Any new developments at the technical school? Chen Feng wanted to know if anything noteworthy had happened at his school during his 2-month absence. Zhu Kei's eyes lit up. You know what? There is. The Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College's history. This year, the Mountain Lord granted the academy permission to expand enrollment. Once they filled all the spots, they applied to change the name. Chen Feng was taken aback. He recalled complaining to old Chen about the school's name that day, and old Chen had said he'd change it later. He'd thought it was just a joke, but it turned out to be true. Chen Feng asked curiously. What did they change it to? Zhu Kei replied with a hint of pride. Two Realms Mountain Magic University. Chen Feng inwardly scoffed. What magic does your Two Realms Mountain Technical School have? But outwardly, he nodded without a flicker of emotion. And you've expanded enrollment? Yes. Without expanding enrollment, we wouldn't meet the quota required by Huagui to apply for university status. I see. So how many students are enrolled now? Zhu Kei paused briefly before replying. Probably around 500. And most are from your cohort after all. The sophomores, juniors, and seniors combined only number a few dozen. The two chatted all the way to the helipad of Liangjia Mountain Magic University. As Chen Feng walked through the campus, the usually quiet grounds were now visibly bustling. Most were parents arriving to enroll their children, hurrying about with large bags and packages. The moment Chen Feng entered the dorm room, a faint scent of gardenias wafted through the air. The room had been tidied spotlessly, but 2 extra beds now occupied the space meant for only 2. Spotting Chen Feng enter, Suo Chao, who had been lying on his bed playing with his phone, shot up instantly. Brother Feng, long time no see. Your complexion, you've really bulked up. Chen Feng laughed wryly. 2 months at the seaside resort, and I feel like I've been soaking in a soy sauce jar. Envy flashed in Suo Chao's eyes. Man, I'm jealous. My old man made me train at the gym for 2 months straight, no breaks. It was unbearable. Chen Feng pointed at the 2 beds that had mysteriously appeared in the room. What's going on here? Suo Chao shook his head helplessly. Ah, don't even get me started. The school's expanding enrollment, and the old dorms aren't big enough anymore. They've crammed 2 extra people into each room. Chen Feng understood. Just then, the dorm door kicked open with a bang. A burly young man with dyed yellow hair walked in, one hand holding a snakeskin belt. Following him were 2 skinny guys in tight pants and old cloth shoes. The blonde-haired guy strode straight toward Chen Feng's bunk. Since Chen Feng and Suo Chao's beds were by the window, they had the advantage of sunlight, a welcome perk in a humid place like Shuqing compared to the 2 inner beds. The youth tossed the snakeskin bag onto Chen Feng's bed. Chen Feng frowned. This bed is taken. Take your stuff away. The blonde-haired youth paused in surprise. Chen Feng's bed held no luggage. Nearly all his belongings were stored in his green knapsack, leading the blonde-haired youth to mistakenly believe the bed was unoccupied. Before the blonde-haired youth could respond, 2 sharp-looking young men who had followed him and snorted coldly. You blind dog. Don't you know who my boss is? Wherever he sleeps is his bed. You're just a cheap flip-flop. Get your ass over to that bed in the back and don't cause trouble for yourself. The blonde-haired guy froze. He'd been about to argue with Chen Feng, but his underling's words had pushed him into the spotlight. If he didn't stand his ground now, it would look like he was backing down. Did you hear what he said? Stay put on that bed in the back. Since we're roommates, I won't bother you. Chen Feng was amused by his own anger. He'd even consider it a favor not to pick a fight. Pointing at the blonde guy, he turned to Suo Chao. Who's he? Think he's hot stuff? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, watching the spectacle, Suo Chao shrugged his shoulders. Oh, come on. The young man in the back wasn't happy. Damn it, you don't even recognize my big brother? He's the 2nd-ranked student in your entire class at Liangjia Mountain Magic University. If that first-ranked wasn't so freaking overpowered, no one in your class could touch my boss. Chen Feng was taken aback. The top spot was a woman? Wasn't he supposed to be number 1? Then it dawned on him this must be the ranking from the expanded enrollment tests. He decided not to ask any more questions. He walked straight to his bed, grabbed the burlap sack, opened the window, and tossed it straight out from the 3rd floor. His movements were fluid and seamless, without a hint of hesitation. So swift that the blonde youth hadn't even registered what happened. The young man behind him pointed at Chen Feng. You're done for. Let me tell you, my boss has a terrible temper. The blonde-haired youth took a deep breath, glaring at Chen Feng as he declared. You've got 3 minutes to pick up my stuff from down there. Then get down on your knees and apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll toss you off the 3rd floor and you'll never set foot in this dorm again. Before coming to school, his elders had specifically warned him about the dangers of Two Realms Mountain Magic University, urging him to be patient and avoid conflict whenever possible. But this bastard before him had repeatedly crossed his boundaries. Chen Feng looked at him with relish. Go ahead, throw me. The blonde-haired guy couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward, grabbed Chen Fengshan's arm, and was about to throw him out the window. Chapter 78, he fell all by himself. For a martial artist, a fall from the third floor wouldn't be life-threatening, but it would leave him covered in broken bones and torn ligaments. The blonde-haired man seized Chen Fengshan's arm and strained, but it didn't budge an inch. Confusion flashed through the blonde-haired man's mind. He lunged toward the window, hoisting Chen Fengshan's arm over his shoulder in a shoulder throw. With a thunderous roar, a crimson glow erupted from his body. He roared again, straining every muscle, yet still couldn't budge Chen Fengshang an inch. The man seemed welded to the floor like a steel statue. Huang Mao's heart raced with alarm. He seemed to realize he'd hit a brick wall. His mind raced, this shouldn't be possible. During the entrance exams, he'd clearly placed second, and the top spot had gone to a girl. How could such a freak suddenly appear in their dorm? Wasn't it supposed to be freshmen with freshmen in the same dorm? Could he have wandered into an upperclassman's dorm by mistake? No, the door clearly had his name on it. Behind them, the skinny guy couldn't tell who had the upper hand as the leader and his opponent locked in a stalemate. Seeing his chance to prove himself, he picked up his old cloth shoe and kicked it straight at Chen Fengshang's head. Chen Feng dodged sideways, grabbed the young man's calf tightly encased in spandex with his free hand, and with a slight tug, hurled him off the third-floor balcony. The young punk felt his calf clamped like a steel vise, a sharp pain shooting through him. Instantly, his body grew light as he flew out the window. A wail echoed outside the window. Before the skinny guy hit the ground, Chen Fengshang struck again, grabbing the yellow-haired youth by the back of the neck. He hoisted him up like a little chick and tossed him straight out the window. He shouted out the window. You don't belong in this dorm anymore. If you dare set foot in here again, I'll break your legs. The window slammed shut with a loud thud. The remaining skinny guy stood frozen in place, his legs trembling. A wet patch soaked through his tight pants, dripping steadily onto the floor. Pissed himself. Before Chen Feng could react, Suo Chao beside him let out a shrill scream. Suo Chao's scalp tingled. The bastard had actually peed on the floor, an absolute critical hit of 10,000 points of damage to someone with his obsessive-compulsive, germ-phobic tendencies. He flung open the window again at lightning speed, grabbed the terrified youngster by the collar, and tossed him straight out. Below, the blonde-haired guy who'd just fallen was clutching his waist, wincing and groaning in pain. Suddenly, smack. A wet, slippery but landed squarely on his face. He stared at the little brother who had crashed down, questioning his entire existence. As the pungent smell of urine wafted up from his face, he nearly vomited last night's leftovers. With tears in his eyes, Suo Chao cleaned the entire dorm room again. 2 hours later, the dorm door was pounded on. Suo Chao got out of bed to open it. Hello, teacher. A man in a black teacher's uniform entered, followed by a pale-faced kid with yellowish hair. Who called Chen Feng up? The black-clad teacher's expression was stern. Chen Fengshang set down his book and stood up. I did. A student reported you for bullying, throwing someone out the window and threatening them to keep them out of the dorm. Is this true? Chen Fengshang rubbed his eyes and feigned a tearful voice. Teacher, I'm being terribly wronged. You must help me. That student insisted on taking my bed earlier. When I refused, he threatened to jump off the building. I couldn't grab him in time, he just fell. His emotions are way too unstable. The teacher in black paused. This didn't match the version he'd heard. He turned to look at Suo Chao. Were you present at the time? Suo Chao nodded vigorously, declaring with righteous indignation, yes, teacher. I saw it too. He jumped himself. The blonde-haired student looked dumbfounded, repeatedly protesting his innocence. The teacher in black grew impatient. With both sides giving conflicting accounts, he couldn't possibly judge fairly. Enough, enough. This sort of thing mustn't happen again. A dormitory must stay united. He then turned to Chen Fengshan. Did you threaten him to break his legs in the dorm? Chen Fengshan shook his head repeatedly, insisting it never happened. The teacher addressed the blonde-haired student. All right, since he says he won't break your legs, you have nothing to fear. Settle in peacefully. If he actually breaks your legs, I'll request his expulsion from the school. Hearing the teacher's words, Yellowhair seemed to swallow a reassuring pill, his heart settling considerably. After the teacher left, he obediently placed his luggage at the back and prepared to make his bed. Chen Fengshang frowned slightly. Hey, Yellowhair. Did you not hear me? One more step into this dorm and I'll break your legs. The blonde-haired boy froze. That's not what you said in front of the teacher just now. Watching Chen Feng approach step by step, the kid cowered in the corner, arms wrapped around himself. What do you want? Chen Fengshan gave a wicked grin. Nothing much. Just want to break your legs. A blood-curdling scream pierced the dorm room, followed by another figure being hurled out the window. Suo Chao gave Chen Fengshan a thumbs up. Holy, brother Feng, you're awesome. But if the school investigates this, we might get in trouble. Should I have my old man give the school a heads up? Chen Fengshang acted as if nothing had happened, sitting down at his desk to read a book. No need. A mere yellow-haired upstart won't make much of a splash. 3 hours later. The same teacher returned, dragging the limping yellow-haired kid behind him. He kicked the dorm door open with a loud thud. Chen Feng, step forward. You've broken the rules, caused trouble on campus, and bullied classmates. I'm filing for your expulsion right now. Chen Feng looked utterly wronged. Sir, I was just about to explain this to you. The moment you left, he deliberately twisted his own leg off and jumped out the window again. He said he'd sacrifice a leg to get me expelled from school. Before the teacher could respond, Suo Chao beside him snapped. I can vouch for it, every word Chen Fengshang said is true. This guy is seriously messed up. Shouldn't the school start requiring psychological evaluations for students? The teacher in black clearly no longer trusted Suo Chao's words. Fine, keep spinning your yarns. After all these years as a teacher, do you think I can't see through your little tricks? Just wait for the school to expel you. The teacher in black grabbed the blonde-haired boy and stormed off angrily. Moments later, a soft knock sounded at Principal Baiji's office door. Come in. The teacher in black dragged the blonde-haired student into the principal's office. Teacher Su, what's going on here? Baiji's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the boy with the bizarrely bent legs. School bullying. This student's record is too severe. I'm requesting his expulsion. The teacher in black, addressed as Teacher Su, recounted the entire incident. As Baiji listened, her expression grew solemn, her frown deepening. Which student did this? Bring him here immediately. If it's true, I'll expel him from Liangjia Mountain Magic University on the spot. Our school will not tolerate bullying under any circumstances. Chapter 79, Big Brother, please accept this junior's bow. 10 minutes later, Chen Fengshang and Suo Chao were summoned to the principal's office. The moment they entered the principal's office, Chen Fengshang caught that familiar, delicate fragrance again. Seeing Chen Fengshang enter, Baiji's eyes flashed with surprise, though she quickly concealed it. Principal Bai, this is the brat. The one beside him is his accomplice. Suo Chao froze. Teacher, I'll sue you for defamation. What do you mean accomplice? I'm the embodiment of justice. Has the world become so dark that telling the truth makes you an accomplice? Chen Fengshang and the other repeated the story they'd rehearsed in their dorm room to Baiji. Baiji glanced at Teacher Su. Teacher Su fumed. These two little brats are twisting the truth. Who would break their own legs and then jump off the third floor? It's utter nonsense. Baiji adopted an air of impartiality. Teacher Su, do you have any evidence to prove that the blonde-haired student is telling the truth? Teacher Su fell silent. I. Baiji cleared her throat. Ahem, we can't base our decisions solely on personal experience and judgment. That would invite accusations that Two Realms Mountain Magic University lacks fairness, wouldn't it? Moreover, Suo Chao, as a third party present, qualifies as a witness. Liangjia Mountain Magic University has always upheld strict regulations and shows zero tolerance for bullies. Moments later, Chen Feng and the other two strode out of the principal's office with confidence. Teacher Su dragged the limping yellow hair out and dumped him in the hallway. Rubbing the back of his head, he wondered could it really be that he was getting old, outmaneuvered by this kid? Only the yellow-haired boy limped tearfully down the hallway. He had once been a prodigy, his martial arts talent unmatched among his peers since childhood. At school, he was always the one bullying others, no one dared to bully him. Who would have thought that before university even began, on the very first day of freshman registration, he'd be thrown down from the upper floor twice. Not only that, but he'd also broken a leg. Though he could seek treatment from a high-level priest later, this immense humiliation was something he'd have to swallow alone. To make matters worse, he was saddled with a major disciplinary penalty for framing a classmate, warned that any repeat offense would result in expulsion. Grandfather's words proved true. At Two Realms Mountain Magic University, never engage in physical altercations lightly. The weight of those words continued to grow. When Chen Feng and the others returned to the dorm, Suo Chao's admiration in his eyes grew even more obvious. Holy, Brother Feng, you pulled that off? The principal actually bought such a lame lie? Chen Fengshang smiled faintly. Words are just words. Whether they're believed depends on who says them. Suo Chao looked at Chen Fengshang in confusion. Chen Fengshang, I have connections. Suo Chao nodded meaningfully, recalling their first meeting. Though Chen Fengshang had come to Liangjia Mountain Magic University alone, someone of his caliber couldn't possibly lack connections. Moreover, given Chen Fengshang's potential, even without connections, he would have long been a coveted target for major factions. It was hardly surprising he had influential contacts within the university. Suo Chao changed the subject abruptly. Hey, Brother Feng, there's a stunning beauty who just enrolled at our school. Rumor has it she's a hidden class and a recommended student who skipped the aptitude tests with the rest of us. Chen Fengshang pondered. A hidden assassin class? With a killer figure? This year's recommended student should be Xiongqi, right? Chen Fengshang knew a bit about this matter. After all, she was personally invited by the Mountain Master. If anything went wrong and she failed the test, the rules of Two Realms Mountain Magic University couldn't be broken. To avoid embarrassment, they'd simply recommended Xiongqi directly. Suo Chao grinned at Chen Fengshang. Feng, you're definitely one of us. Ah, what a pity.
For ordinary folks like us, beauties of this caliber are only meant to be admired from afar, a feast for the eyes.
After all, bypassing the test entirely for direct admission is unprecedented at this school. Her background must be incredibly powerful. Xiao Qiao then lowered his voice and whispered. Could be the illegitimate daughter of the Two Realms Mountain Lord.
Chen Feng had just taken a sip of tea when he sputtered it all over the floor. Suo Qiao stared at the wet patch on the floor, nearly losing his mind. He'd have to mop it again. This was already the third time he'd cleaned the floor today.
Brother Feng, you're overreacting. Suo Qiao shot Chen Fengxiang a reproachful look. Chen Fengxiang mentally pictured old Chen and Xiongqi, stifling a laugh. Sorry. Just remembered a joke. So Qiao continued muttering while mopping. But you're pretty lucky, hooking up with the Mu family. You gotta know they're the top clan in Yunzhou, their clout rivals that of Lin Yi's family. Plus, her older sister was top of our graduating class. They say she's just as beautiful. Too bad neither of them fancied me. But you still have a shot, Feng. You helped her during the exams. If she remembers your favor, you better seize the opportunity.
Chen Feng nodded distractedly.
If he told Suo Qiao that Mu Yinqing had massaged him all night in the hotel, the guy would probably lose his mind. Just then, the dorm door came thudding with a loud knock. As usual, Suo Qiao went to answer it.
Outside stood a teenager with a bowl cut, dressed in a British-style suit. His hair was slicked back, and he wore round-framed glasses perched on his nose, his prominent buck teeth standing out. He glanced at the roster on the door once more for confirmation.
Hello, everyone. I'm also in this dorm. Looking forward to getting to know you all.
As he spoke, he gave Suo Qiao a slight bow, his awkward cuteness tinged with politeness.
Suo Qiao took the luggage from his hands and ushered him inside.
No need for formalities, we're all brothers here.
I'm Suo Qiao. You must be Lu Jixiang from the list, right?
The buck-toothed youth nodded vigorously, his bowl cut bouncing up and down.
Lu Jixiang is me. You can call me Big Tooth, that's what everyone used to call me. Chen Fengxiang chuckled inwardly. Quite fitting.
Suo Qiao led Big Tooth to place his luggage on his bed.
Just as Big Tooth was about to unpack, Suo Qiao pulled him toward Chen Fengxiang. Hold off on that. Come meet the boss first.
Chen Fengxiang watched the pair with interest, setting aside the book in his hands.
Suo Qiao pointed at Chen Fengxiang and declared.
Call him Big Brother. Dea stood with his hands pressed straight against his trouser seams, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle.
Big Brother. Chen Fengxiang shot Suo Qiao a disapproving look. He's just a kid, okay? Don't make this so gangster. Let's keep it civil and harmonious. Suo Qiao shot back sarcastically. Yeah. Who was it that tossed their roommate out the window twice today? Now you're preaching harmony? Upon hearing Suo Qiao's words, Big Tooth swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He steeled his resolve, clasped his hands together, dropped to one knee, and declared in a loud voice. Elder brother, please accept this humble bow from your younger brother. Chapter 80, Sword Spirit.
Chen Feng stumbled slightly as he rose.
What the hell was this?
But at least this new kid seemed decent enough, unlike that yellow-haired brat.
Suo Qiao patted his chest and declared. Alright, from now on he's the big brother, I'm the second brother, and you're the third.
If anything happens at school, just mention our big brother's name, nobody'll dare mess with you.
Chen Fengxiang froze. Why me? Besides, I never agreed to this. What's with all this big brother and third brother nonsense? Suo Qiao slapped Chen Fengxiang on the shoulder. Alright, big brother, you've got someone above you, what's there to fear?
Then he whispered in Chen Fengxiang's ear, look at this kid, he seems so honest and harmless, not the type to cause trouble.
This way we get an extra free laborer.
After all, I can make him mop the floors every day.
Chen Fengxiang shook his head helplessly.
But seeing that Big Teeth was actually kind of cute, he decided not to make a fuss. After all, they'd been roommates for 4 years. Helping each other out within reason wasn't such a big deal.
The next day, 500 freshmen stood in neat formation on the sports field for registration.
They wore uniform military training fatigues.
Teachers stood at the front to assign classes.
10 figures in red school uniforms stood on either side of the field. They silently formed 4 teams, each led by a person holding a sign.
Xingyun first peak. Xingyun second peak. Xingyun third peak. Xingyun fourth peak.
The first peak group, with 4 red-clad members, was particularly lively. The second peak had 3, and the third peak had 2. The fourth peak had only a solitary red-robed figure, and this person was someone Chen Fengxiang had seen before, none other than Mu Yunqing's elder sister, Mu Yunbao. Chen Fengxiang's heart skipped a beat. To rank among the top 10 in the entire school with only sophomore-level strength, this Mu Yunbao was no ordinary opponent. Bai Ji descended slowly from the sky, landing on the prepared podium ahead. Today, she wore a crisp white business suit, her hair pulled back into a meticulously styled bun, complementing her flawlessly exquisite features. She radiated the aura of a consummate older sister figure.
Students, today marks your official enrollment at Two Realms Mountain Magic University. As your principal, I extend the school's warmest welcome to you all.
Her voice, both spirited and seductive, drifted through the air. Bai Zhi spoke for about 3 minutes, outlining the university's general situation and sharing some formal remarks. Nearly every male student in the entire school stared intently at Bai Zhi, as if she possessed an inexplicable magic. The girl's eyes brimmed with admiration, devoid of even a trace of jealousy. For when one's prowess far surpasses everyone else's, the only emotion left in others is admiration, not envy. Clearly, in terms of appearance, Bai Zhi belonged to this category. Alright, now we shall proceed with the house sorting ceremony. The school's sword spirit will assign each student to a house. Those whose names are called should step forward and follow the teacher's guidance for the process. With a wave of Bai Zhi's hand, a piercing sword beam descended from the heavens. A colossal blade, 10 zhang in length, clanged as it plunged deep into the ground. A stir rippled through the crowd below the stage. A white-robed teacher holding the roster called out, "Li Siyu, come forward." A girl named Li Siyu timidly approached the giant sword. The blade's width resembled a 2-meter-wide metallic mirror, reflecting the crowd below. Guided by the teacher, Li Siyu approached the sword. An overwhelming sense of pressure made beads of sweat form on her forehead. "Place your hand on the blade," the instructor instructed. Li Siyu cautiously placed her hand on the blade. Instantly, a white light flashed across the sword, revealing a line of personal information. Level 23 Priest, class rating, A. Then the great sword rumbled, and a deep, resonant voice seemed to echo from primordial times. A heart of orchid, a spirit of orchid, a jade-like body, a crimson heart. Second peak of the azure clouds. The crowd below the stage was stunned. Where had that voice come from? Could it be that objects truly possessed sentience? Did this colossal sword, towering over 10 zhang high, genuinely harbor a sword spirit? The teacher beside them hurriedly exclaimed, "Quickly, thank the sword spirit, senior." Li Siyu hastily clasped his fists toward the sword. "Junior disciple Li Siyu thanks the sword spirit, honored predecessor." The instructor gestured toward 3 figures holding a banner reading "Second Peak of Qingyun" beside the field and said, "Go find your senior brothers and sisters from your peak." The disciples of Qingyun's second peak on the field waved at Li Siyu on the stage. Chen Feng, Suo Chao, and Dia stood side by side. Suo Chao turned to Dia beside him and said, "I think this Li Siyu is quite a looker, big tooth. What do you think?" "Second brother, I prefer mature women like the principal." "Pfft, you're so young and already thinking about the principal?" Suo Chao shot Dia a look of utter contempt. Among all the boys, there was one shared belief. The principal is sacred and untouchable. Suo Chao turned to Chen Feng. "What do you think, big brother?" Chen Feng kept his hands in his pockets, his expression blank. "Boring." Suo Chao gave him a thumbs up. "Big bro is big bro, your perspective is beyond comparison." Then he pointed at the figure ahead, clad in black combat gear that accentuated her fiery figure. "That one Qiongqi. Pretty hot, huh?" Chen Feng still shook his head. Suo Chao froze. "Damn, bro, you're really playing it up." "I'm talking about Qiongqi, that figure up ahead with the killer vibe. One look at her and I'll be dreaming about her tonight." Chen Feng sighed. "A mere Qiongqi has you so smitten? Have some ambition, will ya?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, several people nearby shot him disdainful glances. A boy beside him looked at Chen Feng with contempt. "Pfft, what a loser. How dare you talk about some Qiongqi? Look at yourself, you're trash." Another guy in the front row sneered, "He knows his place. After all, a goddess like Qiongqi isn't someone just anyone can dream about." Suo Chao's playful expression instantly turned cold. "What the hell did you just say? Watch your mouth or I'll beat you up." The front row boy looked at Suo Chao with keen interest. "Whoa, talk about cocky. Let's not even discuss whether you have the skills. This is Liangjia Mountain Magic University. Try hitting me if you dare." So Chao rose in fury, fist raised only to be grabbed by Chen Feng. Chen Feng gave him a calm smile. "Dog bites you, you bite back?" Then he whispered into Suo Chao's ear, "This is the playground. In front of everyone, if you dare to strike, I won't be able to protect you." Suo Chao's lips curled upward. "Exactly. Humans shouldn't waste their breath on dogs. Come on, doggy, bark again. Bark well and I'll give you a bone." The boy in the front row turned ashen with rage. He was now caught between speaking up and staying silent. Speaking would only give them ammunition, making him sound like a barking dog. Yet staying silent was unbearable. Chapter 81, Big Tooth's Special Ability. Fine. You two just wait for me. We'll see about that later. You two pieces of trash? I could crush you with one hand. Chen Feng pulled a bone from his green pouch, a unique piece from the seafood he'd eaten days ago. He'd kept it as a potential ornament, never expecting it would come in handy now. He asked nicely, "You're a grown man, don't go back on your word. Give him the bone." Suo Chao grinned wickedly, his eyes seeming to say, "You're the one who always comes through." He snatched the bone and tossed it over. "Here, doggy, treat for you." The boy in front slammed the bone onto the ground, crushing it into dust under his foot. He glared viciously at the two before him, but with school rules in place, he dared not act rashly. "You'll have your turn to stop laughing.
The teacher on stage announced, "Next up, Lu Daning."
The boy in the front row snorted coldly, seemingly confident in his name, striding toward the stage. Running his hand along the blade, a line of information flashed before his eyes. Level 25 Knight, class rating, S. 1 man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot pass the foremost peak of Qingyun. Lu Dani felt a surge of secret delight and hastily bowed his hands in gratitude to the sword spirit. A stir rippled through the crowd below the stage. It's actually the first peak. Over a dozen have passed before, yet none reached the first peak. Maybe their cultivation methods weren't suited for peak 1. From what I know, students at the Two Realms Mountain Magic University are assigned based on compatibility with their cultivation systems. Stop fooling yourself. That S-tier talent speaks for itself. Has anyone else even reached S yet? Besides, Peak 1 may have fewer students, but they boast 4 crimson-robed martial lords. That alone shows the gap between them and the other peaks. Man, I'm seriously jealous. Lu Dan on the stage lifted his chin, his gaze toward Chen Feng and the others brimming with smugness. It seemed to say, "See my power now? You two little brats, just wait until I settle the score with you later." Just then, both Chen Feng and Suo Chao's smartwatches buzzed with a notification. They glanced at it was from Big Tooth, who'd been sitting quietly nearby. The message detailed Lu Daning's age, background, occupation rating, weapon of choice, skills, strengths, weaknesses, even how many girlfriends he'd dated, how many times he'd been exhausted and checked into a hotel, and where exactly everything was laid bare. The only thing missing was what color underwear he was wearing today. Chen Feng and Suo Chao stared at Big Tooth in disbelief. Daya kept his head down. Better safe than sorry. This guy's powerful. As the military strategist said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Suo Chao stared at the seemingly honest Daya. Is that the point? The point is, where the hell did you get all this info? That's insane. Could you dig up this much dirt on me too? Daya waved his hands frantically. No. Why would I investigate, second brother? I know nothing about the Lingran City Suo family. Suddenly realizing something, Daya covered his mouth, speechless for a long moment. Chen Fengshang's heart sank. Holy, don't tell me you've been digging into me too. Daya chuckled. Nope. Weird, I couldn't find a single thing on Big Brother. First time I've ever run into this. All it said was a man from Changshan, and that's it. Chen Feng banged his knuckle on Daya's head, unsure if the kid was telling the truth. And you say you didn't look him up? But damn, that's some skill right there. How'd you pull that off? Big Tooth scratched his head sheepishly. Ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed of becoming a top-tier hacker. My family kept pushing me toward martial arts, but I never gave up on my dream. Now, for every piece of state-level classified info the government has, I have a copy. I've got over 300 databases and more than 20 intelligence sites under my control. Pretty much anything I want to know, I can find out fast except for stuff like yours, big bro. Daya turned to stare at Chen Feng in disbelief. You haven't done anything noteworthy in your entire life, have you? So ordinary that the only thing I can find online is that you're from Changshan. Chen Fengshan nodded solemnly. Pretty much. After all, what earth-shattering deeds could an F-rank beast user possibly accomplish? Daya stared at Chen Fengshan in disbelief. Beast Master? F-rank? Impossible. How could someone at that level pass the Two Realms Mountain Magic University's entrance exam? Chen Fengshan gave Danya a meaningful smile. Because I have connections. Just then, his name was called from above. Chen Fengshan walked forward at a measured pace. Only when standing before the towering greatsword did he truly feel its overwhelming pressure. A colossal sword aura surged around him, fierce yet profoundly weighty. Chen Fengshan placed his hand on the blade. The sword remained unresponsive for half a moment before suddenly emitting a low, resonant hum. The entire blade, stretching over 10 zhang in length, began to tremble faintly. The ancient, aged voice spoke with a hint of confusion. Ha! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it resemble my master's aura so closely? Ah, I must be growing old. After all, how could an F-rank beastmaster possibly have any connection to my master? After muttering this, a new line of information appeared on the blade. Level 29 Beastmaster, F-rank. Hearing the sword spirit's words earlier, coupled with this bizarre information, murmurs instantly erupted from the audience below the stage. The sword spirit actually spoke so much. Usually it only says one sentence. What's so special about this person? Of course he is. Didn't you see the F rank? There isn't a single C rank in the entire school, let alone an F rank. Is that special enough for you? Ha 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 ha. And he's a worthless beastmaster too. How did he even get into this school? Lu Daning, standing behind the first peak squad, shook his head in disdain. I can't believe I wasted so much breath on an F rank trash. What a pain. Mu Yunqing stared at the information on the stage with confusion. Is he really only F rank? Impossible. An F rank claiming to reach level 29 at this age? He'd struggle to graduate high school. Plus, I witnessed his strength firsthand.
Something's fishy here. Xiongqi stared blankly ahead. She had witnessed the power of this F-rank beast type user, Chen Feng, and never believed he was merely F-rank. Big Tooth slapped Suo Chao in shock. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Second brother. Big brother is actually an F-rank beast master? Does he really have connections? What kind of powerful ties would it take for the school to make an exception like this? Suo Chao was also taken aback. While he knew Chen Fengxiang's strength was no ordinary feat, this revelation still hit him hard. Remember when we broke that guy's leg yesterday? It got reported to the principal, who gave the other guy a major disciplinary penalty. We got off scot-free. You get it now, right? Big Tooth nodded thoughtfully. Sword Spirit seemed lost in thought, remaining motionless for a long while. Chen Fengxiang sighed and withdrew his hand. Sword Spirit, you still haven't assigned me a place to go. Chapter 82, I want to go to the Four Peaks. 2 seconds later, that deep, resonant voice echoed once more. My memory fails me. Your ability is rather peculiar. Go to the Four Peaks. Chen Fengxiang clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, senior. On the playground, the girl from the Four Peaks waved at him. After all this time, the Sword Spirit had only assigned 2 students to the Four Peaks. The sole crimson-robed martial sage of the 4th peak appeared quite enthusiastic, stepping forward to welcome Chen Fengxiang into their ranks. Younger brother, just stand here. Once all students are assigned, we'll return to the peak together and await the teacher's instructions for the next steps. Chen Fengxiang gave a slight fist salute to the red-robed martial sage of Peak 4 before silently taking his place at the rear of the line, observing the upcoming house selection test. Before long, a graceful figure was called to the stage, none other than Mu Yunqing, the priestess Chen Fengxiang had helped up the mountain a few days prior. As soon as Mu Yunqing stepped onto the stage, many boys below cast admiring glances her way. While her beauty might not be the most stunning in the entire Two Realms Mountain Magic Academy, she possessed the grace of a noble lady, gentle yet hinting at wisdom, with a touch of mischief and charm in her eyes. She was the ideal girlfriend in the eyes of many boys. Students seated on both sides of the field, already assigned to their respective groups, began to hope fervently that a beauty like Mu Yunqing would be placed on their peak. That would mean having the advantage of proximity. Beyond the field, senior students sat on the tiered seating, equally eager for their respective factions to recruit promising new talent. At the highest tier of the stadium steps, 4 figures clad in crimson mentor robes sat the peak masters of Qingyun's 4 peaks, equivalent to deans of different faculties in other universities. Peak Master Lin, it seems your 4 peaks are declining again this year. Over 100 candidates have passed through, yet only 2 students and 1 F-rank beast transformer have been selected. Truly, each year is worse than the last. Peak Master E, don't underestimate the 4 peaks. Though our numbers are small, the cultivation resources per person are still quite generous. Who knows? We might just churn out a few talents with those resources. After all, the 10 martial reverends include representatives from our ranks too. The 2 spoke with a hint of sarcasm, but the 4th peak master, addressed as Lin, merely smiled indifferently, saying little in response. How the outside world perceived him seemed of little consequence. That child must be the Mu family's girl Mu Yuanbao's younger sister. Oh? If that's the case, she should be quite talented. After all, both Mu Yunlong and Mu Yunhu graduated as crimson-robed martial lords. The Mu family's martial arts genes are quite strong. His sister, Mu Yunbao, is the only student in recent years to achieve crimson-robe martial sovereign status as early as her sophomore year. Mu Yunqing placed her pure white jade-like hand upon the greatsword. The sword displayed a line of information, level 26 priest, S-rank profession. Another S-rank. This was already the 4th S-rank today. The crowd below the stage couldn't help but sigh in awe. The prestige of Two Realms Mountain Magic University was indeed well deserved. For an ordinary university, having 1 or 2 S ranks would already be impressive. With only 100 participants in this Two Realms Mountain test, 4 S rankers had emerged. Water and wood, purity and brilliance. Compassion for all living beings. The 1st peak of Qingyun. The male students of the 1st peak secretly rejoiced, scheming about future encounters with this lovely young woman. The 1st peak leader in the stands also showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. One of the 3 crimson-robed martial lords from the 2nd peak spoke up. Yunbao, is that your sister? Mu Yunbao watched the distribution of sword spirits with a hint of resignation in her eyes. If her sister had been assigned to the 2nd peak, she could have offered her some assistance, but now it was clearly inconvenient. Mu Yunbao nodded lightly. Yes. Ah, what a pity she wasn't assigned to our 2nd peak. Though we received quite a few students this year, not a single one showed potential as a priest. Within the 1st peak squad, Lu Don's eyes burned with intensity. As an S-rank knight, he needed nothing more than a powerful priest to support him from behind. And this S-rank powerhouse priest assigned to their peak was clearly his top choice. Moreover, this girl possessed striking beauty and an otherworldly aura. He had already begun to let his imagination run wild. On the stage, Mu Yunqing furrowed her delicate brows and, for the first time ever, addressed the sword spirit. Grandpa Sword Spirit, may I request to be reassigned to another peak? The question sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd below the stage. Even the instructor overseeing the ceremony hadn't anticipated such a request from the young girl. In all these years, it was the first time anyone had ever requested a peak transfer. The sword spirit remained silent for a few seconds. I only handle the initial assignments. As for any subsequent transfers, I couldn't care less.
Mu Yunqing turned to the teacher beside her. The teacher, equally unprepared for such a request, was about to refuse when a flash of white light erupted from the stage. Bai Zhi's figure materialized before them. In all these years, you are the first to request a peak transfer.
Our Two Realms Mountain Magic University has always upheld humanity as the foundation of our academic principles. Your peak assignment is predetermined. Transferring will inevitably involve complications and require certain sacrifices. Mu Yunqing blinked her large eyes. What kind of cost?
Bai Zhi looked at the young girl before her, whose aura was free from worldly concerns, and felt a spark of fondness. For 4 years, you will receive no support from school resources outside of dungeon runs. Originally, each peak had a fixed quota of resources.
Adding a student would affect the per capita allocation.
To maintain this balance and test the students' resolve to switch peaks, Bai Zhi had proposed this condition. The impact of this condition was undeniably significant. For ordinary students, the cultivation resources provided by the school were one of their most crucial goals for college entrance exams. Without this cultivation support, their growth would inevitably lag far behind their peers. But for Mu Yunqing, whose family was well off, most resources could be obtained by throwing money at the problem. The students of Peak 1 below the stage collectively breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this demanding condition. It would be a tremendous loss if such a beautiful young lady were not to join Peak 1. As long as she wasn't foolish, she would surely choose to stay at Peak 1 under such demanding terms. The second Peak disciples, however, wore grim expressions. They suspected that if Mu Yunqing intended to transfer peaks, she would come to the second peak seeking her sister, Mu Yunbao.
With such demanding conditions, their hopes seemed slim.
But Mu Yunbao merely smiled faintly and said to the person beside him, who was frowning deeply, knowing her as I do, she can accept this condition. On the stage, Mu Yunqing's eyes burned with intensity, her voice unwavering.
I accept.
I hope the headmaster will grant my transfer request.
Mu Yunbao's lips curved upward slightly.
Those beside her gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging her understanding of Mu Yunqing while secretly rejoicing that their peak would gain a promising young beauty.
Bai Zhi remarked appreciatively. Very well. Tell me which peak you wish to transfer to.
Mu Yunqing didn't hesitate, her words almost slipping out.
Principal, I wish to join Peak 4. Chapter 83, Xiongqi's Choice.
The moment the words left her mouth, the crowd on stage erupted in commotion.
Mu Yunbao and his second Peak teammates exchanged stunned glances.
His sister hadn't chosen him, opting instead for Peak 4.
Mu Yunbao's eyes darted toward Peak 4's team.
Only when he saw Chen Feng step forward did he shake his head thoughtfully.
Lu Danning clenched his fists tightly.
The sure thing had slipped through his fingers and to the fourth peak, no less. In the collective perception, Peak 4 was relatively weaker. Who would have thought she'd pass up Peak 1 for Peak 4?
Lin Fengzhu, the head of Peak 4, watched Mu Yunqing with keen interest, silently nodding.
He never imagined his peak would become so coveted, students willing to forego 4 years of resources just to join his Peak 4.
Could it be that fortune truly does turn?
Bai Zhi's gaze swept unobtrusively toward the location of the fourth peak.
Very well. I approve your application.
Mu Yunqing leapt with joy and dashed toward Peak 4. The crimson-robed martial sovereign of the fourth peak was momentarily bewildered but immediately stepped forward to greet him, delighted that his peak had secured an S-tier talent.
Suo Chao silently observed Mu Yunqing and Chen Feng's positions before turning to Dia beside him and remarked. See that? That's the boss's charm. Dia froze. You mean, she's after the boss? Suo Chao sighed. Yeah, exactly. We were all part of the first batch admitted through the school entrance exams. Back then, the boss brought this girl along to take the tests.
Guess she developed feelings for him.
Dia nodded in realization, his expression saying, that's our boss for you. Chen Feng watched Mu Yunqing approach him and silently wondered, could she be here for me?
Mu Yunqing walked up behind Chen Feng and patted his shoulder.
Hey, big gorilla, surprised? Unexpected? Chen Feng didn't turn around, keeping his back to Mu Yunqing as he sighed. Rich kids, huh?
Just tossing away 4 years' worth of resources like it's nothing.
Can't compete, can't compete.
The two chatted back and forth, unaware that Lu Danning, seated at the peak, felt his hatred for Chen Feng grow even stronger.
The peak assignments on stage continued in orderly fashion. Next contestant, Xiongqi.
A short-haired girl, her perfect waist-to-hip ratio accentuated by her form-fitting battlesuit, stepped onto the stage with crisp precision, stirring a ripple of excitement among the crowd below. Rumor has it she's the only student in years to get direct admission to our school. Wonder how skilled she really is. Apparently she's a hidden class.
Holy, with that body, she definitely qualifies for direct admission. Damn, she's hot.
I gotta say, I agree with you, but damn, they don't judge direct admission based on looks. Her face alone qualifies her.
She just seems a bit cold. That killing intent in her eyes gives me the creeps. Suo rubbed his teeth. This scholarship beauty is our school's campus queen. I wish I could be assigned to the same peak as her. Big Teeth showed no interest, his eyes were fixed only on the principal. Boys on both sides of the field, already assigned to peaks, stared intently at the radiant figure on stage, hearts racing with anticipation for the sword spirit's allocation. Xiongqi stood on stage, not moving toward the sword spirit. Instead, he bowed slightly toward it before turning to Bai Ji beside him. Principal, I'm willing to forfeit 4 years of resources to join Peak 4. Can I skip the test? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted. Damn, is there some secret about Peak 4? Why are all the beauties flocking there? Damn it, now I kinda want to go to Peak 4 too. Too bad 4 years worth of resources are still more important. Hope Master Jianling assigns me to Peak 4 later. Bai Ji watched the named recommended student with keen interest. She certainly had character. She understood why Mu Yunqing was heading to Peak 4. She'd witnessed the entire incident during the exam and knew the full story. But why was Xiongqi also bound for Peak 4? And why did he seem even more certain than Mu Yunqing? The Crimson Martial Sovereign of Peak 4 danced with delight. This recommended student's reputation was known throughout the school, an SS tier hidden class. Barring any mishaps, she was certain to become another Crimson Martial Sovereign. Even after her graduation, Peak 4 would still have at least one face to represent it. Chen Feng froze in surprise. Though he'd known Xiongqi for some time, she remained aloof. Their exchanges rarely exceeded 5 sentences. She had no reason to come to the 4 peaks for him. But if not for him, what could her reason be? For a moment, Chen Feng felt utterly bewildered. On the viewing platform, the 4 peak sect leader Lin clapped repeatedly, uttering 3 hearty goods in succession. Excellent! 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 What discerning taste! After all, an SS tier hidden profession meant becoming a Crimson Robe Martial Sage was practically a certainty. This drew a wave of teasing remarks from the other 3 peak masters. What's gotten into the 4th peak this year? Could it be that old Lin's finally getting lucky in love at his age? That's not romantic luck. Look at these 2 young ladies setting aside their looks, their combat prowess alone is top-tier talent. Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction and joined in the banter with the other 3. Fortunes shift like the tides, never underestimate the 4th peak's potential. Ha ha ha. Bai Ji sighed in resignation. This student had been specifically recommended for admission by higher authorities, so she couldn't do anything about it. If Bai Ji wanted to go to the 4th peak, so be it. Fine. Since you wish to join the 4 peaks, I shall grant your wish. Xiongqi then strode directly toward the 4 peaks formation. Upon reaching the rear, she stood silently without a word, simply taking her place at the very back of the line. At that moment, besides Chen Feng, Mu Yunqing, and Xiongqi, 4 or 5 other students in Feng cast curious glances at Xiongqi behind them. The class assignments continued on stage. Lin Yi, who had initially clashed with Chen Feng, was assigned to Peak 2. The blonde kid whose leg had been broken by Chen Feng was assigned to Peak 1. Judging by his condition today, however, his leg injury seemed to have been treated by a high-level priest, showing no signs of abnormality. Surprisingly, Big Tooth was assigned directly to Peak 4. This left Suo Chao beside him green with envy. After all, Peak 4 was now teeming with beauties, and his own boss was there too. This had the seasoned lecher itching to scratch his itch. But Big Tooth claimed he felt nothing, his eyes were fixed solely on the principal. This nearly made Suo Chao want to beat the crap out of the kid. Next up, Suo Chao. Xiao Chao trembled as he walked onto the stage, his hand resting on the greatsword. A line of text appeared, level 27 Musketeer, SS tier class rating. The audience erupted in commotion once more. SS rank, a rarity in previous years, seemed to be popping up everywhere this year. First there was Xiongqi, who got in through special admission, then Lin Yi, and now another one, Suo Chao. Chen Feng was also seeing Suo Chao's true strength for the first time. The lad had always seemed carefree and easygoing, yet his prowess was unexpectedly outstanding. This couldn't help but make Chen Feng regard him with renewed respect. Meanwhile, on stage, Suo Chao silently chanted to himself, 4th peak, 4th peak, 4th peak. Composed and calm, strategizing from afar the foremost peak of Qingyun. Hearing the deep, aged voice, Suo Chao's face turned ashen, like a frostbitten eggplant. He slumped, bowing his hands toward the sword spirit. Chapter 84, SSS rank hidden profession. The peak master of Qingyun's 1st peak stroked his beard. This time, their peak had finally secured a hidden class. Suo Chao steeled his resolve, clenched his teeth, and stepped before Bai Ji, principal. Before he could continue, Bai Ji cut him off. Could it be you're heading to the 4th peak too? Her words weren't baseless. Yesterday, this guy had joined forces with Chen Feng, acting like they were cut from the same cloth as they bullied that redhead. The memory was still vivid. Barring any surprises, this guy was likely heading to the same place as Chen Feng. A sly gleam flashed in Suo Chao's eyes. So the headmaster had been watching him all along. Yes, principal. Please reassign me to Peak 4. Bai Ji sighed helplessly and transferred his name to Peak 4. Lin, the peak master of Peak 4, was genuinely flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Girls clamoring to join his peak was one thing, but why were boys scrambling to join too? As the peak master, he knew the current state of peak 4 better than anyone. Resource allocation was by far the worst among the 4 peaks, and it had the smallest number of students. Not counting the dozen or so students assigned this year, the entire 4th peak had only a mere 11 students from the 3 preceding graduating classes. This development was about to stir up quite a commotion at peak 4. The peak master of peak 1 was dumbfounded. What secret did peak 4 possess that he didn't know? Had he become too isolated, out of touch with the outside world? He plunged into deep reflection. Suo Chao scowled as he hurried toward peak 4's contingent. Passing by Chen Feng, he muttered under his breath. Boss, you better recognize the sacrifice I'm making for you. When it comes time to distribute resources, remember to give me half. Chen Feng froze. You chose to come. Why should I give you half? If you don't want to be here, you can apply to the school to return to peak 1. Suo Chao clutched his chest, his expression one of profound disappointment. But as he walked back, catching sight of the beautiful women standing behind Xiongqi, feeling the fiery curves of the figure before him, he decided it was all worth it. Time ticked by, and the class assignments were nearly complete. Then, a woman dressed in sheer white gauze glided gracefully onto the stage, her every step like a lotus flower unfurling. The air around her grew noticeably cooler. Her eyes, like stars shrouded in frost, radiated an icy coldness that repelled all who met her gaze. Beneath those eyes, a half-moon silver mask covered the lower half of her face. Her silvery white hair cascaded straight down to her waist. Whispers erupted once more from the audience below. Is this the top candidate from the recent expansion exam? Rumor has it she's a hidden class too. Judging by her aura and the upper half of her face, she must be a rare beauty. Too bad the lower half is hidden. Listening to the murmurs, Chen Feng also looked up at the stage with interest. He knew the yellow-haired guy he'd beaten up yesterday was the second-place finisher in the late admissions round. He'd assumed the top students had been filtered out in the first round, leaving only the scraps. But hearing everyone mention a hidden class now, her strength must be no joke. She stepped onto the stage, her gaze fixed on the greatsword as she placed her delicate hands upon it. A line of information appeared. Level 28 Ultimate Frost, Class Rating, SSS. The moment the information appeared, the entire venue erupted. Even Bai Ji was visibly shocked. In all his years at the academy, he had never encountered an SSS-rated student before. Not just their school, but even nationwide, it took years for an SSS tier prodigy to emerge. Such prodigies were usually snapped up by the National Martial Arts Academy or other major powers long before graduation. She never imagined one would end up at Two Realms Mountain Magic University. It was like manna from heaven. Bai Shi felt she'd struck gold. Having held little hope for this cohort, she now believed this class might be the strongest in the university's history. For hidden SS rank professions, one hidden SSS rank profession, and that freak Chen Feng if this cohort was nurtured properly, she was confident she could even challenge Guowu. The sword spirit's massive blade trembled. Extreme ice. It has been many years since I last felt such biting cold. Truly worthy of SSS tier potential. Your future path is difficult for me to define. Choose one of these 4 peaks for yourself. At the spirit sword's words, every student's eyes burned with fervor. For any peak to gain such an SSS tier powerhouse meant near invincibility for the next 4 years. Chen Feng looked up at the figure on the stage, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet he couldn't place it among those he knew. There was no one with such hair color. The peak masters of the 4 peaks could no longer sit still. They rose into the air above the field, ready to compete for the recruit. Peak 1 leader, our peak boasts the most abundant resources among the 4. Join us, and I guarantee unlimited access to all resources. We'll unlock your full potential. Peak 2 leader, our Peak 2 offers diverse professions. Likewise, all students including myself can provide personalized guidance. I can even personally craft equipment for you, while ensuring resources are maximally allocated to your needs. 3rd peak leader, I have never taken a direct disciple in all my years. Now, I suddenly feel the urge to do so. If you bow before me, you will be dearer to me than my own daughter. Whatever they can offer you, I will offer you equally. The 1st and 2nd peak masters instantly grew displeased. Shameless old scoundrel. Utterly shameless. You senile fool. After living so long, you dare take an SSS tier hidden class disciple? You don't deserve it. The 4th peak master stepped forward. Hold on, everyone. Let me finish before you scold him. Only then did everyone realize they'd forgotten about the 4th peak. They all chimed in, urging him to speak. The 4th peak master cleared his throat. My 4th peak, He pondered for a moment. Compared to the other peaks, his 4th peak truly had little to boast about. In any case, they all chose the 4 peaks. The benefits speak for themselves. The 4 peaks leader pointed at his own team this year, at a loss for words. The other 3 peaks looked stunned. Was that really an advantage? But in a way, it seemed more enticing to people. Peak Master Lin, cut the nonsense. If you want to recruit people, show some sincerity. You've got nothing tangible to offer, and you expect to snatch them away? Below the stage, the disciples of the four peaks shook their heads in succession. Their clumsy peak master was still too tongue-tied after holding back for so long. This was all he could come up with. The other three peak masters seemed to have written off the fourth peak as a competitor. They were now trading insults back and forth, each raising their demands higher and higher. Baiji raised her hand to silence them, and the crowd finally quieted down. Fellow peak masters, all that needed saying has been said. Might you pause your drinking to hear this student's wishes? The four peak masters reached a consensus and turned their gaze toward the figure on the stage. Her gaze, as cold as frost, held unwavering certainty as if she had long since made up her mind. Chapter 85, Farewell, Lin Qingqing. I choose the fourth peak. Everyone seemed to think they had misheard. It made no sense to choose the fourth peak. Even the fourth peak master herself looked utterly bewildered. The crowd below the stage seemed accustomed to these inexplicable choices. For some reason, the four peaks had become the hottest commodity this year. Seconds later, the fourth peak leader snapped out of it, nearly jumping up and down with excitement. After a dozen seconds, he regained his composure and addressed the masked female student. Student, you must think carefully. While our four peaks are brimming with talent, when it comes to resources, we truly cannot match the other three peaks. You need to consider this carefully. The cool voice sounded again. It's fine. I'll go to the fourth peak. Seeing the masked girl's unwavering resolve, the crowd realized further persuasion was futile. They shook their heads helplessly without another word. What kind of dog luck did Peak 4 get this year? 3 hidden professions and 1 SSS tier? I've never seen an SSS tier student in my entire life. You're telling me. He looks like such a goofball, yet all the students this year seem to have taken a liking to him. It's beyond me. After the final student was assigned, every student had found their team. Standing before his exceptionally formidable team, the Four Peaks leader felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Counting them, 21 students had joined the Four Peaks this year. Combined with the students from the previous 3 cohorts, the total reached exactly 30. Students, on behalf of the Four Peaks, I welcome you all. Now, I'll take you on a tour of the place where we'll live and study for the next few years. With a wave of his hand, a cloud-patterned carpet billowed in the wind, instantly expanding to over 10 zhang in length and width. Everyone, board the flying carpet. I'll take you home. The Four Peaks Peak Master radiated the joy of a man celebrating a happy occasion. Standing at the very front of the flying carpet, he led the group of dozens toward the northeast of Qingyun Peak. Within 10 minutes, the carpet landed on a tidy mountaintop. This spot faced Qingyun Peak's main summit from afar, where 2 massive chains could be faintly seen connecting the 2 peaks. Beneath the chains lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. The moment they descended, a sense of desolation and decay washed over them. A dozen thatched huts were haphazardly scattered across the mountaintop. Though there were pavilions and terraces, they were all constructed of rough bricks and tiles. Some courtyards in front of the huts were overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for years. Fortunately, the entire Four Peaks area was quite large, covering 3 to 5 square kilometers. The Four Peaks leader cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, the conditions are what they are. These houses were all built by past students themselves. Some are still vacant, so you can choose a few to live in. You may also choose to build your own. You can opt to stay at the Four Peaks or return to the main peak to live in the dormitories provided by the school. For travel between locations, you can rent the school's griffins. Those with sufficient strength can traverse the iron chain. Over 20 students stared at each other in disbelief. This was nothing like they had imagined. Sure, the Four Peaks were a bit poor, but the main peak was right there. Even if they were poor, it couldn't be this different. The quicker students had already begun selecting vacant rooms, while Chen Feng and the others stood in the middle, exchanging bewildered glances. Chen Feng spotted a relatively spacious house near the peak's summit and started heading toward it, only to be stopped by the peak master. That's mine. I live there. It's also used by visiting teachers for lectures. Peak Master Lin gathered his chi and addressed the air. Everyone, feel free to explore the surroundings and familiarize yourselves with the area. We'll meet back here in 2 hours. The voice echoed across the entire Four Peaks and throughout the mountain valley, clearly reaching every student's ears. Suo Chao glanced at Xiong Qi and said to her, Xiong, shall we explore the surroundings? Xiong Qi remained silent, her gaze fixed solely on Chen Feng. Chen Feng noticed countless eyes fixed on him: Suo Chao, Big Tooth, Xiong Qi, Mu Yunqing, and even that final SSS-ranked masked woman. Without realizing it, he had gradually become the de facto leader of this group. Then let's go explore. All right. All right. All right. The succession of affirmative responses left Suo Chao beside them green with envy. The group of 3 men and 3 women began strolling across the Four Peaks. The more they wandered, the more they grasped the desolation of the Four Peaks. Some areas, untouched by human feet for years, resembled primeval forests. Fortunately, the scenery here was quite pleasant. Behind the mountaintop flowed a gently meandering stream. Following it downhill for less than 200 meters, they came upon a crystal-clear green pool where several fish darted playfully. This spot's pretty nice. Second brother, third brother, how about we build a house here later?
I just feel like living in nature is more comfortable than in those concrete and steel buildings.
Big Teeth nodded subtly. I'm fine with it. Suo Chao remained silent, glancing at the 3 female classmates. What about them? Chen Feng shot him a withering look. Why do you care about them? But Mu Yunqing spoke up. Sister Xiong, how about we build one across from theirs? Xiong Qi's face remained cold. Don't call me Sister Xiong. Just call me Xiong Qi. I don't care. I'll live anywhere.
Mu Yunqing immediately turned to the masked woman.
Excuse me, miss.
Everyone assumed this SSS tier genius knew someone in their group, which was why she'd been following them. But even now, no one knew whose friend she actually was.
Finally, Mu Yunqing asked. Are you friends with Xiong Qi? The masked woman shook her head. Suo Chao? The masked woman shook her head again. Mu Yunqing's heart tightened. Could this person also be after Chen Feng? Surely not Big Tooth?
As the group chatted, Mu Yunqing gradually became acquainted with Chen Feng and his trio. Finally, the last member, a boy with a blank stare, was revealed to be Big Tooth. The masked woman finally spoke her first words. I'm here for him. With that, she extended a slender jade-like finger and pointed at Chen Fengxiang.
Chen Fengxiang froze.
He felt strangely familiar with this masked woman, yet couldn't place where he'd seen her before. With half her face concealed, she only deepened his confusion. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Who are you? Her eyes, sparkling like stars, met Chen Fengxiang's gaze as she uttered 3 words.
Lin Qingqing. Chen Fengxiang's eyes widened in shock.
Upon closer inspection, the masked woman's gaze did bear a certain resemblance to Lin Qingqing's, though it carried an added chill.
Moreover, as far as he knew, Lin Qingqing, though gifted, was merely an ordinary A-rank ice mage. This was completely incompatible with the SSS tier hidden profession, Ultimate Freeze. Chen Fengxiang frowned in confusion. Lin Qingqing? Her sister?
The woman sighed softly and slowly removed her veil.
Chapter 86. If these 4 peaks won't turn, so be it.
Beneath the veil lay a face of breathtaking beauty, delicate features, a high, straight nose except for a faint, 3-centimeter snowflake-shaped mark on her left cheek.
This was none other than Lin Qingqing.
Chen Fengxiang stared at her in disbelief, his eyes wide.
You. Qingqing? How could it be you? How is this possible?
The current Lin Qingqing had not only undergone a dramatic transformation in strength and demeanor, but even her appearance now carried an added aura of unapproachable coldness.
Suo Chao swallowed hard and shook his head. Why did all the women who followed the boss turn out to be such breathtaking beauties?
Thankfully, Xiong Qi hadn't declared his allegiance yet. He still had a chance.
Boss, who's this? Introduce us. Chen Fengxiang finally caught the puzzled looks on everyone's faces and replied. Lin Qingqing, my high school classmate. Though, she seems different now. Qingqing, what happened? It's only been 1 summer break, yet you feel like a stranger.
Lin Qingqing turned to look at Qing Tan and sighed.
After the college entrance exams, I took a hard look at myself.
While my abilities might have made me stand out at Changshan First High, compared to you, the gap is just too vast. So during the summer break, I used my family connections to secure a spot in a secret realm. Mu Yunqing, standing beside her, gasped in surprise.
You mean that Snow Maiden's secret realm that caused such a stir recently?
Lin Qingqing nodded.
Mu Yunqing took a deep breath. I truly admire your courage. If it were me, I'd never dare go.
Chen Fengxiang was puzzled. Despite his extensive information channels, he had no idea what they were discussing or what the Snow Maiden's secret realm was.
He decided to ask directly. What is the Snow Maiden's secret realm? Is it dangerous?
Mu Yunqing glanced at him, a hint of exasperation in her eyes.
You don't know about the Snow Maiden's secret realm?
It was exposed during the summer vacation.
A secret realm appeared in the northern Eternal Night Icefield, bordering the human territories. It's said to be an inheritance realm, accessible only to those below level 30.
It caused quite a stir back then. 7 nations joined forces to protect it, and the dangers inside are so extreme it's practically a suicide mission. Even so, spots were being bid up to over 100 million each. And there's only 1 Snow Maiden inheritance within the realm.
This isn't just a hidden class anymore, it's akin to some sort of divine essence or deity.
Chen Fengxiang gazed at Lin Qingqing before him, a pang of unexplained pain piercing his heart. He knew this little girl was pushing herself so hard just to keep up with him. Qingqing, you must have faced countless dangers in the secret realm.
Thank goodness you're safe. A faint smile finally touched Lin Qingqing's frost-covered face. Of the over 300 people who entered with me, only 3 made it out alive. I was fortunate to be one of them. Moreover, I was chosen by the Snow Maiden. It was all worth it.
Now she had the confidence to face Chen Fengxiang squarely. Even in the powerhouse pact Huagua, an SSS tier professional warrior was a super genius who emerged only once every few decades. Chen Fengxiang felt a lump in his throat. Words failed him, and he could only nod silently before saying, I'm glad you're okay. He then pointed to the snowflake mark on Lin Qingqing's face and asked, What's this? A mark? Lin Qingqing gave a slight nod. You could say that. When I changed jobs, there were originally 3, one on my forehead and one on each cheek. I refined the other 2 away, but this last one still needs some time. So I just wore a mask. Xiao Chao sensed the slight awkwardness in the air and quickly changed the subject. Xiongqi, I hear you're the only student in our university's history to gain admission through special recommendation. I wonder what kind of background it takes to achieve that. While SS-tier practitioners weren't exactly rare in previous years, there had been a handful here and there. Yet none had ever been exceptional enough to warrant an exceptional admission offer from Liangjie Mountain Magic University. Xiongqi smiled faintly and looked at Chen Feng. I don't have any connections. It's all because of him. He pointed at Chen Fengshang. Chen Fengshang sensed a battle royale brewing, 3 women, 1 drama, and all 3 were targeting him. Suo Chaoran froze, his last shred of hope shattered. What the hell? Why were all the beauties after the boss? And what kind of background did the boss even have? Then what was his purpose for coming to Sifeng in the first place? This place, 4 Peaks, better not come here at all. Suo Chao looked at Chen Feng with a mournful expression. Seriously, bro, what's your deal? How'd you get people admitted on your recommendation? Before Chen Fengshang could answer, Big Tooth chimed in from the side. Just a guy from Changshan. Chen Fengshang chuckled. Don't listen to Xiongqi's nonsense. People get recommended to our school based on merit and character. It's got nothing to do with me. My background is squeaky clean, just like Big Tooth said, a Changshan native. Su Chao shot him a look that screamed, yeah, right. That sly old fox is up to no good. The group gradually warmed up to each other. Right on schedule as set by Peak Master Lin, the group had finished touring all 4 peaks and gathered at the Central Plaza. Not only were the 21 newcomers present, but all 9 senior students had also gathered there. Standing at the front with his hands behind his back, Peak Master Lin gazed at the significantly expanded 4 peaks contingent, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Fellow students, you've likely explored the 4 peaks and gained a general understanding of the situation. From now on, you are all part of the 4 peaks. Our guiding principle has always been unity. Regardless of your strength or background, here, you are all members of the 4 peaks. Fellow students should help one another, stand united, and fight as one. Let me introduce your senior sister. The Peak Master pointed to the sole crimson-robed martial sage among the 4 peaks. Li Lingyu, my foremost disciple and the current face of our 4 peaks. Chen Fengshan looked again at the senior sister who appeared somewhat shy. Li Lingyu's appearance was merely average. Her long ponytails hung straight down, her shoulders slumped forward, giving her the unassuming look of a simple country girl. The Peak Master then added with a hint of embarrassment. She could have graduated last year, but chose to repeat the year to ensure the 4 peaks retained a red-robed disciple. Therefore, everyone must show her the utmost respect. In my absence, senior sister Li Lingyu will oversee all affairs of the 4 peaks. With that, the 30 students of the 4th peak erupted into thunderous applause, signaling their recognition of the senior sister. Headmaster Lin continued. Senior sister has always assisted me in arranging the daily course schedule. Everyone must complete their assignments diligently. The upcoming period marks the school's annual military training. All new students must participate. Starting tomorrow, assemble at the main peak to join the school organized training. After completion, return to the 4 peaks where I will arrange subsequent courses for you. If there are no objections, we'll conclude today's session here. You are free to proceed with your activities. Chapter 87, Military Training. The next day. 4 squarely aligned squads, clad in military-style combat uniforms, stood on the main peak's drill ground. Apart from Peak 4's meager 20-odd members, the other 3 peaks each had over 100 participants. Peak 2, in particular, boasted a formidable contingent of nearly 200. A solemn-faced instructor stood on the platform, surveying the 4 formations below. Today marks your first day of military training at Liangjie Mountain Magic University. After emphasizing discipline, the instructor began outlining the day's training schedule. There are 2 tasks for today's training. First, everyone proceed to the side of the field to collect weights. Depending on your profession and level, I need you to configure different weights. Then, run from the mountaintop to the lower peak and back. Those who fail to complete this before nightfall will not attend tomorrow's training. Your parents will be summoned to take you home immediately. Once you complete the first task, I will naturally assign the second. The solemn expressions on the students' faces instantly turned grim. Having all participated in the school entrance exams, they were well aware of the grueling ascent up the mountain's 108,000 steps. However, during the second wave of enrollment expansion, to allow more students to pass the mountain test, the school had reduced the potion erase potency along the path, significantly easing the pressure. The instructor clapped his hands on stage. Several staff members emerged from behind the stage, pushing small carts. Their carts were laden with an array of fresh fruits, vegetables, meat from unidentified animals, and several sacks of rice and flour. This is your food for today. You must prepare it yourselves after returning from the mountain. Each peak group must assemble its entire team. The first peak to gather, everyone can choose their ingredients first. The last peak to assemble must eat only what remains. The instructor clapped again. A cart rolled up carrying 2 large baskets of steamed buns and 3 buckets of bottled water. The implication was clear: the slowest peak today would only get steamed buns and cold water. This military training serves 2 purposes: physical conditioning and fostering cohesion among the peaks. If even one member is missing, the entire group must wait. No one eats until everyone is present. Across the entire continent, there's a shared understanding: a martial artist with exceptional physical conditioning can fight opponents of higher ranks or even tiers. Such combat-grade stamina is forged through blood, sweat, and relentless training. Therefore, during these 2 weeks of military training, the first task each of you must complete every day is climbing the mountain. Most faces below the stage twisted with bitterness. For the later admitted students, the 108,000 steps had nearly cost them half their lives to climb. The thought of scaling this mountain daily filled them with dread. Yet none of them wanted to be the weak link holding back their peak. No matter how grueling it was, they had to grit their teeth and push through. Some physically fit individuals in the ranks were already itching to begin. They could clearly feel the benefits of climbing under pressure and naturally hoped for more training sessions. "Alright, you may begin now." With the instructor's command, some members began moving. The 4 Peaks leader stood at the front of the group, urging all students to help each other and stay united. Then, he led everyone onto the mountain path. 500 people descending the mountain simultaneously was nothing short of spectacular. The narrowest sections of the path could only barely accommodate 2 or 3 people side by side, causing a long line to form between the faster and slower students. Viewed from above, the dense mass of people winding along the mountain path resembled a giant serpent twisting and turning. At the start of the descent, everyone displayed ample confidence. Before long, the main group had descended over 20,000 steps. By this point, some students with weaker constitutions began to feel their calves grow weak and stop to rest. The line gradually stretched out. Surprisingly, the front runner was the yellow-haired guy whose leg had been broken by Chen Feng not long ago. Judging by his posture now, there was no trace of having a broken leg. Gasping for breath, he glanced back at the relentless crowd closing in and felt his strength waning. "Damn it, what kind of freaks are these? They've been jogging the whole way without a break? I was second in the entrance exams. Back then, only that SSS tier hidden class freak beat me. Everyone else was left in the dust. How come I've got over 10 people tailing me now?" Little did he know that most of these pursuers were part of the school's first intake of students. Physically, they far surpassed these expanded enrollment students. But the school hadn't publicized this fact. Many of the expanded enrollment students believed they were the first batch, unaware that a group of elite students had already been admitted before them. The blonde-haired boy gradually lost steam and was overtaken by Nalin Yi from behind. Nalin Yi's gaze remained resolute. He felt no smug satisfaction at overtaking the blonde-haired youth to take the lead. In his mind, only Chen Feng and that SSS tier hidden class were worthy opponents. Chen Feng and his group, meanwhile, lingered in the middle of the pack, strolling leisurely as if taking a casual walk, moving at a relaxed pace toward the rear. Suo Chao glanced at the endless line stretching ahead, long since losing sight of the front runners. "Boss, should we pick up the pace?" Chen Feng walked at a steady pace. "What's the rush? If even one person can't make it up, none of us get fed. We're not the slowest on the 4 peaks anyway. Rushing won't do us any good. Besides, this is just the descent. What can we tell from that? When we start climbing, those with weaker strength up front will naturally slow down." Then, in a tone that sounded older than his years, he added, "A river doesn't race to be first, it strives to flow endlessly." The 21 members of the 4 Peaks group had been walking together the entire time. Finally, one girl turned pale, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down her forehead. Clutching her stomach in pain, she addressed the group. "I can't go on, everyone. I need to rest. My period started, and it's really taking it out of me." The group settled her by the roadside to rest while the others pressed on. Gradually, 2, then 3, then more and more fell behind. The ranks of the 4 Peaks 21 slowly stretched apart. Chen Feng, Suo Chao, Xiangqi, Muyunqing, Lin Qingqing, and Dia remained at the forefront. Ahead of them, several others had already begun resting due to exhaustion. "Boss, you guys keep going. I can't walk anymore." At that moment, Big Tooth bent over, hands braced on his knees, gasping for breath. Chen Feng glanced back at Big Tooth. Given his abilities, Big Tooth had already exceeded Chen Feng's expectations by keeping up this far. Chen Feng clearly remembered from the division tests 2 days prior that Big Tooth was merely a level 21B ranked Taoist. Juggling both talisman crafting and alchemy, the Taoist class, already weaker in combat, also lagged slightly behind other classes in stamina. Chapter 88, Flowing water doesn't race to be first, but strives to flow endlessly. "Alright, then. You take care of yourself. We'll be heading out now. If anything comes up, remember to give me a call." Big Tooth nodded and plopped down on the ground to rest. The group pressed onward. By now, fewer than 100 people remained ahead of them. Among the 5 remaining, only Muyunqing showed slightly weaker physical stamina, but she was still a level 26S rank professional. At their current pace, they could still handle the challenge with ease. Chen Feng and his group had now descended halfway down the mountain.
The original 500-strong descent party was gradually thinning out into a scattered stream. Vague figures could still be glimpsed ahead. While looking back up the path, the crowd on the stone steps stretched longer and longer. Maintaining a steady pace, Chen Feng and his 5 companions charged straight to near the mountain's base, overtaking no fewer than 50 people along the way. Looking down, they could now faintly see staff holding signs waiting for them. Suddenly, a figure ahead of them began jogging upward. As they drew closer, they recognized Lin Qingqing, the very person Chen Feng had faced in combat before. As Lin Qingqing passed by Chen Feng, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. During the exam, Lin Qingqing had witnessed firsthand just how monstrously fast Chen Feng could climb, breaking the entire school's record. Yet now, he was moving so slowly. His gaze shifted and landed on the 3 elegant beauties beside Chen Feng. A hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Without further thought, he gritted his teeth and began his ascent. Ever since arriving at this school teeming with prodigies, Lin Qingqing had gradually come to realize his own mediocrity. Before turning 18, he had always believed himself to be a top-tier prodigy. Whether in elementary or middle school, he had consistently dominated, convinced he was the world's foremost genius. That was until he met Chen Feng, followed by Xiongqi, Suochao, and others who proved themselves no weaker than him. Now, another SSS-tier prodigy had emerged. This filled him with a sense of crisis. He even began to doubt his own innate talent. Eventually, he came to a realization: since he held no inherent advantage in natural talent, he could only rely on sheer effort. Though a pampered young master of the Nailan family, he resolved to push himself relentlessly to stand out in this school teeming with prodigies, to catch up and surpass them. The closer they got to the base of the mountain, the more people began climbing up from the other side. Over a dozen had already passed by. Finally, Chen Feng spotted a familiar figure above him. Yellow hair. The moment Yellow Hair spotted Chen Feng, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by an unmistakable hint of smug satisfaction. He was only slightly higher in rank, relying on his level 29 advantage to hold an edge over me. Now, climbing this mountain, he'd inevitably fall behind me. Poof. After all, he was just an F-rank trash beastmaster. Even if he got ahead for now, he'd be left behind eventually. With his S-rank class rating, he was confident that one day he'd turn the tables and beat the crap out of Chen Feng. When that day came, he'd throw Chen Feng off the 3rd floor 10 times over, breaking both his legs and feet. The thought alone seemed to quicken the blonde-haired man's climbing pace, instantly filling him with renewed energy. The group reached the mountain's base, where a large wooden plank lay propped up. A white sheet of paper was affixed to it, listing everyone's names. All they needed to do was sign in and press their fingerprints to continue their descent. Chen Feng stared at the vivid red fingerprints covering the board. Over 30 people had already begun the climb. Though his group wasn't fast, they had already surpassed more than 90% of the others. After completing the sign-in, the 5 began their steady descent. Not long after setting off, Mu Yunqing began to struggle. Ascending was entirely different from descending. Chen Feng led the way at a steady pace. The others were holding up fine, but Mu Yunqing was, after all, an S-rank. She was a priest with a frail physique. Moreover, from their previous climb, Chen Feng could tell that this young lady of noble birth was likely accustomed to a pampered life at home. Compared to the other 4, she did seem weaker. The group had no choice but to leave her behind and continue upward. There was no point forcing the issue. As long as everyone made it to the summit without holding back the group and could all eat their fill, that was sufficient. Chen Feng led the remaining 3 climbers upward. Gradually, they began overtaking those ahead, 1, then 2. By the time they reached the 10,000-step mark, they passed the yellow-haired youth resting by the path. The blonde-haired youth stared at the group in astonishment. Didn't they even exert themselves? They weren't even breathing heavily. Their breathing was steady, and even as they climbed step by step, moving with perfect rhythm. Not a single bead of sweat glistened on Chen Feng or Lin Qingqing's faces. The blonde youth stood frozen in place, speechless. He had nearly exhausted his strength just to stay ahead, and now, watching others pass him one by one, he felt like crying but couldn't. Meanwhile, Chen Feng finally realized this F-rank beast user seemed stronger than he'd imagined. The group of 4 pressed onward. By the 30,000th step, they had overtaken nearly everyone. Only a dark figure ahead continued to climb with great difficulty. Chen Feng recognized that person as Lin Qingqing. After walking a short while longer, they spotted the 4th girl from the 4 peaks who had fallen behind due to her period. Her hair clung to her cheeks, slightly disheveled. Her lips were pale, devoid of color. Sweat soaked through her combat uniform, and a trace of blood seeped from her knees. She had clearly fallen. As Chen Feng passed by her, he casually pulled a bottle of mineral water from his green bag and handed it to her. "Don't rush. Drink some water and climb slowly. Safety comes first. Worst case, we'll eat steamed buns. It's been ages since I've had steamed buns in cold water, I kind of miss it." Her gaze hardened as she glanced back, spotting over a dozen figures still trailing behind. Taking the water from Chen Feng, she forced a sweet smile. "Thanks for the water. I won't hold the 4 peaks back." Her tone was resolute.
After bidding Chen Feng farewell, she continued limping forward, clutching her stomach as she hurried onward. A hint of approval flickered in Chen Fengxiang's eyes. Saying nothing more, he continued onward with the other three. As time passed, they had climbed 60,000 steps. Nalani ahead maintained a relatively steady pace, keeping a consistent distance from them. Beads of sweat had already formed on Suo Chao and Xiong Qi's faces. After all, they had descended and ascended the mountain in one go. Though their pace wasn't particularly fast, they hadn't stopped for a moment. Even for two SS-tier hidden class players as strong as they were, it was taking its toll. But seeing Nalani still struggling to keep up with them ahead, they gritted their teeth and pushed on. Just then, Chen Fengxiang's smartwatch rang. The caller was none other than Big Tooth. "Hey, boss, bad news. The last girl from our 4 peaks group got deliberately blocked by people from other peaks. They formed a human wall, letting everyone else through but deliberately blocking her. At this rate, our 4 peaks will definitely come in last." Chen Fengxiang recalled the faint, confident smile on the girl's pale face, and a surge of anger instantly filled his heart. "Keep moving up. I'll go down there." Chapter 89, Knocked Away. After exchanging a few words with the others, Chen Fengxiang broke ranks and charged alone toward the mountain's base. Chen Fengxiang raced downhill at full speed, reaching the base of the mountain in no time. Before he could get closer, he spotted 5 figures walking side by side on the narrow mountain path ahead. The girl at the rear of the group was being deliberately blocked by the 5 men. She tried to break through left and right, but her already weakened state had drained much of her stamina during the descent. Combined with her current condition, she couldn't possibly breach the human wall formed by the 5. She was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, like a trapped beast. "Oomph. You 4 peaks think you're so formidable? All those hidden classes, yet you'll still end up dead last in the end. We 3 peaks can't compete with the top 2, but we've got more than enough strength to block you 4 peaks. No matter how fast those hidden classes are, as long as we hold you back, you'll still be last." The girl in last place from Peak 4's eyes burned red. She knew that if things continued like this, she would inevitably hold Peak 4 back. No matter how hard she pushed herself, she'd still force her 4 peaks brothers and sisters to suffer alongside her. "You're shameless." A member of the 3rd peak ahead chuckled. "Hey, classmate, don't go around saying things like that. We're just descending normally, albeit a bit slower. It's all within the rules. How can you call that shameless? Stop struggling. Just follow us brothers obediently. It'll save you some energy." Just then, a figure dashed down the mountain path. One of the 5 rubbed his eyes in confusion. "Guys, look. There's someone else behind us? Someone even slower than this little girl?" The remaining 4 squinted and saw a disheveled, flip-flop wearing youth speeding down the mountain. "Now I remember, that's the F-rank beast type from the 4th peak. No wonder. I was wondering how anyone could be slower than us. Turns out it's an F rank. 4 peaks really is a mixed bag. SSS rank leading the charge up front, F rank bringing up the rear, truly a melting pot." One of them turned and gave the pale-faced girl behind him a knowing smile. "Well, now you have company. Your 4 peaks really does produce all kinds of talent. Just as they say, where there's a dragon, there's a phoenix." The girl turned back in confusion. She thought she was the slowest, but now someone was even slower than her. Yet the moment she looked back, she froze. Descending the mountain was none other than the boy who had given her a bottle of mineral water on the way up. But wait, he had already reached the summit. At his pace, he should have been among the top finishers. Why was he coming back down now? Just as her confusion deepened, Chen Feng had already sprinted up beside her. The 5 ahead clearly looked smug. "Hey, look at that dragon slayer suddenly sprints up and catches us. Ha ha ha, an F-rank beast shifter that really puts you in a tough spot. Well then, you and your 4 peaks brothers and sisters can just pick up our farts from behind. I drank soy milk this morning, so I've got plenty to spare." Chen Feng paid no mind to the sarcastic remarks from the front. In his eyes, these people were practically the lowest of the low in the entire 500-strong group. They weren't worth his anger. The pale-faced girl from the 4 peaks glanced at Chen Fengxiang, tugged at his sleeve, and shook her head. She signaled him not to act rashly. There were 5 of them, and given her current state, she was practically half crippled. Even if they teamed up, they wouldn't fare well. Chen Fengxiang gave her a faint smile. "Don't worry, just stay close to me." His smile was warm and radiant, brimming with confidence, momentarily making the girl believe they could break through the human wall ahead. But the thought that her fellow disciple was merely an F-rank beast user instantly deflated her spirits. Chen Fengxiang motioned for the girl to step back 2 paces. Confused, she complied nonetheless. Chen Fengxiang suddenly accelerated, charging straight into the 5 people still sneering ahead. "Ooh, look at this fool charging straight at us like he's made of iron. He won't learn until he's dead. With his F rank. But..." The man speaking hadn't finished his sentence before he was sent flying over 10 feet. Mid-air, he spat a mouthful of blood, his chest bearing a stark, caved-in dent. Another of the remaining 4 was also sent flying, but his trajectory slammed him into the mountainside. His entire body crashed into the rock face, knocking out his front teeth. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth. Both men felt as if they'd been struck by a train. The disparity in strength was too vast, utterly incomparable. The remaining three stared dumbly at their two comrades sprawled on the ground, their faces drained of color, frozen in place. Had that collision been aimed at them, none believed they'd fare much better than the injured pair.
Is this INGF rank? A beast type? What kind of monstrous strength is this? How could it be this strong? They were B-rank talent powerhouses. How could they be knocked flying by a mere F rank?
The others froze in place, too terrified to move. Their eyes locked on Chen Feng with sheer dread, fearing he might unleash that same attack on them.
Chen Feng paid no further attention to the remaining trio.
He walked straight toward the girl frozen in place, offering a faint smile as if he'd accomplished something utterly insignificant. Her throat rolled as she swallowed hard. She had tried to break through this human wall earlier and knew full well how powerful these men were. Under normal circumstances, they might not have posed such a significant obstacle. But in her current state, the five of them felt like an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. Yet this rock-solid barrier had been shattered effortlessly by her classmate, a mere F rank, who seemed to do it with ease.
Stop spacing out.
Let's go, or we'll really be eating steamed buns. The girl finally snapped out of her daze, responding to Chen Feng before hurrying down the mountain. Chen Feng didn't even spare another glance at the three stunned figures or the two moaning on the ground. He simply followed the girl from the fourth peak. After walking over 100 meters, the girl finally spoke.
Man, you're so cool. You have no idea how desperate I was back there.
Never imagined someone ranked F could unleash that kind of power. I really owe you this time, otherwise, I'd have been nailed to the pillar of shame at Sifeng.
Chen Feng smiled faintly. No big deal. It was just a small favor.
The Peak Master reminded us today to help each other and stay united.
If you can't make it up the mountain, we won't get fed either.
Chen Feng and the others soon reached the mountain's base, completed their check-in, and began their ascent.
Chapter 90, you call this a slight increase in strength?
As they passed the 5 figures again, the group pressed themselves against the wall from a distance, clearing a path wide enough for 3 people to pass. The two paid them no mind, climbing steadily upward.
The girl's stamina clearly couldn't match Chen Feng's.
After climbing 20,000 steps, she was nearly at her limit and needed to stop and rest. Chen Feng said nothing, simply sitting beside her to rest, like a protective bodyguard. Once she had recovered sufficiently, they would set off again. It must be said that the girl possessed remarkable perseverance. Even though she was physically unwell and injured, she stubbornly followed Chen Feng upward. They climbed a stretch, rested a stretch, and somehow passed dozens of others. Just as they neared the summit, they spotted a figure standing on the steps just a few dozen away from the peak. Many others were gathered at the summit, watching the scene unfold. Chen Feng and the girl pressed onward, only to have their path blocked by the man on the steps.
So it was you who gravely injured my 3 Peaks disciple?
Fear flickered in the girl's eyes as she whispered into Chen Feng's ear. That man is an S-rank warrior from the 3rd peak who participated in yesterday's peak division.
And he's a whopping level 26.
If I'm not mistaken, he's probably the top warrior in the 3rd peak now.
Chen Feng snorted derisively.
If a level 26 S rank was already considered the top cultivator of the 3 peaks, it seemed the 3 peaks were indeed quite impoverished. At the mountaintop, many 4th peak disciples watched as the 3rd peak's top warrior blocked their path at the pass. Their brows furrowed, and they prepared to descend and assist, only to be stopped by the drill instructor in charge of military training.
Those who've already ascended cannot descend again unless you run the mountain path back down.
But given the current time, anyone who goes down is guaranteed to finish last. Gritting their teeth, they could do nothing but accept it. Yet, several hidden class students from Peak 4 seemed utterly indifferent, as if the matter had nothing to do with them.
A 4th peak student nearby, observing their demeanor, clearly grew anxious. So what if you're strong? Why act like this doesn't concern you? This affects all of Peak 4, aren't you going to do anything?
Suo Chao, Lin Qingqing, and Xiongqi all knew Chen Feng's strength. Not only could a mere S-rank warrior stand no chance against him, but even Nailin Yi from Peak 1 would be beaten senseless.
So they paid no mind to this roadblock, silently praying he wouldn't get beaten too badly.
Suo Chao plucked a blade of grass from the ground and popped it into his mouth.
Don't worry.
If he can't handle this, he wouldn't be Chen Feng. The man who had spoken earlier was clearly growing impatient.
But he's still only an F rank. Suo Chao shook his head slightly. Some F rankers are deceptively powerful. Just sit back and enjoy the show.
The man sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do.
He could only watch dryly, inwardly lamenting his own lack of ability.
Only those who had participated in the school entrance exams from the start shook their heads at the 3 below. They were the ones who had truly witnessed Chen Feng's power, a master formidable enough to force the crimson-robed martial sovereign into surrender.
The level 26 warrior down there now? He wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth.
Among the freshmen, only the blonde-haired youth felt a quiet sense of relief. He'd already heard from others that a group of outstanding students had enrolled before them, and Chen Feng was the undisputed leader among them. Even within his own Peak 1, there were numerous skilled fighters who surpassed him.
The man from Peak 3 blocked their path, silver spear in hand, demanding again, "Did you injure my fellow Peak 3 student?" Before Chen Feng could respond, the pale-faced girl from Peak 4 interjected, "It was your Peak 3 who resorted to trickery. 5 of you formed a human wall in a straight line, deliberately trapping me at the back. Such despicable tactics. Chen Feng merely came to my aid." The third Peak man with the silver spear let out a piercing howl. "Ha ha ha. What a joke. You were weak enough to end up at the back. To avoid finishing last, you attacked my third Peak classmate. Now you dare turn on us?" He flicked his spear, its sharp tip pointing directly at Chen Feng. "Strength speaks for itself. You collided with them, their weaknesses on them, not me. I strike you down, your weaknesses on you, not others. You boast about your collision skills? Then try colliding with me." Suo Chao burst out laughing. Where did this guy get the nerve? The boss would probably send him flying straight out of the sky. Nalini watched this unfold before turning away. Heaven-sent calamities can be avoided, but self-inflicted ones leave no room for survival. Anyway, they weren't from his second peak, so he couldn't be bothered. He might as well use this time to cultivate while others watched the spectacle. The blonde-haired youth's mouth twitched as he recalled the day he'd entered the academy, brazenly issuing threats to Chen Feng. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you sure?" The silver-speared man snorted coldly. "If you've got the guts, bring it on." Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. What a reckless fool. He turned to the 4 female classmates behind him and said, "Wait here for a moment." He walked toward the silver spear man at a leisurely pace. The silver spear man's eyes flashed as his spear shot forward like a dragon. From the calls of the 5 classmates down the mountain, he'd learned that though this kid was only an F-rank beast user, he possessed superhuman strength in his arms. He must have obtained some extraordinary power-type beast spirit. But when it came to martial arts, with his iron-willed silver spear, he was certain he could overwhelm this guy. So while he verbally urged Chen Feng to charge forward, he had already seized the initiative and the upper hand. Spectators on the platform shook their heads in disapproval, finding his martial ethics deeply questionable. But even such a powerful thrust was easily dodged by Chen Feng, who merely tilted his head slightly. To achieve such a reflex, one must possess overwhelming speed to outpace opponents. And in everyone's eyes, how could a mere F-rank beastmaster possibly match the speed of an S-rank warrior? Yet, that very thrust missed its mark. The silver-speared man's heart skipped a beat. Before his technique could fully resolve, he shifted from thrusting to sweeping, lashing out at Chen Feng's upper body. Chen Feng extended his left hand. He gripped the silver spear firmly. No matter how hard the man strained, he couldn't pull the silver spear free by even an inch. He felt as though Chen Feng had become one with the vast Qingyun Peak itself. Even with his immense strength, he couldn't budge it. The shock in his eyes only deepened. Damn it, that phone call from down the mountain had really screwed him over. They said it would just be a little stronger. This was a bit stronger? This was clearly not even in the same league as him. He felt like crying, but there were no tears left. But in this situation, with so many people watching on the mountain, as the top disciple of the 3 peaks this year, admitting defeat now would be utterly humiliating. Chen Feng tightened his grip slightly, flicking the silver-speared man and his weapon upward with one hand. In 3 strides, he reached the cliff edge beside the steps, dangling the man precariously over the abyss. Chapter 91, Food Distribution. The silver spearman, who had been so cocky moments ago, now looked deathly pale. He felt his earlier actions had been downright suicidal. That damned bastard down below had given him the wrong information. As everyone on the platform watched with keen interest, the silver spearman clung desperately to the shaft, his legs trembling uncontrollably in the air. If he fell, he'd likely be torn to shreds. "Brother. I'm sorry. Those bastards down below screwed me over." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the kid to be so quick to recognize the situation. Since they didn't have any major grudges, he might as well pull him back up. The spectators on the mountaintop snickered at the silver spearman. Truly, heaven offered a path, but he refused to take it. While hell had no gate yet, he barged right in. Chen Feng flicked the man back with his spear, lightly whipping the man's pert buttocks before thrusting the spear into the rock. He then continued climbing alone, accompanied by the woman from the 4th peak. The pale-faced woman from the 4th peak was utterly dumbfounded. How could this F-rank beast transformer be so monstrous? He was the current top-ranked individual of the 3rd peak. Was he really subdued so easily? Little did she know that during their first exchange, the silver spearman had already realized this so-called merely stronger man was in an entirely different league. Throughout his life, he had encountered peers stronger than him, but none had ever been this utterly unstoppable. The man gripped the silver spear and strained to pull it free, yet it wouldn't budge an inch. The crowd atop the mountain sucked in a collective breath. What kind of power could possibly allow a casual toss to render the strongest man of the 3 peaks utterly powerless to budge it? From this day forward, the once belittled F-rank beast user, considered the youngest and weakest among them, had earned a new reputation, someone not to be messed with. Chen Feng ascended to the summit of the 2nd peak and completed his registration. With this, all students from the 4 peaks had arrived. The 4th peak disciples erupted in jubilant cheers.
Though their numbers were small, from this day forward, no one would dare underestimate them.
Chen Fengxian's actions earned the approval of many fourth peak disciples.
The one who had been anxious earlier finally understood the attitude of those few hidden class practitioners.
It seemed they weren't unconcerned, rather, they understood Chen Fengxian's capabilities. At this moment, Chen Fengxian had suddenly emerged as the de facto leader of this year's Peak 4 cohort. He led the way, followed by Lin Qingqing, Suo Chao, Xiong Qi, Mu Yunqing, and Big Tooth. Behind them trailed the rest of the fourth peak students. They walked toward the food distribution point under the envious gazes of others. At this moment, Peak 4 was the first among all peaks to have every member complete their task. Led by their instructor, the group approached the food stalls. Standing before the fruit stand, they could already smell the sweet, refreshing aroma of the fruits. "Wow, they even have durian," exclaimed a female student, her eyes sparkling as she excitedly pointed to the durian displayed on the stall. The instructor gestured toward the fruits displayed on the stall. Each student gets 2 pounds of fruit, 1 pound of vegetables, half a pound of meat, and unlimited rice or noodles, but no waste allowed. For larger fruits like watermelons, you can pool resources with classmates to purchase them or weigh them individually over there. This is your entire food allowance until tomorrow. After this meal, your next one will be tomorrow's. Plan how to divide what you have into 3 meals. Also, we won't provide utensils, you'll prepare your own meals. This is also a test of your life skills. The group nodded in unison. Some students who considered themselves decent cooks were already itching to get started. Alright, start taking your portions. No one moved, all eyes fixed on Chen Fengxian. Chen Fengxian understood they were looking to him for guidance. Without hesitation, a sly gleam flashed in his eyes. Weigh out 10 durians. With 42 gene of fruit allocated for our 21 students, let's start with the pricier items. The group was taken aback. They couldn't exactly share 1 durian between 2 people and just gnaw on it, could they? While the fruit tasted decent and was highly nutritious, eating too much would inevitably become cloying. 10 durians weighed exactly 40 gene. Chen Fengxian casually grabbed some other fruits to make up the 42 gene. At the vegetable stall, he loaded up 21 gene of eggs, which wiped out half of the already meager egg supply. At the meat section, he made a more conventional choice, slicing 10 pounds of half-fat, half-lean pork belly. The others were puzzled. Were they really going to eat only eggs and durian? That seemed a bit hard to swallow. Chen Fengxian surveyed his handiwork and nodded to himself. Everyone, lend a hand and carry these to the center of the square. Moments later, 10 prickly durians and a large basin full of eggs were arranged in the center of the square. Beside the durians and eggs stood a sign. Exchange durians for other fruits at a 2-to-1 ratio. Quantities of each fruit are limited. Exchange while supplies last. First come, first served. Eggs exchange for other vegetables at a 2-to-1 ratio. Quantities of each vegetable are limited. Exchange ends when supplies run out. First come, first served. Chen Fengxian knew the price difference between durians and other fruits. The nutritional value and irresistible flavor would surely attract many students. Eggs were equally nutritious, and since many vegetable dishes required eggs as a key ingredient, they were undoubtedly a hard currency. Sure enough, it didn't take long for all the students from Building 1 to gather. As they passed Building 4's stall in the plaza, their eyes lit up. Until they reached the fruit stall. Instructor. Why do they get durians? Where are my durians? I want durians. The instructor's mouth twitched imperceptibly. We had 10 durians originally, but the 4th peak students traded them all away. Not a single durian is left now. Only then did Peak 1 students realize what the sign next to their stall meant. But some students couldn't contain themselves and started eyeing the 4th peak stall greedily. Yellowhair walked over to the vegetable stall, spotted the few remaining eggs, and quickly organized the 1st peak students to exchange for all the leftovers. Before long, the 4th peak stall was swarming with people. Hello, we have 6 pounds of grapes. Can we trade them for 3 pounds of durian? We have 10 pounds of watermelon. We have 4 pounds of peaches. I don't eat meat. Can meat be traded for durian? Chen Fengxian nodded. Sure, but the ratio is still 2-to-1. People nearby sighed at Chen Fengxian's greed, thinking no one in their right mind would make such a trade. But to everyone's surprise, the student actually traded for 2.5 ounces of durian and happily walked off to enjoy it. Holy crap, boss, that actually worked? Chen Fengxian chuckled. Their class doesn't have a uniform distribution system. For a student who doesn't eat meat, half a pound of meat is useless to him. If he can trade it for something else, of course he'll take it. Chapter 92, Bonfire Party. Before long, only 3 durians remained in the exchange pile. Chen Fengxian gathered the last 3 durians and placed them with the other fruits obtained through exchange. Alright, everyone. Our peak will keep the last 3 durians for ourselves, no more swapping. Those who didn't get any can consider trading for eggs instead. Those who hadn't gotten any durians sighed regretfully, wishing they'd arrived earlier. Glancing at the eggs displayed by the 4 peaks, they shook their heads. Though their peak's egg allocation wasn't large, they could swap among themselves and still have enough for cooking. Suo Chao pointed at the eggs on the stall. Boss, what about these eggs? We can't just eat eggs all the time.
We only managed to trade for 1.5 pounds of eggs this whole time.
What's the rush? The second peak people haven't arrived yet.
Only then did Suo Chao realize that the people who had just arrived were from Peak 1. After the second peak group assembled, they arrived at the food stalls and were stunned.
The remaining fruits were all subpar, either underripe or overripe.
As for vegetables, only cabbages, white radishes, and a few other unattractive varieties remained. The second peak members scrambled quickly, snatching up all the passable items in no time. Moments later, Chen Feng approached the stall. We've already reached our quota for cabbage and radishes.
If you want eggs, you'll have to trade something else.
Behind him, several students clutching cabbages looked at the eggs on the stall with frowns, swallowing hard.
Nailani, clutching half a bundle of scallions, timidly addressed Chen Fengshang.
I'd like to exchange for 1/2 pound of eggs. Though Chen Fengshang and Nailani had some past friction, a proud kid like him coming over to exchange eggs today meant he wanted to put their differences behind them.
Chen Fengshang wasn't the type to hold grudges either.
They shared a knowing smile. Chen Fengshang handed him 1/2 pound of eggs and casually tossed in 2 tomatoes. Take these to stir fry with the eggs.
You can't just eat eggs alone. Nailani gave a slight nod. Thanks.
Before long, nearly all the eggs from Sifeng had been exchanged. Seeing their fruit and vegetable supplies nearly double, the people of Sifeng rejoiced.
After all, this was their food supply for the next day.
As martial artists, their appetites were naturally larger than average. While the rationed fruits and vegetables would allow them to eat, it was difficult to feel truly full. Now, not only could they eat their fill, but they could even eat until they were stuffed.
Chen Feng standing among the 4 peaks members rose another notch in everyone's eyes.
Under Chen Fengshang's organization, all the students of the 4th peak carried their provisions to a secluded clearing and began preparing dinner. Several warriors had already summoned their weapons, hacking away at dead tree trunks around them. The burly knight hauled several buckets of water from the square. The ice mage froze the remaining food to prepare for the next day. After a flurry of activity, a campfire site gradually took shape. The group gathered around, singing and dancing. As dusk fell, the fire mage spat a jet of flame, igniting the bonfire. Soon, the aroma of various dishes began wafting from the large pots borrowed from the school cafeteria. Suo Chao fanned the coals beneath the grill with his fan, sweating profusely as he happily grilled sizzling, oil-dripping meat. Everyone feasted heartily, while talented classmates sang and danced before the bonfire, creating a joyful atmosphere. Amidst the crowd's calls, Chen Fengshang, unable to refuse their warm invitation, was ushered out like a star surrounded by admirers to showcase his talents.
Guys, please don't do this. Fighting is my specialty, but I'm really not good at performing talents. Suo Chao watched from below, smugly satisfied.
Having been outshone by Chen Fengshang in every way, he finally found something old Chen wasn't good at. No way, no performance, no dinner. Xiao Chao secretly gloated inside, but his eyes drifted involuntarily toward Xiongqi beside him. He thought to himself, once the boss makes a fool of himself, I'll step up and win over all the female classmates here with my clear, melodious voice. His lips curled upward as he thought this. After all, he was the citywide singing competition champion. Persistence had paid off, and his moment had finally arrived. Chen Feng stood in the center of the group, his face clouded with worry, while the bonfire crackled beside him. Several classmates had already performed before him, each showcasing impressive talents.
This put immense pressure on Chen Fengshang. Suo Chao tugged at Daya's sleeve.
Third brother, just watch how your second brother's gonna steal the show and blow your big brother out of the water. Chen Fengshang desperately wanted to back out, but Suo Chao clearly didn't take him seriously, egging him on relentlessly from below.
Just sing your heart out. After you're done, I'll back you up. Next up is me. Chen Fengshang gave Suo Chao a thoughtful look.
So that was the scheme this kid had in mind.
Oof. In that case, I'll humbly accept your invitation. But I'll need 2 minutes to prepare.
After privately conferring with a few people, Chen Fengshang returned to the campfire. He walked timidly before the crowd, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide. Thump! Thump thump! The deep, resonant drum beats grew increasingly urgent. A wood mage manipulated several vines to swiftly weave a large chair behind Chen Fengshang. As the drum beats grew denser, Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The bonfire behind him extinguished. Countless brilliant night pearls instantly rose into the air. Their beams of light synchronized with Mu Yunqing's healing spell. At first glance, it resembled a spotlight focused squarely on Chen Feng. The instant his eyes opened, his hair transformed from a messy bird's nest into flowing, silvery white locks cascading over his shoulders. His cheeks underwent subtle adjustments, revealing an otherworldly, flawless beauty beyond mortal reach. In that instant, every single girl present was utterly speechless, staring at Chen Feng with their mouths agape. While he was admittedly somewhat handsome before, none had ever perceived him as this flawlessly perfect. Now, as the Qingqiu fox spirit manifested within him, Chen Fengshang's robes billowed without wind, his flowing hair dancing in an ethereal dance that elevated his aura to the pinnacle of elegance. As the lights flared, the thunderous drum beats abruptly ceased, replaced by the piercing blast of a trumpet. Tap 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 tap. Xiongqi stood on the ground with her legs slightly apart, her figure seductively alluring. The trumpet in her mouth produced a melodious, flowing sound, instantly drawing many eyes.
The trumpet's melody faded, and suddenly, a guitar appeared in Chen Feng's arms.
With the sun above his head, burning with the last embers of youth, he never dared to give up, lighting our way forward.
The song Our Time began playing with various accompaniments. Chen Feng's transformed voice blended perfectly with the dazzling scene.
No exaggeration, even if you put a dog up there, as long as it didn't go off key, it could become a sensation. As the melody reached the chorus, the entire crowd joined in, instantly elevating the bonfire party to its peak. The transcendent atmosphere left some girls feeling lightheaded, nearly fainting from the sheer intensity.
Chen Feng, I love you. Chen Feng, I want to have your baby.
A torrent of screams and shouts erupted in an instant. Thunderous applause erupted across the venue, lasting for an extended period. As the song concluded, Lin Qingqing waved her wand, while Chen Feng ascended step by step on ice crystal stairs to the highest point, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. In an instant, screams and shouts erupted, one after another. Thunderous applause erupted across the arena, refusing to die down.
Chapter 93, The Eternal Night Icefield.
After Chen Feng's performance concluded, the surrounding students remained immersed in the atmosphere, unable to emerge for a long time. Even concerts by China's top-tier singers rarely achieved such an effect. Chen Fengshang observed the crowd still lost in reverie, cleared his throat, and shot a mischievous glance at Suo Chao.
Ahem. Your turn. Suo Chao's eyes brimmed with resentment, like a wronged little wife.
He pouted slightly and shot Chen Fengshang a fierce glare. He had already pushed the bonfire party's atmosphere to this fever pitch. Going up now, no matter how he performed, he'd likely just look like a clown. Big Tooth nudged him with his elbow at the worst possible moment.
Second brother, it's your turn.
Suo Chao delivered a vicious flick to his head before storming off in a huff. Big Tooth rubbed his head in confusion.
We agreed you'd make your grand entrance in front of everyone. Why'd you flick me?
The sky stretched like an endless curtain, dotted with twinkling stars like scattered chess pieces. The last 5 members of the Sanfeng group finally reached the summit, panting heavily as they supported each other. By this time, over 2 hours had passed since the last student from Yifeng had ascended. 2 limping casualties were roughly tossed onto the ground. It wasn't out of any spirit of mutual aid, it was simply that if these 2 couldn't make it up, the others wouldn't even get a chance to eat their steamed buns. Over 100 students glared at the last 5 climbers with resentment, their hearts filled with bitterness. The moment the 5 reached the top, the silver-speared man Chen Feng had dragged to the cliff edge, grabbed one of them and flung him violently to the ground.
Damn it, do you realize you nearly got me killed today?
The man who'd been struck stared blankly at the silver spearman. Immediately, someone nearby recounted today's events to him, and only then did he realize just how terrifying that seemingly mere F-rank beast type was. In the end, the entire Sanfeng group resignedly shouldered several crates of steamed buns and buckets of water. Like scattered soldiers after a defeat, they hung their heads dejectedly and began to eat.
The next day. Early in the morning, everyone assembled on the training ground. The instructor assigned the task as usual. The first task today is the same as yesterday. The top 100 who complete it can register with me to earn a spot in the simulation chamber. Then, between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m., students entering the simulation pods may form teams by peak. The peak with the highest score in the simulated space challenge will gain priority selection rights for today's food distribution. 500 students gazed at the square, now filled with 100 simulation pods each 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, and began murmuring among themselves. These simulation pods are a whole generation more advanced than the ones used for the college entrance exams. The school just pulled out 100 of them. Talk about deep pockets. This is Peak 2's chance. With our numbers, we'll have more entrants in the top 100. We'll definitely take first place in points. I'm done starving. Didn't Peak 4 act so cocky yesterday? They only have 21 people. Even if every single one of them makes it into the top 100, they still won't have as many in the simulation pods as the rest of us. They'll definitely end up at the bottom of the points rankings. Let them taste what it's like to eat steamed buns and drink cold water. Many students from Peak 4 seemed to realize this competition was inherently unfair. They clenched their fists in determination, hoping their efforts could secure Peak 4 a spot in the simulation chamber. The instructor raised a hand to silence the crowd. Alright, those are today's rules. Training begins now. At the command, the crowd surged like a tidal wave toward the mountain trail. Disciples from each peak raced like 100 boats vying for the lead, jostling for position. Chen Feng and his group remained as composed as ever. After yesterday's incident, no one dared to pull any tricks on the 4th peak disciples along the mountain path. 6 hours later. The scorching sun beat down on their faces, but thankfully, Qingyun Peak's summit was at a higher elevation, so the heat wasn't unbearable. Nailan Yi's sweat poured down like rain. He shook out his soaked combat uniform and sat on the mountaintop, gasping for breath. He had been the first to reach the summit again today. He was determined to prove through his efforts that he was no useless scion of a noble family. Within minutes, Chen Feng and Lin Qingqing also stepped onto the final staircase of the summit. They appeared in much better shape than Nalini, chatting and laughing as they climbed. Another 10 minutes passed. Xiangqi and Suo Chao also reached the summit. Gradually, the summit grew more crowded. Chen Feng and the others successfully registered with the instructor and received numbered simulation pod cards. It had been just over an hour since Nalini arrived before the instructor finally ran out of simulation pod cards. This confirmed that the top 100 had already been distributed. The crowd on the summit swelled until dusk approached, when everyone finally fell into formation by Mountain Peak. The instructor raised his wrist to check the time and announced loudly, 10 minutes until the simulation match begins. Top 100 students, please proceed to your designated simulation pods with your pod cards to commence the competition. Simultaneously, a projection beam illuminated the sky screen above the plaza. Simulation Space Points Tournament. First peak, 31 participants, points, 0. Peak 2, 37 participants, points, 0. Third peak, 23 participants, points, 0. Fourth peak, 9 participants, points, 0. Although the students from Peak 4 worked hard, they still fell short in the face of an overwhelming gap in strength. Apart from Chen Feng, Lin Qingqing, Xiangqi, Suo Chao, and Mu Yunqing, only 4 others from Peak 4 made it into the top 100. Looking at the number of participants displayed on the screen, Peak 2 drew the loudest cheers with a full 37 students, over 1/3 of the total. Based on this ratio, they were practically guaranteed a win. The third peak students, who had been eating plain steamed buns all day, felt a wave of relief upon seeing only 9 fourth peak participants. Today, it wasn't their turn to eat plain buns. Fourth peak secured 9 spots in the simulation pods, a surprisingly high ratio considering their 21-person cohort. But after accounting for a few hidden professions, the actual number who made it into the top 100 wasn't that high. This inherently unfair contest left the remaining Class 4 students feeling utterly crushed, their faces ashen. What's the point of competing? Might as well just eat steamed buns. We're half as many as Class 3. Don't be so pessimistic. We still have a few hidden professions, right? Can hidden professions put food on the table? Can one fight too? Almost everyone had low expectations for the 4 peaks, and even their own classmates felt disheartened. 10 minutes later, all students entered the simulation pods. Chen Feng and the others had barely entered the simulation pod and finished adjusting their equipment. A bright light flashed, and they instantly appeared on an icy plain. As far as the eye could see stretched endless, pristine white snow. The surrounding temperature plummeted, but fortunately, they were all martial artists with excellent physical conditioning, highly adaptable to extreme cold. At the horizon's edge, dark clouds gathered thickly, with faint flashes of lightning flickering within. Chapter 94, The Third Tier Snow Leopard Pack. The sun hung low in the sky, stretching their shadows long and thin. Mu Yunqing took a deep breath, his brow furrowing slightly. Could this be the legendary Eternal Night Icefield? Chen Feng, recalling the theoretical knowledge he'd observed while in the trees, agreed that it did indeed resemble the Eternal Night Icefield. The fringes of the Eternal Night Icefield experience near constant daylight, though bitterly cold. Venturing further inward brought one into perpetual darkness. Endless thunderclouds filled the night sky above the eternal night, perpetually churning with lightning and thunder that had raged unceasingly for tens of thousands of years. Legend held that the Eternal Night Icefield was home to bloodthirsty night fiends. Every million years, the entire continent would be swallowed by the eternal night. At that time, the night fiends would become the rulers of the land, reigning until the next eternal night receded. Who knew the school's simulation pods were this advanced? They can even replicate the Eternal Night Icefield. But the instructor said we have to fight monsters to earn points. Where on this endless ice plain would monsters even come from? Those who entered instinctively split into 4 squads, each assigned to one of the 4 peaks. Chen Feng surveyed his 9-member team. Besides Lin Qingqing, Suo Chao, Xiangqi, and Mu Yunqing, there was a fire mage, a knight, a summoner, and a warrior. Chen Feng nodded slightly. The class composition was fairly well-rounded. Let's venture deeper. We might find something. The group nodded in agreement. Chen Feng led the 9 members from the 4 peaks deeper into the wilderness. After about 2 kilometers, several small snowdrifts appeared on the flat ground ahead. Lin Qingqing, who rarely spoke, took the initiative to say, "Everyone, wait. I've seen these snow mounds before in the Snow Maiden's alternate space. There's likely a snow demon lurking beneath them." Chen Feng pointed at the snow mounds. "Number 2, fire a shot." "Got it." Suo Chao deftly drew his long rifle and smoothly racked the bolt. Boom! The shot tore through the air, and the snow mound ahead exploded with a thunderous roar. From within the debris, a 2-meter-tall snow creature emerged, its eyes glowing crimson, fangs sharp as daggers protruding from its jaws, and claws like steel blades snapping at the air. It roared and charged toward the group. Before it could close in, a fire mage in the group unleashed a fireball spell that pierced through the snow demon's body, leaving a transparent hole that hissed and smoked. The snow demon collapsed with a wail of agony. System notice: your party has defeated a Tier 1 snow fiend. Earned 1 point. All members of the 4 peaks received the system message from the experience pod. That was pathetically weak. Didn't even give me a chance to shine. The knight up front had just summoned his mount and raised his shield when the snow demon was already dead before it could even reach him. Lin Qingqing glanced at him and remarked coldly, "Don't underestimate them." While tier 1 snow demons are equivalent to beasts under level 10 and thus manageable, no one knows how many snow demons lurk in these snowy plains or what tier they might be. The group followed suit, launching attacks at the snowdrifts. Some startled snow demons even began attacking them proactively. But a dozen first-tier snow demons posed no real threat to the group, collapsing before they could even reach them. As they pressed deeper, a massive icy hand suddenly seized Mu Yunqing's foot. She shrieked in terror. The group reacted instantly, launching a counterattack. A 3-meter-tall ice golem burst from the ground. It fell dead under their attacks in just a few blows. System notice: your squad has defeated a tier 2 snow demon, earning 2 points. Second-tier snow demons are far more adept at concealing themselves, unlike the more conspicuous first-tier variants. Fortunately, the team's exceptional abilities minimize the impact. While converging toward the dark clouds, they eliminated over a dozen second-tier snow demons without suffering any casualties. The group moved swiftly toward the dark clouds. With only 2 hours remaining in the competition, everyone hoped to accomplish as much as possible within the allotted time. Outside the simulation chamber, everyone watched the numbers scrolling across the screen. First peak, 2931 members, points, 127. Peak 2, 3337 members, points, 134. Third peak, 2223 people, points, 46. Fourth peak, 99 people, points, 51. All the students outside peak 4 instantly felt their confidence soar. The numbers clearly showed that, unlike peaks 1, 2, and 3, not a single one of them had been eliminated so far. The numbers on the screen represented the current headcount and the number of people who had entered. Peak 1 had lost 2 members, Peak 2 had lost 4. Peak 3 had lost 1 member, while Peak 4 remained fully intact. Without Lin Qingqing's experience in the Snow Maiden's alternate dimension, Peak 4 might have suffered casualties under the Snow Demon's ambush. Peak 3 adopted the same tactic as Peak 4, with all members moving together. This ensured greater safety for the group, though it significantly reduced their monster-killing efficiency. After walking for over 10 minutes, Chen Feng and his group hadn't encountered a single monster, which left them feeling puzzled. Just then, rustling sounds echoed across the snowy plain. Suddenly, over 100 snow leopards charged toward them from behind. These leopards, formed entirely of ice and snow, moved with stealthy lightness, their footsteps leaving no sound on the snow. Had it not been for Chen Fengxiang's keen hearing, the group would likely have been wiped out in an instant. After all, 100 third-tier beasts combined with a surprise attack would be overwhelming for a group of 20-plus level adventurers. Stand guard! Chen Feng roared, instantly transforming into a 5-meter-tall gorilla standing at the front of the group. The knight raised his shield, his spear gleaming coldly in the snowy glare. The summoner conjured a colossal tree spirit, 7 or 8 meters tall, standing beside Chen Fengxiang. Forming a triangular defensive formation, they created an effective defensive line. Behind the trio stood a warrior wielding a broadsword, vigilantly guarding the rear line classes. Further back was the cleric Mu Yunqing, swiftly waving his staff to buff the party. Flanking Mu Yunqing, the ice mage and fire mage had both entered combat mode. Behind them, Suo Chao had already begun firing his rifle. Xiong Qi, cloaked in invisibility, darted swiftly through the ranks, poised to deliver a fatal blow to any isolated snow leopard. Before the snow leopards could reach the group, 2 had already fallen to Suo Chao's gunfire. System notice: your party has defeated a tier 3 snow demon, earning 4 points. System notice: your squad has defeated a tier 3 snow demon, earning 4 points. Suo Chao frowned slightly. These snow leopards have incredible defense. My strongest bullets usually one-shot tier 3 monsters, but these things have no weak points. It takes 2 shots to kill one. In an instant, the snow leopards charged into the mage's attack range. Both mages began chanting spells almost simultaneously. 2 seconds later, fire rained from the heavens. Countless small fireballs rained down from the sky within a 5-meter by 5-meter area ahead, scorching the snow leopards until they hissed and sizzled. Many snow leopards had their momentum severely reduced after charging through the fiery zone, some even collapsing instantly. It must be said that fire mages possessed a significant elemental advantage against these snow beasts. 5 seconds later, as the snow leopard pack closed in on the front lines, Lin Qingqing finally completed her spell chant. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Chapter 95, The Abnormal Lin Qingqing. In an instant, all snow leopards within hundreds of meters in front of the group froze solid into snow sculptures. Frozen mid-charge, they resembled exquisite, lifelike works of art. The 3 combatants poised to engage froze in place. They had been itching for battle, expecting the snow leopards to crash through their ranks only to be frozen solid. These were third-tier snow demons, whose power far surpassed that of the current group. Yet even so, under the power of Lin Qingqing's single skill, over 100 snow leopards were frozen solid in place. The terror of an SSS tier hidden class was truly staggering. Chen Feng sucked in a sharp breath, thinking to himself that even he would struggle to withstand such a monstrous mage like Lin Qingqing. Once frozen, no matter how powerful he was, she'd have 1,000 ways to finish him off. That's it?
The frontline warriors, who had braced themselves for sacrifice, lowered their stances and sheathed their shields.
No way, this is ridiculous. They're all frozen?
The fire mage who had just cast the spell, also a mage himself, keenly felt the gap between them. Everyone stared at Lin Qingqing in disbelief. This icy beauty, usually cold and distant, barely speaking to anyone, had just stunned everyone speechless with a single move. Lin Qingqing offered a rare smile. This is the ice field, which enhances my skills. Plus, area of effect spells like that require a long casting time.
On an actual battlefield, enemies wouldn't give you that kind of opportunity.
At that moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed. One by one, the snow leopards' bodies began to shatter, turning into chunks of ice that scattered onto the ground with a splash. Under the sun's rays, they reflected brilliant, crystalline light. System notice, your squad has defeated a Tier 3 snow demon, earning 4 points. System notice, your party has defeated a Tier 3 snow demon, earning 4 points.
In an instant, hundreds of notification alerts bombarded everyone's senses.
Outside the simulation chamber, all the students were cheering for their peers inside. Even upperclassmen had gathered to watch the spectacle. Wu Zun, the red-robed representative of the third peak, shook his head silently.
Their peak truly seemed to be declining with each generation. Last year's cohort could still occasionally snag first or second place, and even when weaker, Peak 4 would cover for them.
But judging by the current rankings, Peak 4, with only 9 members, had already surpassed them. First peak, 2531 students, points, 372.
Peak 2, 3137 students, points, 431. Third peak, 2223 members, points, 146. Fourth peak, 99 members, points, 167.
Peaks 1 and 2 adopted a squad-based approach, spreading out to increase encounter rates but also risking accidental casualties.
Peaks 3 and 4 proved the most stable. Their points steadily increased throughout the session without any casualties.
The students in Peak 3 looked increasingly grim. Their simulated counterparts were performing too steadily while no casualties occurred. Their points still lagged behind Peak 4's 9 members. If this continues, they'll be eating steamed buns again tonight. And it would be humiliating. They had over half as many people as Peak 4, yet their points were lower.
Meanwhile, Peak 2 was elated.
At this rate, they might become the highest scoring peak.
Not only would they gain prestige before the entire school, but they'd also secure priority in food selection. Just then, bang, bang, bang.
3 simulation chamber doors opened in Peak 1 and Sanming emerged.
Damn bad luck. I ran into over a dozen snow leopards at once.
Before I could figure out what was happening, I was bitten to death. Those beasts are high-level creatures to begin with, and they ambushed us.
We just had to accept our misfortune.
Watching their fellow Peak 1 members open the pod doors, only to see all 3 already dead, the others felt their hearts tighten as Peak 1's remaining count plummeted from 25 to 22.
Only 40-odd minutes had passed.
At this rate, Yifeng's team would likely be decimated before the match even ended.
Moreover, the pace of casualties would only accelerate.
Take the 3 who just emerged, for instance. They had originally been a full 5-member squad, but 2 were killed in the previous ambush, leaving only 3. Against dozens of snow leopards, they were utterly defenseless. Had they been 5, with proper preparation, they might have fought back. Clearly, the rate of point accumulation slowed significantly as numbers dwindled. Yet Team 3 Peak had maintained steady growth since losing their first member, giving some of its members a glimmer of hope. Even more impressive, Team 4 Peak had managed to keep every member alive throughout the entire battle. In fact, their point tally had even surpassed Team 3 Peak's. Just then, the points on the screen suddenly began to jump rapidly.
It lasted only a second or two. Yifeng stats from 99 points 177.
It jumped to 99 points 697.
Nearly 700. In just 2 seconds, his points skyrocketed by a whopping 520.
Everyone doubted their own eyes.
How could it possibly jump up by 520 points at once?
The instructor outside the arena stared at the screen in confusion, then turned to whisper to his assistant.
Go check the equipment and see what's going on.
Yes, sir. The assistant, tasked with the job, dashed between the various pieces of equipment, fiddling with the controls.
The crowd began to buzz with murmurs. Damn it, what's Chen Feng doing? I just sneezed, how did I suddenly become first place? No way, the system must be glitching.
That guy who just died said a Tier 3 monster only gives 4 points.
This is like 120 monsters, and they only have 9 people. Could it be they killed some insane boss?
A senior student watching the commotion folded his arms across his chest and coldly remarked.
Cut it out. A boss worth 520 points? How terrifying would that have to be? Not just them, even as seniors would get one shot by a boss that powerful. There must be a glitch in the system. This isn't fair.
We demand an inspection of the machines. The students below clamored for the equipment to be tested, especially the third peak. If this continued, they'd have no hope of surpassing the fourth peak. They might even end up last again. The instructor raised a hand to silence the crowd.
The machine is already being inspected.
But this is the most advanced equipment on the market, powered by top-tier AI processing.
It rarely malfunctions under normal circumstances. A few minutes later, the assistant who had gone to inspect the machine jogged back, reporting, "All machines are functioning normally. No abnormalities detected." The instructor murmured. Could it be that he actually defeated some formidable boss? That shouldn't be possible. The students listening to the assistant's report below the stage also began to look stunned. They couldn't fathom how Feng could have earned 520 points in just 2 seconds. After all, this exceeded the total points one peak had accumulated over nearly an entire hour. Big Teeth's eyes lit up. Pushing his round-framed glasses up his nose, he exclaimed, I know. It definitely wasn't killing some powerful boss." Chapter 96, The Aesthetics of Violence. Every student in the school turned to look at him almost simultaneously, even the instructor casting a puzzled glance his way. Big Teeth continued. Those points just jumped up rapidly in 2 seconds, ticking up one after another. If it were a boss kill, the number would only need to jump once. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to nod in agreement. Deya seemed to gain some validation. Then there's only one explanation: someone instantly killed multiple monsters within those 2 seconds, causing the points to jump by 520. The group gasped again. They recalled the SSS tier hidden class among the 4 peaks. It seemed to be a mage type. If it was truly as Big Tooth described, then this SSS tier class was downright insane. But since most students had never witnessed the power of an SSS tier class firsthand, they remained skeptical. Extreme North Demon Suppression Bureau. Reporting to the general, our instruments just detected someone using the latest phantom technology to deploy 100 projections along the edge of the ice field. The general receiving the report sat in a rocking chair reading a newspaper, occasionally popping candied fruit into his mouth. She merely hummed an acknowledgement at the Demon Suppression Bureau soldier's report, saying nothing further. Over the years, projection technology had matured significantly. The 5th-generation simulation chambers, developed through the efforts of powerful masters, could now project a true person's image onto real locations. It was essentially a true duplicate. However, this technology faced numerous limitations. First, it could only project illusions of beings below level 50. Second, the machines were prohibitively expensive, requiring empowerment from a grand mage of level 80 or higher. Crucially, the core components could only be produced by 7th-tier mirror demons. Consequently, only a mere 1,000 such machines exist worldwide. Most are used by prominent families to cultivate talent among their younger generations. Projecting heirs to the Icefield frontier was a common occurrence, something the duty general had seen countless times. But deploying 100 at once was quite a grand gesture. Several seconds passed. Seeing the soldier hadn't departed, she slowly lowered her newspaper. Is there something else? The soldier stammered. Not sure if the radar malfunctioned during scanning, but none of these 100 are above level 30. Yet one point instantly killed over 100 tier 3 snow demons. The general's mouth twitched slightly and her eyebrows arched. Is that true? The soldier replied respectfully. That's what the machine scan showed. I'm not entirely sure what happened, which is why I came to report. The general rose to his feet, pondering, could it be that girl from Wowu? But that doesn't make sense, she broke through level 30 last year. Go investigate. Find out where these 100 phantoms were deployed. Yes, sir. The same events were unfolding simultaneously in more powerful nations like the United States and the Sun Nation. All possessed advanced radar systems, constantly monitoring the movements of the Eternal Night Icefield. Experts had determined that the Eternal Night was devouring the icefields at an accelerating rate. At this pace, within decades, human and night demon territories would intertwine. At that point, Earth would face the terrifying invasion of the Eternal Night. If present civilizations fail to mount an effective defense, human civilization will be extinguished in the Eternal Night's devouring embrace. Colonel Eyes, it has been confirmed that the illusory projection originated from China. The man with a small mustache above his upper lip narrowed his eyes. Bastards! It was the Chinese after all. Colonel Rihanna, it has been confirmed that the illusory projection was deployed by the Chinese. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman at the round table paused her pen, her brows furrowing slightly. China activated an SSS tier professional last year. Could it be that individual? Moreover, the scale of activating 100 simulators at once strongly suggests it's China's national martial arts. Issue the order, convene the highest military council at the White House in 2 hours. Understood, Colonel. Meanwhile, within the simulated space, the participants remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside, continuing their advance toward the region shrouded in dark clouds. To them, this was merely a points-based competition within the simulation space. Qingqing, how many times can you pull off that move in a day? Chen Feng asked curiously, turning to Lin Qingqing beside him. She was now a completely different person from the naive young girl who had once attended Changshan No. 1 high school. The old Lin Qingqing was adorable and enthusiastic, occasionally playful. The Lin Qingqing of today radiated an aura of distant aloofness, though thankfully she didn't treat Chen Fengshan with excessive coldness. As long as my mental energy holds out, it only has a 1-hour cooldown. But that last strike alone drained nearly half my reserves. Recovering enough to unleash it again will take over 5 hours. Lin Qingqing shook her head helplessly. Casting such a large-scale skill still strains me considerably now.
I can barely unleash a fraction of its true power. If I could reach the 9th tier, Frozen Wasteland would truly freeze 10,000 miles. But now, it barely covers a single mile.
It's truly embarrassing.
Chen Feng remains secretly astonished. After all, if it truly could freeze 10,000 miles, a single skill would nearly cover the entire Sun Nation.
That would be far more terrifying than an atomic bomb.
Thus, the pinnacle of power between nations now lies solely in martial arts. Technology could only serve as an auxiliary to martial arts.
As they ventured deeper, the number of snow leopards gradually dwindled, while the thunderclouds densely packed with lightning drew ever closer.
The closer they drew to the storm, the more oppressive the environment became for Chen Feng and his companions.
Chen Feng even felt a pang of dread.
He never imagined the simulation chamber could replicate reality to such an extent. He sensed that even if he activated his transformation now, he would be instantly reduced to ashes within the thunderclouds. Though still 100 miles away, the oppressive force was already making their breathing grow short.
Watch out!
Walking at the rear of the group, Suo Chao activated his class-specific energy radar, capable of precisely detecting surrounding energy fluctuations. The moment he shouted "watch out," a colossal bear, 4 or 5 meters tall, materialized instantly from the snow. Before anyone could react, it crushed the sole summoner in the group to death. The group sucked in a collective breath. This colossal bear, appearing nearly twice the size of an elephant, radiated an overwhelming sense of unstoppable force. The group swiftly adjusted their formation. Chen Feng transformed into a 16 or 17 meter tall giant ape, delivering a punch that sent the bear crashing dozens of meters away, leaving a long trench in the snow. Before the bear could steady itself, it dug its 4 paws into the ground and charged toward the group once more. Chen Feng matched its ferocity, stepping forward to engage the beast in close combat. Fist met flesh as the 2 colossal creatures clashed. Behind them, the others watched in stunned silence.
What a display of brutal beauty! Chapter 97, The Dilemma.
After the first exchange, Chen Feng could clearly sense that the physical prowess of a 4th-tier blood demon surpassed that of a 4th-tier demon beast. Yet he recalled battling the sea catfish underwater, which had felt considerably easier.
His teammates soon joined the fray.
The longsword warrior and the elusive Xiongqi began to maneuver and attack, but beside the colossal snow demon, the two seemed utterly insignificant. Even the warrior wielding a heavy broadsword struggled to breach the snow demon's defenses.
Xiongqi's daggers flashed through the air.
With each thrust, a section of the snow demon's massive form over a meter in diameter turned from snow white to deep purple before crumbling into dust and falling away. Moving at full speed, Xiongqi left a trail of afterimages behind him, crippling both hind legs of the giant bear within a single second. The bear roared in agony, yet its speed was utterly useless against Xiongqi. It couldn't even touch him. In fury, it lashed its massive paw at Chen Feng. The bear's claws, sharp as steel blades, tore viciously into Chen Feng's body. Yet, they only managed to scrape off sparks and leave a few white marks. Behind him, the priest Lin Qingqing, who had been preparing to cast a healing spell, exhaled and silently lowered his staff.
Chen Feng's physical constitution was simply too formidable.
That was a 4th-tier snow demon. Not only did it gain no advantage in strength against him, but it couldn't even breach Chen Feng's defenses.
What happened to the promised level advantage?
Behind Lin Qingqing, the fire mage hurled fireballs one after another.
With such basic skills, the cooldown was short. He could cast 2 in nearly a second.
Yet their potency remained mediocre. They barely pierced the snow demon's defenses, sizzling upon impact but inflicting negligible damage. Lin Qingqing, conserving her mana, only symbolically cast a few slowing control spells. Though instant cast, as an SSS tier hidden class, the deceleration effect remained pronounced. The giant bear's speed visibly slowed considerably, allowing even the frontline broadsword warriors to easily dodge its attacks. Suo Chao fired 2 shots at the snow demon, furrowing his brow slightly.
Does this thing have no weak points?
One of his innate abilities was Critical Strike, a skill that could discern a target's vulnerabilities. Yet the snow demon seemed uniformly solid throughout its entire form, lacking any tangible physical structure. The massive bear was merely a temporary conglomeration. The colossal bear lasted less than 10 seconds before collapsing with a thud under the combined assault of the group. Its crimson eyes slowly faded, and its massive form melted into a snowdrift the size of a small hill. A gust of wind scattered the crystalline snow in all directions. System notice: your party has defeated a tier 4 snow demon.
Earned 10 points.
Before the group could catch their breath, massive bears rose one after another from the swirling snow mist.
The broadsword warrior was instantly killed before he could react.
The knight standing at the rear swallowed hard. Though he was a shield, charging forward now would likely end no better than the fallen warrior's fate. In this chaos, only the freakishly resilient Chen Feng could still engage in close combat. With a roar, Chen Feng spread his arms to a span of nearly 20 meters. He seized one giant bear in each hand, violently slamming the 2 4th-tier snow demons together. Meanwhile, Xiongqi, fighting a hit-and-run style, moved with even more elusive and rapid footwork. Traces of his movements flashed like phantoms among the snow demons. Among the 4th-tier snow demons, 3rd-tier snow leopards still mingled. Suddenly, a snow leopard darted out from beneath a giant bear, breaking through the front lines and charging toward the rear. The shield knight gritted his teeth and charged forward, colliding head-on with the snow leopard. Thud! The snow leopard was knocked back, shaking the snow from its fur. In contrast, the shield-armored knight was sent tumbling head over heels, rolling 10 meters across the ground. He staggered to his feet in disbelief. Could this creature be this powerful? Was this the same 3rd-tier snow demon that Lin Qingqing had just instantly killed over 100 of with a single skill? He sucked in a sharp breath. The snow leopard's paws allowed the 3 rear-line DPS to finish it off in an instant. Lin Qingqing silently nodded to the knight in acknowledgement. Though this guy's combat prowess was a bit lacking, if he hadn't stepped up to tank at the front just now, casualties would likely have occurred in the backline. As the snow demons multiplied, the group was forced to retreat step by step. A 4th-tier snow bear was no match for a 3rd-tier snow leopard. While the snow leopard held an edge in mobility, its defenses were notably weak. However, taking down a massive snow bear required nearly 10 seconds of coordinated effort. Amidst the siege, Chen Feng deliberately called out to the rear, striving to prevent the snow demons from breaching his defenses. His body bore numerous wounds. Despite Mu Yunqing's staff smoking from overuse, she struggled to hold back the relentless onslaught, her wounds multiplying with each passing moment. Lin Qingqing cast a series of slowing spells, her brow furrowed. "Buy me 10 seconds. He shouted at the figure being torn apart by several giant bears ahead. Chen Feng roared, flinging the massive bear off his back as it tore a chunk of flesh weighing over 100 pounds from his body. "Don't worry, I can hold out." Lin Qingqing's heart stirred, as if recalling her first dungeon run with Chen Feng. A warrior's back scar is a mark of shame. As long as I'm alive, I'll never let enemies harm the rear ranks. She felt an immense sense of security radiating from the man before her. A faint smile touched her lips as she began chanting a lengthy, obscure incantation. Without Lin Qingqing's crowd control, the pressure on Chen Feng at the front instantly doubled. For a moment, he nearly got buried alive by a dozen giant bears and snow leopards. While dodging left and right, Xiongqi was also knocked flying over 10 meters by a sneaking snow leopard. Fortunately, Xiongqi's agile body rolled mid-air, stabilizing quickly. Kneeling on one knee, he balanced with one hand while gripping a dagger in the other, plowing a trench over 10 meters long into the snow. He rolled swiftly to evade another wave of charging snow leopards. Chen Fengshan's body was covered in blood and torn flesh. Outnumbered, he had resorted to biting the snow bear before him with his teeth, clearly blinded by rage. The knight watched Xiongqi, surrounded, his gaze unwavering. He knew he had to act now. Without hesitation, he accelerated his charge, the knight's lance in his hand flashing coldly in the blinding sunlight. For the 4 peaks. Bang! He used his own body to force a gap for Xiongqi. Xiongqi's eyes flashed with resolve as he seized the moment and broke free. But the knight himself was swallowed by the howling pack of snow leopards, torn apart and devoured. Phew! The knight pushed open the simulator pod door, his chest heaving rapidly. It felt so damn real, he felt like he'd actually died once. Before he could step out of the simulator, his eyes locked onto the scoreboard. First peak, 931 people, points, 535. Peak 2, 1437 people, points, 641. Third peak, 1823 people, points, 356. Fourth peak, 69 people, points, 970. Then he silently counted down in his mind, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, peak 4's points shot up by over 100 again. He smiled with satisfaction. His sacrifice had been worthwhile. This proved Lin Qingqing had successfully unleashed her skill, instantly eliminating dozens of snow leopards. Chapter 98, Unexpected Turn. Having already witnessed Xifeng's sudden 520-point surge earlier, the spectators were unfazed by the team's latest jump of over 100 points. But they were relieved that the number of players from the 4th peak was rapidly dwindling. They must have encountered some difficulty. If the remaining 6 were also wiped out, perhaps the other peaks still had a chance. After all, Peak 2 still had nearly 14 members. Who knew? They might even have a chance to overtake Peak 4's top score later on. The numbers in Peak 1 were also rapidly declining, mirroring Peak 4's situation. In no time. Boom! Yellow Hair pushed open the simulation pod. This 4th-tier snow demon is way too overpowered. Can't hit it at all, can't even outrun it. Damn it all to hell. The current peak data showed 031. The points tally remained frozen at 541. In contrast, Peak 3's points continued to climb steadily, and their casualties weren't mounting too rapidly. Upon the snowy plains, Lin Qingqing's face was slightly pale. This 10,000-mile ice seal had nearly drained her last reserves of spiritual energy. Fortunately, she had regained control at the critical moment. Every snow leopard was instantly frozen solid. Even the 4th-tier snow demon bears were frozen solid. Chen Feng struggled to pry open the giant bear's paws, crawling painfully out from beneath the pile of bears. His blood-soaked body stained the ground, adding a crimson splash to the pristine white snow. He gasped for breath, panting heavily.
This was the most grueling battle he had ever fought. Had Lin Qingqing not taken control of the battlefield in time, he felt he would have lasted only a few more seconds before perishing. This battle made Chen Feng acutely aware of his own limitations, the sheer helplessness he felt against high-tier magical beasts. Mu Yunqing's eyes were bloodshot, her staff swinging tirelessly. Judging by her pallor, her mental energy was nearly depleted after all. Continuous spellcasting would wear anyone down. Firebite stood nearby, biting her lip. She keenly felt the gap between herself and the others. Even her most powerful attack skill barely inflicted any significant damage on the 4th-tier magical beast. If the rest of the team were as weak as she was, they'd likely be wiped out in the first round. She shook her head helplessly. Before innate talent, effort seemed so futile. Perhaps being able to team up with this group of freaks was the highlight of her life. Suo Chao's face was set in determination, his usual playful demeanor gone. He relentlessly fired shot after shot at the snow demon. It could be said that among the entire team, aside from Lin Qingqing and Chen Feng, his damage output even surpassed Xiong Qi's. Moreover, his energy detection ability could be shared with teammates, which was one reason they had managed to fight their way back while retreating and hold out until now. Suo Chao's explosive rounds effectively pierced the snow demon's body, detonating inside the giant bear. Though these creatures were formed from condensed energy and lacked internal organs, explosions originating from within inflicted far greater damage than those striking from the outside. Lin Qingqing's face was pale as she leaned on a crystal-clear, exquisitely crafted staff planted on the ground. Everyone, hurry up! My control is severely weakened against high-tier beasts. Once they break free, I won't be able to cast Icebound Void again. Hearing this, Chen Feng disregarded his own injuries, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed squarely at the giant bear's heads. Xiong Qi wiped the blood trickling from his mouth, then plunged into the snow demon horde without pause. With the precision of a butcher dissecting an ox, he swiftly began dismembering the giant bears. It had to be said that at full throttle, Xiong Qi's monster-killing efficiency even surpassed Chen Feng's. Chen Feng could only shake his head with a bitter smile. As someone who relied solely on brute strength, he could only envy classes capable of group clearing. He silently resolved that once he had enough points, his next beast spirit would be a divine demon with area of effect skills. Just as everyone was reveling in the slaughter. Snap! A crisp sound of ice shattering echoed. Then, crack, crack, crack. The crisp cracking sounds grew increasingly frequent. The few remaining giant bears began to regain their mobility. However, the first thing these revived bears did wasn't to charge at Chen Feng and the others again. Instead, after letting out a mournful cry, they swiftly fled into the distance. Only then did the group breathe a sigh of relief. Their mental energy was severely depleted now, nearly reaching the point of exhaustion. Continuing the fight could have led to who knows what. Mu Yunqing murmured in puzzlement. Chen Feng, who had already retracted his transformation to conserve energy, looked at her. What is it? Mu Yunqing asked in confusion. From what I know about these extreme north snow demons, while they possess some intelligence, the lower tier ones aren't particularly clever. For 4th tier beings like them, there's no reason to flee, right? Unless. Chen Feng also sensed something, his gaze sharpening once more. Unless what? Unless something terrifying appeared nearby. And with our current strength, we're nowhere near capable of that. At that very moment. Boom! The earth shook violently. Everyone lost their footing and quickly adjusted their stance, supporting each other as they huddled together. The tremors grew increasingly violent. Sharp air raid sirens pierced the air from the human encampment stationed along the northern border of the Eternal Night Icefield. All soldiers immediately went on high alert. At the Huadwa military camp in the far north, the female general who had been reading the newspaper just an hour ago now wore full combat gear, hovering above the camp. A voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie on her shoulder. Reporting, General. Energy fluctuations have been confirmed at level 8, a reading never before recorded at the outer reaches of the Eternal Night Icefield. The female general murmured, the nightfall is approaching. Is it truly upon us? She pressed the intercom button. Notify Lord Crimson Sky immediately. I'm heading out to assess the situation. With that, she transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the horizon. The men on Chen Feng Mountain felt the ground shaking more violently by the moment. Suo Chao stared in terror at the energy monitor, its readings now off the charts. Even the 4th tier snow demon had only appeared as a tiny red dot on the screen before. Now, their entire area was engulfed in crimson. What did this mean? Everyone. It was enormous, spanning hundreds of meters in every direction. With his current abilities, his detector could only sense energy fluctuations within a 300-meter radius. That meant this creature's body had already exceeded 300 meters in size. Where is it? Chen Feng urgently demanded, simultaneously transforming into a giant ape. He swept everyone into his arms, preparing to flee. Below us! Below us! The words had barely left their mouths. A crack over 100 meters long suddenly appeared on the ground, the ice layer frozen for thousands of years creaking loudly. Across the endless snowfield, a colossal snow mound erupted, propelled upward by a 100-meter thick slab of ice. Chen Feng and the others were instantly hurled skyward. Even the colossal ape, standing over 10 meters tall, seemed minuscule in this scene. Chapter 99, The Ninth Tier Night Fiend. A massive, skeletal hand broke through the thick ice layer, slamming onto the snowy plain. The skeletal claw was grayish-white, each finger stretching over 100 meters, shrouded in faint black deathly aura. Another giant hand followed, emerging from the ice. A kilometer-long fissure rumbled open in the ice. Chen Feng, towering over 10 meters tall, weaved through the sky-filling ice fragments, sprinting while dodging the hail of shards. Damn it, it's just a simulation match. Is it really necessary to go this far? Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine. His martial artist's crisis awareness left him utterly defenseless against the presence behind him. The oppressive feeling surpassed even the pressure he had felt when captured in the capital by Hua Jingxiu, a practitioner above level 80. Two skeletal hands thrust upward from behind. A massive gray-white skull emerged from beneath the ice. Over 100 meters in diameter, the skull turned eerily, fixing its gaze on Chen Feng. Two clusters of ghostly blue flames flickered within its hollow eye sockets. Though it had no eyes, Chen Feng could distinctly feel this creature's gaze fixed upon him. In an instant, a bone arm, over a kilometer long, thrust out from the fissure and slammed violently toward Chen Feng and his companions. Chen Feng's entire body bristled with monkey hair as an unprecedented aura of death swept over him. Crash! The colossal hand slammed down, causing the endless snowfield to crack inch by inch, forming ravines stretching thousands of meters. At the center of the ravine, within a 100-meter deep snow pit, Chen Feng and his 5 companions dissolved into scattered points of starlight, unable to vanish. The colossal skull paused, then spoke in a voice that was nothing but a rumbling, raspy echo from its jawbone. A clone? At that moment, 7 or 8 figures streaked across the sky, drawing arcs through the air. The colossal skull lifted its gaze toward the distance. Sunlight rushed to drench its bones, sizzling as it touched the surface. Fortunately, the dark mist provided cover, preventing any significant harm. It glanced at Chen Feng and the others, now reduced to scattered points of starlight, then without pause, lowered its head and burrowed back into the ice. The snowy plain fell silent once more, leaving only the cracked patterns on the ground to whisper of what had just transpired. In an instant, several figures soared into the air above where the skull had appeared. Each was fully armed, their expressions solemn. Reporting to headquarters, based on its form, that night fiend was likely a 9th-tier entity. However, sunlight severely weakened its energy, causing the energy detector to register it as 8th tier. A 9th-tier night fiend can already resist sunlight to some degree. 2 Realms Mountain Magic University. Huff! Chen Feng abruptly flung open the simulation chamber's hatch, gasping for breath. The sensation of death had felt all too real, like a nightmare. What kind of being was that? A wave of lingering fear washed over him. Chen Feng didn't believe the simulation space could replicate such a high-level magical beast. Nor did he see the need for it. For the moment, he couldn't fathom why a beast of that caliber would appear in the simulation space, so he chose not to dwell on it further. Glancing at the few teammates who had emerged from the simulation pods alongside him, they exchanged stunned looks, shock evident in each other's eyes. At that moment, the scoreboard showed the 4 Peaks team's points wiped clean in an instant. The students present were all somewhat astonished. Even death couldn't be this synchronized, could it? This could only mean one thing: they had all been instantly killed. What kind of being could render this group of hidden classes utterly defenseless, instantly obliterating them? Whispers of discussion rippled through the crowd. Did they encounter a 5th-tier monster? Based on how the others who died described it, I think they could barely hold off a 4th-tier monster. Something that could wipe them out instantly is probably 5th tier. This group was incredibly strong. Even after dying, their current points would still guarantee them first place. One student glanced at the scoreboard, then checked his wristwatch. An hour and 45 minutes had passed, with only 15 minutes left. For other peaks to overtake Peak 4, they'd need to achieve the same feat of earning 520 points in just 2 seconds. After 15 minutes, the remaining unopened simulators emitted a thick, white mist. One by one, students emerged from the simulation pods, reluctant to leave. This simulator is incredible, it feels completely real. I even sensed an earthquake just now. You're telling me? I felt it too. The tremors were distinct, and high-tier martial artists were even flying overhead. What? Feng is actually in first place? Only then did some students glance up at the frozen leaderboard above. First peak, 031 participants, points, 541. Peak 2, 837 participants, points, 729. Third peak, 1123 people, points, 552. Fourth peak, 69 people, points, 1273. The unexpected ones were Peak 4 and Peak 3. With only 9 members, Peak 4 achieved the highest score overall, showcasing the formidable strength of their 3 hidden classes. Upon entering the game, Peak 1 adopted a 5-person squad mode to maximize points. While this accelerated early-game monster farming, it also amplified risks significantly. They became the first team to suffer total casualties. Team 2 adopted a similar tactic to Team 1, but with 8 members. When all other squads had perished, Nalini led his team to survive until the very end. Nalini glanced at the scoreboard, a faint smirk curling his lips. Observing Chen Feng and the others, he mused, what good are high scores? True strength lies in enduring. This world isn't short of geniuses, it lacks those who can truly grow. With his SS tier talent, as long as he trained methodically, he had a strong chance of breaking through to level 90 and beyond, becoming a peak tier powerhouse. Yet figures like Chen Feng now seemed utterly unimpressive to him. In the real world, such individuals would likely have vanished from existence entirely. The most thrilling performance came from the Three Peaks team. They stuck together from start to finish, hacking and slashing relentlessly. They finally engaged a 4th tier snow demon, but the time limit struck almost immediately afterward. Though they lost over half their members throughout the battle, they ended up with the highest survival rate among all teams. Moreover, they managed to overtake the competition in points during the final 2 minutes, escaping last place. The entire Three Peaks team had been screaming with excitement for 5 straight minutes. Anyone unaware might have thought they'd won first place. A teacher approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng, the principal says to come see her once you're done here. Chen Feng froze. It was already 8 p.m. By the time they finished distributing supplies and ate dinner, it would be past 10 p.m. In the middle of the night, Chen Feng thought of the flawless, jade-like Baiji and swallowed discreetly. Are you sure? I won't be done here until after 10. The teacher also felt it was rather late. After a moment's hesitation, she continued. I'm just relaying the message. When you're done, just go to the school office and see if Principal Bai is still there. Chen Feng nodded slightly, then cheerfully led the students of the Four Peaks toward the supply distribution truck. Chapter 100, The Plight of the Human Race. Just then, the long-absent system voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! You led your team to first place in the school competition. Reward, 2,000 points. Chen Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, achieving good results came faster than studying. He had been at the bottom of his class throughout his 5 years of high school, only finally reaping the benefits of success at the very end. With his current points combined with his previous savings, he now had over 100,000. With a little more accumulation, he could reach level 30 and exchange his points for a desired beast spirit. Today's supply distribution truck was identical to yesterday's. Chen Feng had the Sifeng students follow the same routine as before. After the distribution, the 4th Peak students, their arms laden with food, headed off to their bonfire party as usual. Across Qingyun Peak today, none were merrier than the 3rd Peak disciples. No longer forced to eat steamed buns and drink cold water for lunch, they devoured the leftover fruits and vegetables, though mediocre in quality, as if savoring rare earthly delicacies. They ate with relish. In stark contrast, Peak 1 was a sea of dejected faces. They never imagined such a promising hand could be played so badly. They had assembled a lineup meant to challenge Peak 2 for supremacy, only to end up gnawing on steamed buns here. After finishing their meal, Chen Feng glanced at the time. It was already 10:06 p.m. Most students had already begun preparing for bed. He straightened his clothes and headed straight for the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked tentatively, unsure if Baiji was already resting. Come in. A magnetic, authoritative voice came from inside. Chen Feng pushed the door open and entered, observing Baiji bent over her tablet. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Principal Bai, still awake this late? With a casual wave of her hand, Baiji conjured a transparent barrier that sealed off the entire principal's office from the outside world. We foxes of the Qingqiu clan have a habit of resting by day and being active by night. I'm actually more alert at night than during the day. Chen Fengshang inwardly rolled his eyes, staying up all night to grind like a saint? Whoever marries her will be pulling all-nighters to hand in assignments. Pfft, what am I thinking? Principal Bai is like a goddess descended from the heavens. How could I even entertain such thoughts? I see. What brings you here, Principal? Baiji remained silent, rotating the tablet screen and gesturing for Chen Fengshang to look. Chen Fengshang picked up the tablet and instantly saw his pupil's contract. He stared in disbelief at the content displayed. The night fiends of the eternal night icefields in the far north are stirring. At 7:44 today, a night fiend of the 9th tier, defying the daylight, broke through the darkness and entered the edge of the eternal night icefields. This isn't the simulation space? Baiji smiled softly, her long legs encased in stockings crossed lazily on the desk as she leaned back in her office chair. I called you here to ask about your experience with the simulation pod, but I didn't expect you to cause such a commotion. This is the 6th generation simulator, the pinnacle of human technology. It can project illusory forms below level 50 anywhere in the world, except for certain forbidden zones. In those places, a projection below level 50 would likely be instantly shredded by the space itself. Chen Feng couldn't help but shudder at the thought that he had actually faced a genuine 9th tier demon beast today. It's amazing. Just like the real thing. But that place is way too dangerous. Thank goodness it's just a projection, not the real thing. Baiji shook her head. Night demons of this caliber rarely venture beyond the eternal night. They'd only risk appearing here where their power could be suppressed and they could be destroyed by humans for one reason. Chen Feng's eyes locked onto Baiji. What possibility? Is there something on the snowfields worth such a risk? Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully. What do you mean?
Bai Shi snapped her fingers.
Exactly you. If I'm not mistaken, you must have displayed extraordinary prowess that made the night demons feel threatened. Appearing at the edge of their territory like that, it makes perfect sense they'd risk hunting you down. Chen Feng suddenly understood. No wonder that massive skull had attacked his entire squad without hesitation the moment it appeared. Bai Shi pointed at the tablet screen again. The information here is classified. I only gain access through authorization from Liangjie Mountain. Currently, military forces stationed across the far north are investigating the Night Fiend's appearance, but only a select few know the truth. So moving forward, keep a low profile. Bai Shi sighed before continuing. You must understand that tensions are simmering between the races.
Everyone is pouring resources into cultivating their own factions while scheming against each other's untapped talents. So, you must be extremely cautious from now on.
Chen Feng bowed respectfully. Thank you for the warning, teacher. Feng Shang will remember.
Bai Ji withdrew her elegant legs from the table and appeared beside Chen Feng as if by teleportation, her warm jade-like hand grasping his arm. Chen Feng felt the scene before him blur for a moment. The two materialized on a vast, pitch-black platform.
This is the rooftop of the office building, the finest vantage point on all of Qingyun Peak.
Chen Feng felt the piercing gale wind sweeping across the rooftop, instantly invigorating him.
Bai Ji pointed south.
Over there lies the southern frontier of the 100,000 mountains, home to countless demonic tribes and flying beasts.
She then pointed north. Over there lies the restless night demon.
Darkness devours the land, and they will descend once more to become the masters of the world. Then she pointed west. To the west lies the western Kunlun Mountains, a natural barrier as formidable as any chasm. It is said that beyond the western Kunlun dwells the spirit elf tribe, living in harmony with nature. Yet for centuries, no one has successfully crossed the western Kunlun Mountains. Thus, the spirit elf tribe exists only in ancient texts or within the realms of games. Chen Feng had read about these places in books, but in Bai Ji's words, he could clearly sense the plight of humanity.
What about the east? Chen Feng asked curiously, his interest piqued by anything concerning the East Sea.
After all, a summer spent living amidst the ocean had confirmed the half-dragon blood flowing through his veins, fostering a profound sense of belonging to the sea. Bai Ji's gaze turned deep as she spoke of the east. No one knows what powers lie within the boundless ocean. Since ancient times, the deep sea has been forbidden territory for humans.
The sea monsters dwelling there are beyond human opposition, much like how humans cannot withstand the night fiends in the eternal night. Her gaze shifted to Chen Feng, softening slightly.
I tell you this so you understand, your path ahead is long and arduous.
Though humans dominate the central plains, any surrounding power could bring them down.
Your task is to grow strong as quickly as possible.
Chen Feng's eyes burned with intensity.
Rest assured, teacher.
You've forgotten I still need to help you restore your kingdom.
Bai Ji merely smiled, dismissing the young man's words as the idle talk of someone unaware of his own limitations. After all, compared to the vastness of the 10,000 mountains, even she herself seemed insignificant, let alone Chen Feng. Chen Feng seemed to recall something and immediately said, "Oh, right, teacher.
There's something I need you to take a look at." Chapter 101, The Wild Book.
With that, Chen Feng flicked his wrist, and with a thud, the Langia Sea Pavilion flew out from his green pouch.
Bai Ji's pupils contracted.
She stepped forward and touched the massive Langia Sea Pavilion with her hand.
This is the Langia Sea Pavilion?
Bai Ji could scarcely believe her eyes.
While she had seen Langia Sea Pavilions before, one this enormous was an entirely new sight. Chen Feng nodded.
To be honest, teacher, I acquired this during my summer trip to the East Sea fishing village.
Bai Ji raised an eyebrow. You managed to get something like this from shallow waters? Chen Feng recounted his encounter with the 5-member tribe.
Omitting the merfolk's involvement in substituting sea catfish for the merfolk in the description of the fish-mare battle.
Bai Ji looked puzzled. I know about sea catfish.
Given their nature, they rarely venture into shallow waters unless driven or guided by some creature from the deep. She then turned to Admiral Chen Feng with a sly smile.
Do you know the value of such a vast Langia Sea Pavilion? Chen Feng shook his head.
Bai Ji continued. From its exterior, this Langia Sea Pavilion appears to be over 3,000 years old. Such a treasure is beyond anything I've ever seen. But a few years back, a 1,000-meter-long Langia Sea Pavilion sold at auction for a staggering 100 billion.
Chen Feng sucked in a sharp breath. By that logic, mine could fetch 300 billion.
Bai Ji gave a light snort, looking at Chen Feng as if he were an idiot.
Do you understand that the treasures nurtured within a Langia Sea Pavilion increase in grade with age?
And the price difference between a higher grade treasure and one grade below is far more than just a little higher. For true masters, money means nothing.
To them, it's just a number. Genuine treasures are usually exchanged through barter, rarely can they be bought with mere currency.
It's said that the 1,000-year-old Langia Sea Pavilion once yielded a sapphire over an inch in diameter, once hailed as the heart of the ocean.
Chen Feng frowned slightly. What use is a sapphire? Just for decoration?
Bai Shi smiled faintly and patiently explained, sapphires are the purest water attribute spirit stones. They can be embedded into wizards' wands of the same element. Given the size of that sapphire, it could enhance a wizard's water attribute abilities by at least 50%.
For a high-tier mage, a 50% attribute boost is terrifyingly powerful. Take Lin Qingqing's 10,000 Li of ice, for example. If she were to master it fully, a single skill could freeze 10,000 Li. With this gem, that range would extend to 15,000 kilometers. Even the control effects within the frozen area would increase by 50%. A target that could only be controlled for 10 seconds would now be immobilized for 15 seconds. This represented an undeniably fatal temptation for water mages. Chen Feng gazed at the 3,000-year-old Langyasi pavilion before him and began to fantasize. Bai Ji shook her head.
Don't get too excited just yet. Even that 1,000-year-old Langyasi pavilion required a 7th-tier array master to unlock. Yours will need at least a 9th-tier array master. And currently, among human array masters, only one person is known to have reached that level.
Chen Feng blurted out instinctively. Who is it?
Bai Ji looked at him with keen interest.
None other than the patriarch of the Mu family, the young lady you know. Mu Tianhe. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. You mean Mu Yunqing, Mu Yunbao? Bai Shi gave a slight nod.
Chen Feng made up his mind silently he would leverage his connection to these two to enlist the Mu family patriarch's help in dismantling the Langyasi pavilion. Bai Shi seemed to read his thoughts and immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm.
Don't get your hopes up too soon.
The Mu family patriarch hasn't intervened in over a decade. It's uncertain whether he's even still alive.
And the Langyasi pavilion?
If you try to break it open by force, the treasures inside will turn to dust along with it.
As for the 5-clan ritual you mentioned?
Even sacrificing their entire lineage wouldn't budge this thing an inch. Bai Shi turned and walked toward Chen Feng, her high heels clicking on the floor. She fixed her gaze on his eyes, a faint curve playing at the corners of her mouth.
The distance between them was now less than half a meter. Chen Feng could even catch the faint, subtle fragrance emanating from Bai Shi. She extended a slender finger to teasingly flick his chin. Aren't you afraid I'll kill to seize the treasure and claim this Langyasi pavilion as my own? Chen Feng's eyes imperceptibly traced Bai Ji's delicate, slender neck down to her chest.
A hint of cleavage peeked out from the deep V-neck. Having lost both parents at a young age, I owe my very existence to my teacher's kindness in treating me as family.
My trust in you is absolute. If this Langyasi pavilion pleases you, take it without hesitation. I shall never complain.
Bai Shi seemed to sense Feng Shan's subtle gaze. She withdrew her fingers, took a half step back, and tightened her clothing.
Quickly put it away.
Until your strength reaches a certain level, do not show this item to others lightly. Even if you encounter the Mu family's elder ancestor, remember to notify me then.
Do not go alone.
Chen Feng clasped his hands in a bow, feeling a touch of gratitude.
I understand, Director Feng.
Bai Ji waved her hand, and the two reappeared in the office.
I called you here today for another matter besides this one. What is it?
It concerns the matter of the dungeon after military training concludes. Chen Feng adopted a posture of attentive listening.
There are two options for the dungeon.
One is the school's existing standard dungeon. The rules of the world dictate that all dungeons open only 1 day per month. Those who enter cannot access any other dungeons during that period. You should be familiar with this. It's similar to what you experienced in high school, only the dungeons are of a higher tier.
The other option is the wild dungeon. Chen Feng asked with interest, what are wild dungeons?
Though he had read extensively, this term was entirely new to him.
Wild dungeons, as the name suggests, are untamed instances.
These spaces are vast, teeming with magical beasts, and filled with countless uncertainties.
Because of their vast size, humans can't relocate or claim them as their own. So whenever one opens, members from various factions enter. There might be unexpected rewards, but it's also fraught with all kinds of unpredictable dangers.
Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Are there level restrictions for wild dungeons? Bai Ji replied, of course. But the space within is self-sustaining. A 4th-tier instance that's existed for centuries might harbor 5th or 6th-tier beasts. Plus, the mix of factions is chaotic. That's what makes me hesitant.
Chen Feng's eyes held a resolute certainty.
At his current level, honestly hunting those domesticated beasts was impractical for rapid leveling. They were both low-tier and scarce.
If it were me, I'd choose the wild one. Chapter 102, Military Training concludes.
Bai Ji's eyes held a hint of approval.
Wild dungeons hold both opportunity and peril.
These vast dungeon spaces were typically created by ancient powerhouses. Over time, cracks formed in these spaces due to their age, and after being explored, they became dungeons. They often harbor rare spiritual plants and exotic beasts. Many risk everything for a sliver of fortune, so within these dungeons, you must guard against both demonic beasts and traps and the treachery of fellow adventurers. Chen Feng, with his wisdom, naturally understood the stakes involved and nodded silently to himself. Bai Ji stretched lazily.
All right, you can go now. I'm about to begin my meditation. With a wave of her hand, a yoga mat materialized on the floor. Chen Feng's mind immediately conjured scenes from the movie Mom's Friend heat scene. He took 3 steps, glanced back twice, and ended up standing frozen for 20 seconds before finally reaching the door. Bai Ji's brows furrowed slightly. Is there something else? Chen Feng finally snapped out of his daydream. No, nothing. Goodbye, teacher. With that, he bolted out of the office building. Before he even reached the dorm, he heard Suo Chao bragging to Big Tooth. You have no idea how real that simulation space feels. That 4th tier snow demon was dozens of meters tall, but I took it down with one shot. Then there was that final 7th tier giant night fiend. With my clever positioning, I kiked it for over 10 minutes. It only went down after I slipped and fell. Chen Feng pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Big Tooth listening intently, Chen Feng's expression turned serious. It wasn't 7th tier, it was 9th tier. Suo Chao's eyes widened. Holy, boss. When it comes to bragging, you're the only one I respect. But why's your nose bleeding? Chen Feng absent-mindedly wiped his nose, leaving a crimson streak on his hand. Suo Chao's eyes darted around. Holy crap. Didn't you just go to the principal's office? Did you see something you shouldn't have? Spill it. Big Tooth perked up at the mention of the principal. Bro, spill the beans. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Like hell, I'm telling you. Big Tooth scratched his head. My sister's boring as hell. Let's stick to the principal. Chen Feng was speechless, then dropped a bombshell. The simulation pod we use today projected us onto the Arctic ice fields. The 6th generation pods aren't just for simulation anymore, they can project something like a duplicate of us anywhere in the world. Of course, it's limited to people below level 50. At this, Suo Chao's mouth twitched slightly, still half doubting. So that giant skeleton we encountered today was real? A 9th tier nightmare? Chen Feng offered no further explanation. He turned to Big Tooth. Our genius hacker hacking into military intelligence networks shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Big Teeth nodded confidently. Anything not classified at the highest level? Piece of cake. Chen Feng nodded. Search today's military news. Big Tooth flashed an OK sign, pulled a metal box from under the bed, and started tapping away at it. Moments later, the metal box emitted the clacking sound of mechanical gears turning. Then it automatically unfolded into a desk with 6 screens. The keyboard on the desk was custom-made, boasting over 100 more keys than a standard keyboard. A sharp gleam flashed in Big Tooth's usually dull eyes. He began rapidly typing away at his own device. Out of curiosity, Chen Feng leaned in to look. The screens were filled with strange codes and symbols he had never even seen before. Within moments, one screen flickered, displaying a message. It was the military intelligence Bai Ji had just shown him, detailing the forces stationed in the Arctic ice fields. Big Tooth quickly forwarded the information to Chen Feng and Suo Chao via his computer. Suo Chao stared at the message on his phone in astonishment. Evidently, Chen Feng's words had been confirmed. His lips trembled slightly. Big boss, you mean we fought a 9th tier night fiend today? Chen Feng didn't even glance at Suo Chao. Don't sugarcoat it, we got wiped out. Good thing it wasn't its true form. Xiao Chao felt a wave of dread wash over him upon hearing this, recalling the horrifying scenes witnessed in the simulation chamber. Chen Feng immediately continued. This stays between the 3 of us. Keep it quiet, it involves military secrets. Suo Chao nodded repeatedly. Big Tooth flashed an OK sign. The first rule of hacking is to maintain mystery. I won't go blabbing about this. Chen Feng lay on his bed, pondering the matter Bai Ji had mentioned earlier about the wild book. He now desperately wanted to grow stronger. Too many things awaited his attention. Whether it was his parents, the situation at Liangjia Mountain, or the looming eternal night and the hostile gaze of alien races. He wanted to carve out a place for himself in this chaotic world and hold sway over events. In this realm that revered martial prowess, absolute strength was paramount. He possessed the system. Given enough time, he would surely grow stronger. But as things stood now, what he lacked most was precisely that very thing, time. Over the next period, military training methods became increasingly varied, though one daily ritual remained constant: scaling Qingyun Peak. This rigorous regimen significantly improved the physical fitness of the entire school. Their climbing speed now exceeded the initial pace by at least 1/3. Each peak grew increasingly cohesive. Over the 15 days, peaks 1, 2, and 3 endured countless challenges, surviving on steamed buns and cold water. Yet only the 21-member 4th peak consistently claimed first place in every challenge. For 15 days straight, they never finished second. This performance earned Chen Feng tens of thousands of points. Everyone in Peak 4 held this F-rank beast-type user in utter awe. In their eyes, he embodied both raw power and strategic brilliance. As long as Chen Feng was present, Peak 4 would never lose. To the students of Peak 4, Chen Feng was an eternal god. This unkempt figure provided them with a sense of security even more towering than that of their peak leader. To the other peaks, however, 4 peaks' invincibility was entirely attributed to their 3 hidden professions and even an SSS tier talent, a rarity that emerged only once every few decades across the entire nation. They were completely unaware that the true core of the 4th peak team was the beastkin they had always overlooked, Chen Feng. On the first day after military training ended, 500 students gathered on the field awaiting inspection by the school leadership. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Ji shifted gears and got down to business. Over the next week, school teachers will provide safety education, important reminders, and academic instruction. At the end of the week, which coincides with the monthly instance opening, students may register for the instance in teams. I won't elaborate further on the specifics. Each peak master will provide clear instructions to their respective teams. After another round of rather formal announcements, the gathering finally dispersed. Everyone was escorted back to Peak 4 by their respective peak masters, a place they hadn't returned to in 2 weeks. Chapter 103, Dragon Gate Inn. The 4th peak master led everyone back to the 4th peak. His eyes betrayed unhidden admiration for Chen Feng and the others. He gently smoothed the collar of Chen Feng's robe, letting out an imperceptible sigh of relief. I am deeply gratified by your performance during military training. It has been years since the 4th peak achieved such glorious results. He silently scoffed to himself. In past years, let alone consistently taking 1st place, even securing 4th place was considered a success for them. I must say, you've set a strong foundation for 4 peaks. I've witnessed your dedication. Next comes 7 days of academic instruction. Teachers will ascend the peak to deliver lectures. Remember to attend classes in the classroom tomorrow. He pursed his lips, gesturing toward the rather shabby thatched hut behind him. After finishing his remarks, the 4 peaks leader reiterated the details of the dungeon instance scheduled for the following week. One type was a spatial instance featuring demonic beasts exclusively bred by the 2 Realms Mountain Magic Academy. Relatively safer, but with limited demonic beasts, it prioritized stability. The second type was the wild dungeon Bai Ji had mentioned to Chen Feng earlier. However, the peak master discouraged participation in wild dungeons due to their high unpredictability. Risking one's life for a mere bit of vitality points was hardly worth it. The next day, everyone attended morning class as usual. Chen Feng was surprised to find that the points awarded by the system for attending class were now double what he had received in high school. Clearly, his points increased alongside his growing strength. After 7 dreary days of tedious academic lectures, the group finally endured the tedium. Only a handful remained diligently attentive, while most spent their time goofing off. Chen Feng, true to his studious nature, listened attentively from start to finish and even took notes. Suo Chao found it hard to believe that such a rough-and-tumble beast-type user would take the semester's cultural courses so seriously. Lin Qingqing and Mu Yunqing were seated together. Ever since emerging from the simulation space, Mu Yunqing had practically become Lin Qingqing's devoted little fan. Even though Lin Qingqing wore a perpetually cold expression, her distant demeanor couldn't deter Mu Yunqing from trailing behind her all day, persistently calling her sis Lin with every other sentence. Xiongqi, meanwhile, struggled daily to keep her eyes open, propping them up with knives if necessary. She yearned to be like everyone else, capable of governing the world with wisdom and founding nations with martial prowess. But alas, she simply wasn't cut out for academics. Aside from her innate combat talent, she was a complete and utter academic failure. Suo Chao spent his days dragging Deya into endless discussions about beautiful women. This only deepened the lecherous glint in Deya's already dull eyes. He even began using his hacking skills to crack into hidden cameras, prompting Suo Chao to cheer him on as a genius. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. After the academic teacher departed, the homeroom teacher gathered the entire class for a meeting. Regarding the matter from before, we need to finalize the dungeon roster tonight. We'll be entering the dungeon tomorrow. Especially for the normal mode, we need to depart a day early to reach the designated entrance. Alright, everyone come to me one by one to register. The 21 students of Class 4 exchanged nervous glances. Only Chen Feng and a few others had pre-arranged to tackle the wild dungeon. Big Tooth looked at Chen Feng. Bro, I'll pass. My presence would just slow you guys down. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. You're better off participating in the regular school-based dungeons. At least it's much more stable. Big Tooth's natural talent was average to begin with, and since his heart wasn't in it, there was no point risking everything for a slight boost in power. The regular dungeon was his best bet. After registration, only 5 names appeared on the entire wild dungeon roster. Chen Feng, Suo Chao, Lin Qingqing, Xiongqi, Mu Yunqing. This group of 5 represented the peak combat strength of the 4 peaks. The peak master looked at them solemnly, reiterating the dangers of the wild dungeon. But faced with their determination, he could say little else and simply submitted the list. The next day, over 30 students gathered on the main peak's training ground, including the 5 mentioned earlier: Chen Feng, Suo Chao, Lin Qingqing, Xiongqi, and Mu Yunqing. Bai Ji stood before the group, outlining the precautions for this dungeon run. These 30-plus individuals were the students from each peak selected to participate in the wild route mission, most of them outstanding among this year's cohort. The dungeon you'll be entering is called Linglong Tower. Its interior is divided into 3 vast levels, each teeming with countless demonic beasts. The risks escalate with each ascending level.
I urge you to assess your capabilities and stay within your power level when clearing monsters.
A key feature of the Linglong Tower is that entrance must be below level 30. Fortunately, all of you here meet this requirement. You will have 30 minutes to prepare before we depart. The group switched to wearing smart bracelets independently developed by Two Realms Mountain Magic University.
This allowed the 30-plus individuals to sense each other's locations and provide mutual support within the dungeon.
Almost simultaneously, the bracelets of all 30-plus students vibrated as they received a document sent by the university.
The materials included maps of each floor of Linglong Tower and marked hazardous areas.
The Four Peaks chief approached Bai Ji.
Principal Bai, I'll lead the team for this dungeon run. In previous years, few students participated in the Wild Dungeon, and the school itself did not actively encourage it. Even when participants did go, they were usually accompanied by just 1 or 2 randomly assigned teachers. It was extremely rare for a powerful peak master to personally accompany them.
Bai Ji glanced at the students from the 4th peak. How could she not understand the peak master's intentions? She waved her jade-like hand. No need. I will personally lead this instance run.
The 4th peak master was taken aback, clearly not expecting the principal herself to lead the expedition, a clear sign of how much she valued these students. He nodded in agreement. With the principal leading the way, he felt reassured. Given her formidable strength, their journey would surely proceed without incident. The group assembled and boarded a massive combat aircraft. Over 30 students boarded without feeling cramped. The engines roared to life, and the craft soon lifted off, soaring toward the horizon. Despite the aircraft's impressive speed of Mach 5, it took nearly 7 hours of relentless flight to reach their destination.
As soon as the cabin door opened after landing, a wave of dry heat hit them. Outside the cabin lay the endless expanse of the Gobi Desert. Due to chronic water scarcity, vegetation was scarce, evoking a sense of desolate aridity. Yet, in this very barren Gobi, a diverse crowd of people had gathered. They wore diverse attire, many hailing from different nations. Not far from the crowd stood rows of simple buildings. Though their exteriors appeared aged, each bore a sign, and at a glance, most were inns. Bai Ji led over 30 people toward the tallest 5-story building. The sign above the building read, Dragon Gate Inn. Chapter 104, Fengyun University. Bai Ji clapped her hands, motioning for the students to gather closer. We'll camp here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll escort you into the instance. Until then, stay put. The area around Linglong Tower gets pretty sketchy before it opens. Don't cause any trouble for me, got it? Over 30 energetic students replied in unison. Got it. With that, Bai Ji gently pushed open the doors of the Dragon Gate Inn. The wooden door, long neglected, creaked loudly as it swung open. The main hall was dimly lit due to the scarcity of electricity. Several people were talking at the wooden counter. Landlady, just give us a better deal. We've got over 20 more people coming, we could practically fill your whole inn. The proprietor was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, her head wrapped in a scarf, a nearly burnt-out pipe clenched between her teeth. Her skin, weathered by years of Gobi sun, glowed a deep bronze. Her lips moved slightly, revealing several front teeth blackened by tobacco smoke. No discounts. This is the rate for the next couple days. The group haggling at the counter hesitated when Bai Ji pushed open the door, followed by over 30 classmates. The person booking rooms couldn't help but glance at Bai Ji a few extra times. The woman beside him discreetly nudged his ankle with her foot. Seeing the sudden influx of people, she abandoned further haggling. Fine, fine. This price it is. Book us 20 rooms. Before the owner could respond, Bai Ji stepped up to the counter. Madam, I'm renting the entire Dragon Gate Inn for the next 2 days. Name your price. Hearing such a melodious voice, the proprietress, who had been flipping through her ledger, couldn't help but lift her head and take a few extra glances at Bai Ji's face. Are you sure? The entire place for 1 day is 500,000. Innkeepers in places like this didn't cater to ordinary folk, and their prices weren't meant for ordinary people either. 50,000 yuan was, all things considered, not an unreasonable asking price. Bai Ji nodded, a black card suddenly appearing in her hand. Charge it. The group who had been booking rooms earlier froze. Hey, hey, hey! What about first come, first served? We agreed on this first, right, boss? The landlady finished her pipe, exhaling a smoke ring into the air. Clearly impatient with the dithering group, she snapped. Whoever pays first gets the room. You can't expect us to hold it just because you say so. Having said that, he took the card from Bai Ji's hand. The group who had been trying to book the room earlier couldn't contain their anger. They vented their frustration directly at Bai Ji, surging with energy, hoping to intimidate her into backing down with his formidable level 50 aura. Before Bai Ji could react, the landlady slammed her hand on the table. A shockwave sent the men sprawling to the floor. Damn it! Think the Dragon Gate Inn is some kind of place where you can just pull this on my turf? You better know your place. The men who'd been knocked down clearly realized the landlady wasn't someone to mess with. Their eyes now held a mix of fear and respect as they looked at her.
They promptly slunk out of the Dragon Gate Inn, their tails between their legs. The murderous intent radiating from the landlady in that instant left no doubt this woman was a genuine killer who wouldn't blink an eye. Such palpable lethality wasn't something easily cultivated unless one had crawled through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The landlady instantly reined in her aura, adopting what she considered a gentle expression as she addressed the 30-plus students behind her. "Children, fear not. You may stay here at the inn without worry." After checking in, all the students were assigned to their rooms by Bai Ji. After dinner, Chen Feng lay listlessly on his bed reading. Suo Chao walked over and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Boss, why don't we go out for a stroll? This place is stifling dry and hot. With the huge day-night temperature difference in the Gobi, it'll be nice and cool outside tonight." Chen Feng kept reading, unfazed. This place was a mixed bag of people. Better safe than sorry, he didn't want any trouble. Seeing Chen Feng's indifference, Suo Chao resignedly returned to his own bed to scroll through his phone. Barely 2 minutes after lying down, Suo Chao's phone rang. "Hello? What's up? What? How many people are over there? Anyone hurt?" After a few quick exchanges, Suo Chao hung up. Boss, get up fast. Our students got ambushed by those bastards who booked the rooms today." Chen Feng frowned slightly. "If they're blocked, they should find a teacher. Why are you trying to show off?" Suo Chao replied while putting on his shoes. They're scared of getting yelled at by teachers, so they didn't dare say anything. Plus, the ones coming out from across the street are all students too, seems like they're from the same school. Right now it's just a student-on-student dispute, hasn't escalated to the teachers yet." Chen Feng's interest was piqued. This sounded like a full-blown brawl between schools. "Let's go check it out." As he walked, Suo Chao contacted Lin Qingqing and the others. Strength in numbers at the very least, they couldn't lose the battle of intimidation. The inn lobby grew increasingly crowded as a group of over a dozen people headed straight for the scene. Less than 400 meters from the station, a group in uniformed school attire had surrounded 3 female students from Two Realms Mountain Magic University. The leader boomed a kick into one girl's midsection, sending her flying several meters. She landed on the ground, curled up like a shrimp in agony. "Just a technical school? Think you're rich? Think you're something special? You dare rob our Fengyun University's inn? I'll wait right here to see which of your school dares to come out." The remaining 2 students clasped their hands tightly together, their faces still bearing red handprints. Chen Feng spotted the group of over 20 people gathered from a distance. Before he reached them, he witnessed one girl being kicked several meters away. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Beasts!" Before Chen Feng could reach them, a figure charged straight into the so-called Fengyun University crowd. With a thud, a fist slammed into the leader's chest, sending him flying backward. The attacker clenched his hand, and a coiled dragon staff over 2 meters long materialized in his grasp. "Damn it! What kind of men bully girls? If you've got the guts, take it out on me." Chen Feng looked closely and recognized the attacker as Lin. He hadn't expected the kid to step up like this in such a situation. Seeing their leader struck down, over 20 members of Fengyun Academy launched a coordinated attack, instantly drowning Lin in a flurry of flashy skills. Chaos erupted on the scene. Chen Feng and his group quickened their pace, plunging into the fray within moments. Chen Feng didn't even bother activating his transformation, dispatching opponents one punch at a time. With the addition of students from Two Realms Mountain Magic University, especially Chen Feng and his group whose combat prowess far surpassed their peers. Within a minute, all the Fengyun Academy students lay knocked to the ground. Lin clutched his buttocks, limping toward Chen Feng. "Damn it, couldn't you guys run a little? Over 20 of you at once? How was I supposed to handle that alone?" Chen Feng glanced at the black eye under his eye and stifled a laugh. "We were giving you a chance to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. Too bad you're useless." Lin froze. "Try taking on 20-plus people at once yourself." Chen Feng shrugged. "I never asked you to go. You make it sound like I forced you." Chapter 105, Mass Brawl. The one-sided brawl significantly eased the tension among the students of Liangjia Mountain Magic University. So-called Fengyun University was merely a second-rate institution in Huagua. While it boasted a large student population, the quality of its students left much to be desired. Apart from the leader, who appeared to be an S-tier talent, the rest were a mixed bag, with the highest likely reaching only a tier. Against the Liangjia Mountain Magic University students, they were practically just punching bags. The girl who had been kicked flying earlier had already recovered from her injuries under the priest's healing. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she said, "Lin, maybe we should just let it go. We didn't suffer any real loss, and we don't want to draw attention and get punished by the teachers." Lin, however, turned his gaze toward Chen Feng with an unusual look, his eyes silently seeking his opinion. This puzzled many classmates. Why would the top student of P2, an SS rank hidden class, act so subdued in front of an F rank beastmaster? Chen Feng ignored the stares around him. He looked at the girl who had been beaten earlier. "Since she's fine, let's go. We don't want to cause trouble for Principal Bai."
Just as everyone prepared to leave, a voice cut them off. Halt! A voice carrying martial arts pressure echoed from behind them. A burly middle-aged man in his 30s glared at Chen Feng and his group with a dark expression. His aura radiated outward, causing weaker students to retreat in succession. You think you can just leave after attacking someone? That's not how it works. Chen Feng resisted the pressure, his legs feeling slightly heavy as he stepped forward. What? The teacher's getting personally involved? Is Feng Yun University that thick-skinned? The man was none other than the one whose inn had been seized by Bai Ji at the Dragon Gate earlier that day. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Since your teacher fails to discipline you properly, I'll teach you how to behave. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added. Today, none of you will leave standing. This isn't the Longmen and no one's protecting you here. Chen Feng sensed the aura emanating from the man before him. While formidable, it paled in comparison to the 70-level powerhouses deployed by major factions during the imperial examinations in the capital. By his estimation, this man was likely just over level 50. Facing such an opponent, though hindered by the level gap, he wasn't entirely without a chance. Chen Feng exchanged a glance with Lin Qingqing. Then he silently counted aloud. 3, 2, 1. The instant he uttered one, Chen Feng roared and leapt skyward, transforming into a 50-foot-tall giant ape as he charged toward the man opposite him. At the same time, a crystal-clear magic staff appeared in Lin Qingqing's hand. Frost spell. The man across from them never expected this group of under-level 30 fighters to dare launch an attack. Instantly, a shield and a long sword materialized in his hands. Watching the 5-meter-tall Chen Feng charge toward him, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Yet, his level gave him the upper hand, and he swung his blade to strike. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept over him, slowing his swing. Chen Feng closed the 10-meter gap in an instant. With no other option, the middle-aged man raised his shield to block. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Chen Feng unleashed both fists, slamming them viciously into the shield. Dust swirled as the middle-aged man, shield and all, was slammed half a meter into the ground, his thigh partially buried in the earth. The shield trembled faintly in his arms, sending a tingling numbness through his limbs. The sheer force of the blow genuinely startled him. How could a kid under level 30 possess such terrifying brute strength? Before he could process it, in the blink of an eye, a warrior's instinct made his spine chill. His arm instinctively blocked backward. Whoosh! A dagger flashing with purple light sliced a deep, bone-exposing wound into his arm, sending him howling in pain. Had it not been for his martial artist's instinctive reflexes, that blade would have sliced through not his arm, but his throat. The wound on his arm rapidly went numb as purple swiftly spread across his limb. Damn it, such a potent poison? He could only use his psychic energy to seal the acupoints, halting the blood flow in his arm. But the moment his psychic energy touched the purple poison, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Worse still, the poison began actively devouring his psychic energy. A chill ran through him as he felt his mental energy rapidly draining away. He never imagined he'd fall to a bunch of kids before even getting started today. Just then, a flame bomb streaked toward the man from Central South, skimming the ground and aiming straight for his groin. Boom! Clang! A shield over a meter in diameter was blown flying more than 10 meters away. After the deafening blast, a crater nearly 2 meters deep gouged the ground. The man's face was charred black, white smoke still wafting from his mouth, and the area between his legs had been reduced to a bloody, mangled mess. Fortunately, his physique at over level 50 was strong enough to keep him alive. The Feng Yun University students, initially jubilant at their teacher stepping in, were stunned speechless within seconds. They nearly got wiped out by the opposing students in an instant. Staring wide-eyed at the monsters from Liangjia Mountain Magic University, they could only roll their eyes and continue feigning death on the ground. Just then, a milky white halo descended from the sky, landing in the deep crater left by the explosion. No way! You can't even handle a bunch of under level 30 punks? 4 or 5 figures rushed over from behind, none other than the group who had fought Bai Ji for the inn at Longmen earlier that day. Seeing the man in the crater, they almost laughed. After being bathed in healing magic, the middle-aged man finally regained some composure. He sat up on the ground with great effort, gasping for breath, his mouth twitching slightly. I got careless. Didn't dodge. With that, a mage among them swung his staff, unleashing a 30-meter wide net of fire that descended from the sky, closing in on Chen Feng and the others. A sneer curled the mage's lips. Once this net descended, no matter how these puny foes squirmed, they'd be nothing but targets for punishment. The students of Two Realms Mountain Magic University watched as several more terrifying figures approached. With a mere wave of their hand, a fiery net descended, completely engulfing every one of them. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to block. While the net might not burn them to death, its primary effect was control, and getting scorched was inevitable. Most fire elemental mages specialized in brute force output. Fire-based control mages like this were relatively rare. Of the 2 remaining opponents, one burly man wielded twin hammers as he advanced steadily, preparing to finish off the remaining targets after the net closed. The other continued healing the fallen warrior in the pit with his staff, paying Chen Feng and his companions no mind whatsoever. As the fiery net closed in, the dual-hammered man's eyes flashed with the thrill of crushing an easy target. Chapter 106, After the Young, the Old. Chen Feng, the first to encounter the fiery net, shrank instantly from over 10 meters tall. His flowing white hair billowed in the wind as he leapt high into the air, executing a backflip. His tail struck the fiery net with pinpoint accuracy. With a sizzling crackle, black scorch marks appeared along the snow-white fox tail, filling the air with the acrid smell of charred fur. But astonishingly, the descending net suddenly snapped open, flinging upward and swiftly pivoting to envelop several Fengyun University instructors. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at the power of high-level mage skills. His own skill reversal had limitations. A significant level disparity could cause backlash, and if the gap was too great, the reversal might even fail. The moment the group appeared, Lin Qingqing began chanting her spell under their cover. Just as the chant for Frozen Wasteland concluded, her fair jade-like hands wielded a crystalline staff. Frozen Wasteland. The Fengyun University professors froze at the sudden barrage of fire, utterly stunned that their own spell could be bounced back at them. But they weren't fools. In an instant, they made their decision. Scatter! The fire mage bellowed, desperately trying to control the net of flames. Yet no matter how he manipulated it, the net seemed to have severed its connection to him, charging straight toward the Fengyun University group. Hearing the fire mage's warning, the group didn't hesitate, immediately scattering to either side. Yet barely 2 meters into their escape, an extreme chill descended from the sky. The sand and gravel on the ground instantly froze over with a layer of frost. Those still running froze solid in mid-stride, their bodies encased in ice crystals. Lin Qingqing deliberately confined the skill's range, freezing only the 4 Fengyun University professors. A massive fire net, over 30 meters wide, instantly descended from the sky, enveloping the 4 Fengyun University professors with a sizzling sound. Boom! In less than 2 seconds, the man wielding twin hammers broke free from the icy restraint. Staring in disbelief at the fire net enveloping him, he began tearing at it with all his might. Chen Feng charged forward the instant he flung the net aside. His target was the fire elemental control mage. Before the mage could thaw, Chen Feng's 2 foxtails whipped through the air with a sharp crack, striking the frail mage mid-run and sending him flying through the dual torment of ice and fire. The dual hammer warrior tore through the fire net, his eyes blazing crimson as he watched the fire mage get flung away. He was the man who had been stepped on earlier that day at the inn for giving Bai Ji a few extra glances. And the one who had stepped on him was none other than this very fire mage who had just been flung away. Clearly, the relationship between the two was far from simple. The dual hammer warrior roared and charged toward Chen Feng. Clang! A clang of clashing metal echoed. Nalin Ishur struck at the crucial moment, his coiled dragon staff, empowered by Mu Yunqing's blessing, smashing fiercely toward the double hammer warrior. I am your opponent. The moment they clashed, despite Nalin Yi's priest buff, he was violently knocked back 10 meters. Yet the dual hammer warrior was also forced to halt. Damn it, you're asking for it. The man hurled his hammer, but his warrior's instincts sensed arrows and bullets hurtling toward him. He swung his arms to block. The students of Two Realms Mountain Magic Academy had joined the fray. Led by Chen Feng and his peers, they finally shed their fear of the imposing presence of Fengyun University's instructors. The man unleashed his skill, merging the 2 hammers into one like a staff with 2 spheres growing from its ends. He swung the twin hammers in a wide arc, deflecting the incoming skills and arrows. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation on his neck. He pulled a hand away to touch it, and droplets of purple blood seeped through his fingers. Xiongqi retreated explosively, alert. She hadn't expected her full power strike to merely pierce the surface of his skin. Clearly, this man was far stronger than the shield-wielding opponent earlier. Fortunately, her venom had already seeped into his body. The dual-hammered man felt his mental energy being voraciously devoured, a growing sense of urgency gripping his heart. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had pinned the 2 rear-line enemies to the ground, grinding them into the earth. Their arms and legs were shattered beyond recognition, their forms barely human. 3 seconds. The fire mage finally broke free from the control. Yet her first reaction was to spit out a mouthful of blood that had pooled in her chest. She had clearly suffered severe internal injuries. Unfortunately, the dual hammer warrior was blocked by the crowd, forced to watch helplessly as Chen Feng brutalized his wife. Just as Chen Feng prepared to strike again, a muffled command echoed from the sky. Get lost! An old man swiftly descended from the sky. With a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, he sent Chen Feng flying over 10 meters, slamming him into the wall. Chen Feng wiped the blood trickling from his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the old man suspended in midair. Level 70. The ability to traverse the skies was the hallmark of a level 70 martial artist. Upon reaching this threshold, practitioners underwent a qualitative leap theoretically transcending the limitations of mortal flesh. Such a physique not only grants a lifespan of up to 300 years, but also allows complete recovery from even the most severe injuries as long as a single breath remains. While exceptionally skilled warriors might challenge a 50-level opponent at 40 levels below, it was extremely rare to hear of a 60-level warrior attempting to challenge a 70-level powerhouse. Chen Feng's face darkened. He knew that even all of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against the man before them. The man wielding twin hammers finally exhaled in relief as the elder descended through the air. Bowing deeply, he addressed him. Dean. The old man surveyed the 3 fallen teachers and numerous students lying on the ground, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. He truly hadn't expected that even with his school students and teachers mobilized, they still couldn't take down a group of children below level 30. His sharp gaze swept over Chen Feng and the others. You little bastards, you hit hard enough. Today, I'll cripple every last one of you scoundrels. Seeing the old man about to strike, Chen Feng bellowed at the sky. You old fool. Doesn't Fengyun University care about its reputation? Students get beaten up, teachers show up. Teachers get beaten up, and now the dean's here. The old man's face flushed with embarrassment. With so many onlookers, Fengyun University's reputation was utterly ruined today. You insolent brat, stop spouting nonsense. Today I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Chen Feng continued to shout. So you have teachers, but we don't? The old man snorted coldly. Even if your teacher shows up today, I'll beat him until he begs for mercy on his knees. No sooner had the old man uttered these words than an invisible palm strike from the void snapped against his face. The force sent him crashing from the air straight to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, clutching his swollen cheek, his eyes darting around in terror. Everyone present froze in shock. Onlookers, Fengyun University students and faculty, even the students from Liangjia Mountain Magic University. What just happened? How did the dean suddenly fall from the sky? The dual hammer warrior helped the battered fire mage to his feet, staring in disbelief at the bloodied dean. A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd of onlookers. A master who comprehends spatial laws must be at least level 80, right? When did a master of that caliber appear near Linglong Tower? It's just a 3rd-tier wild book, seriously? Chapter 107, Entering the Tower. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. He had anticipated that Bai Ji would inevitably hear such a commotion. Yet before moving in, she specifically warned them not to cause trouble. These brats still disobeyed, so he intended to teach them a lesson. If that old bastard really did come after them, Bai Ji wouldn't let them get beaten to death, but they'd certainly suffer some flesh wounds. That was precisely why Chen Feng had provoked Bai Ji, forcing her to intervene. The white-haired elder broke out in a cold sweat, his hair standing on end as an intense sense of danger spread around him. He had no doubt that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. The old man immediately dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground. This humble servant was blind. I beg you, sir, to spare me for the sake of Fengyun University. A crisp, icy snort cut through the air like shards of ice colliding. Fengyun University? Even if your principal himself came here and dared to act this way, he wouldn't escape the slap. Children fighting among themselves is one thing, but for someone of your age to bully youngsters, don't you feel ashamed? Before the words faded, a graceful figure materialized before the crowd. The woman wore form-fitting black attire, her head concealed beneath a large conical hat. Veils of sheer fabric draped from the hat's brim like curtains, obscuring her features. The old man sensed the aura emanating from her and immediately bowed his head toward Bai Ji. With a wave of Bai Ji's hand, Chen Feng was lifted before her. Instantly, Chen Feng felt all his injuries heal completely. Who knew the principal had priestly skills? Go. Beat him. Bai Ji's words were concise as she pointed at the old man kneeling on the ground. Chen Feng, who had just been sent flying by the old man's slap, was naturally furious. Without further ado, he strode over to the old man in 2 strides. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as the palm struck the old man's face. Chen Feng felt the numbness in his palm and shook his hand. Damn, you've got thick skin. That stung my hand. Slap yourself. The old man's face darkened, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. But with a powerful expert present, he knew full well that if he displeased them, they could crush him like an ant in this lawless wilderness. He raised his head of snow-white hair and forced a smile. You're right, young friend. I'd been too thick-skinned. I'll slap myself. With that, he slapped himself across the face. Chen Feng stood with hands clasped before his chest, looking down arrogantly at the old man kneeling before him. Not loud enough. I can't hear it. The old man glanced at the figure beneath the black hooded cloak, steeled his resolve, and struck his own face once more. Blood mixed with his front teeth flowed from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, the old man forced a smile. Is that satisfactory, young friend? Chen Feng's upper eyelid twitched. There was a reason this guy's face made his hand ache when he slapped it. It was truly thick. Keep your dogs in check. If they cause trouble again, it won't end with just a slap. The old man bowed repeatedly. Certainly, certainly. Chen Feng glanced at his schoolmates. Guys, let's wrap this up. Then the entire group marched off toward the Dragon Gate Inn. Only after the group vanished from sight did the old man dare lift his face from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. For so many years, he had been the revered dean of the academy. He had always acted with restraint and never suffered such a humiliating defeat. He never imagined he would fall today. His fists clenched tightly, he slammed them hard against the ground. In the Dragon Gate Inn's main hall, Baiji stared expressionlessly at the three girls who had left earlier. Did you ignore my orders? You three are disqualified from this instance run. Wait until everyone else finishes before heading back with them. The three flustered girls tiptoed around, too frightened to speak. Curiosity had driven them to venture out, nearly costing them their lives. Had their classmates and teacher not arrived in time, who knew how the other party would have abused them? While such student pranks rarely proved fatal in the chaotic Gobi Desert, no one could predict what unexpected dangers might lurk. The trio shuddered at the thought and apologized profusely to Baiji. Everyone returned to their respective dorm rooms, and the night passed without incident. The next day, the faint light of dawn barely touched the sky when the group was roused by the clamor outside the inn. The streets of this small town, built around the Linglong Tower, were now teeming with all manner of people. Everyone queued up to enter the instance. After Baiji accounted for all her students, leaving only the three punished yesterday behind, the group departed the inn. The crowd on the street made way for Baiji, who wore sleek black attire with a hooded cloak draped low over her head. Yesterday's battle had drawn a considerable crowd of onlookers, and the attitude of that elderly man who could defy gravity spoke volumes. This seemingly young, curvaceous figure in black was clearly someone to be avoided. No one was foolish enough to provoke trouble at this moment, and everyone instinctively parted to make way. Baiji made no pretense of courtesy, leading her students straight toward the dungeon entrance. At the entrance, a burly man with a bushy beard collected the dungeon entrance fee. His imposing frame bore a menacing scar across his face. He wore olive-green combat fatigues, with a 2-inch military dagger embroidered on his chest. It was the emblem of the military knife club Chen Feng had encountered earlier. It was common for major factions to station people at wild dungeon entrances to collect entry fees. With powerful forces backing them, even casual martial artists had grown accustomed to this practice, treating it as an unwritten rule. Nearly every major dungeon had been claimed by top-tier factions. With the sheer volume of adventurers entering, the profits accumulated over time were substantial. Register with me to enter the dungeon. 300,000 credits per person. You'll be able to enter once the dungeon opens at 8 o'clock. The queuing adventurers promptly handed over their entrance fees. 300,000. For ordinary citizens, this was a hefty sum, but for martial artists, it was a fee most could afford without much pain. After all, charging too much would provoke public outrage, making it unsustainable. This pricing struck a balance that most considered fair and reasonable. The elderly man who had been beaten yesterday was absent, likely too ashamed to show his face among the crowd. Fengyun University, led by the dual hammer warrior, promptly handed over several million in admission fees. They then meticulously counted the students behind them, directing them to wait for entry. The twin hammer warrior's gaze inadvertently caught sight of the black-clad figure from the previous night. Instinctively, he shuddered and instinctively stepped aside. Baiji led the group to the bearded giant and stood silently before him. Seconds later, the bearded man wiped his face. You, go ahead. I won't charge you this time. Baiji remained silent, leading her students toward the dungeon entrance. Chapter 108, Piranhas. The group of over 30 gazed at the massive light screen gate hundreds of meters ahead, faintly pulsing with spatial fluctuations. Between two sheer cliffs, a crack over 10 meters wide held a light screen over 200 meters tall. Its surface rippled like waves. The cliffs on either side continued to expand at a visible pace, gradually stretching the light screen wider. Before long, the cliffs ceased widening, and the light screen stretched to about 50 meters across. From a distance, it appeared as a shimmering blue water curtain. Chen Feng glanced at his watch exactly 8 a.m. Everyone, prepare to enter the instance. Remember, everything depends on fate. Don't force what isn't meant to be. Safety comes first. Baiji still seemed slightly uneasy. After reiterating her instructions, the group crossed the light curtain one by one, entering the instance. The instant Chen Feng leapt through the light barrier, he felt a colossal spatial force envelop him, propelling him through a tunnel of dazzling, multicolored light. Within seconds, he appeared on an open grassy field. Upon entering the instance, everyone was randomly teleported. Chen Feng immediately activated the smartwatch specially designed for them by the school and glanced at the flashing red dot. The closest classmate was still several kilometers away, so he decided to head straight for the second-floor entrance. According to the map, the nearest second-floor entrance was over 40 li away. At full speed, Chen Feng should reach it in about 10 minutes. According to the school's data, the beasts on the first floor were mostly below level 20, rendering them meaningless to Chen Feng. He decided to go full throttle toward the second-floor entrance. Along the way, he dealt with one or two troublesome demon beasts that got in his way, quickly reaching the second-floor entrance. The so-called entrance was a towering tornado over 1,000 meters high. Martial artists had to enter the vortex, riding the winds to be swept down to the next level. For the weak, the tearing force within the vortex itself was a formidable test. And on the first level alone, there were no fewer than 12 such whirlwinds. Chen Feng hesitated not a moment, plunging directly into the vortex. He lightened his body to let the whirlwind envelop him, feeling himself spiraling rapidly upward within the winds.
The howling gale stung his cheeks, carrying debris like wood chips and pebbles. Collisions with others were inevitable. Some unlucky souls were even struck by boulders weighing hundreds of pounds. After drifting for about 10 minutes, Chen Feng suddenly felt the winds around him diminish. He found himself at the bottom of a lake with crystal clear water, while the tornado churned the lake into a massive whirlpool. Chen Feng possessed formidable control over water. The moment he materialized, several massive, unidentified fish-like creatures swam toward him. Without hesitation, Chen Feng activated his transformation, launching several tiger claws nearly a foot long from his fingertips. With a sharp thud, the largest fish at the front was sliced open, revealing a gash over 2 meters long. Its entrails spilled into the water, and crimson blood spread like a stain across the surface. Ding! You have slain a level 33 rodent shark. Gained plus 240 health points. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was puzzled. He could clearly sense the surrounding lake water was freshwater, so why were there shark-like fish here? But he didn't dwell on it. He still needed over 40% more health points to reach level 30, and he was eager to hit that milestone so he could contract another beast spirit. Chen Feng didn't linger. Using the same tactic, he took down one after another with each swipe. These level 30+ rodent sharks had clearly ambushed many newcomers teleported into this vortex before, growing accustomed to such sneak attacks. Seeing the powerful combat strength of the newcomer, the rodent sharks turned to flee. Little did they expect Chen Feng's speed in the water to surpass even theirs. A hint of human-like astonishment flashed in the rodent sharks' eyes. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated this primate moving faster through water than they could. Typically, after a successful ambush, these rodent sharks would devour their prey. Even if outmatched, they could escape. Most humans struggled to pursue them in the water. Before reaching level 70, a martial artist's body remained mortal, incapable of prolonged survival underwater. Though they could hold their breath longer than ordinary people, they still needed to surface for air. Moreover, the resistance of water made it difficult to move with the same agility as on land. Thus, these rodent sharks never took humans seriously. Devour them if they could win, flee if they couldn't. Yet these never-defeated rodent sharks were now being hunted down by this half-human, half-tiger creature. Within mere minutes, over 20 rodent sharks perished without exception. Just then, fish of all sizes in the water began darting rapidly in one direction, as if startled by some threat. Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He possessed absolute confidence in his abilities underwater. Glancing in the opposite direction, his vigilance heightened. Soon, the fish grew fewer and fewer until an eerie stillness descended. As far as the eye could see, the lake water was crystal clear, devoid of any living creature. Just then, Chen Feng felt a faint push on the water's surface, as if something was driving waves toward him. His heart leapt into his throat. Judging by the sheer force of these waves, whatever approached must be a formidable, colossal creature. Though the school's record stated that creatures above level 40 rarely appeared on the second layer, the wild realm was inherently unpredictable. His first instinct was to flee. Before he could move, a dense, dark mass surged toward him from the distance. Piranhas! Chen Feng finally got a clear look. Tens of thousands of piranhas. No wonder all the creatures were fleeing. Individually, these creatures might not be particularly powerful, but in swarms, they ravaged everything in their path like locusts, leaving nothing behind. Chen Feng glanced at the dozens of rodent sharks he had killed and slowly realized the truth. The blood of the rodent sharks must have attracted these bloodthirsty creatures. He shook his head at the vast swarm of piranhas. These creatures were only around level 10-15. Though their sheer numbers might make breaking through his defenses difficult, he was far too high level for them to deal significant damage. Moreover, he lacked any area of effect skills. Chen Feng now desperately craved a beast spirit with area of effect abilities to boost his monster-killing efficiency. Chen Feng swiftly charged toward the water's surface. The piranhas, drawn by the scent of blood, swiftly devoured the rodent shark's carcass. Within seconds, only a pile of bones remained where it had lain. Just then, a human who had just emerged from the whirlpool was overwhelmed before he could react, swallowed whole by the swarm of piranhas. In an instant, the unfortunate soul, unable to move in the water, became nothing but a pile of bones. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders, leaped onto the shore, and marked a large X on the entrance he had used to climb up on the smartwatch provided by the school. This was to remind his fellow students not to use this particular entrance. Chapter 109, Golden Horned Cloud Stepping Beast. After reaching shore, he pressed deeper into the second layer. The terrain of the second layer leaned more toward a tropical rainforest climate. The monsters in the rainforest weren't particularly numerous. As Chen Feng walked and fought his way through the drizzling rain, he easily eliminated over a dozen monsters around level 30 in no time. Out of boredom, he glanced at his smartwatch and noticed a red dot rapidly moving toward his location. Judging by the situation, it was either someone fleeing or being pursued. Out of school camaraderie, Chen Feng decided to investigate. If he could lend a hand, he'd take care of it. He sped toward the red dot's location. Before he got close, he felt the ground tremble slightly. The rumbling grew louder and closer. Chen Feng scrambled up a towering tree nearly 100 meters tall. From his vantage point, he glimpsed a herd of animals charging toward him in the distance. Within seconds, he could make out the details, a herd of dark-skinned blue oxen, their horns gleaming with a brilliant golden light, and white fur covering their hooves. Golden horned cloud treaders. Chen Feng quickly recognized these creatures, having seen them depicted in textbooks. Typically, mature golden horned cloud treaders reached around level 30. Some mutated varieties could even break through the constraints and reach levels above 70. Because this breed of black oxen had a high level cap and was easy to tame, many were trained by humans to become mounts. He caught a glimpse of a figure clad in white sprinting ahead of the herd, firing skills backward as they ran. Lin Qingqing. Only then did Chen Feng recognize the figure Lin Qingqing in her white robes, followed by over 100 golden horn cloudsteppers. Without hesitation, Chen Feng leapt from the giant tree and sped toward Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing appeared somewhat disheveled at that moment. Despite being a hidden profession of the high SSS rank, facing such a large group of demon beasts far superior in level, she didn't even have time to chant the channeled spells she needed. She could only continuously cast slow spells backward. If these beasts caught up to her, her frail mage physique would leave her vulnerable to serious injury, perhaps even death. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Qingqing's forehead as she panted heavily, casting spells over her shoulder while running. A misstep sent her stumbling over a withered vine, throwing her off balance. Fortunately, her martial artist's equilibrium kicked and she slapped the ground, instantly regaining her footing and preventing a fall. But the lead golden horn cloudstepper had closed the gap. Within 10 meters, it charged forward, its golden horns gleaming with a cold light. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing could only instantly cast a layer of ice armor on herself, preparing to absorb the impact head-on. If struck, even if the beast couldn't shatter her ice armor, it would surely sustain internal injuries. Her greatest fear was the pursuing beasts closing in for an endless combo until she fell. Yet she had no better option now, praying only that the impact's momentum would propel her forward, allowing her to escape. Lin Qingqing leaned forward slightly, hands positioned before her chest. Whoosh! A snow-white foxtail descended from the sky, binding Lin Qingqing and propelling her upward. The golden-horned cloud-treading beast's icy horns grazed the soles of her shoes before crashing into the tree behind her, causing the massive trunk wide enough for 3 people to embrace to sway violently. The golden-horned cloud-treading beast seemed taken aback. How had its sure strike missed? Its crimson eyes fixed on the sky. In midair, Lin Qingqing was suspended by a slender, snow-white, fluffy foxtail. The moment she spotted Chen Feng, she finally exhaled a long breath. She never imagined that at such a critical moment, Chen Feng would save her. The two stood on the tree, not yet steady on their feet, when suddenly the trunk shook violently. A golden-horned cloud beast charged forward with all its might, slamming its head into the tree trunk where they stood. Chen Feng reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Qingqing's slender waist. Hold on tight. Chen Feng commanded without room for argument. Lin Qingqing didn't hesitate, wrapping her arms around Chen Feng's body and pressing her soft, delicate frame tightly against his. Chen Feng's tail whipped out with a sharp crack, hooking the trunk of a nearby tree. Like a swing, he leapt from the standing tree, tracing a perfect arc through the air before landing on another tree. Below, a herd of wild bulls charged heedlessly toward another tree. Chen Feng and Lin Qingqing quickly moved to the next tree. After switching trees over 100 times, they finally spotted a towering giant that took a dozen people to encircle the very same tree Chen Feng had climbed earlier to keep watch. He had made up his mind from the start to move closer to this very tree. The two stood on a branch thicker than the surrounding trees, their hearts finally easing slightly. Chen Feng gasped for breath, gazing at the flushed face of Lin Qingqing in his arms. Feeling the slender waist that fit perfectly in his grasp, he reluctantly released her. After a herd of wild bulls charged at the giant tree several times and saw the thick trunk show no reaction, the group of golden-horned cloud treaders began circling beneath the tree, showing no intention of leaving. How did you provoke these beasts? Why are they pursuing us so relentlessly? Chen Feng sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, beasts held strong wariness and vigilance toward humans, and those with strong territorial instincts would even drive them away. But why were these creatures, clearly grassland dwellers, appearing in the jungle? And why were they relentlessly pursuing Lin Qingqing? There must be some hidden reason. Lin Qingqing pursed her lips awkwardly. I saw a mutated baby cloud stepper in their pack and wanted to claim it. But the little thing resisted, so I smacked it dead with one slap. 4 words flashed through Chen Feng's mind, waste of a precious resource. A mutated cloud stepper, depending on its quality, could easily fetch tens of millions. It was something most people could only dream of obtaining, yet Lin Qingqing had killed it with a single slap. Chen Feng shrugged helplessly, well, at least it could have been used for hot pot. Lin Qingqing was speechless. You assist me later. I'm going down to take care of this bunch. In Chen Feng's eyes, these were all pure, white experience points. Lin Qingqing nodded. Moments later, Lin Qingqing began chanting an obscure, esoteric incantation from her perch in the tree. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Her signature skill, 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Hundreds of cloud steppers below froze solid. Chen Feng leapt down from the tree, extending 2 sharp tiger claws. Like sculpting ice, he swiftly sliced through the herd.
Wherever he passed, ice sculptures fell to the ground, crimson blood seeping from the crystalline ice. You killed a level 35 Goldenhorn Cloudstepper, gaining 320 HP. You have slain a level 35 Goldenhorn Cloudstepper, gaining 320 vitality points. The system notifications rang out continuously. Finally, in the instant the last cloud-treading beast fell, a long-awaited beam of white light erupted from Chen Feng's body. He had finally reached the long-awaited level 30. Chapter 110, Beast Spirit Ancestral Dragon. Chen Feng felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration throughout his body as the latent power within him surged significantly. The tiger claws on his hands grew nearly a third longer. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he transformed into the nine-tailed Qingqiu fox. 3 fox tails swayed gracefully behind him. Indeed, each 10 levels grants an additional tail. Ding, system notice, you have reached level 30. Reward, 100,000 points. Chen Feng hurriedly checked his point balance, 298,500. Damn it, still short by 15,000. He was itching to contract a new beast spirit immediately. But his points just weren't enough. Besides completing system quests and earning points through outstanding performance, the most fundamental way to accumulate points was through studying, attending classes, and slaying monsters. He or his teammates earned 1 point for each monster slain. That meant he needed to grind down another 1,500 monsters in the dungeon to reach 300,000 points. Gazing at the melted corpses of skycloud beasts littering the ground, Lin Qingqing and Chen Feng exchanged smiles. Lin Qingqing had successfully leveled up to 29. Qingqing, I need you to do me a favor. He was practically bursting with impatience. Lin Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes. Follow me. With that, he transformed into a 7-zhang tall gibbon, grabbing a wild ox carcass with one hand. He carried Lin Qingqing toward the whirlpool entrance they had first ascended to the second level. In moments, they reached the vortex's mouth. Chen Feng glanced up at the swirling vortex spinning on its own, the surrounding water eerily still. Prepare your icebound void spell. Keep the area of effect confined to about 100 meters around this water surface. Once I toss the Goldenhorn Cloudstepper in, unleash your skill. Lin Qingqing understood and nodded, beginning to chant her spell. Chen Fengxiang ran his hand over the cloud-treading beast's corpse, adding several fresh wounds oozing dark, viscous blood, then sprinted toward the water's edge. Splash! In an instant, the water's surface shimmered with ripples. Several piranhas leapt out of the water. 3 seconds later, a 3-meter-long cloud-treading beast skeleton drifted to the surface. Chen Fengxiang then tossed the other cloud-treading beast carcass into the water using the same method. The moment it hit the water, Lin Qingqing finished chanting her spell. With a flick of her lotus-like arm holding the staff, visible ice crystals formed on the rippling water surface, rapidly spreading outward. 2 piranhas that had leapt out of the water froze solid mid-air into ice sculptures, shattering as they fell onto the icy surface. Your party has killed a level 13 piranha. You gained 0 HP. Ding! Your party killed a level 13 piranha. You gained +1 experience point. Your party killed a level 13 piranha, gaining 0 HP. Ding! Your party killed a level 13 piranha. You gained +1 point. Watching the system notifications flash one after another, Lin Qingqing felt puzzled. These piranhas may be numerous, but they don't grant us any HP. Why go to all this trouble to kill them? Chen Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Getting rid of pests for the people. When I first arrived, I nearly got eaten by these things. Guess this is payback. Lin Qingqing hummed in acknowledgement and didn't press further. Chen Fengxiang opened his system shop. Seeing the dazzling array of items and his 300,200 points, he was already bursting with anticipation. 5 Clawed Thunder Riding Golden Dragon, redeem. Ding! You have successfully exchanged for the 5 Clawed Thunder Riding Golden Dragon Spirit Beast. 300,000 points consumed. Remaining points, 203. Chen Fengxiang stared at the beast spirit in his hand, faintly enveloped in a thunderous aura. His heart pounded wildly, his breathing growing slightly ragged. Contract! The moment Chen Feng selected the contract, the 5 Clawed Thunder Riding Golden Dragon transformed into a streak of light. Accompanied by a deep, resonant dragon's roar, it entered Chen Feng's body. Chen Fengxiang felt a colossal surge of thunderous energy wash over his entire body, causing every one of his 36,000 pores to open wide. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully contracted the 5 Clawed Thunder Riding Golden Dragon Spirit. Gained, Strength plus 100%, Spirit plus 100%. Ding! Detected Dragon Bloodline within host. 5 Clawed Thunder Riding Golden Dragon has evolved into a primordial dragon. Gained Defense plus 100%, Speed plus 100%. Chen Feng stood frozen in place, unable to process it for a long moment. He was so excited he nearly started dancing. This single event had doubled all his attributes. He checked the Ancestral Dragon Beast transformation again, revealing the skill it granted, Thunderous Might. Thunderous Might summons chaotic divine lightning to inflict devastating thunder damage on targets within a 300 by 300 range. Alternatively, it can be imbued onto fists, feet, or weapons, causing attacks to deal 300% lightning damage. Insane. Chen Feng now desperately wanted to find a place to test the might of Thunderous Might. Literally speaking, its range was even wider than Lin Qingqing's 10,000 miles of ice. And Chaos Divine Thunder, it just sounded so overpowered. Chen Fengshang opened his interface. Chen Fengshang. Level 30 HP 1172 90,000. Strength 1640. Defense 820. Speed 410. Spirit 820. Class Beastmaster SSS rank. Beast transformation abilities: Gibbon, Red Striped Tiger, Nine-tailed Qingqiu Fox, Primordial Dragon. Skills: immunity to all poisons passive. Chen Fengshan nodded with satisfaction at his attributes. By normal calculations, even a warrior who maxed out all stats would only have 277 points of strength at level 30 if their class rating was A. If his class rating was A, he'd only have 277 strength points at level 30. Even a powerhouse like Nalin Yi, an SS tier warrior, would only possess around 640 strength points without factoring in hidden class bonuses utterly insignificant compared to Chen Fengshang. Chen Fengshang was confident that if he faced Nalin Yi again, he could easily pinch his coiled dragon staff between just 2 fingers. After all, his strength stat was a full 1,000 points higher than his opponent's. However, his speed had become noticeably slower since replacing the beast spirit of the Swift-Wind Wolf. But now, with the Zhurong Beast Spirit's enhancement, even his weakest attribute speed was nearly on par with an S-rank assassin. Watching Chen Fengshang stand there grinning like an idiot, Lin Qingqing felt puzzled. This guy seemed off today, was he sick? She extended her delicate hand and touched Chen Feng's forehead. No fever, but you seem off. In front of others, Lin Qingqing maintained the demeanor of an Ice Queen goddess. Only in front of Chen Feng did she appear slightly more relaxed, her words carrying a touch more warmth. Chen Fengshang snapped out of his euphoria and looked at Lin Qingqing, asking, "Qingqing, what's your spirit stat?" With the nine-tailed Qingqiu Fox and the Zhurong Dragon's bonuses, Chen Fengshang's spirit stat had quadrupled from its base value. Even without being able to allocate points, he estimated his spirit wouldn't be lower than Lin Qingqing's hidden class. Why do you ask? Chen Fengshang scratched his head. Nothing, just curious. 2237. Chen Fengshang froze in place, stunned. He never imagined a hidden class could be this terrifying. He already considered himself exceptionally powerful, yet compared to Lin Qingqing's mental strength, he still fell nearly threefold short. Chapter 111, The Mountain Demon. Lin Qingqing seemed to sense Chen Fengshang's thoughts and continued. My Snow Maiden Scepter grants a 100% bonus to all ice elemental skills. Besides, my constitution and agility are only in the low hundreds. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chased so relentlessly today. Chen Fengshang felt somewhat reassured. After all, she had maxed out her spirit stats, gaining 6 points per level. Combined with the SSS class's 512% bonus, each level up granted over 30 points. With the Snow Maiden Scepter's enhancement, exceeding 2,000 points was hardly surprising. Chen Fengshang couldn't help but feel a pang of surprise. If he followed this logic, even if he encountered a warrior with a hidden SSS class who had maxed out all their stats, he wouldn't stand a chance in terms of strength. Ah, the revolution is far from over. Comrades must strive onward. Lin Qingqing flashed a smile so captivating it made even the thawing lake surface seem dim by comparison. Let's keep pushing deeper. My goal is to hit level 30 through this dungeon run, then I can learn new skills. Lin Qingqing waved her staff, clearly brimming with anticipation for her new abilities. I want to rack up some more HP too. After all, the dungeon only opens once a month. The two set off once more into the depths of the jungle. Should we check out the 3rd floor? Chen Feng suggested. According to the school's records, the 3rd floor was the core of the Linglong Tower and the former residence of its master. However, the 3rd floor was infested with 4th-tier demon beasts and above. Due to Linglong Tower's restrictions, only players below level 30 could enter the instance. Thus, those daring to venture onto the 4th floor were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. This meant the monsters on the 4th floor were undoubtedly superior in both quantity and quality compared to the first 2 levels. Isn't that too risky? I'm only level 29. How far off are you from level 30? Lin Qingqing pondered for a moment before glancing at her attribute panel. Currently 29% of level 29. Based on monsters ranging from level 30 to 35, I'll need to kill roughly 300 monsters to level up. Chen Feng glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning, just over 2 hours had passed. We still have plenty of time. Let's search for demon beasts on the 2nd floor first. Once you hit level 30, we'll head to the 3rd floor. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. Chen Feng opened the map. According to the map, demon beasts usually gather near water sources. East of this lake is a river tributary. We should follow the river downstream. As you say. Lin Qingqing placed unconditional trust in the man before her. The two followed the river downstream, casually dispatching the few demon beasts they encountered along the way. Suddenly, a cacophony of squeaking sounds echoed from the distance.
The commotion suggested a large number of demon beasts lay ahead.
Chen Feng made a shushing gesture.
The pair nimbly leapt onto a large tree. Through the mottled foliage, they clearly saw the scene unfolding nearby. A group of monkey-like creatures pinned 5 humans who had entered the dungeon to the ground, binding them with coarse vines. 2 men and 3 women lay on the ground, their mouths gagged by green vines, able only to make muffled sounds. The ape-like creatures, slightly larger than monkeys, walked upright like humans. A strip of light gray fur ran down their backs, extending from the back of their heads to their tails. Their feet were positioned with heels forward and toes backward, and they possessed human-like faces. Standing upright, they measured about 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall.
Chen Feng's pupils contracted. Shan Xiao.
He never expected to encounter baboons in this dungeon. These creatures resembled monkeys but possessed greater intelligence, were more violent, and exhibited a lustful nature. A quick glance revealed over 100 of them.
He couldn't even tell how many more were hidden by branches and leaves in the trees.
Lin Qingqing stared at the 2 men and 3 women bound and gagged on the ground. One girl was having her clothes torn off by a mountain ape. She was about to rush down to rescue them.
Chen Feng immediately pulled her back. We're outnumbered and exposed. Observe first. We don't know how many there are.
A wise man doesn't stand by a crumbling wall. We must ensure our own safety before attempting rescue. Lin Qingqing silently nodded, suppressing her impulse. A girl's black combat suit ripped with a sharp tear, exposing her snow-white skin. The surrounding baboons squealed eerily, growing increasingly frenzied. The bound man's face turned crimson as he thrashed on the ground in agony.
The sight only fueled the mountain demon's frenzy.
The leader, wielding a 2-meter-long club, jabbed at the man. The creature wore tattered human clothing, clear evidence of past human hunts. The girl, her top torn off, was left wearing only a black bra. Her eyes were bloodshot with panic, tears streaming down her cheeks. The other 2 girls huddled together in terror. Suddenly, the silent man roared, erupting in an orange-yellow blow that snapped the vines binding him. He swung his blade, slicing through one of the girls. The one with delicate features and a prettier face then leaped away. Unexpectedly, trees all around rustled like rain, and in an instant, 400 or 500 mountain apes leaped down, sealing off every possible escape route. Despair flashed in the man's eyes. Chen Feng and the others in the trees sucked in sharp breaths. Lin Qingqing felt a wave of fear wash over her. In her current state, after casting Icebound Wasteland twice in succession, her mental energy was depleted. If she charged recklessly now, even if she could kill some mountain apes, their sheer numbers would surely lead to her meeting the same fate as those 3 girls. The leader of the mountain demons strolled unhurriedly toward the fleeing man, pacing and scrutinizing him with eyes brimming with human-like scorn. It then squeaked something to the surrounding mountain demons. The mountain demons swarmed forward. No matter how fiercely the man struggled, they swiftly pinned him to the ground. The leader stepped forward and thrust a club savagely between the man's legs. A piercing scream erupted as the man curled into a shrimp-like position on the ground, convulsing. A stream of blood seeped through his pants onto the earth.
Once again, the man was bound and thrown back onto the tree. Chen Feng looked up at the enraged mountain demons and turned to ask, "How much longer until you can cast Icebound Void?" Lin Qingqing frowned deeply. After casting it twice in a row, the next activation won't be possible until at least 12:15. Chen Feng glanced at his watch. It was only 11:53. They'd have to wait at least another 22 minutes. Chen Feng made a gesture, signaling Lin Qingqing to stay calm and keep her composure. On the ground, blood trickled down the trouser legs of the suspended man. His lips were deathly pale, his upper body drenched in sweat. The mountain ape spirit playfully dragged the woman he'd been running with earlier before him. With a sharp rip, it stripped off her pants. Her long, straight legs were still clad in flesh-colored stockings. Though Chen Feng was far above, his martial artist's eyesight allowed him to clearly see the woman's attire. Entering a dungeon wearing stockings? And layered under combat gear? What bizarre attire! He immediately recalled how many thrill-seeking couples like to get frisky in the wild, and could only shake his head helplessly. Chapter 112, The Might of the Ancestral Dragon. The mountain ape leader froze, as if discovering a new continent. He reached out to stroke the stockings on the girl's legs, his eyes brimming with excitement and greed. The girl struggled, tears of humiliation streaming down her face. Held down by several mountain demons, she could only manage muffled sounds. She shook her head uncontrollably, her neatly tied hair falling into disarray. The leader tore her combat uniform to shreds with his hands, watching her with relish. The surrounding mountain demons howled excitedly, as if cheering on their leader. The man hanging from the tree had veins bulging on his temples, beads of sweat rolling down his nose. He seemed to have lost all strength, closing his eyes in anguish as he watched the girl reduced to a plaything. Before long, amid waves of shouts, the mountain demon leader began to move rhythmically. The girl, struggling in vain, lay motionless on the ground in despair. Lin Qingqing gritted her teeth. "Beast!" Chen Feng clenched his fists and asked again. "How much longer?" 4 minutes, 28 seconds, 27. Time ticked away second by second as the tragedy on the ground continued. Even the 2 remaining girls began to be dragged by the last of the mountain demons.
Unable to bear the sight, Lin Qingqing closed her eyes and sat cross-legged against the tree trunk, focusing on restoring her spiritual energy. The moment her energy returned, Lin Qingqing raised her staff and began chanting an obscure incantation. During their wait, they had devised a plan. Chen Feng would be responsible for knocking all the monkeys from the trees, after which Lin Qingqing would unleash her Icebound Wasteland spell. Given the quality of these level 30+ demon beasts and the fact that the ice field wasn't enhanced by Lin Qingqing's skills, she could only control them, not instantly kill them. Chen Feng also didn't believe his 300 by 300 area of effect skill could instantly kill 4th tier demon beasts, so the two could only work together to rescue the others. Moreover, mountain demons in the air or atop trees could easily slip through the net and launch counterattacks. Timing his move precisely, Chen Feng activated his ancestral dragon beast transformation the moment Lin Qingqing finished chanting her spell. Chen Feng activated his ancestral dragon beast transformation for the first time. Chaosborn, all directions dormant, ancestor of 10,000 dragons, manifest. Roar! A soul-shuddering dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. The sky itself dimmed slightly. Chen Feng's body rapidly elongated, transforming into a 30-meter-long dragon form suspended in midair. His scales shimmered with a deep, iridescent black under the sunlight. Twin wings spread from his back, and his 4 powerful dragon legs bore 5 claws each, gleaming coldly with destructive power. Purple lightning coiled around the ancestral dragon like writhing serpents. All the mountain demons were stunned speechless by this sudden spectacle. Even the vacant gaze of the girl being violated on the ground regained focus. The mountain demon leader shuddered, his legs trembling slightly. The once chaotic environment fell into a pin-drop silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Zulong spoke in human words, enunciating each syllable. Thunder! Strike! With all your might! The sky darkened instantly. Chen Feng opened his dragon maw, unleashing a web of lightning bolts that shot forth from his jaws. In an instant, it spread 300 meters. Within that 300-meter radius, the landscape transformed into a shimmering sea of lightning. Hundreds of mountain demons fell from the trees with wails, convulsing on the ground. The mountain ape leader's hair stood on end, a tingling sensation coursing through his body as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The 5 humans, however, were astonished to find that no matter how densely the lightning danced around them, it always seemed to avoid striking them. Another crisp female voice rang out. Freeze the vast lands. Within the lightning pool, hundreds of mountain apes lying on the ground convulsing were instantly frozen stiff in place by a sudden, biting cold. Lin Qingqing's face turned pale, and she nearly lost her balance, teetering on the edge of falling from the tree. Casting Frozen Wasteland 3 times in succession had drained her mental energy completely. Even the last spell had forced her to overdraw her reserves. Now, even a mere level 10 demon beast posed a lethal threat to her. Chen Feng's 30-meter-long body twisted gracefully in midair before crashing toward the ground. The instant he landed, his form shifted seamlessly from the primordial dragon into a 20-meter-tall gibbon. He clenched both fists and began wildly pounding at the dense cluster of frozen mountain demons below. Crack! Crack! A single swipe claimed 4 or 5 at once. Having already endured 2 area of effect attacks, the mountain demons' weakened bodies offered no resistance, instantly pulverized into dust. Your party has killed a level 34 mountain demon, gaining 300 HP. Ding! Your party killed a mountain ape. You gained 1 point. Your party killed a level 34 mountain demon, gaining 300 HP. A series of system notifications rang out, but Chen Feng dared not pause. He kept slapping away at the frozen baboon statues with both hands and feet. The few humans on the ground were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of primordial beasts were these? Had they just glimpsed a dragon? A sky-filling red lightning storm erupted. Then a wave of freezing cold swept across the sky. Now a giant ape over 20 meters tall appeared. Their understanding of reality kept getting shattered. Fortunately, both the skills and the ape's attacks deliberately avoided them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed these primordial beasts were enemies, not allies. They dared not breathe a word, lying trembling on the ground. Crack! A faint crack of ice shattered. A crack appeared in the ice sculpture of the mountain ape leader. Followed by another crack, crack, crack. Squeak! A shrill screech erupted as the mountain ape leader broke free from the ice sculpture. His eyes blazed crimson as he stared at the 20-meter-tall colossal ape rampaging through his tribe, slaughtering his kin. He repeatedly struck the ground with his staff, eventually whining incessantly. Another crack echoed through the air. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of cracking ice echoed densely. After slaughtering over 300 mountain demons, the remaining 100 or so finally broke free from the ice. Without hesitation, Chen Feng grabbed 5 of them in his hands, then swiftly snatched the deathly pale Lin Qingqing and hurled her into the air. He leapt into the air, his body instantly elongating as he transformed into the ancestral dragon with wings on its back. All 6 landed precisely on the dragon's back. Chen Feng flapped his wings, rapidly gaining altitude as he soared toward the distance. Chen Feng looked down at the enraged baboon horde growing smaller below, feeling the howling wind at high altitude.
He thought to himself, flying is awesome. From this day forward, he possessed the unique ability of a level 70 human race sky riding. He had become a true tri-service warrior, capable on land, sea, and air. In moments, Chen Feng landed the group atop a mountain peak. After shaking off the others from his body, he rapidly shrank, transforming back into his original form in an instant. The rescued individuals gasped in astonishment. Could these colossal primordial beasts actually be human? Chen Feng untangled the vines binding the others, then fell silent as he stared at the man hanging from the tree. His pupils were already dilated, his stiff body slightly cold. Clearly, he was already a corpse. Chapter 113, He was your ex-sister-in-law. The girl who had been violated earlier let out a shriek, clutching the dead boy's body as she pounded the ground and wailed. The remaining 3 fell silent. The 5 of them had only killed one mountain ape, yet they had unwittingly drawn such a massive pack. Had Chen Feng and the others not intervened, all 5 of them would likely have perished within the Linglong Tower. The trio felt both relief at surviving the ordeal and a shared sorrow at the tragedy that had befallen their comrade. The boy who had been trapped earlier stood up and clasped his fists toward Chen Feng. Thank you for saving our lives, senior. May I ask, are you demonic? Chen Fengshang's mouth twitched. Demon my ass. I'm human, just like you, an explorer who entered the Linglong Tower. The man's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting sharply. What? Impossible. Didn't they say only those below level 30 can enter the Linglong Tower? He was stunned. Earlier, whether it was the initial thunderstorm or the subsequent ice storm. Not to mention the dozens of meters long dragon and the 20-meter tall giant ape. In their eyes, these were all divine feats. Even their own school teachers wouldn't possess such power under normal circumstances. Yet this fellow claimed he had entered the tower alongside them to adventure. Out of courtesy, he bowed his hands and said, I am Lu Yanhong of Huagua Monster Materials University. Thank you for saving my life, senior. He paused noticeably, clearly unsure whether the senior was appropriate to address that way, but not knowing how else to refer to him, he simply continued calling him that. Chen Fengshang waved his hand dismissively. No need for all that senior business. Chen Feng from Two Realms Mountain Magic University. He introduced himself so the other would have a name to use. The man slapped his forehead in realization. I thought you looked familiar. You were with the group fighting Feng Yun University last night. Pleased to meet you. With that, he extended both hands to shake Chen Fengshang's. Chen Fengshang gestured toward the 2 female students behind him who stood naked, covering their private parts with their arms. He needed to check on them first. Right then. The woman, who had cried herself hoarse, suddenly produced a dagger from somewhere and plunged it straight into her own heart. She collapsed onto the dead man's body. One of the other 2 girls, heedless of her own nakedness, immediately cast a healing spell, pouring it into the suicidal girl's body. But after several healing spells, the girl showed no sign of life. Chen Feng placed his hand on the girl's carotid artery. He shook his head. Don't waste your effort. She's dead. A wave of sorrow washed over the crowd once more. Chen Fengshang sighed. Perhaps death was her best fate after all. The boy had been killed outright by the mountain demon while trying to save the girl. From Chen Fengshang's observation, the 2 were undoubtedly lovers. He died for her sake, and she was already heartbroken. Now, with the added trauma of being violated by the mountain demon, if word got out, even if she lived, she'd likely never escape that shadow. Chen Fengshang tapped his green pouch lightly. A piece of exquisite gauze drifted out, covering the dead girl's body. It was the dragon silk he had brought back from the merfolk tribe. To grant the deceased a measure of dignity. He glanced at the remaining 2 women and tossed them each a piece of dragon silk. Thank you, Brother Chen. I'm Sun Yanxue, a student at Huagua University of Monster Materials. Chen Feng was taken aback. The girl before him bore a striking resemblance to his ex-girlfriend, Sun Yanqing, especially around the eyes. Since they attended the same university, he asked curiously. Is Sun Yanqing your sister? A peculiar gleam flashed in the girl's eyes. Yes, she is my elder sister. Brother Chen, do you know my sister? Chen Fengshang pondered inwardly, not just acquainted, we were once sworn brothers. Well, I suppose I know her. Just then, Lin Qingqing, pale-faced and recovering nearby, suddenly interjected. More than just acquainted, he was your sister's ex-boyfriend. Sun Yanxue stared wide-eyed at Chen Fengshang in disbelief. How could that be? Her sister had clearly told her the ex-boyfriend was a good-for-nothing beast type who couldn't even graduate high school. A beast type? The 30-meter-long dragon with wings on its back earlier? The 20-meter-tall giant ape. Those were beast-kin? Sun Yanxue's mind was filled with question marks. It certainly looked like the abilities of a beast-type shapeshifter, but what level of beast spirit would grant such a transformation? She couldn't even begin to imagine. Recalling the crimson lightning coiling around the dragon's body earlier, the thunderpool that followed, and the scene where the giant ape crushed over 300 baboons in mere seconds. This level of combat prowess, even those senior students in their 5th year, ranked over 50, would be left in the dust. And this was the useless trash her sister had spoken of? Was she out of her mind? Su Nianxue quickly cleared her throat. Ahem, my sister, well, she has her issues. I'm different.
From the very first moment I saw Brother Chen, I knew he was no ordinary man.
Su Nianxue puffed out her chest, her eyes brimming with admiration for Chen Fengxiang. Chen Fengxiang shuddered.
This was exactly how Su Nianxue had reacted when she first met him years ago. No wonder they were sisters cut from the same mold of shamelessness. He didn't spare Su Nianxue another glance, turning instead to take Lin Qingqing's hand.
You two rest well.
We have business to attend to and must take our leave. Lin Qingqing's hand made a token attempt to pull away, but remained firmly in place.
She simply followed Chen Fengxiang as they walked down the mountain.
They walked hand in hand for quite some time before Lin Qingqing finally broke the silence.
That thunder dragon earlier, was that your level 30 contract spirit? Chen Fengxiang nodded. How about it? Pretty cool, huh?
Lin Qingqing smiled faintly.
Not bad.
At least it could serve as a flying mount.
Chen Fengxiang sneered.
You should know that the dragon you just rode was a primordial dragon. You could brag about that for the rest of your life.
Did you hit level 32?
Lin Qingqing nodded. I just hit 30 after killing those mountain demons.
Chen Fengxiang asked curiously. Did you learn some crazy new skill again?
Lin Qingqing lifted her delicate, snow-white chin slightly.
Of course I did. But my mental energy is depleted now. I need to recover before I can use it. After discussing it, the two decided to wait until Lin Qingqing's spiritual energy recovered somewhat before continuing their journey. They found a relatively safe spot and rested until around 3 p.m.
Lin Qingqing stood up from her cross-legged position and stretched lazily.
I've recovered more than half now. Let's get going.
Chen Feng stood up and unfolded the map to examine it. There are only 3 entrances to the third layer, and the nearest one is over 100 kilometers away. At their walking pace, they could probably cover it in an hour if they pushed hard.
Chen Fengxiang studied the map.
Near the entrance to the third level, 5 flickering red dots indicated that 5 of their schoolmates were nearby. Suddenly, the red dots flickered.
2 of them abruptly went dark. Chen Fengxiang's pupils contracted.
The extinguished dots meant the devices could no longer detect their owners.
Chapter 114, Crisis.
He pointed at the rapidly moving red dots and said to Lin Qingqing, they seem to be in danger.
We need to hurry over. I'll carry you.
Lin Qingqing tilted her head slightly.
Carry?
Chen Fengxiang shifted his form, and the black-scaled colossal dragon whose presence could darken skies and stir storms materialized from thin air.
The dragon spoke in human voice. Get on.
Lin Qingqing nodded and leapt onto the dragon's head, which was as large as a truck. She gripped the horns tightly with both hands. Feeling her secure, Chen Fengxiang flapped his black-scaled wings twice and soared upward, heading straight for the entrance to the third level. Near the entrance to the third layer,
2 figures sprinted at breakneck speed.
Their clothes were tattered and stained with blood, clear signs of a recent battle.
Over 30 pursuers closed in relentlessly behind them, muttering in Japanese. Damn it! Baka!
Suo Chao gripped Mu Yunqing's arm tightly, dragging her along as he cursed.
Those damn Japanese bastards!
If I make it out of here alive, I'll find a high vantage point and take them all out one by one. Mu Yunqing's face was pale, one arm hanging limply at her side, swinging aimlessly with each step. It was clearly broken. Amidst the enemy ranks, a man with a black satin ribbon wrapped around his head rapidly formed hand seals.
With a single leap, his entire figure vanished in an instant. Reappearing, he leapt directly from the shadows of Suo Chao and his companion.
A sharp dagger slashed toward Suo Chao's throat. Suo Chao's hair stood on end. This eerie assassin was utterly unpredictable, emerging from shadows to strike without warning. He strained to raise his rifle barrel to block the strike.
Clang! Sparks flew from the barrel as a metallic clang echoed.
Suo Chao was sent reeling 3 steps back, his palm stinging where it gripped the gunstock.
The attacker seemed slightly surprised that this gun-wielding youth had managed to block his strike.
It was just this brief pause that allowed the people behind to quickly close in. One of the women stepped forward and spoke in broken Chinese.
Hey, where's your other companion?
Suo Chao snorted coldly, turning his head away without so much as a glance at this Japanese woman. The other person she referred to was none other than Qiongqi. They had clearly been 3 when fleeing, but Qiongqi vanished instantly, leaving them as 2. This left the Japanese dogs with a vague sense of unease. Hand over the Crimson Blood Ginseng King, and we'll spare your life. The figure across from him extended a hand, as if begging for something.
Suo Chao knew he was finished today.
It had taken the combined efforts of several people to kill the demon beast guarding the Crimson Blood Ginseng King. Yet these Japanese dogs had been watching from the shadows all along, waiting to call for reinforcements. They struck the moment the team's psychic energy was depleted after defeating the guardian beast, instantly killing 2 students from the Two Realms Mountain Magic University. They then launched a frenzied pursuit against Suo Chao, Mu Yunqing, and Qiongqi. Shui Chao stared at the 30-plus figures closing in, among them a shadow assassin whose strength matched his own. Escape was impossible today. Fortunately, at the last moment, Qiongqi had hidden the Crimson Blood God King.
Neither he nor Mu Yunqing carried anything of value. If I fall into your hands today, I'm done for. Kill me if you must, but don't waste my breath. The Crimson Blood King? You think you're worthy?
The Japanese woman in charge of translation wore a grim expression.
Bastard! Guards, drag this girl away. Strip her naked. Mu Yunqing's face turned pale, her hands trembling slightly.
Several Japanese men eyed the deliciously tempting Mu Yunqing with lecherous glances, chuckling wickedly.
Hey, flower girl. Nice to meet you.
Just as they moved toward the trembling Mu Yunqing, two piercing screams erupted from the back of the crowd.
Ah! Ah!
Two Japanese men collapsed to the ground. Purple blood still spurted from the arteries in their necks with a hissing sound. The crowd turned in unison at the sound. A graceful figure flashed by in an instant before vanishing once more. It was none other than Xiong-chi, who had been lurking in the shadows all along. The Japanese men huddled together in a circle, panic gripping their hearts. They feared this terrifying assassin might appear behind them and strike with a blade. At that moment, the Japanese shadow assassin exchanged a few words in Japanese with the others. Several Japanese men stepped forward and began spraying an unknown mist around the area.
In an instant, a swift figure darted through the mist, trailing a long vapor trail behind it.
There!
Whoosh! 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 Several arrows, whistling through the air, shot toward Xiong-chi.
Xiong-chi dodged and weaved, narrowly evading them before retreating to a distance, daring not to approach the crowd again. The Japanese woman who spoke Chinese curled her lips into a cold smile.
Assassin of Huagua, we acknowledge your skill. You'd best come out now. Otherwise, I'll torture your friends to death. Suo Chao's eyes blazed crimson. Dishonorable.
The Japanese woman snorted coldly.
I'll count to 3. If you don't show yourself, I'll gouge out this woman's eyes.
Seeing Mu Yunqing's tear-filled eyes, she felt a surge of jealousy.
This would be the starting point. 1. 2.
Her index and middle fingers spread wide, already reaching toward Mu Yunqing's eyes.
Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A 30-meter-long, serpentine dragon, accompanied by rolling thunder, rapidly charged toward their direction.
Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in shock. Even the Japanese woman counting had forgotten to continue.
That's a dragon. An Eastern dragon. Isn't that a legendary creature?
It's not an Eastern dragon, it has wings. The Japanese exchanged whispers, their voices filled with shock and awe. The Japanese interpreter, who had studied Chinese culture since childhood, naturally possessed a broader perspective than her compatriots.
This is Ying Long, the ancestor of the dragon wind blade.
At these words, every Japanese person watching the ancestral dragon rapidly approaching across the sky felt their legs go weak.
A powerful aura swept over them. Suo Chao and Mu Yunqing were also somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this Linglong Tower instance contained ancient legendary gods and demons?
The Huagua people had always prided themselves as descendants of the dragon, and dragons were no strangers to them. But their knowledge was limited to books or online sources, and they had even doubted whether such creatures truly existed. Now, witnessing one firsthand, they were overwhelmed by its imposing presence, even feeling an instinctive urge to worship it. At that moment, a Japanese man shouted,
"There's someone on its head! Someone on its head!" Only then did everyone notice that atop the dragon's head, between two horns over 3 meters long, sat a woman in flowing white robes.
Her robes billowed in the wind, her aura transcendent, like an immortal cast down from the heavens. Suo Chao's eagle-sharp sniper eyes were the first to recognize the figure atop the dragon's head. It was Lin Qingqing. Gazing upon the colossal dragon, its body surging with thunderous energy and crackling crimson lightning, and seeing Lin Qingqing atop its head, his heart surged with wild joy. He and Mu Yunqing were saved.
Chapter 115, Miyamoto Academy.
As the dragon drew nearer, Mu Yunqing too recognized the figure atop its head. Her luminous eyes flashed with brilliance, instantly snapping her out of despair. So Lin Qingqing had such a powerful trump card hidden up her sleeve. I never imagined she herself was already SSS tier. But judging by its appearance, this spirit beast's power likely surpasses even hers. Suo Chao's voice carried a hint of excitement. He had witnessed Lin Qingqing's power firsthand back in the far north snowfields, where a single skill had frozen over 100 third-tier snow demons. Though their skill levels varied, they were mostly below level 30. While slightly stronger than third-tier snow demons, their advantage was limited. He was already strategizing how to coordinate with her to launch a counterattack using her Icebound Void skill. Chen Feng approached rapidly from the horizon, spotting the disheveled duo of Suo Chao and Mu Yunqing before he even landed. The group of Japanese soldiers on the ground, seeing the colossal dragon rapidly descending from the sky, retreated in terror, completely forgetting about Suo Chao and Mu Yunqing. Before Chen Feng could draw near, he opened his dragon maw, unleashing a torrent of crimson lightning. The blindingly fast crimson bolts instantly engulfed all the Japanese soldiers. Nearly every Japanese soldier convulsed within the lightning pool, hair standing on end, faces charred black. With a single skill, 2/3 of them were laid low. The dragon spoke in human language. "What kind of punks dare bully my brothers?" Chen Feng instantly transformed into human form, though his arms still bore the shape of dragon claws, crimson lightning coursing through them. This was the second form of thunderous might, now fused with his dragon claws. Without a word, Chen Feng tore through the Japanese soldiers he'd just released. One claw swiped at each, ripping out hearts and lungs, crushing skulls, or snapping necks clean off, separating head from body.
Suo Chao's eyes widened in shock.
That voice.
It's the boss.
Mu Yunqing felt momentarily dazed. It really does sound like him. Excitement flashed in Suo Chao's eyes, but now was no time for words. He immediately raised his sniper rifle and blew the heads off every Japanese soldier writhing on the ground. Xiongqi, who had been lurking outside the crowd, seized the opportunity to join the slaughter. With Lin Qingqing's control, it was a one-sided slaughter. The Japanese couldn't muster any resistance. Wherever Chen Feng went, no one could stand against him for even a single exchange.
Within seconds, every Japanese soldier lay defeated.
The Japanese woman who had served as interpreter earlier begged for mercy in broken Chinese. Seeing she could speak Chinese, Chen Feng simply snapped her limbs and tossed her before Suo Chao.
Suo Chao slapped the man across the face. You think you're so tough?
You. The woman gazed at the group with sorrowful eyes. She never imagined that the dragon that had flown in from the horizon was actually a human in disguise and a friend of the very people they were hunting.
The woman pleaded. You cannot kill me. I am from the Miyamoto Academy. If you kill me, the Miyamoto Academy will avenge me.
Suo Chao pressed the gun directly against her forehead. Your grandmother's legs.
Bang!
The bullet pierced the woman's forehead clean through. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Suo Chao, slowly collapsing in disbelief.
Chen Feng slapped Shui Chao hard across the head. Damn it, you brute!
I finally caught someone who could talk, and you go and kill her. Suo Chao scratched his head sheepishly.
Ha, momentary impulse.
Those bastards killed 2 people from our school.
If you hadn't arrived in time, we probably wouldn't have escaped today either.
His voice grew increasingly gritted with anger.
Xiongqi, who had rushed over from behind, wiped his dagger clean and sheathed it neatly in its university-issued scabbard. I counted the bodies earlier, one is missing.
Chen Feng frowned slightly and turned to look at her.
Are you sure?
I deliberately controlled my speed and killed everyone I saw. At that moment, Suo Chao also scanned the surroundings.
That bastard did slip away. Mu Yunqing asked. Was it that ninja who could leap out of the shadows?
She remembered clearly, the shadow assassin wore a black headband and custom combat gear. If he were among the corpses, she'd recognize him instantly.
Chen Feng frowned in confusion. A hidden class? Probably. Ordinary assassins don't possess that skill. Emerging from shadows like that leaves targets utterly defenseless.
Suo Chao added. And his strength was astonishing. I clashed with him once, and my jaw still throbs to this day.
Chen Feng frowned deeply.
The big fish had slipped away.
From the dead man's confession, they're likely from the Miyamoto Academy, probably from Wa.
With one of their men gone, word will reach them. We'll need to be extra cautious from now on. The others nodded in agreement.
Boss, what was up with that dragon earlier? As far as I know, you don't have that kind of transformation ability, right?
After spending so much time together, the group had a decent grasp of each other's abilities.
I didn't before. Just learned it.
Suo Chao, Xiongqi, and Mu Yunqing spoke in unison, almost simultaneously.
You hit level 30? Seeing the envious glances from the 3, Chen Feng enthusiastically shared. Not just me, her too.
He gestured toward Lin Qingqing, who had remained silent beside him. The trio shook their heads in unison. They felt leveling up even once was incredibly difficult, yet these 2 had somehow reached level 30 without anyone noticing.
Man, comparison really kills. What kind of beast spirit did you just contract? It looked terrifying. Yeah, what kind of beast spirit was that? All 4 eyes turned to him in inquiry.
Chen Feng put on an air of mystery.
The ancestral dragon.
The 4 of them sucked in their breath.
Chinese classics were never short of legends about dragons, but they were all confined to the realm of myth.
This was their first encounter with a real dragon, and none other than the legendary progenitor of all dragons.
The boss is the boss, always shattering my preconceptions. All 4 knew everyone had their secrets, so they didn't press further about where Chen Feng's beast spirit had come from. All in all, it was a close call. Once we're out, we'll report this to the principal immediately.
The group of 5 exchanged a few words as Suo Chao recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that he and Mu Yunqing had reunited shortly after entering the dungeon.
On the 2nd floor, they encountered Xiongqi and 2 other classmates.
They then discovered a spirit herb guarded by a 5th-tier demon beast. After considerable effort and maneuvering, the 5 finally subdued the beast. Just as they were running low on supplies, over 30 figures burst out of the grass. Without a word, they immediately tried to eliminate them. Fortunately, Suo Chao and Mu Yunqing had higher class ratings, giving them an edge in attributes. They managed to escape the attack range, while Xiongqi immediately went invisible. The remaining 2 unlucky souls were instantly wiped out.
Chapter 116, Black Mantis Snake. No matter how hard Suo Chao and the others ran, the ninja with Shadow Leap ability clung to them like a bone-gnawing maggot, one of them swiftly closing the gap. Finally, at the most critical moment, Chen Feng and the others arrived. If you'd been any later, you probably wouldn't have seen us at all. Chen Feng patted Suo Chao on the shoulder.
Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me.
This incident shows us that the dangers in the wild are nothing like the ordinary dungeons we face at school. Here, murder and robbery happen all the time. To survive in this environment, you have to be vigilant and then some. If we get killed by high-level players outside the dungeon, we can blame bad luck. But in a tier 3 dungeon like this, where only players below level 30 can enter, if we get killed, it's purely because we're too weak. No one else is to blame. After discussing it, the 5 decided to check out the 3rd floor. Lin Qingqing hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't go after all. I'll probably slow you down.
You guys are all hidden classes, and I.
Chen Feng gently nudged her with his elbow. What are you talking about?
You're the most crucial part of our team now.
Think about it without you, what if someone gets injured? What do you mean hold you back?
We each have our roles and contribute in our own ways. Lin Qingqing felt a bit inferior around this group.
Seeing her hesitation, Chen Feng threatened. That ninja who could shadow jump just got away. If you don't come with us.
He deliberately paused here. Lin Qingqing seemed to recall the earlier scene. If Chen Feng and the others hadn't arrived in time, she might have been humiliated by those Japanese dogs. A wave of dread washed over her.
Alright, I'll go with you. Chen Feng patted Lin Qingqing's frail shoulder. That's the spirit.
But he didn't notice that this small gesture caused Lin Qingqing and Xiongqi to suddenly furrow their brows simultaneously. After finalizing their plans, the group arrived at the junction leading to the 3rd level.
At the junction stood a towering colossal tree.
From afar, it appeared to soar 400 or 500 meters high. Its trunk spanned dozens of meters in diameter, while its canopy spread over 1,000 meters.
Countless vines hung down from its branches.
Chen Feng recalled the last time he had seen such a colossal tree was during his college entrance exam simulations in the Spirit Tribe's world. He never imagined such colossal life could thrive within the Linglong Tower. According to the school's records, Chen Feng continued, the giant tree leading to the 3rd level is home to countless black man snakes. They feed on the tree's berries and possess extremely strong territorial instincts, actively attacking any creature that enters their domain.
Moreover, the venom of these black man snakes is extremely potent.
Even a full-grown elephant bitten by one would meet the Lord of the Underworld within half an hour.
The school hasn't provided any information about the 3rd level. What does that tell us?
Chen Feng suddenly turned to ask Suo Chao.
Suo Chao looked utterly bewildered. How should I know?
He waved the barrel of his gun.
All I know is to shoot the hell out of it.
His eyes held a clear-cut stupidity, as if saying, don't bother me with anything that requires thinking.
Chen Feng didn't waste any more time on this dimwit.
This means that among the materials available at the academy, no one has reached the 3rd layer yet. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in unison.
Even with Liangjia Mountain's resources, they couldn't get their hands on 3rd layer materials. Suo Chao's eyes lit up.
This means the 3rd layer is extremely dangerous. He seemed to be waiting for Chen Feng's praise. But Chen Feng merely shot him a dismissive glance and continued. It means this giant tree leading to the 3rd level isn't easy to climb.
Suo Chao realized. Then why don't we set it on fire?
We can wait until most of the mambas up there are dead before we go up. Everyone stared at him with looks reserved for fools. At that moment, Lin Qingqing, who was usually no brighter than Suo Chao, finally felt a bit better about himself.
You. Can't you use your brain? Trees are dead, snakes are alive. The moment you light the fire, the snake will slither away. Chen Feng froze. What kind of twisted logic was this? Hey. Our goal isn't to kill the snake, okay? We need to get to the 3rd level. A tree this big, let alone burning for days on end, even if it burned quickly, what good would it do us if it burned down? We'd never make it to the 4th level. Xiongqi spoke up, which was rare. Can't you fly?
Chen Feng shook his head helplessly.
I tested it earlier on the way.
Above 300 meters, the air is filled with fierce gale force winds.
I could only fly up to 400 meters before getting injured. With your little frames, you probably couldn't even handle 350 meters.
If we want to investigate the 3rd floor now, we have no choice but to go up from here.
Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves.
As the sole frontline fighter in our team, it's my duty to shield you all. No matter the suffering, I'll hold the sky above my brothers.
Get ready.
Lin Qingqing felt deeply moved. Clutching her small staff, her bright eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve.
Rest assured, I'll heal you completely. Xiongqi suddenly chimed in. Don't worry, he's immune to poison.
Chen Feng pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and shot Xiongqi a look that screamed, I finally get a chance to play the martyr, and you have to ruin it.
Xiongqi continued. He can even resist my poison. A mere black boa shouldn't be a problem.
I've observed this tree. It has 9 trunks forming platforms, each 50 meters high.
We'll need to ascend one platform at a time.
Chen Feng saw the disdain in everyone's eyes and gave up on playing the victim.
He leaped directly onto the ancient vine leading to the first platform.
Climbing up the vine, he soon encountered several black man snakes. Chen Feng wanted to test the venom's potency, so he deliberately let one bite his arm.
Clang! The black boa's two sharp fangs snapped clean off. Fear flickered in its eyes. This uninvited guest was incredibly tough. Chen Feng shook his head. You got your chance, but you couldn't take it.
He casually pinched the tiny black snake, barely 9 inches long. Its body was jet black, adorned with concentric white patterns, and its head formed a triangle twice as wide as its body.
Chen Feng applied just enough pressure to crush the black boa flat.
Your party killed a level 5 black mamba, gaining 0 HP. Everyone seemed to receive the system notification, looking up at Chen Feng in confusion. Logically, this tree should be incredibly difficult to climb.
Why was the black boa only level 5?
Chen Feng couldn't figure it out either, so he simply continued climbing upward. After dispatching several more small snakes, he reached a platform on the next level. In an instant, hundreds of snakes lunged at him.
Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to defend himself, letting the little snakes bite him one by one.
Their fangs snapped off against his skin, causing him no harm whatsoever. With a casual flick of his wrist, he flattened several black man snakes into meat paste.
Chapter 117, Showing Off Their Skills.
These minor foes offered him no health bonus, but each snake provided a small amount of points.
Adhering to the principle that even the smallest fly counts as meat, Chen Feng enjoyed the task immensely.
Below, Suo Chao watched the rain-like downpour of black snake corpses falling around him. His scalp prickled, his buttocks clenched slightly, and he steeled himself, tightening his grip on the vine. Before long, Chen Feng had slaughtered nearly all of the hundreds of black snakes, and the group reached the first platform. Surveying the scattered remains of the black snakes, the group felt a twinge of confusion. This seemed a bit too easy.
Is that it?
Xiongqi leapt onto a massive tree trunk, pointing at a black snake whose head she had cleanly severed with a dagger.
Chen Feng shrugged. It shouldn't be this easy, but that's how it is. Let's keep moving up. Better to stay cautious. Suo Chao nodded repeatedly.
Though these densely packed snakes posed no real threat, for someone with his intense fear of crowds, they were a mental assault on his eyes.
Right. Better safe than sorry. Chen Feng wasted no words.
He extended both hands, transforming them into ape-like arms, and began climbing the tree trunk. After reaching level 30, he made a surprising discovery: his beast transformation could now be partial.
He no longer needed to fully transform all at once. For instance, he could transform just one arm into an ape limb or only his palm into a dragon claw. The advantage was immense mental energy savings. With his current recovery rate, he could even sustain partial transformations indefinitely. The passage from the first platform to the second differed from the descent to the ground below. No withered vines hung down. To ascend, each would have to rely on their own abilities. Chen Feng led the charge. Monkeys were natural tree climbers. Scaling the trunks felt as easy as walking on level ground, like fish playing freely in water. Xiongqi followed closely behind.
He plunged 2 daggers into the tree trunk to anchor himself, then leapt over 10 meters. After securing his position with the daggers again, he continued his ascent.
One had to admit the agility of an assassin was truly remarkable. Xiongqi's movements were utterly fluid, like an agile flea.
Lin Qingqing, in contrast, moved with far greater elegance.
Drawing upon her vast mental energy, she forcibly crystallized ice steps around the tree trunk, winding upward like a giant ice serpent from afar.
Mu Yunqing, however, seemed to relish the spectacle, following behind Lin Qingqing and picking his way up the ice steps one by one. From the cuff of Suo Chao's sleeve, a barrel as thick as a finger suddenly fired a 2mm steel wire with a loud bang.
It shot 50 meters, embedding itself firmly into the second platform.
He activated the device, and the sound of mechanical gears whirring filled the air. His entire body was swiftly hoisted upward along the steel wire. For a sniper, securing a vantage point was essential. Chen Feng had climbed over 30 meters before spotting the first black boa constrictor. To his surprise, this snake seemed slightly longer than the ones below. He swatted it dead with a casual slap. Your party has killed a level 10 black mamba, gaining 0 HP.
Ding!
You have slain a level 10 black mantis demon beast.
Earned +1 point. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat.
So these things weren't just level 5, their levels increased the higher up you went.
Upon receiving the system notifications, everyone else also wore expressions of astonishment. But soon, they cleared the hundreds of black mantis snakes surrounding the second platform and gathered on it.
They exchanged glances. Chen Feng frowned, still clutching a dying black mantis snake in his hand. By size, they're about an inch longer than the black snakes on the first platform, but their level is exactly double.
I knew it wasn't that simple. But I doubt the increase will keep doubling like this.
Otherwise, we'd all be finished before reaching the 5th level. To test his hypothesis, Chen Feng led the way up to the third platform. Sure enough, near the third platform, the black man snakes grew larger and their levels increased again.
This one's level 15. If this pattern holds, the 9th platform will be level 45. The group exchanged stunned glances. For a group of martial artists only in their 20s and 30s, facing a horde of level 45 demon beasts head-on was terrifying. Suo Chao swallowed hard with difficulty. Boss, maybe we should just call it quits? I think the second layer is perfectly fine too. Surprisingly, Chen Feng didn't mock him this time. His tone remained calm as he said, "The risk factor does increase significantly as we ascend. Everyone should assess their own capabilities. Those who feel it's too dangerous can stay and train on the second floor." Mu Yunqing, as if compelled by some unseen force, asked, "What about you?" Chen Feng glanced upward, his gaze hardening with resolve. The path of a martial artist is forged through life and death trials. I want to see what the third floor holds. His smile was warm and gentle, as if discussing something utterly trivial. "I'm going too." Lin Qingqing stepped forward without hesitation. "Count me in." Xiongqi felt the gap between herself and these two freaks widening. Her pride wouldn't let her lag behind forever. Besides, with her hidden class traits, even if she couldn't win, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. All eyes turned to Mu Yunqing. Her teeth clenched tightly as if she'd made a decision, though her gaze held a hint more hesitation than when she'd first suggested going to the third floor. "If you don't mind my tagging along, I'd like to see the third floor too." Chen Feng smiled faintly. "Protecting the priest is our collective duty. Rest assured, as long as I, Chen Feng, remain standing, no enemy shall come near you." Chen Feng's words seemed to give Mu Yunqing immense courage. She tightened her grip on her staff, her gaze growing even more resolute. Xiao Chao, however, found himself in a bit of a bind, with the boss saying that, "What else can I say? Let's do this." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. "What are you thinking?" "I meant protect the girl." Suo Chao plopped down onto a tree trunk, clutching Chen Feng's leg. "Ah, boss. You can't do this to me." After some persistent coaxing, the group finally set off once more. On the 5th-tier platform, Chen Feng's hands channeled thunderous power. With a single swipe, he fried a swarm of black mantis snakes to charcoal. Your party defeated a level 25 black mamba, gaining 75 HP. Your party defeated a level 25 black viper, gaining 75 HP. The messages flashed by rapidly. Chen Feng smiled inwardly, finally spotting the health points. He was thoroughly satisfied with his new beast spirit. A level 25 demon beast had been instantly obliterated by his area of effect attack. It was worth noting that even a level 30 mage class would struggle to instantly kill a level 25 demon beast with an AoE spell, unless it was a single target spell excluding, of course, abnormal hidden classes like Lin Qingqing's. Chapter 118, All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Chen Feng satisfiedly transformed the dragon claws back into his palms. "I suppose I can call myself a lightning mage now." Below, Suo Chao and the others secretly rejoiced. Their experience gains far exceeded those of Chen Feng and Lin Qingqing. After all, the greater the level difference between player and beast, the lower the experience reward. For Xiongqi, stuck at level 24, this even granted him bonus experience for defeating monsters above his level. After clearing the 5th platform of black mantis snakes, a white light flickered around Xiongqi, and he smoothly leveled up to 25. Suo Chao grinned, his face beaming as he looked at Chen Feng. "ING awesome. Just this little bit gave me more vitality points than I farmed in the last few hours." Chen Feng chuckled. "It gets even better later on if you live to see it." He wasn't exaggerating. This was only the 5th level. For more lay ahead, each progressively harder and offering higher health points. Clearing them would be a huge payoff. Everyone, take a moment to rest. The level 30 demon beasts on the next floor won't be so easy to handle. Stay alert. The group adjusted their states to peak condition, preparing to assault the 6th layer. Chen Feng led the charge once more, swiftly scaling the platform of the 6th level. He tentatively allowed the black boa constrictor to bite his arm. This time, the fangs didn't snap off as they had before. Instead, they left 2 deep, dark holes in his flesh. A highly corrosive venom shot through the fangs into the wounds on Chen Feng's arm. It sent a sharp, burning pain through him, like being pierced by a red-hot spike. Fortunately, his immunity to toxins prevented the venom from penetrating deeper into his body, completely neutralizing it. Chen Feng gripped the black boa, wrenching it apart with both hands. "Your party has slain a level 30 black mamba. You have gained 200 HP. Now sensing the intruders, black mantis snakes converged from all directions. Swarms of them, densely packed on the tree trunks, surged toward the platform. Chen Feng shifted into his primordial dragon form, unleashing thunderous fury at full power. Crimson lightning danced among the black snakes, electrocuting the demon beasts until their bellies rolled and sizzled. Yet not a single one fell. Just as Chen Feng raised his dragon claws to engage, a dense chorus of whistling sounds filled his ears. Blossom rain. Xiongqi soared into the air, flicking silver needles as fine as cow hair from his hands in a flurry of swift, whistling motions. In an instant, dozens of black man snakes were pinned to the tree trunks by the silver needles, twitching twice before losing all life. Chen Feng stared in astonishment. Every snake had been pinned precisely at its vital spot. This astonishingly swift technique truly opened Chen Feng's eyes.
Blimey, never thought an assassin like you could pull off a group attack like that.
Xiongqi casually flicked 2 handfuls of silver needles.
If they were at full strength, my needles wouldn't stand a chance against their defenses. Luckily, you've already zapped them into a day's perfect timing for me to finish them off. Thus, one focused on electrocution while the other handled the finishing touches. Within moments, hundreds of black man snakes were neatly pinned to the tree trunks in perfect formation. When Suo Chao arrived, he watched the snakes pinned to the trees, scratching his head in discomfort. Ironically, Lin Qingqing and Mu Yunqing were the last to arrive, finding all the black snakes already dead upon their arrival. After this wave of blood energy, Suo Chao and Mu Yunqing both reached level 29. Xiongqi had also risen to level 27. The group shared a sense of bountiful joy. But Chen Feng's expression was grim. This is only the 6th layer, and these creatures can already break through my defenses. What's more, their venom is extremely potent. If any of you get bitten, you probably won't last until help arrives. The group's expressions turned grave. We'll move slower on the next layer. After I go up, I'll use Thunderous Might to break their defenses. Qingqing handles control, Xiongqi and Suo Chao handle the cleanup, and Yun Cheng heals me.
Mu Yunqing shrugged helplessly. Aren't you immune to poison?
Chen Feng pursed his lips.
It still hurts like hell, okay?
If all the snakes come at once, I'll be dead from the pain before the poison kills me. Thus, even as the group controlled their pace, Chen Feng still charged ahead to the 3rd platform. Hordes of black maned snakes surged toward them.
Under thunderous electric shocks, the snakes writhed and twisted, yet pressed forward relentlessly.
Lin Qingqing, positioned nearby, coordinated her control skills. Snakes freshly zapped by lightning were immediately frozen solid, only to be met by Xiongqi's silver needles. Not far away, Suo Chao, suspended by ropes, unleashed a barrage of fire from his gun like a machine gun. Your party has killed a level 35 Black Viper.
You gain 400 HP.
Your party defeated a level 35 Black Mamba.
You gain 400 HP.
Your party defeated a level 35 Black Viper.
You gain 400 HP.
As waves of experience points flooded in, Mu Yunqing stood frozen in place, staff in hand.
Every Black Viper had been slain before reaching Chen Feng.
10 minutes later, the battle ended, and the group gathered together. As expected, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. With everyone joining in, their firepower seemed significantly stronger than Chen Fengxian's alone. This was the importance of teamwork. No matter how strong an individual might be, they could never match the strength of a team.
As the team's sole marksman, Suo Chao undoubtedly earned MVP status after this engagement.
His arsenal contained a variety of ammunition: explosive rounds, armor-piercing rounds, toxic rounds, corrosive rounds, and heavy rounds. For a level 29 marksman, breaching the defenses of a level 35 demon beast was no simple feat. An ordinary shooter might manage it, but only after considerable effort. Suo Chao, however, simply switched to armor-piercing rounds.
With pinpoint accuracy and lightning speed, he took out one snake head after another.
Nearly 2/3 of the white snakes they just faced were down by his hand.
Xiongqi's silver needles often couldn't instantly kill the level 35 black maned snakes, making Suo Chao's role as the finisher crucial at this stage.
Boss, this is exhilarating. I hit level 30. It feels like riding a rocket.
Lin Qingqing was also excited. I hit 32.
Learned the Purify skill. It removes debuffs.
Wonder if it works on snake venom.
Chen Feng and Lin Qingqing had both reached level 31, and he felt quite pleased.
Why not try it and see if it works on snake venom?
I'll grab a few live ones and toss them at Suo Chao later. Xiao Chao's face darkened at the suggestion. Bro, don't mess with me.
My frail little body couldn't handle that.
Xiongqi also smiled, a rare sight in Chen Fengxiang's memory. When she smiled faintly, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her look quite sweet.
I'm level 29 now.
Barring any surprises, I should hit 30 and learn new skills in the next layer. But here, my silver needles are starting to struggle. I can't pierce the scales of some of the healthier black man snakes anymore.
Chapter 119, Poisoned. Chen Fengxiang had noticed this too.
As the black mantis snakes leveled up, their defense, vitality, and venom potency all increased.
Chen Feng picked up a level 35 black mantis snake, pinching its head between his fingers.
It felt like squeezing a peanut, still crushable, but requiring more effort. We can handle the next few layers, but the next one has level 40 black man snakes.
Remember, like humans, demon beasts undergo a qualitative leap every 10 levels. I'll draw the monsters. Qingqing, prepare your icebound void. Everyone bring your best skills and finish the fight quickly. If it drags on, the snakes will break free.
Even with my poison immunity, I won't last. Everyone nodded in agreement and began preparing their positions on the 7th floor.
After readjusting, they cautiously crept up to the 8th floor.
The black mantis snakes were visibly more than twice as thick as the previous ones, stretching nearly 3 meters in length. Their scales gleamed with a sinister sheen.
Chen Feng wasted no time, unleashing his thunderous might attack immediately.
Dense red lightning bolts surged through the snake swarm, yet only slightly slowed the black mamba's advance.
Unlike lower levels, the snakes here, though damaged by thunderous might, could now steady themselves, no longer knocked down by the electricity. The black man snakes flickered their forked tongues, moving considerably faster than before. In an instant, a snake thick as a white striped arm and over 3 meters long lunged toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately transformed into the ancestral dragon state, covering his entire body in scales that glinted with a cold, icy light. This bloodline suppression immediately exerted a slight pressure on all the black boas, dampening their surging momentum. Frozen Wasteland. As the black snake's offensive weakened, Lin Qingqing's frozen wasteland struck. The frigid current spread rapidly across the 8th floor. Frost glistened on the tree trunks, yet the seemingly infallible icebound void didn't completely freeze these level 40 black mamba snakes. Instead, it slowed them to their absolute limit. Where they had previously crawled at 7 or 8 meters per second, their movement now barely reached 1/10 of that speed. Xiongqi seized the moment to hurl his silver needles. Clink, clink, clink. The needles sparked against the black mamba's scales, leaving only tiny white marks clearly unable to pierce its defenses. Without hesitation, she gripped her daggers tightly and plunged into the swarm. Time was life now. They had to eliminate every black viper before the control effect of 10,000 miles of ice faded. At Xiongqi's speed, the black man snakes posed no threat to her whatsoever. Chen Feng roared, extending his dragon claws to tear the black snakes apart one by one. Just then, a series of beeps sounded from the distance. Beep beep beep. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive cannon blasts echoed. They detonated within the snake swarm, sending 3 mushroom clouds over 10 meters in diameter skyward. The black-maned snakes at the epicenter were blown to pieces. Just these 3 explosions wiped out dozens of them. Your party has slain a level 40 black mamba, gaining 570 HP. Your party defeated 40 level black mamba snakes, gaining 570 HP. Your party defeated a level 40 black mamba, gaining 570 HP. The system log flashed relentlessly. Chen Feng looked at Xuechao in the distance, proudly shouldering his rocket launcher, feeling somewhat stunned. He even doubted whether his physique could withstand 3 shots from that thing. Sensing Chen Fengxiang's gaze, Xuechao wiped his nose with his thumb and shouted, "What do you think, boss? Pretty badass, huh, my level 30 skill." Chen Fengxiang realized why he'd never seen the kid use it before. With his love for showing off, he'd have flaunted such a flashy skill ages ago. Chen Fengxiang gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome. Keep it up." Xuechao scratched his head. 10-minute cooldown. Chen Fengxiang rolled his eyes and ignored him. Right now, every second counted for grinding monsters. He understood the logic. Without a cooldown, Xuechao's firepower alone would rival an entire artillery battalion. That level of power simply wouldn't be appropriate for an SS tier skill. So Chao dropped the showboating, switched to armor-piercing rounds, and resumed methodically head-hunting black mambas one by one. But now, he couldn't take down a black mamba with a single shot. It took 4 or 5 rounds to kill one. Lin Qingqing's clear voice chimed in, "I feel like I'm losing control of my skill." Barely 2 seconds later, all the black mambas regained their mobility. Xiongqi, having been greedy for one more swing, was suddenly lunged at by a revived black mamba. Its venomous fangs, inches long, scraped across Xiongqi's proud bare maw. She recoiled violently, her face draining of color within seconds as she teetered on the brink of fainting. Mu Yunqing cast a purify spell followed by a healing spell to pull her back from the brink of unconsciousness. She gasped for breath, panting heavily. The venom of these level 40 black mantis snakes was incredibly potent. For the first time, she felt anxious about her own impressive physique. Xiongqi, having recovered somewhat, charged back into the snake swarm. This time, her positioning was far more cautious. Her earlier injury had been entirely due to the black maned snake's sudden break from control. Fortunately, only a few dozen black mamba snakes remained. Chen Feng, covered in bites, howled in pain while tearing into the snakes with his bare hands. Xuechao was sweating profusely with anxiety. Lin Qingqing cast single-target control spells one after another into the swarm, but the sheer number of snakes made the effect negligible. Fortunately, Mu Yunqing's healing spells relentlessly pounded Chen Feng's body, giving him the confidence to continue battling the snakes. After over 10 minutes of relentless effort, the group finally cleared all the black man snakes from the 8th level. Soaked in sweat, Chen Fengxiang collapsed against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. This ordeal felt like pure torture to him. He couldn't die, yet the pain was excruciatingly agonizing, pure torment. Seeing his level rise to 32, he smiled to himself, feeling it was all worth it. Just then, Xiongqi, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby adjusting her state, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Her face turned deathly pale, and beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down her delicate cheeks. Everyone gasped. They had all witnessed Xiongqi poisoned earlier, but under Mu Yunqing's purification spell, the poison seemed neutralized. Yet now, she clearly remained in a poisoned state. Mu Yunqing hurried to Xiongqi's side, using purification and healing spells to stabilize her condition somewhat. She examined the wounds on Xiongqi's body, hesitated for a moment, then addressed Chen Fengxiang and Xuechao. "Gentlemen, please step aside." Though curious, Xuechao understood the gravity of the situation and sensibly pulled Chen Fengxiang to the other side of the giant tree. Moments later, Mu Yunqing called out again. Chen Feng, come here for a moment. Suo Chao froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Why me? She only called you.
Chen Feng shot him a withering glance.
Stop causing trouble. This is a matter of life and death.
You stay put and wait quietly. With that, he made a few quick moves and hurried towards Qingqing and the others.
Chapter 120, The Black Mantis King.
Upon arriving, Chen Feng saw anxiety etched on the faces of the three women. Yet, a faint flush had returned to Qingqi's previously deathly pale complexion.
Chen Feng looked urgently at Mu Yunqing. How is she?
Mu Yunqing pointed at Qingqi. Her toxins hadn't fully cleared before she plunged back into battle. The poison has now seeped deep into her bloodstream.
My purification technique can only keep her barely clinging to life. Chen Fengxiang's brow furrowed deeply as he grasped Mu Yunqing's hand urgently. Is there absolutely nothing we can do? We can't just stand by and watch her die here.
Mu Yunqing hesitated before speaking.
There is a way, but...
Chen Fengxiang grabbed her shoulders firmly.
But what? Speak up. Mu Yunqing frowned.
But to extract the toxins from her body, I need to suck them out through the wound.
That's why I called you, because you're immune to poison. Only you can do this. Anyone else who tries would die. Mu Yunqing blurted out the solution in one breath.
Chen Fengxiang hesitated barely at all.
Alright, I'll do it.
But when he turned to see the location of Qingqi's wound, his eyes filled with awkwardness and a fleeting, barely perceptible spark of excitement.
Lin Qingqing seemed to notice their awkwardness.
Alright, when life and death are at stake, there's no need for niceties.
Stop being so coy. We'll step aside. Make quick work of it. She immediately pulled Mu Yunqing towards Suo Chao's location.
Qingqi and Chen Feng were left standing frozen in place.
Both spoke at once.
Chen Fengxiang pursed his lips. You go first. A flush of red flashed across Qingqi's face once more. As long as we have nothing to feel guilty about, just think of it as treating the illness and saving lives.
Don't carry any psychological burden. Chen Fengxiang took a deep breath. Alright.
Since Qingqi's clothes still needed to be worn, he couldn't tear them off violently. He could only undo them piece by piece.
Chen Fengxiang's heartbeat quickened, and Chen Xiaofeng began to stir uncontrollably.
As he undid her garments, he marveled at the genuine substance beneath Qingqi's fiery figure. As he undid her final garment, two pinpoint-sized snakebite marks stood starkly against her snow-white skin.
Bear with me, I'll be quick. Qingqi's fingers twisted nervously as she murmured in agreement. Okay.
Chen Feng pressed his mouth over the two blood-filled punctures and sucked hard. Qingqi let out a pained little groan, causing Chen Feng's blood to surge violently. He sucked, one breath after another. Finally, the blood he coughed up turned from black to red, and Qingqi's condition visibly improved.
Chen Fengxiang lifted his head and looked at Qingqi.
Alright, I should have sucked out all the poison.
Qingqi turned his eyes away as he dressed, too embarrassed to look at Chen Fengxiang. You're injured. Chen Fengxiang froze. Huh?
Then he felt an itch on his nose. He reached up to scratch it, only to find his hand covered in blood. Blood streamed from both nostrils.
He reached into his green pouch for a tissue to wipe it away. Just a minor scratch. Nothing to worry about.
After they finished tending to themselves, they called out, and Lin Qingqing, Suo Chao, and Mu Yunqing gathered around. Suo Chao's sour expression was plain to see as he stuck his butt out toward Chen Feng.
Bro, I got bitten by a venomous snake too. The wound's on my butt. Suck it out for me.
Chen Fengxiang transformed instantly, his entire head morphing into that of a red-striped tiger.
He spoke in human voice.
Where'd you get hurt?
Come on, big brol, suck it out for you.
Suo Chao shuddered at the sight of the red-striped tiger's two fangs, each over 3 inches long, gleaming coldly in its mouth.
And no, I'm fine. No wound keeps me off the front lines. By now, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Inside the dungeon, however, sunlight never penetrated.
The entire space operated on its own system, so there was no concept of day or night. It remained perpetually daylight. The group rested on the 8th level for a full 2 hours, restoring their stamina before preparing to challenge the even more terrifying 9th level. The 5 of them cautiously ascended to the 9th level. Yet, surprisingly, they encountered not a single black boa. An eerie silence hung in the air. The 5 stood furtively on the 9th level platform, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suo Chao activated his energy detector. Instantly, a massive red dot appeared on the screen. Watch out! There's a big one. Their hearts leapt into their throats, recalling the scene on the ice fields. But this was no projection, it was the real thing. If they encountered another 9th tier night fiend, they might well be left here forever. The 9th floor was eerily silent, so still that even the wind seemed to have ceased. Listen! There's movement. They strained their ears and could indeed hear faint rustling sounds, though it was clear the creature was enormous. Above us! Chen Feng shouted, and everyone looked up. A massive serpent coiled around the treetops, writhing gently. Its head, as large as a car, faced the group. A scarlet tongue flickered in and out of its massive jaws. The serpent resembled an enlarged version of a black-maned snake, but unlike ordinary specimens, this colossal creature possessed not only immense size but also slight protrusions above its eye sockets as if horns were beginning to form. The instant the crowd spotted it, the serpent opened its enormous maw, spewing forth a torrent of emerald-green liquid. "Watch out!" The moment Chen Feng shouted the warning, he transformed into a 7-jang tall gibbon, shielding the others behind him. The emerald liquid struck Chen Feng's chest directly. Sizzle! The highly corrosive liquid instantly scorched a charred black patch across his chest. The pain made him let out a piercing shriek. It felt like molten lava had been poured over him. Fortunately, his poison-immune constitution allowed him to rapidly break down the toxin's corrosion, though he suffered some flesh wounds. Had that ancient poison struck any of the others, even someone as formidable as SSS rank Lin Qingqing, it would likely have killed them instantly. Mu Yunqing swung her staff, casting a healing spell. The charred flesh on Chen Feng's upper chest rapidly shed, replaced by fresh skin. This creature also has ranged attacks. You must be extremely cautious of its venom. A single spray could kill you instantly. Witnessing the serpent's venom's effect on Chen Feng, none dared to take it lightly. Lin Qingqing cast a layer of ice armor over each person with her wand, preventing the venom from directly touching their skin. Xiongqi activated his invisibility, moving stealthily around the area, searching for an opportunity. Suo Chao anchored several steel cables to his body, allowing him to adjust his position at any moment, moving through the forest like a spider weaving its web. Seeing its signature attack fail to have the desired effect on this golden-haired ape, the giant serpent twisted its 30-meter-long body in anger. It opened its gaping maw and charged toward Chen Feng. Chapter 121, Another One. Chen Feng wasted no time. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed into a primordial dragon nearly the same size as the giant serpent, locking horns with the Black Mamba King in a fierce grapple. Lin Qingqing unleashed skill after skill upon the Black Mamba King, severely disrupting its attack speed and rhythm. Even Suo Chao's most powerful armor-piercing rounds from afar could barely shatter the Black Mamba King's scales, inflicting no substantial damage. Xiongqi seized an opening, slashing her dagger across the Black Mantis King's body. Sparks flew, leaving only a faint white line on its scales. At less than level 30, the level gap between her and the Black Mantis King was simply too great. Though Chen Fengshan, transformed into the ancestral dragon, matched the Black Viper King in stature and wielded 4 razor-sharp dragon claws, he gained little advantage against the absolute power suppression of the Black Viper King. The Black Python King's body coiled around Chen Fengshan. He could distinctly feel the suppression in strength, the very attribute he prided himself on that the Black Python King exerted over him. Even when he strained every muscle, his body was gradually being twisted and bent by the Black Mamba King during their struggle. Fortunately, Lin Qingqing's ice armor, Mu Yunqing's defensive buff, and his teammates' constant harassment of the Black Viper King allowed him to barely hold his own. Bear 7, whose strike had missed, did not relent. Instead, she prowled the periphery like a panther poised to strike. Finally seizing her chance, she leapt forward, driving her dagger deep into the scales shattered moments earlier by Suo Chao. The crimson dagger sank deep into the Black Mantis King's body. The pain made its body twist, and its tail lashed out fiercely toward Xiongqi's position. Chen Feng roared, seizing the Black Mantis King's sweeping tail with his sharp dragon claws. With a powerful scratch, the serpent's scales began to fall away in sheets. Xiongqi seized the opportunity to retreat explosively. Purple-black blood gushed from the wound Xiongqi had inflicted on the Black Mantis King. Clearly, even venomous snakes could be poisoned. Though Xiongqi hadn't reached level 30 yet, the venom wasn't immediately life-threatening to the Black Mantis King, but it was enough to cause it considerable discomfort. Chen Feng pressed his advantage, driving the Black Mantis King into retreat. The Black Mamba King let out a pained hiss and spat another stream of venom. The venom was aimed squarely at Suo Chao, who continued to harass it from a distance. During the battle, the Black Mantis King realized its venom couldn't inflict significant damage on the massive serpent before it, which was nearly its equal in size. Moreover, the thunderous power emanating from this creature constantly disrupted its venom's effectiveness. It had no choice but to shift its attack to another target. Watch out! The venom shot forth like a darting tongue of flame, hurtling towards Suo Chao. Lin Qingqing swung her staff, instantly conjuring 3 layers of ice walls before Suo Chao. But the moment they touched the venom, they were instantly corroded through. Fortunately, the venom drained of force after piercing through the 3 walls. Suo Chao swiftly adjusted his stance to widen the distance between himself and the giant serpent. Suddenly, the colossal serpent seemed to go berserk, its body wrapped around Chen Feng as it charged recklessly toward the treetops. Suddenly, a gaping maw snapped open from above, clamping down on the dragon's body. 2 venomous fangs, each over a meter long, pierced through its scales and sank deep into its flesh. Arg! Chen Fengshan's agonized roar echoed across the heavens. His body twisted violently. Another Black Boa King, no smaller than the first, was dragged out by Chen Fengshan's body. Its massive jaws clamped down on Chen Fengshan, injecting venom with relentless fury. Chen Fengshan felt a torrent of scalding lava engulfing his pain receptors. Pain! The unprecedented agony nearly sent him into unconsciousness. His teammates were all stunned, never expecting there to be another such monstrous Black Mantis King. Mu Yunqing swiftly waved her staff, casting healing spells, purification spells, and defensive buffs relentlessly onto Chen Feng.
It was only thanks to Mu Yunqing's defensive buff and Lin Qingqing's ice armor that Chen Feng wasn't torn apart by that bite if not poisoned to death. Suo Chao's eyes burned crimson, yet he could do nothing. Xiongqi's dagger trembled in his hand as he prepared to charge forward to assist. Suddenly, a bone-chilling, ancient aura swept over the area. Everyone shuddered involuntarily. Even the dragon and two snakes locked in combat paused momentarily. Water molecules in the air rapidly condensed. In an instant, the crystalline form of an ice phoenix, shimmering with crystalline brilliance, took shape. Watching the ice phoenix materialize, Lin Qingqing collapsed onto the ground, her face drained of color, seemingly drained of all strength. The ice phoenix flapped its wings once, coating the surrounding tree trunks in thick layers of frost. It let out a piercing cry to the heavens and charged toward the other Black Mantis King with lightning speed. With a wingspan of 30 meters, the ice phoenix extended its sharp talons, plunging them deep into the second Black Serpent King's body. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it tore the serpent from Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng's dragon scales fell away in flakes, and a large chunk of flesh was torn from his body. His lower half dangled limply in the air. The agony made him roar fiercely. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng struggled fiercely, using his two powerful dragon claws to force open the first Black Serpent King's massive jaws. He opened his mouth wide and drew in a deep breath. He unleashed a thunderous force. A dense torrent of crimson lightning, over 2 meters wide, poured from the dragon's jaws into the Black Serpent King's body. The Black Serpent King's body convulsed violently. Seizing the moment when the Black Serpent King lost its ability to resist, Chen Feng clamped down with both claws, tearing the massive serpent head cleanly in two along its jawline. The Black Mantis King's entrails spilled out in a gush, scattering through the air. Your party has slain the level 50 Demon Beast Chieftain, Black Serpent King. You have gained 106,000 HP. Ding! Your party has defeated the level 50 Demon Beast Chieftain, the Black Mantis King. Reward, 50,000 points. Ding! The Black Mantis King has dropped one blue-grade equipment piece. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He'd heard before that after reaching level 50, demon beasts had a chance to drop spirit equipment. Spirit gear differed from ordinary alloy equipment, each piece granted a unique attribute bonus. Such items were rare treasures money couldn't buy. Moreover, equipping spirit gear required a minimum level of 30. His level was just right. Chen Feng casually scooped a deep blue orb from the Black Viper King's corpse and stowed it away in his green pouch without a second glance. The immediate priority was to eliminate the other Black Mantis King. The remaining Black Mantis King seemed to share a sense of shared misfortune with Chen Feng. Ignoring the injuries inflicted by the Ice Crystal Phoenix, it launched a desperate attack. However, its venom couldn't inflict any substantial damage on Chen Feng. Finally, under the coordinated efforts of the group, the second Black Mantis Snake was ground to death. Chapter 122, Spirit Armor. Chen Feng seemed drained of his last ounce of strength, slumping weakly against the tree trunk. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his clothes. The wound at his hip continued to ooze blood. Even Mu Yunqing's healing magic couldn't restore him to full health immediately. He could only slowly recover while popping pills. Among the remaining few, only Xiongqi and Suo Chao were in slightly better condition. After releasing the Ice Crystal Phoenix, Lin Qingqing felt utterly drained, struggling even to maintain her standing posture. Mu Yunqing's skills had been cast non-stop, one after another, draining his mental energy almost completely. Suo Chao and Xiongqi scanned their surroundings warily, fearing another Black Mantis snake might emerge. No need to be nervous. Those two were likely a male and female pair. Creatures of this caliber probably wouldn't tolerate other Black Mantis snakes around. Suo Chao nodded. Two tigers can't share the same mountain unless they're male and female. Now we've taken out both of them. Chen Feng Shangan simply lay back against the tree trunk, gazing up at the vortex above. With a slight tremor, their target was within sight. No wonder no one's made it past the 3rd floor all these years. This is insane. For humans averaging under level 30, a level 50 boss tier demon beast would overwhelm even an SSS tier hidden class. And now two had appeared at once. Mu Yunqing shot a reproachful glance at Suo Chao. What kind of junk device is that? Why did it only show one? Suo Chao shrugged helplessly. How should I know? My detector's always been spot on. Chen Feng chimed in. Maybe those two giant snakes were together at the time, so the red dots overlapped on the display. I didn't bother to check again afterward. Suo Chao nodded vigorously. Yeah, you're the smart one, unlike certain people. Mu Yunqing felt offended and waved her wand. You'd better not get hurt, or my healing spells won't cure mental illness. Suo Chaoming took a deep breath. You. He swallowed the rest of his words. After all, danger lurked everywhere in the dungeon, and the healer was essentially their lifeline. Without Mu Yunqing, Xiongqi would have likely perished on the 8th floor. This time, the group rested for 3 or 4 solid hours before getting themselves back into peak condition. Chen Feng and Lin Qingqing had successfully leveled up to 33. Suo Chao and Mu Yunqing had reached level 32. Xiongqi had also leaped to level 31. Smiles spread across everyone's faces. While high-level Lord-tier demon beasts were dangerous, the rewards they offered were immense. Chen Feng waved his hand, retrieving a spirit-grade artifact dropped by the Black Mantis King from his green pouch. The spirit equipment manifested as a sapphire blue orb of light. Everyone had received the system notification earlier, so they were aware of this item's existence, though most were seeing it for the first time. Mu Yunqing, however, seemed unfazed by this type of equipment. This is a basic blue-grade spirit artifact. My family has many of them. An array master must activate its spirit to reveal the actual equipment inside. Still, a blue-grade artifact shouldn't offer overly powerful attribute bonuses. Suo Chao examined the swirling sapphire orb and asked, "Does this thing have levels too?" This question seemed to touch upon Mu Yunqing's area of expertise. She lifted her delicate chin confidently. Of course. Spirit gear is categorized into 5 tiers: blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. Levels 30 to 50 can only equip blue spirit gear. Level 50 to 70 allows equipping green spirit gear. Level 70 to 80 allows equipping yellow gear, and above level 80 allows equipping orange gear. Suo Chao looked as if he'd learned some astonishing knowledge, his eyes sparkling. So if I equip an orange tier spirit enhanced firearm, could I finally go head to head with the boss? Mu Yunqing rolled her eyes. Orange tier spirit equipment only has a chance to drop from 9th tier demon beasts, and the drop rate is less than 1%. Not only that, but spirit gear dropped by 9th tier demon beasts requires a 9th tier array master to awaken its power. In all of Huaxia's history, there are only 2 or 30 orange spirit gear pieces. You want one? You're dreaming. Suo Chao snapped out of his daydream and abandoned his unrealistic hopes. Wait, what about red spirit gear? If orange gear needs a 9th tier array master to activate it, wouldn't red gear require a 10th tier master? Mu Yunqing shook her head at Suo Chao's eager gaze. You really know nothing. A 9th tier array master is simply a master above level 90. Throughout the continent's history, 9th tier array masters have been as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. There's no such thing as a 10th tier. Suo Chao inwardly gasped. He knew the profession of array master was rare and not a powerful combat class. Their primary combat method involved deploying arrays and relying on equipment to fight opponents. Reaching level 90 was practically impossible. Are there truly 9th tier array masters in this world? Mu Yunqing's eyebrows arched as she declared proudly. 9th tier array masters are indeed rare, but my humble Mu family happens to have one, and he's the only 9th tier array master in all of Huagua. All 3 of the others gasped in astonishment, never imagining Mu Yunqing's background was so formidable. Chen Feng remained unfazed, having been informed earlier by Bai Ji that the Mu family patriarch was China's sole 9th rank array master, the only one capable of unlocking the Langia Sea Pavilion in his possession. Suo Chao realized, no wonder you know so much. So you come from an array master lineage. Then why did you awaken as a priest? Mu Yunqing sighed with frustration. I didn't choose this either. While awakening a profession has some genetic influence, it's mostly random. My sister inherited the array master profession, and not just any, a hidden, even more powerful one than our great-grandfathers, the 1000 machinery master. Chen Fengxian's eyes lit up. You mean Mu Yunbao? He remembered her distinctly. His very first meal at the Two Realms Mountain Magic Academy had been her treat. Moreover, Mu Yunbao had entered the top 10 Crimson Robe martial lords with only a sophomore's level of cultivation, a testament to her formidable strength. Mu Yunqing nodded and continued. This equipment can be given to my sister for spirit activation later. When an array master activates spirit gear, it grants a certain amount of vitality. She should be quite pleased. Suo Chao chimed in from the side. You haven't mentioned the Crimson Spirit gear yet. He seemed fixated on the Crimson Spirit equipment. Mu Yunqing took a deep breath to compose herself. Red spirit equipment is born from the essence of heaven and earth. It requires no awakening and has no level restrictions. However, every piece of red spirit equipment possesses a spirit core. To master them, one must earn the spirit core's recognition. Each piece of red spirit equipment is a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Xiongqi interjected. Like that giant sword they handed out when assigning students at our school? Chapter 123, the third layer. Everyone turned to look at Mu Yunqing in confusion. Mu Yunqing explained. If my guess is correct, that giant sword at the academy should be part of one of the 3 major red spirit artifacts recorded in our Huaxia nation. A part? Yes. The former master of Liangjia Mountain possessed a set of crimson spirit equipment called the Mountain River Sword Case. No one knows exactly how many spirit swords it contained. At most, he could wield 3 spirit swords simultaneously, and even that made him peerlessly invincible. Chen Feng's breathing quickened. He knew the former master of Liangjia Mountain mentioned by Lin Qingqing was none other than his own father. And the one at our school must be one of them. The group sucked in a collective breath. Even a single sword from the Mountain River Sword Case possessed such terrifying might. Truly, the crimson artifact was extraordinary. Suo Chao looked like an elementary schooler bursting with curiosity. What about the other 2? Lin Qingqing held up 2 fingers. The second one is none other than our nation's most sacred treasure, the Donghuang belle, used to safeguard the nation's destiny. The Donghuang belle belongs to no one. It only strikes when the nation's fortune faces peril. Legend says it was the founding emperor's divine artifact for attaining enlightenment. My great-grandfather once witnessed it. His verdict? 2 words, terrifying. Lin Qingqing held up another finger. As for the third artifact, it is the Xingtian axe wielded by General Galong, whose fame echoes throughout Huaghua. According to ancient myths, the Xingtian axe was once used by the divine being Xingtian. Later, for reasons unknown, it was sealed away. Later, it was acquired by General Galong. Though only in its sealed form, the sheer sharpness of the Xingtian axe alone elevated Martial Galong, then merely an 89th level practitioner, to become the foremost martial artist in Hua Nation. Suo Chao sucked in a sharp breath. So if I were to obtain a red tier spirit artifact, wouldn't I be able to beat the boss hands down? Mu Yunqing snorted derisively. Forget beating the boss, you could probably beat the principal too. Immediately sensing the strange looks around him, Mu Yunqing seemed to realize he'd said too much and quickly covered his mouth. Chen Feng, however, grew solemn. He believed his innate talent made him virtually unmatched among peers of the same tier. Yet now it seemed the sky had no limit, the earth no, and others could pin him to the ground and grind him into dust simply by wielding a powerful spirit artifact, without even lifting a finger themselves. Noticing the awkward silence, Mu Yunqing quickly changed the subject. Hey, Qingqing, was that ice crystal phoenix just now your skill? It was so beautiful. In a girl's eyes, aesthetics always trump practicality. Their first reaction wasn't to discuss the ice crystal phoenix's power, but how incredibly beautiful it was. Lin Qingqing flushed slightly. Right? I think it's gorgeous too. To be honest, it was my first time using that skill. It drains so much mental energy. With my current reserves, my skills are powerful, but some are just too much to handle. Chen Feng asked. What are the ice crystal phoenix's attributes? Only then did Lin Qingqing explain the skill's effects. Summoning the ice crystal phoenix drains over half my mental energy. The combined total of its 4 attributes equals my entire mental capacity. Chen Feng murmured in surprise. That doesn't add up. If we calculate it that way, each of its attributes should only be around 600 points. How come its strength doesn't feel much weaker than mine? Lin Qingqing continued her explanation. The sum of the 4 attributes equals my total spiritual power, but I can freely allocate them. For instance, I could assign 80% to strength and distribute the remainder among the others. That way, he could possess nearly 2,000 points in strength alone. The group sucked in a collective breath, marveling at both the Ice Crystal Phoenix's terrifying power and Lin Qingqing's absurdly skewed attribute distribution. Suo Chao shook his head helplessly. Man, comparison is the thief of joy. I thought being SS rank with over 700 strength points was already insane, but it turns out that's less than a third of hers. No wonder fighting that level 50 Black Viper King was so grueling. Mu Yunqing lowered her head slightly. Be grateful. Among classes that rely on spirit points, mine barely exceeds 300. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she spoke. Oh right, I forgot about the blue spirit gear set Grandpa gave me. Now that I'm level 30, I can finally equip it. With that, she began pulling items out from somewhere, and in moments, her spirit gear was completely renewed. The 6 pieces elevated Mu Yunqing's aura to an entirely new level. He controlled the spirit armor on his body. A flash of blue light vanished as it retracted into her body. Mu Yunqing smiled brightly and said, Now I've got over 700 spirit points too. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Pay-to-win players were truly insane. A single set of gear could double their stats outright. Holy crap, that's insane, a straight double? Chen Feng was stunned. If he equipped a set like that, his strength stat would easily hit 4,000 points. Then a single punch could smash the Black Viper King's skull. Mu Yunqing shook her head. Blue gear doesn't add stats as a percentage. My base stats were low, so altogether it added about 400 points. That's just the set bonus, and every piece was personally selected by my great-grandfather, all rare spirit gear with excellent spirit stats. This explanation eased Chen Fengxian's unease somewhat. Otherwise, if Nalini equipped such a set, he might actually be able to challenge him to an arm wrestling match. But green-tier spirit gear might offer percentage-based stat bonuses. Still, level 50 is too far off for us right now. Let's focus on the present. Chen Fengxian nodded. How's everyone feeling after resting? If there are no issues, we should head to the 3rd floor. Excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. The 3rd floor was an unknown realm. What lay beyond, they had no clue. Yet it was precisely this uncertainty that fueled their desire to explore. After confirming everyone was ready, Chen Fengxian led the way up the canopy toward the vortex overhead. The moment they entered the 3rd layer, a primordial aura washed over them. Yet the abundant spiritual energy here instantly invigorated Chen Fengxian. Soon, the rest of the group followed suit, ascending to the 3rd layer. Save me, save me. A faint voice exploded in Chen Fengxian's mind. His pupils contracted as he nervously scanned his surroundings. Noticing Chen Fengxian's unease, Suo Chao quickly asked, Boss, what's going on? Chen Feng tried to pinpoint the source of the voice, but it trailed off. Did you hear someone calling for help? Suo Chao froze. No, I didn't. Who's calling for help? The others also shook their heads in unison. Chapter 124, Linglong Hall. Chen Feng frowned. Could it be that he'd imagined it? Just then, a clear cry for help rang out again. Help me! Help me! This time, he distinctly sensed someone was calling for help, but he struggled to pinpoint the source of the voice. Listen, it's calling again. Mu Yunqing casually cast a purification spell on Chen Feng. Bro, have you been overworking yourself lately? Everyone else insisted they hadn't heard anything. This time, the earth trembled slightly. Thud, thud, thud. The sound grew closer, and the ground shook harder. Before long, a mammoth standing 40 meters tall appeared in the distance. The group gasped. By its sheer size alone, this thing was clearly at least a 6th-tier magical beast. Just as they spotted the mammoth, it seemed to notice them as well. It didn't look too pleased with these uninvited guests. As the group scrambled to head back to the second floor, they realized the vortex beneath their feet had vanished, replaced by a smooth marble floor. Run! Without a word, Chen Feng transformed into a 30-meter-tall primordial dragon, sweeping the group skyward at breakneck speed. Less than a second after they took flight, the mammoth's trunk extended nearly a kilometer, lashing down with brutal force where they had just stood, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground. The group gasped in relief at their narrow escape. Before they could steady themselves in the air, a white-headed eagle with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters spotted them and charged toward their location from the horizon. Chen Feng flapped his wings furiously. Before long, 7 or 8 level 50-60 Lord-tier demon beasts had locked onto them. Nearly every one of them was capable of ending their lives. What the hell is this? The entrance up there is sealed off too. Beasts attacked from all directions. No one had expected the third layer to be like this. Just as they thought they were trapped, they suddenly sensed all the pursuing beasts slowing down. The white-headed eagle in the sky let out a piercing cry, circling overhead but no longer pursuing them. The surrounding beasts raised their hooves and roared, yet they too ceased their pursuit. Chen Feng glanced back and saw a stone stele covered in green vines behind him, engraved with 3 characters, Linglong Hall. Then the cry for help sounded again. Save me, save me. Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. This voice seemed audible only to him, echoing relentlessly in his mind until he felt dizzy and lightheaded. The group pressed their backs against the Linglong Hall stele, holding their breath. The surrounding beasts encircled them, each capable of crushing them effortlessly. Boss, do you think it might be this stone tablet behind us that's causing this? Chen Feng waved his hand, clearing away the vines and weeds covering the ancient stone tablet. 3 characters stood out, carved with such force they seemed hewn by axe and blade. Beneath Linglong Hall, a line of smaller characters read, "Trespassers shall die." Upon seeing those words, Suo Chao shuddered violently. No wonder those guys didn't dare come near. So it really was this stone tablet's effect. But where exactly is this Linglong Hall? The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, with no buildings in sight, only wild grasses sprawling across the hillsides. Help me, help me. Chen Feng clutched his head in agony as the voice grew louder and louder. He could barely stand, leaning against a stone stele engraved with the characters Linglong Hall. The moment his hand touched the stele, he felt an immense suction force pulling him inward. But just moments ago, Suo Chao had touched it without incident. Why was this happening to him? Before he could process it, Chen Feng was swallowed whole by the stele. His entire body vanished as if plunged into a waterfall, abruptly consumed by the stone. By the time the others reacted, the stele had already returned to its original state. Lin Qingqing, disregarding her own safety, frantically pounded the stone tablet, but it showed no reaction whatsoever. It sat there like an ordinary rock. Boss, the boss got eaten by a rock? Could this stone be a demon beast too? Xiong Qi circled the monument, then tried stabbing it with her dagger. As a level 30 plus hidden class, her dagger should have easily cleaved through stone. But no matter how hard she struck, she couldn't leave the slightest mark on the stone. With no other options, the group sat down around the stone tablet to wait. Once 12 hours passed, they would be automatically teleported out of the instance. Given the situation on the 3rd floor, they had no choice but to stay put. Chen Feng felt the pulling force tugging at his body, as if traversing a temporal tunnel. A kaleidoscope of colors filled his vision as he sped through the air. In moments, he crashed down onto steps paved with white jade. The white jade steps radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Holy crap, this must be the flying spirit jade mentioned in the books. He had seen descriptions of this jade in books before. Flying spirit jade possessed innate spirit-gathering properties, allowing its wearer to better condense spiritual energy. Long-term use could even strengthen the body and improve health. He never imagined that flying spirit jade sold by the gram outside, worth several times more than gold, would be used here merely to pave steps. Chen Feng swallowed hard, wishing he could pry the stone steps loose and take them with him. He looked up and saw over 100 more steps made of this same spirit-gathering jade. He stepped cautiously onto the stone steps, feeling the abundant spiritual energy wash over him.
He felt refreshed and invigorated, the splitting headache he'd been suffering from completely gone. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Chen Feng ascended the steps to investigate. He had merely touched the stone tablet and was inexplicably sucked into this place. Adopting a win-in-Rome attitude, he decided to see if he could salvage anything worthwhile, at least making the trip worthwhile. As his left foot touched the final step, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Before him lay a platform paved entirely with failing jade, stretching nearly a kilometer in length and width. 2 rows of intricately sculpted figures stood guard around its perimeter. The sculptures were clad in armor and wielding weapons, appearing lifelike and emanating an inexplicable sense of oppression. Chen Feng cautiously stepped onto the platform. The polished failing jade floor, untouched by dust despite countless days and nights, remained flawlessly smooth, even faintly reflecting his silhouette. At the far end of the platform stood a majestic palace. The entire structure shimmered with a faint crimson glow. Before it stood 800-meter-tall pillars, each requiring over 30 men to encircle with their arms. Directly above the main hall hung a massive plaque. 3 characters shimmered with dazzling golden light: Linglong Hall. Chen Feng sucked in a sharp breath. So this was the true Linglong Hall. Even the palace at the Two Realms Mountain headquarters paled in comparison. Who had built this marvel? What an immense undertaking. Chapter 125, Tower Spirit. Yet the entire Linglong Hall gave him a desolate feeling, as if no one had set foot here in ages. An inexplicable pull tugged at his heart, compelling him forward. He strode purposefully toward the Linglong Hall. Just as he reached the front of the hall, Chen Feng stood before the massive, ancient doors, troubled. Even with his strength nearing 2,000 points, he couldn't budge the wooden doors an inch. Before Chen Feng could exert himself again, the wooden doors creaked open slowly. A wave of ancient sandalwood fragrance washed over him, stirring his thoughts and making his mind feel sharper, as if his thoughts were racing slightly faster. If this were a place for enlightenment, one would surely grasp truths quicker here than anywhere else. Chen Fengshang stepped inside. The hall was spacious and bright, its 100-meter-high ceiling lending an air of solemn grandeur. The unknown tiles beneath his feet rang out with a crisp, bell-like resonance. The hall was adorned with an array of exquisite and luxurious artifacts. "You're here." The sudden voice made Chen Feng start. His pupils contracted. Seated cross-legged on a cushion directly before the hall's entrance, an elderly man clad in Taoist robes sat in meditation. The voice had emanated from there. He hadn't expected anyone else to be here, and by the look of it, the man could crush him with a single flick of his finger. Chen Fengshang hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow. "I did not realize an elder was present. I apologize for the disturbance and shall withdraw immediately." The old Taoist waved his whisk, and Chen Fengshang's body flew uncontrollably, landing on a cushion not far before the elder. "Young friend, fear not. I mean you no harm." The old man smiled as he stroked his snow-white beard. Chen Fengshang understood that if the old man had wanted his life, he would likely be dead already. "May I ask, venerable one, where is this place?" The old man's weathered, raspy voice echoed, "The Linglong Hall, 9th level of the Linglong Pagoda." Chen Feng was stunned, his breath catching for half a beat. He even doubted his own ears. But the Linglong Tower only has 3 levels. How could there be 9? The old Taoist arched an eyebrow and scoffed. "Nonsense! How could 3 floors alone live up to the Linglong Tower's reputation? It's just that the tower has sat here untouched for tens of thousands of years. The world knows only of its 3 floors, unaware that I possess the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock. The 3rd level alone housed demonic beasts of 50 to 60 levels. What would the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels hold? "Are you the master of this Linglong Tower?" The old man composed himself. "Since you've come this far, I shall not hide it from you. I am the Linglong Tower, and the Linglong Tower is me." Chen Feng paused, 2 words flashing through his mind. "Spirit of the artifact. You are the spirit of the Linglong Tower?" The old Taoist stroked his goatee and gave his robe a sharp shake. "Precisely." Then the old man countered with a question. "Do you know why you have come here?" Chen Feng shook his head. "Originally, with your potential, you wouldn't have qualified to be here. But now, I've had to lower my standards somewhat." Chen Fengshang furrowed his brow, utterly baffled. The old Taoist continued. "The Linglong Pagoda was originally a supreme treasure of heaven and earth used by the ancient human emperor to suppress demonic beasts. Later, when the human emperor attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality, he placed the Linglong Pagoda in the mortal realm to suppress the fortune of this land. This suppression lasted 90,000 years. In recent years, those creatures sealed within the 8th layer have begun stirring restlessly. Should they escape, a great calamity would surely befall this world." Chen Feng's eyes lit up. A world-saving plot? He'd read plenty of those. Whether it was a cosmic catastrophe or not, he couldn't handle it with his current abilities anyway. Better to see if he could leech off the old Taoist first. The prosperity of the world is the responsibility of every commoner. "What might this young man do for you, senior?" The old man smiled at Chen Fengshang. A promising youngster. The reason the Linglong Pagoda's seal is weakening is mainly because it hasn't received spiritual energy infusions for years, causing it to gradually loosen. All you need to do is infuse it with your own mental energy.
Chen Feng wore an expression that screamed, "Are you kidding me? Me? Infuse spiritual energy? Even if you drained me dry, it wouldn't amount to a drop in the bucket." He thought, could this old codger be planning to sacrifice me?
The thought filled him with dread, and he instinctively took a half step back. The old Taoist nodded slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed.
"Young friend, fear not.
While nurturing the Linglong Tower with your current mental energy is indeed a pipe dream, it may be possible once you reach your 90s.
Chen Feng shook his head.
Senior, you know the Linglong Tower's rules, only those below level May 30th enter.
I'm already at level 33. Once I leave this time, I'll likely never be able to return. The elder understood. I am well aware of that. Since you have come here, you are the one I have chosen.
You will become the next master of the Linglong Tower.
Are you willing? Chen Fengshang's heart pounded violently. Willing? Only a fool would refuse.
He never imagined such a blessing could be his.
Seeing Chen Feng remain silent, the old man continued.
Normally, one must ascend to the 4th level to qualify for this selection and inherit the Linglong Tower.
You've hit the jackpot, lad. Don't take this for granted. Chen Fengshang bowed slightly.
I've never dared to think lightly of myself, but this concerns the fate of all living beings. I fear I may not be able to fulfill this mission.
The old man finally exhaled in relief.
Rest assured.
The one I chose will certainly see you reach level 90.
Even if you perish along the way, I'll simply find another. The old man seemed to be drifting off into his own world. As he spoke, he sensed something felt off, and finally cleared his throat twice before falling silent.
Seeing that the conversation had run its course, Chen Fengshang nodded solemnly.
The sage's teachings instruct us to establish a heart for heaven and earth and a destiny for all living beings.
We too should strive for this. Please enlighten us, honored elder.
The old man extended his hand, and a crystal-clear 9-tiered pagoda floated into his palm.
Drip blood. Without hesitation, Chen Fengshang bit his finger.
A single drop of blood slowly fell into the tower. Instantly, he felt a profound connection, as if he had merged with this miniature Linglong Pagoda.
Moreover, a torrent of information about the Linglong Pagoda and its usage flooded his mind. At your current level, you can only access the first 3 layers. Once you reach level 40, the 4th layer will unlock.
Level 50 unlocks the 5th layer, and so on.
Chen Fengshang nodded.
The crystalline tower spun rapidly, shrinking before sinking into his brow. With your current abilities, even with my assistance, it will still take some time to fully assimilate the Linglong Tower.
Stay here and gradually refine it.
When the moment of complete assimilation arrives, everything will become clear.
Save me, save me. The voice echoed in Chen Fengshang's mind once more.
His brows furrowed slightly as he closed his eyes to focus on the refinement. The old man seemed to sense something.
He waved his whisk. Enough noise. The desperate cries ceased. Chapter 126, Bai Ji's Wrath.
Beside the stone tablet engraved with Linglong Hall, the group had rested for a full 10 hours.
The time to exit the instance was fast approaching. Why isn't the boss coming out yet? Could it be? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
The 3 girls interrupted Suo Chao in unison. He froze slightly, surprised that the boss held such profound importance in their hearts.
There's nothing we can do now. We'll just have to wait for the instance to close and regroup at the entrance. Finally, the instance time ended.
Outside Linglong Tower, at the instance entrance, Bai Ji stood with her hands behind her back, perched atop a tree. As the timer expired, the Linglong entrance flickered with white light, spewing out wave after wave of adventurers who had entered the instance. The moment they emerged, they began chatting with their elders waiting outside.
Those entering the wild instance were mostly young people, as the instance required players to be below level 30.
The elders among them wore expressions of joy, worry, or desperate anticipation as they stared longingly at the entrance. As the white light's flickering slowed, a sense of finality began to settle over the scene.
Flash!
The white light illuminated as Mu Yunqing, Suo Chao, Xiangqi, and Lin Qingqing emerged. Seeing them, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart instantly leapt back into her throat. By now, over 20 people had gathered at the location of the Two Realms Mountain Magic University. Yet Bai Ji didn't spare them a single glance. She was waiting for that one person to appear. Yet it seemed that person never did appear. Her fists clenched tighter and tighter as she stared at the instance entrance in disbelief. The entrance had not flashed white light for over 10 minutes.
Chen Feng never showed up.
Not only Bai Ji, but also Lin Qingqing and the other 4 were tense, their eyes fixed on the dungeon entrance until Bai Ji approached them.
Where's Chen Fengshang? Has anyone seen him? Suo Chao finally snapped out of his daze and replied.
Teacher, we were all together at first, but then.
Suo Chao recounted their entire ordeal to Bai Ji. Of the current Two Realms Mountain Magic University team, besides Chen Fengshang, 4 others had yet to emerge, including the 2 classmates killed by the Miyamoto Academy.
A shadow passed over Bai Ji's beautiful face.
Stay here. I'll be back shortly. 70 or 80 students from the Miyamoto Academy were boarding the flying vehicles under the guidance of 5 teachers.
Suddenly, a massive hand reached out from the void.
Smack! The Miyamoto Academy's flying machine was instantly flattened into a disc.
The man skilled in shadow leaps was instantly immobilized. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. The 5 teachers were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. One of them, clad in a black satin robe and wielding a katana, a small mustache adorning his face, immediately unleashed a blade aura, slashing it toward the void. But the blade's aura was violently shattered. Every student and teacher present at the Miyamoto Academy was stunned. After all, the warrior wielding the katana was a formidable 80th level existence, yet he wasn't even a match for his opponent. The shadow-leaping youth, now immobilized, felt an unprecedented terror wash over him. He kept muttering in Japanese, "Master, save me." The middle-aged swordsman addressed as master, having delivered his strike, now clearly perceived the vast gulf between himself and his opponent. He swallowed hard and bowed his head slightly.
"May I ask who you are, sir, and why you attacked my student?" A melodious voice echoed from the void. "Injure?"
The moment the words left his lips,
the shadow-jumping student was crushed into a bloody pulp.
"You failed to discipline your own student.
Allow me to handle it for you."
The sword-wielding man watched his beloved disciple get crushed into a pulp, letting out a bloodshot-eyed scream.
"No! As a senior, why would you harm a defenseless student? You owe me a reasonable explanation."
A voice echoed coldly from the void.
"Poof.
I, Baiji, always act according to my own will.
Why should I explain myself to you?"
With that, the oppressive aura in the air slowly dissipated, clearly signaling the figure's departure. The man wielding the katana propped himself up with the blade, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at his lifeless disciple.
"Well done, Baiji. My Miyamoto Academy will make you pay in blood for this."
Their Miyamoto school had suffered devastating losses during this Linglong Tower expedition. Over 100 had come, yet more than 40 perished within the dungeon. Among them was a shadow assassin, a hidden class whose life had just been snuffed out. That disciple had been his own flesh and blood, a direct protege he cherished as his own son. After a long silence, the man with the katana rasped to the teacher beside him, "Call for the rescue helicopter.
We're heading back to the country first."
Baiji had clearly blamed the death of Chen Feng on the members of the Miyamoto Academy. Yet even if she slaughtered every last one of them, it would not quell the rage burning within her heart. Chen Feng, the only being in this world possessing the spiritual essence of the nine-tailed Qingqiu fox. Only he could help her break through to the 9th tier, achieving legendary status. Everything had been progressing toward a favorable outcome, yet Chen Feng vanished within the dungeon. Returning to the instant's entrance, she remained unsettled for a long time, staring at the long quiet Linglong Tower entrance, hoping for some miracle to occur. Yet hours passed without a single stir. The remaining students grew restless, yet none dared disturb Baiji's expression.
They could only wait patiently. Lin Qingqing's brow furrowed deeply.
A chill emanated from her body as she remained motionless for hours.
She refused to believe that Freak was truly dead.
Yet the cold, hard truth confronted them: the boy was truly gone. Baiji could no longer contain herself. She thrust her fist forward, slamming it violently against the entrance of the Linglong Tower.
Rocks near the entrance tumbled down, but the 2 cliffs flanking the entrance remained utterly unmoved.
Veins bulged on Baiji's smooth forehead. She swept her hand across a nearby stone wall, flattening it, and inscribed 5 large characters: Chen Feng, return immediately. Without further delay, she led the students of the 2 Realms Mountain Magic Academy back to the academy. 2 Realms Mountain Magic University, Principal's office. Shuke, clad in crimson, gripped Baiji's collar tightly.
"Say it again. Chen Feng is dead?"
Baiji appeared utterly defeated at that moment. Her hopes, her vengeance, her grand plan to restore her kingdom all had vanished into thin air. She reached out and patted Shuke's hand, gripping her collar.
"Let go."
Shuke glared at her viciously for 2 seconds before slowly releasing her grip.
"He's dead. None of us will survive." Baiji's slumped body jerked as if struck by lightning.
She looked at Shuke in confusion, as if seeking an answer.
Shuke shook his head.
"Go save yourself. With the Qingqiu fox's mastery of space, you might still have a sliver of hope.
I'll handle the rest." Chapter 127, You're just greedy for my body, aren't you?
Only now did Baiji seem to grasp the gravity of the situation.
Who exactly is he? Seeing Shuke remain silent, she added. "This place is like my home.
I grew up here since childhood, and now I hold the position of dean.
How could I just leave?
If the higher-ups blame me, Baiji will shoulder all the consequences."
"I will never let you be implicated." Shuke scoffed. "Poof. What do you take me for? When have I ever needed anyone to take responsibility for me? It's my fault for not looking after him properly. I'll go find the mountain master right now."
Baiji's heart skipped a beat. Though she had her suspicions, she still couldn't quite believe it.
"The mountain master?" Shuke took a deep breath and said. "Chen Feng, the mountain master's grandson. I didn't tell you earlier because the mountain master ordered that everything must be earned by him just like any ordinary student at the academy. To think he actually knew. Bai Ji pressed her lips together. She had already formed some suspicions, but hearing Zhu Kei's confirmation still stirred a pang of emotion within her. Who would have thought such an ordinary-looking boy had such a formidable background? I'll go with you. Zhu Kei gave Bai Ji a deep look and said no more. They had known each other since their days at the Two Realms Mountain Vocational Technical College decades ago, later becoming inseparable best friends. Though they teased each other constantly, their bond was genuine, the kind where either would sacrifice themselves for the other. After a dozen seconds, Suzaku let out a bitter laugh. Very well. Rather than living in fear, we might as well face it head-on. With Liangjia Mountain's reach, even if we fled to the ends of the earth, we couldn't escape their grasp. Come. What must come will come. With that, they walked side by side toward the aircraft. Changshan, Bang Bang Hall Clinic. Old Chen sat resting in his neglected herbal shop. Wearing a loose, faded cotton shirt, his palm leaf fan had slipped from his hand and landed on the floor. The rocking chair creaked softly as the breeze swept through the hallway. With a swish, Bai Ji and Zhu Kei appeared at the entrance of the alley where Bang Bang Hall stood. They dared not boldly appear directly in the mountain master's residence. The two tiptoed into Bang Bang Hall. Spotting Old Chen napping, the guilty pair dared not disturb him and stood frozen in place. Old Chen smacked his lips twice in his sleep, his nose catching a faint, sweet fragrance. His bleary eyes fluttered open. Upon seeing Zhu Kei and Bai Ji, Old Chen showed no surprise. Instead, he calmly lit a cheap pipe, took a deep drag, and asked, "What's up?" Zhu Kei knelt on the ground, hands clasped in front of him. Reporting to the mountain master, Zhu Kei failed to protect the young master, resulting in his death within the Linglong Tower instance. Bai Ji interjected from the side. "Master, this is not Zhu Kei's fault. I led the expedition to Linglong Tower. If blame must be assigned, punish me instead." Zhu Kei frowned. "I failed to foresee this outcome. If blame must be assigned, it falls upon me. It is my fault. I will pay with my life. Please spare Zhu Kei." Old Chen waved his palm fan, unleashing a powerful aura that pinned both men to the ground, unable to move. "Enough. Did you two come here to quarrel? Utter another word, and I'll grant your wish right now." At these words, coupled with the overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat instantly formed on both their foreheads. They dared not utter another sound. Old Chen waved his hand. With a clatter, the apothecary shelves slid open from the center to both sides, revealing Ange inside. Two brilliantly glowing oil lamps were enshrined within. One lamp was red, the other black, their flames burning steady and unwavering. Behind the soul lamps, two names were boldly inscribed. Behind the red flame were three characters, Chen Feng Shang. The name behind the black flame sent a chill down their spines, making their scalps tingle. It was none other than the former master of Liangjia Mountain, Chen Lingfeng. Soul lamps. The word sprang to both their minds. Chen Fengshan's soul lamp was actually lit. He wasn't dead, he was still alive. But what shocked them even more than Chen Fengshan's survival was the soul lamp of the other man, Chen Lingfeng. A chill ran through both their hearts. They hadn't seen the old mountain master in years. The current master had been running the show all this time. They'd assumed the old mountain master was dead. Rumors had even swirled wildly outside the mountain. Now, seeing his soul lamp lit, they were even more stunned than by the sight of Chen Fengshan's. Old Chen had deliberately shown them this. Rumors were spreading not only outside the mountain but also within Liangjia Mountain itself. Whispers that the mountain had lost its former glory and that the old mountain master was dead. He intended to use these two to steady the morale of the mountain's people. "See? It's still shining brightly. The boy is fine." Old Chen took a deep drag on his pipe, coughing twice from the harsh smoke. Ahem, ahem. Besides, what do you take me for? If that kid died in a mission like this, it'd be his own fault for lacking skill. It wouldn't be because of any mistake in your decision-making. Why would I take it out on you lot? Zhu Kei mused inwardly. Only because Chen Fengshan was still alive could the mountain lord speak so casually. He knew this mountain lord well. If Chen Fengshan had any trouble, forget about just the two of them, the entire Linglong Tower instance would be turned upside down. Though he usually appeared as a kind-hearted elder, when it came to action, the mountain lord was famously swift and ruthless. Years ago, when the demon clan intercepted a vital shipment from Two Realms Mountain, the mountain lord personally led the mountain's elite forces to slaughter 3 demon cities. The demon clan didn't dare utter a single word of protest. For over a decade afterward, no one dared to provoke Two Realms Mountain. Of course, much of this deterrence stemmed from the formidable reputation established by the old mountain lord. Yet it must be said that the current mountain lord's ruthless decisiveness and merciless nature are far from the benevolent appearance he presents. "Alright, you two, go back where you came from. Don't disturb my sleep." Old Chen muttered under his breath. "Just had a dream about a woman in black stockings. What a buzzkill." Zhu Kei and Bai Ji clasped their fists, bowed slightly, and withdrew from the stick hall. They dared not speak a word as they hurried through the alleyways. Only after escaping far away and boarding their flying craft did they finally exhale deeply. A sharp gleam flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. "Perfect. That kid's still alive. None of us have to die now. Zhu Ke quipped. I doubt it's as simple as just avoiding death. Bai Ji's beautiful eyebrows arched slightly. What else could it be? Our Two Realms Mountain Magic University has never lacked for talent. Zhu Ke chuckled wickedly. I'm afraid you're still lusting after his body. As Bai Ji's closest confidant, Zhu Ke was one of the few who knew her true identity and current predicament. To advance further, she must complete the spiritual essence of the Qingqiu fox, enabling her to ascend from 8 tails to 9. And the only one possessing such spiritual essence was Chen Feng. Chapter 128, Miyamoto Academy. Bai Ji clearly felt exposed, her eyes darting nervously. I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhu Ke extended a slender index finger, gently lifting Bai Ji's delicate chin. We're both 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you trying to pull this Chai Zhai act on me? He. Bai Ji snapped her hand away. How boring. The atmosphere between them lightened considerably on the way back. Once we're back at school, you'll still need to handle all the affairs there. I'll go guard the entrance to Linglong Tower. The moment I get any news, I'll let you know immediately. Also, find some fearless souls from outside. Pay them well. When the dungeon opens next month, send them in to search thoroughly. Bai Ji nodded slightly. I'll handle it immediately. Chen Feng sat cross-legged before the tower spirit, the old Taoist priest, and focused on refining the Linglong Tower. The deeper his grasp of the tower grew, the more astonished he became. This tower was essentially a 9-layered, self-contained world. Each day, he either refined the Linglong Tower here or listened to the old Taoist tower spirit recite the Tao Te Ching. 10 months passed in the blink of an eye. During those 10 months, the Linglong Tower instance never reopened. This anomaly alarmed Zhu Ke, who was stationed outside, prompting her to immediately report it to the mountain master. Old Chen merely replied with 3 words, keep waiting. Meanwhile, at the Two Realms Mountain Magic University, a group of uninvited guests arrived. A group clad in Japanese samurai attire stormed Qingyun Peak that morning. Their fierce presence forced the university's faculty and students to retreat step by step until they were pinned back to the plaza in front of the Qingyun Peak teaching building. The leader, a Japanese man in his 40s, wore wooden clogs. His loose samurai robes featured intricate red cloud patterns embroidered on the sleeves. His gaze was sharp, and his hair was pulled back into a high ponytail. Great Sun Empire, Miyamoto Academy, paying our respects to the mountain. He swelled his chest, letting his voice echo across the summit of Qingyun Peak, carrying for tens of miles. Before the academy building, a figure in white robes, gracefully slender, abruptly materialized in midair. Noisy. Bai Ji's piercing gaze fixed on the leading man. From his aura, she sensed a faint oppressive pressure. Clearly, he had broken through to a level above 90. The reason he hadn't appeared earlier was that while this group was climbing the mountain, Bai Ji sensed something was amiss. Just in case, he had gone to find reinforcements. Who dares to make a commotion at our Two Realms Mountain Magic University? Unexpectedly, the leader stepped forward 2 paces, bowing politely with a slight nod. I am Miyamoto Musashi, the current dean of Miyamoto Academy of the Great Sun Empire. My uninvited presence is an intrusion. I beg your forgiveness, young lady. Though she knew these men had come seeking trouble, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Seeing Miyamoto Musashi suppress his aura, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Adopting a polite approach before resorting to force, she inquired, I admit this is abrupt. What brings you to the Two Realms Mountain Magic University? Miyamoto Musashi adopted Chinese etiquette, clasping his hands together. We've long heard of your university's exceptional scholars. My Miyamoto Academy, though modest, seeks an academic exchange and friendly competition with your esteemed institution. What are your thoughts, Principal Bai? Bai Ji understood Miyamoto Musashi's intent and waved him off immediately. No interest. Please leave. Bai Ji wasn't foolish. It was common knowledge that Liangjia Mountain Magic University belonged to Liangjia Mountain. Given Liangjia Mountain's prestige, she doubted Miyamoto Gakugaku would dare harm the university. Yet Miyamoto Gakugaku was also a renowned institution with a formidable reputation. In Hua State, it held a status comparable to Guowu University in Huazhou, and its international rankings even surpassed those of Huazhou institutions. After Bai Ji had crushed one of their students last time, these fellows clearly dared not confront her directly. Instead, they came under the guise of friendly exchange to pick a fight. They came prepared, and Bai Ji had no confidence in winning. Naturally, she wouldn't subject herself to humiliation. Musashi Miyamoto, who had been feigning politeness moments ago, sneered. Surely the esteemed Liangjishan Magic University wouldn't fear my humble Miyamoto Academy? I never imagined Principal Bai to be such a timid soul. You certainly didn't show that when you killed my academy student. The playground was already packed with students from Liangjia Mountain Magic University. In the eyes of nearly every male student, Bai Ji was a goddess-like figure. They would never tolerate anyone insulting her. Students in the crowd erupted in fury. Go to hell, you little Japanese brat. Who do you think you are to criticize Principal Bai? You deserve to kill our academy students. Scram back to your little Japan and stop embarrassing yourself here. You wanted a duel?
I'll play along, I'll beat you, little Japanese runt into begging for mercy on your knees.
Miyamoto Musashi didn't grow angry, he smiled instead. Is this the esteemed Two Realms Mountain Magic University?
To me, you're nothing but a bunch of loudmouths with no manners, spewing nothing but trash talk. Baishi crossed her arms defiantly. My Two Realms Mountain Magic University won't tolerate trash like you spouting nonsense.
You want a duel? Fine, let's see what you've got.
With that, a piercing sword beam shot skyward. With a clang, a colossal blade dozens of meters tall plunged into the ground before Miyamoto Musashi, dwarfing him completely. It was the school's mountain guarding sword, the very blade that had previously assigned students to their respective colleges. Through Baishi's communication, it now stood gleaming before Miyamoto Musashi. This colossal sword, dozens of meters tall, was the aid Baishi had sought. Baishi believed that with her own power at the peak of the 8th tier, combined with the might of this mountain guarding spirit sword, she needn't fear any opponent below level 95. Miyamoto Musashi felt the piercing sword light emanating from the giant blade, his heart trembling slightly. His left thumb, gripping the scabbard, gently pushed the sword hilt forward. A sharp aura rose, matching the giant sword's might. Who would have thought that the famed Two Realms Mountain Magic University could only rely on a broken red spirit artifact to save face? And among the younger generation, there are nothing but a bunch of nobodies. This sparring match is pointless. Let's go. With that, he ignored the surrounding curses and led his group down the mountain. As he stirred his aura, a voice echoed from his departing figure. From now on, you worthless trash from the Two Realms Magic University had better keep a low profile outside. Otherwise, if anyone goes missing, don't go spreading it around. Save yourselves the humiliation. After all, you're just a trash university trampled underfoot by my Miyamoto Academy. Ha 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 ha. Baishi's face turned ashen with rage, especially at the line about not spreading rumors if anyone went missing. She wasn't afraid of the Two Realms Mountain, but if these Japanese dogs played dirty and a student went missing, she'd blame herself. Even if she retaliated later, the dead student couldn't be brought back to life. That remark struck her like a dagger to the heart. She commanded her giant sword to clang into position, blocking Miyamoto and his group's path. You wish to provoke this sovereign? You have succeeded. Does the Two Realms Mountain Magic University belong to you Japanese, to come and go as you please? Chapter 129, The Hidden Talents of Two Realms Mountain Magic University. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For distinct sounds pierced the air as the four peak masters soared skyward. Over a dozen teachers from the academy followed suit, their ascension signifying they had all attained power beyond level 70. Each of them would be renowned figures in the outside world. Teachers from the Miyamoto school were equally formidable. Several of them soared into the air, and one aura was nearly as powerful as Miyamoto Musashi's. Clearly, another 90-level powerhouse. Should combat erupt, Magic University of Liangjia Mountain might hold the home field advantage, but victory was far from assured. Musashi Miyamoto seized the moment. What? You still want to fight? With just you lot? A streak of light sliced through the sky. Boom! The earth shook violently as a massive, pitch-black iron hammer crashed to the ground, sending cracks rippling outward and dust swirling through the air. So what if we fight? Do you really think our Two Realms Mountain is a soft target? The one who spoke was none other than the Griffin Keeper from the Academy's rear mountain. This teacher rarely interacted with others, but the aura he unleashed now clearly signaled he had reached the 90th level. Another flash of white light streaked across the sky. A heavy-set man wielding a kitchen knife landed with effortless grace, not even a whisper of sound escaping him, a testament to his mastery over his strength, precise to the finest detail. You little birdies, didn't even call me for the fight. How boring. The students in the crowd gasped. While the Griffin Keeper had been somewhat expected, he'd always been shrouded in mystery, giving off an aura of unfathomable power. But the fat man who arrived later? He was their cafeteria chef. The students had assumed he was just a kitchen worker. Who would have guessed that in a moment like this, he would unleash an aura no weaker than the Griffin Keepers? Not just the students, even Baiji had no idea the head chef in the school cafeteria was an unparalleled master above level 90. Miyamoto gripped his scabbard tightly with his left hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His earlier composure had vanished. Who would have thought that a mere Two Realms Mountain Magic University could be so profoundly unfathomable? With two level 90+ masters and Baiji wielding her spirit sword, even Miyamoto Musashi's formidable level 95 rank wouldn't save them from a beating if it came to blows. Oomph. Two Realms Mountain Magic University, huh? When the young ones can't handle it, they bring out the old guard. They must have no shame in being laughed at. At that moment, a student burst from the crowd, Nalin, wielding his coiled dragon staff. Little Jap, don't get cocky. This young master will play with you. Count me in. Count me in too. Count me in too. Numerous students volunteered, having long since grown tired of these little punks. The other side kept calling them backward bumpkins and good-for-nothings. These young men, brimming with youthful vigor, were not about to tolerate such insults. Baiji watched the scene unfold, her brows slightly furrowed. With the students this fired up, if she stopped the sparring now, it could deal an irreparable blow to their resolve. Just as she hesitated, a deep, resonant voice echoed in her mind. Young lady, back in the day, you were known for your decisive and fearless nature. Win or lose, just do what you must. The voice belonged to the sword spirit. Bai Ji realized with a start yes, the older she grew, the more timid she had become. What did failure matter? What did success matter? Everything had two sides. Victory brought universal joy. If they lost, it would prove the students still had room to grow, a perfect opportunity to spur them on. Alright, I agree. If you wish to spar and exchange techniques, bring it on. Miyamoto Musashi felt a wave of relief wash over him, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a faint smile. As expected of Principal Bai, what a bold move. Bai Ji wasted no time beating around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. How do we compete? My Two Realms Mountain Magic University is ready to see it through to the end. Cheers erupted from the student crowd. Principal Bai had finally agreed. Beat the crap out of these Japanese bastards. Let me handle it, I'll piss yellow. Speak up, little Japanese bastards. How do you want to compete? Miyamoto Musashi sheathed his sword and turned to offer Bai Ji a slight bow. Principal Bai, how about this? We send our newest class of students, 3 from each side. Best of 3 matches, with the edge counting as a win. What do you think? Bai Ji nodded slightly. As you wish. She had the utmost confidence in her newest students. If the previous 3 cohorts were to face Miyamoto Academy students, their chances of victory would be slim. This matchup suited her perfectly. Miyamoto Musashi cleared his throat. Ahem. Since this is an exchange of skills, it ought to have some stakes involved. What do you think, Principal Bai? Bai Ji remained expressionless. Oh? Let's hear it. A hint of cunning flashed in Miyamoto Musashi's eyes. How about staking a set of top-tier green spirit gear usable at level 50? This wager was generally reasonable. While blue spirit gear was extremely rare among martial artists, blue gear had accumulated the most over the years. Thus, though precious, it wasn't entirely unattainable. Compared to blue spirit gear, green spirit gear doesn't seem quite as cheap, yet it's a wager both sides can afford. If the other side immediately demanded a set of yellow spirit gear, the cost would clearly be too steep. Moreover, even if these students won the match, they wouldn't be able to use the winnings. For them, the stakes would hold little meaning. Bai Ji nodded slightly. As you wish. This year's freshmen had already undergone nearly a year of training, completing over a dozen dungeons, with most reaching around level 35. Outstanding students like Lin Qingqing and Suo Chao had even surpassed level 40. A set of green tier spirit gear held immense appeal for them. For nearly a year, Chen Feng hadn't emerged from the Linglong Tower dungeon, and even those who had been close friends with him had grown noticeably quieter. Lin Qingqing even contemplated dropping out at one point, but Bai Ji talked her out of it. She poured all her energy into her studies, pushing her level to a staggering 44, a full 2 levels higher than Lin, the second-ranked student in their entire grade. Miyamoto Musashi conversed in Japanese with several teachers from the Miyamoto Academy behind him, chattering away for quite some time. Principal Bai, may we ask who your school has sent as your top student? The little Japanese fellow was clearly playing mind games. They wanted to see who the other side sent out so they could strategically arrange their own competitors. Lin took a deep breath and stepped forward. Teacher Bai, Lin requests to fight. After experiencing defeat at Chen Feng's hands and facing the blow of Lin Qingqing's innate talent, Lin did not crumble. Instead, observing the school teeming with formidable practitioners, he embarked on profound self-reflection. From that point onward, he adopted a much more low-key demeanor, training with greater diligence than anyone else. He even climbed Qingyun Peak daily with weights strapped to his body, maintaining this routine without fail for 10 months straight. This relentless discipline propelled his martial prowess to the pinnacle of the academy, surpassing all but Lin Qingqing. His strength even subtly surpassed that of Suo Chao and Xiong Qi. Chapter 130, Refining complete. Among the candidates Bai Ji had in mind was naturally Lin. He was a well-rounded warrior, excelling in both offensive and defensive techniques, a true all-around fighter. Having him fight the first match would make it difficult for the opponent to target him specifically, making him a rather excellent choice. Alright, you'll fight the first match. With a wave of Bai Ji's hand, 4 formation flags whizzed down across the square. Resonating with each other, they summoned a 100-meter-wide arena that rose with a thunderous roar. Lin leapt onto the platform and bellowed. Little Wogwa, bring it on. The crowd below erupted in cheers, chanting Lin name in unison. Though rivalries between the 4 peaks of Two Realms Mountain Magic University never ceased, this was the first time the entire school stood united against an external foe. Feeling the roar of support around him, Lin tightened his grip on the coiled dragon staff. This battle, he must win. Inside the Linglong Tower, Chen Feng, seated cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A deep crimson light flickered in his gaze before vanishing, and the mark bearing the Linglong Tower's emblem on his brow slowly faded. He sensed an absolute command over the Linglong Tower. Now, whether it was the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 9th level anywhere his will reached, he could manifest his presence at will. A pleasant system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully refining the legendary Red Spirit artifact, Linglong Tower.
Reward, 1 million points. Chen Feng secretly rejoiced. 1 million points?
That was enough to exchange for several top-tier beast spirits.
He never imagined a single red spirit artifact could yield such immense benefits.
Not only that, but all his attributes had doubled from their original bases. This transformed him, a mere level 33 beast transformer, into a being with nearly 4,000 points in strength alone. Consider this, even Lin Qingqing, an SSS tier hidden class who had maxed out all magic points, only possessed a little over 2,000 spirit points at this level.
Is this the power of a red spirit artifact? Truly terrifying. Then again, it made sense.
After all, throughout Hua Nation's long history, only 3 or 4 crimson spirit artifacts had ever existed. The difficulty of obtaining one was evident. The old Taoist beside him stroked his beard with a radiant smile.
Congratulations, young friend.
You've successfully refined the Linglong Tower. From this day forward, you shall be the master of this Linglong Taoist.
Chen Feng beamed with delight. Thank you for your help, senior. I shall not disappoint. Chen Feng understood perfectly well that with his current abilities, refining a red-grade spirit artifact would be utterly impossible without the Tower Spirit Taoist's full cooperation.
Even if the old Taoist sat idly by and let him handle it alone, it would take him 100 or 80 years to accomplish. Chen Feng glanced at his smartwatch, feeling a bit dazed. Within the Linglong Tower, there was no concept of day or night, so he had no idea how much time had passed since he entered. The time displayed on the watch revealed that the outside world had already experienced autumn harvests and winter storage, and even his freshman year was nearing its end.
No, I have to get out and let them know I'm okay. Who knows what's happening outside?
Xu Ke sat beneath a withered tree between 2 cliffs at the instant's entrance, where he had remained for 10 months. The Linglong Tower instance had remained closed for a full 10 months, and the small town built around it had long since fallen into desolation. The entire town, built of rough bricks and tiles, looked even more desolate, like a ghost town rarely visited by humans. The proprietress of the Dragon Gate opened the door as usual, carrying a basket of fruit in her hand as she walked straight toward the instant's entrance. She approached Xu Ke and placed the fresh fruit on the ground.
Here, have some. It'll help beat the heat.
Without another word, she grabbed an apple, wiped it on her clothes, and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. Xu Ke, who had been resting with eyes closed, swallowed hard. Opening his eyes, he reached into the basket and began eating as well.
Hey, little Xu Ke, the innkeeper remarked, it's been nearly a year now. Linglong Town is completely deserted. Are you sure the person you're waiting for will show up? Suzako gazed resolutely at the dungeon entrance. If they don't, I'll keep waiting.
The shopkeeper shook his head helplessly.
Sai, who is this person you're waiting for? You won't even tell me. That Linglong Tower, if someone doesn't emerge by the time limit, they're almost certainly dead inside. If they never come out, are you going to wait here forever? Xu Ke replied with unwavering resolve. No. He's not dead.
She had seen Chen Fengshang's soul lamp with her own eyes. Knowing the mountain master's temperament, if Chen Fengshang had truly met with misfortune, he would have gone to keep the boy company long ago. The landlady shook her head helplessly.
Fine, you just stew here by yourself then. I've mostly wrapped up things over here. In another 2 months, I'll be heading back to headquarters. Then you'll be all alone here, lonely and miserable. TSK. Just then.
A faint, almost imperceptible spatial fluctuation rippled from ahead. Though faint, both Xu Ke and the landlady sensed it keenly and immediately looked up.
The innkeeper dropped the half-eaten apple he was chewing onto the floor.
A youth clad in the tight-fitting uniform of the Two Realms Mountain Magic University flashed out from the dungeon entrance ahead. His hair hung low past his ears, and stubble had grown nearly an inch long on his face, giving him a disheveled appearance. Yet, his eyes sparkled with spirited brilliance. Xu Ke leapt excitedly from the ground, performing a spatial jump to land before Chen Feng.
You finally came out. You scared the life out of me.
She patted her ample chest as she spoke.
The innkeeper's wife approached with keen interest, studying the youth before her. Kid, you're something else. Survived that long in there? Truly a rare sight. Though she appeared to be a voluptuous beauty in her 30s or 40s, she was actually over 100 years old and quite experienced. Yet, she had never seen anyone survive 10 months inside a dungeon before. Xu Ke circled Chen Fengshang 3 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise, scrutinizing him thoroughly. Only after confirming he was completely unharmed did the heavy weight in her heart finally lift. Chen Fengshang looked at the two before him, chuckled, and scratched his messy, bird's nest hair. Heh, pure luck, pure luck. Xu Ke extended a slender jade-like finger and tapped Chen Fengshang's forehead, like an older sister scolding a disobedient younger brother. You little brat, you had us all worried sick. If it weren't for your soul lamp at the mountain, old Chen's place, I'd have thought you died in there. As she spoke, she relayed the news that Chen Fengshang was alive and had already escaped the dungeon to the mountain master in Baiji. Chen Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xu Ke rolled her eyes, a look of disgust on her face. Itchy head? You haven't washed your hair in 10 months, have you? Come on, sis will take you to get a new hairstyle.
With that, she grabbed Chen Feng with one hand and the innkeeper's wife with the other, striding toward Linglong Town. Shortly after the trio departed, the two cliff walls that had served as the Linglong Tower instance entrance collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending cascading debris crashing to the ground.
Two Realms Mountain Magic University.
On the stage, a petite girl clad in black martial arts attire leapt onto the platform. Standing barely 5 feet tall, she appeared petite among the towering Chinese men, yet her eyes blazed with sharp intensity. The moment she stepped onto the stage, a flash of blue light erupted from her hand as an 8-inch long bone fan snapped open. Muto Suzuki, a student of Miyamoto Academy, level 43 psychic, at your service.
Chapter 131, Lin Yi vs Muto Suzuki. Lin Yi's breath caught in his throat.
He never expected this giggling girl to be ranked higher than him and a legendary psychic to boot. Below the stage, Big Tooth rapidly tapped his fingers on the portable computer in his hands. Moments later, a string of information flashed across the screen.
Damn it! This guy is actually the only SSS rank hidden class at Miyamoto University in the last decade. No wonder their principal is so arrogant.
Those around Big Tooth caught sight of the information on his screen and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines for Lin Yi.
So what if he's SSS? Brother E is unbeatable. Just go for it. Lin Yi's little fanboy cheered him on from below. Daya couldn't help but shake his head. Though S rank and SSS rank appeared to differ by only one tier, the gap in strength was as vast as heaven and earth. Many things couldn't be gained through effort alone like innate talent. Lin Yi's ears twitched. As a level 42 martial artist, his hearing was exceptional, allowing him to easily pick up the conversation below. His heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. He stared at the seemingly harmless girl with the straight fringe before him, his palms sweating involuntarily. As the first contestant representing Two Realms Mountain Vocational University, he could not disgrace the school's reputation. Today, even if it meant fighting to the death, he had to win this match. Lin Yi took a deep breath and clasped his fists slightly. Two Realms Mountain Magic University, Lin Yi, level 42 Coiling Dragon Warrior. He then whirled his coiled dragon staff in a flourish, launching the first attack at Muto Suzuki. The 30-meter distance between them vanished in an instant. As Lin Yi's staff rose high, poised to strike down, Muto Suzuki's bone fan whistled through the air, launching one of its fan ribs. Clang! It collided with the mighty dragon coil staff. Sparks flew as the fan bone clashed with the staff before being knocked away. However, the staff's momentum slowed slightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more fan ribs shot forth, blocking the coiled dragon staff. Clang, clang. After two more clangs, Lin Yi was finally forced to halt. Feeling the sharp pain in his palms, he couldn't help but be startled by the sheer force of those 3 bone fans. Muto Suzuki clapped in approval. Good power, but your speed is lacking. Again. After sensing the force transmitted through the opponent's bone fans, Lin Yi felt that even against an SSS tier martial artist, he wasn't without a fighting chance. His fighting spirit surged instantly, and he charged forward again, dragon coil staff in hand. Lin Yi's coiled dragon staff whipped through the air with fierce momentum, yet no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through the 3 bone fans' defense. Suddenly, he roared. The dragon patterns on the staff seemed to come alive, erupting in a piercing dragon's cry. The force behind his strike intensified dramatically. The 3 fan ribs initially controlled by Muto Suzuki now multiplied into 5. Yet no matter how Lin Yi varied his techniques, Muto Suzuki added no further fan ribs. Below the stage, a subordinate excitedly nudged Big Tooth with his elbow. Brother Yi's been trading blows with that chick for over 60 rounds now. SSS tier isn't all that impressive. Who's gonna win is still anyone's guess. He seemed displeased with Big Tooth's earlier remark. Having witnessed his boss's prowess firsthand, he knew even an SSS tier powerhouse was being dominated. A hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Big Tooth remained calm, showing no sign of irritation at the subordinate's remark. My friend, you may not know this, but Muto Suzuki wields a bone fan with 9 ribs. As a psychic, she can control all 9 simultaneously, offense and defense in one. She's only used 5 so far, but Lin Yi clearly shows signs of fatigue. No sooner had he finished speaking than Muto Suzuki's voice echoed from the stage. She hadn't moved a muscle the entire time. Bring whatever final moves you have left. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Seeing that Lin Yi paid her no heed, Muto Suzuki flicked her fingers lightly. 2 more fan ribs shot into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. With these 2 additional fan bones joining the fray, the previously evenly matched battle instantly tilted. Lin Yi was forced into retreat, swinging his coiled dragon staff in a wide arc, looking somewhat flustered. Muto Suzuki was visibly surprised. She hadn't expected him to block all 7 fan bones. She silently formed a hand seal. Psychic pulse. A tangible wave of water temperature shot from her eyes, curdling straight toward Lin Yi's head. The attack was so swift that Lin Yi had no time to dodge. A buzzing sensation erupted in his skull, as if struck by some force. His consciousness plunged into blankness before snapping back into focus. Thud. Thud. The sound of 2 blades piercing flesh echoed. Though his consciousness had only wavered for an instant, that brief lapse proved fatal in a clash between masters.
Two fan bones pierced through Lin Yi's calves, sending a spray of blood mist flying.
Both legs gushed blood, and Lin Yi stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Lin Yi understood. He had witnessed Lin Qingqing's SSS tier prowess firsthand. She was no easy opponent.
Yet he, Lin Yi, refused to concede defeat so easily.
You lose. Step down.
Muto Suzuki twirled the tip of her braid with her left index finger, her gaze calmly fixed on Lin Yi sprawled on the ground.
Every student and teacher in the school fell utterly silent at that moment. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead.
Pushing himself up with his dragon pattern staff, he slowly rose to his feet.
I haven't lost yet.
With that, he leapt into the air, ignoring his injuries once more as he launched another attack at Muto Suzuki.
Thud. Thud. Two more sharp sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed.
Lin Yi's upper arms were also pierced by the fan bones.
The dragon pattern staff clattered to the ground.
Without the support of his arms, Lin Yi collapsed to the ground once more.
Muto Suzuki's expression was icy cold.
I told you, if you lose, get the hell out of here. Lin Yi spat a mouthful of blood. His eyes blazed crimson as beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead.
Boss, give up. You've done well enough. Lin Yi, it's unnecessary. We still have 2 more matches to go.
The crowd below the stage watched Lin Yi struggling desperately above, each voice filled with heartfelt pleas.
Lin Yi knew there were 2 more matches to go, but he couldn't just leave everything to his classmates.
Over the past year, the greatest thing he had gained could be summed up in 2 words: resilience.
An unyielding tenacity that refused to surrender until the very last moment.
Lin Yi's eyes burned with stubborn resolve as blood streamed from his hands and legs. He fixed his gaze on Muto Suzuki, not far away, his upper body slowly writhing forward. It took nearly a minute to crawl to Muto Suzuki's feet.
Muto Suzuki regarded Lin Yi coldly.
He posed no threat to her now. Lin Yi slammed his mud-covered forehead into Muto Suzuki's calf. Muto Suzuki drew a deep breath, and 7 fan ribs shot out in unison, stabbing toward Lin Yi's head.
Chapter 132, Show, he's coming. Clink, clink, clink. 7 distinct sounds rang out.
The fan ribs struck an invisible barrier and were violently repelled.
Alright, we concede the first round.
Bai Ji waved her arm, and Lin Yi, who had been lying on the ground, rose into the air and landed at the supply depot behind the school.
A high-level priest's healing spell enveloped Lin Yi.
He sighed dejectedly, acutely aware of the gap between himself and the top-tier geniuses. The Miyamoto Academy team erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory in the first round.
Bai Ji's expression darkened.
She hadn't expected the opposing team to deploy an SSS tier prodigy right off the bat. She looked down at the students below, their figures darting about.
All had fallen silent. The once arrogant students now understood the meaning of "there's always someone better out there." Bai Ji nodded slightly. Wasn't this also a meaningful lesson? But now, morale was slightly low on the Two Realms Mountain Magic University side.
She had to lift their spirits.
Lin Qingqing, you'll fight the second match. She refused to believe that a minor academy like Miyamoto could field another SSS tier talent.
Even if they did, with Lin Qingqing's abilities, the outcome was far from certain.
Lin Qingqing silently nodded, gliding gracefully onto the stage. To the students of Liangjishan Magic University, this campus beauty was both familiar and unfamiliar.
Familiar because she consistently ranked first in every exam and was the school's sole SSS tier prodigy, a name known to every student.
Yet she remained an enigma.
For nearly a year, Lin Qingqing had been like a millennia frozen iceberg, rarely speaking to anyone. Even fellow students from the Four Peaks seldom exchanged more than a word with her, cementing her reputation as the school's famously aloof ice queen. As Lin Qingqing stepped onto the stage, the faculty and students of Two Realms Mountain Magic University fell into a moment of silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Though most had never witnessed her in action, the data spoke volumes about her formidable prowess.
The entire school harbored an inexplicable confidence in her. Goddess Lin, give those Japanese dogs a good thrashing. Goddess Lin, you are the pride of Liangjia Mountain Magic University. Goddess Lin, I love you. Who the hell is slapping me from behind?
Just then, Miyamoto Musashi stepped forward from the little Wogwa camp, a sly gleam in his eyes.
For the second match, we forfeit. The entire arena erupted in shock. No one expected the little Wogwas to forfeit the second match outright.
Bai Ji's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, this well-prepared group of little Wogwa had researched their school and knew Lin Qingqing was an SSS tier player. They were willing to forfeit one match to wear down this student. This way, they could win one match with their SSS tier player and then forfeit another to wear down Lin Qingqing. By then, their opponents would undoubtedly be fully prepared for the third match. The entire freshman class exchanged nervous glances, all realizing the gravity of the situation. At this point, no one felt confident about winning the final match.
Brother Suo Chao, you go. After all, you're a level 41 S tier hidden class. Go give those little punks a taste of their own medicine. Not a good idea. Though Suo Chao is strong, the small arena makes it hard for an archer to shine.
I think Goddess Xiongqi should go instead. Assassins excel in this kind of combat.
No.
If the enemy uses any targeted items that can break Qingqing goddess's stealth, she'll lose half her effectiveness.
An assassin's essence lies in ambush. What advantage is there in fighting head-on?
Just let me, Huang Haotian, take the stage.
My name alone will intimidate these little pumpkins.
The blonde punk who'd been beaten by Chen Feng smacked him hard on the back of the head.
What the hell kind of fight is this?
He's just a lowly karami, not even a hidden class.
Going up against them would be like a toothpick in their teeth. This is suicide.
He wouldn't dare even if you gave him the courage.
Meanwhile, the prepared Japanese students saw that no one from the Two Realms Mountain Magic University could step forward anymore.
This was the strategy they had planned beforehand, and everything was proceeding according to plan. For maximum entertainment value, a figure from the Miyamoto Academy 2 heads taller than average students, with biceps thicker than Muta Suzuki's waist thudded onto the stage. A vicious scar ran diagonally across his face, piercing from his cheekbone to his forehead, making his left eyelid particularly eerie. On his back hung a thick canvas-wrapped bundle shaped like a long blade. You Two Realms Mountain Magic University boasters, isn't there a single one of you who can actually fight? His arrogant gaze swept over the assembled students. Yet the students could all sense the extraordinary aura emanating from the man on the stage. None felt confident they could defeat him. After all, this was the final, decisive match determining victory or defeat. Though furious, none dared to act. Suo Chao's teeth clenched so hard they ground together.
The pressure on him was immense. Besides Lin and Lin Qingqing, only he and Qingqing remained as SS-rank hidden class practitioners in the entire school.
If it came to blows, he had no confidence he could defeat his opponent on such a confined stage. Moreover, the fact that the opponent dared to fight their way up the mountain meant they must have prepared extensively.
This third match? He feared even stepping onto the stage would be a pointless sacrifice.
If only the boss were still alive. As she spoke, Mu Yunqing's eyes reddened. The boy she longed for had never emerged again after that Linglong Tower instance. Lin Qingqing drew a deep breath, silently closing her eyes as her long lashes trembled slightly. Qingqi's heart skipped a beat at those words. She tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. I'll go. She raised her fist in salute toward Bai Ji in the air.
Principal Bai, Qingqing requests to fight.
All the students of Two Realms Mountain erupted in cheers.
Finally, someone had stepped forward.
They'd been seething with frustration. Though thousands longed to fight, none dared risk their lives recklessly for the school's honor. Watching the little Japanese dog barking incessantly on the stage, their hearts were filled with unbearable frustration. Now, someone was finally stepping forward, and it was a powerful SS-tier hidden class. They couldn't believe the opposing side could field another SSS-tier hidden class. After all, geniuses of that caliber emerged only once every few decades. How could two appear in the same year? Below the stage, the crowd roared Qingqi's name, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Qingqi herself wasn't confident she could win this match. But she knew she was far more suited to this kind of arena than Suo Chao. If she didn't step up now, whoever else went up would have even less chance unless it was that guy. But he was dead. Bai Zeke paid no heed to the roaring crowd below. The Four Peaks chief reminded her. Principal Bai? Qingqi of the Fourth Peak requests to fight. Baiji gazed intently at the horizon, no need to rush. Qingqi is no match for that man. The Four Peaks Peak Master took a deep breath. Given his standing, he could clearly see the extraordinary nature of the man below. Yet at this moment, Qingqi was the best choice available. Then what? Send Suo Chao? His chances wouldn't be any better than Qingqi's. Bai Shi made a shushing gesture. Shoo! He's coming. Chapter 133, Sasazono Ichiro. Below, a group of little Japanese men were shouting in Japanese, their words incomprehensible. Yet their arrogant expressions and contemptuous glances made it clear their curses were vile. A faint smile touched the corner of Miyamoto Musashi's lips. Who would have thought that the esteemed Ryokai University would prove so pathetic? I, Miyamoto, traveled thousands of miles to this place, only to find no one worthy of a fight. Principal Bai, if you feel you can't win, just admit defeat now. Spare your students the pain of getting beaten up. Have you forgotten the first student's miserable state? Nailani, tending to his wounds behind them, spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, stabbing us in the back at a time like this. Just then, the sky filled with the rumbling roar of engines. A flying vehicle slowly came to a halt at the edge of the square. Shu Kei, clad in crimson, stepped out. Behind her followed a young man radiating youthful vitality and sunny good looks, none other than Chen Feng, freshly transformed by Zhu Kei's styling makeover. A stir rippled through the crowd of Two Realms Mountain Magic University students. Holy crap, isn't that the boss? Damn it, I knew he wouldn't die that easily. You're alive. I'm so glad. Mu Yunqing's tears flowed uncontrollably. The boy she had longed for day and night had returned. Lin Qingqing's lips trembled slightly, but she remained silent. Yet the glistening tears in the corners of her usually icy eyes spoke volumes. Qingqi exhaled a heavy breath. Finally, he didn't have to pretend anymore. He was alive. All the students of Peak 4 stared excitedly at the vibrant Chen Feng. The man who had once been the leader of Peak 4, the Beastmaster who had once shone brighter than even the SSS rank hidden class, he was back.
Chen Feng, you're back just in time.
Go give that guy on the stage a good thrashing. Bai Ji's lips curved into a smile. All her earlier anxiety and unease vanished. This brat always seemed to deliver unexpected surprises.
Chen Feng flexed his wrists.
During the flight, Zhu Kei had already briefed him on the situation. They'd planned to let him rest after so long away from the tower, but then this incident erupted at the academy.
After much deliberation, only Chen Feng had the absolute certainty to defeat the opponent. After all, he had never disappointed them. Chen Feng stepped onto the stage calmly and deliberately, under the gaze of everyone present. Across from him, Miyamoto Musashi looked bewildered.
In his investigations, he had never encountered such a hidden profession at Two Realms Mountain Magic University.
He possessed records of every student ranked a class or higher. He hadn't even seen this name among the S-rank talents.
The burly man on the opposing platform watched Chen Feng stroll onto the stage with an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet, feeling the canvas-wrapped object strapped to his back, he unconsciously straightened his posture. I am Sasato Ichiro of the Miyamoto Academy, a level 43 Crimson Flame swordsman.
Who might you be?
Chen Feng spread his hands.
Two Realms Mountain Magic University.
Chen Feng, level 33 Beast Transformer.
What? A Beast Master? Level 33?
Musashi Miyamoto glared at Bai Ji floating in midair. Principal Bai, why is your university mocking us by sending a level 33 Beastmaster to pad the numbers?
In Miyamoto Musashi's view, this Beastmaster was clearly a last-minute fill-in.
That way, even if Two Realms Mountain Magic University lost, they could claim it was intentional. They deliberately fielded a level 33 Beastmaster to face them.
Beastmasters were an F-rank profession, a fact known to all.
Moreover, the opponent was merely a level 33 Beastmaster.
Even the weakest student from the Miyamoto Academy would outrank this Beastmaster.
Upon further reflection, a Beastmaster at level 33 made perfect sense. But he couldn't fathom what Two Realms Mountain Magic University was up to, why they'd send out a level 33 Beastmaster.
Mr. Musashi, what's the reasoning behind this? Who stipulated that Beastmasters can't participate in the competition? Or that level 33 is too low? Musashi Miyamoto couldn't fathom why a prestigious institution like Two Worlds Mountain Magic University would recruit an F-rank Beastmaster.
Where did you find this student? I don't believe he's actually enrolled here.
What's your scheme? Bai Ji didn't miss a beat, huh? Scheme?
With a wave of her hand, Chen Feng's personal information materialized out of thin air, clearly displaying his enrollment date and other records. Still skeptical, Miyamoto Musashi casually tossed a profession testing device onto the stage.
Student on stage, dare you test your own class attributes? Chen Feng shrugged and placed one hand on the device.
The display flashed with bold characters.
Level 33 Beast Transformer. A genuine level 33 Beastizer.
All the little Japanese guys froze in place.
Hey, you guys still want to race or not? If not, just pack up and leave. Don't waste this young master's time. Chen Feng looked at the bunch of little punks with utter boredom. Seiso Ichiro now found himself in a difficult position.
If he attacked, he didn't know what schemes the other might have up his sleeve. If he didn't attack, he couldn't just stand by and let a level 33 F-rank beast type rave on like this. He touched the canvas bag on his back. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish.
With that, Sasazono Ichiro roared and unleashed a punch toward Chen Feng.
The explosive fist wind shattered the air with a sonic boom. He intended to finish him off with one strike, knowing full well that even a lion needs to give its all when hunting a rabbit. He went all out from the very start. Yet Chen Feng remained utterly still, waiting until the fist was a foot away before reaching out to seize it. His arm shot out so swiftly that Sasato didn't even see it materialize. The sandbag-sized fist was clamped down on with iron grip, frozen mid-air, unable to advance another inch. His pupils contracted violently. This was not the strength one would expect from a mere level 33 beast user.
Even an SSS-ranked fighter like Muta Suzuki couldn't exert such absolute dominance over him in terms of raw strength. What kind of freak was this guy?
A barrage of questions erupted in Sasazato Ichiro's mind.
He was stunned.
Chen Feng smoothly caught the opponent's punch, executed a shoulder throw, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Then he twisted the opponent's arm, slamming him left and right, repeatedly crashing him onto the ground over a dozen times.
He hadn't even unleashed a single skill. Sasato Ichiro was tossed around until he was completely disoriented, then sent flying by a kick. Got any more tricks? Bring him on.
Let this young master see what your Miyamoto Academy's really made of.
Seiso Ichiro spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to his feet. Fine.
You forced my hand. He slowly pulled the canvas-wrapped object from his back, glaring viciously at Chen Feng.
Chapter 134, Devouring the Crimson Blade. He hadn't intended to resort to this item. With his SS rank hidden profession at a high level 43, even if he wasn't as dazzling as Muto Suzuki, he figured he could at least hold his own against his opponent.
Yet he never imagined being utterly crushed by a mere level 33 beast user.
With his strength, even an SSS tier powerhouse of the same level wouldn't dare trample him so easily. Yet here he was, his signature strength crushed by a mere level 33 beastizer. I admit it. You're strong. But let's end this. His gaze sharpened as his right hand slowly reached behind him, grasping the canvas-wrapped object. This strike will be devastating. He compressed all his chi, channeling every ounce of power into a single point. With a sharp rustle, the canvas was flung aside. A crimson katana spun through the air, radiating an overwhelmingly fierce blade aura. Susato Ichiro seized the crimson blade, his entire demeanor shifting instantly. He became razor-sharp, radiating an aura of unstoppable momentum, as if he could cleave through heaven and earth. The instant Susato Ichiro grasped the crimson blade, he swung both hands along the hilt. A dense, razor-sharp blade aura, carrying unparalleled momentum, slashed toward Chen Feng. Mid-air, Bai Ji's pupils contracted sharply. It all happened too fast, leaving her no chance to react. No one could have imagined it was a Crimson Spirit-equipped weapon. This Crimson Katana was no ordinary weapon, one of only 2 Red Spirit weapons in the entire nation of Wa. Who could have imagined such a national treasure would be brought here? It seemed these little Japanese bastards had indeed come prepared. This was their trump card for winning the third match. Forget about Chen Feng. Even a powerhouse above level 70 would be gravely wounded, if not killed outright, by a heavy strike from this blade. No! The oppressive force radiating from the blade sent chills down Lin Qingqing's spine. She sensed the sheer power of this strike. Even giving her all, she doubted she could block it. And Chen Feng was only level 33. A wave of screams rippled through the crowd, fear evident in the eyes of many girls. Zhu Kei's heart sank. She never imagined the young master would escape one danger only to fall into another, but it was already too late to intervene. Seiso Ichiro seemed drained of strength by the strike, slumping limply to the ground. Clearly, he was not a match for this Crimson Spirit-forged weapon. He had merely borrowed its power temporarily, which was why his spiritual energy had been drained in an instant. Yet a smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Given his status, he had no right to wield or even touch a spirit armor of this caliber. Yet, for the purpose of this sparring match, Headmaster Miyamoto Musashi had personally requested the red spirit armor. This moment was the pinnacle of his life. Just as everyone believed Chen Feng was doomed by that single strike. A tower-shaped aura shield rippled around Chen Feng. Vaguely visible within was a pagoda of exquisite beauty, its ancient aura from primordial times enveloping Chen Feng. Clang! A sharp, piercing collision echoed like a blade scraping against glass, yet far louder, piercing straight into the soul. Below the stage, countless spectators clutched their ears in agony, wailing in pain. Nearly half of them fainted instantly. When the sound faded, Chen Feng stood motionless, unscathed. Musashi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He never imagined his opponent could radiate an aura powerful enough to rival the Crimson Spirit armor. At that moment, an aged and arrogant voice echoed around Chen Feng. Oomph! A mere Crimson Blade dares to show off before this master? Great heavenly dragon! Roar! A resounding dragon's roar. A exquisite 9-tiered pagoda shot from Chen Feng's brow, instantly radiating brilliant crimson light that enveloped the floating katana. The crimson blade trembled violently, as if encountering something terrifying, struggling desperately. Every soul present fell utterly silent. The scene before them defied all comprehension. Even Chen Feng hadn't anticipated the Linglong pagoda taking the initiative to attack. No! The crimson blade emitted a pained groan. Oomph, still resisting? You're nothing but a broken blade spirit. I'll help you return to the forge for remolding. De Luo incantation. The tower's surface flared with light once more. Ancient, obscure seal script characters drifted out from within, coiling around the crimson blade like a scarlet rope. With a tug of the chains, the crimson blade was sucked into the tower's body. Then the delicate pagoda spun and shrank, vanishing once more into the space between Chen Feng's eyebrows. Miyamoto Musashi felt the connection between himself and the crimson blade severed completely. His heart sank halfway, and he collapsed onto the ground. That blade was one of Japan's 2 national treasures. As the headmaster of Japan's foremost academy, he had pleaded with His Majesty the Emperor for a long time before being granted permission to borrow it for a few days. But now, it had been taken back by the other party. By all logic, a Crimson Spirit-forged weapon possessed its own consciousness. It wasn't something anyone could simply seize. Even a powerhouse above level 95 would be powerless without the weapon's acknowledgement. He never imagined the enemy would so effortlessly absorb the crimson blade. If he returned like this, he wouldn't have enough heads to be beheaded 10 times over. He slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, only to struggle back to his feet in an instant. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Great Principal Bai, the Miyamoto Academy begs you. We accept defeat wholeheartedly and are willing to accept any punishment. But please, can you return the crimson blade to us? His voice was urgent, even trembling slightly. The surrounding Japanese students seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as well, kneeling in unison behind Miyamoto Musashi. If anything happened to the crimson blade, they would all gladly die alongside it. Bai Ji was jolted out of her shock by Miyamoto Musashi's actions.
She never imagined that Chen Feng, that young man, could not only safely deflect the attack of the Crimson Spirit armor but also seize it for himself.
What was that pagoda embedded in his brow? How could it suppress a Crimson Spirit artifact?
This was beyond her comprehension, utterly unheard of. Even with the accumulated knowledge of the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom over the years, they had never encountered such a formidable artifact.
Begging me won't help.
I didn't take the Crimson Blade. Only then did Miyamoto react, scrambling on his knees across the floor to kneel beneath the stage. Please, Lord Chen Feng, release the Crimson Blade.
We are willing to pay any price.
With that, he banged his forehead 3 times on the ground. The voice of the Tower Spirit Taoist echoed in Chen Fengxiang's mind. The spirit within this blade is a fragment of a soul.
Once I refine and eradicate it, you may wield it.
Later, you may have the opportunity to implant a new spirit into it. Even without a spirit, a red spirit-infused artifact far surpasses ordinary orange-tier equipment in power.
Chen Fengxiang's breathing quickened slightly.
With only a handful of Crimson Spirit-infused weapons existing nationwide, he just snagged one for free.
This gave him the illusion that Crimson Spirit-infused weapons were commonplace. He swallowed hard, glancing at the submissive figure of Miyamoto Musashi on the ground before speaking.
Red what sword?
Never heard of it. Chapter 135, just say the word.
Hearing Chen Fengxiang's words, Miyamoto Musashi felt his heart sink. Clearly, this kid on the stage was preparing to renege on the deal.
He forced down his anger and patiently said,
Esteemed Fengxiang, please return the spirit artifact you just took with your treasure.
We can offer something else of value in exchange. Chen Fengxiang chuckled. Oh, you mean that rusty old blade? No problem, no problem. It's no big deal. Musashi's mouth twitched.
The brat actually called their nation's treasured artifact a piece of junk. Well, that worked in their favor. It left room for bargaining.
Please return it to us, Lord Fengxiang. Musashi thickened his skin, raising both hands high above his head in a gesture of offering.
Chen Fengxiang drew the crimson blade sealed by the tower spirit from the Linglong Tower, twirled it twice in a flourish, then extended his hand toward Miyamoto Musashi.
Miyamoto's eyes burned with fervor, like an 18-year-old innocent boy gazing upon a breathtakingly beautiful maiden. He swallowed hard, staring at the crimson blade Chen Fengxiang casually toyed with like a beggar pleading for alms. You want it? Musashi nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain. If you want it, just say so. How am I supposed to know you want it if you don't say anything? You have to speak up. I know you want it, and I won't deny you.
His Chinese wasn't particularly strong to begin with, and this roundabout way of speaking left him momentarily dazed.
I want it.
Chen Feng placed his hand over his ear.
What? Can't hear you. Speak up. Miyamoto cleared his throat. I want it. I want it. Chen Fengxiang smiled at Miyamoto for 2 seconds. No way.
Musashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the little guy before him.
But Fengshan Kuan just told me to say I wanted it. Chen Fengxiang raised an eyebrow. You're ugly, but you wish. With a clang, he thrust his crimson blade into the ground. Want it? Fine. Who just hit my student from the Two Realms Mountain Magic University?
Miyamoto Musashi hesitated, gritted his teeth, and glanced back at Muto Suzuki. This was his most cherished disciple.
A hidden SSS rank profession that hadn't appeared in decades.
His brow furrowed deeply as he clenched his fists, his fingernails digging painfully into his palms. He, Miyamoto Musashi, a martial arts master at level 95.
Even across the entire continent, he was a rare gem, revered wherever he went.
At a young age, he had become the headmaster of Japan's most prestigious university. Now, he was being forced to use his most cherished student as a bargaining chip to exchange for the Crimson Blade. His eyes reddened slightly, his teeth gritting with a faint squeak.
Muto Suzuki sensed Miyamoto Musashi's dilemma.
She pursed her lips and stood up. Teacher, for the Great Sun Empire, for Miyamoto Academy, I am willing to sacrifice myself.
Musashi's eyes flushed crimson, tears welling uncontrollably. Suzuki. This is a heavy burden for you. Muto Suzuki gave Miyamoto Musashi a slight nod before striding directly onto the stage.
Chen Feng drew the crimson blade from its sheath with a sharp clang, pointing it at Suzuki.
Since you're a girl, I won't make it too hard. Fight me. Win, and this sword is yours.
Chen Fengxiang weighed the crimson blade in his hand, its spirit sealed within.
Below the stage, Miyamoto Musashi's heart swelled with joy. After all, Muto Suzuki was an SSS-tier martial artist. Given time, her cultivation would inevitably surpass his own.
Such a rare talent was among the continent's absolute elite, a top-tier genius.
He couldn't believe anyone could suppress Muto Suzuki. Even an SSS-tier fighter would be lucky to break even against her. Moreover, this peculiar beastkin was only level 33, a full 10 levels below Muto Suzuki. This was practically a free gift to them. Chen Feng kicked Sasato Ichiro, who was lying on the ground, off the stage with one swift motion. Mr. Miyamoto, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Is this acceptable?
Miyamoto, feeling quite pleased at that moment, bowed his hands in a fist salute toward Fengshan Kuan. Your magnanimity is deeply appreciated.
Miyamoto Academy will remember this. However, I wonder how we should proceed with the match. If you were to use that peculiar pagoda or the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade again, it would make this battle rather unfair. Chen Feng shrugged his hands. You were the ones who deployed the red spirit equipment first. Now you're complaining about unfairness? Have you no shame? Miyamoto Musashi's face flushed alternately crimson and purple, his embarrassment palpable. They had indeed used the red spirit equipment first to gain an advantage, and now demanding others refrain from using theirs seemed downright underhanded. Fine. Guess I'm just a softie for the ladies. I won't use the red spirit equipment. Chen Feng held up his index fingers, crossing them to form a 10. 10 breaths. Just hold out for 10 breaths. Miyamoto breathed a sigh of relief. If his opponent didn't use the red spirit equipment, their chances of winning were still quite high. Hearing Chen Feng mention 10 breaths, Miyamoto felt a twinge of nervousness but nodded nonetheless. Agreed. 10 breaths. If you last 10 breaths without collapsing, you win. Miyamoto Gaku accepts the wager. Chen Feng shook his head. Kongben feared Chen Feng might backtrack. Didn't you just say 10 breaths? Chen Feng pointed at Muto Suzuki, who was giggling on the stage. I'm talking about her. If she can last 10 breaths under my attacks, then you win. Miyamoto's eyes widened in disbelief, certain he'd misheard. Only after triple checking did undisguised fervor flash in his gaze. This was practically handing them the victory on a silver platter. Musashi felt a surge of secret delight. Who would have thought this seemingly slick kid would turn out to be such a decent guy? On the stage, Muto Suzuki looked at Chen Feng with some confusion. Are you sure? Not only was he a full 10 levels above this kid, but even among peers of the same level, he'd never encountered a worthy opponent in his entire life. Forget lasting 10 breaths, he'd never even faced a single draw in all those years. Chen Feng tilted his head. Is there a problem? Muto Suzuki pursed his lips. And no. Mid-air, Baiji nudged Suzaku with her elbow. Hey, don't you think this kid's being a bit cocky? He's really putting on a show. What if he loses? That's an SSS rank opponent, 10 levels above him. Suzaku crossed her arms over her chest, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Just shut up. That kid fused a beast core into his aircraft, I don't even know what grade it is, and replaced his crimson striped tiger. From what I can tell, any SSS rank below level 50 is no match for him. Baiji sucked in a sharp breath, utterly baffled by where this kid kept finding such high-quality beast spirits. She decided not to press further. So confident? Shu Kei looked slightly proud. MHM. Chapter 136, Flying Bone Blood Sacrifice. Below the arena, Suo Chao stared at Chen Feng with near fanatical fervor. Holy, boss, you're showing off big time. That's SSS tier, man. Is that the kid from the fourth peak? He can't be a mole for little Wogwa, right? He's clearly holding back. Ah, who hit me? Damn it, I'll beat you, ignorant brat. Brother Chen's strength is something a lowly punk like you could never hope to fathom. The crowd below the stage erupted into a frenzy. Some believed Chen Feng was overconfident, especially since the school's honor was at stake. Others blindly trusted Chen Feng's abilities, supporting him no matter what he said. Miyamoto Musashi couldn't wait, fearing Chen Feng might regret his decision. So, shall we begin the match? Chen Feng glanced at the crimson blade in his hand, Demon Blade Crimson Shadow. A fitting name. He swiftly sheathed the blade and declared, Young lady, get ready. I'm about to attack. 3, 2, 1. As the final count ended, the bone fan in Suzuki Muto's hand instantly split into 9 fan ribs, hurtling toward different vital points on Chen Feng's body. With national fortune at stake, she dared not take any chances. She launched her strongest killing move from the outset, choosing offense as defense. She aimed to take Chen Feng down within 10 breaths to humiliate this arrogant pretender. Though he was only level 33 and an F-rank beast user, something about him felt off. His fight with Sasazato Ichiro earlier had proven his strength was terrifyingly immense. 9 fan bones streaked toward Chen Feng like meteors chasing the moon, moving with lightning speed. Their speed was so swift it barely lagged behind a bullet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 fan ribs pierced through Chen Feng's torso, sending gasps rippling through the crowd below the stage as they held their breath in horror. Muto Suzuki seemed to sense something amiss. Why wasn't blood spilling? In an instant, Chen Feng's figure vanished. It turned out the 9 fan ribs had only pierced his shadow. Fast. Fast to the extreme. Muto Suzuki sensed danger and retreated rapidly, but before she could take 2 steps back, she felt a large hand grip her slender waist from behind. Turning around, she found an innocent-looking, sunny-dispositioned youth smiling at her. It was Chen Feng. At that moment, golden light radiated from his entire body. A pair of golden wings with a 5-meter wingspan unfolded behind him, making him resemble an angel bathed in golden light. This was the spirit beast Chen Feng had exchanged for 300,000 points on the flying platform, the Golden Winged Giant Eagle. The Golden Winged Giant Eagle granted Chen Feng a 200% speed boost and a highly versatile skill, teleportation.
Though he had lost the Crimson Striped Tiger's 100% strength attribute boost, the 200% speed enhancement now pushed his speed attribute to nearly 1,500 points. He was confident that even Xiong-Chi, a hidden class character, couldn't match him in pure speed alone. Add to that his teleport skill, and he now had virtually no weaknesses. Yet even so, that face loomed demonically in Muto Suzuki's eyes, rapidly expanding within her pupils. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as Muto Suzuki's arm bone snapped cleanly. Chen Feng pulled like he was eating a crab, yanking the broken arm bone free. Tendons and nerves tore along with it. Ah! A sharp, agonized scream erupted from Muto Suzuki's mouth. Agony instantly contorted her beautiful features. At that moment, the 9 fan bones that had attacked Chen Fengxiang finally flew back, striking toward him. Muto Suzuki seized the opportunity to rapidly retreat. Chen Fengxiang extended his arm, instantly covered in black scales. Clang! 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 The 9 fan bone struck Chen Fengxiang's arm, yet failed to breach his defense. Chen Fengxiang retreated 2 steps, feeling the force reverberating through his arm. It throbbed faintly with pain after all. As an SSS-ranked martial artist, the force behind these 9 fan bones' attack was formidable. Seeing this, Muto Suzuki manipulated the fan bones to fly toward him again. Simultaneously, an invisible ripple flashed in her eyes, her skill, mental shock. To break through Chen Fengxiang's defense, she had to make him lose his guard. Just as the invisible ripples were about to reach Chen Fengxiang's head, he transformed. His short, neatly trimmed hair instantly became flowing, wind-tossed locks, and 3 fluffy tails appeared behind him. With a flick of his tails, the invisible wave of the psychic shock was sent flying back along its original path. Muto Suzuki's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined a skill could be reflected back. But it was too late to block. Her mind went blank, leaving her momentarily dazed. In that split second, Chen Fengxiang closed the distance. Chen Fengxiang seized Muto Suzuki's lone remaining arm. His left hand transformed into a jet-black dragon claw. With a single, brutal tug, he ripped the other arm clean off at the shoulder. Muto Suzuki, regaining her senses, let out another piercing scream. The crowd below the stage stared in stunned silence. What kind of speed was this? Weaker students could barely even track Chen Fengxiang's movements with their eyes. And with such blinding speed, he could still block an SSS-rank psychic's attack. What terrifying defense! Blazing speed, monstrous defense, and a physique that could rival an SSS-rank martial artist. His strength was equally staggering. Most terrifying of all, he could even reflect skills. He was nothing short of a 6-sided warrior. The students who had just been mocking Chen Feng now felt their faces burn with embarrassment. They were utterly convinced. Facing such a flawless powerhouse, even someone as formidable as SSS-rank Muto Suzuki held no chance of victory. Muto Suzuki's once perfectly styled bangs now looked disheveled, strands of hair sticking to her pale cheeks with sweat. She stared at Chen Fengxiang with utter disbelief. What kind of monster was this? How could he be so monstrously powerful? She let out a shrill, agonized scream. Flying bone blood sacrifice. Muto Suzuki spat out a mouthful of blood. Her hair instantly turned ashen gray, and wrinkles began to appear on her face. A crimson aura flared around her. 9 bone fans shifted from white to crimson, shimmering with an eerie glow that made anyone staring at their ribs feel dizzy and disoriented. Muto Suzuki's voice cracked. Even if my life burns to ashes, I'll go down fighting with you. The final syllable of destroy was practically a roar. As the next syllable erupted, the 9 fan blades shot toward Chen Fengxiang at breakneck speed. Chen Fengxiang's expression darkened. The speed of the fan blades now was at least double what it had been moments before. Even with his speed, evasion was nearly impossible. He could only activate the ancestral dragon scales covering his arms to brace against the 9 fan bones. Clang! 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 The 9 fan bones formed a straight line, firing with deadly precision toward a single target. The first 2 struck Chen Feng's arm, sparking sparks. The third hit caused cracks to appear in the scales. The fourth shattered the scales entirely. The 5th bone pierced deep into Chen Feng's arm, embedding itself over half an inch. A sinister smile spread across Muto Suzuki's haggard face. Chapter 137, What Will You Do? Even if it meant consuming 50 years of her lifespan and burning her own spiritual energy, she would make this man pay. The 6th fan bone sank into Chen Fengxiang's arm with a soft thud. The pain made his mouth twitch. Feeling the force transmitted through the bone, Chen Fengxiang felt a slight chill. This power had completely surpassed what should be possible at this level. It seemed that under Muto Suzuki's blood sacrifice, the fan bone's power had surpassed Chen Fengxiang's defensive capabilities. Chen Fengxiang's wound hissed as the blood flowing out had turned black, staining the entire wound and causing a stinging pain. Fortunately, his poison immunity prevented the potent venom from invading his body. The toxicity was intense, surpassing even that of a level 50 Black Mamba King. The 7th and 8th fan bones pierced straight through his arm, driving toward Chen Fengxiang's chest. 2 sharp clinks rang out. The 9th fan bone plunged deep into Chen Fengxiang's chest.
Muto Suzuki relaxed his expression, looking at Chen Feng. 1, 2, 3.
It seemed she was expecting something, but the next second, her composed expression finally shifted.
Chen Fengxiang stood there, showing no signs of distress. She had absolute confidence in her venom. After casting blood sacrifice, even a creature above level 50 would be poisoned to death within 10 seconds if struck, even if it only grazed the skin. Yet this level 33 beast form user before her didn't appear to have suffered the expected injuries. Yet, black blood trickled from his wounds. Chen Fengxiang watched Muto Suzuki with keen interest. 1, 2, 3, freeze? Muto Suzuki's face turned ashen, yet in her current state, she could no longer control the fan bones for another counterattack. He stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. How is this possible? You were clearly poisoned by my blood toxin. Chen Fengxiang yanked the fan bone from his chest, wincing hoarsely. I must admit, your fan bone packs quite the punch and moves with blinding speed. But alas, it just doesn't cut it against this young master. Chen Fengxiang tossed the fan bone to Muto Suzuki. Come on, keep going. 6 breaths left. Adhering to his strategy of countering speed with speed, Muto Suzuki had acted decisively the moment he failed to break through Chen Feng's defense. He had even sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan to perform a blood ritual on the fan bone. Yet, despite all that, he still hadn't managed to defeat his opponent. This man before him held too many mysteries. Gritting his teeth, Muto Suzuki once more directed the fan bone toward Chen Fengxiang. But now, at the end of his strength, the fan bone's force and speed were noticeably lacking. At that precise moment, Chen Fengxiang's teleportation cooldown ended. He instantly shifted behind Muto Suzuki. If that's all you've got, then we'll part ways here. With that, he grabbed her legs from the ground and snapped them clean at the knees with 2 sharp cracks. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Muto Suzuki's mouth. Consider this Nalin Yi's repayment to you. Get lost. Nalin Yi, watching the scene from the sidelines with his crutch, felt a pang of sorrow. His lifelong goal in training had been to one day surpass this man on the stage. He had even once regarded Chen Fengxiang as his imaginary rival. Yet, unnoticed, this guy had surpassed him by so much. Today, he had even avenged him and restored his honor. Chen Fengxiang gave a bitter smile, finally letting go of the grudge in his heart. He shouted toward the stage, Brother Feng is awesome. With that, Chen Fengxiang kicked the limbless Muto Suzuki toward Miyamoto Musashi like a soccer ball. Musashi instinctively caught the unconscious Suzuki, his eye twitching uncontrollably. What kind of freak is this? Is this the true power of Ryokai Mountain Magic University? Miyamoto Musashi slowly closed his eyes. A moment passed. When he opened them again, he seemed to have aged considerably in an instant. We've lost. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't bring himself to ask Chen Feng about the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade again. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Musashi had certainly considered the option of outright force. But given the current situation, whether it was the gap in top-tier combat power or the disparity in spirit equipment, they had virtually no chance of victory. With that, he drew 6 spirit equipment spheres glowing with emerald light from his sleeve and tossed them to Bai Ji in midair. Below, many students stared intently at the 6 spirit equipment orbs. To them, each spirit armor piece was a rare treasure beyond reach. Even though many students came from extraordinary backgrounds, securing a complete set of green spirit armor at once would demand a significant price, even with the backing of powerful forces. Bai Ji flicked her wrist, sending all 6 green artifacts flying toward Chen Feng. You earned these. How you distribute them is up to you. Chen Fengxiang felt a surge of secret delight. Though his current level was insufficient to equip them, once he reached level 50, he could simply slot them in, saving considerable time hunting for spirit gear. Chen Fengxiang clasped his fists in the air. Thank you, Principal Bai. In contrast, Miyamoto Musashi and his group stood there like a pack of stray dogs, each one glaring with frustration. Moments later, Miyamoto Musashi's voice came out hoarse and low. Let's go. No doubt today's events would soon spread like wildfire across the internet, turning the Miyamoto Academy into a laughingstock. As the current headmaster of the academy, he had led his men to pick a fight, only to be utterly humiliated. Not only were 2 prodigious contestants left unconscious, but even the national treasure, the Crimson Shadow Demon Sword, borrowed from His Majesty the Emperor, had been seized by this group. And all of this upheaval stemmed from the beastkin before him, a mere level 33. This existence defied all logic and reason. The waters of Two Realms Mountain Magic University ran far too deep. Just as the group of Japanese youths prepared to leave, Bai Ji's triumphant voice rang out from the sky. Hold on, Mr. Miyamoto just walked away like that? Musashi Miyamoto frowned. Shouldn't we stay here for tea? He had his own troubles to deal with and just wanted to escape this trouble spot as quickly as possible. Bai Ji snorted coldly, humph. Do you really think our Two Realms Mountain Magic University is someplace you can come and go as you please? These little Japanese upstarts hadn't bothered to notify anyone before storming up the mountain. Their arrogance and insolence were beyond tolerance. Bai Ji wasn't about to indulge them. A chill ran through Miyamoto Musashi's heart. Without the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade, his combat prowess was severely diminished.
According to his plan, even if he lost, his formidable strength at level 95, combined with the blade, meant no one in all of China could hold him back.
Even defeat could be met with dignity.
But now, despite his high level of 95, facing the combined assault of so many masters, even someone as powerful as him would be beaten into a desperate retreat. Moreover, once the fighting began, even if he managed to escape, the group of prodigious students by his side would never make it out alive.
His confidence crumbled completely. What do you propose? Chapter 138, The Bet a year later.
Bai Shi smiled faintly.
What do I want?
I want you to crawl down from here on your knees.
Bai Shi pointed toward the entrance leading up from the mountaintop. Miyamoto Musashi froze as if struck by lightning, unable to move or recover for a long moment.
The teachers and students who had accompanied him were filled with anger.
Mr. Miyamoto, you mustn't. We'll fight them to the death. At worst, we die.
Lord Palace Master, flee for your own safety.
We fear no death. Leave us behind.
He swept his gaze over the teachers and students who had come with him, then shook his head with a bitter smile. There's an ancient saying in Huagui, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. A true man knows when to bend and when to stretch. Today's lesson teaches you a principle: beyond the sky lies another sky, beyond man lies another man. And remember, as long as the green mountains remain, we needn't fear the firewood running out.
Let's go.
With that, he knelt down with a thud before everyone's gaze, crawling forward on his knees. At that moment, Chen Feng found himself somewhat impressed by this Miyamoto Musashi. After all, with the arrogance of a level 95 player, one rarely compromises for others.
Yet here was Miyamoto Musashi, enduring such profound humiliation before the entire assembly.
Moreover, judging by his words, this man was not only an outstanding teacher but also possessed a profound understanding of Chinese culture. In just a few sentences, he had quoted 4 famous sayings and allusions. The Japanese crowd nodded in vague understanding, then one by one knelt down with a thud, their knees clattering as they moved up and down the steps. Miyamoto Musashi gazed with satisfaction at the brilliant students behind him.
Do you feel disgraced? The students remained silent, each lowering their heads in unison.
Musashi smiled at them.
In 1 year, the Continental Intercollegiate Tournament will commence.
Then, it won't merely be about individual prowess, it will be a contest of team cohesion. I hope you will turn this shame into resolve, dominate the competition at the Continental Intercollegiate Tournament, and wash away today's humiliation. The students nodded in unison, their eyes filled with resolve as if they had made a solemn vow. Observing their attitude, Miyamoto Musashi felt that even though they had lost this match, the journey had not been entirely without value. He slowly turned to face Bai Shi, suspended mid-air, and said,
Principal Bai, would you dare wager another round with me? Bai Shi regarded Miyamoto Musashi below with keen interest. Oh? Mr. Miyamoto, please elaborate.
Bai Ji was in high spirits now. This match had not only brought her fame but also profit. Moreover, that youngster Chen Feng seemed to have brought her quite a pleasant surprise.
Musashi straightened his robes and spoke with measured confidence. 1 year from now, at the Continental High School Tournament. Shall we see whose school ranks higher?
Taking a deep breath, he continued, should we lose, Miyamoto Academy pledges to present a complete set of orange-grade spirit armor. Bai Ji's breath caught.
Orange-grade spirit equipment was extremely rare.
Even many experts above level 90 possessed only 1 or 2 pieces.
To produce an entire set of orange-grade spirit equipment at once would likely cripple even a powerhouse like Miyamoto Academy.
Bai Shi felt a surge of temptation. For a master of her caliber, the allure of orange spirit gear surpassed even that of red spirit gear. Red spirit gear possessed its own consciousness without the right destiny, one might possess it yet remain unable to master it. Moreover, the sheer rarity of red spirit gear was daunting, making most dare not even dream of possessing it. In comparison, orange spirit gear felt much more within their reach.
But what if you win?
The fact that the other side could offer such a high-stakes wager meant their intentions were far from simple. If we win, we request your school return the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade. Bai Ji didn't answer, instead glancing at Chen Feng on the stage, her eyes brimming with questions. Chen Feng swiftly drew the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade.
This is a red tier spirit artifact. You think trading it for a set of orange tier gear is fair?
That shows you don't value the Crimson Shadow Demon Sword at all.
Miyamoto Musashi bowed repeatedly. Lord Crimson Shadow, Musashi did not mean it that way.
He had no idea how Chen Feng could wield the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade. It possessed its own spirit. Any disrespect toward it could incur a terrible price from the blade's spirit. After all, Japan could survive without him, Miyamoto Musashi, but not without the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade, a national treasure.
But how could he know that the demonic blade's spirit had been sealed the instant it was absorbed into the Linglong Tower? What do you mean, Lord Fengshan? Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively.
It'll cost extra.
Miyamoto Musashi knew well how precious a crimson spirit-imbued artifact was.
Gritting his teeth, he said. Please state your terms, Lord Fengshan. Whatever the stakes, he had to give His Majesty the Emperor an explanation. Even if it cost him his life, he would not hesitate. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, realizing he lacked nothing himself.
He promptly declared, add another set of yellow spirit gear. A twitch flashed across Miyamoto Musashi's lips. Losing this would mean upgrading the opponent's gear from level 50 straight to over level 80, a truly colossal loss. But there was no better option now. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Gritting his teeth, Miyamoto Musashi declared, fine. I agree. Chen Feng possessed absolute confidence in his own abilities. Besides, with the Linglong Tower granting him free passage a year from now, he wouldn't remain at his current level. Mr. Miyamoto, you're a man of honor. Then we'll meet again in a year at the All-Continent College League. As for this Crimson Shadow Demon Blade, I'll keep it safe for you for the next 12 months. Though he spoke these words, his mind was already plotting his next move. He wanted the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade, and he wanted the other 2 sets of equipment too. Adults, after all, want it all. Only children make choices. After receiving Chen Feng's affirmative response, the entire group knelt and crawled down the mountain with a cool, smug grin. Once the little Japanese pumpkins departed, the entire Two Realms Mountain Magic University erupted. Thunderous applause shook the campus. Every voice echoed a single name in unison: Chen Feng, the once scorned Beastkin. Now, he had become a legendary figure within the school. This moment would forever be etched into the annals of Liangjia Mountain Magic University. The applause below the stage showed no sign of abating. Only when Baizhi raised her hand did the crowd gradually quiet down. Baizhi descended from the air and stood beside Chen Feng, gesturing for all students to gather around. Through today's match, you've witnessed firsthand that there are always greater heights to reach and more skilled individuals out there. Had Chen Feng not returned today, who among you could have blocked Sasato Ichiro's blade? And furthermore, if not for the unique nature of Chen Feng's physique, could anyone else have endured the fan bone after Muto Suzuki's blood sacrifice? A heavy silence fell over the crowd below the stage. Even masters as formidable as Lin Qingqing, when searching their hearts, could not claim absolute certainty of victory against either Muto Suzuki or Sasazono Ichiro. Fortunately, the opponent chose to forfeit the second match outright to minimize casualties. Had Muto Suzuki fought with such desperation in the second bout, there likely wouldn't have been a third match at all. Chapter 139, Selection. So, students, learn from your mistakes. Never overestimate your abilities. The world is vast, and there are countless individuals stronger than you. Dedicate yourselves to rigorous training over the next year. Strive to shine brilliantly in the upcoming All-Continent College Tournament. After this battle, the students of the 2-time champion Mountain Magic University truly recognized the gap in strength between themselves and the top-tier institutions. Alright, all students, classes resume as normal. Return to your respective peaks. Chen Feng, come with me to the school office. After settling the school's affairs, Baizhi led Chen Feng into the office, one ahead and one behind. Chen Feng closed the door behind them. Baizhi, looking slightly weary, plopped down into an office chair, carelessly draping her legs over the desk. Beneath the hem of her not too long skirt, the lace trim of her flesh-colored stockings peeked out, appearing firm and alluring. You're finally back alive, kid. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Chen Feng chuckled awkwardly. Things got pretty sudden back then. I couldn't get in touch with anyone. Sorry for the worry. Baizhi yawned, stretching her arms wide. Her full breasts rose and fell as she arched her back in a carelessly sensual stretch, causing Chen Feng to swallow hard. Tell me about it. What's the deal with that tower? And how did you manage to master the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade? Chen Feng recounted his entire experience within the Linglong Tower to Baizhi. As she listened, envy flashed in her eyes. Such a formidable red spirit artifact had simply chosen its master? As the eternal night approached, the celestial treasures seemed to sense the impending darkness. Whenever such times arrived, heroes capable of saving the world would emerge from the heavens and earth. In recent years, the number of SSS-tier martial artists had visibly surged. Various opportunities and rare treasures were also emerging one after another. What are your plans next? Baizhi looked at Chen Feng with a questioning gaze. Chen Feng admitted frankly, now that I have the Linglong Tower, I won't need to grind levels in dungeons for a while. My current level gap with others is quite significant. I plan to catch up on my leveling first before considering other matters. Baizhi nodded slightly. What are your thoughts on the upcoming All-Continent College League in a year? Chen Feng inwardly scoffed, what else could I do but watch? I'm just a lowly freshman stuck at level 33. Of course, I'll strive for a good ranking. Baizhi continued, our school hasn't participated in the All-Continent College League before. This should be our first time. I hope we can make a name for ourselves right off the bat. I've studied past tournaments. The average level is around 70. That means if you want to compete this year, you'll need to hit level 70 within a year. Chen Feng nodded. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. After all, instance dungeons open like the tides of nature only once a month. For ordinary students around level 50, each dungeon run was a struggle, and leveling up was no easy feat. But he had his cheat. He could now freely traverse the first 3 floors of the Linglong Tower, where the monsters provided ample opportunities for continuous leveling.
A year might seem like a pipe dream to others, but for him, it wasn't impossible.
Not only that, Chen Feng nodded.
The University League operates as a team competition. The top 30 seeded teams consistently feature hidden classes, with all manner of roles emerging. Team coordination is crucial. 5 players working together can achieve the output of 10.
Chen Feng nodded.
He'd heard all this before, and his grandfather had also urged him to assemble his own team quickly. Chen Feng had a rough idea of potential candidates in mind, but nothing was set in stone yet.
Bai Ji continued. I intend for you to participate in this tournament. To prevent casualties and ensure team diversity, each squad requires 5 main members and 3 substitutes. Do you have any candidates in mind?
Chen Feng pondered for a moment before replying, Lin Qingqing, Xiong Qi, and Suo Chao. I want these 3.
Do you have any recommendations for the rest? Bai Ji pondered for a moment. I think Lin Yi from your cohort is quite capable. He's diligent, though your cohort's overall level is a bit low. I'll handle the level issue. Right now, I just need capable candidates.
Bai Ji opened the computer on her desk and began browsing the student database.
After a moment, she said, there's an exceptionally talented sophomore named Mu Yunbao.
She's already a Crimson Robe Martial Sovereign despite being only a sophomore, ranking among the top 10 in the school. She's also the older sister of your little sweetheart, Mu Yunqing.
Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief.
Ms. Bai, don't get the wrong idea, we're just ordinary friends.
Bai Ji shot him a meaningful look. Oh? Just friends? Then why did you nearly risk your life for her during the exam? Just friends? Then why did you go to a hotel room with her?
Chen Feng felt utterly exonerated. That time, she agreed to massage my pressure points.
Alright, I get it. No need for further explanation. Let's continue selecting candidates. Chen Feng nodded, deciding against further explanation. It would only make things worse. Adding those 2 still only makes 6.
We're still short 2. There's a hidden support role in the 3rd year, the 100 Flowers Fairy. Your team is missing a support, and she'd be perfect. For the last spot, here are some top-performing 3rd year students. Take a look.
Chen Feng turned around his desk and approached Bai Ji's side.
Bai Ji sat while Chen Feng stood, his elevated position offering a direct view of her cleavage. The air around him filled with her uniquely faint, sweet fragrance.
Chen Feng felt his blood surge violently through his body.
With great effort, he calmed himself and looked at the screen displaying numerous student profiles. Most were juniors. They weren't considering seniors since they were about to graduate.
The highest grade level eligible to compete normally next year would be juniors.
With their inherent level advantage, they were comparatively better suited for the competition. After much deliberation, Chen Feng finally selected a formidable 3rd year student capable of attaining the rank of Crimson Martial Sovereign and Necromancer. The Summoner's hidden class had already reached an impressive level 66 by their junior year, exactly half a level higher than his own.
Alright, it's him then. This afternoon, I'll gather everyone. You guys hold a meeting and plan out the strategy for the next year. Chen Feng nodded, then left the office after finalizing the arrangements.
The moment he stepped out, a figure standing by the door, cool yet radiant, gazed at him with 1,000 tender emotions. It was Lin Qingqing, who had been waiting outside all along.
Chapter 140, A Stunned Gu Qianhe.
Lin Qingqing stared at him for 2 seconds without a word, then stepped forward and embraced Chen Feng tightly.
Chen Feng's hands felt awkwardly unsure.
It took him a moment to react before he gently returned the embrace.
A long moment passed. I thought you were dead. Lin Qingqing broke the silence.
Chen Feng felt the warm moisture on his shoulder. Lin Qingqing's tears and patted her back reassuringly.
Don't worry. I'm tough as nails. Lin Qingqing slowly pulled away from Chen Feng's embrace. Let's go downstairs first. They're all waiting for us.
They were none other than Suo Chao, Xiong Qi, and the others. The moment Chen Feng and Lin Qingqing entered the cafeteria, Suo Chao pounced on him with a tight bear hug.
Why, boss? I thought you were done for.
I was just about to inherit your wives when you came back to life.
Chen Feng impatiently pushed Xiao Chao away. Get lost. What brothers-in-law? What the hell are you babbling about?
He glanced around guiltily. 3 girls were staring at him meaningfully: Lin Qingqing, Xiong Qi, and Mu Yunqing. He scratched his head awkwardly.
Don't listen to his nonsense. Just then, a chattering crowd of girls rushed over, all wanting photos and autographs from Chen Feng.
In an instant, this insignificant beast transformer became a celebrity on campus.
Afternoon, principal's office. 8 figures stood in perfect formation before Bai Ji.
Bai Ji shed the relaxed demeanor she shown with Chen Feng, adopting a serious expression as she addressed the group. Please introduce yourselves.
Get to know each other. I have plans for you later. A square-jawed man with a stern expression spoke first. Gu Qianhe, junior, level 66 necromancer.
Mu Yunbo, sophomore, level 58 machinist.
Xiong Qi, freshman, level 41 spirit thief.
Suo Chao, freshman, level 41 gunner.
Lin Yi, freshman, level 42 coil dragon warrior. Gu Qianhe, the square-jawed man, was secretly startled.
In their freshman year, the highest level among their cohort seemed to be 41.
How could every one of these individuals be level 41, and one even level 42?
Truly, the youth were formidable. Lin Qingqing, freshman, level 44 Snow Maiden.
Gu Qianhe's eyes widened in disbelief.
His mind was filled with question marks.
How could mere freshmen reach level 44? How on earth did they manage that?
Noticing Gu Qianhe's expression, a timid girl from the back of the crowd stepped forward and said in a sweet, whiny voice, "Gu, it seems you've been in seclusion for too long.
You don't know anything about our school anymore. She's an SSS tier hidden class, you know."
What?
Gu Qianhe was stunned again. He never imagined their school could harbor an SSS tier genius, a once-in-a-decade prodigy.
All these years, he'd secluded himself in the second peak, almost detached from the world. He only visited the main peak when entering dungeons, and even then, he usually soloed them. His formidable undead army made teaming up inefficient. Thus, he had lived like a hermit, cut off from the world. No wonder he reached level 44 as a freshman.
SSS tier talent is truly terrifying.
The girl named Gu Qianhe who offered the explanation stood over 1.9 meters tall and weighed around 300 jin. She resembled a human mountain of flesh, her sheer presence capable of swallowing Lin Qingqing, Xiong Qi, and Mu Yunbao whole. Yet in stark contrast to her imposing stature was her voice uncommonly sweet, unlike Bai Ji's sultry older sister tone or Lin Qingqing's ethereal clarity. Hers was thick with saccharine warmth, radiating an aura of boundless life's sweetness. Chen Feng's mind flashed with the words, "Your online girlfriend."
Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xianxian, a junior in my third year, and I'm a level 6300 Flowers Fairy. Suo Chao sucked in a sharp breath. This was quite different from his imagined image of 100 Flowers Fairy. Gu Qianhe gazed at the imposing Chen Feng with a hint of anticipation. Somehow, he sensed that everyone in the room regarded him as the focal point. Could it be another SSS tier talent? Impossible. How could there be so many geniuses, all crammed into one class? Chen Feng took a slight step forward and announced under Gu Qianhe's expectant gaze. Chen Feng, freshman, level 33 beast transformation user. Cough cough cough.
This time, Gu Qianhe nearly choked on her own spit. He never imagined this imposing young man, who looked like the team's core, would be a beastmaster and only a level 33 one at that. Then it clicked: by beastmasters' professional standards, getting into their school probably meant pulling strings. Level 33 likely meant someone else had leveled him up. Gu Qianhe, who had been harboring some suspicions, was now completely dumbfounded. What was Principal Bai gathering them together for? To introduce each other? Bai Shi stared expressionlessly at the 8 students. Alright, you've all gotten acquainted. I called you here primarily for the upcoming Continental Intercollegiate Tournament in a year. This is our school's first time participating in this tournament. I expect you to work together seamlessly and make a stunning debut. Gu Qianhe couldn't believe his ears. He scratched his ear, pointed at himself, then pointed at Chen Feng. Us? His mind was filled with question marks. He was supposed to accompany a level 33 beast transformer to the All-Continent College League? Are you kidding me? Yes, it's you two. You've both been selected as my elite representatives. I hereby appoint Chen Feng as team captain for this event. He will have full authority to make all arrangements moving forward. You must obey his commands without question. Understood? Except for Gu Qianhe and Lu Xianxian, the others replied in unison, understood. Mu Yunbao had already learned first-hand information about Chen Feng from his sister. He harbored considerable goodwill toward the guy, so he raised no objections to the school's arrangement. Though Lu Xianxian had heard of Chen Feng several times and recognized his exceptional talent, her resistance stemmed not from him personally, but from the entire freshman class. Mu Yunbao's strength was undeniable. Reaching Crimson Robe Martial Sovereign by sophomore year alone proved his power beyond question. She could accept his participation in the competition. But these freshman juniors? She simply couldn't wrap her head around it. Even more perplexing was the square-jawed necromancer, Gu Qianhe. He couldn't fathom why the school had made such an arrangement. And who exactly was this level 33 Beastmaster? What kind of privileged young master was he to command such authority? To have them all serve as his supporting cast and to be named captain? Bai Shi raised an eyebrow, turning to Lu Xianxian and Gu Qianhe. Do either of you have any objections? Chapter 141, Chen Feng vs Gu Qianhe. Gu Qianhe inwardly grumbled, of course I have objections, major ones at that. But he didn't know Chen Feng's background, so he couldn't afford to speak too harshly. Principal Bai, I don't think it's appropriate. After all, our juniors are still young. If an irreversible injury were to occur during the match, it would be a tremendous loss for the school. Bai Ji looked at Gu Qianhe and Lu Xianxian. You needn't worry about that. Trust the school's arrangements. She turned to Chen Feng, stop lurking in the background. Go organize everyone properly. Bai Shi felt a twinge of irritation. It was clear the criticism was directed at him, yet he hadn't stepped forward to explain himself, leaving her to defend him instead. Oh. Principal Bai, Fengshan understands.
Chen Feng then turned to address the entire group.
Since Principal Bai has assigned me as your leader, she must have her reasons.
Relax, everyone. I'll take you somewhere. Then, a delicate little tower shot out from between her eyebrows.
Whoosh, 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 it sucked the remaining air into itself, and she followed closely behind.
The moment they entered the first level of the delicate tower, Gu Qianhe and Lu Xianxian were utterly stunned.
After all, mastery over spatial power was typically a feat reserved for those at level 80. Yet this seemingly ordinary level 33 beast-transformed individual had just transported them into another dimension.
When did beast-transformed practitioners gain such power?
Even if it wasn't his own ability, they'd never heard of any artifact or spirit-enhanced equipment at this level possessing such capabilities. They sensed the vastness of the surrounding world, indistinguishable from the real world. Compared to the two of them, the remaining few were slightly surprised but had some prior mental preparation, so they appeared much more composed. Boss, this really is the first floor of the Linglong Tower.
You actually pulled this off? That's insane. What kind of monstrous luck is this? Linglong Tower? Gu Qianhe's mouth twitched.
He had once ventured into the Linglong Tower during his freshman year. Carefully recalling the environment back then, it did bear a resemblance.
But isn't the Linglong Tower a dungeon? Today isn't a dungeon opening day, right? How did you manage to teleport us in? And isn't the Linglong Tower restricted to martial artists above level 30? Oh, you mean that? The Linglong Tower is my artifact.
I manipulated it to teleport you all here.
A barrage of question marks erupted in Gu Qianhe's mind. He was utterly baffled. What did he mean, the Linglong Tower was his? Was that little tower just now the Linglong Tower? But wasn't the Linglong Pagoda only 3 stories tall? Why did it look like it had so many more? What am I thinking? Who am I? Where am I? Gu Qianhe felt his understanding of reality severely shaken.
He glanced back at Lu Xianxian, who looked just as bewildered, and felt a little better. It felt like the world had transformed beyond recognition during his seclusion. Senior brother Qianhe, feel free to unleash your skills right here.
Take it out on me.
Chen Feng struck a fighting stance, intent on giving these two newbies a taste of his power.
Qianhe gave the overconfident youth a dismissive snort, feeling a bit dazed. You?
Let me tell you straight, barely anyone in the entire 3rd year can match me.
You're just a little kid at level 33.
What a joke. I'll only need to use 30% of my strength to toy with you.
Gu Qianhe resolved to teach this arrogant brat a lesson.
He'd show him why the flowers were so red. With that, he waved his hand, conjuring a bone staff that radiated a bone-chilling cold.
A ring of tiny red skulls was embedded along its length. Gu Qianhe's lips curled slightly. Skeleton of the dead.
The ground rumbled as pairs of skeletal hands emerged from fissures.
Within moments, thousands of skeleton soldiers crawled densely from the earth.
Gu Qianhe folded his arms across his chest, watching Chen Feng with a smile, making no move to unleash further skills. In his view, this 1,000-strong skeleton army alone would be more than enough to give the young man before him a taste of his own medicine. Though this was a skill he'd learned at level 10, his current level had not only boosted the skeletons' power but also amplified their numbers exponentially. This horde of level 30 skeletons would send shivers down the spines of even ordinary level 50-60 martial artists, endless, utterly unstoppable. Watching the swaying skeletons wielding rusty weapons and shields, Chen Feng transformed in an instant. A 30-meter-long black dragon emerged, its massive wings gleaming with a cold, sinister sheen. This spectacle nearly made Gu Qianhe, who had been preparing to sit down and watch the spectacle, jump out of his skin. Dragons were creatures of legend, and judging by its appearance, this was none other than the legendary Yinglong, the progenitor of all dragons. The serpentine dragon's claws flashed with a cold gleam, clearly possessing immense destructive power. From the faint yet palpable aura of pressure emanating from it, Gu Qianhe could sense the sheer might of this beastly transformation. Chen Feng let out a piercing dragon's roar, sweeping his tail horizontally. In one fell swoop, he cleared away over 100 skeleton soldiers in front of him. With a clatter, the shattered bones dissolved into scattered starlight and vanished entirely. The colossal black dragon's head reared high. A crimson-purple glow flared across its chest. As it opened its maw, thousands of crimson lightning bolts erupted forth. In an instant, the entire skeleton legion transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning. 3 seconds. Every skeleton soldier fell. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. What a pity there was no health points to gain, otherwise, this many skeleton soldiers would have been enough for him to level up. Gu Qianhe was stunned. A skill of this caliber was beyond the reach of most third-year students. What kind of freak was this beast master, capable of summoning the legendary Yinglong? His earlier underestimation vanished. This single transformation alone proved Chen Feng's potential. If they reached similar levels, victory would be far from certain. He swung his hand again, unleashing a pack of wolves formed from hundreds of skeletal remains that charged toward Chen Feng at breakneck speed. This was his second skill, emphasizing blistering speed and ferocious attacks. Yet even so, when the pack of level 40 bone wolves collided with Chen Feng, their teeth tore relentlessly but failed to breach the dragon's scales by even a fraction.
Chen Fengxiang's claws flashed, his dragon tail swept, each strike taking down several bone wolves. In mere moments, the entire pack of bone wolves was annihilated. Gu Qianhe's mouth twitched. Was this the strength one should possess at level 33? These bone wolves were a formidable level 40 force, numbering over 100. And yet, in just a few minutes, they were all wiped out? He gripped his bone staff more firmly, his expression turning serious. Primordial ape. The shattered bones scattered across the ground rapidly coalesced in one direction. With a series of crackling sounds, they soon formed a colossal ape over 30 meters tall, composed entirely of skeletal remains. Chapter 142, The Captain. Suo Chao watched with rapt attention. Whoa, a monkey? Isn't that Big Brother's specialty? Sure enough, upon seeing the giant ape, Chen Fengxiang transformed from the ancestral dragon into a 20-meter-tall gibbon with elongated arms. Chen Fengxiang patted his chest and let out a deep roar, baring two pale yellow fangs as if to intimidate his opponent. The skeletal ape, also of the simian kind, seemed suppressed by the superior bloodline of the higher-tier primate. Its movements slowed considerably. Chen Fengxiang charged head-on toward the skeletal giant ape. Both colossal apes swung their powerful fists. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent Chen Feng flying over 100 meters. Though the ancient ape didn't retreat, its entire arm was shattered into bone fragments scattered across the ground. Chen Fengxiang planted his feet, leaping dozens of meters into the air. Clenching both fists, he slammed them down toward the ancient ape. The ancient ape blocked with its remaining arm. Boom! Another deafening crash. Clatter! The giant ape's other arm was shattered as well. Before the skeletal fragments could regroup, Chen Feng spun and mounted the ancient ape's back. It must be said that after contracting the golden-winged great pink bird, Chen Fengxiang's speed had increased by more than just a little. He could now fully display the agility of a monkey. The long-armed monkey now moved with not only terrifying strength but also movements as sharp and fluid as flowing clouds in water. Perched atop the ancient ape's back, Chen Feng unleashed a barrage of hammer blows against its head. Despite towering over Chen Feng by nearly a third in height, the ancient ape lagged behind in both agility and defense compared to Chen Feng's long-armed ape. Its only advantage lay in slightly superior brute strength, leaving it with the frustrating sensation of punching air. It couldn't even make contact. In no time at all, Chen Fengxiang had dismantled it piece by piece. Driven by the man's competitive spirit, Gu Qianhe gritted his teeth and bellowed. Bone spear. A bone spear over 3 meters long, shimmering with an orange-yellow glow, rapidly materialized. With a flick of his wrist, the spear shot toward Chen Fengxiang with tremendous penetrating force. Its speed approached the speed of sound. At such velocity, Gu Qianhe was certain Chen Fengxiang couldn't dodge. To avoid killing him, Gu deliberately aimed the spear at Chen's upper and lower abdomen. With Lu Xianxian present, even if Chen Fengxiang suffered severe injuries, he could be saved as long as he still had a breath left. Therefore, Gu Qianhe only needed to leave the brat alive. The bone spear, carrying an unstoppable momentum, shot toward Chen Fengxiang like a meteor, striking with lightning speed. Whoosh! The sharp bone spear pierced clean through Chen Feng's body, plunging deep into the ground. Gu Qianhe's lips curled into a faint smile. If she couldn't handle a mere level 33 brat, she'd have no face left to show at school. But he had to admit, this kid was terrifyingly strong. The ancient ape he'd summoned possessed stats equivalent to a level 50 demon beast, yet it had been completely overwhelmed by the boy. A faint sense of shame stirred within him. He had promised to use only 30% of his strength, yet this ancient ape alone had already exceeded the threshold. Failing to take down the kid had forced him to resort to his bone spear, currently his most powerful and fastest single-target attack. Even among peers of the same level, almost no one could withstand a single thrust of his spear. Ha! He sensed something amiss. Why did Chen Feng show no reaction after being pierced by the bone spear? The expected gushing blood hadn't spattered the ground. No! It's a residual image. Before Gu Qianhe could react, a chill ran down his neck. A crimson katana pressed against his throat. The cold gleam on the blade stung his skin. He had no doubt about its sharpness. If the owner applied even slight pressure, his head would likely be severed. In disbelief, he slowly turned his head. Behind him stood Chen Feng, golden wings fluttering, holding the crimson blade that now pressed against his throat. Teleportation? Teleportation? He swallowed hard, utterly baffled. How could Chen Fengxiang, a junior at this level, possibly master teleportation, a power reserved for those above level 80 at just level 33? I lost. Though extremely reluctant, Gu Qianhe had to admit that if this had been a life or death battle, he would likely already be a corpse. He never imagined this level 33 kid could deliver the final blow. After all, he was a senior in his final year, boasting a staggering level 66. Gu Qianhe pinched himself. This feels like a dream. He found it hard to accept that after 20 years of grueling effort, he couldn't defeat a mere level 33 beast-type user. While he'd underestimated his opponent earlier, he had to admit this kid was seriously abnormal. Given time to grow, he would undoubtedly become his match. Chen Feng sheathed his blade and bowed his fist toward Gu Qianhe. You're welcome, Senior Gu. His victory over Gu Qianhe didn't mean Gu was weak. On the contrary, Gu was so strong he had no equals. That's precisely why he'd underestimated him, giving him an opening to strike. It was also because Gu hadn't fully grasped his skills. Had Gu unleashed his killing move from the start, the outcome would have been far from certain. Gu Qian has solemnly extended his right hand to shake Chen Feng's. You're formidable. Principal Bai made a wise choice appointing you captain. Beside them, the voluptuous Lu Xianxian clapped her hands as she approached, her sweet, lowly-like voice chiming in again. You truly live up to the hype. I'd heard all sorts of things about you before, but seeing you today, I realize you're even more insane than the rumors suggest. From that moment on, the team fully accepted Chen Fengshang as their captain. Lu Xianxian immediately sighed. With only a year left, you'll be lucky to reach level 55. What a pity otherwise, you might have actually cracked the top 10. Chen Fengshang understood her concern and replied, Principal Bai assigned me as captain not just for my strength, but more importantly for this. He pointed toward the sky. The Linglong Tower. I've now fully assimilated the Linglong Tower. That means, with my permission, you can enter and exit anytime, no need to wait for the monthly instance. What? The group gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. The monthly instance was an established norm for everyone. If they could farm monsters continuously, wouldn't their efficiency skyrocket dozens of times over? Even if half the time was spent eating and sleeping, they'd still progress tenfold faster than ordinary players. Gu Qianhe looked at the juniors with envy. It's a pity that at my level with Lu Xianxian, we can't gain experience in these low-level dungeons. Chapter 143, 3rd floor of Linglong Tower. Hearing this, Lu Xianxian shook her head helplessly. At their level, the number of dungeons they could participate in dwindled. They even had to hunt demon beasts in the 10,000 mountains to level up, where every danger factor increased exponentially. She truly envied these youngsters. Chen Feng looked at the two of them with a smile. Is there any chance Linglong Tower has more than 4 floors? What? Gu Qian stared at Chen Fengshang in shock, finding it hard to believe. The Linglong Tower has 9 floors. At my current level, I can only unlock the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 9th floors. Reaching level 40 will unlock the 4th floor. But even the 3rd floor now has elite demon beasts around levels 50-60. I imagine you've gained some experience. Once I hit level 40 and unlock the 4th floor, there should be level 70 demon beasts. By then, your levels should have risen further. Gu Qianhe excitedly grabbed Chen Fengshang's hands. Junior, no big brother. From now on, Chen Fengshang, you are my big brother, Gu Qianhe's big brother. Chen Fengshang's mouth twitched. Senior, please calm down. Lu Xianxian's sweet, syrupy voice rang out, Brother Chen, are you missing a little sister? Chen Feng broke out in a cold sweat, Senior, please control yourself. After some discussion, Chen Fengshang outlined the plan for the coming days. During the monthly period when the external dungeons opened, they would participate as usual to save resources for their Linglong Tower. The rest of the time, they would grind monsters within the tower. Currently, their 8 members were split into 2 squads. Chen Fengshang, Gu Qianhe, and Lu Xianxian formed one team. Since the other 2 were significantly higher level, killing 2nd floor beasts wouldn't drain Chen Fengshang's health points. In short, 2 experts above level 60 were guiding Chen Fengshang through monster grinding and leveling. The other 4 members, meanwhile, hunted elite monsters of level 40 or higher on the 2nd floor. This allowed them to level up while also farming low-level blue-grade spirit equipment. With Chen Fengshang acting as their GPS-like cheat code, both groups achieved far more efficient and precise coverage of the entire 2nd floor of Linglong Tower. In less than 3 days, nearly all level 40+ beasts and groups of level 35 beasts on the 2nd floor were cleared. Chen Fengshang successfully reached level 42. He couldn't help but marvel at how satisfying this free ride felt. He barely had to lift a finger. Wherever Gu Qianhe's pack of level 40 bone wolves and thousands of level 30 skeleton soldiers went, they swept through like locusts. He only needed to occasionally cast a skill or two to maintain a sense of participation, enjoying a leveling experience as smooth as flying. Lin Qingqing had also reached level 45, Nailin level 43, while Xiongqi and Suochao both hit level 42. Emerging from Linglong Tower, the group gathered for a feast by the lake behind Four Peaks Mountain. This place had now been transformed by the group into their own little utopia. Everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment was readily available. Lin Qingqing sat on a swing, swaying back and forth as she gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Xiongqi casually sliced a piece of grilled meat with his dagger and handed it to Nailin. Nailin accepted it, then hesitated, staring at Xiongqi's purplish-red dagger. Are you sure you can still use that dagger like this? Don't worry. If I couldn't even control my own poison, what kind of spirit thief would I be? Beside them, Suochao's mouth twitched. I believed that line last time too, and then I was ting for 3 days straight. Xiongqi froze. That was clearly the food's fault. What does it have to do with me? Seeing Nailin's skeptical expression, Xiongqi snatched the grilled meat from his hand and took a bite himself. Suochao shook his head at Chen Fengshang. Sigh, some people catch up in 3 days what takes us a year to achieve. This world is just unbearable. Chen Fengshang tossed a chicken bone at his head. Stop whining. We're going into the tower soon. You can play here by yourself. Suo Chao suddenly lost his appetite for the chicken leg in his hand. No, brother foam, father foam, grandfather foam, don't leave me behind. Chen Feng ignored him, sitting by the lake in a daze. When he hit level 40, the system rewarded him with another 200,000 points. After deducting the 300,000 points spent on the golden-winged graping bird last time, he still had 900,000 points left. Now that he had reached level 40, he hesitated over his next choice for a martial spirit. Currently, his attributes were no weaker than anyone else's. Yet, when facing truly formidable opponents, he still couldn't hold his ground. He wasn't even a match for them in a single exchange. After much deliberation, Chen Feng decided to contract the beast spirit of the Xuanwu, one of the 4 great ancient spirit beasts. The Xuanwu spirit beast provided a 200% defensive boost, but it possessed an exceptionally powerful skill, absolute defense. This skill granted him invincibility for 3 seconds. With this skill, even when facing opponents too powerful to defeat head-on, he could activate absolute defense and then manipulate the Linglong Tower to retreat inside it. It was essentially like gaining an extra life. After realizing this, he hesitated no longer and bound the spirit of the black tortoise. After lunch, everyone rest up. We'll enter the tower promptly at 3 p.m. Today, we're pushing to the 3rd floor. Suo Chao jumped up from the ground, excitedly exclaiming. Yay, we're finally going to the 3rd floor? He still remembered the predicament his group faced on the 3rd floor a year ago. But times had changed. Not only had their party levels risen significantly, but they now had 2 experts above level 60 protecting them. If things got too dire, Chen Feng could always activate the Linglong Tower to teleport everyone out. After a midday rest, everyone's mental state was optimized. Chen Feng immediately enveloped the group and transported them into the 3rd floor of the Linglong Tower, landing precisely at the boundary marker of the Linglong Hall. The moment the 8 figures materialized, they were swiftly detected by the surrounding demonic beasts. Gu Qianhe and Lu Xianxian visibly lit up with excitement. After days of tediously grinding level 30-40 minions, they finally encountered some decent demonic beasts. Senior Xianxian, pull one of those beasts over. After several days of teamwork, Chen Feng had gained a general understanding of both their skills. As a support-type hidden class, Lu Xianxian's 100 Flowers Fairy was more akin to a wood-based control support, capable of manipulating tough vines for immobilization. Without hesitation, Lu Xianxian whipped out a vine as thick as an adult's thigh, swiftly binding the claw of a distant 2-headed wolf. Gu Qianhe summoned a 30-meter giant ape to handle the vine. The greed in the ensnared 2-headed wolf's eyes gradually gave way to terror. Yet no matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't break free from the vine's grip. Chapter 144, Elite Monsters as Grunt Fodder. The moment the 2-headed wolf was dragged within the boundary marker's range, the group unleashed a barrage of skills. Instant kill. The level 62-headed wolf was taken down instantly, without even a chance to retaliate. Your party defeated a level 60 elite demon beast. You gained 18,000 HP. Chen Feng watched his health surge by a staggering 180,000 points, his heart racing with excitement. He wasn't alone, the others were equally thrilled. Gu Qianhe and Lu Xianxian beamed with joy. They'd finally received a long-awaited health boost. They were astonished by their own squad. A level 60 elite demon beast would normally require considerable effort to defeat, even with classmates of the same level working together. Yet this group of level 40-50 youngsters had taken it down in an instant. Mu Yubao idly fiddled with the Bagua disc in her hand, not even needing to intervene. These kids were just too freaking overpowered. Chen Feng watched the group unleash their killing moves right off the bat and cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, conserve your energy. There's plenty more to come. Gu Qian has swallowed hard, surveying the 3rd floor teeming with elite monsters. In a normal dungeon, encountering just a handful of such high-level foes would be rare. Here, an entire floor was packed with them, roughly estimated at over 10,000. Again! Another level 60 elite monster was pulled into the boundary marker's range, and most of the group's offensive skills were still on cooldown. Chen Feng charged forward, roaring as he collided head-on with the beast. A level 60 mammoth far surpassed the fragile 2-headed wolf in both strength and defense. Chen Feng transformed into a giant ape and charged forward with a roar. The mammoth flung him aside with a single trunk swipe, yet inflicted no significant damage. Chen Fengshan's defense had become his strongest attribute among the 4, making him nearly as hard as a lump of iron. Even SSS tier hidden classes of the same level, without any luck attribute bonuses, couldn't match his defense. The mammoth froze for a moment, its trunk stinging oddly. What the hell was this thing? How could it be as hard as a rock? Before it could react, Chen Feng flung into the air, spread his wings and dove back toward the mammoth. Empowered by Gu Qianhe's skill and supported by Lu Xianxian, the level 50 bone ape could actually wrestle head-on with the mammoth. Gripping its 2 tusks with both hands, the bone ape was driven into the ground by the mammoth, plowing 2 deep furrows. Suo Chao's armor-piercing rounds striking the mammoth one by one felt like a drop in the bucket. Having expended his level 40 ultimate rocket barrage at the outset, he was now forced to fire single shots one by one during the skill cooldown.
Each hit left only pinprick-sized wounds barely larger than a hair follicle on the mammoth's hide. Lin Qingqing chanted her spell, causing a triangular ice spike to materialize in midair. The longer she channeled her power, the larger the spike grew, even causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. 3 seconds later, a towering ice spike over 10 meters tall shot violently toward the mammoth. With a wet thud, it sank into the mammoth's belly. The sharp spike sank nearly a third of its length into the flesh. Ice blast. Lin Qingqing swung her staff again, and the entire ice spike exploded into dust with a loud bang. The mammoth let out a piercing roar of pain. A massive gash ripped open its belly, blood gushing out in a torrent. Gu Qianhe shook his head helplessly, recalling his own level 40 single target skill, Bone Spear. If he were only level 45, he certainly wouldn't have inflicted any fatal damage on this mammoth. Yet here was Lin Qingqing, a mere level 45 girl, had managed to inflict such severe wounds on a level 60 elite monster. SSS tier martial artists truly were top-tier geniuses born once in decades. There was still a vast gap between her and an SS tier martial artist. In contrast, Nalini seemed somewhat at a loss when facing this colossal beast. His coiled dragon staff transformed into a weapon over 10 meters long, delivering a series of fierce blows against the mammoth. Yet, the massive creature sustained little tangible damage. Instead, he and Suo Chao ended up resembling a pair of scraping therapists. After becoming invisible, Xiongqi seized her chance, leaping swiftly up the mammoth's leg like an agile flea. Within seconds, she reached the creature's head. The dagger in her hand flashed with a purple glow as she plunged it into the mammoth's occipital region. Instantly, a visible purple-black wound, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, blossomed on the mammoth's skull. The mammoth, seared by pain, let out another piercing bellow. Its 2 front legs leapt high, its trunk lashing violently backward. Chen Feng sidestepped and leapt back into the air. The agile Xiongqi had already dodged out of harm's way. No matter how monstrous the great beast's strength and defenses were, it couldn't touch a single one of them. After exhausting itself, the mammoth finally collapsed to the ground in defeat. The mammoth's collapse sent the surrounding spectator beasts scattering in a panic. This group was too abnormal, controlling and attacking at the same time. They couldn't fight back, couldn't run away, and their lives were at stake. The group shifted tactics. Instead of passively drawing monsters into the boundary marker to avoid being targeted, they now actively sought out demon beasts to fight. Soon, the entire third floor echoed with the howls and wails of various beasts, rising and falling in waves. Phew! Chen Feng and the others emerged from the Linglong Tower and sat by the small lake behind the 4 peaks. Night had fallen, and the lake shimmered with the warm glow of the small lanterns they had placed around it. After an afternoon of fierce combat, everyone's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, forcing them to rest. Mu Yu Bao spun the feng shui compass in his hand. This afternoon, we hunted down 17 level 50 elite monsters and 6 level 60 elite monsters. We also dropped 2 blue-grade spirit equipment pieces. Everyone was thrilled. Not only did they gain vitality points for leveling up, but they also obtained spirit equipment drops. Gu Qianhe tossed his head back and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Honestly, in the 3 years since I started college, I haven't killed more elite monsters in total than we did today. You guys have no idea, in normal dungeons, getting 2 or 3 elite monsters is already lucky, and you have to fight others for them. Killing just one is pure luck. Ah, Chen Feng, you rock. Here's to you. Suo Chao wiped down his rifle barrel. He'd fired over 1,000 rounds today, nearly wearing out the rifling. What are you saying? That's called Big Brother. Gu Qianhe's old face flushed. Right. Big Brother, Chen, Big Brother. Chen Fengshang nearly choked on his watermelon. No. Just call me Fengshang. Everyone, get a good night's rest. We'll continue tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. This feeling was damn exhilarating. They'd gladly skip sleep altogether. But their bodies were their capital for revolution. As long as they clung to Brother Fengshang's coattails, days like this would come around again and again. Gu Qianhe, Mu Yunbao, and Lu Xianxian all silently rejoiced. Only now did they realize what a tremendous opportunity Principal Bai had granted them. Chapter 145, Abnormal Attributes. The next day, the group reassembled and entered the 3rd floor of the Linglong Tower. They began hunting the demonic beasts of the 3rd level. Thus, a week passed and everyone's level had surpassed 50. Gu Qianhe, level 68. Lu Xianxian, level 65. Mu Yunbao, level 62. Lin Qingqing, level 52. Nalini, level 51. The remaining 3 were all at level 50. The overall strength had risen by a tier. Chen Feng earned 250,000 points and unlocked the 5th floor of Linglong Tower. As for the 4th floor, he still hadn't dared to set foot there. He could distinctly sense several terrifying auras within, fearing that with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to peer into its secrets. Chen Fengshan once again exchanged 300,000 points for the legendary White Tiger Spirit Beast, renowned among the 4 sacred beasts for its slaughtering might. His attack power surged another 200%. It had reached an unimaginable level. Overjoyed, he opened his attributes. Chen Fengshan.
Level 50 HP 117,250 250,000. Strength 3,919. Defense 3,871. Speed 1,025. Spirit 1,638. Class Beastmaster SSS rank.
Beast transformation abilities: Gibbon, Nine-tailed Qingqiu Fox, Primordial Dragon, Golden-winged Giant Eagle, Black Tortoise, White Tiger. Skills: Immunity to all poisons passive.
Brother Qianhe, what's your spirit stat? Chen Feng wanted to make a comparison. Attributes were typically personal secrets, rarely shared lightly. But over these days, the 8 of them had grown into close partners. As their friendship deepened, they'd become almost confidants who shared everything. Gu Qianhe raised an eyebrow. What? Want to compare? While your strength is decent, your spirit stat definitely can't match mine.
Her expression radiated confidence, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes as she continued, I'm an SS rank hidden class.
While my bonuses aren't as insane as that girl Qingqing's, I still have over 1,700 points. Too bad I only have 2 spirit artifacts, otherwise, I might have broken 2,000. Chen Feng nodded. That is indeed higher than mine. Gu Qianhe asked curiously, you're a beast shifter challenging me on spirit points? What's your score? Over 1,600. Hold on. With that, Chen Feng pulled out the green tier spirit equipment he'd won last time from his green pouch. Green helmet, defense plus 66. Spirit plus 41.
Green connections, spirit plus 58.
Health plus 5,400. Green armor, defense plus 72. Health plus 3,900. Green bracers, spirit plus 43, strength plus 57. Green belt, HP plus 4,300, defense plus 55.
Green boots, speed plus 78, defense plus 36. Chen Feng spent a while getting ready, putting on all the spirit gear.
Once the spirit gear was worn, it fused with his skin, slowly permeating beneath it.
From the surface, no difference could be discerned.
The only difference was the increased stats displayed on his character panel. With this full set equipped, Chen Feng's stats skyrocketed once more.
Though the gear only provided 57 strength, 229 defense, 78 speed, and 142 spirit. These were base stats.
Combined with Chen Feng's insane bonuses,
strength surged by over 576 points, defense skyrocketed by nearly 2,313 points, speed jumped by 660 points, and spirit soared by 1,147 points.
His stats instantly transformed into strength 4,495, defense 6,184, speed 1,685, spirit 2,785.
Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. That gives me over 2,000 spirit points now. He hesitated to mention his own 2,700 plus points, afraid Gu Qianhe would get jealous.
Gu Qianhe stared blankly at Chen Feng. What do you mean your spirit is over 2,000? Senior brother Gu, I'm wearing my gear now. Try stabbing me with your bone spear again. Gu Qianhe eyed him like he was crazy. You're delusional. Prove yourself, don't teleport.
After days of interaction with Gu Qianhe and the others, Chen Feng had observed that Gu Qianhe's strongest single target skill was that bone spear. It possessed decent armor-piercing effects and was extremely fast, capable of piercing even level 60 elite monsters.
Chen Feng flinched slightly, his eyes flashing with an unreadable amusement. Why don't you try it and see? Gu Qianhe stood up. Fine. Since you're itching for a fight, I'll oblige. But if your spirit armor gets pierced, you'll need spirit gathering elixir to repair it. Don't cry over it later. Before Chen Feng could respond, Mu Yunbao interjected, no spirit gathering elixir needed. One of my class skills is repairing spirit armor, just infuse it with spiritual energy. The others looked on with envy. Over the past few days, they'd come to understand just how powerful Mu Yunbao, this thousand machines master, truly was. It was a profession that burned through money like crazy, but equally, it was one that could rake in the cash. Saving spirit gathering elixir on spirit equipment repairs meant saving millions in material costs alone per piece. The reason machinists were considered money-burning was their combat style. They summoned devastating weapons like artillery beds and crossbows through formations. This differed from Suo Chao, who only needed to channel mental energy to generate bullets of various types and effects. But the weapons Mu Yunbao wields? Those are real, tangible items she must purchase with her own funds. It's no exaggeration to say they cost hundreds of thousands per minute. Certain specialized ballistae are even single-use, with each shot costing millions. Thus, despite being backed by the fabulously wealthy Mu family, Mu Yunbao lives like a pauper, scrimping and saving even on food. But it must be said, pay-to-win players are incredibly powerful. Once again surrounded by demonic beasts, Mu Yunbao unleashed his full power, leaving Suo Chao utterly dumbfounded as if he were witnessing his own future self after reaching level 70. Even Gu Qianhe couldn't help but marvel. Even the most powerful third-year martial artist couldn't match Mu Yunbao's output. Gu Qianhe grinned at Chen Feng. Alright, I've been itching to beat you up for ages. With that, the two assumed their stances. Gu Qianhe's bone staff flickered, conjuring a bone spear over 10 feet long from the void.
Shimmering with a withered yellow hue and accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, it lunged toward Chen Fengxiang's backside.
Gu Qianhe thought to himself, "You little brat, I'll show you what a 1,000-year kill looks like." Though Chen Fengxiang was confident in his defense, the bone spear's cold gleam unsettled him.
The angle of its thrust was downright ridiculous. He tensed his buttocks, shifting his hips slightly to the side.
Clang!
The fabric on Chen Fengxiang's buttocks was pierced, yet the bone spear left only a tiny white mark. Propelled by the spear's momentum, he stumbled forward 2 steps before patting his buttock. "That won't cut it either, old Gu." Gu Qianhe's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he leapt up from the ground in disbelief.
Chapter 146, Prayer Beads.
He scrambled over, grabbed Chen Fengxiang, and examined his buttocks for a long while until Chen Fengxiang let out a stinky fart that sent Gu Qianhe reeling.
"Ugh! What the hell did you eat for lunch? That stinks like hell. But seriously, what kind of reinforced concrete butt do you have? It actually withstood my bone spear."
He stared at the bone spear shattered into dust on the ground, doubt creeping into his eyes. "Even someone in our grade with over 60 points in aura and maxed out defense wouldn't dare take my bone spear head on.
How did you pull that off?"
Lu Xianxian, who had been preparing to heal Chen Feng, froze in place. She knew Gu Qianhe well. They'd been classmates for 3 years, and he consistently ranked first in their year.
Who would have thought he couldn't break through the defense of a mere freshman? "Boss, how'd you train that iron ass? Teach me, man.
If I learn that, I won't have to worry about my butt when sniping anymore."
Xiongqi sucked in a sharp breath. If Gu Qianhe's bone spear couldn't pierce Chen Fengxiang's defense, what chance did his own dagger stand? None, obviously.
This man had quietly advanced so far without anyone noticing.
Chen Fengxiang met everyone's gazes and explained, "Don't make such a fuss. My defense is high." Right, great defense indeed. How many defense points do you have? Spill it so I can be jealous."
Nailin Yi, another frontline class, felt a twinge of envy but also stubbornness.
"Not much, just 6,184 points." Gu Qianhe froze. "That can't be right. 6,000. What? 6,184?
He stared at Chen Fengxiang as if he'd seen a ghost. That brat had higher spirit than him. He'd swallowed that pride.
But now he was claiming over 6,000 defense? What kind of demonic nonsense was this? Even SSS tier defensive martial artists at this level rarely reached such staggering defense stats.
Lin Qingqing's eyes flashed with an unusual light. "It's actually higher than my mental strength."
Gu Qianhe has sought solace from Lin Qingqing. "What's your mental strength?"
Lin Qingqing pursed her lips.
"Over 5,000, I suppose." Gu Qianhe plunged back into self-doubt.
Chen Feng also felt a tightening in his chest. After all, Lin Qingqing currently had no spirit gear enhancements. If she were to don a full set of equipment and unleash the bone spear, she might just be able to kill him outright in a surprise attack.
Indeed, every SSS tier powerhouse was formidable. Just then, Chen Fengxiang's smartwatch lit up. The caller was none other than Bai Ji.
"Chen Fengxiang, come to the school office." Moments later, Chen Fengxiang pushed open the door to the school office. Inside, Bai Ji sat with her legs crossed, idly playing with a reddish-brown bead in her hand.
Spotting Chen Fengxiang enter, she tossed it to him. "This is from your grandfather."
After the incident last time, Bai Ji had come to understand Chen Fengxiang's identity. Old Chen no longer kept things hidden. Whenever there was something to discuss, he would speak directly to her.
Chen Fengxiang caught it.
The bead felt heavy in his hand, with a distinct wooden texture and a faint sandalwood scent.
A small hole ran through it from front to back. "What is this?" "Prayer beads.
The old monks used them to chant sutras." Bai Ji didn't hold a favorable view of Buddhism, stemming from the Buddhist sect's demon eradication campaign over 2 centuries prior. The Buddhist order and the demon realm, then ruled by the Qingqiu Fox clan, had fought a war lasting nearly 60 years. Both sides ended up severely weakened.
Buddhism, once at its zenith, never fully recovered.
Though the demon realm was wealthy and backed by the vast 10,000 mountains, it too had been crippled. This set the stage for the later rebellion led by the 9-spirit sage. Therefore, in theory, the indirect cause of Bai Ji's lost kingdom and homelessness was this group of old Buddhist monks.
"Oh."
Chen Feng examined the prayer beads in his hand.
"Are they edible?"
Bai Ji shot him a disdainful look.
"Yes. Go ahead and eat it."
"These are the prayer beads of an enlightened Buddhist monk, totaling 108 beads.
This is one of them. Recently, a secret realm near the 3 seals opened periodically with the dungeon cycle.
Holding this bead grants access, but the realm restricts those at the great achievement level or above, meaning level 70 and above."
Chen Fengxiang pondered thoughtfully. "So, you want me to go?" Bai Ji nodded. "That's your grandfather's plan. The realm should contain the legendary Buddha's light relic. This relic can enlighten all things.
If you can erase the original spirit within your Crimson Shadow Demon Blade, you can use the Buddha's light relic to enlighten it, cultivating a new spirit that obeys only you."
Chen Fengxiang's eyes lit up.
So his grandfather had planned all this for him. "When do we depart?" he asked, already brimming with impatience. Ever since sensing the Linglong Tower's immense power, his craving for red-grade spirit equipment had reached unprecedented heights. Unfortunately, the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade currently served little purpose beyond its sharpness.
The reason was that its spirit did not obey Chen Feng.
In its present state, it was merely an empty shell, not a complete piece of equipment. It resembled a soulless corpse, though a remarkably sharp one.
This secret realm's danger rivals the Linglong Tower.
Elite prodigies from every nation across the continent may enter, and most will be nearing level 70.
At your current level, he paused. Ha? You're already level 50?
Chen Feng nodded, his left hand morphing into a sharp white tiger claw as he showed Bai Ji his new transformation.
Bai Ji whistled in amazement.
She never imagined that in just over 10 days, this brat had leaped from level 33 to 50.
The Linglong Tower's power was undeniable. Very well.
With your strength in the Linglong Tower, you should be able to protect yourself.
Just keep a low profile. All heavenly treasures depend on fate, never force them. Safety comes first. Understand?
After the Linglong Tower incident, Bai Ji felt a lingering fear. One fear was that she hadn't protected the Mountain Master's grandson well enough, and if this kid died, she'd be in big trouble. The other was that if Chen Feng died, she'd never become a top-tier 9-tailed Qingqiu fox. Chen Feng felt a wave of warmth wash over him and nodded.
You'll be the only one entering this secret realm. No one can predict what lies within. I'll have Juke escort you there tomorrow. The month ends soon, and the secret realm opens the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourself well. Understood, Master. Chen Feng bid farewell to Bai Ji and descended the stairs. Look! That's Chen Feng, the junior. He's so handsome. Ah, finally seeing him in person. Mr. Fengshan, could I get your autograph?
A girl with a face full of pimples puffed out her chest and ran toward Chen Feng. Ever since the last Miyamoto Academy competition, Chen Feng had become a celebrity on campus. Startled, Chen Feng swiftly sidestepped. The girl missed him entirely and slammed into the pillar behind her with a dull thud. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng flapped his golden wings, soaring into the air and racing toward the direction of the Four Peaks.
Chapter 147, Preparations by All Factions. Hey, big brother, don't run away. I just want an autograph.
The popcorn girl watched a golden meteor streak across the sky and vanish in an instant, stamping her foot in frustration where she stood.
The distance between the main peak and the fourth peak took Chen Feng less than 3 minutes at his current flight speed. He soon arrived at the small lake behind the fourth peak. Boss, what good news does Principal Bai have for you this time? Suo Chao's envy was plain to see.
Chen Feng ignored him and turned to Big Tooth instead. Big Tooth, look into the ruins that recently appeared in the Three Seals area. The moment Big Tooth heard the words Principal Bai, he leaned in, only to be abruptly assigned a task by Chen Feng.
He could only nod helplessly.
Got it, he muttered, pulling out his device and clacking away as he began the search.
Moments later.
Boss, 2 ancient ruins have appeared in the Third Seal area recently. One is a second-tier dungeon that many have already explored, but aside from some herbs, the loot hasn't been substantial. The other one has a higher encryption level, and I only managed to retrieve partial information.
Speak.
Chen Feng clutched the prayer beads in his hand, knowing full well the extraordinary nature of this secret realm.
He was certain this was the one.
The old man rattled off a flurry of keystrokes, and dense lines of code flashed across the screen.
According to intelligence, this secret realm is an ancient Buddha's domain that fell into ruin in antiquity.
It carries a certain religious mystique. The elder briefly relayed the remaining details to Chen Feng, who gained a general understanding.
Boss, you're not seriously thinking of going in, are you?
Chen Feng nodded, explaining the task Bai Ji had entrusted to him. Big Tooth voiced concern. Judging by this realm's difficulty, those venturing in will surely be elite prodigies from various factions, likely all nearing level 70.
Boss, you must be extremely cautious.
Chen Feng hummed in acknowledgement. For him, his current attributes were on par with some SSS tier powerhouses of the same level. Even against opponents in their 60s, he could hold his own. If push came to shove, he could activate absolute defense and retreat into the Linglong Tower. With proper execution, it shouldn't pose any mortal threat to him. Big Tooth pulled a box from under the bed, rummaged through it, and handed Chen Feng several talismans. Boss, these are some talismans I crafted. They won't help much in combat, but they can occasionally produce surprising effects. Keep them on you, you never know when they might come in handy. Chen Feng accepted them, carefully noting each one's effects and usage instructions.
Capital City, Wowo Academy, China's most prestigious martial arts institution. In the principal's office, the white-bearded, white-haired elder gazed at the woman before him with nothing but admiration. Wanner, you are Guowu's only SSS-ranked martial artist in nearly 30 years. You know the high hopes the school has placed on you. There is an opportunity realm at the Three Seals that might further elevate your strength. Are you willing to try? The girl called Wanner, clad in a white martial arts uniform with her hair neatly braided into a scorpion tail style, nodded firmly with unwavering resolve. Japan, Miyamoto Academy. I've secured 2 prayer beads for you both this time. Don't disappoint me. Also, if you encounter someone named Chen Feng, capture him alive. He possesses our national treasure, the Crimson Shadow Demon Blade. Though the brat is troublesome, he's only level 33. You two level 68 twin brothers should handle him easily. Musashi Miyamoto twirled the two prayer beads in his hand, observing the two strikingly similar young men before him. The two young men nodded slightly, speaking in unison, "Rest assured, Mr. Miyamoto. We shall not fail in our mission." Sannin Kingdom, Kincho Temple. A monk radiant in golden light stood surrounded by 18 others, chanting incantations with solemn intonation. Moments later, a brilliant golden light erupted from the monk's body before slowly being drawn back into him. The ritual is complete, Du Yuan. Through esoteric methods, we've compressed your power from level 87 to level 69. Though your available energy is reduced, your combat awareness and spellcasting remain unchanged. This time in the secret realm, we must reclaim what belongs to us. Outsiders must not lay a finger on it. The golden monk pressed his palms together and chanted a prayer, Amitabha Buddha. Du Yuan will not disappoint you, fellow disciples. United States, White House. President Trump, wearing a red baseball cap, looked weary with his aged cheeks and dark circles from sleepless nights. He straightened the collar of the young man standing before him. Brave Major Jerry, with your level 69 SSS tier hidden profession, you are the most advantageous candidate for the Secret Realm expedition. Securing its treasures will give us hope to decipher the ancient civilization of the Three Seals. Then, we may gain the strength to stand against China. I await your good news here at the White House. The youth declared with youthful vigor, I swear by the name of the six-winged seraphim I shall return victorious from the Three Seals. The next day, as the eastern sky began to lighten, Chen Feng's smartwatch chimed insistently. A wave of palpitations, born of sleepless nights, washed over him. Chen Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes, still lingering on the events of his dream. Hey, have some consideration. What time is it? Even the chickens on the back mountain haven't crowed yet. Shukei's urgent voice came through the phone. Come on, hurry up and get up. We need to reach the secret realm of the Three Seals today. Don't be late. Chen Fengxiang frowned slightly. Seriously, Sister Zukei? Are you having anxiety issues lately? Getting to San'in by flying vehicle only takes a few hours. Do we really need to rush this much? Zhuchue's voice came through the phone. The situation isn't quite what you think. To reach San'in, we have to pass through the 10,000 mountains. Using a flying machine over the 10,000 mountains, are you trying to get yourself killed, or me? We have to cross the Himalayas before we can use the aircraft. If we don't make it before nightfall, the demon beasts become far more active once darkness falls. Even I wouldn't be confident dealing with those difficult to kill snow demons, let alone with a burden in tow. Chen Fengxiang grumbled reluctantly, Hey, who are you calling a burden? You're not the liability. If we encounter snow demons, you're on your own. Chen Fengxiang retorted indignantly, a mere snow demon? Come on. Fine, I'll handle it. The phone voice carried that familiar tone of condescending ignorance. The snow demons of the Himalayas aren't like the ones you learn about in books. The Himalayan snow never melts, nourished by the mountain's spiritual energy. These creatures, usually only 4th or 5th tier, can grow to 7th or 8th tier. Rumor has it there might even be 9th tier snow demons in the Himalayas. I'd rather not run into them. Alright, get up already. If you don't, I'm coming to pull your covers off. Chen Fengxiang trembled at the mention of 9th tier snow demons. Alright, I'm getting up right now. Chapter 148, Spirit Beasts. Moments later, Chen Fengxiang, fully dressed, flew toward the main peak. Upon arriving at the main peak, he spotted Zhu Kei, clad in crimson robes, waiting for him on the training grounds. The vermilion bird sensed the aura emanating from Chen Fengxiang. Ha! Kid, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've already broken through to the 5th rank? She was somewhat incredulous, recalling the grueling effort required when she herself had advanced. When had leveling up become so effortless? Time's tight. Otherwise, I could have advanced even further. Zhu Kei eyed him skeptically. Alright, let's go. We're running out of time. Those farther away have probably already set off. Chen Fengxiang followed Zhu Kei into the aircraft. Less than an hour into their flight, it touched down gently. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau lies ahead. We'll have to hike up from here. The skies here harbor gale force winds akin to those atop Kunlun Mountain, strong enough to scatter even aircraft. With that, Zhu Kei blew a sharp whistle, summoning a black panther whose glossy coat shimmered with a deep, raven-like sheen. The panther measured over 3 meters in length and stood over a meter tall. Its body lines were strikingly elegant, while its limbs displayed explosively defined musculature. Zhu Kei leapt onto the panther's back, glancing at Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood frozen in place, utterly unmoved. Zhu Kei frowned. Where's your spirit beast? You're not going to run off on your own, are you? Chen Fengxiang froze. He didn't have a spirit beast. To others, he probably looked more like one himself. What spirit beast? I don't have one. Suzako stared at him in disbelief. Your grandfather didn't assign you a spirit beast? In her eyes, Chen Fengxiang was a top-tier wealthy player, the finest resources, the best spirit gear, the most exceptional beast spirits. It made no sense for him to lack a spirit beast. But she didn't know that everything Chen Fengxiang possessed now was entirely earned through his own efforts.
Although his points shop allowed him to exchange for spirit beast eggs, they still required incubation and cultivation. Moreover, they wouldn't be of much help to him personally, so he'd simply never bothered.
Nope. Old Chen didn't even give me a single feather. Shu Ke recalled the scene when the mountain master first brought Chen Feng back to the Two Realms mountain and arranged for 18 high-quality young women to accompany him. She shook her head silently. Yeah, right. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't seem to be lying about not having a spirit beast, Shu Ke decided to believe him. Fine, you can ride with me. This weight is nothing to Little Black. The Black Panther growled in displeasure, seemingly wanting Shu Ke to ride alone. Shu Ke stroked the mane on Black Panther's neck, soothing him. Should I sit on top? No, wait, should I go in front or should you go in front? Chen Fengshan's face flushed crimson, nearly blurting out the fantasy he'd been imagining. Suzaku, seemingly oblivious to the young man's mischievous thoughts, yanked him up. Sit in front of me. But once Chen Fengshan climbed aboard, Suzaku felt her view severely obstructed. Now nearly 6 feet tall, Chen Fengshan's shoulders had broadened considerably. Standing at just under 5 feet 7, Suzaku appeared rather petite beside him. Forget it, you sit in the back. With a sigh, Shu Ke pushed Chen Fengshan back to his original seat. Chen Fengshan instinctively wrapped his arms around Suzaku's slender waist, pulling their bodies tightly together. Shu Ke felt Chen Fengshan's breath tickling the back of her neck. Her ears flushed red, and goosebumps rose on her skin. She slapped his hand away. Get your hands off me. Chen Fengshan pouted. Sis, I've never ridden a leopard before. Besides, your leopard doesn't have reins. If I don't hold on to you, who else am I supposed to hold on to? It'll throw me off when it starts running. Shu Ke sighed in resignation and reluctantly allowed him to keep his arms around her. It was the first time in her life she'd been this intimate with a male, even though she'd always thought of Chen Fengshan as a younger brother. Once we return from this secret realm, I'll have the mountain lord assign you a spirit pet. Once trained, it'll become part of your combat strength. Chen Fengshan shook his head. Forget it. I'm afraid the old man would give me something like Peppa Pig. He felt uneasy about his unpredictable grandfather's whims. Exchanging points for one himself seemed far more reliable. Besides, sharing a ride with such a beautiful sister was quite the treat even without a spirit beast. Shu Ke sighed helplessly. Then I'll give you one myself when we get there. No, this one's perfect. It handles both of us with ease. The Black Panther let out a low growl of displeasure as it raced forward. Compared to ordinary spirit beasts, Black Panther was indeed demonically swift. It raced through the mountains as if on flat ground, covering hundreds of meters in a single bound. An hour passed, yet it showed no sign of fatigue. Damn, sis, this Blackie's impressive. They say felines are fast runners but lack endurance, yet this guy's been going for an hour without slowing down. Shu Ke basked in Chen Fengshan's praise. Well, what if I told you this pace isn't even running for Little Black? It's merely strolling. Chen Fengshan was speechless. So this was merely a stroll for the creature. Xiaohe streaked across the Qinghai Tibet Plateau like a black bolt of lightning, soon catching sight of the pristine white snow between distant mountain peaks. The sky over the Qinghai Tibet Plateau displays a deep azure hue, pure as water. Beneath it lay endless stretches of glistening snow, one mountain peak following another. Once we cross these mountains, we'll enter the territory of the Three Seals. This mountain range stretches about 500 li and is a frequent haunt of snow demons. We must stay vigilant. Chen Fengshan nodded. The two men and the leopard rested for a while, allowing Xiaohe to recover his strength so they could traverse this snowy expanse as swiftly as possible. Shu Ke produced a piece of demon beast meat radiating immense energy from somewhere. With a flick of her wrist, a ball of scorching flame sizzled the meat to perfection. In moments, the meat was charred on the outside yet tender within. She tossed it out, and Xiaohe caught it with perfect precision, devouring it in a few bites. Shu Ke repeated the process, feeding him several more pieces. Once the two humans and one beast were well fed and rested, they set off again. This time, Xiaohe's speed visibly surged once more. The Black Panther's swift dash across the pristine snow made it strikingly conspicuous. Not long after setting off, the panther suddenly slowed, as if sensing something amiss. Chen Fengshan carefully sensed the earth trembling faintly, and distant roars could be heard in the distance. Shu Ke's hearing was sharper than Chen Fengshan's. There's a fight ahead. Xiaohe, be careful. Let's go check it out. The Black Panther moved with light, stealthy steps toward the direction of the commotion. Soon, from behind a mountain peak, they caught sight of the scene ahead. 4 figures were locked in combat with a pack of snow demons. Though the snow demons numbered in the dozens, it was clear they were being overwhelmed by the 4 fighters. Victory for the humans was only a matter of time. Shu Ke Xiaomei's brows furrowed slightly. It's them. Chapter 149, Hidden Profession, Sage of Confucianism. Chen Feng glanced at Shu Ke beside him. You know them? Shu Ke nodded, her gaze fixed ahead. That group from Guowu. The little girl being protected in the center should be the one a year older than you at Guowu. Which one? An SSS-ranked martial artist Shang Wanwan. Chen Fengshan watched the battle below, deep in thought. Shang Wanwan, surrounded by 4 warriors, wielded her brush with lightning speed. Spells flew from the scroll in her left hand, striking the snow demon with precise, relentless blows.
She seems quite capable.
What's her profession? A flicker of envy passed through Zhukei's eyes. Confucian sage. It has two abilities. The first is cultivating the unique righteous energy of Confucianism.
Using this energy allows her to alter rules with her words, the extent depending on her power and the rule's strength. For example, if she says, "I have a piece of paper," such minor spells consume almost no righteous energy and can be performed even at low levels. Take another example, with her current strength at over level 60, if she declares, "I possess level 90 power," it would instantly drain her righteous energy dry. She'd suffer severe backlash afterward, and maintaining that level 90 plus state wouldn't last more than 3 seconds.
Got it? Chen Feng swallowed hard. That's insane. It's like she can make anything happen just by saying it. Chen Feng mused inwardly, if I had that power, I'd declare before every move, I'm as hard as a rock. Where's my Diochan? Damn it.
Seeing Chen Fengshang's gaze growing increasingly deranged, Zhukei smacked him hard on the butt.
What are you thinking about, you little brat?
Chen Fengshang declared solemnly, I was thinking, if I had this ability, I'd first give Sister Zhukei an eternal youth buff.
Oh, and what's the second ability? Zhukei giggled. Smooth talker. The second ability is like spell replication, she can rapidly learn any skill she witnesses. Of course, the skill's potency depends on her own abilities. For instance, if she casts a level 90 skill, the effect might be less than 10% of its full power. But if she replicates your skills? She might even surpass you. Holy crap, free ride. That's insane. Chen Feng instantly fell in love with this class. It was packed with abilities he craved. For any seasoned player, freeloading held an irresistible allure. Of course it's insane, how else could it be an SSS tier hidden class? Remember, there's always someone better out there. Never underestimate your opponents, or you might end up tripping over a small obstacle. Chen Fengshan nodded. The world was vast and full of surprises. With all kinds of professions and skills out there, he might just trip up in the gutter if he wasn't careful. Looks like they're also heading for the secret realm near the Three Seals. Seems like everyone going there this time is no pushover. Chen Fengshang felt a subtle pressure building. After all, he was only level 50. Facing so many overpowered players far above his level, it was anyone's guess how he'd fare inside. There's too much commotion over there. We should circle around and avoid unnecessary trouble. The two made up their minds and began quietly retreating down the mountain. Just then, the Black Panther beneath them suddenly stiffened, every hair on its body standing on end. A low growl rose from its throat and it froze in place, trembling slightly. Watch out. As Zhukei spoke, he instantly recalled the Black Panther. Wrapping Chen Feng in his cloak, he transformed into a streak of light, darting swiftly to the side. The moment the two vanished, the mountaintop where they had stood rumbled with a thunderous roar, trembling slightly. The snow accumulated over years on the mountain began to shift, triggering an avalanche. The blizzard, carrying chunks of ice, plunged downward like a primordial beast. Bai Shi formed a hand seal. Hiding breath technique. In an instant, Zhukei and Chen Fengshang's auras vanished completely. They transformed into two snowmen standing motionless nearby. Don't move. I've concealed our presence with magic. As long as we stay still, we won't be exposed. We'll leave once the storm subsides. Chen Fengshang heard Zhukei's voice coming from the snowman beside him. He instinctively glanced down at himself and saw that he had indeed transformed into a snowman. What's going on, sis? Why did I just get this sudden chill running down my spine? A demon. A demon this powerful? Even you can't defeat it? Chen Fengshang knew Zhuchua's power was already approaching level 90. The fact that even she needed to use a breath-concealing spell to hide both their auras showed just how terrifying this demon was. If my senses were correct, that was the aura of a 9th-tier demon beast. The legend might be true, there really is a 9th-tier snow demon near the Himalayas. With my current strength, it'd be tough to handle. Better safe than sorry. Let the Guowu guys worry about it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossus nearly 100 meters tall, composed entirely of ice and snow, rose with a thunderous rumble from the hillside where the two had fled. It glanced in the direction of Chen Feng and the others with confusion, seemingly having lost track of the two auras that had disturbed it moments before. Then, the clamor of battle ahead captured its attention. Stop fighting. Protect Wanner. That aura, it must be a 9th-tier snow demon. Run. At the leader's warning, the four men lifted Shangwan into the air and prepared to flee. With thunderous roars, snow rapidly piled up within a space tens of thousands of meters in diameter. A thick wall of snow shot up from the ground, piercing the sky with deafening crashes. As the gale force winds churned above, the encircling snow wall precisely enclosed Guwu's 5 companions and Chen Feng Zhuchua's 2 snowmen within its confines. What rotten luck! If it hadn't trapped us, we could have just bolted. Now we're stuck pretending. A voice came from the snowman atop Chen Fengshang. Sis Zhukei, don't worry. A spectacle of this caliber doesn't happen every day. It's worth watching. Zhukei sighed. Ah, you have no concept of high-level demon beasts. If even a fraction of the battle's aftermath reached us, you wouldn't survive.
Chen Feng stared at the 100-meter-tall colossus radiating bone-chilling cold.
One punch from that thing would leave me black and blue. Could those guys from Guowu even withstand it? Black eyes?
More like their souls would be scattered to the winds.
Them?
Hard to say. Only one of the 4 is above level 80. The other 3 are close to 80, but I sense no spatial fluctuations from them. That means they haven't mastered spatial power yet. Spatial power is the hallmark of a true level 80 powerhouse. Chen Feng looked ahead, deep in thought.
Damn it, what rotten luck. You two take Wanner and break through. I'll hold him off.
With that, the man above level 80 burst into brilliant light, revealing a set of ornate armor. Gripping a massive, jet-black hammer, he swung it toward the snow giant's descending claw. The hammer conjured a massive black phantom hammer in the void, its diameter stretching over 10 meters.
With a thunderous crash,
it collided with the snow demon's massive hand.
Chapter 150, Snow Demon.
Snow swirled around the middle-aged man wielding the hammer, churning into a whirlwind that sent flakes dancing through the air. The remaining 3 swiftly flew out of the swirling blizzard with Shangguan Wanner.
Mid-air, Shangguan Wanner opened the book in her hand, tore out a page, and set it ablaze. Master Dawn's defense and strength increased by 30%.
A stream of pure energy flowed from her body, coiling toward the mountain where the hammer-wielding middle-aged man stood.
This was the absolute limit of her capacity.
As the words left her lips, her entire body visibly wilted. Clearly, casting support spells for martial artists above level 80 while being 20 levels below consumed an absurd amount of righteous energy. A priest who had flown up beside him also swung his staff, several beams of enhanced light sinking into the middle-aged man's body.
Yet even so,
after taking the snow demon's palm strike head-on, the middle-aged man still coughed up blood.
His eyes filled with resolve as he shouted at the remaining trio, "Run!" Without hesitation, the trio swept Shangguan Wan toward the edge of the snow wall.
Chen Feng watched as 4 figures grew larger in his eyes. Damn it, they're charging this way. Chen Feng glanced at the snow wall barely 100 meters behind him, realizing this group intended to break through here. The man known as Teacher Dawn was wielding his large hammer, maneuvering against the snow demon. Knowing he was no match for it, he avoided direct confrontation, merely pinning the creature down to allow the others to escape. The distance of several kilometers was covered in mere moments as the trio flew toward them.
Ha! Why are there 2 snowmen here? One of them glanced at Chen Feng and Zhu Ke on the ground, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Don't complicate things.
Break through now, another urged. One man wielding a spear channeled immense psychic energy into it, causing the weapon to surge to nearly 20 meters in length as it met the wind. Leaning back, he mustered every ounce of strength and hurled the spear toward the ice wall with a force that bent his body like a bow. This spear pierces through bamboo. Shangguan Wan timely cast the word to action spell, nearly depleting her last reserves of righteous energy. A visible point of blue flashing cold light appeared at the spear's tip. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the spear plunged deep into the snow wall. The imagined scene of the spear piercing through the snow wall did not materialize. The 4 visibly grew anxious. The snow demon engaged in combat seemed to have noticed the commotion here. The man swiftly pulled the spear free, preparing to strike again. By his estimation, a few more thrusts should pierce the snow wall. Sensing the energy emanating from their direction, the snow demon, enveloped in a cold glare, grasped at the air with both hands. A snowball, roughly 10 meters in diameter, coalesced in its palms. With a roar, the snow demon hurled the snowball toward the group. The snowball hurtled through the air, carrying an overwhelming momentum and biting cold. A colossal surge of energy carved a deep trench through the ground, severing the millennia-old snow.
Damn it! It's coming for us! Fear rapidly filled the eyes of the 3 from Guowu.
They knew the energy contained within the snowball was something they couldn't possibly withstand head-on.
If that thing hit them, they'd likely be smashed into mincemeat. Yet, as if cursed, their movements became agonizingly slow. Damn it, it's a domain ability. We're slowed down. Shangguan Wan, drained of her righteous energy, turned pale.
Her eyes flashed with unwillingness. She, the prodigy of her generation, had been cherished like a moon surrounded by stars since childhood. Having emerged victorious from countless trials and competitions, she had never tasted defeat. Given time, she was certain she would become a figure like Lord Qishao, renowned throughout the entire Huagua. Yet here she was, unexpectedly facing death today. She refused to accept it. She never imagined her final fate would be like this. Just as the snowman was about to crash into the group, a piercing phoenix cry rang out. A crimson light flared around the vermilion bird, blocking Chen Feng's path. The bird's cloak billowed behind it as 2 scarlet wings spread wide, enveloping both itself and Chen Feng in a protective embrace. Boom! A thunderous crash sent the vermilion bird and Chen Feng crashing into a snow wall 100 meters away. The snowball's momentum was significantly reduced, allowing Gu Wu's group to narrowly evade it. Staring at the sudden red wings that had shielded them from the snowball, the members of Guowu stared in astonishment at the vermilion bird embedded in the snow wall. Zhu Ke sucked in a sharp breath, grimacing as she wrenched herself free from the wall. Chen Feng emerged unharmed, following close behind. "Sis, are you okay?" Zhu Ke grimaced.
Not dead yet. That thing packs quite a punch. No wonder it's a 9th-tier demon beast. The snow demon sensed the two sudden auras. Its eyes, black as ink, turned toward them without a trace of white. These two seemed to be the very ones who had disturbed its sleep. The snow demon instantly abandoned the figures before it and charged toward Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke didn't hesitate. With a flick of her right hand, a whip over 10 meters long appeared, blazing with crimson flames. Her expression grew grave as she stared at the roaring creature charging toward her. The members of Guowu stared in shock at Zhu Ke soaring through the air, completely oblivious to Chen Feng. They could sense that the kid on the ground barely reached level 50, while the one who had just blocked the snowball was the true expert. On the ground, Shang Wanwan, having narrowly escaped death, felt a surge of excitement. Clasping her hands together, she bowed toward Suzaku in the air. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Zhu Ke kept her gaze fixed on the charging snow demon, not turning back, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Who the hell wanted to save you lot? If Snowball hadn't charged at her in Chen Feng, she wouldn't have bothered with this mess. Chen Feng, however, approached with a shameless grin. "Don't mention it. A knight errant helps those in need, it's the way of the world. Once you've recovered a bit, just chant a few words of that spoken word, instant law spell for me." Shang Wanwan watched the approaching youth without much expression. It was clear he was with the senior above, so out of courtesy, she gave a slight nod. A distance of several kilometers was covered in an instant for a 9th-tier great demon. The great demon unleashed a thunderous punch toward the vermilion bird soaring overhead, the fierce blow cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. The vermilion bird flapped its wings behind it, narrowly evading the thunderous strike. Seizing the momentum, it swung its fiery whip. With a sharp crack, it lashed against the snow demon's chest. Sizzle! The sound of flames licking oil echoed as a black whip mark burned fiercely on the snow demon's body. The snow demon roared in pain and lunged at the vermilion bird once more. Each time it seemed certain to be struck, the vermilion bird's agile wings flapped, narrowly evading the blow. The vermilion bird frowned, knowing this stalemate was unsustainable. Yet with its current attacks, unless it risked its life, it would struggle to injure this creature. The snow demon pounded its chest in fury, stomping 1 foot hard against the ground. A visible surge of frigid cold spread rapidly outward, engulfing Zhu Ke in an instant. Zhu Ke distinctly felt the chill seep into her body, slowing her movements. A massive, snow-white fist hurtled toward her once more. Zhu Ke's heart tightened. No matter how she flapped her wings, this blow seemed impossible to evade. Chapter 151, Who's 5? Feeling the faint gale stirred by the snow demon's fist, Zhu Ke knew evasion was impossible. She braced herself to take the blow head-on, knowing that if it connected, she would likely be crippled if not killed outright. But there was no other choice. The gap in levels was simply too vast to bridge, especially between level 80 and 90, an insurmountable chasm. Even with her extraordinary talent and the favor of the Two Realms Mountain, which had bestowed upon her the legendary Orange Tier 2 Realms Mountain armor set, she still couldn't overcome the difference between herself and a 9th-tier demon beast. The snow demon's fist descended with world-shattering force. Golden wings sprouted from Chen Feng's back. With a teleportation, he instantly positioned himself before the vermilion bird. His wings instantly retracted, and a golden tortoise shell rose from his back, a skill granted by his black tortoise beast spirit, granting 3 seconds of absolute defense. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Chen Feng, clutching Zhu Ke, was hurled backward like a cannonball. Boom! The thick snow wall shattered as Chen Feng, like a golden orb, smashed through it, hurtling straight out. The snow demon let out a pained wail as 2 fingers fell from its hand. Its expression twisted in fury, clearly stunned that this creature could be so resilient. Its full power strike had struck something seemingly indestructible. The 3 from Guowu seized the moment. As the snow demon writhed in pain, they darted through the gap Chen Feng had blasted open and fled swiftly. Mid-air, the golden light enveloping Chen Feng faded. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Even with his absolute defense, the full force of a 9th-tier demon beast strike had sent shockwaves through him, making him feel as if his internal organs had shifted. Though it hadn't broken his defenses, he couldn't avoid sustaining some internal injuries. The vermilion bird, soaring overhead, seized control and swiftly carried Chen Feng to safety. She wasn't surprised that Chen Feng had blocked the snow demon's punch. After all, as the mountain master's grandson, he was bound to possess some life-saving techniques. But their immediate priority now was escape. They had to escape before the snow demon reacted. Otherwise, even if he could withstand 1 blow, he might not be able to withstand a second. Without looking back, Zhu Ke carried Chen Feng as they sprinted across the snow at breakneck speed, outpacing even the Black Panther. It had to be said the attributes of high-level martial artists were truly monstrous. After nearly 2 hours of relentless sprinting, the pair finally glimpsed the edge of the snow-capped mountain range. Beyond it, faint patches of green vegetation began to appear on the slopes. Only then did Zhu Ke halt, panting heavily as her chest rose and fell. Safe. Once we're out of the snow mountains, the snow demon's power will be greatly weakened. He definitely won't be able to chase us here. After saying this, he summoned Xiao He. They walked a bit further until they finally reached the territory of the 3 seals. There, the two boarded a flying machine and headed toward the southern part of the Three Seals. After a journey fraught with peril yet ultimately uneventful, they finally reached the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was a wide canyon, flanked by cliffs stretching several kilometers across. Nearly 10,000 Buddha niches, large and small, adorned the cliff faces. It was one of the sacred Buddhist sites revered by the people of San'in. During peak tourist seasons, it was always packed with visitors. Even on ordinary days, many devout Buddhist followers came to pay homage. Yet now, the once bustling Buddha niche canyon had grown eerily quiet, amplifying its mystical aura. This is because the surrounding area has long been sealed off by the San'in authorities. The energy fluctuations here are intense. Martial artists below level 30 risk being torn apart by spatial turbulence if they venture too close. Chen Feng and Zhu Ke landed outside the gorge, where a group of dark-skinned men in dark green military uniforms blocked their path. Hold your horses, gentlemen. This area is currently sealed off. Entry is prohibited without proper credentials. The leader, clearly sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Zhu Ke, spoke with a touch more courtesy. Chen Feng opened his palm, revealing a round rosary bead. Is this all you have as proof? The leader's pupils darkened as he studied Chen Feng. It is valid, but what? Suzaku's expression turned cold. But he's just some kid barely past level 50. His survival rate in Buddha Valley is pretty low. Why not sell your credentials to us, the official channel? You name the price. So that's the scheme these guys were cooking up. Chen Feng didn't spare them another glance. Thanks for the heads up. I'm tough as nails, I'm going in anyway. With that, he bid farewell to Zhu Ke and strode straight into Buddha's Shrine Canyon. Leaving behind a dumbfounded Indian leader. 8 characters? What are 8 characters? A subordinate beside him pursed his lips. Boss, he's cursing you. There's an old Chinese saying, damn it all to hell. Chen Feng walked through the gorge. The ground, paved with blue stone slabs, stretched inward. A hazy mist reduced visibility to less than 100 meters, shrouding the place in an air of mystery. Stone steps, clearly carved by human hands, dotted the cliff walls. Above them stood Buddhist shrines of all sizes. Some niches soared over 10 zhang high, while others were no larger than a palm. Their forms varied wildly. Some eyes gleamed with malevolence, others sported 3 heads and 6 arms, and one skull even emitted a faint rainbow glow within the mist. Chen Feng advanced cautiously, his vigilance heightened as faint voices drifted from the distance. 3 Seals is really going all out this time. They're collecting vouchers for 100 small targets, and word is they already have over 40 in hand. Looks like the 3 Seals are determined to secure this target. They do have a better chance. After all, they understand Buddhist culture more deeply, and they're fighting on home turf. They have the advantage of time, place, and people on their side. Poor us at the First Empire, we only got 7 vouchers. Not even as many as those Russians. How about this? Your Yitri Empire teams up with our Great Sun Empire. We split the profits 50-50. Sound good? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Iter warrior's eyes rolled around twice. He grabbed the wine bottle in his hand and chugged 3 gulps, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. Who's 5? The Japanese warrior froze, regretting his offer of cooperation. These blonde-haired Itai fellows seemed rather dim-witted, but with 7 of them, their combat strength was still formidable. The Japanese fighter tentatively suggested, you take 5. Of course you take 5. The blonde Japanese fighter grinned and nodded. Me 5. Deal. The American man, whom Trump called Major Jerry, crossed his arms and leaned against a nearby rock, feigning sleep. He seemed utterly disinterested in this bunch of drunks and gluttons. Perhaps in his eyes, these people weren't even worthy of being his opponents. By now, over 50 people had gathered at the valley's end. Some rested and recuperated, others sought allies, while a few argued heatedly. Behind them lay a pool of emerald water, its surface shimmering faintly. Beneath the surface, a gap flickered with blue light, continuously surging with spatial energy. Chapter 152, Re-encounter with the Military Knife Club. Chen Feng slowly traversed the thick mist, arriving at the gathering spot. Glancing around, he noted that every presence radiated energy fluctuations surpassing his own. It seemed he was the only level 50 adventurer daring enough to venture here. Chen Feng's arrival went unnoticed. After all, an obscure low-level minion entering the secret realm was nothing but cannon fodder headed for certain death. Yet, when the twin brothers from Wagwa glanced at Chen Feng, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flickered in their eyes. They had seen Chen Feng's portrait and never imagined this kid, barely in his 30s, would actually dare come to a place like this. He was practically fish meat delivered right to their doorstep. Initially, they hadn't expected him to show up. After all, the school records listed him as a mere level 33. Still, just in case, Miyamoto Musashi had shown them Chen Feng's portrait. Who would have thought the kid would walk right into their trap? But now clearly wasn't the time to act. The two could only bide their time, waiting for an opportunity to quietly bring Chen Feng to justice within the secret realm. Chen Feng scanned his surroundings. People of every skin tone and nationality filled the space. Thankfully, the earpiece in his ear provided real-time translation of others' words, otherwise, communication would have been a major hurdle. His gaze swept the room, landing on several figures clad in green combat fatigues, each bearing an inch-long military dagger embroidered on their chest. Chen Feng recognized the insignia. It belonged to the Military Knife Club, a faction within China's military political establishment. They were clearly not aligned with the party-state faction's representative, Guo Wu. Thus, they hadn't acted alongside Guo Wu's superior, Shang Wanwan, but had arrived at this location ahead of time, seeing others busy forming alliances. Chen Feng, who knew nothing about the inner workings of the secret realm, had a favorable impression of the Military Knife Club. He decided to approach them, hoping to extract useful information and use them as a decent cover. Hey, guys, you're from the Huadhua Military Knife Club, right? The leader of the Knife Club initially responded with caution upon hearing the approach. However, upon seeing Chen Feng, who shared their dark hair, yellow skin, and fluent Mandarin, he recognized him as a fellow Huadhua national. Yes, we are. May I ask which faction you represent, young brother? Chen Feng replied without hesitation. Me, just a lone traveler. I trained with my master in the mountains since childhood. By chance, I obtained these prayer beads and ended up here. The leader's lips twitched slightly. You're barely past level 50, aren't you? I sense your aura is indeed 5th tier, but your energy fluctuations are wildly unstable. You've likely just hit level 50. Are you sure you want to venture in? In this gathering place of prodigies, SSS tier talents were not few, and most were at level 65 or above. A lone cultivator barely scraping by at level 50 would be nothing short of suicide here. Just killing time, going in to broaden my horizons. Ha. The man from the Military Knife Club clasped his fists toward Chen Feng. I truly admire your courage and mindset. Chen Feng chuckled. May I accompany the main seat later? You know, as a lone cultivator, I feel uneasy going solo. The Military Knife Club man frowned. Though we're all Chinese nationals, we're on a mission. It's not feasible for us to operate with others. Chen Feng waved his hands repeatedly. I don't want anything. Everything I get inside is yours. I just want to broaden my horizons. Plus, I'm pretty fast. I can scout ahead for you all. He thought to himself, when something valuable appears up ahead, I'll pocket it first. If danger comes, let them deal with it. The leader of the Military Knife Club seemed intrigued. A free cannon fodder. Fast? How fast? Chen Feng spread his wings, golden wings that flapped twice in the air. I'm a hidden class, the golden winged swift. My role is scouting, and my speed is over 1,600 points. The 5 members of the Military Knife Club turned to stare at Chen Feng in stunned disbelief. After all, even a level 50 character maxed out in agility and SS tier assassin would struggle to reach a speed of 1,600. The leader sucked in a sharp breath. Who'd have thought, brother? At such a young age, you've already cultivated such formidable agility. Truly impressive. He thought to himself. Damn, his speed is higher than my strength. And I'm a level 68 SS tier martial arts prodigy. And judging by those wings, he can fly too. Definitely a promising scout. I see you possess extraordinary bone structure. A surge of spiritual energy radiates from your crown chakra. Come with us. To them, agile fighters like Chen Feng posed little threat. Even top-tier agility-focused fighters maxed out around level 50 with agility stats barely scraping 1600, clearly all agility builds. Even SSS tier fighters only dealt a measly 300 to 500 damage, often failing to breach their defenses. Thus, they weren't worried about Chen Feng stabbing them in the back. On the contrary, gaining a free-flying scout was a no-brainer. At that moment, a man beside him spoke up. Boss, he says 1600, so it's 1600? 1600 speed at level 50? That's bull *********. I don't buy it unless he's faster than me. The speaker was lean and gaunt, looking like someone who'd overindulged in self-rewards. The leader hesitated. Alright, kid, this is our team's assassin. If you can outrun him, we'll team up with you and share all the spoils. Deal? The leader seemed quite calculating. If this guy really was a flying martial artist with a speed over 1600, they'd be making a killing. The guy could join any other team at any time. So if he wanted to test him, he'd have to show some sincerity. Deal. How's the race run? Does he chase me? The assassin slipped on a glove coated in white powder. My glove has a layer of chalk. I'll give you a 3-second head start. You run, I chase. 10 minutes total. If you have any chalk handprints on you at the end, you lose. Deal? Chen Feng watched this fooling around guy with interest, nodding happily. No problem, the leader declared. Alright, I'll referee. But you can't fly. If you fly, that's cheating. Martial artists below level 70 lacked flight capabilities. If Chen Feng used his wings to soar into the sky, even the fastest pursuer would be helpless. Of course. Alright, Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go. All eyes turned to Chen Feng.
The assassin had instructed him to run for 3 seconds, yet the young man stood rooted to the spot, maintaining only a 3-meter distance between himself and the assassin. The leader looked puzzled.
Run, man. Chen Feng looked at the assassin with a playful smirk. He has to chase me. Otherwise, what fun would it be if I just ran off by myself?
The assassin gritted his teeth in frustration.
You little brat. Just you wait. With that, he launched himself toward Chen Feng like a cannonball. Chapter 153, That's My Brother. He was supremely confident in his speed. Even among masters of equal rank, his speed advantage allowed him to move with ease. He couldn't believe a mere level 50 kid could last 10 minutes against him. Watching Chen Feng's figure grow smaller as his hand drew ever closer. In an instant, the corners of his mouth curled upward in uncontrollable triumph. Gotcha. Is that all you've got?
The assassin froze, sensing the sudden lightness in his grasp. What he'd seized was merely the opponent's afterimage. Fast. Extreme speed. He refused to believe that Chen Feng, a mere level 50 martial artist, could master spatial power, a skill only attainable at level 80. How could this be? The assassin's gaze grew grave. He never imagined the opponent's speed had reached a point where he couldn't even track their movements. Even the man known as Zero's pupils suddenly contracted. Who would have thought that a mere level 50 martial artist could be this fast? He thought to himself, what a treasure. If he could recruit this guy to serve in his team, it would save him a lot of trouble. He scanned the area for Chen Feng's whereabouts. Not far away, Chen Feng lay sprawled on a rock, his head propped up with his hands. He ended up chewing on a dogtail grass seed, leisurely watching the group approach. The members of the military knife club all sucked in their breath in shock. The assassin's face twisted with ferocity. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at Chen Feng once more. He was certain Chen Feng must have used some skill or secret technique to rapidly boost his speed, but such abilities were usually difficult to sustain. The assassin's footsteps were light, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. It must be said that at full burst, his speed far surpassed most other classes of the same level. Chen Feng watched the charging assassin and silently nodded. Even Xiong Qi, in his current state, couldn't match the assassin's speed. Chen Feng leapt down from the rocks, his nimble feet darting and shifting across the stones. Time and again, the assassin's grasp fell empty, despite the target seeming within reach. It had the air of a cat toying with a mouse. Fourth brother, call it quits. Don't waste your effort. Your speed is simply no match for this young man. The leader of the group had begun to grasp the situation. Chen Feng's speed had already crushed the assassin. He was simply too fast. The assassin called forth, panted heavily, plopping down onto the ground. Damn it, I'm done. What kind of monster is this? Speed was his specialty. He rarely lost to anyone in a foot race, but today he'd been utterly defeated by a mere level 50 kid. Fourth brother was starting to question his life choices. The leader stepped forward, extending his right hand to shake Chen Feng's. Welcome aboard. Whatever we find in the secret realm, you get a share. Chen Feng chuckled. He couldn't care less about a share, he wanted it all. Ha, no need to be so formal. My level is low, and I'm not much help in combat. I'll be relying on all of you once we're inside. I'll pass on the benefits. The leader looked at Chen Feng solemnly. This is what you deserve. This was undeniably true. Scouts of his caliber were usually fought over by teams. While lacking combat prowess, having a scout scouting ahead allowed them to avoid many dangers, essentially adding an extra layer of insurance to their lives. Then I'll humbly accept your offer. We'll head in together shortly. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the mist. She possessed an exceptionally tall and well-proportioned physique, her long legs tapering to a slender waist. Clutching an ancient-looking scroll, she wore her hair in a high ponytail, radiating a spirited and heroic aura. In stark contrast to her aura was an unhealed wound on her face, a clear sign she'd just been in combat. This was Shang Wanwan, whom Chen Feng had encountered near the Himalayas. Old Four, who had been resting lazily against a rock, sat up straight the moment he saw Shang Wanwan appear, surprise flickering in his eyes. Boss, isn't that someone from the party state faction? Why does she look like she just fought? And why did only one of them come? The leader glanced at Shang Wanwan, his expression turning grave. This one person alone could take on our entire squad. She's the ace of Guowu, and her level is precisely 68. She's undoubtedly one of the top experts among those entering the secret realm this time. Ah, it's a shame we're not on good terms with the party state faction. Otherwise, as fellow Chinese, teaming up with them for practice would have greatly boosted our gains in the secret realm. The fourth man shook his head. Don't even think about it, boss. Someone of her caliber wouldn't bother with us. Even if the party and government weren't at odds with the military, she probably wouldn't team up with us anyway. Even Jerry, a 69th level SSS tier powerhouse from the US who had been sitting cross-legged gathering energy,
opened his eyes. He stared blankly at Shang Wanwan for a long moment before muttering, "A formidable opponent."
Chen Feng observed the reactions around him and nodded inwardly. He hadn't expected Shang Wanwan to be so renowned. It was clear from the looks in these people's eyes that they all knew something about her. Her fame spoke volumes about her strength.
Shang Wanwan's gaze swept through the crowd, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, her sharp eyes lit up,
and she strode directly toward a specific direction.
And the direction she headed?
Straight toward where Chen Feng stood.
Chen Feng froze. Could this woman be coming for him? Holy, the boss is coming for us.
The assassin was flustered with excitement.
After all,
geniuses of this caliber were heavily guarded by various factions, and they rarely got a chance to interact with them.
Sure enough, under everyone's gaze, Shang Wanwan approached Chen Feng.
She paused briefly before extending her white,
delicate right hand. "Thank you for saving one of us in the snowy mountains earlier.
If you hadn't blocked that fatal blow and chiseled through the snow wall,
we probably wouldn't have made it out of the Himalayas today."
The members of the military knife club standing nearby were stunned.
So this was all about that kid. You, us, Himalayas, snow wall? Question marks formed over the heads of the military knife club members. A mere level 50 kid? Even if he was fast, he'd be no match for SSS-ranked Shang Wanwan. How could he have saved her?
They were utterly baffled. Chen Feng extended his hand to Shang Wanwan in greeting. It was nothing.
Really? How are your people holding up?
Shang Wanwan pressed her red lips together. Teacher Dong sacrificed himself to hold off the snow demon. A hint of regret flickered in her eyes, but it quickly faded. To prodigies of this caliber, an 80-level powerhouse might be nothing more than an ordinary bodyguard. The atmosphere grew tense. Shang Wanwan turned to the group from the military knife club seated with Chen Feng and asked,
"Are you all together?" Before Chen Feng could respond,
the leader of the military knife club rose to his feet. A hint of flattery flickered in his expression as the 6'3" giant bowed slightly.
"Yes, he's my brother." Chapter 154, I'll go ahead and scout the path.
Chen Feng froze slightly. They were already brothers?
Shang Wanwanru nodded thoughtfully. She then said, "We're all Chinese. May I join you? It's good to have company when traveling."
At these words, the members of the military knife club stared at Shang Wanwanru in disbelief.
That unapproachable legend was actually volunteering to join their team for the secret realm? It was almost too good to be true. The leader froze for 2 seconds, utterly dumbfounded. But the sharp-witted assassin fourth-in-command's eyes lit up instantly. "Of course. We'd be honored to have you join us. It's an honor beyond words. Our ancestors would be rolling in their graves with pride. In short, it's a tremendous privilege." Shang Wanwan didn't even glance at them, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt awkward.
He'd just teamed up with this group, and now a powerhouse like this had suddenly appeared. He wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse.
He's the team leader. It's not up to me. The leader finally snapped out of it, catching Shang Wanwan's gaze and nodding vigorously. "Absolutely. We'd be delighted to have you." With everyone in agreement, they settled into cross-legged positions to await the secret realm's opening. As night fell, bonfires flickered throughout the canyon, drawing ever-growing crowds.
The Three Seals faction was the largest contingent,
numbering 56 members. Fortunately, no SSS-tier players were among them, which brought relief to Chen Feng and his group. Otherwise, they likely wouldn't have even entered the secret realm. It would have been completely monopolized by the Three Seals. Members of the military knife club pulled instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned goods from their combat backpacks, watching the Indians singing and dancing nearby, their spit-roasted suckling pigs sizzling over the fire. They couldn't help but drool. "Damn it, those Indians sure have good food. It pays to have numbers. Too bad we're stuck with biscuits," grumbled fourth brother, his eyes brimming with envy. "It's delicious. Stop complaining. This isn't a vacation." The leader gave Lao Si a light kick on the butt, then glanced at Chen Feng, who stood empty-handed. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out another portion of food from his own pack. "Bro, you came empty-handed? Didn't bring any food? You'll starve in there. Here, take this to tide you over." Chen Fengshan's blue pouch contained ample provisions, all delicacies from land and sea. But the leader, wielding a military knife,
saw he had no backpack and assumed he'd brought nothing.
Chen Fengshan politely declined the offer. "Thanks, I brought food. I'll eat later. I'm not hungry now." Seeing Chen Fengshan's empty hands,
the captain assumed he was just being polite.
After 2 more polite refusals, the captain didn't press further. After all,
his own provisions were barely enough for himself. Sharing would mean rationing his own food.
Shang Wanwan also noticed Chen Fengshan's awkwardness. Assuming he was truly an unprepared fool, she paused briefly before stepping beside Chen Fengshan. She opened the ancient text in her hand and murmured in an almost inaudible voice, "The 2 roasted pig legs from the 3 Seal squad are with me." A flash of green light followed. and her incantation took effect. Two sizzling, oil-dripping roasted hind legs materialized out of thin air. The three seals men, dancing and singing, didn't notice their roasted suckling pig had suddenly lost two hind legs. With the two camps 100 meters apart, no one had noticed the missing pork legs had vanished to this location. Chen Feng was utterly dumbfounded, and even the members of the military knife club were stunned. Could the spell of manifestation be used like this? Shang Wanwan handed Chen Feng one leg, gripped another herself, and took a satisfying bite. Here, this one's for you. Her words came out muffled as she gnawed on her own leg. Chen Fengshang took it without hesitation. He was utterly envious of this freeloading profession. He thought to himself, if someone else's family married a new bride, and he just recited a spell, that bride would end up in his bed. Wouldn't that be pure bliss? Soon, curses erupted from San Yin's side. Damn it! Who the hell stole both pork legs? Shang Wanwan chuckled softly, showing none of the airs one might expect from a prodigy, but instead appearing down to earth. After feasting and drinking their fill, everyone retired to rest. Shang Wanwan showed off again. Before me lies a Simmons mattress. She glanced at Chen Fengshang and added, no, two. A flash of blue light appeared, and two plush Simmons beds materialized. Shang Wanwan immediately flopped onto one, sinking in blissfully. The sight left the brothers sleeping in sleeping bags staring wide-eyed. Shang Wanwan pointed to another bed. Here, this one's for you. Chen Fengshang thanked her repeatedly, settling into the comfortable bed. Oh my goodness. He felt utterly delighted inside. He thought to himself, why not just change your name from Shang Wanwan to Shang Wanxiu? The night passed in silence. The next day, as dawn broke faintly, the mist in the canyon grew thicker. The ripples of spatial energy on the lake's surface, shimmering with blue light, grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave rippled outward. A spatial fissure slowly opened at the lake's bottom, revealing the bottomless, unknown world within. The secret realm is open. Let's go inside. Over 100 people streamed in one after another. Chen Feng, Shang Wanwan, and the 5 members of the military knife club linked arms, holding tightly together as they plunged into the lake. Unlike their previous entry into the Linglong Tower, where the space-time tunnel had shimmered with rainbow hues, this passage was pitch black as ink. The 7 clung tightly together, drifting through the spatial tunnel for nearly 10 minutes before a faint light finally appeared before their eyes. Phew! The moment they landed, a gust of yellow sand blew into their faces, stinging their eyes shut. Lao Si spat, clearing the sand from his mouth. What the hell is this place? A storm of yellow sand swept in, turning the entire sky an eerie earthen yellow. Visibility was no more than 10 meters. Blue light flickered in Shang Wanwan's hand. We all have a pair of goggles. Swish, swish, swish. All 7 pairs of goggles snapped into place over their eyes, instantly shielding them from the sandstorm's assault. Damn, that was fast. No, it's the Confucian sage class. Respect, respect. Enjoying the convenience, everyone began showering her with compliments. Shang Wanwan seemed to relish this warm, harmonious atmosphere. Alright, next we'll explore the surroundings and search for artifacts within the ruins. Captain Military Knife generously shared intelligence. According to our confidential reports, there's a lost ancient temple within the secret realm. Inside lie Buddhist traditions that vanished 10,000 years ago, along with some treasures. This information, unknown to Chen Fengshang, was precisely one of his reasons for joining the military knife squad. In this extreme weather, we can only grope our way in one direction. Young man, it's up to you. Chen Fengshang froze, suddenly remembering his role as a scout. Oh, no problem. He swiftly pulled several hundred meters of rope from his green pouch, securing one end to himself and the other to the commando squad leader and the others. Visibility's poor. To prevent getting separated, we'll tie ourselves together with this rope while I scout ahead. Chapter 155, the mantis stalking the cicada. Unbeknownst to the sparrow behind, he also pulled out several walkie-talkies from his bag and tossed them to the others. I'll relay the situation up ahead to you via radio. The knife squad leader took the rope and tied it around his waist, pointing at Chen Feng. See that? That's what you call professionalism. Everyone else retrieved their weapons and gear, entering a state of readiness. I'll go with you. Shang Wanwan volunteered, insisting on accompanying Chen Feng on the reconnaissance mission. No need. I have the speed advantage. You stay with the others. Otherwise, I'd have to look out for you too. The commando members inwardly gasped. A full-fledged SSS-tier genius being dismissed by this kid? But then again, Chen Fengshang's speed was something to be proud of. Shang Wanwan, as an SSS-tier martial artist, might be exceptionally capable, but in terms of speed, she likely couldn't match Chen Fengshang, who specialized in it. Shang Wanwan simply nodded silently without further comment. Chen Fengshang ventured alone into the heart of the sandstorm. The fierce winds lashed at ordinary faces, capable of tearing skin. but Chen Fengxiang's formidable defenses left him largely unaffected. After traveling over 300 meters in one direction,
he suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead.
Using the sandstorm as cover, he crept forward stealthily. He glimpsed 4 figures battling 7 opponents. Chen Fengxiang silently retreated and reported over the walkie-talkie, "There's a fight here. 5 on one side, 8 on the other. Copy that. Stay put. We're on our way." Moments later, a group crept up. They lay prone on the ground, observing the commotion ahead.
Both sides exchanged tentative attacks, with the 5-man group surprisingly holding a slight advantage.
"You bastards! We found this treasure first, yet you try to steal it. Do you really think we're pushovers? Humph. You're nothing but a bunch of howling baboons. Beating you is as easy as taking down a black bear. Giving you 1 stone is already our biggest concession. If you don't know when to quit, you won't get a single one."
Beside the 2 groups lay 3 stones shimmering with light, likely the treasures they were fighting over. Chen Fengxiang nudged Shang Wanwan beside him with his elbow and whispered,
"Hey, do you know what those things are?" Shang Wanwan stared ahead and shook her head. "No idea. But judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations, they're definitely not ordinary objects."
The 2 sides clashed once more.
The 4th assassin whispered, "Boss, should we take these guys out? I can ambush one and take them down instantly." "Hold off. Let them fight each other. We'll reap the rewards when they're both weakened." The group led by Old Mao, though only 5 strong, clearly outmatched the other side's fighters in skill. 2 of them, one wielding a spear and the other a shield, worked in perfect sync.
They managed to hold off 6 opponents without losing ground.
After prolonged combat,
their coordinated effort culminated in a spear thrust that pierced an opponent's skull. The 10-minute stalemate shattered, shifting the battle decisively in their favor.
Finally, under the counterattack of the remaining 7,
they succeeded in taking down one of the Russians at the cost of their entire 8-man squad.
1 for 8? That Russian's got some serious firepower. They're down to 4 now, and their psychic energy's depleted.
Me and the 2nd and 3rd guys will hold off the shield gun duo.
4th, you take out their priest. 5th, you tie up the last one. Shangwan, you handle the breakthrough while we stall. Sound good? Shangwan nodded. Alright, no problem. Commander Military Knife didn't assign Chen Fengxiang any specific task, mainly because he believed Chen Fengxiang's strength lay solely in speed. In actual combat, he wouldn't be much use,
so he simply didn't assign him anything. Chen Fengxiang was perfectly content with this arrangement. Free ride.
Free ride. 3, 2, 1, charge.
A crimson glow flared beneath 4th Brother's feet as his speed surged to its peak. The 4 Russians had just picked up the sparkling stones from the ground.
Ha ha, getting loot right off the bat. This adventure's been one lucky break. Ugh.
The shield-wielding Russian's words trailed off mid-sentence as a figure behind him launched a surprise attack under the cover of swirling yellow sand. A teammate let out a muffled groan as a crimson stream of blood spurted from his neck, collapsing him straight to the ground.
Assassin! Only then did the remaining 3 react, charging straight at the 4th man. Boom! The shield-bearer and the knife-wielding leader collided, both staggering back several steps.
They studied each other intently, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of gravity, clearly recognizing the other as a formidable opponent. Another gun-wielding man was pinned down by the 2nd and 3rd members, caught in a pincer attack that left him scrambling. The overall strength of the military knife squad was clearly superior to the previous 8 opponents. The last man clashed with the 5th member of the military knife gang,
and for a moment, they fought evenly matched. Shang Wanwan watched Chen Feng with interest. "Hey, they're all in the fray, aren't you going to join the fun?"
Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the ground.
"Small fry. Not interested. Why aren't you joining in?" Shang Wanwan snorted. "Poof. I was just giving you a chance to show off." With that, she stood up, walked to the edge of the battlefield, opened the ancient-looking book in her hand, and a flash of blue light erupted.
A surge of righteous energy swept out.
Unstoppable momentum.
The heavy sword of the military knife leader struck the opponent's shield.
Within moments, they had clashed over a dozen times, evenly matched. But just then, a blue light enveloped his heavy blade. Clang!
A fierce sword sheath flashed, and the military knife leader's heavy sword cleaved the opponent's shield clean in two. Both men stared in stunned disbelief.
"Commander, holy crap, am I that strong now? Opposing shield warrior, what the hell just happened? That blue light?"
His gaze darted to Shang Wanwan beside him,
his heart skipping a beat. Damn, this girl looks familiar. How could she possess such insane support abilities? Before he could process it, 4th Brother's dagger sliced through the silence, stabbing straight for his back. By warrior instinct, he instinctively blocked with his shield, but the half-shattered shield only barely deflected the dagger, slicing a deep, bone-exposing gash across his arm. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. One had to admit Shang Wanwan's twisted genius, a skill seemingly insignificant could yield such devastating results.
This not only showcased her formidable strength but also her keen battlefield awareness,
knowing how to achieve maximum effect with minimal cost.
This was a direct result of her advanced training at Guowu Academy.
Just then, Chen Feng felt an inexplicable pang of dread. Instinctively turning his head, he saw a large net, glistening in the swirling yellow sand, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Someone else. After shouting the warning, Chen Fengxiang instantly activated his teleportation ability. The next moment, the net landed precisely where he had been standing moments before. Chapter 156, the ace up his sleeve. Clap, clap, clap. Before the person appeared, their voice echoed, very good, truly worthy of being handpicked by Mr. Miyamoto. You've got something special. A mere level 50 mastering spatial abilities? I'll be damned if I don't see how many times you can pull off that teleportation trick. In an instant, over a dozen figures closed in from all sides. Judging by their attire, 5 of them wore samurai uniforms, each sporting a small goatee. The other 7 were mostly blonde-haired and blue-eyed, clearly Westerners. Odo-kun, this is the guy you wanted? A mere level 50 kid? The blonde pointed at Chen Feng with a hint of contempt. From Chen Feng's aura, he could tell the kid had only recently passed level 50. Who would have thought that little Wogwa had brought 7 of them not to hunt for treasure, but to capture someone, and just some measly level 50 kid at that? Any one of them could easily beat him up. Was all this fuss really necessary? The little Japanese guy called Little Tian nodded slightly. Yes, it's him. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerner voiced his displeasure. I think you're wasting everyone's time. By now, the combatants had all turned their attention to the commotion. A full 12 individuals. They encircled the group, watching like spectators observing a struggle among trapped beasts. The members of the military knife squad felt a chill run through them. Glancing at the crowd closing in, their hearts sank. China and the Westerners were sworn enemies. This encirclement could only spell trouble. The blonde Westerner who had spoken earlier shook his head and lunged directly at Chen Feng. Watch out! The leader of the military knife gang managed a warning shout before being entangled by the warrior whose shield armor had already shattered. The warrior seemed to have spotted reinforcements. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Clearly, these 12 were targeting their common foe. Chen Fengxiang's agile form dodged the attack. The blonde Westerner stared in disbelief at his empty hands, stunned that this mere level 50 kid had slipped through his grasp. Refusing to believe it, he lunged forward again, only to be dodged once more. After several attempts, the playful glint in his eyes vanished, replaced by a look of gravity. A mere level 50 kid was actually faster than him. Stop spacing out. Finish this quickly, we've got other business to attend to. The blonde-haired man shouted to the surrounding crowd. 2 more members emerged from the crowd of little days, joining yellow hair. Yet the 3 of them remained utterly helpless against Chen Feng, who darted about with the agility of an eel. Then 5. Then 7. The expressions of the 2 leaders of the Little Days faction darkened. One of them reached into his robe and drew a staff. Golden serpent coil. As the staff swung, a golden serpent as thick as an arm suddenly leapt from beneath Chen Fengxiang's feet, coiling toward him. Chen Fengxiang's teleportation ability had just finished its cooldown. He used it immediately to dodge the attack. Another 2 young men, strikingly similar in appearance, each drew a staff identical in design to the first, differing only in color, one black, one white, making them easily distinguishable. The man wielding the white staff chanted with conviction, Frost. Chen Fengxiang felt a chill surge toward him, his movements slowing uncontrollably. Golden serpent coil. The black-staffed man unleashed the golden serpent coil once more. This time, a golden python wrapped itself around Chen Fengxiang with pinpoint accuracy. No matter how fast he tried to move, he couldn't shift an inch. The moment the serpent coiled around him, its black glinting fangs sank viciously into Chen Fengxiang's arm. Yet the 2-inch fangs only barely pierced the skin. The black staff-wielding man frowned slightly. This outcome diverged sharply from his vision of the snake tearing off Chen Fengxiang's arm in one bite. Still, the skin was pierced. With the golden venom's potency, it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for Chen Fengxiang, with his mere level 50 resistance, to lie paralyzed on the ground, helplessly surrendering. Poof! A mere insect. Mr. Miyamoto overestimated him. Still, for a level 50, his speed is impressive. Too bad he ran into us. Seeing Chen Fengxiang wrapped and bitten by the golden snake, the leader of the military knife gang sliced off the shield warrior's head with a single sword strike. With an unprecedented sharpness, he charged straight toward Chen Fengxiang. It must be said that the guys from military knife were pretty loyal. Even in this critical moment, they still hadn't abandoned Chen Fengxiang. Young man, stop, I'm coming to save you, he deliberately shouted loudly. Knowing that given Chen Fengxiang's close relationship with Shang Wanwan, the young lady wouldn't stand idly by and let Chen Fengxiang be captured. His shout was meant to alert Shang Wanwan, hoping she'd come to his aid with some formidable power. Unfortunately, his plan backfired.
Even as he was finally blocked by two yellow-haired members of the 1st Special Forces,
Shang Wanwan's righteous energy never descended upon him.
Military Knife Leader seemed momentarily stunned,
but before he could overthink it, he was already locked in combat with the two.
The blonde punk who'd been toyed with by Chen Feng earlier seethed with hatred at seeing him captured.
With a roar,
he transformed, his upper body morphing into a massive black-brown bear. He roared, slamming his massive paw toward Chen Feng. "Spare him!" The man with the black staff shouted urgently from the side, terrified that this blow might finish Chen Feng off.
After all, Mr. Miyamoto had explicitly ordered them to capture him alive.
The massive bear paw hurtled toward them,
carrying an unstoppable force.
A direct hit would likely leave even a 60 to 70 level martial artist half dead.
The fourth assassin's mouth twitched slightly. Watch out! All he could do was issue a warning.
Though Chen Feng had earlier outpaced him by a mile,
leaving him humiliated,
a day of interaction had shown him the kid wasn't all bad. He'd come to accept him from the bottom of his heart. But this blow, the kid probably wouldn't survive. A faint pang of regret stirred within him. With Chen Feng's innate talent,
given time to grow,
he would undoubtedly become a master of speed. It was a pity his level was still too low. He shouldn't have come.
Commander Military Knife's heart tightened with a pang of pain.
They'd barely entered the instance when one of his own was about to die. As a squad leader, his sense of responsibility was overwhelming. He didn't want anyone to suffer misfortune.
Yet, in this moment, he felt utterly powerless.
His gaze turned angry toward Shang Wanwan. Why was she so cold?
Had she been intimidated by the enemy's numbers? Indeed, students bred in the academy were like flowers in a greenhouse. When faced with real-life and death combat, they proved inadequate. Shang Wanwan fixed her gaze intently on the unfolding situation.
Her fingers clenched so tightly around her book that they turned pale. She had witnessed Chen Feng withstand a full power strike from a 9th-tier snow demon unscathed. She refused to believe this boy would die so easily. She waited, testing what hidden cards Chen Feng might hold. As the colossal flying bear palm descended with crushing force,
Chen Feng roared. A deafening tiger's howl echoed across the endless sands. Chapter 157, Conclusion. The deafening roar sent shivers down everyone's spine, a primal intimidation inherent to felines over primates.
Chen Feng's upper body had transformed into a white tiger.
A faint crown of a prince could be discerned atop his massive head.
His vicious eyes blazed with murderous intent.
Thick shoulders,
bulging muscles, and a perfectly sculpted inverted triangle upper body radiated explosive power. His hands extended claws half a foot long, striking out with lightning speed to meet the bear's paws as they slammed down.
A sharp tearing sound echoed.
Blood gushed forth as the massive bear paw was torn apart, its center reduced to stark,
broken white bone.
Yet the blood on Chen Feng's tiger claws vanished into his body as swiftly as water seeping into parched earth. This was the passive skill granted by his white tiger transformation, Bloodlust. Bloodlust allowed him to absorb the target's vitality for healing upon attack, while also draining a portion of their mental energy. It was an extremely persistent skill that grew more potent the longer the battle lasted. As long as he maintained the white tiger transformation, Chen Feng could fight continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without issue. What? That level 50 kid actually tore through Brian's bear paw in a direct clash. How is this possible? What on earth just happened? Did I see that correctly? What just happened? Everyone stared in disbelief at Chen Feng, whose upper body had transformed into a white tiger, utterly shocked. This kid, how did he pull that off? Like some kind of magic trick? He has a transformation skill? Isn't he a hidden class known for speed? He's only level 50. Even with transformation, he shouldn't be this absurdly powerful at that level. Commander Military Knife exhaled in relief. Who knew this brat was hiding his strength? But to gain this power just by reaching level 50, truly remarkable. No wonder Shang Wanwan treats him that way. This must be his true combat form now. I just wonder how long such a terrifying transformation can last. A glint flashed in Shang Wanwan's beautiful eyes as she exhaled deeply. So, this is your trump card? Her brows furrowed slightly. She recalled clearly that back on the snowy mountain, he hadn't been the white tiger incarnate. That form, a spine arched high, a slender serpent's head sprouting from his hips, his body radiating golden light. He still has tricks up his sleeve. Chen Feng, buoyed by his successful strike, let a faint smile curve his lips. With his current attributes, facing these martial artists below level 70 was like slicing through butter. Yo, little bear, come on, slap me again. Let me tear your bare face to shreds with one swipe. Chen Feng closed in with lightning speed, his tiger claws deploying razor-sharp blades. A single swipe crushed the yellow-furred bear's skull, sending fragments of red and white flesh flying. Shaking his claws free, he launched a relentless pursuit against the 11 assailants closing in. He transformed at will one moment a long-armed ape, the next a dragon soaring through the skies. In less than 10 minutes, he had slaughtered every last one of them. Just then, A sinister figure materialized from the shadows, seizing the moment when Chen Fengxiang's guard was down. It slashed his throat cleanly. Blood spurted skyward. Chen Fengxiang turned his head with difficulty, his gaze locking onto a familiar, exquisitely carved face. Xiongqi. How could it be? You. Xiongqi's eyes were cold. What I cannot have. No one else shall either. Chen Fengxiang died. The book concludes. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618 more great book recommendations in my moments. Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.